Tang Tian traversed into the realm of cultivation, awakening two systems simultaneously, the infinite consumption system and the consumption increment system. Thus began the saga of a wealthy deity within the celestial domain. A certain celestial magnate remarked, "Do not speak of my wealth, he could effortlessly toss aside enough to purchase 1,000 of my kind." A prominent merchant guild exclaimed, upon witnessing him, "I finally comprehend the essence of true extravagant consumption." An unparalleled sovereign lamented, "I truly wish to refrain from selling my sacred land, yet his offers are simply too generous to decline." After acquiring the majority of the cultivation realm, Tang Tian sighed, "In truth, I merely aspire to grow stronger." The infinite consumption system has been activated. Consume spiritual jade to gain consumption points. Consumption points can be exchanged for talents, comprehension, physique, and more. In a modest, dilapidated stone dwelling, Tang Tian sat by the window, his expression a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from his unexpected arrival in this world, along with the acquisition of an exceptionally advantageous system. According to the infinite consumption system's description, engaging in ordinary consumption behaviors would yield corresponding consumption points. These points could be exchanged for various levels of talents, physiques, enlightenment opportunities, and other extraordinary items. If he could successfully redeem these, his future path in cultivation would be remarkably smooth. However, upon searching his person, he found not a single coin. Consume? With no money at hand, would he resort to bartering with his visage? Sighing deeply, Tang Tian reflected on the memories he had recently integrated. He was now in a world of cultivation, where realms such as chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, out-of-body, integration, tribulation surpassing, and ascension existed. Each elevation in realm brought about monumental changes in strength. Yet, Tang Tian was merely at the second layer of chi refinement, serving as a lowly errand disciple within the Qinghua sect. His talent was so abysmal that he could not even activate a single spiritual ring, placing him at the bottom among the errand disciples. He glanced at the system's exchange table. A single ring talent could be obtained for just one consumption point. However, acquiring that point required a consumption of 10,000 low-grade spiritual jade. Where could he possibly procure 10,000 pieces of spiritual jade? His monthly allowance was a mere 10 pieces of low-grade spiritual jade. After deductions by the overseers, losses to the scheming errand leaders, and theft by local bullies, he was left with nothing. Just yesterday, he had been robbed of his spiritual jade and subsequently beaten, leading to his untimely demise and the opportunity for his soul to traverse into the present Tang Tian. How can I acquire money? He pondered. I may possess decent looks, yet I lack the contact list of wealthy patrons. Tang Tian scratched his head, at a loss for what to do. Without spiritual jade, the system was little more than a decorative relic. Yet, just as he was consumed by his financial woes, a voice resonated within his mind. The consumption increment system has been successfully bound. When the host possesses sufficient spiritual jade, consumption will not only remain unchanged, but will actually increase. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Another system? He was instantly filled with excitement and eagerly began to explore. This newly acquired system was remarkably straightforward. As long as he had enough spiritual jade, upon completing a consumption act, not only would there be no loss, but he would additionally gain corresponding spiritual jade. This revelation left Tang Tian agape. With this system, his future supply of spiritual jade would essentially be limitless. Coupled with the infinite consumption system, could he become invincible? The ability to generate as many consumption points as he desired. The astonishing items within the system would all be within his reach. Once more, he examined the exchange list within the system. First, regarding talents. 1 ring talent, 1 consumption point. 2 ring talent, 10 consumption points. 3 ring talent, 100 consumption points. Child of Heaven, 10 trillion consumption points. Child of Chaos, 100 trillion consumption points. Next, concerning physique. First level physique, 1 consumption point. Second level physique, 10 consumption points. Third level physique, 100 consumption points. Innate sacred body, Tao fetus, 10 trillion consumption points. Eternal chaos body, 100 trillion consumption points. Then, regarding comprehension, 1 ordinary enlightenment, 100 consumption points. 1 primary enlightenment, 1,000 consumption points. 1 intermediate enlightenment, 10,000 consumption points. 1 chaotic level enlightenment, 100 trillion consumption points. Additionally, there were celestial fortunes, cosmic primordial powers, and universal laws, all of which sounded exceptionally extraordinary. However, their prices were exorbitantly high, placing them beyond current consideration. What was most feasible for redemption were talents, physiques, and comprehension. This realization filled Tang Tian with satisfaction at the very least. He could clearly envision a bright future ahead. With the consumption increment system, accumulating sufficient consumption points was merely a matter of time. After a prolonged moment, Tang Tian finally managed to calm his exhilaration. His next primary task was to figure out how to spend money. Truly, a delightful endeavor. However, the prerequisite for spending was possessing money. Presently, he had not a single coin to his name. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian rose from his seat and approached his bed, retrieving a small cloth pouch from the crevice by the headboard. Upon unwrapping the pouch, a black-gray porcelain vial emerged. Opening the vial released a fragrant aroma. This was a bottle of nourishing essence pills. As an errant disciple of the Qingyue sect, he received one bottle monthly alongside his meager allowance of 10 pieces of low-grade spiritual jade intended for daily cultivation. One bottle was worth 2 pieces of low-grade spiritual jade. The bullies from yesterday had only extorted his spiritual jade, leaving the nourishing essence pills untouched. Yet for Tang Tian, this represented precious startup capital. It could at least be exchanged for 1 piece of low-grade spiritual jade. But where to sell it? Swiftly, a name surfaced in his memory: Tang. This was a trading venue exclusively for cultivators, where many disciples of the Qingyue sect procured the necessary elixirs, spiritual weapons, and other cultivation resources. They also provided appraisal and recycling services for practitioners. That will suffice, Tang Tian decisively concluded. He would convert the nourishing essence pills into tangible resources and set both systems into motion. He had no desire to relive the life he once knew. In his memories, he had been constantly bullied, toiling endlessly day after day. There was not a single aspect of that existence worthy of nostalgia. As a transmigrator, he couldn't afford to disgrace his new identity. With resolve, Tang Tian tucked the nourishing essence pills into his robe and departed the stone dwelling, making his way towards Tang. As he journeyed, he remained vigilant, too preoccupied to appreciate the picturesque scenery surrounding him. It wasn't that he feared losing the nourishing essence pills, rather, he was apprehensive about provoking individuals he ought not to cross. This was, after all, a world of cultivation, and he had no intention of inadvertently jeopardizing his life upon his arrival. Fortunately, after about half an hour, Tang Tian successfully reached his destination. Before him stood an opulent pavilion, with the words Tang boldly inscribed above the entrance. The entrance bustled with cultivators, predominantly disciples of the Qingyue sect. Without hesitation, Tang Tian stepped inside. The Qingyue sect's 2 ironclad laws. Betrayers of the sect shall be slain. Those who harm their peers without cause shall be executed. Chapter 2. The peculiar individuals. The interior of Tang was vast, adorned with an array of cultivation resources that dazzled the eye. Practitioners lingered, engaged in conversation, selecting their desired treasures. Tang Tian, however, did not tarry to admire the surroundings. He proceeded directly to the counter and approached an attendant who was momentarily unoccupied. He was about to initiate a conversation when an unexpected voice interrupted him. Tang Tian, startled, he turned to see a woman clad in a white robe. Her elegant features accentuated by 3 shimmering silver trims at the cuffs, signifying her status as an inner sect disciple. "Oh, I know you," Tang Tian inquired, a hint of confusion clouding his expression as he struggled to place her. The woman's brow furrowed slightly. "Tang Tian, although we have had our disagreements, there is no need to feign ignorance," she spoke coldly. Tang Tian frowned. She did not seem like a person of good character. He delved into his memories, soon recalling the woman's image. Her name was Linyu, his childhood companion, with whom he had entered the Qingyue sect. It was he who had forsaken his former life to accompany her. They had once believed that happiness would follow them wherever they went. Alas, reality proved merciless. While Tang Tian's talent for cultivation was stunted, unable to activate even a single ring, Linyu blossomed as a prodigy with a 5-ring aptitude. Shortly after their initiation, she ascended to the rank of an outer sect disciple, while he found himself relegated to the lowest tier of menial labor. Yet, their bond remained strong. Linyu cared not for his status, and he devoted all his resources to her, working multiple jobs to ensure her advancement. A year later, Linyu triumphed in her assessments, becoming a noble inner sect disciple, just as Tang Tian was elated to congratulate her. He received a heart-wrenching message. "Tian Gu, we are not from the same world. We are destined to be apart. Rather than endure mutual torment in the future, it is better to sever ties today. I am progressing. What about you?" Those words shattered the youth's heart. From that moment on, he became silent and timid, too fearful to resist the bullying he faced, ultimately leading to his demise. After recalling this painful memory, Tang Tian's gaze towards Lin Yu shifted dramatically. The first sword upon land must sever ties with those close to the heart. He mused. It was clear she was not of noble character. While he did not deeply empathize with the memories of his past life, his sentiments towards women like Lin Yu were decidedly negative. To be honest, it's been over a year since we last met. I simply didn't recognize you, he replied to Lin Yu. You pursue your own affairs, and I shall attend to mine. Let us leave it at that. He had no desire for any entanglements with her and was keen to conclude the transaction. Unfortunately, Lin Yu was not so easily deterred. Are you still angry with me? She asked. I admit, my words were harsh at the time, but can you not see the rationale behind what I said? Continuing our relationship would cause great harm to both of us, thus I had to act as I did. Tang Tian scoffed, utterly exasperated. If we disregard the facts, what is there to discuss? Don't overthink it. I have long forgotten those matters. Just mind your own business, will you? Engaging with such a woman proved to be the most futile of exercises. It was likely she would perceive herself as blameless even for the gravest of offenses. Lin Yu frowned slightly, taken aback by his response, which did not align with her expectations. At that moment, one of her female companions leaned in. Lin Yu, is this the one who pursued you back in the day? She inquired, surveying Tang Tian with undisguised disdain. How utterly ordinary and self-assured. What gives him the right to chase after you? Be cautious. Such men are often scheming and will find ways to insert themselves into your life. Perhaps today's chance encounter was premeditated. Her derision morphed into outright contempt, a palpable malice directed at Tang Tian. Lin Yu, however, merely sighed in response. Fang Fei, enough. I can comprehend this. Standing at the counter, Tang Tian was left speechless. It was a misfortune to encounter such peculiar individuals. He exhaled deeply and addressed the attendant at Jin Yutang. Hello, I wish to sell something. The attendant, having observed their interaction with amusement, asked with a bemused smile. What do you wish to sell? Tang Tian produced a Yang Yuan Dan from his possession. As soon as it was revealed, a mocking laugh erupted. My heavens, you intend to sell such worthless trash at Jin Yutang? How impoverished could you possibly be? Fang Fei cackled, relishing in the ridicule. Even Lin Yu returned to her previous demeanor, coolly stating, Tang Tian, if you need Lin Yu, do let me know. After all, we are acquainted. I won't refuse to assist you. Tang Tian rubbed his temples, exasperated. Can you not keep quiet? I have my own affairs to attend to. You have yours. Let us not interfere with one another, shall we? His annoyance was palpable. And Lin Yu grasped his sentiments even without understanding his words. She turned away, ignoring him. Fang Fei, however, continued to mock him. Tang Tian shook his head, bewildered as to what misdeeds in his past life had led him to encounter such individuals. The transaction continued. The attendant inspected the Yang Yuan Dan and remarked, the quality of this pill is quite poor. I can offer you at most one piece of low-grade Lin Yu. His demeanor hardened upon seeing the Yang Yuan Dan. Tang Tian, unfazed, simply wished to procure the Lin Yu quickly. That's acceptable. I'll sell it. Soon, he received a single piece of low-grade Lin Yu. Taking a breath, he called out to the attendant once more. I'll use this piece of Lin Yu to buy it back. The attendant froze, as did Fang Fei, astonished by Tang Tian's peculiar logic, selling only to buy back again. The attendant narrowed his eyes, his patience waning. Are you jesting with me? You could have purchased a full bottle but opted to buy half. Then the full bottle again. This is clearly an act of provocation. Yet, Tang Tian remained unperturbed. It's merely a transaction. If you're unwilling, I shall seek another. The attendant, despite his irritation, was aware that he was, after all, serving a customer. Reluctantly, he retrieved a bottle of Yang Yuan Dan. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and 4 pieces of low-grade Lin Yu were successfully deposited into Tang Tian's system space. Tang Tian extracted them all and placed them back on the counter. 2 bottles of Yang Yuan Dan Yu. The attendant exclaimed in frustration. Could you not purchase 3 bottles at once? Tang Tian shrugged. He would gladly buy 3 if the system allowed it, yet the rules dictated that he must possess sufficient Lin Yu to do so. Thus, he had no choice but to inconvenience the attendant with multiple trips. My apologies for the trouble, Tang Tian replied. The attendant, though displeased, retrieved 2 bottles of Yang Yuan Dan and completed the transaction, acquiring 8 low-grade spirit jade. Just as Tang Tian prepared to proceed with further trades, Fang Fei's voice cut through the air once more. I've got it. She exclaimed loudly. Your intention isn't merely to trade. You're attempting to capture our attention through these peculiar antics. Aren't you? How amusingly novel. But we are not fools. It's evident what you're up to. The more you act this way, the more we will come to despise you. With her arms crossed, Fang Fei presented herself as one who had seen through Tang Tian's motives. Tang Tian, rendered speechless, retorted, Can you please not take yourself so seriously? Do you genuinely believe the world revolves around you? I'm purchasing my items. What business is it of yours? Kindly refrain from judging others by your own inferior standards. He found it unbearable that some individuals assumed the world was merely a stage for their performance. It was perplexing how such a mindset could be formed. However, Fang Fei merely chuckled and replied, "Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. Just a mere servant disciple. How much spirit jade could you possibly have? I eagerly await the moment you slip up. At this juncture." Lin Yu glanced over, her expression mirroring Fang Fei's sentiments. Tang Tian, disinterested in their banter, placed the 8 pieces of spirit jade onto the counter, requesting 4 bottles of Yang Yuan Dan. The attendant rolled his eyes. Reluctantly retrieving the requested items, the transaction concluded, and Tang Tian now held 16 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. He continued to trade 16 bottles, 32 bottles. Before long, the counter before him was laden with Yang Yuan Dan. Numbering in the hundreds, the crowd observing grew larger, and the attendant's demeanor shifted from disdain to courtesy as the quantity of Yang Yuan Dan increased. When Tang Tian mentioned 500 bottles, any trace of his earlier indifference vanished. "Esteemed young sir, that's quite a large quantity. We're running low in the counter, and I must fetch more from the back," the attendant said with newfound politeness. Tang Tian nodded. Shortly, a sizable box of Yang Yuan Dan was placed upon the counter, and the transaction was completed. At last, the number of spirit jade in Tang Tian's possession surpassed 1,000. The system, displaying its user-friendly nature, automatically converted a sufficient amount of low-grade spirit jade into medium-grade spirit jade. 1 piece of medium-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 pieces of low-grade spirit jade. Now that he had amassed such wealth, Tang Tian refrained from purchasing additional Yang Yuan Dan, being the most basic of elixirs. Their utility was limited. Moreover, carrying an excessive quantity would be cumbersome. With his newfound wealth, he could now turn his attention to higher-quality treasures. Just as he decided to halt his purchases, Fang Fei began to jeer again. "Ha ha ha. Running out of money, are we?" she declared smugly. "I knew it. You were merely seeking our attention. Keep pretending. Why have you stopped now? Men are all the same, prone to puffing themselves up with false bravado." Tang Tian sighed, lacking the energy to engage with her point. One should never attempt to argue with those of low character, for they will only drag you down to their moral level and defeat you with their extensive experience. However, Tang Tian's silence did not prevent others from responding. Fang Fei's final remark ignited anger among the onlookers. "Hey, watch your words. Just because you encounter a few foolish individuals doesn't mean everyone else is the same. Don't hold yourself in such high regard." Others interjected. Yet, faced with the crowd's reproach, Fang Fei's pride only swelled. "What? Am I wrong? He is merely a filthy servant. And he has no idea how fortunate he is to possess a few hundred pieces of spirit jade. Purchasing a heap of Yang Yuan Dan in such a manner is nothing but a deliberate act," she scoffed. The crowd was incensed. "He buys what he wants. What business is it of yours? Why don't you just walk away? What of servant disciples? Who says they all lack spirit jade? Many from prominent families starred as servant disciples. This brother here certainly possesses that aura," seeing so many daring to contradict her opinion. Fang Fei exclaimed angrily, "What a joke. Which disciple from a great family isn't brimming with spirit jade? I dare wager with you all, let's not speak of 1,000,000. If he can produce 10,000 spirit jade today, I will kneel and apologize." Realizing Fang Fei was becoming too heated, Lin Yu quickly tried to pull her back, but to no avail. However, she did not believe Tang Tian could produce 10,000 spirit jade. She was well aware of his financial situation, and even a few hundred was astonishing to her. The debate continued to escalate, but Tang Tian had no desire to partake. After a moment of contemplation, he requested a list of goods from the attendant. The list was filled with a dazzling array of resources and treasures required by cultivators. After a brief glance, he selected the items he wished to purchase. A low-grade longsword was priced at 1,000 spirit jade. Once a luxury he could scarcely dream of, it was now within his reach. "I'll take this," Tang Tian stated. The attendant, taken aback, was astonished by the abrupt change in Tang Tian's purchasing behavior. Having just bought the most basic Yang Yuan Dan, how curious, he thought. Soon, the longsword was placed on the counter. When Tang Tian produced 10 medium-grade spirit jade in one go, laughter erupted from the crowd. "Hey, weren't you just saying he was out of money? Get ready to kneel. This brother is anything but ordinary." Fang Fei pursed her lips. 1,000 spirit jade was equivalent to her 2 months' salary. Could it be that this filthy servant truly possessed 10,000 spirit jade? A flicker of panic crossed her mind, but she was determined not to show weakness. It's just a mere 1,000. Just wait and see. Chapter 4. Impulsive punishment. Within a wooden sword box lay a beautifully crafted longsword, resting quietly. "You may give it a try and test it out," the attendant offered with a beaming smile. His demeanor a stark contrast to before. Yet, Tang Tian had no intention of testing the sword. Instead, he turned his attention back to the list of goods. He examined the section for elixirs. High-grade chi cultivation pills. 100 spirit jade per bottle. High-grade body refining pills. 100 spirit jade per bottle. High-grade chi refining pills. 200 spirit jade per bottle. High-grade foundation establishment pills, 1000 spirit jade per bottle. These were the essential elixirs for those in the chi cultivation stage. The cultivation world is one that reveres strength above all. Although he possessed 2 systems and would eventually acquire limitless spirit jade and extraordinary talents, these would not directly translate into combat prowess. Tang Tian needed to prepare for his future cultivation. I'll take 20 bottles of high-grade chi cultivation pills, he declared. Certainly, replied the attendant with enthusiasm, quickly retrieving the elixirs and placing them before Tang Tian. The transaction was completed smoothly, and the spirit jade in the system reached 4,000. Next, 40 bottles of high-grade body refining pills, Tang Tian continued, unfazed as he spent 4,000 spirit jade, showing no sign of regret. Fang Fei's anxiety grew. Could it be that this man truly possessed 10,000 spirit jade? The stakes among cultivators were not to be taken lightly, and should she lose, she would be compelled to kneel and apologize to Tang Tian. How could she ever accept that? Clenching her fists, Fang Fei fervently hoped that Tang Tian's purse was empty. However, reality did not align with her wishes. Next, 40 bottles of high-grade chi cultivation pills and 20 bottles of high-grade chi refining pills. Tang Tian stated calmly, "Very well." The attendant hurried to the back room. The counter only displayed a few bottles for show, while the more precious elixirs were stored away. Moments later, the high-grade chi refining pills were in hand, and the transaction was finalized. "Ha, brother, you're impressive." Witnessing Tang Tian produce 80 medium-grade spirit jade at once, the crowd erupted in laughter, turning their attention towards Fang Fei. "Are you stunned? He is genuinely wealthy. 8,000 spirit jade, coupled with the previous amount, is enough to exceed 10,000. Time to fulfill your wager," urged several inner disciples, pressing Fang Fei further. Her face drained of color as she took a step back, seeking an escape route, only to find herself blocked. "How can you do this? I'm merely a weak woman," protested one of the inner disciples who stepped forward, sneering. "You were quite the fierce contender with your words earlier. What, now that it's time to face the consequences, you revert to being a weak woman? That's not how things work in the cultivation world. Fulfill your wager." The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes fixed on her. Fang Fei, realizing the gravity of her situation, paled further. She had never anticipated that a mere servant like Tang Tian could possess such wealth, rivaling even an inner disciple. However, how could a mere servant possess a savings of 10,000 spirit gems? Though withdrawn in installments, the total amount still amounted to 10,000. Installments? Yes, it was indeed in installments. "I have not lost yet," Fang Fei suddenly exclaimed. "What I said earlier was that he must withdraw 10,000 spirit gems at once for me to concede defeat, and he is withdrawing them in installments. Therefore, I have not lost." She clung to her argument as if it were a lifeline, shouting loudly. The crowd exchanged glances, questioning if that was indeed the case. It seemed incorrect. The stipulation had been that he needed to be able to withdraw the amount. Right? However, if Fang Fei insisted on her point, they could not press her further. Otherwise, it would truly be seen as bullying. Moments later, the crowd turned their gaze back to Tang Tian, as if inquiring, "Brother, shall we continue?" Tang Tian wore a faint smile. Given the atmosphere had escalated to this point, it would be illogical not to proceed. After purchasing the chi refining pills, his savings had increased to 16,000. Merely a trifling sum. Yet, just as he was about to continue, Linyu approached him. "Tang Tian, let it go," Linyu said softly. "She was merely a bit impulsive. There is no need for her to bear such a burden. For my sake, please do not continue. We can still be friends." Tang Tian turned to look at Linyu, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Firstly, impulsiveness is no excuse for wrongdoing. If one allows their impulses to dictate their actions, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Secondly, you hold no leverage here. Lastly, I have no interest in being friends with you. That is all. After speaking, Tang Tian ignored Linyu completely and took out a piece of high-grade spirit gem, stating indifferently, 10 bottles of high-grade foundation establishment pills. Splendid. This action immediately sparked cheers from the crowd. Ha. Are you dumbfounded now? Let us see what excuse you have this time. Fulfill the wager. Or do not blame us for being unkind. Such matters would surely not draw any reprimands from the law enforcement hall. The pressure mounted once more upon Fang Fei. She slumped to the ground, utterly devoid of any excuses this time. Regret and indignation streamed down her face. But in the world of cultivation, tears are the least valuable currency, only suitable for swaying the naive newcomers. The crowd present was not swayed by her display. Ultimately, under the collective scrutiny, Fang Fei knelt beside Tang Tian, bowing her head, and in a barely audible voice, uttered, "I'm sorry, I should not have said that about you." Tang Tian shook his head. "False accusations cannot harm me. The apology you owe is to everyone present, not to me." Fang Fei did not respond. She seemed resigned to her fate, shifting her body to kneel before others, apologizing with her head bowed. "I'm sorry." After uttering those words, she sprang to her feet, forcefully pushing her way through the crowd, swiftly exiting the golden jade hall. unimpeded by Lin Yu's attempts to stop her, observing the still serene Tang Tian. Lin Yu's expression became exceedingly complex as she remarked, I underestimated you. But remember, spirit gems do not equate to everything. Only strength holds true value. Without sufficient cultivation talent, you shall forever remain at the bottom. Meanwhile, I shall soon participate in the selection for core disciples. That is the disparity. My choices will never be mistaken. Tang Tian shrugged. You were quite right. But do you not think it would be more prudent to check on your friend now? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Each of Tang Tian's reactions today had far exceeded her expectations, as if he were an entirely different person. Take care of yourself? Ultimately, that was all she could say before turning to leave. Once she departed, the atmosphere returned to normal. Haha, brother, well done. I've long found certain individuals intolerable, as if everyone must indulge them. Today has certainly been cathartic. However, such sentiments were merely from a few. Most remained ordinary individuals. Indeed, they simply danced too exuberantly, which was off-putting. The crowd engaged in idle chatter before returning to their respective tasks. For true cultivators, this was nothing more than a trivial episode in life. However, Tang Tian keenly sensed some ill-intentioned gazes directed towards him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy to ensure his safe return home. Chapter 5. The fear of buying. After a while, 10 bottles of high-grade foundation establishment pills were laid before Tang Tian. These were essential auxiliary pills for ordinary cultivators aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Unless one possessed a talent of 6 rings or above, they would need to rely on such pills to advance their realm. Tang Tian did not harbor any strong obsession regarding the method of his breakthrough. His primary motive for purchasing foundation establishment pills was simply to indulge in consumption and accumulate consumption points. After his purchases, he had successfully acquired 2 consumption points. Yet, he naturally did not intend to stop there. Dear customer, would you like to continue? The attendant beamed, as Tang Tian's current expenditure had rendered him a valued customer. Much to the attendant's delight, for larger transactions meant greater commissions. Noticing the attendant's eager expression, Tang Tian smiled and replied, Of course, I shall continue. My objectives have yet to be fulfilled. However, the upcoming transactions will likely involve larger sums. So be prepared. The attendant's smile widened. Absolutely no problem. If you have any concerns, I can fetch our manager. He possesses far greater authority than I. Introducing a major client also came with its own commission. Tang Tian pondered briefly before nodding. That would be appreciated. The attendant quickly retreated into the back room. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe entered alongside the attendant. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The middle-aged man greeted Tang Tian with a smile, not assuming a superior demeanor despite the disparity in strength and age. I am Qin Hai, the manager of the Golden Jade Hall. I heard from Xiao Yin that some unpleasant events transpired here earlier. I apologize on behalf of the Golden Jade Hall for any mismanagement. Qin Hai said courteously. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. That has nothing to do with you. Let us discuss the transaction. Qin Hai nodded with a smile. Fellow cultivator is quite straightforward. Subsequently, he invited, Shall we discuss this in the back room? I can prepare some tea. It is quieter there. Tang Tian considered for a moment before agreeing. Shortly after, they arrived at a private room in the back hall of the Golden Jade Hall, where Qin Hai served freshly brewed tea, the steam rising and aroma wafting. Please try this. It is our specially made Lingxin tea. Tang Tian nodded, picking up the cup but making no move to drink. Qin Hai chuckled. I heard from Xiao Yin that your shopping approach is rather unique. Tang Tian set down the cup. That is merely my personal habit. Let us get to the main topic. With that, he resumed examining the product list. The Golden Jade Hall was a comprehensive trading company, covering nearly all aspects of the cultivation world, offering a vast array of items, pills, spiritual tools, techniques, talismans, rare treasures, and so forth. However, the quality of all items was relatively low. The pills were categorized from 1 to 9 levels, with each level further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. The most valuable item here was a bottle of 3rd-grade superior spirit-nourishing pills. Priced at 100,000 spirit gems, the spiritual tools and techniques were ranked as heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and ordinary, also divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. The most precious spiritual tool was an extraordinary ordinary-grade heart shield mirror, possessing commendable defensive capabilities, priced at 120,000 spirit gems. The most valuable technique was an extraordinary ordinary-grade sword technique, costing 150,000 spirit gems. As for other rare treasures, they were similarly priced. Are there no higher-grade items? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai paused momentarily before responding. There are, but they are in limited supply, and I would need to seek approval first. After all, this branch primarily serves the majority of ordinary cultivators. Would you like me to consult our hall master? Tang Tian contemplated briefly, shaking his head. Let us not bother. Let us proceed. as is that a newcomer. It's best not to attract unnecessary attention from above. The items I desire are quite diverse in nature and quantity. It may require you to make several trips. Additionally, I prefer to conduct transactions one by one. I hope you can understand, Tang Tian stated. So he could prepare himself mentally. Qin Hai was unbothered, smiling. Everything will proceed according to your preferences. Thus, a grand transaction commenced. High-grade bone-strengthening pills, 500 per bottle. I'll take 40 bottles. Second-grade explosive talismans. Only 200 each. Let me have 200 for fun. Third-grade purple grass fruit, 11,000 each. I'll take 8 to try them out. This flying sword is nice. At 50,000 for an ordinary grade superior item. I'll take it. In no time. Tang Tian's savings exceeded 100,000 now. He could finally engage in bulk transactions, and his gaze turned towards the most precious treasures. The spirit-nourishing pills at 100,000 could enrich the soul and enhance spiritual power. He bought 5 bottles in total. The Heart Shield Mirror at 120,000 and the Blade Windsword Technique at 150,000 were both acquired in one go. As the transactions continued, Qin Hai, who had initially remained calm, began to feel restless. Who was this wealthy young master? He had witnessed extravagance before, but never to this extent. Others at least purchased items they liked or found useful. This individual seemed to buy everything in sight without regard for functionality or personal benefit, as if he were driven solely by aesthetics. Was his wealth conjured from thin air? Watching Tang Tian growing increasingly absorbed in his spending. With items overflowing on the table, Qin Hai hurriedly interjected, "Young master, perhaps this is enough for now. What? Are we not conducting business anymore?" Tang Tian replied, puzzled. Qin Hai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Of course not. I'm merely a steward with limited authority over expenditures. Once it exceeds 10 million, I must report to the home master. Moreover, the stock on the inventory list is dwindling. Tang Tian was taken aback. Was it the spender who feared, rather than the one making a profit? This made no sense. He glanced at his system, noting that his spirit jade had surpassed 10 million, with consumption points exceeding 900. Looking back at the inventory, he realized he had purchased all the precious items, and the remaining stock wouldn't amount to more than $1 million. Well, it was only a branch store catering to ordinary cultivators. One couldn't expect too much. Since this was his first time shopping, perhaps it was wise to keep it modest. All right then, I shall purchase these for now, Tang Tian decided. However, as he surveyed the heap of cultivation resources he had acquired, a wave of anxiety washed over him. In his eagerness to spend, he had completely overlooked the fact that he couldn't possibly carry all these items back with him. After a moment's thought, he turned to Qin Hai. Do you have any treasures for storage? Ultimately, Tang Tian purchased a small shumi ring from Qin Hai for 300,000 spirit jade. Although its size was modest, it could certainly accommodate all his belongings. To his surprise, the private transaction between him and Qin Hai was acknowledged by both systems. His wallet increased by 300,000, and he also gained 30 consumption points. Is private trading permitted? Tang Tian wondered, glancing at a teacup worth around 10 spirit jade, and promptly offered $1 million. However, the system quickly issued a warning that this expenditure fell outside the normal range. Thus no consumption points would be awarded, nor could he trigger a consumption refund. It seemed he could no longer exploit the system's loopholes. Spending had to adhere to standard limits. After concluding all transactions, Qin Hai was beaming with joy, serving cup after cup of fragrant tea to Tang Tian, practically feeding him. A transaction nearing 10 million would undoubtedly yield him a handsome profit. To be honest, I didn't find today's spending very satisfying, Tang Tian remarked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Your store is rather small, with hardly anything worth my attention. I'm rather disappointed. Qin Hai was taken aback but quickly recovered, saying, "Young Master Tang, you must understand that the Qingwei sect was established not long ago, and our branch, Jinyutang, was only opened a little over a decade ago. Those formidable cultivators with profound skills have their own trading channels and look down upon us. Thus, we can only cater to the most ordinary of cultivators, offering rather mundane items." Tang Tian nodded, a playful glint in his eye as he looked at Qin Hai. What you're suggesting is that if I wish to procure higher-grade treasures, I must seek out alternative trading channels. He emphasized the word alternative. Qin Hai, being astute, immediately grasped Tang Tian's implication and quickly responded with flattery. Finding an alternative is certainly possible. However, if young Master Tang does not mind, I would be more than willing to become your exclusive trading channel. Tang Tian smirked. Can you really procure quality goods? Qin Hai replied. Previously, it was quite challenging. However, thanks to your generous spending today, I have gained more influence within Jinyutang. Once you express your desires, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Tang Tian smiled faintly. His earlier comments had indeed been intended to establish this arrangement. As his wealth and spirit jade grew, so too would his desire to spend, necessitating a reliable channel for his purchases. Being new in this place and knowing no one, where else could he find such a trading avenue? Qin Hai seemed rather capable, and their relationship was one of mutual benefit. Thus, significant issues were unlikely to arise in the short term. At the very least, it would satisfy his immediate needs. Let us give it a try. Tang Tian stated. I have no particular preferences. Anything will do. But one thing is certain, the more expensive, the better. Additionally, I would prefer to keep my identity under wraps. I trust you understand what I mean. Qin Hai nodded eagerly, aware that concealing one's identity was commonplace in the cultivation world, and he knew how to proceed. Internally thrilled, he couldn't help but speculate about the true nature of this young master. What sort of background did he possess? Only purchasing the most expensive items, he was an archetype of a legendary figure he had never expected to encounter in reality. Just how wealthy was he? Qin Hai pondered, unable to fathom the magnitude of Tang Tian's fortune. Nonetheless, he remained elated. If he could align himself with Tang Tian, his position within Jinyutang would surely soar, with a verbal agreement reached. They exchanged communication jade talismans. Once Qin Hai procured the goods, they would arrange a meeting. It was always wise to be cautious. After a few more idle exchanges, Tang Tian indicated his intention to leave. With over 900 consumption points, he had sufficient to redeem some commendable items. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Earlier, after spending over 20,000 spirit jade in the front hall, he had distinctly felt several malicious gazes directed at him. This was the cultivation world, where robbery and murder were commonplace. Tang Tian was not particularly concerned about his resources being stolen. Rather, he feared the possibility of being set up to meet a grim fate. After contemplating, he asked Qin Hai, "Do you know where I might find individuals similar to bodyguards, but more reliable? You must understand that as a qi refinement stage cultivator, walking around with a substantial sum of money makes me a prime target for those with malicious intent." Qin Hai paused, slightly taken aback. "But you have support behind you." He did not believe that a young master like Tang Tian, who spent lavishly, would lack guardians or mentors hidden in the background. Thus, he instinctively posed the question. However, Tang Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he adopted a serious expression, fixing his gaze on Qin Hai. It was not until Qin Hai began to sweat profusely that Tang Tian finally said, "You should know which questions are appropriate to ask and which are not." Qin Hai quickly responded, "I apologize for my impudence. Please do not hold it against me." He understood better than anyone that in the cultivation world, certain inquiries could lead to dire consequences. Seeing that Tang Tian did not genuinely bear any resentment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Qin Hai, Tang Tian was also slightly relieved. Fortunately, he had managed to intimidate him. Finding reliable guardians was not an easy task. However, "I can arrange for someone to escort you safely back to your residence. This is a customary practice at Jinyutang," Qin Hai offered. Tang Tian frowned slightly. "Just back to my residence? Safety isn't guaranteed within the Qingwei sect either. Can we not hire someone? Price is not an issue." Qin Hai chuckled softly. "As a disciple of the Qingwei sect, we cannot freely assign guardians to you. However, given your financial capacity, you can resolve this issue on your own." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Qin Hai explained. "Are you not aware? Within the Qingwei sect, there exists a special status known as honorary disciple. Obtainable through the expenditure of spirit jade. A junior honorary disciple holds the same status as an outer sect disciple and can hire outer sect disciples as attendants for just 500,000 spirit jade. A middle honorary disciple is equivalent to an inner sect disciple, allowing the hiring of inner sect disciples as attendants for 500,000 spirit jade. A senior honorary disciple is akin to a core disciple, permitting the hiring of core disciples and below as attendants for 5 million spirit jade. Furthermore, all honorary disciples are protected by the sect. The higher the rank, the greater the protective power. The regulations within the Qingwei sect are quite strict. And even if you display wealth within the sect, no one would dare covet it, lest they face dire consequences. Therefore, if you can attain the status of a senior honorary disciple, as long as you remain within the sect, you would have little to worry about in terms of safety." Tang Tian listened, astonished. Was this not akin to buying a title? Such rules existed, with clear pricing. Did they not fear infiltration by other forces? He found it perplexing how the Qingwei sect operated, perhaps due to reasons unknown to him. Nonetheless, Qin Hai's words resonated. With his current financial resources, he could indeed secure his safety, until he amassed sufficient strength. He could simply remain within the Qingwei sect. This arrangement suited him perfectly. Tang Tian smiled. "That sounds promising." After resolving the safety issue, the two discussed various other matters, including scheduling their next transaction for half a month later. At that time, Qin Hai would bring some precious treasures of yellow grade or above, serving as a litmus test for opening long-term trading channels. Tang Tian was not in a hurry, prioritizing stability above all else. After their discussion, he departed from Jinyutang with a plethora of ordinary resources. Just as he stepped through the door, he sensed several pairs of unfriendly eyes upon him. However, when two middle-aged men clad in gray robes appeared behind him, all gazes swiftly retreated. These were Yuanian cultivators, dispatched by Qin Hai specifically to escort Tang Tian home. Jinyu Tang was located at the foot of Qingwei Mountain, and it was long before Tang Tian arrived home safely, allowing him to exhale with relief. Upon returning to Qingwei sect, he did not hasten to his small stone house but instead ascended towards a magnificent building, the Merit Hall. This hall was one of the most active places within the sect, where various sect missions and events were disseminated. The esteemed disciples mentioned by Qin Hai were also acquired here. After bidding farewell to the two Yuanian cultivators, Tang Tian stepped into the Merit Hall. The moment he entered, he was taken aback. The interior space was even more expansive than it appeared from the outside, likely enhanced by spatial formations. The ceiling soared high, adorned with resplendent constellations, resembling a vast open plaza. Within the hall, other structures corresponded to the various affairs of the sect. Numerous disciples of Qingwei sect traversed the space, and their numbers easily surpassed tens of thousands. Though newly established, Qingwei sect was no small sect. Both the sect leader and the elders possessed strength beyond the tribulation stage, making them exceptionally formidable. Moreover, according to Qin Hai, there seemed to be even more powerful beings above the sect, with such a large sect boasting over 1 million disciples and an influence spanning countless miles. It was an existence beyond Tang Tian's imagination. After calming his emotions, Tang Tian began searching for his destination for the day. Eventually, he located a lavishly adorned pavilion situated somewhat centrally, the Hall of Honor. Upon entering, he was greeted by a starkly different ambience from outside. Golden light radiated from the decorations and furnishings, exuding an air of opulence, which could also be deemed rather gaudy. Tang Tian, being an ordinary person, found himself drawn to this ostentation. The hall featured 10 elegant chambers, each managed by sect elders responsible for matters concerning esteemed disciples. Several chambers were already occupied when he glanced around, and he ultimately chose a seemingly amiable elder to approach. Disciple Tang Tian pays respects to the elder, he said respectfully, performing a courteous bow. The elder, known as Zhongyang, lifted his gaze upon hearing the voice. A mere errand boy? He raised an eyebrow, retrieving a luminous jade stone to inspect it, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. You've been in the sect for over 2 years now. What brings you to the Hall of Honor today? Tang Tian caught a glimpse of the jade stone in the elder's hand, wondering if it contained some kind of informational record. He quickly averted his gaze and replied respectfully. Reporting to Elder Zhang, I seek to obtain a position as an esteemed disciple today. Zhang Yang's surprise returned briefly as he remarked, the price of an esteemed disciple is not insignificant. Have you come into wealth recently? Tang Tian did not respond to this inquiry. Noticing his silence, Zhang Yang chuckled, there is no need to be on guard. I was merely asking casually. Everyone has their own opportunities, and the sect does not delve into personal matters. Just follow the rules. Please, take a seat. A soft chair materialized beside Tang Tian. He clasped his hands in gratitude before sitting down. What type of esteemed disciple do you wish to become? Zhang Yang inquired. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Disciple is not very familiar with the rights, duties, or considerations of esteemed disciples. Could you kindly enlighten me, Elder Zhang? Zhang Yang nodded. Very well. Let me explain. There are 3 levels of esteemed disciples: junior, intermediate, and senior, each differing in price and rights. A junior esteemed disciple enjoys rights and status equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple, wherever outer sect disciples may go. You may follow, and vice versa. The cost is 50,000 spirit jade, with a monthly fee of 1,000 spirit jade, failure to pay which results in the loss of esteemed status. Additionally, you may hire outer sect disciples as guards, but they must adhere to the guard protocols. Any transgressions may lead to the revocation of your status. The hiring cost ranges from 100 to 1,000 spirit jade, depending on their strength and abilities. The intermediate esteemed disciple offers the same rights and status, priced at 500,000 spirit jade, with a monthly fee of 10,000, allowing the hiring of inner sect disciples and below, with hiring fees ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. The senior esteemed disciple mirrors this arrangement, priced at 5 million spirit jade, with a monthly fee of 100,000, allowing the hiring of core disciples and below, with hiring fees ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. As for considerations, they align with the regulations of ordinary disciples. I will provide you with a manual on esteemed disciples to review. Tang Tian nodded, quietly absorbing this information. The general situation matched what Qin Hai had relayed, though he had not anticipated the additional monthly expenditure for maintaining his status. Wasn't this akin to a VIP membership? He found it quite appealing, very user-friendly. As long as issues could be resolved with spirit jade, they posed no problem for him. If he could successfully trigger a refund, it would be even less of a concern. The option to hire other disciples also delighted him. Outer sect disciples were at least at the 3rd level of Qi training, while intersect disciples were foundation-stage cultivators who had passed the intersect assessments. Core disciples were those under 20 years old at the golden core stage or above. Having a golden core guard would suffice to handle those bothersome trifles. Have you made your decision? Zhongyang inquired. Tang Tian sighed and replied, Elder, I wish to purchase a senior esteemed disciple position. His response elicited an expression of astonishment from Zhongyang. Are you certain? That costs 5 million, Tang Tian affirmed with a nod. Zhongyang scrutinized him for a moment before laughing. It seems one should never underestimate anyone. Very well. Please provide the payment, and I shall process this for you. 5 million will suffice. The first month is complimentary. So there is no need for an additional fee. Tang Tian promptly stepped forward, producing 5 pieces of top-tier spirit jade and placing them before Zhongyang. After examining them, Zhongyang accepted the spirit jade. Retrieving the glowing jade stone once more and, after a few operations, handed Tang Tian a box. All done, Zhongyang declared. From this moment onward, you are a senior esteemed disciple of Qingwei sect. Inside this box are the garments of an esteemed disciple, along with some regulations for your review. Remember to submit the renewal fees punctually each month. Tang Tian expressed his gratitude and accepted the box. Simultaneously, 2 system notification sounds resonated in his mind, indicating that such a method of expenditure was recognized by the system. Elder Zhong, I may be rather busy on a daily basis. May I prepay the renewal fees? Tang Tian inquired. Zhongyang smiled slightly. Of course, how long in advance do you wish to pay? Tang Tian silently extended a finger. 10,000 years. What? Zhongyang's eyes widened, nearly spilling his tea. 10,000 years, paid in installments, Tang Tian stated earnestly. Zhongyang continued to stare at him in disbelief, utterly baffled. He could understand a year, 10 years, or even 100 years, but 10,000 years was incomprehensible. Can you even live that long? If so, would you still care about the status of a core disciple? This isn't something that can be inherited. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered, Young man, are you sure your mental state is sound? I know you must have come into some unexpected fortune recently, but wealthy individuals don't squander their money like this. Tang Tian felt embarrassed. He merely wished to accumulate some more consumption points. Before he could clarify, Zhongyang waved his hand, interrupting him. Don't think about it. 10,000 years is impossible. The maximum renewal period for esteemed disciples is 10 years, as per the rules of Qingwei sect. Tang Tian was taken aback. It seemed he couldn't devour such a large morsel in one bite. He had acted rashly. Apologizing, he said. Then I shall opt for a 10-year renewal. He then retrieved 12 pieces of top-tier spirit jade and placed them on the table. Zhongyang shook his head, took the spirit jade, and began operating the glowing jade stone again. Once completed, the system notification echoed in Tang Tian's mind, affirming this as a legitimate transaction recognized by the system. After finalizing the procedures, Tang Tian spoke again. Elder Zhang, I would like to hire a few guards. Zhongyang rolled his eyes. Could you not present all your requests at once? Tang Tian chuckled awkwardly. He was primarily concerned that such expenditures might not be acknowledged by the system, preventing him from triggering a refund. What level of disciples do you wish to hire, and how many? Zhongyang asked. After pondering for a while, Tang Tian decided, certainly, I want the highest caliber core disciples, as powerful as possible. As for the quantity, I think I'll start by hiring just one for now. After all, the hearts of men are inscrutable. The greater the number of people, the more likely problems will arise. I wish to employ a core disciple with a monthly remuneration of 100,000. Just one will suffice, Tang Tian said. Zhongyang nodded and replied, the minimum employment period is 1 month, and the maximum is 1 year. We will select a willing core disciple for you, whose strength is at the golden core stage, but not below the late golden core phase. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that the selection would not be his choice but rather appointed by the sect, likely to prevent deliberate collusion. However, this meant he might not secure a satisfactory attendant. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian produced a piece of top-grade spirit jade along with 20 pieces of superior spirit jade. I will employ for 1 year. Then, he retrieved an exquisitely crafted box and placed it before Zhongyang. The disciple is new and inexperienced in many matters. I am deeply grateful for Elder Zheng's patient guidance. This is a small local specialty. I hope the elder will not find it unworthy. Tang Tian smiled as he spoke. Zhongyang raised an eyebrow and opened the box slightly. Inside was filled with an ordinary spirit fruit, pleasant in taste but lacking in cultivation benefits. However, in the corner beneath the spirit fruits lay a piece of top-grade spirit jade. Emanating a faint glow, Zhongyang's face lit up with a smile as he closed the lid, remarking, young people like you, so astute, are indeed rare. Should you have any requests, feel free to express them. Tang Tian smiled in response, saying, I have no particular demands. It's just that the disciple's strength is rather weak, so I am concerned whether the attendant will heed my instructions. After all, they are all exceptional talents. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Such occurrences have indeed transpired before. Rest assured, I will evaluate the candidates thoroughly on your behalf when selecting. Is there anything else you require? Tang Tian clasped his hands in appreciation. No. Thank you for your efforts, Elder. Zhang Yang smiled gently and collected everything from the table. Seeing this, Tang Tian felt relieved. He had been worried that Zhang Yang might be overly principled and discard the box in his face. Notably, the top-grade spirit stone gifted to Zhang Yang surprisingly triggered the consumption system, being recognized as a legitimate expense. How intriguing. With all matters resolved, the two discussed other topics before Tang Tian chose to take his leave. The attendant would arrive the following day, at which point he would relocate to the upper district of Qingwei sect, a privilege reserved for distinguished honor disciples. Upon exiting the meritorious hall, the sky had darkened slightly, prompting Tang Tian to return to his humble stone dwelling. Once seated within his simple abode, he began to review all the gains from the day. Low-grade elixirs, spiritual herbs, spirit fruits, magical artifacts, talismans, and more had nearly filled his storage ring. Additionally, he had acquired many valuable items, such as foundation establishment pills, spirit nourishing pills, the diamond heart mirror, and the gale sword technique. Collectively, these possessions rendered him akin to a wealthy young heir. Furthermore, within his two systems, he was no longer devoid of resources to in the non-decreasing system. He had amassed nearly 30 million spirit jade. A staggering sum. It was hard to fathom that just hours earlier, he had been a penniless wretch without even a single coin to his name. The advantages of having a system are truly remarkable. Moreover, within the infinite consumption system, he had accumulated over 2,700 consumption points, finally ready for redemption. What should he exchange for? Tang Tian cast his gaze upon the redemption list. Given his current assets, he could only redeem in the areas of talent, physique, and comprehension. After careful consideration, he opted for the most crucial aspect for cultivators, talent. 4 talent, 1,000 consumption points. Upon completion of the exchange, an enigmatic aura radiated from Tang Tian, filling him with an exquisite sensation that enveloped him from head to toe, swiftly spreading throughout his being. Yet, this sensation soon faded into nothingness. Has it worked? Tang Tian examined his hands, noticing no apparent changes. Let us give it a try. He sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a meditative state. The Qi guiding technique is a universally acknowledged cultivation method in the realm of cultivation. Its principle is remarkably effective, utilizing the resonance between oneself and the heavens to draw the ethereal spirit energy from the surroundings into the body, thereby enhancing one's own strength. The effectiveness of this technique closely relates to the cultivator's talent. Physique, the concentration of external spirit energy in the environment. When Tang Tian practiced previously, a faint white spiritual halo would appear around his body, known as the talent ring, which could accelerate cultivation speed. However, his talent ring was unstable and did not meet the standard of a one-ring talent, resulting in poor efficacy. At this moment, as he activated the Qi guiding technique, four bright talent rings suddenly emerged around him. The appearance of the talent rings immediately resonated strongly with the spirit energy in the atmosphere. Subsequently, a torrent of rich spirit energy surged into Tang Tian's body, swiftly integrating into his limbs and bones. How invigorating! Tang Tian could not help but exhale in delight. The quantity and quality of this spirit energy surpassed anything he had encountered before, by at least tenfold. No wonder Linyu, with her 5-ring talent, had left him far behind in such a short time. 2 years had passed, and she was preparing for the core disciple selection, while Tang Tian remained merely an outer disciple at the second layer of Qi refinement. But now, everything had changed. As long as Tang Tian continued to consume resources, achieving 5, 6, or even 9 rings was no longer a distant dream. Surpassing others was merely a matter of time. Lost in thought, a powerful surge erupted from his Tang Tian, breaking through the limitations of the second layer of Qi refinement. He had finally ascended to the third layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 9. Mastery of the Sword Technique. The 4 bright talent rings gradually dimmed as Tang Tian completed his first cultivation session since his transmigration, after exchanging for the 4-ring talent. A single session of cultivation enabled him to break through the stagnation that had held him at the second layer of Qi refinement for a year. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation is an arduous task. Fortunately, Tang Tian had the system at his disposal, feeling the surge in strength from the third layer of Qi refinement. Tang Tian again turned his attention to the consumption system. Physique is also an essential factor for cultivators. If talent represents the future, then physique signifies current combat prowess. The better one's physique, the stronger they are among cultivators of the same level. Different physiques often exhibit clear advantages in various aspects. Some are as light as a swallow, others possess immense strength, while some are blessed with a natural affinity for nature. This is an innate gift. Tang Tian, however, was merely an ordinary physique, lacking any remarkable traits, but now. 4-ring physique, 1,000 consumption points. I hope it proves as potent as the 4-ring talent. He chose to exchange directly. Soon. The system's voice chimed. Exchange successful. The system will randomly select a type of 4-ring physique. Selection complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the bloodline of the mighty ape. As the announcement concluded, an indescribable heat coursed through Tang Tian's body. He felt as if he were being scorched by flames, his entire being ablaze. His heart raced wildly, emitting a deep thud with each beat. With every heartbeat, torrents of blood surged forth, flooding his limbs and bones. Moments later, all of Tang Tian's blood vessels had widened, his muscles enhanced, and a powerful strength coursed beneath his skin, filling him with boundless energy. Even his skin seemed to have grown tougher, exuding a faint luster. Experiencing this sudden surge of power, Tang Tian swung his fist and was surprised to hear the sound of air being split. Quite remarkable. A smile crept onto Tang Tian's face. The bloodline of the mighty ape had elevated his physical prowess to a new level, dispelling any lingering feelings of weakness. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the effects of the bloodline would become increasingly pronounced, ultimately reaching its zenith. What level of beast is the mighty ape? Tang Tian could not recall any relevant information from his memory but quickly dismissed the thought. The 4-ring physique was merely a preliminary transition. In the future, he would acquire even more extraordinary physiques. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. Tang Tian sighed with relief, then turned his gaze back to the system. With over 700 consumption points remaining, there was no need to redeem talent or physique. The only aspect left for redemption was comprehension point 1 ordinary epiphany, 100 consumption points. Ordinary epiphany allows the realm of a mortal level technique to elevate by 1 stage. After some contemplation, Tang Tian took out a technique jade, which contained the exceptional mortal level sword technique, gale sword technique. Techniques are immensely important for cultivators, akin to hands wielding weapons. The higher the realm of a technique, the greater its potential power. Generally, every technique has 5 stages: introduction, proficiency, mastery, minor perfection, and perfection. Let us give it a try. Tang Tian selected an ordinary epiphany in an instant. A wave of clarity washed over his mind. He felt as though everything in time became lucid, as if he could instantly perceive the essence of things and see through their fundamental nature. Tang Tian hurriedly grasped the technique jade. Immersing his spirit into it, a hazy white world unfolded before him. In this realm, a young man clad in white danced gracefully with a long sword in the wind. Each of his strikes was so natural, akin to willow leaves swaying in the breeze, a sight to behold. Simultaneously, every stroke was deeply imprinted in Tang Tian's spirit, comprehended entirely by him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the white world vanished, and Tang Tian's consciousness returned to his modest stone dwelling. Opening his eyes, Tang Tian suddenly sprang to his feet, deftly retrieving a spirit sword from his storage ring and beginning to dance with it within the stone chamber. If anyone were to witness this, they would be astonished to discover that Tang Tian's swordplay mirrored that of the previously encountered young man in white, flawless and precise. Upon concluding a complete sword maneuver, Tang Tian sheathed his sword and stood still, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that he had achieved a foundational level in the wind-cleaving sword technique. Once more, he exchanged for a moment of ordinary enlightenment, allowing his spirit to delve into the jade of the martial arts. The same ethereal realm in the young man in white materialized again. However, this time, his movements transformed, no longer ethereal, yet imbued with a fierce intensity. The lethal strikes he executed dazzled the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. After a brief moment, the realm faded once more. With a smile, Tang Tian declared, again. Soon, he beheld the young man once more. The youth's swordplay had grown ever more formidable, accompanied by waves of sword energy that cleaved through the air, forming an impenetrable vortex of blades around him, instilling a chilling sensation in those who beheld it. Mastery level, he mused. Again, the moment of enlightenment resumed. This time, the young man's sword had vanished, and he appeared considerably subdued, shedding the fierce aura he once possessed. Yet, when a majestic eagle soared overhead, he merely brought his fingers together and waved gently. To the eagle, a feather fell from its wings and tail, unnoticed by the creature itself. The young man smiled as he extended his palm, watching the feather descend into his hand. Minor accomplishment, returning to simplicity. Tang Tian closed his eyes, seemingly resonating with the young man's state of mind, a harmonious unity between man and sword. After a moment, he opened the system and exchanged for a 5th moment of ordinary enlightenment. The young man had vanished. Within the vast, wide expanse, no living being remained, only the formless wind that perpetually shifted, sometimes gentle, at times tempestuous, and occasionally still. After a lengthy interval, Tang Tian emerged from the void. Returning to the stone chamber, upon opening his eyes, a glimmer flashed within them, quickly vanishing. His demeanor underwent an unmistakable transformation, as if he had fused with the cosmos. Is this the realm of great accomplishment? Gently raising his hand, he pointed to the dilapidated table beneath the window. A soft breeze swept through, and in silence, The wooden table split in two, collapsing to the ground. The break was as smooth as a mirror. The power of a top-tier sword technique at the great accomplishment stage was astounding. What could the higher-level techniques possibly entail? Tang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in the silvery moonlight streaming through the window. Chapter 10. Gu Xiaoxiwei. The following morning, a gentle knock at the door roused Tang Tian from his slumber. Who is it? He yawned, rising to open the door. A petite girl, appearing no older than 14 or 15, stood awkwardly on the threshold. Who are you looking for? Tang Tian inquired. The girl hesitated, then quietly replied, Are you Master Tang Tian? Elder Zhongyang sent me. I am your guard. As she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Tang Tian was taken aback, scrutinizing her attire, her white robe adorned with 3 golden borders that shimmered. So, she is indeed a core disciple chosen by Elder Zhongyang. Observing her flushed face and bashful demeanor, Tang Tian suspected that the elder had misinterpreted his intentions. This is not the obedient companion I desired. What is your name? He asked. Gu Xiaoxiwei. She responded quickly. I will protect you well. Please look after me. Tang Tian felt speechless. This girl seemed like a novice, and not particularly bright, akin to a simpleton unaware of her predicament. Just call me Tang Xiao. Come in and sit. Sighing, he decided to accept the situation. Regardless, those golden borders on her sleeves were unmistakable. Her strength was assured. If she proved unsuitable, he could always request Elder Zhongyang for a replacement. As they entered the small stone chamber, Gu Xiaoxiwei marveled at her surroundings. Clearly astonished, Tang Tian returned to his bed, tidying it up while asking, Is this your first time serving as a guard? Surprised, Xiaoxiwei replied, How did you know? She continued, I need a substantial amount of spirit jade for my cultivation, and the allowance from the sect is insufficient. Elder Zhongyang mentioned that being a guard could earn quite a bit, so I signed up. That was easy to deduce. Tang Tian smirked. After tidying his bed, he moved to the window to clear away the remnants of the table he had severed the night before. It was his habit to leave his surroundings tidy, even as he prepared to depart. Do you know what a guard is supposed to do? He queried. Of course. Xiaoxiwei exclaimed. I've memorized the guard's regulations. I assure you, I will fulfill my duties diligently. After saying this, she noticed Tang Tian organizing the furniture and rushed over to assist. Tang Tian chuckled. I don't think that's part of the regulations. Xiaoxiwei blushed slightly. It's a habit. When I lived at home, I used to do these things. Tang Tian fell silent. Clearly, she was not the pampered daughter of a great family. After all, such young ladies would hardly serve as guards for spirit jade. As he placed the furniture in the corner, he noticed Gu Xiaoxiwei staring fixedly at the broken table, lost in thought. What's wrong? He inquired. She pointed at the fracture, exclaiming, What an impressive sword technique. Did you do this? Tang Tian paused, sensing no need for concealment, and nodded. Indeed, it was I who severed the table. Care to spar with me sometime? Her eyes lit up with excitement. Sure. I haven't practiced fundamental swordplay in ages. It brings back fond memories of when I used to play. Tang Tian was taken aback. Fundamental swordplay? Play. He had expected that his prowess in the wind-cleaving sword technique would inspire awe. Yet she regarded it as mere amusement. How strong are you? He asked, curiosity piqued. I'm at the late stage of the golden core, she replied, blinking innocently. Tang Tian's expression froze. How old are you? 15. She pouted. I started a bit late and missed the prime cultivation period. Otherwise, I would have made further progress. Tang Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. 15 years old and at the late stage of the golden core, yet she appeared dissatisfied. Was there such a thing as excessive humility? Gazing into her clear eyes, he realized she wasn't being modest. Her understanding of certain matters was simply skewed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian pressed on. How many talent rings do you possess? He sought to uncover the extraordinary talent that birthed such a prodigy. A look of confusion crossed Xiaoxiwei's face. Talent rings? I don't have any. Tang Tian fell silent once more. Without talent rings, she was effectively a commoner. How could a commoner reach the late stage of the golden core at 15? It seemed impossible. Suddenly, a different possibility dawned on him. Talent rings indeed serve as a measure of a cultivator's innate capabilities, with 9 rings being the pinnacle. Yet, beyond 9 rings, there existed even more astonishing entities, those who would not reveal their talent rings. Tang Tian gazed at the system, focusing on the talent list. Child of Destiny. 1 billion consumption points. That equated to a staggering 100 trillion spirit jades, starting with a 100 trillion lead. How could others compete? Is this truly the world of geniuses? Tang Tian rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the vast disparities between individuals. Some spent their entire lives and could scarcely reach the starting point of someone like Gu Xiaoxiwei. Are you all right? Xiaoxiwei inquired. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I just need a moment to gather my thoughts. Please help me tidy up the rest of the room. Nodding, she replied. Okay. As she busied herself, Tang Tian watched, feeling an odd sense of unreality as an individual who might very well be a child of destiny was cleaning for him. The power of wealth is indeed formidable. Just as he pondered this, a loud knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. The individuals outside seemed intent on dismantling the door. Who is it? Tang Tian frowned, rising to open the door. 4 or 5 unruly disciples lounged outside, dressed in short garments. Upon seeing Tang Tian, they donned malicious grins. Heh, I thought you were going to hide forever. You dared to skip work yesterday, causing me to be reprimanded by the elder. Are you looking for trouble? The leader sneered. Tang Tian's brow furrowed as he recognized him, Jia Ming, a bully among the servants who frequently harassed him, although Tang Tian wished to avoid entanglements with such scum. Given that those were matters of the past and had little bearing on his current self, he had not anticipated this ruffian would confront him so early in the day. You'd better not be here to stir up trouble. Tang Tian spoke in a deep voice. Jia Ming immediately raised an eyebrow and shouted, Hey, do you think you can intimidate me? Haven't you had enough of a beating the other day? Do you wish to taste my iron fist again? As he spoke, he rubbed his knuckles, feigning a readiness to strike. Tang Tian's expression grew increasingly somber, a sharp aura coalescing at his fingertips. Should Jia Ming dare to throw a punch, there would be no retreat. Just when the tension between the two reached a boiling point, a delicate voice rang out from behind Tang Tian. Impudent. Gu Xiaoxue's figure appeared before Lin Tian in an instant. Who do you think you are? Daring to confront young Master Tang. Her face flushed, she deliberately lowered her voice to deliver a scathing reprimand. You must be tired of living. Get out of my way. Tang Tian watched her, his anger dissipating as he noted the stark contrast between her words and her demeanor. Where on earth did you learn such rhetoric, girl? Chapter 11. Bidding farewell to the past, Gu Xiaoxue's arrival transformed the atmosphere entirely. The disparity between her words and her appearance was so pronounced that even Jia Ming was momentarily taken aback. Who was this newcomer? Jia Ming sneered, preparing to teach this audacious figure a lesson. I don't care who you are. No one dares to act arrogantly in my territory. He stepped forward, but when his gaze fell upon the golden trim on Gu Xiaoxue's sleeves, he was struck with disbelief. What, core disciple? Jia Ming froze, his foot suspended in midair, unable to advance or retreat, as if time had congealed around him. His followers stood dumbfounded, too, their breaths held as they beheld the dazzling gold accents. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Jia Ming, weren't you quite the tough guy? Jia Ming glanced between Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Both parties fell silent, and Jia Ming dared not make a move. The dynamics had shifted. When Gu Xiaoxue stood beside Tang Tian, it was clear he was no longer the weakling who could be easily bullied. The roles had reversed. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Jia Ming's forehead, and his body trembled. Observing his fright, Tang Tian scoffed coldly and instructed Gu Xiaoxue, break one arm for each of them. Then shatter their legs, and throw them all out. After issuing the command, he turned and walked back into the room. Jia Ming panicked, shouting, Tang Tian, no, young Master Tang. I will leave right away, far away. I promise I won't appear before you again. Please, spare me, his pleas echoed. But Tang Tian did not look back, vanishing into the shadows. Engaging with such people was beneath him. This punishment was merely settling old scores. Soon, the cries for mercy faded, replaced by chilling screams that echoed through the air, only to cease abruptly. Moments later, Gu Xiaoxue entered the room, her demeanor nonchalant. Tang Tian couldn't help but ask, have you often dealt with such matters? Gu Xiaoxue paused, then replied, not really, but isn't that what you wanted? The bodyguard code states that when the employer is threatened, the bodyguard must intervene. Tang Tian was taken aback. You truly adhere to the rules, don't you? However, her earlier display had eased his concerns. At least she knew how to handle situations. By the way, where did you learn that speech you just used? With a hint of embarrassment, Gu Xiaoxue confessed, I read it in books. The young masters always have their companions speak like that. Tang Tian chuckled, realizing the source of her mimicry. But those young masters are rarely of good character. Young master, did I act correctly just now? If not, please feel free to tell me, Gu Xiaoxue said earnestly. Tang Tian considered for a moment, initially planning to suggest she had gone overboard. However, he soon realized that embracing the persona of a young master was far more enjoyable than that of a righteous individual. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoxue taking the lead, he could conceal his true strength, leading to misjudgments from his adversaries. Why not take advantage of that? With renewed determination, he replied, you did very well. We must be fiercer than those who threaten us to instill fear in their hearts. Gu Xiaoxue nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. As they conversed, the two quickly tidied up the stone chamber. Tang Tian then allowed Gu Xiaoxue to exit first before retrieving a purple robe designated for advanced honor disciples from his storage ring. Neatly placing his previous attire beside the bed, from this moment on, he would bid farewell to his past and embark on a life that truly belonged to him, without dwelling on nostalgia. Tang Tian pushed open the door and stepped outside. Hey, you seem to look more handsome. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, a monk relies on gold adornments, while a person relies on their attire. Donning the robe of an esteemed disciple transformed Tang Tian's entire aura, exuding an air of confidence and poise beyond his years. You're speaking nonsense, he laughed. Let us head to the upper district. Do you know where the foodie pavilion is? Gu Xiaoxue nodded. Yes, that's where they assign cave dwellings to disciples. Do you want to go? I can show you the way. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Thus, the two made their way toward the upper district of Qingwei sect. As they walked and chatted, Tang Tian gleaned much about the upper district's conditions from Gu Xiaoxue. The cultivation environment there was a stark contrast to that of the lower district, boasting a density of spiritual energy several times greater. Furthermore, there were various dedicated facilities, such as training rooms, alchemy rooms, martial halls, and spirit refinement pools, truly a realm for cultivation. However, only inner disciples, core disciples, and high-ranking elders were permitted to reside in the upper district. It was no wonder people would go to great lengths to enter the inner sect. Additionally, the activities of honor disciples primarily took place in this upper district. Gu Xiaoxue mentioned that they frequently organized gatherings and other events, often resulting in a flurry of spirit stones. Those disciples in need of funds would seize such opportunities to earn spirit stones for their cultivation needs. Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on this. Although this was a world of cultivation, the social dynamics mirrored those of the past. People's daily lives remained unchanged. Honor disciples tend to band together. Once you ascend, I'm sure they will seek you out. Gu Xiaoxue remarked. Tang Tian smiled but said nothing. He had little interest in forming alliances. His sole aim was to accumulate resources to exchange for enhanced talents and physical attributes. Lin Yu had once said that in a world of cultivation, strength was the most reliable foundation. In the midst of their conversation, the two arrived at the upper district of Qingwei sect. Moments later, they stood before a grand pavilion, the foodie pavilion. Chapter 12. The purple bamboo courtyard. Once you become an inner or core disciple, you will be eligible to acquire your own cave dwelling here, Gu Xiaoxue explained. Tang Tian nodded, leading her inside. The interior was sparsely populated, with individuals moving about in haste, a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the lower district. However, a few small groups were gathered, and Tang Tian spotted several other honor disciples, some wielding folding fans, others playing musical instruments, engaged in lively conversation. As he entered, a few glanced his way, but he ignored them and approached the pavilion steward. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The steward, a young practitioner, greeted Tang Tian with a warm smile upon noticing his attire. I am Wang Anning. How may I assist you today? I have just become an honor disciple and heard that I can obtain my own cave dwelling here. Tang Tian replied. Wang Anning nodded. Certainly. All cave dwellings in the upper district of Qingwei sector managed by our foodie pavilion. What kind of dwelling are you looking for? Tang Tian pondered for a moment. I would like to see the options available. He was still unfamiliar with the specifics of the offerings. Of course. Please follow me. Wang Anning invited them into a private room, retrieving a white jade slip to present to Tang Tian. This contains basic information about the cave dwellings. You can explore it with your spiritual sense. Taking the slip, Tang Tian probed it with his consciousness, and a wealth of information unfolded before him. Qingyu Valley. Located on the northern side of Qingwei sect, it boasts a rich natural atmosphere. There are a total of 123 cave dwellings, with an annual rent of 100,000 spirit stones. Golden Light Cliff. Situated to the southeast of Qingwei sect, it enjoys the morning sunlight. There are 344 cave dwellings, with an annual rent of 130,000 spirit stones. Health Preservation Pond. As he perused the information, Tang Tian developed a general understanding of the cave dwellings available within Qingwei sect. Centered around the main peak, a myriad of caverns can be found within a radius of 10,000 miles, divided into hundreds of large and small regions. Each area's environment varies considerably, resulting in differing prices. The most affordable options range from 30 to 40,000 annually, while the priciest locales can exceed $1 million. These expensive abodes are primarily situated close to the main peak, boasting exceptional cultivation and living environments. However, after perusing the options, Tang Tian noticed a slight issue. Each region houses multiple caverns, with some having dozens and others even reaching thousands. Compared to the crowded surroundings, Tang Tian preferred solitude. Recalling his spirit, he turned to Wang Anning and inquired, "Is there anything else available?" Wang Anning appeared taken aback and asked, "Were there no caverns to your satisfaction? Do you have any specific requirements?" Tang Tian nodded, stating, "I am not fond of disturbances, so I seek a quieter place." Wang Anning replied, "There are solitary caverns available, but they are generally more expensive, and the cultivation environment may not be superior to those in ordinary areas." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Price is not a concern. Can you assist me in locating the solitary cavern with the finest cultivation environment? The most expensive one." The last three words sparked a gleam in Wang Anning's eyes, and he beamed. "Of course. That is my duty. I shall fetch you another list of caverns. With that, he left the elegant room. Once he departed, Gu Xiaoxue leaned in front of Tang Tian, her face a picture of astonishment. Are caverns really charged for? Tang Tian was equally perplexed. Isn't it customary? Did you not pay for yours? Gu Xiaoxue blinked. Indeed. Once one becomes a core disciple, they may select a cavern to reside in. Changing it every 10 years, all free of charge. Inner disciples seem to enjoy a similar privilege, albeit with slightly lesser options. Tang Tian opened his mouth, rendered speechless. The title of senior honorary disciple, while akin to that of core disciples, indeed bore distinctions. Securing a cavern necessitated additional expenditure of spirit stones. Given this, it was likely that other facets would follow suit. Expenses were unavoidable. This thought brought a smile to Tang Tian's face. Thankfully, he was not a core disciple. Otherwise, he would have been left without funds, incurring significant losses in consumption points. The disparity was glaringly apparent, and he felt the sect's approach in this matter was somewhat unjust. Gu Xiaoxue sympathized with Tang Tian's plight. However, Tang Tian wore a cheerful expression and replied, "No, I find it quite agreeable. I appreciate such a humane policy." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue's eyes widened, and she regarded Tang Tian with concern. Whispering, "Tang Xiao, are you all right? With the same status, you would need to spend significantly more spirit stones." Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Out with the old, and with the new. I relish this feeling of expenditure, even if it is somewhat wasteful." Gu Xiaoxue was flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the mental state that could lead one to utter such sentiments. After a while, Wang Anning returned to the elegant room, presenting Tang Tian with a brand new jade slip. Upon opening it, a lengthy list appeared before him. Tang Tian skipped over the million-level options, focusing instead on the most expensive caverns. Eventually, his gaze settled on a cavern named Zizhu Garden. Zizhu Garden, located at the foot of the southern peak, it boasts an excellent cultivation environment, with an annual rent of 13 million. Please elaborate on Zizhu Garden, Tang Tian requested. Wang Anning smiled. Your taste is impeccable. Zizhu Garden is situated very close to the main peak, practically adjacent. The environment is serene, surrounded by a grove of purple bamboo, which forms a natural formation that continually gathers the essence of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy is approximately 5 times that of the surrounding areas. Within Zizhu Garden, there exists an ancient well known as the Nianquan, which has calming and soothing effects. Moreover, within 100 meters around Zizhu Garden, there are no other disciples' caverns, making it perfect for your desire for solitude. Tang Tian nodded. From Wang Anning's description, it indeed seemed like a highly suitable residence. Most importantly, it was sufficiently expensive. All right, I'll take it, he decided. Wang Anning beamed even wider. You are quite decisive. It is clear you are not an ordinary honorary disciple. For how long do you wish to rent it? Tang Tian inquired. What is the maximum duration? Wang Anning replied. 10 years. Tang Tian nodded slowly. Then 10 years it shall be. However, I wish to pay in 3 installments. 2 years first, then 4 years, and finally another 4 years. Wang Anning was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a payment method. However, wealthy individuals often had peculiar habits, and as long as the transaction was completed, it was acceptable. Real estate transactions typically involve commissions. That is certainly feasible. Moments later, the 3 transactions were successfully completed. Both parties were elated. Wang Anning would receive a handsome commission, while Tang Tian's assets had multiplied several times over. The number of spirit stones soared to an astonishing 57 million. And his consumption points surpassed 10,000. The 5-ring talent was now within reach. Chapter 13. Renovation. After concluding the transaction, Wang Anning led Tang Tian to the foot of the southern peak. The environment here was indeed exquisite, with fresh air and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise untouched by time. In the valley, a striking grove of purple bamboo stood out prominently. Zizhu Garden is just over there. Please follow me, Wang Anning gestured, guiding them into the bamboo grove. As they entered, Tang Tian was enveloped by a refreshing aura that invigorated his spirit, a true essence of nature. Cultivating in such an environment often yielded remarkable results. Though some disciples do frequent the outer area, you need not worry. Without special permission, they cannot step into the bamboo grove, Wang Anning reassured. Tang Tian nodded. He had no intentions of claiming the entire grove. While he would have liked to do so, it was not for sale. Following the path deeper into the grove, they soon emerged into a clearing. Before them lay a quaint villa nestled beside a gently flowing stream. Seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, Wang Anning halted, producing a formation plate. Zizhu Garden is protected by a formation that prevents cultivators below the tribulation stage from forcibly entering. I have 3 plates to activate the formation, which I will hand over to you shortly. With this plate, you can freely enter and exit Zizhu Garden. Tang Tian remained silent. It was akin to possessing a key to his home, with Wang Anning's assistance. The formation was activated, and the 3 of them entered Zizhu Garden in succession. The natural aura inside was several times more potent than that of the surrounding bamboo grove, and the concentration of spiritual energy was exceptionally high, which greatly pleased Tang Tian. A higher concentration of spiritual energy naturally facilitated accelerated cultivation. Currently, he was merely at the third layer of qi refinement, even with the ability to exchange for higher-level talents. He still had a long journey ahead. Zizhu Garden comprised a main house and 4 guest rooms, all generously spacious. Each room was equipped with a separate meditation chamber for quiet cultivation. In the expansive courtyard, a massive old locust tree nearly obscured half the sky. As spring began, vibrant green buds emerged, glistening in the sunlight. Beside the ancient tree stood an old well, surrounded by lush life and emanating an enigmatic aura. This is the Ninshuan, Wang Anning explained. The well connects to underground water veins, nurturing the essence of tranquility. Drinking from this water or resting beside the well can significantly calm the mind and spirit. Tang Tian nodded. With the old locust at his back and the sky before him, it was indeed a splendid place, perfectly suited to his untroubled disposition. Under Wang Anning's guidance, Tang Tian explored the various rooms. Each was fully furnished, even including a rare kitchen in the cultivation world. Tang Tian seriously suspected this had been a retreat for some elder seeking peace and retirement. Very satisfactory, he remarked. Wang Anning smiled. I am relieved to hear that. By the way, do you have any other requests, perhaps additional facilities? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What sort of facilities? Wang Anning replied. I mean items related to cultivation. As you likely noticed, the furnishings here are mostly mundane. Aside from the environment, there are no enhancements to cultivation efficiency. For example, small spiritual veins, white firefly lamps, calming jade, or seeking stones. Typically, high-ranking cultivators would add such items to their residences. Tang Tian was taken aback. After purchasing a home, he would also need to renovate? Quite reasonable. Is renovation also your responsibility? Let me take a look, he said. Absolutely. Wang Anning beamed. If Tang Tian was willing to spend lavishly on renovations, it would certainly yield him a handsome profit. Receiving the jade tablet handed over by Wang Anning, Tang Tian cast a cursory glance and was immediately overwhelmed by the dense information, which left him feeling quite vexed. He decided against examining it further and tossed the jade tablet back, saying, I am not well versed in such matters. Please manage it on my behalf. I have but one request. Everything must adhere to the highest standards. Wang Anning's face broke into a mischievous grin, relishing the prospect of dealing with such a wealthy yet carefree young master. Subsequently, the three of them settled at a stone table beside an ancient well. After a while, Wang Anning organized the renovation plan and presented it to Tang Tian. Young Master Tang, please take a look. For the spiritual vein, I have chosen the attributeless Xianling vein, which, once arranged, will enhance the spiritual energy concentration of the entire room to a higher level without any concerns regarding continuity. The price is 25 million. For the lighting fixtures, I have selected the tail feathers of the silver shuttle bird, which will further enrich the natural ambience of the interior, priced at 800,000 each. As for the calming jade, after meticulous selection, I have chosen a set in soft hues that complements the architecture here splendidly, all of which are of high specifications. The total cost for just the main residence amounts to over 90 million. And each of the remaining 4 guest rooms will require nearly 40 million. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and said, let us proceed with this configuration. Besides the main residence, let's also renovate 1 guest room. He then turned to Gu Xiaoxue. Which room do you intend to stay in? Gu Xiaoxue was taken aback and quickly shook her head, saying, Young Master Tang, I do not need such high-spec accommodations. My cultivation only requires resonance with the heavens and the earth. They do not have a significant effect on me. You should save your money. She appeared quite flustered. Tang Tian was astonished, realizing Gu Xiaoxue had misunderstood his intentions. The reason he planned to renovate a guest room was merely due to his current funds, which did not allow for the renovation of all the guest rooms at once. Renovating them all would require staggered payments, an unusual approach that could easily raise suspicions. However, since Gu Xiaoxue felt this way, he could not bring himself to reveal the truth. It's alright. You may choose freely. I simply do not wish to see a talent like you treated poorly. No objections, Tang Tian asserted firmly, preventing Gu Xiaoxue from declining. Gu Xiaoxue looked at him, her large eyes filled with gratitude, while Wang Anning gazed at her with envy, as if to say, why is it not me being favored? Their reactions made Tang Tian feel quite awkward. That is not my intention, he coughed lightly, hastily changing the subject. Let us finalize it this way. I will trouble you to make another trip, and I will not accompany you. Wang Anning nodded. Of course. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is done beautifully for you. Chapter 14. Sparring. Once the renovation list was confirmed, Wang Anning departed from Zizhu Courtyard to procure furniture. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue remained seated beneath the old locust tree. Following the earlier scene, Gu Xiaoxue became exceedingly shy, sitting quietly with a flush on her cheeks, hardly daring to glance at Tang Tian. Tang Tian felt helpless inwardly. This girl was truly too innocent. If he harbored any such intentions, she would undoubtedly be defenseless. Yet, she was at least a gifted individual of innate talent. Did the Qingwei sect not take special measures to protect someone of her caliber? Moreover, Elder Zhangyang had carelessly brought her close to him. Did he not fear that he might ruin this future star? He found it difficult to comprehend. However, in the realm of cultivation, there were far too many inscrutable matters. And he had previously been merely a lowly servant disciple, lacking experience. Who knows if there were any hidden traps within? Forget it. Let us leave it at that for now. Clarity will undoubtedly come with time. Observing Gu Xiaoxue's fidgety demeanor, Tang Tian sighed and said, Xiaoxue, how about you accompany me for some sword practice? I have recently gained some insights into swordsmanship. He did not wish for the peculiar atmosphere to persist. Upon hearing Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoxue suddenly looked up. Huh? Oh, okay. How do you want to practice? Tang Tian smiled. Did you not mention that my sword technique resembled a game you played in your childhood? Let us treat it like before and have some fun. With that, he rose and moved to a more spacious area in the courtyard. All right. Gu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up as she stood up and faced Tang Tian. They stood opposite each other. Did I want to hold back? So be careful, Tang Tian declared. Exuding the demeanor of a seasoned expert, Gu Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly. Of course, holding back would spoil the fun. Tang Tian, fueled by a surge of determination, realized he must prove himself. A gust of wind suddenly rose within the courtyard, and a long sword fell into his grasp. Gu Xiaoxue gasped softly, her eyes glinting with surprise. Here I come, Tang Tian bellowed. Rising to his full height, instantly, a tempest swept through the courtyard, enveloping Gu Xiaoxue's petite figure entirely. Following this, countless sword energies surged toward her from all directions, impenetrable, each containing a remarkably fierce aura. Interesting, Gu Xiaoxue smiled slightly. Drawing her own long sword, she danced gracefully. Her sword traced a beautiful arc in the air, deflecting all incoming sword energies. However, soon after, the sword energies redirected and surged back toward her, this time devoid of their previous ferocity. Transforming into a form akin to feathers fluttering in the wind. Gu Xiaoxue wielded her sword in a horizontal slash. The sword energies bypassed her blade, swiftly adhering to her body. Gu Xiaoxue was startled, hastily dodging as the sword energies grazed past her form. Subsequently, she altered her sword technique, rotating her wrist and conjuring several invisible vortices that engulfed the soft sword energies, causing them to collide and dissipate into nothingness. Hidden within the wind, Lin Feng observed her deftly unraveling his sword play and escaping peril, and he could not help but admire her. Truly a prodigy of innate talent, she swiftly discerned the method to counter it. Moreover, Tang Tian noticed that once Gu Xiaoxue entered a combat state, her entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previous softness and innocence vanished completely, replaced by a fierce and resolute combat spirit, making her seem like an entirely different person. At this moment, she undeniably embodied the essence of a youthful genius. Soon, the feather-like sword energies were entirely neutralized by Gu Xiaoxue. Yet, Tang Tian's methods were far from exhausted. The wind's form could change in myriad ways. Furthermore, he concealed himself within the wind. Without identifying the core, Gu Xiaoxue would certainly be unable to defeat him relying solely on her swordsmanship. Watching her once again fall into a siege, a smirk crept across Tang Tian's lips. Still going strong. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance this time. He felt a sense of satisfaction. There was no helping it. This girl was simply too disheartening. What was even more frustrating was that she remained blissfully unaware of how her actions affected others. That was truly the most infuriating aspect. Thus, he was determined to show her that there were always greater talents beyond her own. Tang Tian adopted a serious demeanor, employing various techniques, vowing to ensnare her within the tempestuous sword array. However, just as he continued to conjure different sword energies, Gu Xiaoxue's figure suddenly vanished within the sword array. Moments later, a playful laugh echoed in his ear. Found you. Tang Tian's heart sank in an instant as he gathered all his strength and swung his sword down. Unfortunately, he swung at nothing but air. Soon after, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck. Looking down, he saw a pale white longsword resting horizontally before him. I actually lost. Tang Tian sighed. Gradually descending from the air, Gu Xiaoxue also sheathed her long sword and reappeared before him. How did you find me? Tang Tian asked, feeling quite vexed. He had thought he could trap Gu Xiaoxue within the sword array. It was deduced from the movement patterns of the wind, Gu Xiaoxue explained. Although you can find me with the sword array, every time you altered the sword technique, it originated from the core. After a few iterations, I could analyze the core's location. However, you are quite formidable. If it were the old me, I might not have been able to locate you so swiftly. Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. Being unable to find it quickly meant she could still find it. That was quite disheartening. What if I constantly change positions? How would you find the core? Tang Tian inquired again. Gu Xiaoxue replied, it would be the same. As long as the sword technique is executed, there will be patterns to follow. After a few iterations, it can be easily located. Moreover, there is more than one way to break this sword array. One can also disrupt the environment or sever the array's core. Swordplay may be endlessly variable, yet it always adhered to the principles of swordsmanship. Tang Tian stared wide-eyed. This girl possessed far too much knowledge. Please, elaborate. This time, he genuinely sought her guidance. Jiu Xiaoxue, unreserved, shared her understanding of swordsmanship with Tang Tian. As she spoke, he gradually discovered that cultivation was an immensely vast world. Seemingly boundless. A new realm was slowly unfolding before him. Simultaneously, Tang Tian finally realized how profound Gu Xiaoxue's cultivation expertise was. Sometimes, age truly does not represent everything. When an extraordinarily gifted individual dedicates themselves to their area of expertise, the world witnesses the birth of miracles. For the first time, Tang Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elder Zhang Yang for introducing such an exceptional talent to him. Chapter 15. The Past. The discourse lasted for an entire half-day, during which Tang Tian felt as though his soul had undergone a profound transformation, and for the first time, he gained a clear understanding of cultivation. Although he possessed dual systems and had embarked on a path that others could scarcely imagine, this clarity of understanding was indeed rare and precious. After an extensive discussion, Tang Tian began to form a vague idea regarding his future cultivation journey. Who taught you all this? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly. Elder taught me a part, and the rest I comprehended on my own. Tang Tian was internally astonished. Such talent transcended the mere notion of giftedness. She resembled a cherished child of the heavens, possessing a soul favored by the divine. Contemplating this, Tang Tian found himself increasingly perplexed as to why such an outstanding and pure genius would be casually assigned as his protector, especially since she was burdened with worries over spirit jade. How's your life in the sect? Tang Tian could not help but ask. Gu Xiaoxue replied, it's quite good. After being brought back by Elder, I've been living on the main peak, and the senior sisters and brothers have taken good care of me. Later, when the Elder entered seclusion to cultivate, I found a cave abode under his arrangement and mostly focused on my training. I am on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but I cannot afford the nascent soul elixir. Thus, upon the recommendation of a senior sister, I sought out Elder Zhong Yang and chose to become a protector. And then I met you. It sounded as though there were no issues, yet Tang Tian sensed that something was amiss. However, after pondering for a long while, he remained clueless. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Raising his gaze to the sky, he saw that the sun had dipped beyond the mountains, casting half the sky in a magnificent crimson hue. It was breathtaking. It must be nearly mealtime. Tang Tian mused, I don't think I ate yesterday. It had been 2 days, yet he felt no pangs of hunger. Gu Xiaoxue chuckled. We are cultivators, so of course, we do not feel hungry. There is no need to eat. Tang Tian shook his head. What is the point of that? Eating is one of the most delightful aspects of life. Without it, how dull it would be. He stood up. Perfect. We have pots and pans here. Come, let me prepare us a dinner. He then led Gu Xiaoxue to the kitchen. Although it had been uninhabited for a long time, the place remained impeccably clean, almost spotless, thanks to the aura of nature. This spared them the need for a thorough cleaning. Let me see what I can cook, Tang Tian said as he delved into his shumi ring, rummaging within. From his visit to the Jinyu Hall the previous day, he had purchased a plethora of common resources, including spiritual rice, some edible spiritual herbs, and beast meat. These ingredients were akin to ordinary food and required simple preparation. Of course, he lacked the skills for complex cooking. How about porridge, spicy and sour yam strips, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and a cold dish of bok choy? Tang Tian quickly decided on the menu for the evening. Gu Xiaoxue giggled. Sounds like home-cooked dishes. Tang Tian shrugged. Home-cooked meals are the best. He would never admit to lacking culinary skills. Before long, the ingredients were prepared, and the fire was lit beneath the earthen stove. Don't you need spirit fire? Gu Xiaoxue asked. What fired food tastes better? Tang Tian insisted. Subsequently, Gu Xiaoxue crouched down to tend the fire while Tang Tian handled the ingredients. This scene, if witnessed by other cultivators, would surely evoke astonishment. Which cultivator still cooks like this? Nevertheless, Tang Tian found joy in the process. The sizzling sounds from the frying pan were music to his ears. However, once a plate of dark potato strips was ready, their roles reversed. Tang Tian tended the fire while Gu Xiaoxue cooked. In no time, 3 simple dishes were prepared. The two sat around the stone table by the ancient well, basking in a cozy and pleasant atmosphere. Your cooking skills are quite impressive, Tang Tian remarked as he savored the dishes. Perhaps due to the quality of the ingredients, the flavors surpassed anything he had made in his past life. Oh, it's nothing, Gu Xiaoxue replied with a smile. I just cooked them until they were done. I used to do this at home when I was little. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. When my parents went out to work, I was responsible for washing clothes, cooking, feeding the chickens and ducks, and cleaning. My younger brother was quite mischievous and often broke things, so I would follow him around to tidy up. Sometimes, if I couldn't manage, I would take the blame when my parents returned to spare him from being scolded. Many years have passed, and I sometimes miss those days. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. What is so nostalgic about that kind of life? Gu Xiaoxiwei took a bite of her dish. Regardless, that's where my home was. I loved holding my brother and watching the sunset from the chicken coop. The golden sunlight would bathe me, warm and comforting. It felt so good, yet it made me lose track of time. And I ended up getting a good thrashing from my parents. Heh. Tang Tian paused, choosing not to respond. Each person's living environment was different, and it would be narrow-minded to judge Gu Xiaoxiwei's life through his own lens. He now understood why Gu Xiaoxiwei was so sensible and willingly took on household chores. These were habits formed in her childhood. Why did you choose to leave home and come to Qingwei sect? Tang Tian asked. Gu Xiaoxiwei hesitated slightly before answering. It was my decision to leave. One day, I met Elder, who said I was very suited for cultivation, and then he discussed it with my parents for a while. In the end, my parents accepted a vial of disaster-eliminating pills and let me leave with Elder. Tang Tian's heart sank. The disaster-eliminating pills were not even considered first-grade elixirs. They were only useful to mortals to alleviate ailments. They were worth no more than half a spirit jade, such a meager token, and they sold their daughter away. It was truly. Were you sad at that time? Tang Tian softly inquired. Gu Xiaoxiwei pondered for a moment, then beamed. Well, my parents were quite happy. If they are happy, then I am happy too. After saying this, she continued to take several bites of food, savoring it with her porridge. Tang Tian chose not to pursue the topic further. Every family has its own struggles. Not everyone's childhood is as idyllic as one might imagine. Yet, every individual possesses the right to choose their happiness. Him. Gu Xiaoxiwei's childhood seemed quite unfortunate, even being sold for a vial of disaster-eliminating pills. However, Gu Xiaoxiwei did not share this sentiment. Perhaps she only retained the beautiful memories in her mind. Why ruin that? It was her chosen happiness. Chapter 16. The Breakthrough. After finishing dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wang Anning informed Tang Tian via jade slip that there were many preparations to be made, and he wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Thus, Tang Tian returned to his room without further delay. Gu Xiaoxiwei also settled in, occupying the room adjacent to the main house. Upon reaching the quiet meditation chamber, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It was indeed tranquil, perfectly suited for daily cultivation. He sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. Then, Tang Tian awakened the infinite consumption system. His recent expenditure from purchasing a house had propelled his consumption points to over 10,000. Now exceeding 13,000. He was now eligible to redeem higher-grade items. After some contemplation, Tang Tian opted to exchange for talent. 5 ring talent, 10,000 consumption points. Upon successful redemption, a familiar sensation enveloped him, invigorating him entirely. Everything faded into the formless. Tang Tian commenced his cultivation. He cultivated 5 white rings of talent gradually rose around his body, flickering in brightness, resonating with the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, a massive influx of spiritual energy surged from all directions, entering Tang Tian's body. This quantity and quality were exponentially greater than what he experienced the previous night. In addition to the enhancement of his talent, the spiritual energy density in this location was remarkable, leading to such an extraordinary improvement. Talent and cultivation environment are indeed indispensable for cultivators. Under these circumstances, the pace of cultivation was astonishing. Tang Tian could distinctly feel his cultivation level rising rapidly, nearly to the point of being visibly perceptible. He focused his mind and diligently cultivated. Several hours later, there was a significant growth in his cultivation at the Qi refinement 3rd layer, yet Tang Tian opened his eyes. This 1T due to at this rate, it would be impossible to break through to the Qi refinement 4th layer tonight. He wore a dissatisfied expression. If ordinary cultivators were to witness this, they would surely berate him. Wanting to break through a minor realm in a single night. Even if the spiritual energy required in the early stages of Qi refinement isn't substantial, your ambition is rather excessive. However, Tang Tian did not share this view, especially after witnessing Gu Xiaoxiwei's extraordinary talent. He felt an increasing sense of urgency. He had already fallen behind significantly. If he did not exert more effort, the gap would only widen further. Talent cannot be achieved overnight. Thus, we must seek alternatives. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian retrieved a collection of small porcelain vials from his Shumi ring. Within them lay superior Qi refining pills, body refining pills, and Qi tempering pills, all procured wholesale from the Jin Yu Tang. These elixirs are ideally suited for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Why not take advantage of them? He pondered whether they were worth their price. Tang Tian uncorked a vial of superior qi refining pills and poured forth a pristine white pill. An intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, far surpassing that of the Yang Yuan pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. In an instant, a violent tempest of spiritual energy erupted within his abdomen, rapidly coursing through his meridians, surging forth with great intensity. He felt his entire being ablaze, as the pill's potency enveloped him in a single breath. Moments later, all the spiritual energy converged in his dantian, elevating his cultivation level significantly. Truly remarkable. Tang Tian marveled at the efficacy, realizing that it was on an entirely different tier compared to the Yang Yuan pill. This pill contained the most refined spiritual energy, requiring no refining. It could be absorbed directly into the dantian, enhancing his strength effortlessly. At 100 spirit jade per vial, with 10 pills within. It was indeed a worthy investment. He decided to take another. Tang Tian consumed yet another qi refining pill, pairing it with his regular training. Before long, he had depleted an entire vial of the pills, advancing to the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement, only a step away from the next level. However, at this juncture, he chose not to continue further, but instead opted to consume the body refining pill and the qi tempering pill. Merely possessing spiritual energy, without a solid foundation, was inadequate. The body refining pill would enhance his physical constitution, eliminating the need for arduous training, while the qi tempering pill would elevate the quality of his spiritual energy. Higher quality spiritual energy, at equivalent quantities, would naturally yield greater strength. Tang Tian consumed them in succession, maximizing his overall prowess. When the time felt right, he opened the second vial of qi refining pills. Merely one pill shattered the constraints of the third layer of qi refinement, propelling him successfully into the fourth layer. With a long exhale, Tang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally broken through. Now, he could fully shed the identity of a mere servant disciple and become a true outer disciple of the Qingwei sect. He mused that it would be prudent to elevate his status officially. There was a discernible difference between a purchased identity and one earned through genuine skill. The more, the merrier, as he contemplated this. The night had deepened. Tang Tian rose from his meditation chamber and returned to his quarters. Lying on the soft bed, he found it difficult to succumb to slumber. For practitioners in the qi refinement phase, a month without sleep posed no challenge. Nevertheless, Tang Tian believed life should not be monotonous. When conditions allowed, indulging in a bit of leisure could also be a source of enjoyment, but a life spent in constant seclusion, forsaking meals and sleep, would indeed be quite dreary. As his thoughts meandered, he gradually drifted into sleep. The following day, at dawn, the gentle chirping of birds in the forest roused Tang Tian from his slumber. After lingering in bed for a while, he rose, refreshed, washed up, donned his attire, and stepped outside. The crisp morning air invigorated him instantly. In the front courtyard, he was surprised to find Gu Xiaoxue had prepared breakfast and was waiting for him at the stone table. "You reawake. Come, have breakfast," she chimed, her laughter brightening the morning. Tang Tian approached with a smile. "I thought you had given up eating?" Gu Xiaoxue set the table for him, saying, "You said it yourself. Eating is one of life's greatest pleasures. How could one simply forsake it?" Tang Tian chuckled, finding her innocence endearing. In truth, his suggestion had merely been a whimsical thought, yet she had taken it to heart. The table was laden with porridge and several simple dishes, all of which Tang Tian found quite delightful. Cooking isn't mentioned in the guard's regulations, is it? He teased. Gu Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed at his jest. Previously, she had believed that merely memorizing the guard's regulations would suffice. However, based on yesterday's experience, she realized not a single rule had been applicable. Tang Tian shook his head, sighing lightly. "In truth, our relationship is merely one of employer and employee. There is no need for such kindness towards me." Gu Xiaoxue mumbled softly, "I treat those who treat me well." "What?" Tang Tian didn't quite catch her words, but Gu Xiaoxue did not repeat herself, urging him to eat before the food grew cold. As the spring breeze rustled, the tender buds on the old locust tree began to unfurl. Chapter 17, The Dojo. As the sun rose, after breakfast, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue sat beneath the old locust tree, resuming their discussions from the previous day. Though termed a philosophical debate, it was primarily Tang Tian questioning and Gu Xiaoxue providing clarity. Her meticulous approach to cultivation, covering every detail, made Tang Tian feel as though he had returned to his student days. His understanding of cultivation deepened with each of her insights. After about an hour, the communication jade talisman in Tang Tian's possession chimed. Upon checking, it was Wang Anning, who had prepared all the renovation materials and was waiting outside the Zijou courtyard. Once their discussion concluded, Gu Xiaoxue used the formation plate to invite Wang Anning inside. "Tang Xiao, how was your rest yesterday?" Wang Anning inquired with a smile. "Quite well." Tang Tian invited him to sit, asking, "Are all the materials ready?" Wang Anning nodded and proceeded to unveil each item. 2 strands of Xinling veins were sealed within a substance known as vein stone, twinkling like a miniature galaxy. The tail feather lamp was crafted from the tail feathers of a silver shuttle bird, exuding a subtle natural aura that could be placed anywhere and operated with a simple control spell, conserving energy and offering great convenience. Additionally, there were calming jade, path-seeking stones, and various other renovation supplies. Excellent, Tang Tian remarked. I will handle the renovations myself from here on. Some of the items included formations and such, which he deemed necessary to keep confidential for reasons of safety and privacy. Wang Anning, of course, understood this rationale. Subsequently, Tang Tian settled the remaining payments, formalizing the transaction. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind as over 13 million spirit jade were credited to him. Restoring his remaining consumption points to over 10,000 at the 5th grade physique was now within his grasp. After bidding farewell to Wang Anning, Tang Tian began arranging his main residence. He entrusted the guest room materials entirely to Gu Xiaoxue, allowing her to decorate as she pleased. Tang Tian had no inclination to invade others' privacy. However, once the renovations were complete, he did visit Gu Xiaoxue's room for a brief tour, observing her decor, which was imbued with a youthful charm yet retained an air of elegance. He politely declined to showcase his own minimalist style. Once all facilities were activated, the cultivation environment within the room was elevated significantly. Had he trained in such an environment the previous night, he firmly believed he could have broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement without the need for pills. What do you think? Tang Tian inquired with a smile. Gu Xiaoxue praised, it's wonderful, far superior to my little cave dwelling. Although I possess a small spiritual vein of the same level, it lacks this rich natural aura. If I were to reside here, I would surely break through to the Yuaning stage in no time. Tang Tian chuckled. Then you should stay here. I have no pressing matters ahead and will not venture out unless absolutely necessary. Focus on your cultivation here. Gu Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback, asking, Tang Xiao, aren't you going to the dojo? Tang Tian was perplexed. What is the dojo? Gu Xiaoxue explained. It is a dedicated training area for the disciples of the upper district of Qingwei sect. Various formations set by the sect elders are arranged above the dojo, facilitating seamless cultivation. Moreover, it is equipped with specialized training chambers that yield even better results, although the natural aura in Zijou courtyard is rich. For rapid improvement in cultivation, the dojo is the superior choice. Tang Tian fell silent. He was aware of the dedicated training rooms in the upper district of Qingwei sect but hadn't realized the extent of their arrangement. From Gu Xiaoxue's description, it was clear that this was a gathering spot for disciples, likely crowded. Tang Tian was not particularly fond of such environments. After some thought, he replied, for now, I think I shall pass. My current abilities are modest, and the cultivation environment in Zijou courtyard suffices for me. I shall reconsider in the future. Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat confused by Tang Tian's sentiments, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the qi refinement phase, the differences between the dojo and Zijou courtyard were minimal. Moreover, the effective training chambers in the dojo required substantial spirit jade, making them rather expensive, as Gu Xiaoxue noted. However, upon hearing this, Tang Tian's ears perked up. It costs money? Gu Xiaoxue affirmed. Yes, a basic training chamber costs several hundred spirit jade per day. With additional formations and amenities, it can easily add up to several thousand. The costs escalate for higher tier chambers. I only choose to utilize the more advanced training chambers when I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Not going is quite all right. It saves unnecessary expenses. Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment. This sect resembles a mundane city, where every service comes at a cost. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. If everything were free, how could such a vast sect sustain its daily operations? Spending money seems more reasonable. After pondering, Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed, let us go. Why not visit such a splendid place? He declared with conviction, as cultivators, we must strive to seek the finest resources for our training to reach greater heights. Beside him, Gu Xiaoxue was left bewildered. What just happened? Who was it that said they wouldn't go? Was it her? Yes, it was her. But initially, she had been the first to propose it. Gu Xiaoxue felt momentarily lost in Tang Tian's sudden shift in attitude. Changing one's mind so swiftly is rather unexpected. Ahem. Tang Tian cleared his throat and said, let us not dwell on the details. Is the Taoist venue far? Gu Xiaoxue scratched her head and replied, not far. It's right above the main peak. We'll reach it shortly. Tang Tian waved his hand, then let us be off. Time waits for no one. Every minute not spent cultivating is a minute others use to surpass you. Let us go. With that, he strode towards the courtyard exit. Observing Tang Tian's sudden fervor, Gu Xiaoxue experienced a moment of clarity. It seems he only exhibits such enthusiasm when it comes to spending money. Truly a distinctive and wealthy young man. Shaking her head, she followed him. Soon, the duo departed from the purple bamboo forest. Not long after they left, several young disciples from Qingwei sect arrived outside the purple bamboo forest. Is it true? Has someone really purchased this place? A female disciple inquired. Absolutely not. I've been keeping a close watch on this location. Any changes here would not escape my notice, replied another young male disciple. The female disciple gasped, peering into the bamboo grove with curiosity. The young man chuckled. Stop peering. The one who bought the purple bamboo courtyard is a remarkably young wealthy heir, accompanied only by a single guard. He has a new face, likely just arrived at Qingwei sect, and you have a splendid opportunity to get close to him. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. The female disciple shot him a glare. Seemingly annoyed by his bluntness, noticing the meaningful smile on the young man's face, she produced a vial of unknown elixir and handed it to him. Keep this under wraps. The young man accepted the elixir with a grin. I'll do my best, but you should hurry. Such information won't remain secret for long. He then turned to leave, leaving the female disciple standing at the entrance of the purple bamboo forest. Lost in thought. If Tang Tian were here, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Feng Fei, Lin Yue's close friend. Chapter 18. Top-tier configuration. Upon leaving the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian hurriedly ascended the main peak. This was his first visit to the sect's main summit since joining Qingwei sect. The mountain loomed majestically, with trees shading the skies, pavilions and towers hidden within, cloaked in mist, resembling a fairyland. Under Gu Xiaoshui's guidance, Tang Tian climbed until they reached a vast plaza halfway up the mountain. The sight before him left Tang Tian agape. The enormous plaza seemed boundless. In the center stood a colossal statue. Towering above, with people at its feet unable to even reach its toes, the statue ascended into thick clouds, obscuring its features. Yet above the clouds floated an expansive Tai Chi diagram, hovering in the sky and enveloping the entire plaza. Disciples of Qingwei sect sat in concentric circles around the statue, all neatly arranged. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Is that the ancestor of our sect? Tang Tian asked Gu Xiaoshui. She shook her head. No one really knows who he is, and it's best not to inquire. My elder told me he is an almost taboo existence. Any baseless speculation could invite misfortune. Tang Tian was astonished. What kind of situation is this? The Taoist venue of Qingwei sect does not honor its own ancestor, but instead erects a figure shrouded in mystery. Tang Tian pondered, but dared not dwell further. Attracting calamity would be undesirable. Nevertheless, it was clear that Qingwei sect harbored many unusual aspects. Withdrawing his gaze, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoshui smoothly entered the Taoist venue. Upon entering, Tang Tian immediately sensed an atmosphere starkly different from that of the purple bamboo courtyard. The aura of cultivation was remarkably dense. Just as Gu Xiaoshui had stated, the Taoist venue was indeed the most suitable place for daily cultivation, while the purple bamboo courtyard was more conducive to nurturing one's character and reflecting upon personal gains. Young Master Tang, where would you like to go? Gu Xiaoshui inquired. If you wish to cultivate in the plaza, simply find an empty spot to sit. If you prefer a cultivation chamber, you'll need to rent a key from the window, which is located behind the statue. Tang Tian smiled. Naturally, I desire the cultivation chamber. I'm curious about the cost of the highest tier chambers. The extent of their cultivation effects. After deciding, the two followed the stone path along the venue's edge until they arrived at the window. It was already mid-morning, and the disciples with needs had long completed their rentals, leaving the interior relatively vacant. They quickly found a person in charge, and Tang Tian stated his intentions. Upon seeing Tang Tian's attire, the person in charge politely inquired, "What type of cultivation chamber would you like to rent, friend?" Tang Tian contemplated before responding, "It's my first visit, so I'd like to take a look first." Subsequently, the person in charge provided Tang Tian with information on all the cultivation chambers available. Basic cultivation chamber, 500 spirit jade per day. Intermediate cultivation chamber, 3,000 spirit jade per day. Advanced cultivation chamber, 20,000 spirit jade per day. Top tier cultivation chamber, 100,000 spirit jade per day. Dow level cultivation chamber, 1,000,000 spirit jade per day. In addition, all the aforementioned cultivation chambers could be equipped with various levels of auxiliary formations, such as spirit gathering arrays and spirit refinement arrays, with prices ranging from 100 spirit jade to 100,000 spirit jade per day. As he perused the listed prices, a smile gradually crept across Tang Tian's face. Finally, he stated nonchalantly, "I'll take the highest configuration, the Tao level cultivation chamber, along with the top-tier auxiliary formations, everything included." Upon finishing his sentence, a brief silence enveloped the group, followed by two incredulous gasps. What? Gu Xiaoshui blinked in disbelief, while the person in charge remained rendered speechless. The highest configuration, all of it. Tang Tian reiterated. Friend, no offense intended. While you hold the status of a high-ranking honorary disciple, Your cultivation level is merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. The person in charge finally managed to respond. For the qi refinement period, we recommend choosing at most the intermediate cultivation chamber. Anything beyond that would exceed your capacity and yield no benefit whatsoever. Tang Tian chuckled. I appreciate your concern. However, I suggest you refrain from advising me. I have a preference for the top tier in all things. The person in charge was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Please, young Master Tang, heed his advice, Gu Xiaoxue urged, tugging at Tang Tian's sleeve. Opting for anything beyond the intermediate configuration truly won't yield significant results. The Dao level. That's specifically meant for tribulation period cultivators. You really shouldn't waste your money like this. Gu Xiaoxue earnestly pleaded. Gazing into her sincere eyes, Tang Tian nodded, saying, You're right. He then turned to the person in charge. I almost forgot to mention. I meant the top configuration. For 2 sets, please point one for each of us. Don't get it mixed up. Gu Xiaoxue was left speechless. Wait, did you really just say that? Did you hear what you just said? You didn't listen to a word I said. Young Master Tang, please reconsider. Gu Xiaoxue exclaimed in desperation. Tang Tian sighed inwardly. This girl was wonderful in every way, but she was too innocent and kind-hearted. If he were a certain type of person, he suspected she would have jumped in to secure a set for herself before he even spoke. There's no need to persuade me. Tang Tian replied gently. This isn't merely for you. I have my own reasons as well. Consider it a token of gratitude for the breakfast you treated me to today. He couldn't divulge the true reason to Gu Xiaoxue. So he explained it this way. Gu Xiaoxue appeared stunned, lost in thought. Fortunately, she complied and ceased her objections. Tang Tian sighed softly. It seemed he would need to avoid similar situations in the future to prevent putting pressure on the young girl. Individuals like Gu Xiaoxue often placed great importance on favors. Tang Tian did not wish to shamelessly admit that his actions were specifically motivated by his desire to do something for her. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the Dao level cultivation chamber? The person in charge asked. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, there are 2 sets in total, and the configuration of the formation must be of the highest caliber. How much will it cost altogether? The person in charge calculated and replied, Based on your requirements, a daily expenditure of 4,700,000 spirit jade is necessary for routine consumption. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Is it possible to rent for a longer duration at once? He felt that less than 5 million still seemed insufficient. The manager took a deep breath and said, Of course, the maximum rental period is 1 year. However, during this year, whether you enter the cultivation chamber or not, it will be counted. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet, which had over 300 million. After some calculations, it would be just enough for 2 months. Then let us start with 2 months, he decided. Chapter 19. The secret technique of the Azure Python. After completing the formalities, Tang Tian received 2 tokens granting access to the Dao level cultivation chamber. He then left the 1 Dao pavilion with Gu Xiaoxue. Throughout the journey, Gu Xiaoxue appeared somewhat quiet, as if the earlier matter had left a mark on her. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, What's wrong? Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head and murmured, No one has ever treated me this well before. Upon seeing her expression, Tang Tian's brows knitted together. Dismiss such absurd thoughts. His tone suddenly turned stern. Listen, in this world, no one will treat you kindly without a reason. If someone does, it is surely with ulterior motives. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably bring yourself to ruin. Do you understand? Tang Tian was not a good person by any means, nor did he aspire to be the archetypal hero. However, he always held a profound respect and admiration for those with genuine goodwill. He truly did not wish to see Gu Xiaoxue ruin her life due to her innocence and kindness. The sudden reprimand left Gu Xiaoxue momentarily stunned. She stared at Tang Tian, and after a long pause, she slowly asked, What about you? Do you have any ulterior motives toward me? Tang Tian snorted lightly and turned away. I am different. What you perceive as my kindness is not at all what you imagine it to be. As I mentioned earlier, my motive for renting the cultivation chamber stems from my own reasons, not because of you. Do not foolishly think that I am doing this out of goodwill, understand? Gu Xiaoxue stood silent for a moment before eventually lowering her head and softly saying, All right, I understand. Tang Tian exhaled, stating, From now on, regarding spirit jade, do not express any opinions on my decisions. You simply need to memorize the Guardian's Code and fulfill your duties as a protector. Gu Xiaoxue nodded in acquiescence. However, just as Tang Tian thought he had finally clarified things and felt a twinge of guilt for his previous remarks, Gu Xiaoxue slowly lifted her head, asking, Will you still eat the breakfast I prepare for you? Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. You truly are. For the first time, he felt a hint of annoyance toward Gu Xiaoxue, this stubborn girl. Upon arriving at the cultivation chamber, he tossed the tokens to her and swiftly entered his own chamber. After sitting cross-legged for a while, he gradually calmed his emotions. It would be ethically questionable to forcibly alter a naive and kind-hearted girl. He resolved to let time reveal the world's harsh realities to her. After soothing his thoughts, Tang Tian prepared to commence today's cultivation. One must acknowledge that this top-tier cultivation chamber was indeed extraordinary. Even the act of breathing allowed him to sense strands of pure spiritual energy silently nourishing his body. Prolonged time spent in such an environment would undoubtedly yield remarkable results in cultivation. Naturally, given the exorbitant daily costs, one must derive value from it. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Tang Tian did not rush into cultivation but instead awakened the infinite consumption system. Following the previous transaction, he had accrued over 28,000 consumption points, and with the points obtained from renovation materials, the total reached over 20,000. If he were to fully pay off the annual rent, he could acquire an additional 140,000 consumption points. However, beyond that, it was uncertain when he would have the opportunity for further significant expenditures. The priority for system exchanges would naturally be his talents, making it impossible to exchange for 6th-tier physique. Thus, it would be more prudent to secure the 5th-tier physique first and address the remainder later. After clarifying his thoughts, Tang Tian chose to exchange 5th-tier physique, 10,000 consumption points. The system's notification chimed promptly, signaling the successful exchange. The system would randomly select one type of 5th-tier physique. Upon successful selection, he was greeted with the message, "Congratulations. You have obtained the bloodline of the Great Wilderness Azure Python." With the success of the exchange, the familiar sensation of warmth enveloped his entire being. In a daze, Tang Tian felt as if he had transcended to the Great Wilderness, transforming into a colossal azure python spanning the peaks. With a slight twist of his body, towering trees would crash down, and countless beasts perished on the spot. The azure python opened its massive jaws, and a gale suddenly erupted, drawing in the flesh and blood of all beasts into its belly. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Tian returned to his senses, pondering deeply. That moment seemed to be a form of a secret technique inherited through bloodlines. When a being reaches a certain level of power, some of the secret techniques they master can be passed down through their bloodline. Regardless of how many generations pass, this inheritance remains. If the descendants possess particularly pure bloodlines, the secret techniques will manifest and be naturally grasped. The azure python's ability to devour other beasts appeared to be one such inherited technique. After some contemplation, Tang Tian raised one hand, fingers slightly splayed. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from his palm, stirring the air ahead and forming a formidable gust. The force generated by this airflow far exceeded that of his fully cultivated swift wind sword technique. Wow! Tang Tian hastily recalled the secret technique. The power was astonishingly beyond his expectations. Could this be considered a hidden ace? A faint smile emerged on Tang Tian's face. This azure python secret technique could certainly serve as a trump card. Yet, he had an inkling that he had not fully inherited the essence of the azure python secret technique, merely grasping its surface. Otherwise, perhaps he could utilize the insight feature in the system? With 10,000 consumption points remaining, he opted for the exchange. One instance of intermediate insight, 10,000 consumption points. Intermediate insight can elevate the realm of profound level and below techniques by one stage. Upon receiving the points, Tang Tian applied insight to the azure python secret technique. However, the system's notification sounded once more. Target technique level too high. Unable to perform insight. Please exchange for a higher level. Insight failed. Yet, a joyful smile grazed Tang Tian's face. It was merely an issue of insufficient level, not an impossibility for insight. Once he accumulated enough consumption points, he would eventually elevate the azure python secret technique to its pinnacle. Achieving parity with the azure python ancestor was not beyond the realm of possibility. Very well. Tang Tian exited the system interface, and 5 rings of talent began to rise around him as he commenced his cultivation for the day. Chapter 20. Strange actions. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, evening had arrived. In the Dao-level cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged on the mat, 5 rings of talent quietly suspended around him, flickering in and out. With each breath, vast amounts of pure spiritual energy surged into his body. Having just broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, his cultivation continued to grow steadily. After a moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Still a bit short. After a day of cultivation, combined with various elixirs, he had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement and would soon successfully break through to the 5th layer. Such a rate of advancement far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators with 5 rings of talent. There was no denying that his resources were extraordinarily abundant. The effects of the Dao-level cultivation chamber had directly allowed him to reach the limits that could be borne during the qi refinement phase. Additionally, several invisible waves of Taoist laws enveloped Tang Tian's body. These were from the law formation specifically designed for tribulation stage cultivators, although he could not utilize them at present. They subtly promoted his cultivation progress. Compared to the Zizhu courtyard, this was indeed far superior. Forget it. I'll continue tomorrow. Noticing the time, Tang Tian decided to conclude today as cultivation, exiting the cultivation chamber. He activated Gu Xiaoxue's communication jade talisman. Shortly, Gu Xiaoxue appeared from another cultivation chamber. Don't you plan to cultivate a bit longer? This is a Dao-level cultivation chamber, Gu Xiaoxue asked. Seeing her revert to her previous demeanor, Tang Tian replied somewhat irritably. Staying up late is harmful to your health. Let us go home. With that, he left first, and Gu Xiaoxue obediently followed behind. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian could not resist asking, "How does it feel?" Gu Xiaoxue responded with excitement, "It's fantastic. I previously thought that higher-level cultivation chambers were only slightly better in terms of spiritual energy concentration than ordinary chambers. Now I realize they also contain vast amounts of Taoist laws. Following the guidance of these laws, I discovered many of my shortcomings. Beyond that, the Tao-level cultivation chamber can even connect directly with the heavens and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, granting a sensation of being at the very center of the world. It is simply marvelous." Gu Xiaoxue sang praises, while Tang Tian wore a perplexed expression. "Is it true? Are you certain we entered the same level of cultivation chamber?" He felt a wave of frustration. This girl had an uncanny ability to deliver blows to his self-esteem when he least expected it. Upon returning to the Dao Hall, Tang Tian found the previous head still present, who greeted his return with a beaming smile. "Has your cultivation concluded, friend? How do you feel?" he inquired politely. Tang Tian, emulating Gu Xiaoxue's tone, replied, "Excellent. However, I feel that 2 months is too brief. Please extend it by another 4 months." The head's expression faltered. He had hoped to witness Tang Tian regretting his choice, lamenting his decision, but alas, he was disappointed. As you wish. The transaction was swiftly completed. Tang Tian glanced at his wallet and continued, "No, that feeling was simply too wonderful. 4 months is insufficient. Grant me another 6 months. So it totals a neat year." The head was at a loss for words. "Brother, what do you think this is? A mere tally. Even those preparing for seclusion during the tribulation phase don't conduct themselves this way. They typically rent for half a year and extend only if unsuccessful." Seeing that Tang Tian was not jesting, the head reluctantly nodded. "Very well. If you have the means, then so be it." The renewal was completed smoothly, and Tang Tian's wealth surged, surpassing 2 billion, with expenditures similarly soaring to over 160,000. With his 6-ring talent, success was assured. In high spirits, he thanked the head and departed the Dao Hall with Gu Xiaoxue. However, instead of hurrying back to the purple bamboo courtyard, he descended the mountain, arriving at the area where outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples intersect, the Disciples' Hall. Here, one could ascend to the outer sect. The promotion rules for outer disciples were straightforward. As long as one reached the 4th level of Qi refinement and maintained a stable mental state, promotion was guaranteed. Tang Tian met the criteria. Nonetheless, his appearance drew the attention of many. After all, an esteemed honorary disciple attending the outer disciple promotion was quite a rarity. The reasoning was simple. With such wealth, one could easily amass resources to reach the foundation establishment stage. What wealthy heir remains in kindergarten at 18? However, they were taken aback to discover that, despite his status, Tang Tian's cultivation was a meager 4th level of Qi refinement. Is he perhaps a mortal body? Who could say? He was particularly young, yet he only reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Would his family truly invest so many resources in him? A 5 million honorary disciple. This world is incredibly unfair. In the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. Though Tang Tian exuded financial prowess, he was met with disdainful glances. He remained indifferent, even relishing the situation. Such misjudgments of his true strength would, to some extent, place him in a comparatively secure environment. Indeed, he feared for his life. There was nothing to deny here. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, and a moment's negligence could cost one their life. Life was the most precious of treasures, and Tang Tian was not keen on carelessly relinquishing it, especially when he had yet to fully enjoy it. If possible, he would prefer to bide his time until he became invincible before re-emerging. After passing the cultivation assessment, Tang Tian successfully became an outer disciple. Only then did he return with Gu Xiaoxue to the purple bamboo forest. Traversing the narrow path, they arrived before a formation. Suddenly, a figure at the perimeter caught Tang Tian's eye. It was a woman draped in sheer fabric, lying motionless at the edge of the formation, her attire disheveled, suggesting she had encountered some misfortune. "Go take a look," Tang Tian instructed Gu Xiaoxue. She approached, but soon her expression turned peculiar, signaling to Tang Tian that there was no danger, urging him to come closer. As he neared and beheld the woman's face, he gasped in astonishment. Is it really her? The woman was Feng Fei. Do you know her? Gu Xiaoxue asked, astonished. Tang Tian nodded, recalling their earlier encounter, which had left a less than favorable impression. What happened to her? She appears to be injured and unconscious. Gu Xiaoxue pursed her lips. Well, on the surface, it seems that way. However, she likely consumed a rare pill called the Hidden Vein Pill. This obscure pill creates the illusion of damaged meridians in a weakened body. Once the antidote is taken, recovery is instantaneous. Tang Tian was taken aback. Such a pill exists. Why would Fang Fei take it? He looked down at her disheveled attire, inadvertently revealing patches of her fair skin, leaving him momentarily speechless. What on earth was she up to? Find a way to wake her up, Tang Tian said, wishing to minimize his entanglement with someone like Fang Fei. Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, forming a peculiar hand sign and lightly tapping Fang Fei's forehead. Moments later, Fang Fei stirred, murmuring, "What happened? I feel so dizzy." With a dazed expression, she propped herself up, her garment slipping further down, revealing more of her delicate skin. "What are you doing here?" Tang Tian inquired. I was injured," she replied, her voice faltering. "That I heard this purple bamboo forest has healing properties, so I came to try my luck, but somehow, I wandered into a formation. And then I can't recall anything." She gently touched her forehead, appearing pitifully delicate. Her tone was a stark contrast to their previous encounter at the Jinyu Hall. Wasn't it taxing on her throat to speak like that? Observing her demeanor, Tang Tian surmised her intentions. Was this an elaborate ruse to draw him in? Indeed, anyone capable of acquiring the purple bamboo courtyard must possess significant wealth, which often correlates with status and influence. Some young women might find it hard to resist. However, Fang Fei, could you have not done a bit more homework before initiating your plan? Tang Tian had no interest in playing along. Fang Fei, what exactly do you want? Called by her name, Fang Fei froze, then recalled the voice. Her heart raced as she slowly lifted her gaze, stunned. "You, how could you be here?" Fang Fei was utterly shocked, her formal demeanor slipping away. Tang Tian chuckled. "That question should be mine. What are you doing outside my courtyard? If I recall correctly, ordinary disciples are not permitted to enter the purple bamboo forest at will." Fang Fei's expression was one of disbelief, seemingly grappling with the situation. "This is impossible. How could a mere lowly servant who stumbled upon some wealth afford the purple bamboo courtyard?" Tang Tian replied coldly. "First, whether I own the purple bamboo courtyard is none of your concern. Secondly, I am now an outer disciple, and furthermore, an esteemed honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. Lastly, leave promptly, or I will alert the law enforcement hall." Fang Fei's gaze faltered. She had intended to expose Tang Tian's background, but noticed the gilded purple robe he wore, a clear emblem of an honorary disciple. No one dared impersonate such a status within the Qinghua sect. Her emotions became exceedingly complicated. She had not anticipated that her intricate schemes would lead her to the very person she had once scorned. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I have someone throw you out?" Tang Tian issued his ultimatum. Fang Fei's expression shifted, and suddenly she donned a pitiful facade, her voice trembling. "Tang Tian, young Master Tang, you misunderstand. I harbor no contempt for you. It's all Lin Yu's fault. She is the one who always speaks ill of you in front of me, causing my misunderstanding. I truly am injured. My meridians are in disarray. Please, have mercy and allow me to rest here. I don't need to enter the courtyard. If I return, my fate will surely be dire." Fang Fei's voice was hauntingly sorrowful, her features etched with despair. Had her target been some naive youth, she might have succeeded. But alas, Tang Tian was far from inexperienced. "I will give you 3 breaths of time." He remained indifferent. "Listen to me, young Master Tang." Fang Fei was unwilling to concede, shifting her body to approach him, her neckline lower than before. Yet another figure stepped in her way, Gu Xiaoxue, who stood silently, radiating an aura of intensity as she coldly glared at Fang Fei. Resembling a capable guardian. 2 breaths remain, Tang Tian stated flatly. Fang Fei bit her lip, seemingly contemplating a final struggle, but she could not breach Gu Xiaoxue's barrier. In desperation, she could only utter an apology before stumbling away from the purple bamboo forest. After she departed, Tang Tian shook his head and opened the formation to step into the purple bamboo courtyard. "I finally adhered to the guard regulations just once. Otherwise, I would feel as though I had accomplished nothing. Somewhat unworthy of the substantial salary." Upon returning, Gu Xiaoxue reverted to her previous demeanor, smiling innocently as she spoke. Tang Tian replied with a smile that is merely a facade. "Without your presence, the conflict I had with Jia Ming and the others yesterday morning would have been inevitable. While conducting affairs at Qinghua sect, I would have faced countless disturbances. It is your presence that allows me to sidestep those troublesome matters." Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "But those renowned disciples I have seen, even when alone, rarely face any provocation. It seems ordinary disciples are quite fearful of them." Tang Tian shook his head, saying, "They are merely intimidated by the garb. This purple robe signifies considerable wealth and an unknown background. However, If one possesses insufficient strength, all of that becomes meaningless. There will always be someone willing to test the waters, leading to endless troubles. Gu Xiaoxuan nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, that woman just now was so fake. At a glance, it was obvious she was putting on an act. Surely no one would fall for that. Tang Tian rubbed his nose. In truth, he found Fang Fei's acting quite commendable, had she been a stranger unaware of her use of hidden veins. Even without assistance, his demeanor would not have been as harsh as it was earlier. Could it be that women truly understand other women best? You were right, her acting was subpar. Tang Tian agreed. She must have attempted to approach you to seek some benefit. Why not take a more straightforward path? Really? Gu Xiaoxue expressed her disdain for Fang Fei's previous actions. Tang Tian replied, everyone has their own means of survival. I generally refrain from judging such matters. Let us not dwell on her. Instead, let us rest well and resume training at the dojo tomorrow. With that, the two returned to their respective chambers. The moon hung high in the sky. A woman sat cross-legged among the forest, her aura constantly shifting. It was Fang Fei. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her injuries having completely receded, restoring her to her former self. Damn Tang Tian, she seethed. Her eyes filled with resentment. What of your wealth? You will always remain a mere chi refinement lackey. If I cannot deal with you, surely others cannot. To dare insult me twice, I will make you pay dearly. Fang Fei glared into the distance. Seemingly resolute, as if she had made a momentous decision. And Lin Yue. It is because of you that I have incurred enmity with Tang Tian. Wretched harlot, despicable lackey, you shall await your reckoning. Chapter 22. The arrival of Qin Hai early the next morning. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue arrived at the main peak dojo. Last night, he had utilized 100,000 consumption points to successfully exchange for the 6th-tier talent. Today was the perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. After a session of cultivation, the difference from the 5th-tier talent was indeed remarkable. With the aid of the Dao-level training chamber, he estimated he could break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement today, which invigorated Tang Tian. Power was what he valued most. In the subsequent month and a half, Tang Tian had not discovered any other avenues for consumption points. Though available, the quantities were too meager. He had no interest in trifling amounts. Thus, during this period, he continually shuttled between the dojo and the purple bamboo courtyard. The saturated cultivation environment, along with ample medicinal assistance, allowed his cultivation to ascend rapidly. On the first day, he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. By the 3rd day, the 6th, and by the 7th day, the 7th. After more than half a month, Tang Tian had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement. With another half-month's effort, he should achieve the 13th level's perfection and be poised to challenge the Foundation establishment realm. Such speed was something the former Tang Tian could scarcely have imagined. It was worth noting that Lin Yu, possessing 5th-tier talent, had taken nearly a year to break through to Foundation establishment and enter the inner sect. With Tang Tian's current advancement rate, he would soon catch up completely. Additionally, Tang Tian used his consumption points to exchange for a plethora of ordinary-level comprehension sessions, learning dozens of common spells. Among them were combat spells like Fire Palm, Wave-treading Steps, and Diamond Fist, as well as life-sustaining spells like Spirit Fire Technique, Rain Summoning Technique, and Telekinesis. Without exception, all were elevated to the Great Completion stage. The rationale behind this was not only to enhance his combat repertoire and facilitate daily life, but, more importantly, to deepen his understanding of the path of cultivation through various spell types. The results were remarkably positive. The current Tang Tian was no longer the naive novice he once was. During discussions with Gu Xiaoxue, he was no longer merely a student being taught but could engage in spirited debates, occasionally astonishing Gu Xiaoxue, who would exclaim that Tang Tian was an undeniable genius in cultivation. To this, Tang Tian merely smiled faintly. Basic skills. Do not overthink. As time passed, Tang Tian's overall strength surged, placing him firmly on the grand stage of the cultivation world. In the purple bamboo courtyard, an intense clash was unfolding fervently within the yard. With a swift motion, Tang Tian thrust his sword, appearing in front of Gu Xiaoxue's chest in an instant. Yet Gu Xiaoxue remained remarkably composed, raising her long sword to counter, the tip meeting Tang Tian's sword. However, to her astonishment, as the two sword tips made contact, Tang Tian's figure suddenly became ethereal, exploding into a myriad of shadows. The next moment, dense black flames surged in from all directions, wrapping around Gu Xiaoxue's body in a frenzied embrace. Frowning slightly, Gu Xiaoxue swiftly formed a hand seal, a chilling aura descending to extinguish the black flames. But at that moment, a gigantic fist descended from above, carrying immense force towards her. Gu Xiaoxue's gaze sharpened, her aura turning fierce as she surged upward, confronting it head-on, her long sword poised. With a resounding crash, the fist, formed of spiritual energy, shattered, revealing Tang Tian's figure within, just as he prepared to cast another spell. A voice echoed in his ear, "There's no time." That a familiar icy sensation brushed against his neck, fleeting as it came. Tang Tian sighed softly, slowly descending from the sky. "That I still cannot surpass you," he lamented. Gu Xiaoxue replied, "You have done remarkably well. I never anticipated that you would master so many spells, all cultivated to great completion. I have never seen a talent as formidable as you. Truly, you surpass me by leaps and bounds." Tang Tian scoffed, "Then why did I lose?" Gu Xiaoxue explained, "It is because, although you have mastered numerous spells, your combat experience is still lacking. Thus, in terms of adjustment, coordination, and on-the-spot judgment, there remains a degree of deficiency. However, your progress is astonishingly rapid. I foresee that it will not be long before, relying solely on spells of the same rank, you will make me your subordinate." Tang Tian responded with her "Oh." In essence, her words implied that while he was not yet formidable, he was improving quickly, and at this rate, he might soon compel her to surrender. "Then you shall practice with me more often," Tang Tian declared. Subsequently, they returned to the stone table to discuss the nuances they needed to be wary of during their earlier battle. Suddenly, at that moment, Tang Tian's communication jade talisman lit up. Upon examining it, he raised an eyebrow. "It was Qin Hai." According to their prior arrangement, Qin Hai was to bring a batch of cultivation resources after half a month, serving as a test case for opening trade channels. However, it seemed there had been some delays on Qin Hai's end, pushing the timeline back a few days. Uncertain of the current situation, Tang Tian activated the communication jade talisman. "Tang Xiao, I am ready on my end. Please confirm the time and location for the transaction." Qin Hai's voice came through. Finally, Tang Tian exclaimed, "Can you enter Qingwe sect?" Qin Hai replied, "Yes, we have an existing agreement with Qingwe sect, with an invitation. Entry to relevant areas is permitted." Tang Tian pondered, then said, "All right, I will send someone to Jinyu Hall to find you." After concluding the communication, he turned to Gu Xiaoxue, "Be cautious when dealing with such individuals. Do not casually divulge details about our matters." Gu Xiaoxue nodded, "I understand." Soon, she took the formation plate and departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Xiaoxue returned, accompanied by Qin Hai. "Tang Xiao, long time no see," Qin Hai greeted warmly. Tang Tian smiled slightly. "Please, have a seat." Qin Hai settled down before Tang Tian, while Gu Xiaoxue stood quietly behind him. "I sincerely apologize," Qin Hai began. "Initially, half a month was sufficient. But upon learning that you had rented the purple bamboo courtyard with such generosity, I felt the items I had prepared were unworthy of your status. Thus, I took a few more days to gather some more precious goods." Tang Tian stroked his chin. "Oh, you are quite well informed, aren't you?" Qin Hai chuckled. "After all, in this line of work, having some channels for information is indispensable. You may not be aware, but during this period, it has gradually spread that a top-tier wealthy young man has recently arrived at Qingwei sect. Known for his lavish spending, many are eager to learn more about you." Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent, as he had anticipated such developments. His extravagant spending habits would inevitably become the talk of the town wherever he went. Although he preferred to keep a low profile, it was unavoidable. After all, he needed to spend money to build his reputation. Qin Hai's mention of this matter likely stemmed from his concern that Tang Tian might have found alternative trading channels. "Is that so? I'm not entirely sure at the moment," Tang Tian replied. "However, I am much more intrigued by what you have brought today and I hope it meets my expectations." Qin Hai smiled broadly, "Of course." After some conversation, Qin Hai produced a beautifully crafted shumi ring. "Take a look at this. It was specially dispatched from the headquarters of Jinyu Tang, tailored to your specifications, with various levels and types of items included." Qin Hai explained. Tang Tian nodded, accepting the shumi ring and probing his consciousness inside. A vast space unfolded before his eyes, filled with an array of boxes, each meticulously labeled with descriptions of their contents: elixirs, spiritual artifacts, talismans, medicinal herbs, refining materials, spirit grasses, celestial fruits, and treasures of the earth, all present. Additionally, there were numerous jade slips containing techniques of various ranks, shimmering within the space. If this trove were to be taken to the outside world, it could easily establish a small sect. It seems satisfactory. How much does it cost in total? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai replied with a smile. Considering your exceptional financial capacity, I prepared a little extra, totaling exactly 500 million. Tang Tian paused slightly, then sighed. I appreciate you bringing these items, but I find this price unsatisfactory. After expenses for renting, renovations, and the dojo, Tang Tian's spiritual jade had surpassed 2 billion. Such a trivial sum as 500 million hardly piqued his interest. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure, Qin Hai quickly asked, "Are you implying that IT is too expensive?" Tang Tian shot him a glance. "I initially thought you would be a good partner. If you continue to underestimate me, our connection might very well come to an end." Qin Hai was taken aback, realizing the implication of Tang Tian's words. So, it was that he found the amount too low. The last time, when he spent 1 million, it was understandable, but now it was 500 million. Ultimately, limited vision constrained one's perspective. Such a person, who spent money as if it were water, could not be judged by ordinary standards. However, he quickly donned a brighter smile, having heard of Tang Tian's substantial wealth, which was evidently true. "Then my recent investment of time and effort has not been in vain," Qin Hai chuckled. "What do you mean?" Tang Tian asked, puzzled. Qin Hai produced another Shumi ring. "The 500 million worth of items I initially intended to trade with you. However, upon hearing that you had rented the Zizhu courtyard with a Dao-level training chamber, I surmised that those items might not be worthy of your status. Thus, I requested the headquarters to allocate some higher quality treasures, which is why I could not finalize our transaction on time." Tang Tian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "You are aware of the dojo matters?" Qin Hai nodded. "Of course, your name has spread widely in our circle." Tang Tian remained silent. He had been focused on his cultivation and had not paid much attention to external affairs. It was surprising to learn he had become somewhat of a minor celebrity. Nevertheless, it was somewhat expected. "All right, let me see what you have meticulously prepared," Tang Tian said, picking up the second Shumi ring and probing his consciousness inside. This ring contained fewer items, with just 5 exquisite boxes placed centrally, each accompanied by information about the treasures. Feiyu Huanyanju, Earth-grade upper-tier movement technique, 15 billion spiritual jade, Changgung Zijin sword, Earth-grade supreme spiritual artifact, 20 billion spiritual jade, Shursui grade 7 treasure of heaven and earth, 5 billion spiritual jade per vial, totaling 5 vials, Shihun Ning Shindan, grade 7 elixir, 3 billion spiritual jade per vial, totaling 10 vials, Tianlei pearl, can summon heavenly lightning, with power roughly equivalent to a full force strike from a tribulation stage cultivator, 1 billion spiritual jade per pearl, totaling 20 pearls. These treasures were on an entirely different level from those in the previous Shumi ring. Tang Tian regarded Qin Hai thoughtfully. "When at Jinyu Tang, did you not claim your authority was limited to 1 million? How has it suddenly expanded?" Qin Hai chuckled ruefully. "I stake my career on this. Based on your performance at Qinghua sect, I suspected you might be dissatisfied with the previous ring's contents. Thus, I guaranteed my future to the headquarters and applied for these 5 treasures. If you purchase even one, I could rise a level within Jinyu Tang." Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing the gravity of Qin Hai's commitment. "You won't let me down, will you?" Qin Hai asked cautiously. Tang Tian smiled. "Of course not. I am quite pleased with the items here. There is no need for selection. Anything worthy that is presented before me will not be allowed to slip away." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai was overjoyed. Young Master Tang is indeed generous. The two then proceeded with their transaction. With only 2 billion on hand, Tang Tian opted for staggered purchases, and Qin Hai had become accustomed to this method. Soon, all the items from both rings were acquired. The total amount of spiritual jade soared past 1 billion. Reaching the staggering figure of 150 billion, that the expenditure amounted to 130 million. His 7th grade aptitude was now within reach. Qin Hai beamed with delight. This transaction would undoubtedly elevate his status significantly. It was a win-win situation. "Pleasure doing business. I look forward to our next encounter, and I hope you bring even more astonishing treasures next time." Tang Tian smiled. Qin Hai laughed heartily. "I will certainly do my utmost." Moments later, Qin Hai departed from the Zizhu courtyard. Jiyu Xiaoxue resumed her seat, still in shock from the recent transaction. Despite having witnessed Tang Tian's grand gestures before, "How did you become so wealthy?" "I've never possessed more than 2 million spiritual jade," she asked, somewhat disheartened. The disparity in wealth can indeed be discouraging at times. Tang Tian shook his head. "Some wealth is tangible, while some is intangible. Setting aside talent, your cave dwelling, techniques, spiritual artifacts, and the cultivation environment you enjoy are substantial assets in their own right. But all of these were provided by the sect," Gu Xiaoxue replied. Tang Tian smiled. "You learned from them and enjoyed them. Aren't they yours now? The essence of value remains fundamentally unchanged." Jiyu Xiaoxue pondered this, her expression thoughtful. Tang Tian also reflected, realizing the rationale behind Qinghua sect's decision to open up to honorary disciples, sacrificing a small portion of privileges in exchange for abundant resources to benefit their dedicated disciples. A practice employed by many sections. The only question remained: Was Qing Wesek truly in dire financial straits? Tang Tian could not ascertain. Chapter 24. The Rare Gathering. After a brief silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something. Xiaoxue, am I quite famous lately? He inquired. During this time, he had primarily been focused on the Zizhu courtyard and the dojo, oblivious to external happenings. However, Gu Xiaoxue enjoyed more freedom, sometimes when she didn't attend the dojo. Tang Tian would grant her time off to attend to her own matters. Thus, she should have some insight. Somewhat, I suppose, Gu Xiaoxue replied. I am not certain about the lower district, but there are indeed people in the upper district who occasionally discuss you. Moreover, invitations from outside the courtyard have been increasing in frequency. Just yesterday, I saw some individuals lurking outside the Zizhu forest, peering in, and I had to chase them away. Tang Tian fell silent. He understood that such occurrences were inevitable. His ostentatious spending and extravagant displays would surely pique curiosity among certain individuals. However, he had not anticipated it would escalate so swiftly. Do you people not cultivate? Is the gossiping nature of the cultivation world this severe? Tang Tian thought to himself, exasperated. If this continued, someone would undoubtedly succumb to their curiosity and create some bothersome situations. Perhaps it was time to make an appearance and quell their curiosity, thereby allowing him to maintain an air of mystery. Once their curiosity was satisfied, the days ahead would likely become much more tranquil. Do you still have those invitations? Tang Tian was well aware of the situation, yet he chose not to glance at them, leaving it to Gu Xiaoxue to handle. Yes, I have them all. Here they are, she replied, producing a thick stack of invitations. Tang Tian took the invitations and began to peruse them. He was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of their contents. There were invitations to admire flowers, attend poetry and song gatherings, and even to watch beautiful women dance. One invitation, in particular, stood out. It was an invitation to view the moon at Luoyuan Lake within the sect, a place meant for lovers, and astonishingly, it was sent by a man. Tang Tian rolled his eyes and tossed aside the chaotic invitations, ultimately keeping only one that appeared more legitimate. That it was an invitation from the Shancheng Garden, stating that the prestigious disciple Qijin meeting would be held there in 10 days. Have you heard of this place? Tang Tian inquired, handing the invitation to Gu Xiaoxue. She nodded, recognizing it. Yes, it's a garden filled with flowers. Every spring, various gatherings are hosted there. The Qijin meeting is one of them, specifically for prestigious disciples, though I'm not entirely sure about the details. Tang Tian stroked his chin, finding the gathering rather formal. There should be quite a few attendees, he mused, noticing that the invitation had been delivered 4 days prior, meaning the meeting would occur in 6 days. Why don't you inquire about the specifics of the Qijin meeting over the next few days? We shall attend together, he suggested. 6 days passed swiftly. Recently, the crowd outside the purple bamboo forest had grown considerably. Each time Tang Tian stepped outside, he attracted a plethora of curious glances, and some with ulterior motives would even approach him to strike up conversations. Despite Gu Xiaoxue's attempts to dissuade them, some continued to seek proximity to him for information. Consequently, Tang Tian decided to remain indoors, concentrating on his cultivation. Fortunately, he had wisely chosen to live alone. Otherwise, he might have attracted unwanted attention. On the very day he made a deal with Qin Hai, Tang Tian spent 1,000,000 consumption points to successfully exchange for the 7 rings of talent. This enhancement significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to break through to the 11th layer of qi refinement in just a few days. At this rate, he would soon reach the foundation establishment stage. In addition, he exchanged 100,000 consumption points for a 6th level physique, acquiring the Thunder Flood Dragon bloodline. The enhancement from the Thunder Flood Dragon bloodline surpassed that of the Great Wilderness Green Python, though it did not come with any inherited secret techniques, which was somewhat disappointing. However, he understood that such things could not be forced. Everything happens in due time, and he could always exchange for even more powerful physiques in the future with the remaining points. Tang Tian continued to exchange for various levels of comprehension opportunities and studied several different cultivation techniques, further deepening his understanding of cultivation and Dao. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxue had gathered some information regarding the Qijin meeting. It was indeed a gathering exclusive to prestigious disciples, and only those at the intermediate level or higher were eligible to attend. The main purpose of the gathering was to provide a place for entertainment. As not all prestigious disciples were like Tang Tian, who preferred to seclude himself and cultivate at home. In reality, most prestigious disciples were not particularly enthusiastic about cultivation. They preferred leisure activities such as sightseeing, flower admiring, moon gazing, and enjoying music and dance. Purchasing their identities merely afforded them a more enjoyable experience. While Tang Tian held little interest in such frivolities, he was intrigued by a particular segment of the Qijin meeting, appreciation of rarities. During this segment, Shanshan Garden would showcase some extraordinary items for the prestigious disciples to appreciate, and those interested could purchase them at gatherings of this type. One word inevitably came to mind: expensive. Tang Tian relished that notion. Thus, he promptly decided that he would attend the Qijin meeting, and no one could deter him. Early in the morning, he arose with the dawn, breathing in the fresh air. The subtle fragrance of flowers filled his senses. Could you gather some locust flowers for us in the coming days? When mixed with flour and steamed, they are absolutely delectable, he remarked to Gu Xiaoxua, who was setting the table. Can locust flowers be eaten? She inquired, tilting her head. Unbeknownst to her, the old locust tree had blossomed with clusters of delicate white flowers, exuding a gentle fragrance. Of course they can. Tang Tian replied as he took a seat at the table. Noticing a smudge of soot on Gu Xiaoshua's nose, he chuckled. Are you still cooking over a fire? I merely mentioned it casually the other day. She retorted, wiping her nose. You were right. Though, cooked over a fire, it does taste better. The flavor is distinct. Tang Tian smiled, enjoying a simple breakfast. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the pair departed from the purple bamboo house. Traversing the serene path towards Shanshan Garden. Chapter 25. 3 types of people navigating around the main peak. Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua arrived at the eastern peak of Qingwei Gate. The Shanshan Garden was situated atop the eastern peak. As they walked, Tang Tian observed an increasing number of prestigious disciples heading in the same direction, likely attending the Qijin meeting. He soon noticed that nearly all of them were accompanied by several different disciples. Some were intersect disciples, while others were core disciples, presumably their bodyguards. Tang Tian's presence did not garner much attention, as many had only heard of him without having seen his visage. However, just as he was about to arrive at Shanshan Garden, a young man with a folding fan approached him. Esteemed friend, are you alone as well? The youth asked. Tang Tian glanced at him. The boy wore the attire of a high-ranking prestigious disciple, but had no bodyguards accompanying him. Tang Tian gestured towards Gu Xiaoxua, and the youth responded, what I meant was, you have no other companions. Coincidentally, I am alone as well. Shall we walk together? Tang Tian hesitated, realizing that the youth did not regard Gu Xiaoxua as a companion. Although he was reluctant to join another, he recalled that one of his purposes for venturing out today was to engage with others and appear less enigmatic. Ultimately, he nodded. I am Wang Ziyu. The young man introduced himself. I am Tang Tian, he replied. Upon hearing that name, Wang Ziyu's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are the infamous Tang Tian, the young master causing quite a stir recently. Tang Tian was taken aback. A stir? Wang Ziyu chuckled. The purple bamboo house hasn't hosted anyone in ages. Moreover, the Dao-level cultivation chambers are not accessible to just anyone. Yet, you requested 2 and paid for a year in advance. With all that combined, it's impossible not to be famous. A loss for words. Tang Tian could only mutter, I merely acted on impulse. Wang Ziyu clapped his hands. What a splendid notion. This is the principle we prestigious disciples should uphold. Unlike certain individuals who only know how to compete and belittle others, akin to toddlers, Tang Tian chuckled. Is such a thing true? Wang Ziyu smirked. You simply haven't interacted with the outside world enough. You'll understand soon. They soon reached the entrance of Shanshan Garden. With their invitations in hand, they were granted entry. Just as Gu Xiaoxua had described, the garden was a riot of colors, teeming with various flowers. Spring had arrived, and the blossoms vied for attention, filling the air with delightful fragrances that were a feast for the eyes. After wandering around the garden for a while, Tang Tian finally comprehended Wang Ziyu's earlier remarks. He witnessed several groups of prestigious disciples congregated together, discussing odd topics. The window in my cave was broken a few days ago, so I bought a mirror that cost me 80,000 spirit jade. What a ripoff. One lamented. Another chimed in. Indeed, I can't fathom why prices have skyrocketed. I bought an ordinary golden silk jade cushion yesterday for 130,000. Tang Tian was astounded. Are they truly lamenting about prices? The conversations of another group further widened his eyes. Hey, I heard you bought out the entire tab at the delicacy pavilion yesterday while in high spirits? One questioned. The other laughed heartily. It wasn't exactly high spirits. It was merely a moment of enthusiasm, a little over 100,000, just for everyone's enjoyment. The questioner narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then why did I hear you only put it on credit? The other turned crimson, exclaiming, how can you slander my reputation like that? I merely. Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. What sort of people are these? However, his subsequent encounter with a third group was even more ludicrous. Oh, sister, your little kitten is so adorable. What noble bloodline does it possess? Ah, it is rather ordinary, possessing merely a hint of the bloodline of a flower spirit. What bloodline does the kingfisher upon your shoulder possess? Merely the bloodline of a celestial bird, lacking the nobility of yours. No, it is your nobility. No, you are noble. You are noble. Tang Tian massaged his forehead, only to realize that Gu Xiaoxue and Wang Ziyu appeared unfazed by the peculiar conversation. Do you not find their dialogue somewhat strange? Tang Tian inquired of Gu Xiaoxue. She blinked, responding, not strange at all. Honorary disciples are typically like this. Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing there existed such a label. Did ordinary disciples regard themselves with the same peculiar gaze as one would for the insane? Of course it is strange. Wang Ziyu interjected. Tang Tian sighed in relief, knowing there were indeed normal individuals among honorary disciples. The bloodline of a flower spirit is hardly of any worth. One must possess a lineage akin to that of a celestial crane to be considered truly noble, Wang Ziyu stated earnestly. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing he had a long journey ahead in reconciling his identity as an honorary disciple. That level of existence is not easily attained by ordinary means, if perceiving Tang Tian's thoughts. Wang Ziyu smiled and remarked, the individuals we just witnessed are merely of the lower to mid-tier. They revel in such absurdities. The truly wealthy individuals are considerably more grounded. Tang Tian asked curiously. Are there distinctions among honorary disciples? Wang Ziyu replied, indeed. Generally speaking, honorary disciples can be categorized into three types. The first type consists of those who, having encountered some fortuitous opportunity, become suddenly wealthy overnight, lacking the strength to obtain their desired status through conventional means. They resort to spending spirit jade to purchase an identity, thus ensuring a degree of security for themselves and their future descendants. Such individuals tend to be quite shrewd and typically refrain from extravagant spending. The second type comprises those born into wealth but equally lacking in strength. Their families purchase an identity for them, allowing them to avoid internal family disputes and live a relatively stable life. These individuals are primarily there to indulge in leisure, with the ones we encountered earlier falling into this category. The third type consists of those who are wealthy, powerful, and well-connected. Their reasons for purchasing identities vary. Generally, they do not engage in reckless behavior, but they are undoubtedly the most formidable. Tang Tian was astonished to learn of such distinctions among honorary disciples. If Wang Ziyu's assertions held true, then it could be inferred that the second type, the leisure seekers, constituted the majority. What about you? Which category do you belong to? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu paused momentarily before opening his folding fan and replied nonchalantly, I belong to none of those categories. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds. I pursue my own carefree existence. Tang Tian nodded, stating, so, you are an outlier. Wang Ziyu's fan momentarily halted. Then he laughed heartily. Indeed, one could say that. And what about you? Tang, which category do you believe you belong to? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Coincidentally, I too am an outlier. Chapter 26, The Impure Disciple. Ha ha. Tang Tian's response caused Wang Ziyu to laugh uncontrollably. No wonder I felt an immediate camaraderie with you. Tang, we are indeed kindred spirits, Wang Ziyu exclaimed joyfully. Tang Tian smiled, choosing not to speak. Being an outlier has its merits. It likely means one will not receive absurd invitations to moon gaze. After all, the term outlier often connotes a sense of being unconventional or unpredictable. Following their enlightening conversation, the rapport between the two grew more harmonious. Wang Ziyu shared numerous intriguing anecdotes about honorary disciples, granting Tang Tian a clearer understanding of this group for the first time. In summary, honorary disciples are generally not those obsessed with cultivation. They are far more vibrant, their presence felt across various fields. Moreover, the existence of honorary disciples has, to a certain extent, fostered commercial growth, benefiting Qinghua sect in ways beyond mere spirit jade. The spring appreciation garden was vast, and the two continued their conversation as they strolled. Occasionally, others attempted to invite or join them, but faced with two outliers, they chose to respectfully keep their distance. However, just as they were enjoying their solitude, a cold voice interrupted them. Tang Tian? Turning to look, Tang Tian saw a stranger, a young man who was also a senior honorary disciple. Unlike him, this youth was surrounded by a throng of core or inner disciples, all strikingly beautiful young women, numbering no fewer than 10, adorned like blossoms. Who are you? Tang Tian furrowed his brow, certain he had never encountered this youth before. Shintafeng, the young man replied, observing Tang Tian's apparent confusion. Haha, it seems you did not regard the invitation I sent you with any seriousness. Tang Tian frowned again, still failing to recall this name. Thanks to Gu Xiaoxue's reminder, he suddenly remembered that the individual who invited him to watch beautiful women dance was indeed named Shintafeng. So it is you, Tang Tian mused, glancing at the young man surrounded by flowers, likely indulging in the spectacle of beauty daily. Isn't that tedious? Sorry, I have no such inclination, he replied. Shintafeng scoffed coldly. Remaining silent. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoxue stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Tian, her late-stage golden core aura subtly radiating, shielding him from harm. Young Master Tang, he intends to probe your body with his spirit. Gu Xiaoxue stated. Tang Tian's expression darkened as he asked, Shintafeng, what is the meaning of this? To casually probe another with one's spirit is a deeply disrespectful and malicious act, typically reserved for those of higher status towards their inferiors. After several encounters with such invasions, Tang Tian had instructed Gu Xiaoxue to intervene should anyone attempt to do so again, but he never anticipated that Shintafeng would brazenly act in such a manner. In response to Tang Tian's inquiry, Shintafeng coldly replied, It is nothing. I merely wish to see what abilities a person so proud as you possesses. You have rented a Dao-level cultivation chamber. So your progress must be swift. No? Have you reached the 5th level of Qi refinement? Tang Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual seemed overly familiar with him. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd surrounding Shintafeng. And realization struck him. It was Feng Fei. This clarified matters. Feng Fei was Lin Yu's close friend, so she would naturally be well informed about his circumstances if Tang Tian still possessed his previous talents. Even with a Dao-level cultivation chamber, he would only reach around the 5th level of Qi refinement at most. Was this fellow seeking revenge? Tang Tian could not ascertain, but it mattered little. Within Xinghua sect, as long as one does not commit any principled errors, no one could act against a senior honorary disciple. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxue was present. What I am or am not is of no concern to you. Should you dare to offend me again, do not blame me for being impolite, Tang Tian replied coldly. Simultaneously, Gu Xiaoxue's aura surged, pressing down upon all those present. After days of cultivation, she had approached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. And coupled with her formidable talent, she was not someone an ordinary golden core cultivator could contend with. Shintafeng naturally sensed this pressure. Though displeased, he ultimately refrained from exploding in anger. This is the Spring Appreciation Garden. I do not wish to cause further trouble. However, mark my words, you will eventually pay for your arrogance. With that, Shintafeng turned to leave, his entourage following suit. Tang Tian pondered thoughtfully. Arrogance? Who exactly is being arrogant? He found himself perplexed by Shintafeng's way of thinking. Yet, it mattered little. He had Gu Xiaoxue by his side. Once Shintafeng had distanced himself, Gu Xiaoxue retracted her aura and returned to Tang Tian's side. Wang Ziyu, observing the exchange, couldn't help but glance at her a few times before commenting, Brother Tang, your little guardian is quite remarkable. I truly envy you. Tang Tian shot him a sideways glance, asking, Then why don't you find one for yourself? Wang Ziyu chuckled, I am used to being solitary. Moreover, in Xinghua sect, what danger is there? Those who seek guardians merely wish to show off. Of course. You are different, Brother Tang. Tang Tian remained speechless, watching as Shintafeng vanished into the distance, and curiously asked, Does the sect not intervene in such matters? Shintafeng is flanked by at least 10 young female disciples. Could anyone genuinely believe they are merely his guards? Tang Tian found it odd. Inner and core disciples should hold considerable importance within a sect. Did Xinghua sect truly allow them to be toyed with by someone like Shintafeng? Wang Ziyu chuckled softly. The sect undoubtedly has its own considerations, which we cannot casually speculate upon. From another perspective, what merit does someone who is swayed by money have to be valued by the sect? Tang Tian fell silent. Though the words are spoken, there lingers a sense of regret, for there must exist instances of individuals being deceived and straying from their paths that in fact, among the ordinary disciples of the sect. We privately employ 2 distinct titles. Wang Ziyu continued. Those disciples who are wholeheartedly devoted to their cultivation, who remain unperturbed by worldly temptations, are generally referred to as pure disciples. Conversely, those who are entangled with spiritual jade and notoriety are deemed impure disciples. This also includes the guardians. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively glancing at Gu Xiaoxue. By this definition, she too falls into the category of impure disciples. Yet, she has exhibited no impure behavior. Rather, her excessive innocence often vexes Tang Tian. Such a designation is truly unflattering, Tang Tian remarked. Wang Ziyu shook his head with a smile. Indeed, it is quite unpleasant. However, it is the truth. Regardless of the reason, it signifies that their resolve has become unstable. Tang Tian instinctively sought to retort, but found no compelling argument. Indeed, for a genuine cultivator, the integrity of one's heart is paramount and must not waver due to hardships or other influences. Only those disciples with pure hearts will be valued as the future of the sect. Shen Tufeng's expression remained grim. His invitation was rebuffed, and he was threatened openly, which displeased him greatly. Fang Fei, you were right. This Tang Tian is indeed exceedingly arrogant, Shen Tufeng stated. Fang Fei approached gently, saying, please do not take offense. After all, he has purchased the Zizhu courtyard and the Dao-level cultivation chambers in one go. A bit of pride is understandable, Shen Tufeng scoffed. And so what? There are many wealthy individuals in the sect. Besides, he is merely a fortunate upstart, despite my earnest invitation for him to attend the elders' discussion. He couldn't even remember my name. Truly, an arrogance born of ignorance. Fang Fei lowered her gaze slightly, whispering, when I delivered the invitation, I specifically mentioned you, yet he didn't even enter the gate. Shen Tufeng gritted his teeth. Just wait, he will surely pay the price. After a moment, he added, by the way, when will that pure disciple, soon to be promoted to core status, be arriving? Fang Fei smiled lightly. Very soon. Rest assured, I will certainly present her to you. Chapter 27. Stealing the spotlight. Following the incident with Shen Tufeng, Tang Tian lost the desire to continue exploring. Thus, they found a quiet pavilion to sit and await the commencement of the Rare Treasures Fair. Are there many good items at the Rare Treasures Fair? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu, fanning himself, replied, how could you say there are many? There are quite a plethora. That event, there is nothing you could possibly imagine that the fair cannot present. Just wait and see. Tang Tian was momentarily speechless. What difference did that make? He took a plate of fresh spirit fruits, eating while waiting. Wang Ziyu unabashedly grabbed a handful, saying, the main audience for the fair is the ordinary high-ranking and mid-ranking honorary disciples. With your financial means, Brother Tang, you will undoubtedly enjoy yourself immensely. Tang Tian curled his lips. From what you say, it seems today won't be particularly enjoyable. Wang Ziyu was taken aback. Ah, why not? Tang Tian did not elaborate. Since the fair was aimed at ordinary honorary disciples, the prices of the items would likely not be exorbitant. This meant he wouldn't have to spend much, which certainly would not bring him joy. After a period of anticipation, the Rare Treasures Fair finally commenced. Hundreds of honorary disciples congregated amidst a sea of flowers. In the center of the floral expanse stood a beautiful fountain, where the fair was held in front of it. They casually found a spot to sit and enjoyed the melodic performances for a while before the fair officially began. After a segment of unremarkable opening remarks, the organizers presented the first treasure, a koi fish with a golden butterfly bloodline. Remarkably colored and shaped, which would grow a pair of golden wings upon maturity. The starting price was 50,000 spirit jades per fish. The bidding commenced. Observing the fervent crowd, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu, what is special about this koi? Wang Ziyu replied, nothing, just an ordinary koi. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, then what rank is the golden butterfly bloodline among demonic beasts? Wang Ziyu chuckled. It is merely an ordinary mundane beast. Such koi are specially cultivated by people, primarily aimed at curiosity. Tang Tian was astonished. It turned out that the essence of the Rare Treasures Fair lay in its novelty. He had assumed that at least some items would be related to cultivation. Ultimately, he had underestimated the perspective of most honorary disciples, for cultivation was not their priority. Curiosity was their true passion. Brother Tang, it seems you are not particularly interested in it, Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. Tang Tian paused. Interest was indeed absent. He leaned towards practicality. However, having chosen the path of an honorary disciple, perhaps engaging in activities that aligned with his persona would be more prudent. Are these fish tasty? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Generally, one wouldn't spend so much money just to taste its flesh. Would they? Tang Tian smiled faintly. Then allow me to pave the way. He immediately declared his bid. 1 million per fish. The honorary disciples, who had been vying for the fish at around 70 to 80,000, were instantly stunned. Even the organizer doubted his hearing. Unable to believe, he asked, Sir, are you certain you wish to bid 1 million per fish? Tang Tian languidly reclined in his chair and replied, I can't be bothered to negotiate. I'll state my price once. Whoever bids higher can take it. The organizer's expression was quite telling. Was this even a legitimate reason? Who could be so indifferent? The other honorary disciples exchanged glances. Bewildered, these golden butterfly bloodline koi would fetch at most 100,000 spirit jades. 1 million. Who would squander such a sum on mere ornamental items? Brother Tang, truly bold. Wang Ziyu exclaimed in admiration. Tang Tian replied calmly, it's not much, just skipping a snack. Everyone. Arrogant. How could you require 10 million for a snack? What kind of snack is that? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow. They recognized Tang Tian's wealth but were astonished by his audacious spending style. which was entirely on a different level. No one continued to raise the bid. Under the astonished gazes, the koi with the golden butterfly bloodline was successfully acquired by Tang Tian. Regrettably, the system deemed this expenditure outside the realm of normal consumption, thus failing to trigger any cashback or consumption points. However, it mattered little. With Tang Tian's current assets, a mere 10 million was negligible. After this brief interlude, the rare treasures fair continued. The second treasure was a flower emitting a peculiar fragrance that at night would disperse pollen resembling fireflies. The starting bid was 100,000 spirit jades. 1 million. Before others could place their bids, Tang Tian once again increased the price tenfold. The crowd fell silent, yet no one objected. It was his money. He could spend it as he pleased, and such a spectacle was far more entertaining than the fair itself. He would certainly have something to boast about among his peers upon returning. Subsequently, for each item presented, Tang Tian opted to place a bid, deeming them trifles he had grown weary of. Nevertheless, his domineering behavior attracted the ire of some. Tuoba Foam was present at the fair. Watching Tang Tian monopolize the spotlight, and he let out a cold snort. He can only be arrogant at such a level of rare treasures that I wonder how he would fare against a true top-tier wealthy heir. Upon hearing this, Fang Fei's expression shifted slightly, revealing her contemplations. The rare treasures fair progressed. Each item presented by the organizer was steeped in curiosity. However, their prices remained modest, generally under 500,000, which Tang Tian effortlessly acquired. As the event approached its conclusion, the prices began to rise slightly. The ice silkworm scarf worn by the fairy of Ling Luo for several years, starting at 500,000, the organizer announced, smiling broadly at Tang Tian. Given Tang Tian's lavish spending, today's rare treasures fair would undoubtedly yield the highest profits for them. What is this? Tang Tian inquired, inspecting the scarf, which was merely woven from ordinary ice silkworm silk. Yet it commanded a price of 500,000. Wang Ziyu turned, astonished. You truly do not know. That belongs to the fairy of Ling Luo. Over a decade ago, she was the brightest genius of the Qingwei sect, single-handedly suppressing the entire sect. This scarf must have been worn by her for a considerable time before her ascension, tied closely around his neck and then tucked into his clothing. You know what I mean? Wang Ziyu wore a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue displayed an expression of utter confusion. Ugh, can such a thing actually be auctioned? Whoever buys it must be a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Haha. However, before she could finish, Wang Ziyu exclaimed, I bid 1 million. 5 million. Tang Tian countered. Gu Xiaoxue, feeling scrutinized by their gazes, shrank back. I mean, that scarf is certainly not as simple as it appears. Chapter 28. Lost in madness ultimately. Tang Tian secured the exquisite scarf of the Ling Luo fairy for an astonishing price of 50 million. To his surprise, this expenditure was acknowledged by two systems. It seemed that the systems were equally lacking in rationality. Brother Tang, may I have a look? Wang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with envy as he received the scarf. He took a deep breath, reveling in its fragrance, which prompted a disdainful glance from Gu Xiaoxue, who instinctively moved away from him. Do you like it that much? Then consider it a gift. Tang Tian laughed. This item is indeed peculiar. After playing with it for a while, Wang Ziyu eventually returned it. Never mind, a gentleman does not take what others cherish, especially something so precious. Brother Tang, take good care of it. Tang Tian shook his head and casually tucked it away. The treasure gathering continued, with Tang Tian dominating the scene, transforming the event into a one-man show. Today, his theme was one word: extravagance. Soon, the gathering reached its final stage, and the last treasure was presented, the Yangangtingyun branch. A spiritual object cultivated in the land of the Nine Suns was introduced, and its effects were well understood by all. Just a small segment, soaked in spirit tea, would allow one to experience soaring through the clouds, easily defeating 10 beauties. The host spoke with a sly grin, prompting laughter from the crowd, as everyone understood the implication behind his words. The starting price was 20 million spirit jade. Such items were often highly sought after among honorary disciples, hence the high starting bid. In previous instances, bids would have already begun, but today, all eyes turned to Tang Tian, anticipating whether he would continue his spending spree. Tang Tian remained unfazed. With the atmosphere reaching its peak, it was only logical for him to bid. He calmly stated, 100 million, and after that, he paid no further attention. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Such an outrageous financial display was enviable, even among honorary disciples. The price had surged fivefold, causing those who had initially intended to bid to withdraw. The Tingyun branch was trivial, and defending such a financially potent honorary disciple was not a wise decision. Moments passed without further bids, and the host prepared to conclude the auction. But then, a cold voice broke the silence. 100 million and 10,000 spirit jade. The crowd turned in astonishment. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Even at this juncture, someone dared to contest him. How desperate could they be for this item? Following the voice, he realized it was Shintafeng. In a wonder he desired such a thing. Surrounded by a dozen formidable female cultivators, Shintafeng's stature could hardly withstand it. The Yonggang Tingyun branch might restore his masculine vigor. Had someone outbid Tang Tian earlier, he would not have contested. However, it was now the last item. Failing to acquire it would render the day incomplete. Furthermore, the bidder was Shintafeng, who harbored animosity towards him. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian raised his bid again. 110 million. Shintafeng's expression darkened, glaring at him with hostility. Tang Tian, unfazed, ignored him entirely. 115 million. Shintafeng seemed resolute in his pursuit. But Tang Tian had no intention of granting him that opportunity, responding with a figure that left everyone in despair. 500 million. That the crowd erupted in astonishment. What the hell? This is madness. 500 million for a piece of Tingyun branch. Such spending is beyond our comprehension. This is why the powerful are referred to as such. Finally, someone had stepped up, making the rivalry all the more thrilling. Yet it appeared Shintafeng was struggling. Hearing the crowd's whispers, Shintafeng's face turned a deep shade of anger. Tang Tian, what do you mean by this? He shouted. Tang Tian did not even glance his way. Replying coolly, is there a problem? Shintafeng fumed. Did you not say that you would cease bidding if someone outbid you? Why the change of heart? Tang Tian replied. Change of heart. Shintafeng retorted, indeed. You've raised your bid twice. Are you deliberately provoking me? Tang Tian asked. What do you mean? Shintafeng frowned. I mean, since you decided to bid only once, why contest me for this item? Tang Tian mused. Yes, why indeed? Shintafeng stammered. You know how a wise saying goes. When one is too lazy to argue with a fool, the best course of action is to infuriate them, as expected. Shintafeng erupted in rage, his hair standing on end that he leaped forward, unleashing his golden core aura with a thunderous crash. Yet, at that moment, Gu Xiaoxue stepped in front of Tang Tian, absorbing all his pressure. If you can't afford it, then you can't. There's no shame in that. Why get so worked up? Tang Tian remained entirely calm. Saying lightly, what's the fuss? Shintafeng's face reddened. Being wealthy is impressive. Huh? Do you really think you're formidable? Compared to the true young masters, you're merely an ant. Tang Tian chuckled. You mentioned those young masters, not you. Shintafeng's face fell completely. He waved his hand, ordering his guards to shield him from Tang Tian, stating coldly, you are too arrogant. Do you really believe that money grants you everything? Let's see if you can leave with it today. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms and reclining casually in his chair. This fellow had clearly lost his wits. He was merely a guest today, and all he needed to do was pay. Whether he obtained the item was the responsibility of the host, Shanshan Garden. There was no need for him to engage with Shintafeng. Upon hearing this, the host grew anxious. Young Master Shintu, this behavior might be inappropriate. We are at Shanshan Garden. Please grant us a favor. Yet Shintafeng, in his rage, would not heed such words, shouting, you have your face. What about mine? Do not forget that I represent young Master Lu. When Shintafeng uttered those words, many faces in the room changed. Even the host was taken aback, unable to persuade him further. Tang Tian frowned slightly. This young Master Lu seemed formidable, but as he pondered, a refined voice reached his ears. Since when can you represent Lu Chang'e? Should I pay him a visit to inquire? A young man in white robes glided over from a distance, accompanied by several core disciples whose auras were distinctly potent. Even more so than Gu Xiaoxue's. Chapter 29. The guest. As the young man in white appeared, the atmosphere of the treasure gathering fell silent. Almost all the honorary disciples wore expressions of shock. Even Shintafeng's anger dissipated instantly. The host quickly approached, respectfully greeting, young Master Jingheng. Jingheng nodded slightly, then turned to Shintafeng, stating coolly, I truly do not understand why Lu Chang'e would value you. With just a few words, you lose your composure. What a waste. Shintafeng's face turned pale, unable to utter a word, repeatedly apologizing. I have acted inappropriately. Young Master Jing, you are magnanimous. I hope you won't take it to heart. Jingheng gazed at him impassively, until Shintafeng was drenched in cold sweat, before he slowly said, leave. From today onward, do not let me see you in Dongfeng. Shintafeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, apologizing profusely before fleeing Shanshan Garden in haste. Observing this sudden turn of events, Tang Tian stroked his chin. Jingheng seemed to be quite a significant figure. After Shintafeng's departure, Jingheng resumed his amiable demeanor and addressed the honorary disciples. An unpleasant incident has occurred, for which we at Shanshan Garden take full responsibility. Please enjoy yourselves. All expenses will be covered by us. Jingheng's inherent charm was warmly received. The crowd quickly expressed their understanding, and the atmosphere of the gathering returned to its former vibrancy. Afterward, Jing Heng personally took the Tungyun branch from the host and presented it to Tang Tian, that I have long heard of the esteemed Tang Xiao. And upon meeting him today, he indeed proves to be extraordinary. Jing Heng chuckled. The earlier incident was due to our mismanagement. Please do not take it to heart, Tang Xiao. This Tungyun branch shall serve as my apology to you. Tang Tian rose and accepted the Tungyun branch, smiling gently. I prefer to transact with a fair exchange of goods and payment. Subsequently, he produced a piece of spiritual jade and handed it over. Jing Heng accepted it without further protest, remarking, Tang Xiao is truly generous. Today's incident was rather abrupt, and our hospitality fell short. I hope you will not hold it against us. You are always welcome at Changdong Peak. Allow me the opportunity to extend my courtesy. His words were exceedingly polite, to which Tang Tian promptly assured him that he would certainly visit next time. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Jing Heng took his leave. Refraining from prying into Tang Tian's affairs or any matters of mutual interest, the phrase a gentleman's friendship is as pure as water was vividly exemplified by him, with Jing Heng's departure. The Rare Treasures Conference concluded, and the attendees resumed their leisurely strolls in the garden, discussing the day's events. Tang Tian and Wang Ziyu returned to the pavilion to sit down once more. I never expected he would also be present, Wang Ziyu remarked, fanning herself. Jing Heng? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu nodded. He is the most formidable honorary disciple of Dongfeng and one of the strongest among the honorary disciples of our Qingwei sect. Even the peak master must treat him with utmost courtesy. Tang Tian was taken aback. Jing Heng was indeed an honorary disciple. It seemed that the disparities among honorary disciples were indeed substantial. If he was so powerful, why would he settle for being an honorary disciple? Tang Tian questioned in confusion from previous discussions. He understood that being an honorary disciple was not a prestigious status among the upper echelons of Qingwei sect. It was seldom regarded with importance. Wang Ziyu smiled knowingly. Do you remember I once spoke of 3 types of people? Among the honorary disciples, there are those of illustrious lineage, possessing immense wealth, and remarkable abilities that rival even the top core disciples. The reason such individuals choose to be honorary disciples varies according to their own motives. Jing Heng is one such individual, and among the elite. What could Jing Heng's motives be? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, I cannot say for certain. Those of his caliber operate on a level far beyond that of ordinary honorary disciples. However, I can tell you that in Dongfeng, Jing Heng's standing is second only to the peak master. And he can even intervene in the appointments of elders. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Surely, there must be matters of authority involved. After contemplating, he further inquired, are there others in Qingwei sect who hold similar statuses? It was prudent to clarify this to avoid unwittingly entangling himself in unforeseen complications. Indeed, Wang Ziyu replied with a smile, within Qingwei sect, there are 5 prominent young masters and 2 esteemed young ladies, all of whom are of the same caliber as Jing Heng. They are referred to as Dongjing, Beiguan, Shidu, Nanfeng Machin, and the peak master Lu Tian. Dongjing is Jing Heng from Dongfeng, Beiguan is Guanming from Beifeng, and Shidu is Du Yuanqing from Shifeng. The southern peak is ruled by the 2 esteemed young ladies, Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Siyo, who share a close bond and coexist harmoniously. The main peak is represented by Lu Changge and Tian Yasheng, who are formidable rivals, both being the strongest honorary disciples within Qingwei sect. Tang Tian was left in silence. Realizing there were indeed so many individuals of Jing Heng's caliber, it seemed that the influence of the 5 young masters and 2 young ladies nearly governed the entirety of Qingwei sect. Did the sect truly not have any concerns about allowing them to wield such significant power? There must be relations unknown to him. Is the sect not worried? Tang Tian cautiously probed. Wang Ziyu chuckled lightly. What is there to worry about? After all, they are still members of Qingwei sect. While they gain power, they also bear considerable responsibilities. It is a reciprocal relationship. Qingwei sect is not the kind of small sect that adheres to traditional norms. Its scale ensures it cannot be as pure as some other sections. The principle of better to be lenient than strict is something I trust you understand, Tang Xiong. Tang Tian nodded slightly, gaining a preliminary understanding of the operational dynamics within Qingwei sect. His sole lingering doubt was the sect's confidence in not fearing infiltration from hostile forces. This question would likely require deeper exploration to comprehend fully. Casting aside these convoluted thoughts, Tang Tian recalled another matter. Brother Wang, you mentioned earlier that Jing Heng is also an honorary disciple. Yet, why did the guards around him appear to possess strength far exceeding the golden core stage when Jing Heng arrived? He was accompanied by several core disciples, whose aura seemed exponentially stronger than Gu Xiaoxua's. Was it not said that only golden core peak disciples could be hired? Wang Ziyu provided clarification. They are not merely guards. They hold a different status altogether, guests. Tang Tian was taken aback. What does that entail? Wang Ziyu explained. The relationship between honorary disciples and guards is one of employment. Guards must sacrifice a portion of their freedom and adhere strictly to the regulations outlined in the guard code. However, guests enjoy an equal relationship with honorary disciples, possessing full freedom as long as both parties reach an agreement and register at the Hall of Merits. The remuneration for guests is also negotiated directly between the two parties. With the sect remaining uninvolved, is there no restriction on strength? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu confirmed, there are no restrictions on strength. If you possess the ability, you could even have the young master as your guest. Although that is generally an improbable feat, typically, guest strengths are at least above the nascent soul stage. In fact, honorary disciples of your caliber usually have several guests. Tang Tian fell silent. Realizing the implications, he had not anticipated such an arrangement. He had been contemplating finding additional guards once Gu Xiaoxue achieved the nascent soul stage, as it was not easy to find a suitable candidate. However, now it might be worth discussing the possibility of her becoming his guest, allowing her to remain by his side. Furthermore, it was time to recruit a few more individuals. Chapter 30. Meeting Zhongyang again. Through this period of time, Tang Tian discovered that having only Gu Xiaoxue as a guard was somewhat insufficient. Wherever he went, she was always by his side. She took full responsibility for trivial matters and information gathering. Although Gu Xiaoxue never voiced any complaints and approached every task with utmost seriousness, Tang Tian felt it was inappropriate to burden her with everything. After all, she was a prodigy of the innate caliber. Such talent should not be squandered. Thus, he had been considering recruiting a few more individuals to share the mundane tasks. Yet, he was reluctant to seek out cultivators at the Golden Core stage, which led to his decision being temporarily shelved. However, now that the identity of guest existed within the sect, the matter became much simpler. If I wish to find guests, must I personally engage with them? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied, personal engagement is ideal, as it allows both parties to gain a better understanding of one another. However, if time and energy are lacking, you may also opt to post a recruitment notice in the honorary hall of the Hall of Merits, setting forth your requirements. The sect will assist in finding suitable candidates. However, this method will require a considerable amount of spiritual jade. Tang Tian felt reassured. It was not necessary for him to expend effort finding individuals, and spiritual jade was not an issue. Thank you for the information. Brother Wang, Tang Tian said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Today, he had learned much from Wang Ziyu that he had previously been unaware of. Wang Ziyu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is my first encounter with someone so compatible. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, invite me to visit your Zizhu courtyard sometime. I have never been there, as it was previously not available for rent. Tang Tian smiled. You are always welcome. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon. With the formal conclusion of the Rare Treasures Conference, Tang Tian departed from Shancheng Garden, parting ways with Wang Ziyu at the foot of Dongfeng. In this conference, Tang Tian undoubtedly emerged as the central figure, and his demeanor and style of conduct became widely known. Most people perceived him as a wealthy, free-spirited, and somewhat aloof individual, standing apart from the crowd. Tang Tian held no particular concern regarding this impression, as his purpose was merely to shed the air of mystery surrounding him. Ultimately, he had achieved his goal. On the way back, Tang Tian suddenly spoke up. Xiaoxue, would you be willing to become my guest? Gu Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question. But I am still only at the Golden Core stage. I do not meet the criteria for a guest. Tang Tian replied with a smile, with your talent, it will not be long before you break through to the nascent soul stage. According to sect regulations, our employment relationship will automatically conclude at that time. Thus, I thought it prudent to inquire about your opinion in advance. Gu Xiaoxue responded with a soft "oh." Then, somewhat shyly, added, I have not considered this matter yet. The reason for choosing to be a guard was merely to earn some spiritual jade to purchase a yuaning pill. This response took Tang Tian by surprise and left him feeling slightly disappointed. He had expected that, given his protagonist's charm, the young girl would eagerly agree. It seemed he had overestimated his influence. Well, take your time to think it over, Tang Tian said. Gu Xiaoxue nodded. However, after a moment of contemplative silence, she suddenly raised her head and inquired, do you wish for me to stay? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and replied, of course, spending time with you has been quite pleasant. Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head again, softly stating, then once I break through to Yuaning, I will inform my senior sister. Tang Tian's smile broadened. It seemed his protagonist's aura still held sway. The two of them quickly arrived at the foot of the main peak. Suddenly, Tang Tian stopped and pondered for a moment before saying, let us pay a visit to the Merit Hall. I will find a few disciples in advance, so you can cultivate in peace and break through to Yuaning sooner. Gu Xiaoxue gently nodded. They ascended the main peak and reached the Grand Merit Hall. which was bustling with activity as everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. At the center of the hall was the position of the honorary hall. Once inside, Tang Tian thought for a moment, asking Gu Xiaoxue to rest in the lobby while he headed alone to Elder Zhongyang's private chamber. Elder Zhongyang, it has been a while, Tang Tian greeted politely. Zhongyang looked up, a flicker of enigmatic meaning in his eyes. Before smiling, it's our young master Tang. You've been making quite the impression lately. Everyone is saying a remarkable young noble has emerged from our sect. Tang Tian quickly replied, in front of Elder Zhongyang. I cannot claim to be noble. He then took a seat before Zhongyang. Renting a cultivation room at the Dao level, how can that not be considered noble? Zhongyang remarked. Here, we don't entertain false modesty. Speak plainly. What brings you here today? Tang Tian, eschewing any pretense, expressed his intentions. Disciples. Zhongyang was slightly taken aback before chuckling. What? Are you dissatisfied with the guard I assigned to you? Tang Tian paused, then smiled. On that note, I haven't had the chance to properly thank Elder Zhongyang. I am very satisfied with that guard. She is exceptionally obedient and fulfills all my requests, regardless of the nature. Zhongyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Young man, I only assigned you one guard. As for certain matters, I hope you have a clear understanding. Tang Tian quickly assured, of course. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhongyang. Zhongyang nodded and asked, if you're so satisfied, why seek additional disciples? Tang Tian chuckled. No matter how satisfied one may be, it can become mundane. Moreover, she is merely at the golden core stage and rather young. Therefore, I wish to find a few with greater strength and more feminine charm. Zhongyang shook his head, pointing at Tang Tian. You young people are so full of vigor, lacking any sense of restraint. However, there are not many constraints between disciples and employers. The relationship is quite free. If you wish to develop it further, it will be up to you. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He then produced a box of local specialties and handed it to Zhongyang, which contained 100 premium spiritual jades. Zhongyang's face lit up with delight as he accepted the gift, praising Tang Tian for his gratitude while handling matters related to the disciples. Tang Tian sat quietly, a faint smile on his face. Though inwardly he realized that Zhongyang's decision to assign Gu Xiaoxue to him was not without ulterior motives. From what he had gathered, a natural-born talent within the Qinghua sect was already among the elite. Surely, Zhongyang was aware of Gu Xiaoxue's talents. Why then did he act in such a manner? It must be for reasons unknown to others. To personally push a natural-born talent into peril. It seemed the Qinghua sect was not as benevolent as it appeared. Perhaps he had inadvertently been drawn into a tempest. Chapter 31. The interview soon. Zhongyang completed all matters at hand. Do you have any specific requirements? He inquired. After pondering, Tang Tian replied, above the Yuaning stage. And easy to get along with. Naturally, a graceful figure would be preferable, as it is pleasing to the eye. Zhongyang smiled knowingly and replied, I will do my best, though it may not be possible to fulfill all your requests. The sect here will only facilitate introductions. Whether or not you can keep someone will depend on you. Tang Tian nodded, realizing it was akin to an agency. Speaking of which, how are the fees structured? He almost blurted. Zhongyang explained, we will release information today, and starting tomorrow, individuals will come to seek you out. Once you find a suitable candidate, inform me, and I will take them off the list. Each individual incurs a fee of 1 million spiritual jades as an introduction fee. If an agreement is not reached, you will need to pay the other party 100,000 spiritual jades as compensation for their time. Should anyone attempt to exploit this for profit, simply inform me, and the sect will deal with them accordingly. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment. This system was reminiscent of an interview process, albeit a paid one. It was only fitting, as it established an equal relationship. Unlike companies in his past life that often held an air of superiority, leaving candidates with vague promises of future communication. Understood. Tang Tian nodded, producing another 100 premium spiritual jades. I will prepay a portion of the introduction fee. If it proves insufficient, I shall supplement it later. Zhongyang smiled and nodded. 100 candidates at 1 million each amounted to a staggering sum, and he doubted Tang Tian would shamelessly request the remainder back after securing disciples. After completing all the formalities, Tang Tian exited the private chamber, leaving with Gu Xiaoxue from the honorary hall. On the way, Tang Tian asked, Xiaoxue, how did Elder Zhongyang come to find you? Gu Xiaoxue hesitated before replying, my senior sister brought him. She said I shouldn't always remain in the cave to cultivate, but should interact more with the outside world. Coincidentally, I needed to earn money for a yuaning pill, so I sought Elder Zhongyang's help. Tang Tian fell silent for a moment before inquiring again. Do you have a good relationship with your senior sister? Gu Xiaoxue smiled, of course. My senior sister is the direct disciple of Elder Zhongyang and has taken care of me since I arrived on the mountain. Many aspects of cultivation and sect matters were taught to me by her. Tang Tian remained pensive. If this senior sister cared for Gu Xiaoxue so deeply, would she not be aware of Zhongyang's intentions in assigning Gu Xiaoxue to him? At the very least, she should have inquired about him. What was her true aim? Tang Tian could not fathom, nor could he speculate. However, he was certain that the senior sister was not as genuinely caring as Gu Xiaoxue believed. Letting out a long breath, Tang Tian dismissed these tangled thoughts. I have begun the search for disciples. During this time, focus on your breakthrough to the yuaning stage. We can address other matters once you succeed. Tang Tian stated. Gu Xiaoxue gently nodded. Upon returning to the purple bamboo courtyard, they had a simple dinner, after which Gu Xiaoxue retreated to her room to begin her seclusion. Tang Tian had considered suggesting she utilize the Dao-level cultivation room, as it would surely be more beneficial. Yet, Gu Xiaoxue insisted on staying in the purple bamboo courtyard, citing the comfort of her own room as her reason. Unable to persuade her otherwise, he relented. After all, before reaching the divine transformation stage, the difference was negligible. Once Gu Xiaoxue entered seclusion, Tang Tian contacted Wang Anning from the foodie pavilion, requesting him to bring more renovation materials the following day to prepare the remaining guest rooms. New disciples were about to arrive, and he could not afford to lose face given his status. After completing these tasks, Tang Tian returned to the main house, practicing his cultivation while awaiting the arrival of the disciples. The next day, Wang Anning arrived early, bringing the same high-quality renovation materials as before. After a brief exchange, Tang Tian left the materials for the disciples to decorate according to their preferences upon their arrival. After Wang Anning departed, approximately an hour later, the first candidate arrived for the interview. She was a striking core disciple, possessing mid-yuan in cultivation, exuding an imposing aura. Upon arrival, she scanned Tang Tian thoroughly with her spiritual sense. Without uttering a word, Tang Tian tossed her 100,000 spiritual jades, dismissing her with a wave. We are equals. There is no need for such arrogance here. After a while, another disciple arrived. This one was quite polite. Engaging Tang Tian in conversation, she was simply too talkative, presenting a plethora of reasonable or unreasonable demands, only to be ultimately rejected by Tang Tian. He had little patience for troublesome individuals. Shortly thereafter, another young cultivator arrived for an interview, but after discussions, Tang Tian felt that it was still not a suitable match and courteously saw him off. The morning slipped away quietly as Tang Tian interviewed a total of 13 applicants. Yet regrettably, none proved to be a fitting choice. He sighed softly, finally grasping the sentiments of those in human resources during their recruitment processes. There truly were a multitude of peculiar personalities. Some individuals, clearly aware of their own reputations, approached him with demands of billions, leaving him both amused and exasperated, prompting a firm rejection. As afternoon approached, applicants continued to arrive in droves. Perhaps this was the phenomenon of celebrity effect. However, the influx of candidates bore fruit, as Tang Tian finally encountered a commendable prospect, Li Hong, a core disciple, 28 years old. At the initial stage of the transformation realm, he was well versed in the intricacies of the sect and could assist Tang Tian with various external matters. His conditions were straightforward. He preferred not to be disturbed during his cultivation, and if any issues arose, Tang Tian could reach him via communication jade talismans, to which he would respond promptly. When Tang Tian inquired if he didn't reside in the purple bamboo courtyard, Li Hong smiled and shook his head, stating, "I prefer to stay in my own cave dwelling, even if the cultivation environment there is far inferior to that of the purple bamboo courtyard. I understand this may not align with the typical role of a guest, but it is my personal conviction. This has also been the reason why no one has ever wished to recruit me as a guest." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. He appreciated such candidness. The terms he proposed were not excessive. Tang Tian had no desire for a grand entourage while traveling, as long as matters were not delayed. He was content. Ultimately, Tang Tian successfully reached an agreement with Li Hong for a monthly remuneration of 10 million. The first 3 months would serve as a probationary period, and if all went well, the salary would increase to 20 million after that. After all, as a transformation realm cultivator, his worth was substantial. When Tang Tian asked why he didn't rent a better cave dwelling for cultivation, Li Hong replied with a smile, "The essence of cultivation lies in the path. Any dwelling suffices. Moreover, there are times when one may not return for an extended period. The greatest expenses in cultivation stem from elixirs and resources. As a cultivator without family support, I must be as frugal as possible." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that his recent wealth had skewed his perceptions of ordinary cultivators in the realm. He had assumed that places like the purple bamboo courtyard, which were not particularly expensive, could be easily rented by anyone. Yet, even geniuses like Gu Xiaoxue only utilized exquisite-grade spiritual swords. "Welcome to the team. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." Tang Tian extended his hand. Li Hong reciprocated, officially becoming one of Tang Tian's guests. After signing the agreement, Li Hong proceeded to register at the Hall of Reputation, saving Tang Tian another trip, which was quite convenient. with Li Hong on board. Tang Tian could delegate some of the mundane tasks. However, he still required a few guests to ensure his safety at all times. Thus, the interviews continued. After meeting over 20 more candidates, as evening approached, Tang Tian finally identified a suitable pair, not just one, but twins. The elder sister was named Lan Yu, and the younger one was Lu Zhu. They possessed exquisite features and slender figures, yet their curves were alluring, making them a delightful sight together. Most importantly, Tang Tian appreciated their personalities, concise, straightforward, and to the point. Both had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, ensuring a degree of safety during outings. Furthermore, having already promised Zhang Yang that he would recruit a few beautiful guests, he was determined to fulfill that promise, which also gave him confidence that Gu Xiaoxue had indeed fallen victim to his schemes. Ultimately, Tang Tian signed them both for a yearly contract at 15 million each per month. You may choose 2 guest rooms. I have materials for decoration, and you can arrange them according to your preferences, Tang Tian said. Lan Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Zhu and replied, 1 room will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback, but said nothing further. It was a room saved. After securing their services, he had no intention of interviewing more candidates. The process was genuinely exhausting. He informed Li Hong to handle the remaining paperwork. By the time night fell, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu had settled in, and Tang Tian let out a long sigh as he returned to his main residence. The purpose of the Rare Treasure Society, the recruitment of guests, and all his endeavors were ultimately aimed at creating a sufficiently stable cultivation environment for himself. Tang Tian was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, everything was ephemeral. Only strength remained the fundamental essence. Entering the cultivation quiet chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, swiftly entering a meditative state as 7 rings of innate talent hovered around him. The small spiritual vein beneath him emanated a faint glow, and with each breath, pure spiritual energy flowed into his body. The misty silver feathers surrounding the quiet chamber exuded an intangible natural aura, optimizing the cultivation environment to its peak. Before long, the shackles of the 11th layer of Qi refinement shattered, and Tang Tian successfully stood at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. He slowly opened his eyes. In less than a month since his arrival, he had progressed from the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, breaking through 10 minor realms to reach the 12th layer. Such speed would likely be unattainable even for a genius with 9 rings of innate talent. This remarkable achievement was attributed to the excellent cultivation environment he had crafted and the ample supply of elixirs supporting his growth. Furthermore, he had elevated numerous different cultivation techniques to a profound level through insights gained from discussions with Gu Xiaoxue. Although most of these techniques were of a lower grade, they significantly augmented his comprehension of the Tao. Now, he had transformed immensely compared to a month prior. Yet, it still felt insufficient. This world was vast, teeming with countless prodigies. To become a true powerhouse, there remained a long and arduous journey ahead. Consumption must persist, and cultivation could never be neglected. After acknowledging this, Tang Tian closed his eyes once more. Delving back into his training point, 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Tian's routine returned to a simple oscillation between the purple bamboo courtyard and the Tao-level cultivation quiet chamber. During the day, he cultivated in the Tao-level chamber, and at night, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard to consolidate his swiftly rising cultivation. Simultaneously, he arranged a Tao-level cultivation quiet chamber for Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. The effects of 6 days of rigorous training were astounding. Tang Tian transformed almost daily. He ascended to the 13th layer of Qi refinement in 3 days, and after another 3 days, he reached the great perfection of Qi refinement, preparing to break into the foundation establishment realm. In the quiet chamber of the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian sat with closed eyes, his aura fluctuating erratically as the 7 innate talent rings vibrated rapidly around him. Before him lay several exquisite porcelain vials, a few of which had been opened, releasing a delicate fragrance. Had Qin Hai been present, he would have recognized these as the foundation establishment pills he had sold to Tang Tian. After consuming several vials of elixirs, the spiritual energy within Tang Tian reached its zenith. The tumultuous energy surged wildly, ultimately converging within his Dantian. The very center of the Dantian. A vortex spun rapidly, contracting as it rotated. The closer one got to the center, the denser the spiritual energy became, some even coalescing into liquid form, glimmering like stars. As the rotation of the vortex reached its peak velocity, a brilliant light erupted from within the Dantian, a powerful aura sweeping throughout the cultivation quiet chamber. All the spiritual energy transformed from the vortex into liquid, pooling into a shallow lake suspended within the Dantian. Gradually calming, the 7 innate talent rings surrounding Tang Tian stabilized, ceasing their tremors. With the contraction of his aura, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing momentarily. At last, he had broken through to the foundation establishment realm. He exhaled deeply. A month of effort had yielded a significant milestone. The foundation establishment stage marked the chasm between inner and outer disciples. Successfully entering this realm signified his formal entry into the upper tier of the Qingwei sect. And it also marked the beginning of his true path in cultivation. Lin Yu had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he completely surpassed her. Tang Tian familiarized himself with the sensations following his breakthrough. It was a transformative elevation, his overall strength now far exceeding that of the 13th layer of qi refinement, at least tenfold. The feeling of helplessness was gone, replaced by an intoxicating sense of power. By the heavens, I must witness the breathtaking vistas that await at the pinnacle of cultivation. In a euphoric state, Tang Tian set his ambitious aspirations. Since he had entered the cultivation world, supported by dual systems, how could he settle for anything less than the summit? He possessed the confidence and determination to ascend. With dual systems by his side, the world was his to conquer. However, just as Tang Tian was brimming with an overwhelming aura, a powerful force suddenly erupted within the purple bamboo courtyard, felt even from the tranquil chambers of meditation. Tang Tian hastily stepped outside. Quickly pinpointing the source of the energy surge, it was indeed from Gu Xiaoxue's room. This girl has managed to break through as well. A look of astonishment crossed Tang Tian's face. Chapter 33. 1 billion. Every month a fierce storm of spiritual energy formed a colossal vortex. Hovering above the purple bamboo courtyard, with the very heart of the vortex directly above Gu Xiaoxue's chamber. An immense influx of spiritual power poured into her room, resembling a gigantic funnel. Standing still, Tang Tian felt the strong current of spiritual energy. The commotion also drew out the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, who gazed at Gu Xiaoxue's small abode with expressions of bewilderment. So formidable, Lan Yu murmured. Stronger than us, Lu Zhu echoed. Tang Tian felt a stir within him and inquired, wasn't your breakthrough like this? After days of understanding, he had learned that both sisters possessed exceptional nine-ring talents. He was curious about the disparity between nine-ring talent and that of an innate child. No, it is far from comparable, they replied in unison. Tang Tian had gradually grown accustomed to their manner of speaking. Listening to their responses, he finally grasped a preliminary understanding of Gu Xiaoxue's extraordinary talent. It was undoubtedly remarkable. The energy vortex persisted for approximately the duration of an incense stick, and suddenly, a violent wave of spiritual energy erupted from Gu Xiaoxue's chamber, causing Tang Tian to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Yet, in the next moment, everything returned to silence. She has broken through. Tang Tian felt a surge of joy and stepped forward to Gu Xiaoxue's door. Just then, the newly ascended Gu Xiaoxue burst out, her cheeks flushed and her face alight with excitement. I did it, she exclaimed loudly upon seeing Tang Tian, overwhelmed with joy. Tang Tian responded with a broad smile. Congratulations, that was rather swift. I thought you would need at least a month in seclusion. Gu Xiaoxue approached him, saying, I wasn't aware either I had just reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. But for some reason, the transition to the nascent soul stage went remarkably smoothly, with hardly any obstacles, and then I inexplicably succeeded. Tang Tian fell silent, pondering the notion of an inexplicable breakthrough. Is this the realm of a top-tier genius? Was your previous advancement similar? He asked. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. No, previous breakthroughs required considerable effort. But this time, it was as if everything fell into place, without even needing a nascent soul pill. Tang Tian was astonished. Could such a situation truly exist? Wasn't it supposed to become more challenging to break through at higher realms? Why did it seem reversed in her case? After contemplating the issue of the cultivation environment, he found no suitable answer, ultimately attributing it to Gu Xiaoxue's innate talent. Once he successfully exchanged for the talent of an innate child, he would surely understand. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Tang Tian congratulated her once more. Congratulations on taking another step forward. Our protective agreement is now automatically dissolved. What do you plan to do next? Gu Xiaoxue smiled shyly and said, Actually, during my retreat, I thought carefully. The time I spent with you has been the most relaxed since I entered the sect. Therefore, I have decided. She lifted her head, ready to finish her thought, only to suddenly notice 2 other figures. Oh, who are they? Tang Tian turned to look and replied with a smile. Oh, they are our guests, whom I accepted a few days ago. Come, let me introduce you. With that, Tang Tian led Gu Xiaoxue to meet Lan Yu and Lu Zhu. And the 4 exchanged friendly greetings. Although they were all core disciples of Qingwei sect, they had never met before, primarily due to the sect's vastness. With tens of thousands of core disciples, it was impossible to recognize everyone. Especially for someone like Gu Xiaoxue, who was primarily focused on her cultivation. You are quite impressive, Lan Yu remarked. Truly remarkable, Lu Zhu added. Gu Xiaoxue surveyed them, then looked down at herself, muttering, Not at all. You are far superior to me. After they exchanged pleasantries, Tang Tian smiled and said, From now on, we will all be in the same courtyard. So let's look out for one another. By the way, you mentioned you had decided something? Gu Xiaoxue responded. Oh, I meant that I have decided to go speak with my senior sister right now to see if I should continue being a guest. Tang Tian chuckled. No need to rush that you've just broken through. It would be best to rest before you go. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head. No, I prefer to go now. You wait for my news. With that, she bowed to Tang Tian and turned to leave the purple bamboo courtyard. Is she in such a hurry? Tang Tian found it somewhat strange. He sensed a sudden shift in Gu Xiaoxue's emotions, which seemed to have turned slightly somber, and he was unsure of the reason. Just then, as he pondered, the formation outside the courtyard was opened, and a familiar figure swiftly returned. Did you forget something? Tang Tian inquired. Gu Xiaoxue appeared to regain her previous demeanor, exclaiming, No. Then she continued, Well, that I happened to run into my senior sister outside. And we discussed things. Tang Tian was astonished. What a coincidence. He eyed Gu Xiaoxue suspiciously, sensing that she was not one to fabricate lies. There must be some hidden agenda. Yet, he was more intrigued by the outcome. So, what happened next? He asked. Gu Xiaoxue giggled. My senior sister said that I will definitely need more cultivation resources in the future, as relying solely on myself is far from sufficient. Therefore, it would be better to choose to be a guest. Tang Tian smiled broadly. Indeed. Your senior sister is quite sensible. Now, come sit. Let's discuss your compensation. Gu Xiaoxue obediently sat down, looking around before asking, So where are our guests? She deliberately emphasized the word our. Tang Tian, not noticing the nuance, responded, I sent them back to their room, just the one opposite you. After all, they are guests. I can't have them following me around all the time. Gu Xiaoxue nodded, propping her arms on the stone table, resting her chin on her hands, a silly grin appearing on her face. What are you grinning about? Tang Tian shot her a glance before continuing. Regarding your compensation, this is what I propose. Generally, for a nascent soul stage guest, the monthly compensation does not exceed 10 million spiritual jade. However, since you are only 15, your situation is rather special, so I believe it should be at least 50 million. Moreover, your profound understanding of cultivation has provided me with significant assistance, which should add another 50 million. Achieving the nascent soul at 15 signifies a bright future ahead, and you are destined to become a pillar of Qingwei sect. Therefore, I believe 500 million is not unreasonable. Considering your talent, having you by my side will certainly enhance my prestige, so let us set your compensation at 1 billion per month. What do you think? Do you have anything to add? Gu Xiaoxue appeared taken aback. Well, it seems you've already said everything. Haven to you. 1 billion is quite extravagant. I truly don't feel particularly special. Just treat me as an ordinary guest. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. That 1T do. 1's worth must be commensurate with their abilities. It's set at 1 billion. As he spoke, Tang Tian observed the system's reactions. To his astonishment, the system acknowledged this exorbitant transaction. Could it be that it also deemed Gu Xiaoxue deserving of such a price? His mind raced with possibilities. 1 trillion. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Please do not challenge the system's baseline. Tang Tian sighed. Fine, 1 billion it is. Let us set the term for 1 year. Come, let us sign the agreement. Chapter 34. The flag battle. Under Tang Tian's insistence, he ultimately signed a 1-year agreement with Gu Xiaoxue at the price of 1 billion spiritual jade per month. The remaining paperwork was delegated to Li Hong, sparing him the need for a personal visit. He had no desire to encounter Zhong Yang, that greedy fellow with ulterior motives, after the transaction was completed. A staggering sum of 12 billion was deposited into Tang Tian's account, and he also received 120,000 consumption points. This was indeed a win-win scenario, and Tang Tian felt elated. Gu Xiaoxue appeared equally pleased. After all, over 100 billion spiritual jade was more than enough for a nascent soul stage cultivator to smoothly advance to the tribulation stage, following their mutual satisfaction. Tang Tian returned to his previous routine. That very night, he utilized 1 million consumption points to exchange for a 7th-rank constitution, the body of the celestial crane. Although this constitution did not bestow upon Tang Tian any inherited secret arts, it granted him distinctive traits unique to the celestial crane. The most apparent of these was an enhanced affinity with nature, facilitating his cultivation and significantly accelerating his training pace. Within a few days, his foundational cultivation had stabilized entirely, and he was steadily advancing towards the mid-stage of foundation building. A few days later, Wang Ziyu came to pay a visit. Tang Tian warmly welcomed him inside, and the two engaged in casual conversation about amusing incidents within their sect. Upon seeing the sisters, Lan Yu and Lu Zhu, Wang Ziyu exclaimed in admiration, Brother Tang, your taste remains exceptionally refined, as ever. Tang Tian did not deny this. The further the public perception of him diverged from reality, the safer his own situation became. So this is how the purple bamboo courtyard appears, Wang Ziyu remarked. Brother Tang, I must say, you have truly stumbled upon a great bargain. Just the ancient well of Nianchuan alone exceeds its value. Tang Tian was taken aback. Then why has anyone rented it before? Wang Ziyu chuckled. The purple bamboo courtyard has only recently opened, and few are privy to its specifics. Those who do know are often uninterested, as they possess better alternatives. Moreover, I suspect many did not anticipate that the ancient well of Nianchuan had developed to its current state. Tang Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. You seem quite knowledgeable about the purple bamboo courtyard. Wang Ziyu nodded. I have heard of it by chance in the past. This grove of purple bamboo originally belonged to a man known as the Bamboo Grove Taoist, who personally planted each stalk. He also constructed the purple bamboo courtyard with his own hands and subsequently lived in seclusion here. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. And what became of him? Wang Ziyu sighed. He passed away over a century ago amidst a power struggle. Later, the Qinghua sect sealed off this area until it was recently reopened. Tang Tian fell silent, surprised to learn of the purple bamboo courtyard's history. The Bamboo Grove Taoist must have been a person averse to worldly disputes, as evidenced by the courtyard's tranquil decor. Clearly designed for a serene retirement. It was truly lamentable that such a person could succumb to the chaos of power struggles. You seem to know quite a bit about these matters, Tang Tian remarked, intrigued. After their previous encounters, he had come to view Wang Ziyu as a veritable repository of knowledge, capable of elucidating any topic. I have a particular interest in ancient affairs, Wang Ziyu replied with a smile. Cultivation is a form of living. Although it may appear transcendent, it remains within the realm of life. Engaging in relentless practice can strip one of life's joys. Occasionally stepping outside to witness the world can serve as a unique form of cultivation. Tang Tian was taken aback, not expecting such philosophical sentiments from Wang Ziyu. Indeed, each individual interprets cultivation differently. Some relish the bustle, while others prefer solitary practice, and there is no definitive right or wrong point. One must focus on their own path. By the way, in a couple of days, there will be some lively events in the sect. Brother Tang, would you care to join? Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian paused. What lively events? Wang Ziyu shook his head. You truly are oblivious to the happenings beyond your window. The first internal disciple assessment of the year is about to commence. And I hear it will be particularly intense. You didn't know? Tang Tian was astonished. Indeed, he was unaware of this occurrence. The Qinghua sect holds 4 internal disciple assessments each year, one at the end of each season. This is one of the most vibrant events in the sect, attracting a multitude of elders and disciples eager to witness the impressive talents emerging among the disciples, who represent the future of the sect. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian considered his own status as an outer disciple. Once he surpassed the foundational stage, he would be eligible to participate in the internal disciple assessment. Aren't you interested, Brother Tang? Wang Ziyu asked, noticing Tang Tian's silence. Tang Tian smiled. I am not particularly fond of joining in the commotion. Yet you are correct. Occasionally venturing out can indeed serve as a unique form of cultivation. Wang Ziyu laughed. Exactly. What is the point of cooping oneself up at home? While those disciples may only be at the foundational stage, watching them spar can be quite entertaining. Who knows, you might even discover some promising talents. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, realizing that he might be the subject of their scrutiny. Wang Ziyu, sensing his thoughts, smiled knowingly. Ultimately, Tang Tian decided he would participate in the internal disciple assessment. Although his status as an honorary disciple had afforded him a position far superior to that of ordinary internal disciples, he felt an inexplicable fixation. Honorary titles felt insubstantial, while core discipleship represented a tangible identity. My apologies. I truly do not know your true strength, Wang Ziyu said awkwardly. Tang Tian smiled reassuringly and proceeded to inquire about the specifics of the upcoming assessment. The internal disciple assessment of Qinghua sect is divided into 5 major areas: the East, West, South, North peaks, and the main peak, each operating independently. This division is necessary due to the overwhelming number of participants. As for the contest for core disciples in the future, they will all compete collectively. Tang Tian's designated area was at the foot of the South Peak, so if he participated, he would be assigned to that zone. Each year, the assessment's content varies, and according to Wang Ziyu, the spring assessment for the South Peak this year is dubbed the Flag Capture Battle. They have delineated a vast territory and placed various flags throughout the area. As long as a contestant can successfully defend their flag until the conclusion of the assessment, they will pass and be promoted to internal disciple status. The flags are categorized into 4 types: copper, silver, gold, and the king flag. Each type grants access to internal discipleship, but the additional rewards associated with them differ. The copper flag is the least prestigious, while the king flag is the most coveted. Furthermore, acquiring a higher tier flag increases the chances of being noticed by the sect and possibly being taken on as a direct disciple by powerful elders. Wang Ziyu elaborated. Tang Tian nodded silently. Such rules effectively sift out the strong from the weak, and the process would undoubtedly be fiercely competitive. Brother Tang, do you have any specific goals? Wang Ziyu inquired with a grin. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, are special means permitted? If money could solve the issue, then everything would be negotiable. If not, then a mere copper flag would suffice to pass the assessment. Wang Ziyu understood Tang Tian's intent and waved his fan. The rules do not expressly prohibit interference in the competition, but I believe that under a generous reward, brave souls will emerge. However, Brother Tang, you must be prepared. There is only one king flag, and without offering a substantial price, obtaining it will be quite challenging. Tang Tian chuckled. That's fine. Matters that can be resolved with money are never an issue. Wang Ziyu laughed at this, already envisioning the scene of the upcoming internal disciple assessment. Chapter 35. A 100 million bounty. 4 days later, the first internal disciple assessment of the year commenced with great fervor. This was a rare gathering, as both internal and core disciples, along with various honorary disciples and elders, converged to witness which outstanding talents would emerge this year. On that morning, in the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian awoke early. After freshening up, he called for Gu Xiaoxue and the Lan sisters while also sending a message to Li Hong before departing from the purple bamboo forest. Ascending the south peak, he encountered numerous disciples of Qinghua sect heading in the same direction, primarily those attending or participating in the internal assessment. The assessment site for the south peak was nestled within a dense forest on the back mountain. By the time Tang Tian arrived, it was already a sea of people. Tang Xiao, Li Hong had arrived first, ready with a plethora of information regarding the assessment, including rules, the strength of participating disciples, and the elders in attendance, everything meticulously detailed. Over 1,700 disciples were participating in the assessment at the South Peak. However, judging by the annual pass rate, only about half could successfully qualify. The number of flags deployed underscored this reality. There were 800 copper flags, 100 silver flags, and merely 10 gold flags. The king flag was singular. All flags combined total 911, Li Hong explained. This means only a little over 900 can attain internal discipleship. Are special means allowed to interfere with the competition? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong replied, the rules do not specify, only that forming alliances during the assessment is prohibited. Any discovered collusion results in disqualification. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and said, spread the word for me. I will offer 100 million spirit stones to anyone who can assist me in obtaining the king flag and transfer it to me at the end. Li Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Xiao, are you certain? 100 million spirit stones will drive those foundational stage disciples mad. Tang Tian curled his lips and remarked, whether it is crazy or not is of little consequence. My primary concern is whether this will provoke the elders' displeasure, leading them to intervene. Li Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, This is not expressly forbidden by the rules. And once it is enacted, the battle will inevitably intensify, allowing the elders to discern the true strength of the participants more clearly. Therefore, they are unlikely to intervene. Tang Tian nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Moreover, there was an unspoken truth that Li Hong had not mentioned. Such a bounty could serve to reveal certain disciples' character traits, which would be beneficial for the elders. For fairness I apologize. But this world is inherently unjust. As long as their own interests are not compromised, no one will voice any objections. Let us proceed with it, Tang Tian said. Before long, Li Hong set off to disseminate the news. It wasn't long before a stir arose within the crowd. Many were seen exchanging incredulous glances, turning their eyes toward Tang Tian's position. He sat leisurely, seemingly unconcerned about the considerable ripple his actions would create. This was precisely what one in his position ought to do. If he were to compete for survival against the other disciples using only his own strength, it would indeed appear peculiar. Moments later, a familiar figure approached. Wang Ziyu, Brother Tang, what a bold move. 100 million spirit jade. Those disciples are nearly going mad, already discussing how to obtain the king's banner. Wang Ziyu sighed. Tang Tian smiled faintly. With so many people, competing will be too troublesome. Just a little less snacking, and I could be out here. Wang Ziyu shook his head repeatedly. Don't mention snacks. It's so demoralizing. Tang Tian chuckled and invited him to sit beside him. What reactions have the elders had? I'm quite curious about that. Wang Ziyu shrugged. What reactions can they have? They would love to add some excitement to the event. However, with this, you've truly made a name for yourself at South Peak. No one would dare to casually throw around 100 million spirit jade during the inner sect disciples assessment. Tang Tian smiled without comment. Such notoriety, once established, could not be undone. The two then began to chat, with Wang Ziyu introducing Tang Tian to the prominent figures present that day. That elder with the white beard is the Grand Elder Yun Shochi of South Peak. a peak existence at the Tribulation Crossing stage. He generally handles most matters at South Peak, Wang Ziyu explained. Tang Tian glanced over. Yun Shochi sat at the highest point, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an air of authority, surrounded by several other elders. Just as Tang Tian observed, Yun Shochi suddenly opened his eyes and cast a detached glance in their direction, devoid of any emotion. Tang Tian quickly averted his gaze. This old monster had an extraordinarily keen sense of perception. Ah, it's all right. Although Elder Yun appears stern and unapproachable, he adheres strictly to principles, as long as you don't violate the sect's rules. He won't concern himself with you, Wang Ziyu reassured with a smile. He then pointed to another figure, saying, the one in black is one of South Peak's two heiresses, Imo Xiaoxiao. Her temperament is quite peculiar. It's best to avoid her when possible. Tang Tian took a glance. Imo Xiaoxiao was clad in a black dress, sitting alone atop a prominent rock, with several black-clad cultivators beneath her, presumably her attendants. And the other? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu replied. Qinsio seldom makes appearances. Imo Xiaoxiao handles matters on her behalf. Do not underestimate them. When the two heiresses unite, even Lu Chang'e must show them some respect. Their standing at South Peak is nearly on par with Elder Yun. Tang Tian sighed. These individuals were indeed among the elite of Qingwei sect and should not be approached lightly. After a brief discussion, the inner sect disciples' assessment finally commenced. Tang Tian joined the ranks of the participants. Yet no matter where he stood, he remained the sole focus of attention that day. I'm certain I'll secure that 100 million spirit jade, someone boldly declared, only to be swiftly met with envious gazes that designated him as the primary rival in the assessment. With the Grand Elder Yun Shochi's announcement, the assessment officially began. Above, 10 massive light screens displayed various scenes, each representing different locations within the dense forest. Following the elder's command, Tang Tian and several other participants rushed into the forest ahead. Chapter 36. Ignorant and foolish as all participants entered the dense forest, their figures immediately appeared on the light screens. Who will emerge victorious this time? Who will claim the top prize? Truly, this is a gathering of heroes, someone exclaimed. Yet, they were quickly met with derisive looks. What are you lamenting for? In the past, it was one thing, but is there any suspense regarding who will obtain the King's banner today? That 100 million spirit jade. What a pity. Why did I pass the assessment last year? He sighed repeatedly, but another voice chimed in. Stop your lamentations. Even if you participated in this assessment, the King's banner wouldn't fall into your hands. I fail to understand why someone who ascended with a copper banner possesses such confidence. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The influence of 100 million spirit jade was profound. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue and Lan Yu were attentively watching the forest scenes, searching for Tang Tian's figure. Suddenly, Lan Yu softly asked, why does young Master Tang do this? He clearly possesses sufficient strength. Over the past few days, Tang Tian had often sat with them, discussing matters and occasionally engaging in practical combat to share insights. They were well aware of his true capabilities at the Foundation establishment stage. Few could rival him. Contemplating the question, Gu Xiaoxue replied, he is rather low-key. Although he appears ostentatious, flaunting billions, he is quite discreet in certain matters. Lan Yu pondered this, unable to grasp the meaning behind such a statement. Tang Tian, low-key? I seriously doubt my understanding of that term has been correct all along. Regardless, he has his own methods. We merely need to fulfill our responsibilities and refrain from wild speculations, Gu Xiaoxue concluded. Lan Yu nodded, finding this statement more comprehensible. Gu Xiaoxue exhaled softly. Despite being older and more powerful, her two sisters often treated her as the leader, seeking her counsel on many matters. She was puzzled by this dynamic but soon set it aside as Tang Tian's figure emerged on the light screen. In the expansive, sun-dappled forest, Tang Tian advanced leisurely. The forest was vast, yet the flags deployed were not few. Making the search manageable, he intended to casually obtain a flag to avoid any unforeseen complications that could jeopardize his qualification for promotion. After wandering for a while, Tang Tian keenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of Taoist energy emanating from within a large tree ahead. How easy, he mused, approaching the tree and deftly swiping his fingers, causing a section of bark to peel away and reveal a bronze banner beneath. Task accomplished. Tang Tian reached out to retrieve the bronze banner. However, just as he did so, a cold voice called out from behind. Put it down, that belongs to me. Turning around, Tang Tian saw a woman with a stern expression, her Foundation establishment aura openly radiating. He was not overly surprised by the encounter. There would always be those who remained untempted by wealth, or who understood their limitations and knew they could not ultimately prevail. What surprised him was how swiftly someone had come to confront him. I got it first, Tang Tian replied with a calm smile. The woman scoffed. This is not a matter of first come, first served. Tang Tian shook his head, then name your price. He preferred not to conflict with others over such trivial matters. However, the woman remained cold, declaring, "Don't think a few stinking coins make you important. Cultivators speak with strength. If you don't return it, don't blame me for being impolite." Tang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman's tone reminded him of someone else. "Lin Yue. Oh, you truly believe you can take the banner from my hands?" he asked, his patience waning. The woman retorted, "I've encountered many like you. Besides a bit of filthy lucre, you are worth nothing, merely a sack of bones. I'll say this one last time. Hand over the banner, or prepare to be eliminated." During the assessment, life and death duels were permissible, and the elders outside were watching closely. If anyone's life were in peril, they would be teleported out, naturally. This would mean that the disciple would be eliminated early. Failing to advance. That's your intention. Tang Tian's tone cooled. This woman was, in essence, merely looking for a soft target, and she deemed him to be such a pushover. In that case, you can be the one to be eliminated first. After speaking, Tang Tian was the first to strike. In an instant, his figure appeared before the woman, and a large hand reached out directly toward her head. The woman was instantly terrified. She had not clearly seen how Tang Tian had moved. In her panic, she raised her long sword and thrust it toward him, attempting to defuse the imminent threat. However, Tang Tian remained utterly unperturbed, having grown accustomed to battling geniuses like Gu Xiaoxue. The woman's movements appeared to him as childlike brawling, rife with flaws and devoid of any form. With a mere flick of his finger, he sent her long sword flying deep into the dense forest. Subsequently, his other hand grasped her slender neck without any hindrance, lifting her effortlessly. Was she merely a sack of rice? Tang Tian gradually increased his grip, the veins on the woman's face bulging as she stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed with disbelief. It turned out that not all renowned disciples were so easily defeated. At that moment, a tremendous aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the woman's form. Tang Tian felt a shift within and released his grip. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light surged, and the woman's figure vanished without a trace. Quite timely, indeed. Tang Tian shrugged. Had it been a moment later, all that would have remained would have been a lifeless body. This way, he could avoid acquiring the label of a ruthless killer. Stowing away the copper flag, Tang Tian resumed his leisurely demeanor, continuing his stroll through the forest. In the myriad realms, a flash of light appeared, and the woman rematerialized before the crowd, awakened by the elders. She left the assembly, her face flushed with shame and anger, not daring to look back. This Tang Tian possessed some degree of strength. Indeed, he had not exerted his full power. Otherwise, she would have had no chance to resist. A few elders conversed amongst themselves, while the outer disciples engaged in fervent discussions. That fellow thought he could pick on the weak, but ended up hitting a wall. Did he really believe Tang Tian was just a mere sack of rice? He is certainly not someone who scrapes together 5,000 spiritual jade to purchase a position as a junior renowned disciple. They lamented the ignorance and folly of that disciple. However, it was merely a brief interlude. The assessment continued. Finally, after approximately half an hour had passed, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The royal flag had been discovered. The crowd quickly turned their gaze. Chapter 37. The chaos over the royal flag after the earlier incident. Tang Tian did not encounter anyone specifically targeting him again. Many who recognized him instinctively chose to steer clear. Some even approached, inquiring if he required protection. Tang Tian decisively declined, aware that forming private alliances during the flag-snatching competition would lead to immediate disqualification. And he had no desire to be eliminated without cause. After some time, Tang Tian suddenly noticed that numerous disciples were dashing toward a single direction. After stopping one to inquire, he learned that the only royal flag had been discovered. Curious, he followed the throng to a relatively gentle valley. Here, the trees were sparse, offering a wide view, where more than 100 competing disciples had gathered. In the center of the valley lay a shallow pool of crystal-clear water, where a single lotus flower bloomed, and above it fluttered a banner embroidered with 2 divine dragons. Several powerful disciples surrounded the pool, yet none dared to make the first move. Tang Tian found a vantage point and leisurely observed the unfolding scene. Tang Tian has arrived. Soon, someone recognized him, causing a stir among the crowd. His presence instantly altered the atmosphere. Gentlemen, continuing to stalemate serves no purpose. The crowd will only grow larger. It is better to resolve the ownership of the royal flag sooner rather than later, declared a thin, wiry youth by the pool's edge. And how do you propose we decide? Interjected a man clad in blue. The wiry youth responded, to put it plainly, we are all here for that 100 million spiritual jade. Rather than engage in a life and death struggle, why not let me seize the royal flag first? Once I acquire the jade, we can divide it among ourselves after leaving. Trust me, I will not go back on my word. As soon as he finished speaking, a robust disciple burst into laughter. Trust you? I might as well trust a pig to climb a tree. What if you take the jade and deny us? The wiry youth, undeterred by the ridicule, retorted with sarcasm. Oh, then why not hand over the royal flag to you? You can safeguard it for everyone. How about that? The robust disciple hesitated, reluctant to accept such a task. Everyone harbored their own ulterior motives. Who would guarantee that they wouldn't be besieged after seizing the royal flag? No one trusted the wiry youth, nor dared to seize the flag unilaterally. Once again, the valley descended into a stalemate. Tang Tian shook his head. If they continued this way, the disciples drawn by the commotion would only increase, making it even more challenging to seize the flag. Just then, a shadowy figure darted across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the royal flag vanished from the pool. Quick, stop him! The crowd immediately noticed, and the wiry youth along with the robust disciples simultaneously launched their attacks. Unleashing a formidable force to drive the figure down to the ground, the others quickly closed in, surrounding the intruder. At this moment, they finally discerned the figure's identity. It was a woman clad in black combat attire. Hey, have you no sense of martial ethics? The wiry youth exclaimed. With so many people present, you think you can sneak in and claim the 100 million spiritual jade for yourself? The black-clad woman. Her expression cold, scoffed. I care not for spiritual jade. My sole purpose is to seize the royal flag. If you wish to fight, then come at me. She brandished the flag in one hand and a sword in the other, showing no fear even when faced with dozens surrounding her. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the emergence of such an anomaly that it was, after all, expected that some individuals would remain unmoved by wealth, driven solely by their ideals. Regardless, it was not his battle to fight, and the royal flag was not essential to him. He was simply here for the spectacle. Meanwhile, the spectators outside were abuzz with chatter. Who is she? Such an impressive young lady. Niao Wushuang, who just joined last year. She is among the top disciples in the outer sect and possesses formidable strength. Yes, I've heard. She successfully established her foundation in just 4 months and is incredibly strong. Many ordinary inner disciples are no match for her. However, others were no pushovers either. Facing so many opponents alone would be exceedingly difficult. She was perhaps a touch too impulsive. While opinions varied, it was undeniable that Niao Wushuang's actions had successfully captured the crowd's attention. Including the elders gazed out in the valley, the impending battle was palpable. Put down the royal flag. This is your final chance, the wiry youth shouted sternly. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Niao Wushuang remained silent and charged directly at him. With her sword raised, she unleashed a powerful strike that turned the wiry youth's face pale. Are you insane? He shrieked, hurling 2 circular blades to clash with her sword, resulting in a shower of sparks. Though the blades were soon forced back by Niao Wushuang, the wiry youth managed to evade. Simultaneously, the others joined the fray, unleashing various spiritual artifacts and techniques, blocking her every escape route, despite her remarkable prowess. Her opponents were also formidable, each capable of contending for the royal flag. Under relentless assault, Niao Wushuang found herself in a precarious position, struggling to breathe. Within mere moments, she bore numerous wounds, her complexion paling. If this continued, she would soon be forced to withdraw. Reluctantly, she decided to abandon the royal flag, hurling it fiercely through the crowd toward a distant hillside. Upon seeing this, the crowd swiftly shifted their focus, pivoting to chase the flag. A myriad of tactics ensued as everyone sought to claim the royal flag for themselves. The scene descended into utter chaos. Tang Tian stood above, watching the spectacle unfold, unable to suppress his admiration. The methods employed by the top disciples were indeed incomparable to that of the earlier female disciple who had attempted to seize his copper flag. Although their mastery of the techniques still exhibited numerous flaws, they had largely reached a level of proficiency, with some nearing a small accomplishment. Moreover, their combat experience was rich, making the battles quite exhilarating. Whenever one managed to grasp the royal flag, others would immediately band together to launch an assault, causing the flag to change hands in an instant. What followed was a relentless cycle of siege and disorder. The royal flag continued to elude any single owner. Truly fascinating. 100 million is certainly worth it. Tang Tian chuckled, enjoying the unfolding drama. Just then, a mass of dark green vines suddenly sprouted beneath him, growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped him entirely, leaving only his head exposed. Chapter 38. The final belonging. Tang Tian never anticipated that while he was casually munching on seeds and watching the unfolding drama, he would inexplicably fall victim to a covert attack. The assailant was exceptionally cunning, utilizing a seed from a spiritual herb, whose essence was cleverly concealed by nature, allowing it to stealthily reach Tang Tian's feet. Subsequently, propelled by a spell, the seed erupted violently, ensnaring him completely. With his gaze slightly lowered, Tang Tian pondered, who is this? What do they intend? In the midst of his thoughts, a diminutive figure emerged from beneath him. "Ha, young Master Tang. I apologize for the offense," said the boy, who bore a doll-like face and wore a mischievous grin, as if reveling in his cunning scheme. "What do you want?" Tang Tian inquired. His demeanor unperturbed, the boy chuckled. "Why? To capture you. Of course, don't even think about resisting. This is a diamond vine. Once fully ensnared, even those in the late foundation establishment stage cannot break free, the more one struggles. The tighter it becomes." Tang Tian smiled and replied, "If you possess such strength, why not compete for the king's flag instead? What use is it to trap me? You shall gain nothing," the boy retorted. "How can you say that? You are the absolute focus of today's flag-snatching contest. If I manage to capture you, I will certainly attract the elders' attention. Isn't this far easier than contending for the king's flag? I lack absolute confidence in seizing the flag from so many competitors." Realization dawned on Tang Tian. This lad had devised quite the strategy. Indeed, it was clever. If he could eliminate the instigator, he would undoubtedly become a topic of discussion for some time. "However, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Tang Tian queried with a smile. The boy smirked. "I cannot deny that wealthy young masters like you often possess considerable strength. Thus, I began my plan the moment you arrived, strategically placing the diamond vines, and this is not the only one." Tang Tian was taken aback. This young man, despite his age, exhibited a level of shrewdness. No wonder he had initially overlooked the presence of the diamond vines. "What a pity." Tang Tian shook his head. "What is so regrettable?" the boy asked, confusion evident on his face. Tang Tian replied, "Your methods are indeed impressive, ensnaring others without their knowledge. If you had targeted an ordinary disciple, they would have been in dire straits. But unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target." The boy froze momentarily. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he formed a peculiar gesture with his hands, channeling all his spiritual energy. Yet, to his astonishment, the unexpected occurred. "If I am not mistaken, you must be employing a variant of the wood summoning technique. Coincidentally, I have also mastered this spell." Calmly, Tang Tian spoke, and as he did, the diamond vines entwined around him began to unravel, gracefully dancing around him once freed. The boy's face flushed crimson as he desperately attempted to regain control of the vines, only to find his efforts futile. "Such a pity," Tang Tian remarked gently. Raising his hand, the diamond vines immediately redirected their course, ensnaring the boy instead, swiftly binding him. The tide had turned. Tang Tian manipulated the vines, reaching into the boy's garments to extract a golden flag. "Indeed, you possess some skill. You managed to locate the golden flag." The boy's face reddened, the earlier struggle nearly causing him to choke with rage. Realizing the futility of his situation, he finally relented. "I was overconfident. Young Master Tang, I merely sought to garner more attention. I had no intention of harming you. Please, show some mercy and spare me from elimination." Upon witnessing the boy's disheartened expression, Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This lad truly exemplified the art of humility. As soon as he recognized his blunder, he promptly begged for forgiveness without a hint of hesitation. Such individuals indeed inspire no desire for complete annihilation. Yet, a modicum of punishment must be administered. Tang Tian took the golden flag and tucked his previously acquired copper flag into the boy's attire. "Given your apparent awareness of the situation, I shall not eliminate you. However, during this interval, keep a vigilant watch for me. Should anyone else attempt to conspire against me, inform me immediately." The boy nodded vigorously. "No problem. I promise to do my utmost to ensure your safety." Tang Tian replied dryly, "Just a simple notification will suffice. I do not wish for the elders to misinterpret our cooperation." With that, he gently released the diamond vines from the boy, transforming them back into a few golden-green seeds, simultaneously confiscating his instruments of mischief. The boy's face contorted in pain at the loss, yet he remained silent, dutifully assuming the role of Tang Tian's lookout. After a brief inquiry, Tang Tian learned the boy's name, Gong Qi. Having resolved this matter, Tang Tian turned his attention back to the central battleground. The clashes there had escalated to a fever pitch, with an increasing number of disciples joining the fray. Meanwhile, the initial provocateurs of the conflict, Nie Wushuang and the lean youth, had vanished from the main arena, some severely injured and unable to continue, others opting to withdraw upon recognizing the severity of the situation. The chaos was relentless, with everyone unleashing their full capabilities. The king's flag, however, continued to elude capture, leading the spectators to exclaim in exhilaration, "What a thrilling spectacle! I've never witnessed such intensity before." Today's event was worth every moment. All thanks to Tang Tian. Without his generous bounty of 100 million spirit pearls, This frenzy would have been impossible. The elders have any objections? Someone scoffed. The more intense the battle, the more pleased the elders will be. This is how true strength is discerned. The disciples fervently debated amongst themselves. Indeed, the elders observed the mayhem with keen interest, evaluating and exchanging assessments. A stark contrast to previous events. A few also noted the recent developments involving Tang Tian. Nodding in acknowledgement. Though Gong Qi is young, he displays some strategic acumen. Unfortunately, his luck is lacking. Tang Tian's mastery of the wood summoning technique surpasses his. The elders possessed sharp perceptions, quickly identifying the root of Gong Qi's failure. However, as they deliberated, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. What is happening? The king's flag seems to have vanished. What is going on? Who has stolen the king's flag? Confusion swept through the onlookers, amidst the turmoil. The flag had inexplicably disappeared, and no one noticed who had taken it in the valley. The situation mirrored that of the arena that as people fought. They suddenly realized the coveted prize had vanished. Who? A bald, burly man bellowed, blood still trickling from his forehead. Yet, the crowd could only exchange bewildered glances, as if none of them had laid claim to it. Damn it, which scoundrel is responsible? Is it you? He accused, pointing at a youth with a shifty gaze. Infuriated, the boy retorted, Stop slandering me. I suspect you're the thief, making baseless accusations. The burly man glared defiantly, opting for violence, and soon, the other disciples began to cast suspicion upon one another, igniting a true melee. Yet this time, the chaos was genuine, and the king's flag remained elusive. Tang Tian surveyed the tumultuous scene, his gaze drifting towards the distant thicket, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is rather intriguing. Chapter 39. Silent and distant the melee persisted, yet despite the prolonged conflict, the king's flag remained absent. Some individuals began to concede defeat, opting to withdraw from the fray and utilize the remaining time to seek other flags in order to pass the examination. The onlookers gradually dispersed, for without the king's flag, the battles had lost their significance. Young Master Tang, will you continue to wait? Gong Qi inquired cautiously. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian replied, Forget it. Since that individual has concealed themselves, they're unlikely to re-emerge. You may leave as well, but remember to prepare adequately when selecting your opponents in the future. Gong Qi, relieved, expressed his gratitude profusely before swiftly disappearing from sight. Tang Tian shook his head, casting one last glance at the chaotic battleground before gracefully departing. Time swiftly elapsed, and the conclusion of the examination approached. Still, no one had discerned the whereabouts of the king's flag, and all awaited the end of the trial to unveil the identity of the formidable thief. Deep within the dense thicket, nestled between two boulders, a dark figure sat quietly. It was Nia Wushuang. Her complexion was pale, with traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth, indicating she had sustained significant injuries. Clutched in her arms was a flag, a corner peeking out and emanating a faint golden glow. The king's flag. As the examination's end loomed near, a flicker of relief crossed Nia Wushuang's face. However, just then, a voice broke the silence before her. I asked that the illusory spirit technique. I never imagined you could master it to such a profound level. Truly impressive. With a wary gaze, Nia Wushuang beheld the slowly materializing figure of Tang Tian. You saw that? She asked incredulously, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The illusory spirit technique is a remarkable spell of the yellow tier. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to transform into various spiritual entities, making it exceedingly difficult to discern reality from illusion without careful scrutiny. Amidst the chaos of battle moments ago, no one paid heed to the mysterious sword that had appeared out of nowhere, allowing Nia Wushuang to successfully seize the king's flag. She then employed the illusory spirit technique once more to retreat from the battlefield, disappearing into the distance. You had already devised your subsequent plans when you made your first move, hadn't you? After being injured and withdrawing, even if suspicions arose, it would be challenging to point fingers at you, Tang Tian remarked. Nia Wushuang's expression was complex. She had not anticipated that a method she believed was foolproof would be so clearly identified by Tang Tian. What do you want? She asked coldly. Tang Tian chuckled, saying, My objective aligns with yours. The king's flag. It's rather embarrassing to shout so loudly, and yet come away empty-handed. Hand over the king's flag, and I will consider your bounty of 100 million spirit jade fulfilled. Nia Wushuang's brows furrowed deeply as she resolutely replied, Impossible. I only want the king's flag. No amount of spirit jade will suffice. Tang Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to remain so steadfast even at this juncture. However, he was determined to obtain the king's flag. I am not negotiating with you, Tang Tian asserted. In your current state, do you think you can still guard the king's flag? I possess a golden flag here. We can exchange it. You may accept or decline the spirit jade. He added. You wouldn't want to be eliminated just before the assessment concludes. Would you? Nia Wuxuang fell silent, seemingly engaged in a final internal struggle. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from her, and dozens of blades manifested out of thin air, surrounding Tang Tian and lunging toward him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. The surrounding space instantly froze. The blades, while exceptionally sharp, could not breach the invisible barrier. Nia Wuxuang stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. How is this possible? She exclaimed. You seem to have quite a few trump cards. Tang Tian replied with a faint smile, waving his hand to send the blades flying. That I take this as your final decision, but he then lifted a hand. An irresistible force wrenching the king's flag from her grasp and into his own. Rest assured, your performance has surely caught the attention of the elders. Farewell. With that, Tang Tian vanished from sight. Nia Wuxuang's expression was one of complexity. She had thought her plan infallible but had not anticipated falling into Tang Tian's hands. This was something she had never considered. This young master was indeed different from those mere honorary disciples who only sought pleasure. As she pondered, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping her form, and moments later, she vanished from the scene. The assessment had officially concluded. Upon Tang Tian's emergence into the outside world, a dazzling golden light enveloped him. Subsequently, the king's flag was drawn by a powerful force, soaring toward a stone tablet outside the dense forest. The flag was planted atop the monument, and Tang Tian's name soon materialized beneath it. Following this, the names of those who had acquired the golden and silver flags also appeared below Tang Tian. Indeed, it is Tang Tian who has obtained the king's flag. How did he manage that? TCH, what else could it be? Someone must have acquired the flag and traded it to him in secret. Wow, listen to your envious tone. If you had the means, why not offer a bounty of 100 million spirit jade yourself? The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Although the assessment had yielded unexpected developments, the outcome remained within the realm of anticipation. After all, few could resist the allure of such vast wealth. Congratulations, Brother Tang, on your triumphant return. Wang Ziyu said with a smile upon Tang Tian's return. Tang Tian shrugged. There were a few minor hiccups, but overall, it went quite smoothly. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Your name will be well known across Nan Peak now. However, even with the king's flag in hand, I doubt the elders will come looking for you. That bunch is rather dull. Many consider themselves purists and look down upon us honorary disciples. Tang Tian dismissed the notion. That's of no concern. I'm merely here to have some fun. He had no interest in being taken as a direct disciple. The higher the expenditure, the more one could acquire. After a brief chat, Tang Tian prepared to leave when a woman clad in a flowing black gown stepped in front of him. Tang Tian, I have long admired you, she said. The woman was tall, nearly matching Tang Tian in height, exuding an air of authority with each movement. She was none other than one of the two renowned daughters of Nan Peak. Mo Xiaoxiao.is There's something you need. Tang Tian frowned. Mo Xiaoxiao replied. You reside in the purple bamboo courtyard, which makes you a part of Nan Peak. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, simply mention my name. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wow, that's quite imposing. Thank you. He was at a loss for words. Is this our first meeting? Mo Xiaoxiao, unfazed, continued. You have only recently become an honorary disciple and are unfamiliar with the dynamics of the 5 peaks. In a month, there will be an inter-peak exchange meeting at the main peak. You should attend. Tang Tian fell silent again, but Wang Ziyu was visibly excited, subtly urging Tang Tian to agree. All right, Tang Tian said. But how do I get there? Is an invitation not required? Mo Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. Just mention my name. With that, she turned and walked away. Tang Tian was astonished. Your name is all-powerful. Is it really that impressive? As he watched in disbelief, Mo Xiaoxiao departed with her entourage. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure, Nia Wuxuang, who had just concluded the assessment. You are quite strong. If given the chance, I look forward to a fair duel with you. Nia Wuxuang called out as she followed Mo Xiaoxiao away. Tang Tian rubbed his nose. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. The demeanor of these two was strikingly similar. Shaking his head, he departed alongside Gu Xiaoxue and the others. Chapter 40. The 5 Peaks Exchange Meeting. What exactly is the 5 Peaks Exchange Meeting? Tang Tian inquired of Wang Ziyu on the way, realizing that had it not been for him, he might not have readily agreed. It's the highest level gathering of disciples in Qingwei sect. Wang Ziyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. All 5 young masters and the 2 renowned daughters will attend. Additionally, the sect's junior leader and many prominent core disciples will also be present. Ordinary individuals do not even qualify to enter the venue. Receiving an invitation from Mo Xiaoxiao puts you ahead of over 90% of the disciples in Qingwei sect. Seeing Wang Ziyu's excitement, Tang Tian replied. You still haven't explained what this exchange meeting entails. Wang Ziyu elaborated. The 5 young masters, the 2 renowned daughters, along with the junior leader, will represent the upper echelon of the younger generation in Qingwei sect. Entering this tier signifies that you have truly stepped into the upper class of Qingwei sect. The discussions held there will shape the future of the sect. Once you participate, your perspective will broaden dramatically, and your experiences will differ greatly from your current ones. Tang Tian scoffed. So, it's akin to entering high society. That is the dream of many, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. I merely seek strength. And everything else is but vanity that I still find it lacking in allure that I would rather devote that time to furthering my cultivation. Wang Ziyu was momentarily speechless, gazing at Tang Tian in astonishment. After a long pause, he sighed. You truly are unique. Where others flock, you show no interest and only wish to cultivate. If that is the case, why choose the identity of an honorary disciple? Tang Tian awkwardly smiled, but offered no explanation. His decision to become an honorary disciple had been somewhat forced. His cultivation was too weak at that time, and without that protective identity, he would have been plagued by various nuisances. Well, some things cannot be forced. Wang Ziyu sighed. Honestly, the content of the exchange meeting isn't that significant. In essence, it's just a bunch of people engaging in idle chatter, albeit on elevated topics. The only noteworthy aspect might be the merit presentation. Watching a group of superiors flaunt their wealth is rather rare. Tang Tian halted abruptly. Flaunting wealth. Wang Ziyu nodded. Every year, during the 5 Peaks exchange meeting, there is a merit presentation. At that time, those influential figures will exchange spirit jade for sect merits. Jing Heng, Mo Xiaoxiao, Lu Chang'e, and others will undoubtedly make their moves. The scale of their contributions is not something ordinary people can fathom. The spectacle resembles a battle of deities. Tang Tian fell silent. Taken aback by this revelation, such a thing exists. What are sect merits? He inquired further. Wang Ziyu explained. That is the highest honor within Qingwei sect. The greater the merit, the more significant the contributions made to the sect. Otherwise, do you think Jing Heng and the others wield such power? It's all traded for with spirit jade. However, the items those individuals were engaged with were far too advanced, bearing little relevance to us. If you truly do not wish to attend, then do not. Tang Tian fell into silence. He had thought that purchasing a status with spiritual jade was already audacious enough. Yet he was astonished to learn that Qingwei sect was capable of offering the purchase of power as well. They truly exhibited no fear of authority imbalance. From Wang Ziyu's words, the spiritual jade expended for sect contributions was certainly not a trivial sum. If it could trigger the consumption system. Go. Why not go? Tang Tian suddenly declared. Such a rare and precious opportunity to broaden one's horizons and genuinely step into the upper echelons. How could one decline? Brother Wang, your vision requires expansion. Wang Ziyu. Wait a minute. Do you even hear the nonsense you're uttering? I distinctly advised you for quite some time, and you had no interest in going. How did it suddenly become my perspective that is lacking? He was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had inadvertently misled Tang Tian with something he had said. Ahem. Tang Tian hastily cleared his throat and inquired, we can bring guests to the exchange conference. Right? Wang Ziyu nodded. Yes, as long as you possess the qualifications to attend, you may bring whomever you wish. However, it is generally discouraged to bring too many individuals, as those permitted to attend possess significant status. And bringing too many may come off as somewhat petty. There is no need to worry about safety. With the junior sect master present, no one would dare cause trouble. Tang Tian nodded. Very well. So, Brother Wang, are you interested in joining me? This fellow is exceedingly knowledgeable, and having him along would certainly prove advantageous. Upon hearing the invitation, Wang Ziyu's face lit up with joy. I was simply waiting for you to say that. The two conversed as they walked, ultimately parting ways at the foot of the southern peak, agreeing to attend the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference together next month. Subsequently, Tang Tian returned to the bamboo pavilion. Through the assessment conducted today, he had officially become an inner disciple of the Qingwei sect. However, this status was of little significance to him. He neither required guidance from the elders nor the specialized cultivation facilities provided for inner disciples. It was merely a way to satisfy his minor obsession. Upon returning to the bamboo pavilion, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation routine. It was not particularly arduous, yet he was diligent and earnest. With his 7-ring talent and the blessings of the immortal crane physique, his progress during the foundation establishment phase was comparable to that during the chi refinement phase. In just half a month, he successfully advanced to the mid-foundation stage, a speed that astonished Lan Yu and the others, who remarked that their cultivation speed had not been nearly as swift. However, just 2 days later, an event transpired that left even Tang Tian astounded. Jiu Xiaoxue, who had also broken through at the same time, unexpectedly advanced to the mid-Yuaning stage. That was the Yuaning realm, The required spiritual power and comprehension of the Tao were far beyond what was needed for the foundation establishment stage. How did you manage that? Tang Tian was eager to study her from head to toe. Could the talent of a congenital child be so terrifying? Gu Xiaoxue, somewhat shy, replied, I do not know. It took me 3 months to break through to the mid-golden core stage. I was taken aback to find that I had inexplicably advanced to the mid-yuaning stage. Tang Tian could only feel speechless. This was simply too extravagant. Her cultivation speed in the yuaning stage was on par with his in the foundation establishment stage, and yet she experienced it all mysteriously. Truly, what is your talent? Tang Tian inquired. I am a congenital child, Gu Xiaoxue explained. When I entered the sect, the elder specifically tested me and said that if all went smoothly, I could achieve ascension before the age of 30. The sudden acceleration, perhaps it is due to the environment of the bamboo pavilion. Tang Tian scoffed. The environment? What nonsense. We all reside in the same courtyard, yet I do not feel any such influence. Could it be that Gu Xiaoxue's room is particularly special? Or else? Tang Tian shook his head, quickly dismissing the dangerous thought. She was only 15 years old. One couldn't be so beastly, after much contemplation. It must still be a matter of talent. Perhaps congenital children possess such characteristics. It seems necessary to acquire more consumption points, allowing himself to experience the sensation of rocket-like cultivation, perhaps sensing Tang Tian's frustrations. An old acquaintance made a visit to the bamboo pavilion that afternoon. Qin Hai, Chapter 41. 8-ring talent. Qin Hai's arrival instantaneously dispelled Tang Tian's inner grievances. Long-lost consumption points. This time, Qin Hai did not disappoint Tang Tian, bringing a substantial supply of 7th tier and above elixirs, rare materials, as well as earth-grade techniques and spiritual weapons, filling a quite sizable shumi ring. The total amount, when calculated, reached an astonishing 230 billion. Gambling your career again? Tang Tian teased. Qin Hai hurriedly waved his hands, laughing. Not at all. After the last transaction, I have gained the trust of the main hall, and the resources I can allocate have expanded dozens of times. These are all carefully selected. I hope young Master Tang will be pleased. Tang Tian nodded. Thank you for your efforts. However, there is no need for such meticulous selection next time. I basically accept everything you bring. Let us proceed with the transaction as before. Qin Hai beamed. Young Master Tang remains as generous as ever. The total price for this batch of resources is 239 billion. Due to your substantial purchase, I can offer you a 95% discount as per regulations. Thus, you only need to pay a total of 226 billion. Tang Tian stroked his chin. There's a discount as well? Qin Hai chuckled. Of course, for esteemed clients like you. Our Jinyu Tang offers numerous preferential policies. Tang Tian exclaimed. Oh, but can you give me a 20% discount? Qin Hai was momentarily dumbstruck. Young master. Have I inadvertently offended you in some way? He assumed he had upset Tang Tian, prompting such an unusual request. However, that was not the case at all. I am quite serious. Can you provide a discount? After all, it is not easy for you to make this trip. I can pay extra. Tang Tian insisted. Qin Hai was both amused and exasperated. Young master, transacting with you is my duty. It is not a matter of ease. Furthermore, Jinyu Tang does not have such rules. If we were to proceed in that manner, I would have no way to justify it to my superiors upon my return. Tang Tian sighed in disappointment. Very well. No 20% discount then. Also, do not give me any 95% discounts. I abhor discounted items. Let us proceed at the original price, though he had hoped to negotiate the price a bit higher within the system's limits. It was regrettable. As long as you were satisfied, though he did not understand Tang Tian's reasoning, Qin Hai chose to proceed with the transaction at the original price. The customer is paramount, after all. Especially with such a profitable deal, further refusals would seem quite ungrateful. After several rounds of transactions, all resources, along with the shumi ring, found their way into Tang Tian's possession. Qin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was a substantial amount of resources, and if he had failed to sell much, it would have been challenging to account for it back at the main hall. With the transaction successfully concluded, Tang Tian's net worth soared to 260 billion, with over 23 million consumption points. Both the 8-ring talent and 8-tier physique could be redeemed simultaneously. By the way, why is there not a single item above 7th tier among these resources? The highest technique is merely Earth-grade Supreme. Does Jinyu Tang not offer better items? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai paused, then explained. Young master. 7th tier Supreme and Earth-grade Supreme are already the most exceptional resources available before Ascension. Items of 8th tier and heavenly grade are primarily utilized after one becomes an immortal. They are nearly impossible to harness before Ascension. Tang Tian frowned slightly, surprised to learn such a perspective existed. Indeed, lower-tier cultivators still possess a nascent understanding and comprehension of the great Tao. Even with top-tier resources, they may struggle to utilize them effectively. Unless one possesses some unique qualities, the majority of resources operate under this principle. Just like the training quiet rooms at the dojo, a chi refinement cultivator's experience in a basic training quiet room is almost indistinguishable from that in a Tao-level training quiet room. With negligible improvement, however, what Tang Tian cared about was whether he could use them. He only cared about availability. Just tell me, does Jinyu Tang have such items available for sale? Tang Tian asserted. The sudden display of dominance and generosity left Qin Hai momentarily speechless. Before he weakly replied, yes, of course, we have them for sale. However, the price varies significantly with the level of the item. Are you sure you need them? Tang Tian replied steadily. Bring them over. 8th tier, 9th tier, or even true immortal grade items. If you have them, I will procure them. I permit you one last opportunity to question my financial capacity. Qin Hai repeatedly affirmed, secretly wiping his cold sweat. Each time, he made the utmost effort to gauge Tang Tian's wealth, only to find himself consistently too conservative. It seemed he would truly need to exert every effort to negotiate resources from the main hall next time. It was once again the moment to gamble his career. The thrill of it all was exhilarating. Rest assured, I will do my utmost, Qin Hai declared loudly. A moment later, Qin Hai swiftly departed from the bamboo pavilion. That evening, in the main house's training quiet room, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, surrounded by 8 rings of innate talent. His cultivation speed had surged once again, and he estimated that in about a month's time, he would successfully break through to the later stage of foundation establishment. Such a rate of advancement would leave even the sons of heaven shaking their heads in disbelief, feeling a sense of inferiority. In addition, Tang Tian chose to expend his remaining 10 million consumption points to exchange for an 8th grade physique, the golden-winged Great Pung body. Furthermore, he acquired a secret technique known as devouring spirit. This technique granted him the ability to consume spiritual objects, allowing him to completely dissolve medicinal pills during his cultivation, transforming them into the purest form of celestial energy for rapid absorption. He could also devour various other spiritual materials, and even tried to consume a top-grade spiritual sword, which he could chew and convert into spiritual power and sharp essence, integrating it into his body. It was truly astonishing. In summary, this inheritance technique from the golden-winged Great Pung further expanded Tang Tian's repertoire, resulting in an increase in spiritual power and mastery of other Tao methods. He discovered that when used in conjunction with the Qing Mang secret technique, the effects were even more pronounced. Thus, even with only 8 rings of talent, his cultivation speed rivaled that of geniuses with 9 rings. However, he was curious about the extent to which he could reach. For instance, Gu Xiaoxua. Never mind, she was an anomaly and could not be measured by common standards. Who cultivates faster as their realm increases? Truly a freak. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Tang Tian gradually entered a meditative state. Under the influence of the 8 rings of innate talent, his cultivation steadily advanced. Chapter 42. Entering the venue, half a month swiftly passed. After diligent cultivation, Tang Tian had solidified his mid-foundation establishment realm and was continuously progressing towards the later stage. Additionally, he had perfected dozens of different cultivation methods, and his understanding and comprehension of Tao had reached a level comparable to that of the peculiar Gu Xiaoxua at times. During their discussions on the Tao, he could point out details that she had overlooked, which left him feeling quite elated. However, this girl had an exceptional learning ability and was growing at an alarming rate. Tang Tian often teased her for being too much of a perfectionist and advised her to balance work and rest. After saying this, he dove headfirst into his own intense training regimen in this atmosphere of cultivation. Even the sisters Lan Yu and Lu Zhu found themselves compelled to work harder, quickly improving their strength. Although they possessed only 9 rings of talent, a mysterious connection seemed to exist between them, allowing their cultivation speed to exceed that of ordinary 9-ring talents, making their comprehension of Tao exceptionally smooth. Tang Tian silently lamented his own situation. Even 9-ring talent felt diminished. Today was the day of the 5 Peaks Exchange Conference. The members of Zizhu Courtyard had rarely set aside their competitive spirit and were engaged in a game under the old locust tree. They were playing a game called Nian Dao Pai, where 2 players teamed up to attack another pair, requiring profound understanding and seamless cooperation of Tao. Tang Tian partnered with Gu Xiaoxua, while the Lan sisters formed another team. The losing pair would have stickers placed on their faces. Before long, Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxua found themselves adorned with paper signs. Although their comprehension of Tao was deeper, they could not match the synergy of the Lan sisters, who seemed to share a single mind. effortlessly coordinating their attacks and leaving Tang Tian and his partner disoriented in the later rounds. Are your eyes on your backside? I'm clearly using the fire Dao. And you just doused me with water. If you wanted to defeat me, you could have just said so. Tang Tian exclaimed in frustration as another round found them at a disadvantage. However, Gu Xiaoxue was equally unyielding. Retorting, I started laying out the water Dao strategy from the third step. You couldn't even see that I even gave you a hint in the previous round, and you still countered me with a cold huff. Tang Tian acknowledged that he had overlooked her setup, but he would never easily admit to his mistakes. His pride would not allow it to as they exchanged playful barbs. Each ripped off a strip of paper and stuck it to their foreheads. Let's go again, Tang Tian declared, unwilling to concede defeat. Just then, the formation outside was triggered. With a wave of his hand, Tang Tian dispelled the formation, revealing a familiar figure entering. Wang Ziyu. Tang brother, the Five Peaks Exchange Conference is about to begin. Before he could finish his sentence, the sight of Tang Tian and the others left him momentarily speechless. What are you all doing? Tang Tian quickly removed the paper from his face and approached him with an awkward smile. Oh, nothing much, just playing a game. Wang Ziyu looked at them with a bemused expression, glancing between the three women and Tang Tian. He whispered, Are you all right, Tang brother? Spending time with such enchanting beauties and playing this kind of game? He scrutinized Tang Tian, seemingly questioning his judgment. Tang Tian cleared his throat. I've had too much rich food. A little light fare is refreshing. Changing the topic, he added, By the way, I've been waiting for you. Let's head to the conference. He quickly diverted the conversation, mainly because he was concerned that playing cards with so many people might lead to unwanted attention. The group swiftly tidied up the area and departed from Zijou Courtyard. This conference seemed different from the usual, with a larger attendance of notable figures. On the way, Wang Ziyu remarked, Something feels off about this. What do you mean? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu shook his head. It's hard to say, but I sense it might be related to the 100 Sects War. Tang Tian responded with an O, reflecting on the past month, during which he had been absorbed in cultivation at the Dao Field in Zijou Courtyard. While Li Hong had been busy gathering information for him, he had finally learned about the Qingwei sect, which was established over 400 years ago and was considered a relatively new sect. However, it had not risen from nothing. Rather, it had quickly ascended with the backing of a more powerful sect known as Yunding Tianfu. This super sect possessed true immortals and vast influence, making Qingwei merely a subordinate sect beneath it. This revelation clarified Tang Tian's long-standing question of why Qingwei could purchase status without fear of power shifts. With Yunding Tianfu in existence, the so-called power struggles within Qingwei were trivial affairs. As long as Yunding Tianfu stood strong, even if Qingyue's power structure underwent complete changes, it would not matter. They could simply replace those who disobeyed. This was the oppression of absolute strength. Wang Ziyu continued. As for the 100 Sects War, it is a disciple promotion conference held every 5 years among all subordinate sects under Yunding Tianfu. Disciples who achieve outstanding results can ascend to Yunding Tianfu. Entering a broader stage, however, this 100 Sects War had little to do with Tang Tian, as there were strict eligibility criteria for participation, the foremost being that honorary disciples were not accepted. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell silent for a long while, ultimately sighing, such is fate. But he quickly reassured himself that he only needed consumption points. As long as he could spend freely, it would not matter where he was. With only a little over a year remaining until the 100 Sects War, the young sect leader would surely have something to say. Wang Ziyu noted. Tang Tian nodded, offering no comments. Let him talk. It has nothing to do with me. His sole purpose today was to attend the so-called merit conference. If he could successfully trigger the system's return, he would need to make a significant expenditure. As they chatted, the group ascended the main peak, arriving at the venue of the exchange conference. They were nearing the summit, where pavilions floated amidst ethereal mists, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Just as Tang Tian was about to enter, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Shen Tufeng. He is attending the conference too. Watching Shen Tufeng walk in smoothly, Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ziyu chuckled. See, I told you it would be lively today. So many people have come. Tang Tian scoffed. If even these commoners can enter, I suddenly feel this qualification isn't so precious. Wang Ziyu looked awkward. Let's not belittle him. After all, he belongs to Lu Changa's faction. It's normal for him to be here. He added. Don't underestimate this exchange conference. Many honorary disciples might have backgrounds that rival yours. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. They then registered under the name Mo Xiaoxiao and smoothly entered the venue. Chapter 43. Path to promotion. Mo Xiaoxiao's name really is useful. Upon entering, Tang Tian marveled. The guard at the entrance had been looking haughty. But as soon as Tang Tian mentioned Mo Xiaoxiao, his demeanor changed completely, and he warmly invited them inside. The contrast was striking. Isn't he worried we might be imposters? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu chuckled. Similar incidents have indeed occurred before. Someone used Mo Xiaoxiao's name to swindle people outside, but a few days later, they all mysteriously vanished without a trace. After that, no one dared to impersonate them again. Tang Tian could not help but feel a chill. That individual was indeed a decisive character, not someone to be trifled with. In fact, the upper echelons were quite similar. Wang Ziyu remarked, they wield immense power, possess vast influence, and have nearly limitless wealth. None of them are to be underestimated. If one lacks sufficient confidence, it is wise not to provoke them lightly. Tang Tian shrugged. I never initiate conflicts with others. I'm not foolish. If I were to charge recklessly like a naive fool, I would have long since found myself wrapped in a burial shroud. As the two conversed, they entered the main venue. It was an expansive garden, with exquisite scenery, where even the flowers, grasses, and trees seemed to carry a hint of Taoist essence, far surpassing any ordinary spring garden. They arrived rather late, and many people were already present, seated or standing, engaged in lively discussions. Tang Tian listened attentively, relieved not to hear any nonsensical flattery. The conversations were predominantly serious matters, and many present exuded a formidable aura. Their accompanying guests clearly distinguished individuals, suggesting they held high positions. However, Tang Tian still found it difficult to blend in, so he sought out an empty pavilion where he and Wang Ziyu took a seat. When does the commence? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Ziyu, amused, replied, what are you so anxious about? The will begin only after the concludes. It is the final event. Prior to that, the young master will share some insights, followed by exchanges among the guests. Additionally, there will be martial displays by the guests, core disciples, free challenges, and several other activities. Tang Tian's ears perked up. Treasure trading? What is that? Wang Ziyu explained, it is akin to the held in the spring garden. But this time the focus is on treasures, with quality and prices incomparable to the. Suddenly, Tang Tian slammed his palm on the table, startling Wang Ziyu. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known about the treasure trading, even a moment's hesitation would have been a disrespect to the possibility of triggering the system during the remained uncertain, yet treasure trading certainly fell within the realm of ordinary transactions. Wang Ziyu, taken aback, said with a wry smile, Brother Tang, your points of interest are always so unconventional. Treasure trading is merely a decorative aspect of the crux lies in the exchange of information and Taoist principles. That is the main event. He struggled to keep pace with Tang Tian's thought process. Tang Tian shrugged. All right, then tell me about the earlier martial displays. What are they for? Wang Ziyu, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, replied, the guests' martial displays are competitions among the guests recruited by various honorary disciples. The core disciples' martial displays are specifically battles between pure disciples. Free challenges involve combat between guests and pure disciples, representing the most intense and exciting competitions. These events primarily serve to assess the combat prowess of the current core disciples and prepare for the upcoming. Tang Tian leaned back, nonchalantly saying, I feel this has little to do with me. Fighting is far less enjoyable than spending money freely and accumulating consumption points. Wang Ziyu shook his head. Brother Tang, do you not intend to advance further and pursue deeper studies in the? Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. Isn't it said that honorary disciples cannot participate in the and thus cannot ascend to? Wang Ziyu clarified. Honorary disciples cannot enter through the, but there are other avenues for promotion. The sect has clear requirements for the advancement of honorary disciples. First, one must contribute to the sect, accumulating sufficient contribution points. The second requirement is that at least 3 guests under one's command must successfully pass the and enter, regardless of cultivation level or time taken. Fulfilling these 2 conditions allows for advancement. Tang Tian was taken aback. He was unaware of this detail. Perhaps Li Hong had overlooked it while gathering information. Considering he was not an honorary disciple himself, if that were the case, Tang Tian did not have a strong obsession with advancement. But if an opportunity arose, it would be worth pursuing. After all, it was a broader stage. The chances for spending and elevating one's status compared to would undoubtedly increase significantly. How many contribution points are needed? Tang Tian asked. Wang Ziyu replied, 1,000. There are various ways to earn contribution points, such as participating in sect construction and management. However, the most straightforward method is through, where 10,000 can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Tang Tian was taken aback. So few. Wang Ziyu laughed. When discussing matters of this level, the typically refers to. Tang Tian nodded and calculated. 10,000 equates to 100 billion, and 1,000 contribution points amount to a staggering 10 trillion. Indeed, that is no small sum, especially considering his current wealth is only around 200 billion. It seems wealthy individuals are plentiful. 10 trillion should be manageable for him. However, As for guests, Tang Tian currently had only 4 guests, none of whom were exceptionally powerful, and he had no immediate plans to expand his team. With just over a year until the next, he wondered if he could find suitable candidates in time. Where to look? After pondering for a while, Tang Tian cleared his cluttered thoughts. Never mind, I'll take it step by step. Once I return, I'll ask Xiaoshui and the others if they are willing to participate in the dot. If they are unwilling, I shall seek others. If they agree, then I'll devise ways to enhance their strength quickly. Tang Tian was confident that as long as sufficient funds were provided, solutions could always be created. As he contemplated, more and more people filled the garden. Before long, the officially commenced. Chapter 44. The young master guided by a designated attendant. Tang Tian entered a magnificent hall. Only 2 companions were permitted inside, so he instructed the Lanyu sisters to remain outside, bringing Xiaoshui and Wang Ziyu with him. The hall was exceedingly spacious, featuring over 100 seats arranged in various positions. Tang Tian chose a spot that was neither too far nor too close, sitting down with Xiaoshui and the others. Soon, the hall filled with attendees, most of whom were meditating quietly, and even conversations were conducted in hushed tones, all exhibiting a solemn demeanor. Shortly after, several distinguished individuals entered from another entrance and took their seats at the highest positions. Among them was Imo Xiaoxiao. In addition to her, there was the familiar face of Jingheng, seated to the far left. Shen Xiao didn't come today, Wang Ziyu whispered. You should recognize Jingheng and Imo Xiaoxiao. The other 4 are the 4 great young masters. The one in the blue robe to the right of Imo Xiaoxiao is Lu Chang'e, one of the 2 most powerful young masters in the sect. To Lu Chang'e's right is Tian Yangsheng, who is equally formidable. His temperament can be quite volatile, so be cautious when interacting with him. To the right of Tian Yangsheng is Du Yuanqing from the West Peak, the youngest of the great young masters, possessing substantial wealth. The one furthest to the right is Guan Ming from the North Peak, known for his maturity and depth, with an extensive network of connections. He introduced each of them to Tang Tian, who committed their appearances to memory. In a sense, these individuals represented the pinnacle of what honorary disciples could attain within. What about the position in the center? Tang Tian inquired, noticing a vacant seat between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng. That is reserved for our young master, Yun Kong. Wang Ziyu replied with a smile, and no matter how others may change, the highest position among the younger generation will always belong to the young master. Tang Tian nodded. This was fitting for a young master. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a simple gray robe entered and took a seat in the central position. This was Tang Tian's first encounter with the sect's young master. He appeared quite ordinary, and if seen in public, he would blend in with common folk. Throughout the conversation, he maintained a gentle smile, devoid of any airs of arrogance. Overall, he exuded a very amiable demeanor. How could one command the respect of so many talented individuals and young masters? Tang Tian mused. Once the young master was seated, he officially declared the open. Greetings to all esteemed friends. First, I would like to express my gratitude for your attendance. Each of you is an irreplaceable asset to our sect. As fellow disciples, we should join hands to create a more harmonious and beautiful environment for our cultivation, just as Tang Tian had anticipated. Yun Kong spoke in a calm and measured tone, his voice as soothing as jade, and his demeanor exceptionally gentle, making all present feel as if they were enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze. Within the grand hall, all present, including several prominent young masters, maintained a demeanor of solemnity and gravity, attentively listening without any hint of impudence or disrespect. The authority of the young sect master remained unblemished by his inherent amiability. The discourse led by Yun Kong bore similarities to that of Wang Ziyu, primarily revolving around the upcoming 100 sect war slated for over a year hence. At that time, the myriad subordinate sects under the Yun Ding Tian Fu would dispatch their most exceptional core disciples to engage in a pinnacle contest among prodigies. The outstanding individuals would be selected for deeper cultivation within Yun Ding Tian Fu. Due to its relatively recent establishment, Qingyu sect had historically performed poorly in past 100 sect wars, often languishing at the bottom of the rankings. However, following Yun Kong's ascendance as the young sect master over the past 2 decades, Qingyu sect's performance had surged to a commendable mid-range position. A veritable miracle considering the vast number of ancient sects with millennia of history among Yun Ding Tian Fu's affiliates. This accomplishment elucidated for Tang Tian why Yun Kong, despite his unassuming appearance, commanded such profound respect from others. Achieving such a feat was undoubtedly no trivial matter. The conversation spanned a considerable duration, yet it was far from tedious, with no one succumbing to drowsiness. Yun Kong spoke with precision, offering commendations to core disciples, honorary disciples, and guests alike. While casting a hopeful vision for the future, he expressed his belief that, through their collective efforts, the sect would ascend to even greater heights. Ultimately, Yun Kong concluded his address and departed the hall, followed by Mo Xiao Xiao and the young masters, with others gradually dispersing thereafter. Upon exiting the grand hall, Tang Tian exhaled deeply, having experienced a leadership meeting for the first time since arriving in this world. "What is it?" Wang Ziyu inquired. Tang Tian shook his head slightly, replying, "It's nothing, just different from what I imagined. I thought gatherings of the younger generation would be more lively." He implied that he had envisioned such gatherings resembling those at the Spring Appreciation Garden, where competition and rowdiness were commonplace. Wang Ziyu, not comprehending Tang Tian's implication, remarked, "With the young sect master and the young masters possessing such high status, they certainly would not behave like ordinary disciples. When it comes to martial arts competitions, it will be the other stage, and it is bound to be more interesting." Tang Tian nodded, preparing to leave with Lan Yu and the others. However, at that moment, a figure clad in blue stood in his path. It was Lu Chang'e. "You are Tang Tian?" Lu Chang'e's tone was devoid of emotion. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Is there something you need?" Lu Chang'e replied, "A month ago, I heard that you had a misunderstanding with one of my subordinates, which led to some unpleasantness that I hope you do not take it to heart." The young sect master said, "We must unite as fellow disciples to progress together. Let the grudges between you come to an end here." Tang Tian was taken aback, initially expecting confrontation, but instead found Lu Chang'e to be conciliatory. Nonetheless, despite Lu Chang'e's courteous demeanor, his words carried an undeniable weight that left Tang Tian somewhat unsettled. However, he dismissed it as a trivial matter, responding, "It's fine. I have already forgotten." Lu Chang'e nodded. "That is good." With that, he turned and departed with his subordinates and guests. Tang Tian observed. He indeed spotted Shen Tufeng among their ranks. More unexpectedly, he noticed Fang Fei, whom he had not seen for over a month, now closer to Lu Chang'e than to Shen Tufeng. Tang Tian frowned inwardly, recognizing that this was not a favorable development. He was also surprised by the means Fang Fei had employed to align herself with such a significant figure. She must possess considerable shrewdness. After Lu Chang'e's departure, Wang Ziyu expressed her astonishment. "Why did he suddenly come to find you? Such a trivial matter should not necessitate his personal involvement." Tang Tian shook his head and remained silent. But a suspicion began to form in his mind regarding Fang Fei. Chapter 45. A little demonist. The unexpected encounter with Lu Chang'e and the sighting of Fang Fei caused Tang Tian's previously relaxed demeanor to wane somewhat. If Fang Fei had indeed secured a connection with Lu Chang'e, it would not bode well, especially given the depth of animosity between them. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Tang Tian quickly cast aside these thoughts, reasoning that as long as he remained within Qingyu sect, he was unlikely to encounter significant danger. Moreover, he was now affiliated with the Southern Peak and had Mo Xiao Xiao by his side, which alleviated any concerns. Once the young sect master's address concluded, Tang Tian, along with Wang Ziyu and the others, proceeded to the designated area for honorary disciples. The guest martial arts competition was about to commence, and Tang Tian was eager to observe the prowess of those preparing for the 100 Sect War. He casually selected a seat, soon being served spiritual fruits and fragrant tea, with service proving to be impeccable. However, as he waited, Tang Tian noticed a discrepancy. While some honorary disciples were accompanied by their guests, others stood alone, devoid of any subordinates or companions. Perplexed by this, he turned to Wang Ziyu for clarification. She explained, "There are vast differences among honorary disciples. The three categories I previously mentioned were merely a generalization. Some seek to benefit their descendants, others wish to elevate their status within Qingyu sect, while some aim to serve external families. The number of those aspiring to ascend to Yunding Tianfu is quite small. After all, gathering contribution points or nurturing three prodigies is no easy feat." Tang Tian understood. Indeed, the path to entering Yunding Tianfu via the 100 Sect War was fraught with challenges. The competition was fierce, with numerous prodigies vying for the opportunity. First, participants must be core disciples under the age of 25, and their cultivation must be at least at the transformation stage. Strictly speaking, only a select few at the peak of the transformation stage had a genuine chance of standing out and achieving success in the competition. And such talents were exceedingly rare even among core disciples. After some light conversation, the attendees began to gather, and soon, individuals dispatched their guests to engage in exchanges of martial arts techniques in the arena. Tang Tian observed several bouts, noting the impressive strength of the participants. The combatants were predominantly above the transformation stage, showcasing the potential to excel in the upcoming 100 Sect War. Their formidable auras, profound techniques, and decisive yet methodical strikes marked them as true elites. Guxiaxu and the Lan sisters, still in the nascent soul stage, were far from their caliber. However, they were still young, particularly Guxiaxu, who had yet to reach 16. Possessing a promising future ahead, after a while, Wang Ziyu excused herself to check on the core disciples, as honorary and core disciples had long been in competition with one another. Pure disciples often looked down upon those who chose to serve as guests, believing it compromised their steadfast resolve. Conversely, honorary disciples felt that pure disciples lacked adaptability, choosing to forego better resources. Both sides held firmly to their views, unwilling to yield. Tang Tian, however, found no interest in such disputes. Each individual was free to make their own choices. If the pure disciples looked down upon him, so be it. He had no inclination to seek them out, as it was hardly a significant issue. Thus, he opted to remain seated, leisurely observing the unfolding events. Truly formidable. They are far superior to me, Guxiaxu remarked, unable to contain her admiration as she watched the battles. Tang Tian smiled, saying, "Do not underestimate yourself. You may be younger and slightly less cultivated, but when it comes to understanding martial arts, you are not necessarily inferior, and I have already spotted several flaws in their techniques, while Guxiaxu might not match their strength." Tang Tian believed her potential was far greater. "Seeing how capable their guests are, I must strive even harder when I return," she declared, clenching her small fist earnestly. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing her determination. The guest martial arts competition continued for about an hour, and judging by the expressions of the spectators, it was clear they were quite satisfied with the current crop of participants. Afterward, Tang Tian intended to seek out Wang Ziyu. But just then, a group of unfamiliar honorary disciples approached him. Tang Tian, the leader, a tall young man with a stern expression, inquired from an elevated stance. Tang Tian frowned slightly and asked, "And you are?" The young man replied coolly, "I am Ding Xiao, also from the southern peak, tasked with assisting Miss Mo in maintaining order." Tang Tian acknowledged, "Oh, so you are one of Mo Xiaoxiao's associates. Yes, there's something you need." Ding Xiao responded, "Now that you are part of the southern peak, you should not act independently. Follow me to our designated area." Tang Tian smiled politely. "No thanks, I prefer solitude." However, Ding Xiao furrowed his brow, stating, "Tang Tian, now that you have joined the southern peak, you must adhere to its rules. Accompany me. I do not wish to repeat myself." Tang Tian's smile faded as he regarded the man before him, who had become increasingly aggressive. He despised being coerced and had never heard of such rules. "I shall go wherever I please. No one can restrict my freedom," he stated coldly. Ding Xiao frowned, warning, "Tang Tian, do not presume that possessing a bit of spiritual jade makes you invincible. If you continue to act so recklessly, you might as well leave Nanfeng and seek your fortune elsewhere." Tang Tian gazed at him quietly and inquired, "Is this your sentiment, or is it that of Mo Xiaoxiao?" He had no intention of aligning himself with any faction, having only considered Mo Xiaoxiao's suggestion casually. If this truly reflected her wishes, he would depart immediately. Any hesitation would be a disservice to his principles. Yet it was evident that this was not the case. Ding Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from a direct response, coldly stating, "Very well. Remain as you are. I shall accurately report your attitude to Miss Mo." With that, he turned and left. Tang Tian stroked his chin, smiling faintly. "Is this an attempt to establish authority over newcomers?" Yu Xiaoxue scoffed. "He acts so arrogant, believing himself to be formidable, yet he still has to report back to someone." Tang Tian chuckled. "Let him be. We are not obligated to join any faction. Besides, Qingwei sect has more than just Nanfeng." They decided to investigate how Wang Ziyu was faring. As they made their way, they encountered Wang Ziyu returning, visibly excited. "Brother Tang, you won't believe it. The current core disciples are extraordinary. Several are at the peak of the transformation god stage, each more formidable than the last. And there's a young prodigy, just 16, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, who has even defeated someone at the initial stage of transformation god. This little demon is quite boastful, claiming he can easily crush any equivalent disciples beneath his feet." "Ha, it's a delight." Tang Tian cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Why are you so excited? Have you forgotten who you are? You too are an honorary disciple, after all." Wang Ziyu merely laughed, fanning himself. "Me? I'm merely an observer of the spectacle. Wherever there is entertainment, you will find me. The upcoming free challenges will surely be thrilling." Tang Tian shook his head in bemusement. Wang Ziyu seemed utterly unconcerned about his status as an honorary disciple. Yet, Wang Ziyu's words piqued his interest in the forthcoming challenges. What kind of prowess would a 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage possess? How would he compare to Gu Xiaoxua? Chapter 46. Arrogance. After a brief respite, the free challenges commenced. Honorary disciples, guests, and core disciples gathered once more. This time, Imo Xiao and Lu Chang'e were present, seated high above. Silently observing the bouts, in their vicinity were several imposing figures, likely the leading core disciples. Under the watchful eyes of these prominent individuals, the free challenges officially began. The first to take the stage was a core disciple at the late stage of transformation god. He exuded arrogance, challenging anyone among the guests without specifying an opponent. His disdainful demeanor ignited the ire of the honorary disciples. From the West Peak, an honorary disciple sent forth one of his guests. Also at the late stage of transformation god, as the two entered the arena, combat was imminent. Tang Tian noted that this battle was significantly more intense than previous skirmishes among the guests. Both sides seemed to be holding nothing back. The guest displayed remarkable skill, his techniques elusive and captivating, resembling a visual feast. However, the core disciple, despite practicing only 3 or 4 techniques, had each mastered to a significant degree, ensuring he was not at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the guest faltered at a critical moment and was defeated. All those flashy techniques are meaningless. Mastery is the true essence. The core disciple's victory only inflated his arrogance further, and he demanded to continue challenging others. This provoked a strong reaction from the honorary disciples, who quickly dispatched an even stronger guest, also at the late stage of transformation god, in no time. The proud core disciple was bested. It seems your prowess is limited to mere words, the victorious guest retorted, throwing the earlier taunt back at them. Following this, another core disciple took to the field, employing various techniques that left Tang Tian dazzled. Wang, you were right. The free challenges are indeed far more entertaining, he remarked. Wang Ziyu grinned. Indeed, these fellows have long harbored grievances against one another. This opportunity for confrontation is not to be missed. Tang Tian nodded, recognizing the tension. Both groups were essentially core disciples, albeit one chose to leverage external resources, while the other relied solely on personal merit. It was difficult to declare one approach superior, as each individual's situation varied significantly. However, he observed that the pure core disciples generally exhibited greater strength, often reversing any temporary losses inflicted by the guests. Overall, the guests seemed to be losing more often than they won. Despite their additional resources, I expected them to be stronger, Tang Tian commented. Wang Ziyu shrugged. They may possess abundant resources, but they also bear the burden of additional responsibilities when it comes to raw combat ability. They cannot compare to those who are singularly devoted to their training. Almost every free challenge resulted in the guests' defeat, with the most disheartening instances leaving them gasping for breath. Tang Tian agreed that those with a singular focus on cultivation had a better chance of reaching greater heights. As the challenges progressed, Wang Ziyu's observations proved accurate. Although the guests initially held their ground against the core disciples, fatigue soon set in. Meanwhile, the core disciples continued to unleash formidable fighters, one after another. Defeat was inevitable. Yet, Tang Tian noted that the honorary disciples remained remarkably composed, suggesting they had grown accustomed to such spectacles. Once the victor was determined, the atmosphere shifted toward more entertaining bouts, disciples at the mid and initial stages of transformation god, and even some prodigies at the nascent soul stage began to enter the fray. Finally, Tang Tian beheld the young prodigy Wang Ziyu had mentioned, Huang Chong, a 16-year-old at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He exuded an even greater arrogance than the other core disciples, disdainfully regarding the guests and dismissively declaring, "Feel free to come at me. I shall defeat any challenger. Look at your pitiful forms. Even if you all come at once, I fear you not." Huang Chong's brashness darkened the expressions of many honorary disciples and guests. His arrogance was outrageous. Yet, they maintained their composure, refraining from sending anyone overly powerful against him. After all, he was only 16. Dispatching someone in their 20s would hardly be worthwhile, and sending someone at the transformation god stage would only serve to provide further amusement. What could they do? They could only turn a deaf ear to his taunts to this level, who lacked a measure of patience. Xiaoxua, what do you think of him? Tang Tian asked. Xiaoxua pondered for a moment before responding. He is indeed formidable. However, he is overly arrogant and occasionally reveals vulnerabilities, so there may still be opportunities. Tang Xiao, should I step in? Gu Xiaoxua offered. Tang Tian immediately shook his head. We are newcomers. Let us refrain from jumping into the fray. Besides, there is no real benefit in it's best to avoid drawing unnecessary envy and trouble. He despised complications. However, it seemed as though someone had overheard his thoughts. One dares to challenge me. What a bunch of cowards, Huang Chang's voice boomed. Tang Tian, I've heard you're quite wealthy, and have even enticed one of our talented junior sisters. How about letting her come up and spar with me?" Huang Chong called out loudly. Tang Tian was taken aback. What? Did I just receive unsolicited attention? He had merely been an onlooker today. How had he attracted such notice? Was he truly that well known? Perplexed, he realized that since he had been directly addressed, silence would no longer suffice. "Are you referring to me?" Tang Tian asked. Huang Chong turned his gaze towards him, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. "I have no interest in you, young master. Did you not steal away our brilliant junior sister? Do you dare to summon her? I intend to make it clear to everyone that following your group of nominal disciples leads to a dead end, with no advantages whatsoever." Tang Tian fell silent. Was this truly Huang Chong's own sentiment? Perhaps he cast a fleeting glance at the higher-ups before responding. "You mean Xiao Shui, right? She is merely at the mid-stage of her nascent soul. Do you not think that is somewhat unfair?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui quickly transmitted a message to him. "Tang Xiao, it's fine. I am confident I can defeat him." Tang Tian shook his head slightly, signaling her to remain silent, since he dared to cause trouble. A lesson would be in order. It was indeed a bit unfair. Huang Chong waved his hand dismissively. "Then let me also restrict my own cultivation to the mid or early nascent soul stage. Against someone as weak as a guest disciple, I could easily crush him with one hand. What say you? Do you have any other excuses?" Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Very well, Xiao Shui, go ahead and show your prowess." Chapter 47. So it is under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Gu Xiao Shui stepped onto the arena, standing opposite Huang Chong. This was undoubtedly the most anticipated battle following the formal challenges. As both participants were among the youngest and Huang Chong had boldly named her, suggesting deeper implications, perhaps he intended to use this event to solidify the resolve of the younger core disciples. "Do you need me to hold back, dear junior sister?" Huang Chong declared arrogantly. The term dear served only to undermine Gu Xiao Shui's status as a core disciple. However, she appeared unfazed, responding with a graceful smile. "Do as you wish," Tang Tian observed from below, noting the stark contrast between Xiao Shui's demeanor during their daily interactions and in battle. She resembled a legendary sword, sheathed in an ostensibly mundane casing. Once unleashed, she would undoubtedly radiate an undeniable brilliance. "Very well, let the duel commence." Huang Chong faced Gu Xiao Shui, indeed placing one hand behind his back, treating her as no threat at all. Yet, Gu Xiao Shui's expression shifted, her aura transforming rapidly. Suddenly, her sword was drawn, and like a startled swan, she soared through the air, reaching Huang Chong's side in the blink of an eye. The razor-sharp blade was mere inches from his brow. Huang Chong was taken aback, retreating swiftly as he threw a punch, only to strike nothing but air. The sword before him began to dissipate, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of danger from behind. "Ah!" he cried out, abandoning any pretense of restraint, unleashing all his power. Waves of dragon-shaped spiritual energy surged forth, barely averting his crisis. Seeing this, Tang Tian smiled, remarking, "Xiao Shui is quite fierce right from the start." He understood that Xiao Shui possessed great strength, and in comparison to Huang Chong, she was not at a disadvantage. However, he did not anticipate her to unleash her full power so soon, effectively dismantling Huang Chong's defenses in a single move. "One hand, you say? I'll suppress my cultivation. I suppose I'll toss that out the window." Xiao Shui fought with unwavering determination. Beside him, Lan Yu remarked softly, "Xiao Shui has always given her all in battle." During their recent sparring sessions, Tang Tian and his companions primarily engaged in discussions of Dao, while Gu Xiao Shui and the Lan sisters focused on tangible combat. Initially, when Gu Xiao Shui had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, she struggled against both Lan Yu and El Zhu, often being overwhelmed. Yet, this spirited girl exhibited an astonishing rate of progress. Each spar was marked by a different level of skill, and within a mere dozen days, she could now stand toe-to-toe with either of them. After her breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage, the Lan sisters could no longer suppress her alone. Only by teaming up could they maintain any control over her. It was worth noting that, when united, the Lan sisters could rival even those at the transformation stage, yet they barely managed to keep Gu Xiaoshui in check, as she continued to grow rapidly. After a month, Gu Xiaoshui's strength had escalated far beyond what could be measured. Huang Chong was simply no match for her. On the battlefield, Huang Chong's pride and carelessness had cost him the initiative. Even with all his might, he remained at a disadvantage. Gu Xiaoshui's relentless assault left no openings, denying Huang Chong even a moment to breathe. Time and again, he attempted to leverage his superior cultivation to turn the tide. But each effort was deftly thwarted by Gu Xiaoshui, preventing him from gaining any ground. As the battle wore on, his anxiety grew, leading to more mistakes and escalating the crisis. This unexpected turn of events captured the attention of the higher-ups. Truly, she was a genius. Yet, having become a guest disciple, she had fallen into the clutches of the nominal disciples. I've heard that Tang Tian is quite lecherous. This junior sister may have fallen prey to his charms, leading her down a dark path. What a shame for such a talent to be entangled with a nominal disciple, whom they deemed a blight on the sect. In contrast, the nominal disciples displayed a different demeanor. Xiao, your South Peak has produced quite a talent. Lu Chang'e remarked with a slight smile that I've heard that Tang Tian possesses considerable wealth. What is he like? Mo Xiao replied, I'm not sure. He just arrived. This fellow seems to carry the same demeanor towards everyone at this moment. Jing Heng interjected, I've seen this Tang Xiao once. He is indeed quite extravagant. However, he appears to be a rather debauched individual. His conflict with Shinta Peak arose over a rather ostentatious item. Lu Chang'e acknowledged this with a soft "oh," remaining silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tian Yangsheng scoffed lightly. It matters not that if he can suppress the arrogance of the core disciples. It is a good thing that in the future, we should ensure he receives due consideration. The crowd nodded in agreement, their silence reflecting the differing perspectives held by the higher-ups. The core disciples were focused solely on their peers, while Lu Chang'e and his companions had more complex considerations. The battle continued below, with Gu Xiaoshui refusing to grant Huangchong any opportunity for a comeback, dominating the contest from start to finish. Her fierce offensive left Huangchong struggling to keep up, and his errors multiplied. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, Huangchong was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and nose that Ji Yu Xiaoshui sought to pursue him. But Tang Tian intervened, saying, Xiaoshui, that's enough. This isn't a fight to the death. We only need to determine the victor. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoshui paused, casting a glance at Huangchong before rolling her eyes. Is that all? She sheathed her sword and turned away, striding confidently towards Tang Tian, reminiscent of a triumphant swan returning home. Tang Tian chuckled, appreciating her fierce competitive spirit. However, upon returning, she reverted to her usual demeanor. Teasing, so did I embarrass you? Tang Tian silently gave her a thumbs up, eliciting a gleeful smile from her, brimming with pride. Meanwhile, the nominal disciples finally salvaged some dignity to Keep pretending. Do you think you're invincible? Is this all you've got? Go back and continue your arduous training. You have no idea how much resources can impact your growth. That Ji Yu Xiaoshui's emphatic victory rejuvenated their spirits, allowing them to shed their previous guise of defeat. Following this, the free challenges continued for a while, though the crowd's interest began to wane. After the challenges concluded, everyone took a moment to rest before moving on to the next event, the treasure trading. Chapter 48. Is wealth all that matters? This was indeed the realm of the nominal disciples. Wang Ziyu remarked with a smile. After each round of free challenges, the nominal disciples are left with pent-up frustration. The treasure trading is their chance to vent. Tang Tian, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Just wait and see, Wang Ziyu replied. Soon, the treasure trading commenced, with designated personnel presenting an array of remarkable items for appraisal and exchange. As Wang Ziyu had foretold, this trading event was far beyond the scope of the Spring Appreciation Society. The focus was entirely different. The treasures offered were predominantly related to cultivation, with high-grade materials abundant. 6th and 7th tier treasures were commonplace. And even 8th tier items, which Tang Tian had never before encountered, were up for grabs. Their prices were exorbitant, starting from several tens of millions, with the most expensive approaching a staggering 100 billion. However, for Tang Tian at this moment, such figures felt somewhat conservative. How disappointing. Even combined, these items cannot double my assets. And this is supposed to be the premier trading event. Bah. After surveying the offerings, Tang Tian understood why Wang Ziyu had claimed this was the domain of the nominal disciples. These treasures possess an extraordinarily powerful auxiliary effect on cultivation, encompassing various aspects such as cultivation level, enlightenment, manifestation, and spiritual essence. Acquiring even a few would significantly enhance one's personal practice. However, the core disciples lack the financial means for such purchases. Their sustenance, lodging, and necessities are all provided by the sect, and possessing a mere few tens of millions would be considered wealth for them. They can only watch helplessly as the honored disciples carry these treasures away. Moreover, they are acutely aware that these treasures will be allocated to the guests who have reached agreements with the esteemed disciples. To assert that they remain unfazed would be disingenuous. Those who can truly remain unperturbed by poverty are exceedingly rare. Alas, Brother Xiao, this set of the rolling banner array is perfectly suited to your cultivation technique. Although it costs 30 billion, you are worthy of it. I'll buy it. Some honored disciples voiced their intentions loudly. eliciting eye rolls from the core disciples that it was a classic case of mutual disdain. After observing the scene, Tang Tian decided to take action, having resolved to ascend to the Yunding Tianfu through the cultivation of guests. He needed to prepare in advance. The efficacy of these treasures was commendable. Thus, Tang Tian commenced his haggling. The Lin Dao flower, priced at 18 billion for a single stem, would 28 billion suffice. The Chongjiang berry. At 9 billion each, I offer 13 billion for the entire lot. Tang Tian deftly navigated the boundaries of the system, acquiring all items at the highest permissible prices. This peculiar method of bargaining drew curious glances from the honored disciples surrounding him. Brother, we know you might be quite affluent, but we've never heard of anyone spending like this. Such extravagance. Is it truly acceptable? Observing Tang Tian's cheerful demeanor, they could only shake their heads. After all, every family has its own difficulties. Perhaps in Tang Tian's household, frugality was enforced by family law. The transaction continued for a while. Tang Tian, like a tempest, tossed out over 100 billion, leaving some core disciples in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such staggering sums spent on purchases within the sect. As time passed, the treasure trading came to a close. Finally, they arrived at the grand finale of the Five Peaks Exchange. The Merit Conference. The young sect master, Yun Kong, made his appearance once more as the host of the event. He began by acknowledging those who had made significant contributions to the sect over the past year. Subsequently, each individual's contributions were converted into merit points and distributed accordingly. The merit points held tremendous value. For the honored disciples, these points equated to power and status, enabling them to undertake various actions, including ascending to the Yunding Tianfu. For the core disciples, merit points represented substantial amounts of spiritual jade and special qualifications. With merit points, they could access superior cultivation resources and serve as tickets to certain secret cultivation locations, further enhancing their strength. In summary, this was something everyone yearned to obtain. Tang Tian desired it as well. However, his contributions to the sect were insufficient for even a single merit point, leaving him to await the final segment, the offering of contributions. The offering of contributions essentially equated to donations. One could purchase merit points with money that a mere 10,000 top-grade spiritual jade, equivalent to 100 billion spiritual jade, could be exchanged for one merit point. How convenient! Tang Tian appreciated such straightforwardness. After some time, the calculations of everyone's contributions from the previous year were completed, with those falling short of a merit point disregarded. Following this, it was time for the segment Tang Tian had eagerly anticipated. Young sect master Yun Kong displayed a subtle smile, directing his gaze toward the honored disciples as if to inquire, "What are you waiting for?" Several prominent figures took the lead. Liu Chang'e offered 200 merit points. Tian Yangsheng, 200 merit points. Mo Xiao and Shen Xiao, each 100 merit points. Jing Heng, 150 merit points. Guan Ming, 150 merit points. Du Yuanqing, 100 merit points. Truly, these big shots were impressive. They contributed in the hundreds, amounting to trillions of spiritual jade. Tang Tian nodded inwardly, finally recognizing a few capable individuals. After the big shots set the example, other honored disciples also began to step forward. However, their contributions were considerably less, mostly in single digits, and any contribution exceeding 2 digits drew gasps of astonishment. Moments later, Tang Tian approached. Tang Tian, this should be your first participation in the merit offering. Correct. How much do you wish to contribute? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian pondered briefly, deciding to test the waters, and presented 10,000 top-grade spiritual jade, stating 1 merit point. Yun Kong nodded, swiftly processing the transaction and handing him an exquisite jade token. The merit point is stored here, and it also contains an explanation regarding the merit points, Yun Kong informed him. Tang Tian nodded, accepting the jade token but refrained from immediately inspecting it, instead focusing on the system. This transaction constituted a standard expenditure, yielding 100,000 consumption points. A joyous expression blossomed at the corners of Tang Tian's mouth. Indeed, it successfully triggered the reward. If so, could he not exploit this opportunity to amass consumption points? The merit offering should have no upper limit, right? While Tang Tian reveled in his thoughts, a scornful voice interrupted nearby. Heh, I thought you were truly wealthy, yet you only offer 1 merit point. Did you exhaust your funds at the treasure trading? Tang Tian lifted his gaze, realizing the speaker was Ding Xiao, a subordinate of Mo Xiao from the South Peak. This fellow seemed to harbor a grudge against him. After making his derisive remark, Ding Xiao approached Yun Kong, presenting a Shumi ring, declaring, "Young sect master, I offer 20 merit points." The room erupted in astonished murmurs. Ding Xiao, a prominent figure under the esteemed Miss Mo, was indeed extraordinary. People exclaimed in admiration. This praise delighted Ding Xiao immensely. After concluding his business, he turned to Tang Tian, looking down at him. That I initially thought you had some strength, but it appears I overestimated you. Take care of yourself. With that, he prepared to depart. Wait, Tang Tian's voice rang out abruptly. Ding Xiao raised an eyebrow, responding, "Oh, what is it?" Tang Tian smiled faintly, pondering the motivations behind Ding Xiao's antagonism. Yet, he had been contemplating how to make another merit offering. Ding Xiao's actions provided him with the perfect justification. Are you questioning my financial capability? Judging by your tone, it seems you wish to challenge me. Do you possess the strength to contend with me? Tang Tian, he replied with a smile. Ding Xiao's brows furrowed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Very well, let us see. Tang Tian grinned. Then let us proceed. That he stepped towards Yun Kong. Young sect master, I wish to continue my merit offering. Subsequently, he retrieved 300 billion from the system. 30 merit points. Chapter 49. Ruthless domination. Tang Tian's contributions to the sect were commendable, but he should not act out of spite. When Tang Tian proposed to offer 30 merit points, Yun Kong gently advised against it. Tang Tian shook his head. Young sect master, a gentleman must act when provoked. Since someone has chosen to belittle me, I cannot let it go unchallenged, he proclaimed with righteous conviction. Yet internally, he grumbled about Yun Kong's lengthy discourse. Just accept the donation. Why all the unnecessary chatter, delaying the acquisition of consumption points? Yun Kong shook his head, but chose not to press the matter further. Accepting Tang Tian's spiritual jade, after the transaction was completed, Tang Tian turned, casting a provocative glance at Ding Xiao. What say you? Do you still wish to challenge me? Ding Xiao scoffed coldly. 300 billion. Such a grand gesture. Have you exhausted your funds? What you have gained from depleting your savings is merely my starting point. Today, I shall show you what it truly means to be an honored disciple. With that, Ding Xiao stepped forward, addressing Yun Kong. Young sect master, I wish to offer another 30 merit points. His declaration prompted a wave of astonished gasps. Truly, Ding Xiao was impressive. His financial capability likely ranked just below that of the major figures. Among the honored disciples, hidden talents were aplenty. The crowd marveled in awe. Hearing such remarks, Ding Xiao puffed out his chest with pride. Though 500 billion stung his finances, the opportunity to establish his reputation before the esteemed figures and disciples made it worthwhile. As for defeating Tang Tian, that was merely a bonus. He had never regarded this newcomer with any seriousness. However, the reality unfolded differently from his expectations. Witnessing Ding Xiao's immediate pledge of 300 billion nearly brought Tang Tian to laughter. Quite impressive indeed. But what made him think that 300 billion would deplete his resources? The depths of his wallet were beyond Ding Xiao's imagination. Turning once more to Yun Kong, Tang Tian declared, Young sect master, I shall add 600 billion. As this figure emerged, the crowd erupted in astonishment. That my goodness. This newcomer is truly formidable. No wonder he can cultivate such powerful guests. His financial prowess is evident. With 900 billion, he was swiftly approaching the major figures. The focus of the crowd shifted from Ding Xiao to Tang Tian. Ding Xiao's expression darkened. He had never anticipated Tang Tian could produce such a substantial sum in one go. Wealth and cash are fundamentally two distinct concepts. Yun Kong wore a resigned expression, yet he still assisted Tang Tian in handling everything. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow at Ding Xiao, openly provoking him. Anger welled up within Ding Xiao, yet he refrained from making a direct move, as if grappling with an internal struggle. After all, that was 900 billion. If he were to add more, it would directly exceed 1 trillion. Which is no trifling sum. After his provocation, Tang Tian paid no further attention to him, instead directing his gaze toward the system interface. Upon surpassing a total asset of 1 trillion, a previously unseen item appeared within the consumption rebate system. It was a piece of jade, slightly larger than a top-grade spirit jade, perfectly rounded, with an enigmatic aura gently swirling within, dotted like stars, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could it be? Tang Tian examined it closely and ultimately confirmed that when spirit jade reached 1 trillion, or when top-grade spirit jade reached 1 million, this peculiar jade would automatically form. Could it be a higher-grade currency? He could not ascertain that. As Tang Tian pondered, Ding Xiao seemed to have made a final decision. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and declared, I will add 500 billion. Ding Xiao's eyes were aflame. That it was evident that producing this 1 trillion would undoubtedly cause him significant strain. He then turned to Tang Tian and nearly shouted, Keep it coming. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Tang Tian waved away the spittle and maintained an unperturbed demeanor. I never said I wouldn't add more. After a moment's thought, he produced the strange piece of jade. Do you recognize this? Upon seeing the jade, Ding Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Innate Dao Jade, he exclaimed. What? Innate Dao Jade? Goodness, does Tang Tian possess such items? That is an unparalleled treasure for cultivation. Though the ratio of innate Dao Jade to top-grade spirit jade is around 1 million, it is a rare item indeed. This was the first time he had ever seen one. Heavens, it is as perfect as the figure of the first beauty of Qingwei sect. Tang Tian was taken aback, as if Ding Zhao had seen her figure before. However, amidst their gasps of astonishment, he began to comprehend the true nature of this item. Used merely as currency, it equated to 1 million top-grade spirit jades. Yet, its true value seemed far more complex, appearing to have significant implications for cultivation. Tang Tian, are you certain you wish to use it to request merits? Like spirit jade, it can be exchanged for 100 merits, Yin Kong stated. Tang Tian paused, then nonchalantly replied, it's fine. I will use it. Having too much spirit jade would indeed be cumbersome. With that, he directly handed over the innate Dao Jade. On behalf of our sect, I express my gratitude. Innate Dao Jade is incredibly beneficial to us. Yin Kong acknowledged, no need for thanks. Tang Tian replied. With this, his merit points reached 100, and the system space now contained 2 pieces of innate Dao Jade. Shall we continue? He continued to provoke Ding Zhao at this moment. Ding Zhao appeared somewhat dazed. He had never anticipated that Tang Tian could casually produce such an item. The most crucial point was that the rate at which Tang Tian was increasing the stakes was astonishing. Even in competitive scenarios, increments are typically gradual, yet he had doubled the stakes outright, leaving others at a loss. Ding Zhao's eyes twitched, yet he chose not to respond directly. Oh, Ding Zhao is faltering. I thought so too. Tang Tian's display of innate Dao Jade would intimidate anyone, murmured the onlookers, relishing the spectacle. Hearing the crowd's taunts, Ding Zhao's eyes turned crimson. Who says I cannot? 1 trillion is nothing. I can produce it. Losing his composure, he pulled out a storage ring and slammed it before Yun Kong, shouting, I will add another trillion. Yun Kong seemed initially inclined to advise him, but upon seeing his fervor, he refrained, accepting it directly. Ha! Who dares to underestimate me now? Ding Zhao proclaimed, then turned to Tang Tian. If you have the guts, come at me again. Tang Tian deflected the spittle and smiled faintly. You said it. He then opened his palm, revealing 2 pieces of innate Dao Jade resting in his hand. Deputy Sect Master, I request an additional 200 merits. Upon seeing the 2 pieces of innate Dao Jade, Ding Zhao's face drained of color, and he stumbled backward. He trembled, unable to utter a word, for he truly could not match the stakes. In contrast, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, even appearing somewhat pleased. Is that all? Did you not wish for me to showcase what it truly means to be a renowned disciple? Well, prepare your eyes, he said, reaching out once more, producing 4 pieces of innate Dao Jade. Deputy Sect Master, I request an additional 400 merits. Observing Tang Tian produce 4 more pieces, Ding Zhao's complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. His expression was one of fear, as he no longer dared to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian beamed. Did you not see clearly before? Allow me to show you once more. Deputy Sect Master, I wish to request an additional 800 merits. With that, he pulled out 8 pieces of innate Dao Jade. Grasping this rare opportunity for extravagant spending, he was determined to seize it. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in shock. Was this not a globally rare treasure? How could it appear in such abundance in Tang Tian's possession? Lu Chang'e and the others were equally astonished. Such a remarkable display was enough to earn their respect. Even Deputy Sect Master Yun Kong was taken aback, gazing at the innate Dao Jade Tang Tian offered. Yun Kong shook his head. Enough. Tang Tian, you have already won. Innate Dao Jade will be invaluable for your future cultivation. It is best to retain it. Tang Tian was taken aback and quickly replied, No, I have plenty of these at home. Please accept them. Yet, Yin Kong refused once more. Keep it that if you ever intend to cultivate disciples, such treasures will be essential. Tang Tian grew anxious. If he did not accept, how could he acquire more innate Dao Jade and earn merit points? Oh, it's really nothing. I'm simply in a good mood today. Not spending would leave me uneasy. Consider it a contribution to our sect. I haven't helped much since arriving. As he spoke, he forcefully pressed the innate Dao Jade into Yun Kong's arms. The scene astounded the surrounding disciples. What extraordinary tale was this, to be giving away treasures? The elevated mindset and awareness left them feeling inferior. Who could possibly aspire to such heights? Everyone seeks to gain resources within the sect, while Tang Tian solely wishes to contribute. The disparity felt immense. Compared to his character, they felt as insignificant as ants. The crowd marveled at Tang Tian's grand vision, and his image soared to unprecedented heights. However, Yun Kong ultimately did not grant Tang Tian's wish. He wielded a gentle but unyielding force, returning the innate Tao jade. Tang Tian, I understand your desire to contribute to our sect, but everything must have its limits. Today is merely an ordinary merit request meeting. There is no need for excessive display. If you truly wish to assist, focus on the development of our sect in the future. Tang Tian's expression reflected helplessness, yet seeing Yun Kong's resolute stance, he could only relent. It was truly a pity. He had nearly reached the threshold of 10 trillion. Well then, will there be similar events in the future? Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong chuckled softly. The sect requires a vast amount of spirit jade for its development. If you genuinely wish to contribute, I will inform you when the time comes. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. All right then, let us conclude for today. Make sure to include me in any future opportunities like this. Such chances for a surge in wealth and merit points are indeed rare. In truth, Tang Tian had contemplated seeking a high-consumption venue to indulge, yet that was impractical, without sufficient strength or security. Abruptly leaving Qinghua sect would only lead to ruin if his wealth were exposed. All actions must prioritize life and safety. I will ensure to inform you. Yun Kong chuckled, bemused. He had never encountered someone so eager. Thus, an unexpected contest of wealth concluded in a manner none could have foreseen, predominantly due to the swift pace and overwhelming dominance. A.S. Ding Xiao remarked. Exhausting one's savings merely marked the starting point for others. Ironically, the one exhausting his savings had become Ding Xiao himself. With 700 merit points, he was now just 300 shy of the threshold required for elevation to the Yunding Tianfu. Moreover, within the system space, Tang Tian's spirit jade had surged past 80 trillion, now possessing 8 pieces of innate Tao jade. His consumption points had also reached 800 million, with 9-ring talent and 9-tier physique secure in his grasp. After the conclusion of the merit conference, Tang Tian noticed a notable shift in the attitudes of those around him, who began to convey goodwill towards him. Yet, he remained humble and reciprocated their kindness, garnering a considerable number of communication talismans in the process. Brother Tang, your presence today was truly remarkable, Wang Ziyu remarked with a wry smile as they made their way out of the venue. I knew you were affluent, but I never imagined your wealth to be this vast. You're almost on par with the young masters now. Why have you remained so obscure until now? Tang Tian chuckled lightly, casually replying, I merely wish to experience the hardships of the common folk. Now that I have done so, I shall return to my former life. Wang Ziyu nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. The wealth you possess cannot simply be attributed to luck. Tang Tian smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. If one possesses extraordinary talent, even the most outrageous excuses will find credence among people, and some may even concoct elaborate tales to justify the extraordinary. For Tang Tian, this phenomenon was rather advantageous. As they continued their conversation, they were soon approached by a group of formidable honorary disciples, all exuding a potent aura, clearly above the transformation realm, with a solemn demeanor. They addressed him, Young Master Lu requests your presence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Being referred to as Young Master Lu could only pertain to Lu Chang'e. What could this individual want with him? A sense of foreboding washed over him, especially after recalling Fang Fei. Could it not wait for another day? I have pressing matters. He attempted to decline the invitation. However, one of them insisted, I believe it would be prudent for you to accompany us. Before he knew it, they had subtly surrounded him and his companions. Xiaoxua and the Lan sisters immediately assumed a defensive posture, their expressions grave, while Tang Tian discreetly grasped a few purple beads in his hand, thunder pearls, capable of summoning celestial lightning with the force equivalent to a full strike from a tribulation-level cultivator. He had acquired several such items during his previous dealings with Qinghai, precisely to prepare for unexpected situations like this. Seeing the tense demeanor of Tang Tian and his companions, the man chuckled, there's no need to be overly concerned. This is the domain of the young master, and no harm will come to you here. Besides, your few attendants are insufficient to oppose us. We are merely here to escort you, not to detain you. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes, but ultimately decided to temporarily stow the thunder pearls. Indeed, they were still within the confines of the conference venue. Even Lu Chang'e would not dare to act recklessly, especially after having just gained notoriety. Ultimately, he had means of self-preservation if it came to that. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tang Tian consented. Chapter 51. The death of Fang Fei. Shortly thereafter, Tang Tian, led by several honorary disciples, arrived at an elegant courtyard. Passing through the garden, he entered the main reception hall, where a young man in a blue long robe sat leisurely, sipping tea. It was Lu Chang'e. Upon noticing Tang Tian's arrival, Lu Chang'e smiled gently. Young Master Tang, please take a seat. Tang Tian approached and sat beside him. What brings you to summon me? He inquired directly. Lu Chang'e remained composed, pouring a cup of hot tea and presenting it to Tang Tian. Your impressive display at the Merit Conference was truly memorable. Our Qingwei sect is in dire need of individuals as powerful and dedicated to the sect as yourself. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lu Chang'e's remarks. Did his display of merit overshadow Lu Chang'e? Causing discontent, that seemed unlikely. Someone of Lu Chang'e's stature would not concern himself with such trivial matters. Yet if someone were fanning flames behind the scenes, the situation could be different. What exactly are you implying? Tang Tian asked. Unwilling to continue guessing, Lu Chang'e shook his head and rose. I wish to convey that as fellow disciples of Qingwei sect, whether honorary disciples, attendants, or core disciples, we must support one another for the sect to thrive. A strong sect ensures a better existence for us all. He gazed at Tang Tian, sighing softly. However, there are always those who prefer to sow discord, undermining this beautiful harmony. With that, he snapped his fingers, and several subordinates emerged from the back hall, escorting a disheveled woman before Tang Tian and Lu Chang'e. The woman trembled on the ground, her tattered clothing stained with blood, a pitiful sight. Look up. Lu Chang'e commanded gently. The woman hesitated but eventually raised her head, revealing a familiar face beneath her disheveled hair. It was Fang Fei. The arrogance and sharpness that once characterized her were gone, replaced by a visage of despair and unending terror. Upon locking eyes with Tang Tian, she flinched and quickly lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Young Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? Tang Tian questioned. Confused by Lu Chang'e's intentions, which were far from what he had anticipated, Lu Chang'e smiled calmly. You should recognize her now, a mere inner sect disciple. She used her charms to approach Shintafeng, then tampered with the invitation he extended to you. With a few beguiling words, she incited conflict between you and him. Realizing the situation was untenable, she sought to draw near to me, hoping to create opposition between us as well. Young Master Tang, how should we deal with such a person? Tang Tian was taken aback, grappling with the weight of this revelation. Fang Fei had indeed instigated the conflict with Shintafeng, but he had not anticipated her tampering with the invitation. No wonder the invitation had felt so bizarrely abnormal. Yet, the original content of the invitation was no longer relevant. The confrontation with Shintafeng had concluded with Jing Heng's intervention. At that point, Fang Fei must have realized that Shintafeng alone could not bring her down, prompting her to seek out Lu Chang'e instead. It was a clever strategy, but unfortunately for her, her true intentions had been seen through by Lu Chang'e, who had punished her and summoned her before him. But why was Lu Chang'e doing this? Was this a veiled attempt to win Tang Tian's favor? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian replied, This matter does not fall within my jurisdiction. The law enforcement hall will handle her. Lu Chang'e chuckled. Yet she targeted you, young Master Tang. Tang Tian shook his head, but I have not suffered any consequences from her actions. Have I? Furthermore, even if such petty schemes succeeded, I would harbor no fear. He was uncertain of Lu Chang'e's true intentions, but he understood that one should never lightly incur debts of gratitude. Lu Chang'e was evidently attempting to leverage this situation to create a favor owed to him. Upon hearing Tang Tian's response, Lu Chang'e smiled slightly. Indeed, such sordid individuals only evoke disgust. They cannot inflict any substantial harm. They are akin to ubiquitous pests. I find it quite perplexing why some would sacrifice everything for such ludicrous objectives, even betraying their closest friends. With another snap of his fingers, a group entered, bringing forth another familiar face from Tang Tian's past. Lin Yu, his childhood companion. Lin Yu appeared unscathed but bore an air of frailty, her complexion pale. Upon entering, she glanced at Tang Tian and then at the crumpled form of Fang Fei. Her expression a tumult of emotions. In her attempt to get closer to me, Fang Fei offered you to Shintafeng, thereby securing herself a recommendation, Lu Chang'e explained. Tragic, I assented. Until she was drugged. She remained oblivious to the fact that she had been betrayed by her closest friend. Had I not intervened in time, she would have lost her status as a pure disciple. Tang Tian frowned, remaining silent, while Lin Yu continued to gaze at Fang Fei. Disbelief etched across her face. Why? How could you become like this? We were such good friends, Lin Yu exclaimed, her lips pressed tightly together. Fang Fei trembled as she sat there, her shoulders shaking. Why? She suddenly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Lin Yu, her face contorted with rage as she screamed, How dare you ask me why? I cared for you so much when we first met. Guiding you in your cultivation, introducing you to those more accomplished than yourself. You may possess greater talent, but without my assistance, could you have progressed so swiftly? Yet you received better resources and never once considered me. You only cared for yourself, always and forever. Fang Fei screamed hysterically. Lin Yu's brows deepened. Is it worth it to destroy everything because of this? Fang Fei coldly laughed. Yes, it is, but you were the one who destroyed my life first. If you hadn't told me that Tang Tian was foolishly entangled with you, would I have sought trouble with him that day at Jinyutang, when I lost the bet and knelt before everyone? Utterly humiliated, what did you do? At least say a word in my defense. You did nothing but watch me be humiliated. Lin Yu stared blankly, unable to utter a word. Fang Fei continued, from that day forward, I vowed to ascend to the upper echelons, even if it meant sacrificing my status as a pure disciple. She slowly turned to look at Tang Tian. Yet again, I chose the wrong target. I lost all my savings and my dignity, but I refuse to accept this. Why should I be treated this way? Thus, I swear that no matter the cost, I will ensure you face retribution. I will make you, Lin Yu, descend into hell, and you, Tang Tian, will lose everything and never rise again. I want you all to die. Fang Fei had completely lost her reason, struggling to rise and lunge at the nearest Tang Tian. However, at that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Fang Fei was instantly decapitated, her hot blood splattering at Tang Tian's feet. How annoying! Liu Chang'e looked at the fan in his hand with disdain, and then casually tossed it onto Fang Fei's corpse. He had just used that fan to kill her. Subsequently, Liu Chang'e wiped his hands and smiled at Tang Tian. No worries, let's continue. Chapter 52. A rift unveiled Fang Fei's corpse, and the blood staining the floor were quickly cleaned up. Yet, the air still reeked of the pungent scent of blood, which made Tang Tian feel quite uncomfortable. It wasn't Fang Fei's death that bothered him, but Liu Chang'e's demeanor. Although Liu Chang'e had been polite since their meeting, he had covertly targeted Tang Tian all along. First, he attempted to win Tang Tian over by exposing Fang Fei's schemes. Then, upon receiving no gratitude, he brought up Lin Yu, and right before Tang Tian, he had Fang Fei killed. This was a demonstration of power, indicating that Liu Chang'e could decide a person's life or death within the realm of the sublord, Yin Kong. Tang Tian disliked feeling constrained. However, Liu Chang'e seemed oblivious to Tang Tian's change in mood, and smiled. I recall you and Lin Yu were very close childhood friends, weren't you? Tang Tian frowned, and stood up. Liu Chang'e, I do not know why you summoned me today, but I must inform you that I have severed all ties with Lin Yu, and we are now on separate paths with no connection whatsoever. As for Fang Fei, I have never regarded her highly. Regardless of whose favor she sought, he stated indifferently. Liu Chang'e paused slightly, seemingly taken aback by Tang Tian's response and attitude. Young Tang, are you truly this heartless? After all, you have known each other for so long. Liu Chang'e chuckled. Tang Tian waved his hand. This is my own affair. If you have other matters to discuss, please do so directly. If not, I shall take my leave. You may handle Lin Yu and Fang Fei as you wish. It is of no concern to me that he did not wish to engage in further pretense with Liu Chang'e. Liu Chang'e silently regarded Tang Tian, lost in thought, while Lin Yu's expression was complicated. She had not anticipated Tang Tian would so decisively cut ties with her. Was this the same person who once fought tirelessly for her future, even at the cost of his own? Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. Liu Chang'e finally retracted his facade, adopting a more indifferent demeanor. Do you know what the primary function of merit is? Liu Chang'e inquired. Tang Tian replied. Promotion to Yunding Tianfu. Liu Chang'e shook his finger. No, the greatest function of merit is power. With sufficient merit, one can hold a significant position within Xinhua sect, from managing disciples to leading a peak. All is closely related to merit. Furthermore, once certain stringent conditions are met, one can achieve a status of authority over many. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. This was indeed information he was unaware of. So what? He asked. Liu Chang'e smiled. Certain individuals within the sect have already met all the requirements for promotion to Yunding Tianfu. But can you guess why we remain here? Tang Tian fell silent. The individuals he referred to must include Liu Chang'e and the other prominent heirs. Certainly, with their wealth and influence, they could easily fulfill the requirements for promotion. Thus, combining this with what he had previously mentioned, it meant their goal was that position, one above many. I understand, Tang Tian remarked. But what does that have to do with me? Liu Chang'e shook his head. Perhaps your ambitions do not lie there. But your demonstrated wealth cannot easily be overlooked. A few pieces of innate Tao jade, and even we few may not be able to casually produce them all at once. Therefore, I hope that even if you cannot stand with me, you will not become an obstacle in my path. After listening, Tang Tian finally comprehended Liu Chang'e's intentions. It was essentially an attempt to win him over, albeit through unconventional means. However, Tang Tian was decidedly opposed to such tactics. I apologize, he replied coolly, but I will manage my own affairs without your concern. Young Master Liu, if you intend to use Fang Fei and Lin Yu to unsettle me, I must say you have miscalculated. He did not conceal his thoughts, directly exposing Lu Chang's intentions. Lu Chang'a gazed at Tang Tian quietly, and after a long moment, he smiled lightly. I indeed underestimated you. As he spoke, he turned and returned to his seat. Sighing. You know, sometimes having subordinates who do not perform well is quite infuriating. They even told me that you are a lecherous, pleasure-seeking scoundrel. TSK, how embarrassing for you. Tang Tian remained silent. The descriptions of being lecherous and pleasure-seeking were deliberate fabrications he had orchestrated, even encouraging Li Hong to spread such rumors. This was to create a diversion in others' judgments, leading them astray. It seemed his plan had worked today. Lu Chang'a was a deeply scheming individual. If he were to discover Tang Tian's true nature, he would not use Fang Fei and Lin Yu as pawns, likely resorting to far more drastic measures. If it was merely a misunderstanding, then I shall take my leave, Tang Tian said. Lu Chang'a smiled, and at some point, he had acquired a brand new fan in his hand. Since you are here, why rush to leave? Your rise has been remarkably swift. I had no knowledge of your existence until recently. Why not take this opportunity for a heart-to-heart talk, so I may understand you better? While his words sounded like an invitation, his tone was filled with an undeniable authority. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to force me to stay? Lu Chang'a shrugged slightly. I believe it would be beneficial. Of course, the decision ultimately lies with you. You may choose to stay, or be compelled to remain. Tang Tian laughed. Soft tactics had failed. Now he was resorting to hard ones. Unfortunately, he was not one to be easily swayed. If you have displeased me, then do not expect to enjoy yourself. Try your best to keep me here. He turned to Xiao Shui. Let us go. With that, he strode toward the exit. Lu Chang'a's fan paused momentarily as several powerful individuals stepped forward, blocking Tang Tian's path. However, Tang Tian had long been prepared, having prepared numerous potent spiritual artifacts for attack, defense, and teleportation, all at the level of tribulation practitioners. If the situation turned unfavorable, they were ready for a spectacular display. He did not slow his pace. Heading straight for the door, behind him, Lu Chang'a narrowed his eyes, watching as Tang Tian approached his subordinates. Conflict was imminent. Just then, a panicked cultivator rushed in, shouting, Young Master Lu. Before he could finish, a violent aura surged in from outside, directly blasting away several individuals standing at the door. If Tang Tian had not been quick-witted, they too would have been affected. Following this, a tall woman in a black gown with a cold expression strode in. Lu Chang'a, do you wish for death? It is indeed Mo Xiao Xiao from Nanfeng. Chapter 53. Conspiracies and Machinations. Mo Xiao Xiao stormed into the reception hall, accompanied by a formidable entourage whose fierce energy seemed almost palpable. Are you seeking war with me, Lu Chang'a? Mo Xiao Xiao said coldly. Tang Tian gazed at this young lady, astonished. He had not anticipated her sudden entrance at this moment. Lu Chang'a appeared equally taken aback. Yet he wore no sign of trepidation, instead smiling as he replied, You jest. I would never engage in conflict with you. Mo Xiao Xiao huffed and glanced at Tang Tian, inquiring, What do you mean by that? Lu Chang'a responded, Today, young Master Tang has shown brilliantly, not only restoring our esteemed disciples' honor in the free challenge, but also presenting several innate Daoyu to the sect. Naturally, I wish to make his acquaintance. Mo Xiao Xiao tilted her head slightly. His name is Tang Tian. You, Lu Chang'a. Well, now we are acquainted. Is there anything else? Lu Chang'a. Tang Tian. If this fellow is truly impressive. Lu Chang'a shook his head. No, that suffices. With a cold snort, Mo Xiao Xiao signaled to Tang Tian and turned to leave with decisive grace. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before following suit. It was perhaps for the best that no real confrontation had occurred. At least they remained unaware of each other's hidden cards. Before departing, Tang Tian cast one last glance at Lu Chang'a. Their eyes met, and though neither knew the other's thoughts, they understood that a rift had undoubtedly formed today. Tang Tian felt no fear. After all, they were all esteemed disciples, none superior to the other. The heights Lu Chang'a could reach, Tang Tian would surely attain in due time. Ultimately, Lu Chang'a said nothing further as he watched Mo Xiao Xiao and Tang Tian depart. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Yu stealthily followed them out as well. Moments later, the group reconvened in the garden of the exchange meeting. Thank you, Miss Mo, Tang Tian initiated, acknowledging her assistance in his defense. Otherwise, a spectacular display would have ensued. Mo Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. No need. You are a clever individual. I am aware you possess means of self-preservation, but I merely disapprove of Lu Chang'a's conduct. Just as Tang Tian was about to speak, Mo Xiao Xiao continued, No need for explanations. Niao Wushuang has informed me of the events that transpired during the assessment. I understand your guys. Tang Tian was taken aback. So that was the case. Indeed, without sufficient capability, he could not have located Niao Wushuang's hiding place that day. Moreover, he had managed to easily deflect her final strike. How did you know I was with Lu Chang'e? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao replied. I was already searching for you. With a wave of her hand, a familiar figure approached. Ding Xiao, the one who had competed with Tang Tian in a show of wealth. Ding Xiao had regained his composure. Albeit with a dejected demeanor, as if he had been reprimanded, he bowed slightly before Tang Tian and muttered, Young Master Tang, I apologize that I should not have said those things or engaged you in a deliberate argument. I hope you won't take it to heart. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What was this about? Where had his previous defiance gone? It seemed Mo Xiaoxiao possessed quite the educational prowess. As he pondered, Mo Xiaoxiao interjected. Ding Zhao's nature is such, yet he harbors no ill intent. I have given him a proper lesson. As fellow disciples of Nan Feng, we ought to unite. Engaging in feigned conflict only serves to amuse outsiders. For my sake, I hope you will let this matter go. Tang Tian paused, quickly responding, Of course, I won't pursue it any further. To be honest, I am quite grateful to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to accrue more merits. He spoke sincerely. Without Ding Zhao's rivalry, he would not have easily obtained so many innate Dao Yuan points. That it would indeed be peculiar for one to submit contributions alone. Even Yun Kong had to intervene to stop him. Mo Xiaoxiao asked, Are you aiming to gather 1,000 merits to ascend to the Tianfu? Tang Tian nodded. Yes, but I still lack 300. Mo Xiaoxiao reassured him. Do not worry. Many opportunities lie ahead. In recent years, Qingyue's sect has excelled in the 100 sects battle, and the sect scale has rapidly expanded. Numerous regions require development. If your financial resources are sufficient, there will be ample chances to earn merits. Tang Tian nodded. Previously, Yun Kong had mentioned that he would inform him when the time for sect development arrived. He hoped that day would come soon. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Mo Xiaoxiao prepared to take her leave. Before departing, she cautioned Tang Tian, Lu Chang'e is not a good person. Be cautious in your dealings with him, but do not fear. I, Mo Xiaoxiao, am here. Once Mo Xiaoxiao had departed, Tang Tian sighed softly, thanks to her high-profile intervention. His relationship with Nan Feng had effectively been solidified. Even if Tang Tian chose not to assist Nan Feng, the other prominent figures would have to weigh the consequences of provoking Mo Xiaoxiao when attempting to win him over. Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao, one a conspirator, the other a strategist. These individuals were no trifling matter. Tang Tian lamented. Wang Ziyu wholeheartedly concurred. They cannot be judged by appearances if you still harbor feelings for your childhood sweetheart. Today you might have fallen into Lu Chang'e's trap. Tang Tian nodded. Fortunately, Lu Chang'e's judgment of him had been somewhat flawed. Moving forward, he would need to tread carefully with this group. Furthermore, he must expedite his rise within Qingyue's sect. Once he achieved a status where he stood above all others, any conspiracies or machinations would unravel on their OWAS. He contemplated. Tang Tian strolled towards the garden's exit, in the reception hall. After Mo Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian had left, Lu Chang'e sat quietly, lost in thought. Suddenly, he waved his fan, and shortly thereafter, a figure was brought forth, kneeling before him. It was Shun Tufeng. Young Master Lu. I truly realize my mistakes. Shun Tufeng trembled, pleading for mercy. Lu Chang'e's tone was indifferent. You have a penchant for women, a volatile nature, a vengeful disposition, and an inferiority complex, all while clinging to your childhood sweetheart. The information you provided me was entirely false. Shun Tufeng's body shuddered as he whispered, Everyone says so. Exactly. It was that wretched Fang Fei who told me this. It is all her fault. Lu Chang'e gazed at him calmly, responding, Very well, go and inquire with her if there are any omissions. With that, he extended his finger, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared in Shun Tufeng's forehead, blood splattering as he collapsed to the ground, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to remove Shun Tufeng's corpse. Lu Chang'e declared, The 100 sects battle is imminent. The time to determine the rightful position is drawing near. All of you, cease your usual antics and do not let me see such waste again. His subordinates fell silent, bowing deeply. Then, a trusted aide approached and quietly asked, Young master, what about Tang Tian? Lu Chang'e sighed slightly. Due to a misjudgment, a rift has already formed. The aide frowned. Should we? Lu Chang'e pondered for a moment and shook his head. For now, refrain from any rash actions that I do not wish to confront Mo Xiaoxiao so soon. Our primary opponent remains Tian Yangsheng. He is a madman. As for Tang Tian, there is insufficient time for him to reach my level. Thus he poses no threat, as long as he does not ally with Tian Yangsheng. Unless his financial resources surpass ours combined. The aide chuckled. That is impossible. Beneath the cloud summit Tianfu, no one can compare to you. Young Master Liu Chang'e nodded. This time, his judgment could not possibly be wrong. Chapter 54. Subjugation. As evening approached, Tang Tian finally departed the venue of today's exchange meeting. In summary, he had garnered substantial rewards, innate Daoyu, consumption points, and merit points. His gains were indeed considerable. Moreover, he had finally grasped the nature of Liu Chang'e and his associates' games. The position of standing above all others is enticing to anyone, especially for those who yearn for power. This position is worth any sacrifice. Yet, Tang Tian remained largely uninterested. His sole objective had always been consumption as for anything else, as long as he met the requirements for ascending to the cloud summit Tianfu. He was satisfied. With this in mind, Tang Tian asked Wang Ziyu to promote a guest to Tianfu. Must one solely rely on the 100-sex battle? Are there no alternative routes to ascend as an esteemed disciple? One must cultivate 3 promoted guests. Currently, Tang Tian had only 4 guests, and since Li Hong had surpassed the age of 25, he could not participate in the 100-sex battle. Thus, the margin for error was rather slim. He did not wish to indiscriminately increase the number of his followers. Wang Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding. There are options. If they are under 50, they can ascend through the Wanyao Trial Tower. However, this path is even more arduous than the 100 Gates battle, typically reserved for a select few, late-blooming disciples. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. As long as there is an option, it's an additional assurance. Wang Ziyu leaned closer, lowering his voice to inquire, Brother Tang, do you plan to cultivate all your current followers for ascension? Tang Tian nodded, though uncertain if they would be willing. They will surely be willing. Wang Ziyu asserted, no disciple would refuse the path to ascend to the Tianfu, especially someone like Li Hong, who has already lost hope for advancement. He would be exceedingly eager. However, Wang Ziyu continued, I believe it would be wiser to seek out more exemplary followers, as they would be easier to cultivate. To be honest, even if the Lan Yu sisters were to try, the resources required to elevate Li Hong to the top might be incalculable. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing he had overlooked this point. Had he known earlier, he would have sought out those with less outstanding talent, as they are generally more obedient and interesting to cultivate. As for expenses, well, the more exceptional individuals tend to be more unruly. I lack the energy to build rapport with them. Spending money is the simplest solution, he stated. Wang Ziyu shrugged. Your choices are always so unconventional. However, with your innate Dao Jade, it may not be impossible. Intrigued, Tang Tian asked about the effects of the innate Dao Jade. Under Wang Ziyu's explanation, he learned that the innate Dao Jade was revered as a divine object, not only aiding in cultivation, but possessing a terrifying ability to connect with the will of the heavenly Dao, allowing one to glimpse the essence of the world and thereby enhance one's cultivation aptitude. If one possessed sufficient innate Dao Jade, it could elevate an ordinary cultivator to the pinnacle. This capability was indeed astonishing. Nonetheless, this realization further dissuaded Tang Tian from the idea of recruiting more followers. He only needed those who were obedient and competent. Throughout their interactions, he found Li Hong to be quite agreeable. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxue approached, saying, Young Master Tang, that woman has been following us. Tang Tian turned to see a familiar figure, Lin Yu, keeping a distance as they had left the venue for quite some time. He halted, watching Lin Yu approach slowly, and asked in a calm tone, Is there something you need? Lin Yu's expression was complex as she bit her lip and replied, Tang Tian, there may have been some misunderstandings between us. I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, Tang Tian interrupted her with a wave of his hand. You needn't say such things. Since that day at the Jinyu Tang, we have had no relationship. My actions today have nothing to do with you. You need not feel indebted. He did not wish to entangle himself further with Lin Yu, as their values were vastly different, rendering any social interaction unnecessary. Lin Yu frowned, looking at him with a hint of sadness. Are you really that heartless? If today, Liu Chang'e also sought to kill me, would you intervene? Tang Tian shook his head. I dislike hypotheticals and refused to answer. Once more, we have no connection. You follow your own path, and I shall tread mine. That is all. With that, he turned and walked away. Tang Tian, Lin Yu shouted from behind, but this time, he did not even consider stopping. Watching his retreating figure, her expression shifted from complexity to resentment. Haven't you become wealthy? Without me, you would still be a woodcutter struggling to make ends meet. What is so remarkable about that? In the cultivation world, power is paramount, and without talent, you will never truly reach the summit. I've already broken through to the golden core stage and am about to become a true core disciple, a status you could never purchase. My future will undoubtedly surpass yours. Dare you to bet on it. Tang Tian continued onward, unfazed by her distant cries. Power, talent, bets. How trivial. Perhaps Lin Yu had a point, but at this moment, he was no longer on the same level as her. She was unworthy of wagering against him and insufficient to influence his state of mind. She was nothing. Before night fell, Tang Tian returned to the Zijou courtyard, where Li Hong awaited him, having been informed of his return. Young master, is there something urgent? Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Let us speak inside. They entered the Zijou courtyard and took their seats at the stone table beneath the old locust tree. That I will be direct, Tang Tian said, surveying the four of them. You wish to enter the Yunding Tianfu through the identity of my follower? As soon as he spoke, three individuals were momentarily taken aback. The Lanyu sisters exchanged glances, while Li Hong wore a look of astonishment. Jiu Xiaoxue, however, remained oblivious to what Yunding Tianfu was. Young master. This question that you shouldn't be asking me. Li Hong was the first to respond. Tang Tian remained impassive. Why should I not ask? Is it because of your age or your talent? I am well aware of your circumstances. Just answer me. Do you wish to or not? Li Hong sighed. Who wouldn't desire a grander stage? Yet, I know my limitations. My 7-ring talent pales in comparison to those prodigies. Tang Tian silently produced an innate Dao jade. Asking, do you recognize this? Li Hong froze, disbelief etched on his face. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Tang Tian, he stood and bowed deeply. If that is the case, I am willing to exhaust myself in service to you. Tang Tian smiled with satisfaction. After all, he was a perceptive individual who not only grasped Tang Tian's intentions, but also adjusted his address. He then turned to the Lanyu sisters, who exchanged a glance before standing and bowing deeply. We will honor you as our master. Tang Tian nodded slightly. Finally, he looked at Gu Xiaoxue, who was playing with her hair. Huh? Oh, she glanced at the other three, scratching her head and asking, are you going to that Tianfu too? Tang Tian chuckled. Of course, my intention to promote you is also for my own advancement. Then I shall go as well, Gu Xiaoxue declared, hesitating before asking, but could I not call you young master? It feels somewhat distant. Tang Tian laughed heartily. That is fine. You may call me by my name. That night, Li Hong also stayed in the Zijou courtyard. Following the oath taken earlier, the bond between him, the Lanyu sisters, and Tang Tian had transcended mere followers to a subservient relationship. The vow of cultivators was nearly unbreakable, and from this day forth, they would forever belong to Tang Tian. Tang Tian generously provided each of them with an innate Dao jade. With the jade's formidable abilities and ample cultivation resources, their strength would undoubtedly surge. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she remained as carefree as ever. As long as she could stay, everything else was negotiable. Tang Tian did not compel her to take an oath, considering her unique position, which might involve other complex interests. He decided to observe for now. Having solidified his cultivation subjects, Tang Tian returned to the main house. In the secluded meditation room, he awakened the system and opted for exchanges. 9-ring talent, 100 million consumption points. 9-level physique, 100 million consumption points. The enhancement of his talent rings further accelerated his cultivation speed, and he believed he would soon reach the golden core stage. The 9-level physique ultimately yielded a remarkably extraordinary body type, the vermilion bird body. This was a divine beast. Tang Tian's physique received a tremendous boost, along with certain traits of the vermilion bird, such as burning refinement, which could further purify the spiritual energy absorbed into his body, significantly enhancing its quality. After these transactions, he had over 600 million consumption points remaining, which he continued using to elevate various techniques, advancing hundreds of them to mastery, deepening his understanding of the essence of the Tao to a truly formidable level. The rapid growth in strength brought about subtle changes in Tang Tian's mindset. The reason he had previously resorted to various disguises was due to his inherent weakness, which necessitated such actions. However, with further enhancement of his cultivation and the acquisition of higher-level talents and physiques, perhaps he would no longer need to tread so cautiously. He wondered how things were faring on Qinhai's side. In an exceedingly prosperous city, at its very center, an octagonal pavilion soared into the clouds. The pavilion glimmered with gold and jade, visible even from outside the city, radiating a brilliant glow. The main entrance hung an imposing plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters, Jinyute. In this moment, we find ourselves within the main hall of the Golden Jade Pavilion, in an elegant chamber on the upper level. Qinhai sits obediently, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, as if anticipating someone's arrival. After a brief while, the door swings open, and an elderly man with pale, wispy hair steps inside. Elder Tian. Qinhai hastily rises to his feet. The elder, with a stoic expression that instills authority without anger. Takes a seat at the foremost position. Qin Hai approaches cautiously and inquires, "Elder Tian, may I ask about the status of my shipment?" Elder Tian lifts his eyelids, casting a glance at him before perusing the documents in his hand. He begins, "Manager Qin, do you know why the term immortal objects is used?" Qin Hai is momentarily taken aback and tentatively replies, "Is it because they are resources utilized by the immortals?" Elder Tian lets out a faint scoff. "Precisely. The Yuaning Dan is also a resource for those in the Yuaning stage. But do you believe every practitioner at that stage can consume them like candy?" Faced with Elder Tian's sudden reprimand, Qin Hai finds himself at a loss. "Elder Tian, I do not fully comprehend." Smack. Before he can finish, Elder Tian slams a jade tablet onto the table. "Immortal objects, even for true immortals, are exceedingly precious. Yet you intend to sell them to a Mirchi refining stage cultivator? A transaction worth 100 trillion, and you dare propose it. Do you truly believe that young cultivator can afford such a sum?" Qin Hai is momentarily stunned and quickly explains, "Elder Tian, Tang Tian is not an ordinary honorary disciple. We have witnessed his financial capacity. He has claimed he could purchase items worth thousands of billions, and he was still unsatisfied." Elder Tian retorts, "Thousands of billions and 100 trillion are incomparable. Do you understand how much envy the emergence of immortal objects can incite? You, a mere transformation stage cultivator, wish to carry such immense treasures for trade? Do you wish to court death?" A pang of realization strikes Qin Hai. Indeed, in the face of such vast resources, his own strength appears too feeble. Even with the protection of the Golden Jade Pavilion's name, it might not deter the greed of certain individuals that eye in such a scenario. Losing his life would be trifling compared to the potential loss of 100 trillion worth of goods, a fate more dreadful than mere survival. Regaining his composure, Qin Hai asks, "Then, does Elder Tian mean?" Elder Tian shakes his head. "In my view, this transaction poses too great a risk. It is bound to explode. I have never heard of that Tang Tian. He cannot possibly possess wealth comparable to Lu Chang'e. You are likely being deceived. Some individuals are expending great efforts to ensnare you. Let this transaction go." Upon hearing this, Qin Hai urgently protests, "Do not dismiss it. Elder Tian, that Tang Tian is indeed different. He is genuinely wealthy. I have encountered many affluent individuals, and one can discern it at a glance. This is a transaction worth 100 trillion. If successful, my status within the Golden Jade Pavilion would be irrevocably solidified." Elder Tian gazes at Qin Hai, his voice somber. "Can you bear the risk of this transaction? Do not guarantee with your life. It is not worth a dime." Qin Hai's expression turns bitter, without even his life as collateral. What could he possibly offer? His career? Please, that was merely jesting with Tang Tian. Yet, given his lowly status, he truly has nothing of value to serve as a guarantee. Very well. Elder Tian sighs, "I merely worry that you may be led astray. You have diligently served the Golden Jade Pavilion for many years. I still hold some trust in your character. Here is the plan. I shall personally accompany you on this transaction if that Tang Tian is indeed wealthy. Then all is well. Should he merely appear affluent, and it be a trap, the Golden Jade Pavilion is not easily trifled with." Qin Hai is momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing Elder Tian's true intention, to seize this trading line for himself. 100 trillion, even for the main hall, is no trivial sum. Should it materialize, it would be a matter of honor for Elder Tian, especially as this is a long-term venture that he is undoubtedly tempted. For the main hall is not solely comprised of him as an elder. How ironic that he has presented such grandiloquent reasoning. Internally, Qin Hai scoffs, yet outwardly, he dares not reveal his thoughts and can only bow gratefully. "I appreciate Elder Tian's trust." Elder Tian nods. "Then you should hasten to make contact that I, too, am eager to discover who this Tang Tian truly is." Qin Hai silently sighs, realizing the weight of authority. Even achievements can be mercilessly usurped. Yet he truly has no recourse. Perhaps Tang Tian also desires to engage with higher-tier individuals. Subsequently, he retrieves a communication jade talisman. Daoistly, I am prepared on my end. Chapter 56. The unknown purpose finally ready. Are we? Upon hearing the news from Li Hong, Tang Tian cannot help but reflect. Over half a month has passed since the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, and Qin Hai has only now made preparations. It seems he has indeed put in considerable effort. Hopefully, he can procure a remarkable batch of items. With the enhancement of the Nine Rings talent and various physiques, Tang Tian's cultivation has surged dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. On the verge of breaking into the golden core realm that at last, he has managed to outpace Gu Xiaoxue, preventing her from being the first to break into the late Yuan Ing stage. Of course, another factor lies with the primal Dao Jade. Ever since that girl acquired the jade, she has seemed possessed, constantly murmuring about seeing her mother within it, not the one from her small village. But something on a spiritual level. In summary, it is rather abnormal. She has plunged herself into it, consuming much of her cultivation time. This has afforded Tang Tian the opportunity to take the lead. Simultaneously, it has piqued his curiosity regarding the primal child talent, which is purportedly even superior to the Nine Rings talent. Is it truly that extraordinary? After trading with Qin Hai, perhaps he will unravel this mystery. When will he arrive? Tang Tian inquires. Li Hong replies, this afternoon. However, T mentioned that he is bringing a significant quantity of resources, and in order to avoid any mishaps, he has come accompanied by a senior member of the Golden Jade Pavilion. Tang Tian nods. This is a standard procedure. As long as the transaction is not delayed, it is acceptable. Good, let him be swift. Tang Tian chuckles, rubbing his hands together. My wallet is positively itching with anticipation. Li Hong's expression turns peculiar. Through their interactions, he has discerned that his young master is often in an unusually exuberant state, particularly when it comes to matters of finance. In the afternoon, after a period of anticipation, Qin Hai finally arrives. Tang Tian's heart swells with delight as he personally approaches the entrance to activate the formation. You have truly kept me waiting. Tang Tian smiles. Qin Hai hastily bows. I apologize for the delay. The preparations took longer due to the substantial amount of items. I hope young Master Tang will not take offense. Tang Tian waves his hand. No matter, as long as there are good items. Please, come in. He gestures for Qin Hai to enter the courtyard. However, to his surprise, the individual following Qin Hai also attempts to enter. Tang Tian raises his hand to block him, politely stating, this is my private residence. I hope you understand, I will conduct the transaction with him alone. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widen. Qin Hai quickly steps beside Tang Tian and whispers, young Master Tang. He is Elder Tian Feng from our main hall. My superior's superior, could you possibly? Tang Tian contemplates briefly before ultimately relenting. After all, they have conducted numerous transactions. A modicum of courtesy can be afforded. Yet once inside, he is taken aback to find that the trading partner is not Qin Hai, but this Elder Tian Feng. Once seated, Qin Hai dutifully stands behind Elder Tian Feng, who casually surveys the courtyard and comments, the courtyard is decent. However, with your financial capacity, you should be able to find a better locale. No? Tang Tian's brows furrow at this remark. Why does this individual consistently carry himself with such an air of superiority? Is he unwell? Let us proceed directly to the transaction. Tang Tian's demeanor cools considerably. Elder Tian Feng strokes his long beard and replies, the transaction itself poses no issue, but are you certain you can handle the goods I bring today? Tang Tian finds himself at a loss for words. Is this truly the demeanor of someone here to trade? Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he calmly states, I have repeatedly informed Qin Hai, never question my financial capacity, and no matter what you bring, I can procure it all. Elder Tian Feng chuckles, indeed, young heroes arise from youth. In my previous dealings with Du Yuanqing of Qingwei sect, I never witnessed such bravado. Tang Tian pauses momentarily. Du Yuanqing of Shifeng. Why does this individual suddenly mention him? In a sense, there exists a competitive relationship between them. What exactly is he trying to achieve? I believe it would be prudent for you to present the items for my inspection, Tang Tian intones coolly. Elder Tian Feng lets out a light huff, producing a shumi ring and placing it before Tang Tian. Tang Tian takes it, probing with his divine sense, and the treasures within are immediately revealed before his eyes. The quality of this batch of treasures is indeed remarkable, with countless items of the 8th and 9th ranks. Moreover, there are genuine celestial artifacts among them. Altogether, the total amounts to a staggering 12 trillion taels. Can you handle such a sum? Tian Feng inquired with a hint of intrigue. Tang Tian did not respond immediately, retracting his consciousness. Noticing Tian Feng's ambiguous gaze, he nonchalantly remarked, is that all? I expected much more. Tian Feng paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes and asking, are you truly capable of consuming such a fortune? Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Of course, it's merely a trifling matter. However, T suddenly shifted his tone, addressing Qin Hai. I prefer to conduct dealings with familiar individuals. Let Qin Hai handle this transaction. Qin Hai's head snapped up, while Tian Feng stood there, bewildered. Tang Tian, you cannot be serious. Can your financial resources truly rival those of the prominent young masters? Tang Tian, losing his patience, replied, this is none of your concern. This transaction has no relevance to you. Either let Qin Hai negotiate with me, or you may leave. I shall seek others. Observing Tang Tian's unwavering demeanor, Tian Feng's expression shifted as he seemed to ponder the implications. Ultimately, he smiled and said, you speak as if I am not a businessman. How could I refuse a deal, since you are so insistent? Let Qinhai come. Please activate the formation. I will wait outside. His decision was quite decisive, opting to relinquish everything and step out to wait. Yet, this only intensified Tang Tian's suspicion that Tianfeng's visit today held ulterior motives. Watching Tianfeng depart from the courtyard, Qinhai hurried forward. Tang Xiao, I sincerely apologize. Elder Tian insisted on accompanying me, and I had little choice in the matter that I did not anticipate his attitude would be so peculiar. I am truly sorry. This is my responsibility. Qinhai repeatedly expressed his apologies. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, his visit today is likely unrelated to you. He clearly came for me. Qinhai was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's meaning. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, what is the relationship between Du Yuanqing and your Jin Yutang? What about his ties to Tianfeng? He instinctively felt that this matter was closely linked to Du Yuanqing. Qinhai furrowed his brow and responded, Du Gongzi is one of the major clients of Jin Yutang. Elder Tian likely has the most contact with him. However, this is merely what I've heard. My status does not grant me access to such esteemed clients. Tang Tian pondered for a moment and asked, will your status elevate after completing this transaction? Of course, Qinhai affirmed. This is a 100 trillion deal. Elder Tian has hardly completed such transactions. If I can accomplish it, even if my status does not surpass his, I will no longer feel so powerless as I do today. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Very well. I wish for you to assist me with a particular task. Chapter 57. The Path of All Laws. After finalizing the transaction, Tang Tian escorted Qinhai out of the purple bamboo courtyard. He assigned Qinhai a task, which was rather straightforward, to elevate his standing within Jin Yutang and ascertain the nature of the relationship between Du Yuanqing, Tianfeng, and Jin Yutang. Tianfeng's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. Such business conduct is rare. Even if there were collaborations with Du Yuanqing, it should not warrant cold treatment towards Tang Tian. After all, business is business. Thus, there must be something amiss. After the recent Five Peaks Exchange Conference, it seemed he had genuinely entered the circle of the five prominent young masters. It was quite vexing. Was it truly so difficult to simply remain at peace and be a quiet, handsome man? He had no desire to become entangled in power struggles, yet it appeared that such avoidance was impossible. Liu Chang'e, Mo Xiao, and even Du Yuanqing seemed to embody this reality. However, he would not cower. If someone dared to provoke him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Nevertheless, clarity was paramount. Tang Tian shook his head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. Following the recent transaction, his consumption points finally exceeded 10 billion. He exhaled deeply, ready to unveil the mysteries of the innate child. Upon returning to the meditation chamber, he immediately chose to exchange his points. The profound aura enveloped the chamber, signifying Tang Tian's talent was undergoing a rapid transformation. Previously, he had sensed this change, albeit vaguely, as if shrouded by a thick mist. However, this time, he dispelled some of that fog, finally perceiving the essence of the transformation. It was the very source of the heavenly Tao. Countless sources of the heavenly Tao emerged from unknown realms, nourishing Tang Tian's spirit and body, continually refining him with meticulous detail. This transformation resembled a leap on the level of life itself, allowing Tang Tian to resonate more profoundly with the heavenly Tao and harmonize with the world around him. After a considerable duration, the aura surrounding Tang Tian gradually faded, transforming into countless twinkling starlights that merged into his very being. When he finally opened his eyes, he understood the sensation he had just experienced. That moment, he felt as if he were amidst the starry sky, forging connections with myriad laws of the heavenly Tao. The principles he had once comprehended now appeared clearer than ever, and his understanding of the laws ascended to a new pinnacle. He decided to try the innate Tao jade and see if it elicited the sensation described by Gu Xiaoxue. Tang Tian pondered briefly, retrieving an innate Tao jade. With his consciousness directed, the jade floated before his spiritual platform, emanating a gentle glow. The galactic patterns within the jade began to whirl faster, the starlight becoming ever more brilliant. Tang Tian closed his eyes, immersing himself completely. In an instant, he found himself in a brand new realm, devoid of any substance. Yet he felt an intrinsic connection to everything within that space. Suddenly, a minuscule star flickered across the distance. It was too small for Tang Tian to discern its precise nature, yet he instinctively recognized it as a mundane-level Tao law he had mastered to great completion. Tang Tian uttered softly, perplexed as to why it appeared here. Soon after, hundreds of stars flitted past his vision in rapid succession. Observing those familiar perfected Tao laws, a sense of clarity began to dawn within him. He slowly closed his eyes, tracing the trajectories of all the stars, continuously deducing in an utterly ethereal state. Ultimately, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the meditation chamber. The path of all laws. That a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Tang Tian's eyes. Initially, he had intended to use the innate Tao jade to uncover the maternal sensation described by Gu Xiaoxue. However, while he did not find that feeling, he instead grasped a brand new principle of the Tao. This principle encompassed all ordinary Tao laws, endlessly mutable, nearly encapsulating the entirety of existence. Tang Tian had merely begun to scratch the surface. With a long road ahead before mastering it fully, the path of all laws encompasses all, evolving everything. Tang Tian silently contemplated as he slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, the lights in the room flickered rapidly, and a terrifying force surged forth, crashing forward. Boom! The entire meditation chamber trembled momentarily. Had Tang Tian not previously placed specialized cultivation stones within, the chamber might have collapsed under the force. Gazing at the shattered stones, Tang Tian was taken aback. Those were intermediate strength stones capable of withstanding the attacks of Yuan Ying stage cultivators. Yet he was merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. How terrifying! Such was the level of the path of all laws, which surpassed imagination, as Tang Tian had yet to even reach the threshold of entry at a truly remarkable trump card. He mused. Afterward, he delved his consciousness into the innate Tao jade once more. A single jade could sustain his use for approximately 100 times. This time, he again beheld those fleeting stars, yet they bore no impact on the path of all laws. After some contemplation, Tang Tian produced some recently acquired techniques, exchanging his consumption points for comprehension opportunities, and directed them all towards achieving perfection. Indeed, during his third exploration of the innate Tao jade, Tang Tian discovered some entirely new stars, even larger than the previous ones. This was likely due to the higher level of the Tao laws he had just learned. Entering an ethereal state, he perceived the operational trajectories of those techniques, seamlessly integrating them into the path of all laws. To his delight, he noticed a slight advancement in the path of all laws. So this is how it works. Tang Tian understood that by continually practicing new techniques, he could enhance the path of all laws. Once he accumulated a sufficient level of Tao, this self-created law would undoubtedly ascend to a terrifying height. It seemed that in the future, his consumption focus should prioritize techniques. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian resolved to inform Qin Hai to keep an eye out for resources related to techniques. Additionally, he sought items that could assist in cultivation, further accelerating his own progress and enabling him to cultivate followers more swiftly. With a deep breath, Tang Tian laid out all the techniques he had amassed during this period, including the previously mastered techniques. The total has approached 1,000. Let us proceed. The path of myriad laws will undoubtedly become one of the strongest trump cards in the future. Tang Tian closed his eyes, exchanging a substantial amount of consumption points, and began to fervently comprehend the techniques. As he continued, his cultivation quietly advanced, and at this moment, he had officially achieved the golden core stage. Chapter 58. Leadership Inspection. It was not until the following morning that Tang Tian gradually emerged from his state of cultivation. After a night of training and research, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the innate talents of the child of heaven. Indeed, it was exceptionally powerful, capable of sensing the subtle laws of the heavenly Tao, entirely different from the talents within the 9 circles. However, he did not believe that such a talent could enable Gu Xiaoxue to attain such a terrifying speed of advancement in the nascent soul realm. Nor had he discovered the maternal feeling she spoke of. Could it be that even among the children of heaven, there are disparities? Or perhaps, she encountered discrepancies during her talent assessment. Tang Tian quickly dismissed this notion. The likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. After all, the Qingwei sect was not an ordinary mortal sect. Its main sect possessed a true immortal, the Cloud Summit Paradise. Within the Cloud Summit Paradise, there were countless unparalleled prodigies who had surpassed the children of heaven, making it impossible for any testing to yield false results. Perhaps there were other reasons at play. Tang Tian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. His foremost objectives remained twofold: consumption and cultivation. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he unravel certain mysteries. After a night of cultivation, he had firmly established himself in the golden core stage and had comprehended his own unique technique. The path of myriad laws. If he continued on this trajectory, his progress would be boundless. For a time thereafter, Tang Tian led a remarkably stable life, focusing on cultivation, discussing principles, and enhancing his combat experience. Gu Xiaoxue, the Lanyu sisters, and Li Hong provided him with significant assistance, allowing him to rapidly advance on his path of cultivation. After yet another bout of combat, Li Hong conceded defeat, his face awash with astonishment. The method of the noble son is truly exquisite. I feel inadequate in comparison, he remarked. Tang Tian chuckled. You weren't holding back, were you? At the beginning, you were the one dominating me. Li Hong shook his head repeatedly. Aside from suppressing my cultivation, I have exerted my full effort in all other aspects. Initially, I triumphed due to my combat experience, but as time progressed, your techniques became increasingly sophisticated. Now, I am no match for you. Afterward, the Lan Yu sisters nodded in agreement. The noble son is indeed growing stronger. Tang Tian smiled and remained silent. During his cultivation, he too felt his growth, almost changing by the day. The child of heaven not only accelerated his cultivation speed, but also sharpened his spiritual awareness, enhancing his learning ability and insight by several tiers. Now, he could completely overwhelm Li Hong within the same realm, and when fighting alongside the Lan Yu sisters, they could achieve a stalemate. As for Gu Xiaoxue, she was an anomaly, best left unmentioned. I believe the noble son's strength is sufficient to ascend the golden core talent list, Li Hong stated. Indeed, the Lan Yu sisters concurred. Tang Tian paused, asking, what is that? Li Hong explained. In the Qingyue sect, each realm above the golden core has a talent list. Only cultivators under 25 are eligible to compete, and there are only 100 spots on each list. If you participate, you would surely make it onto the list. Tang Tian understood. Since becoming an honorary disciple, his interactions had been primarily within that circle, leaving him unfamiliar with the realm of ordinary disciples. The talent list, indeed, could ignite the fervor and ambition of the youth, a common feature in any sect. Unfortunately, Tang Tian held little interest in it. Perhaps, but I would likely rank low. Although aware of his rapid strengthening, he remained conscious of the abundance of talent in this world, and he was merely at the initial stage of the golden core. Without employing the path of myriad laws, it would be challenging to compare himself with the very top tier of geniuses. Just making it onto the talent list would already be an impressive feat. Li Hong smiled. Even simply making it onto the list would be a glory beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. You should really consider it. He was unaware of the existence of the path of myriad laws. When Tang Tian engaged in practical training with them, he relied solely on conventional techniques. Upon hearing his words, Tang Tian shook his head, his gaze suddenly becoming profound, and he mused, forget it. Such glory has never been my desire. The radiance of wealth is sufficient for me. When it comes to strength, if I must reveal myself one day, I hope to stand at the pinnacle, unafraid of anything. Li Hong was momentarily taken aback. From Tang Tian's gaze, he perceived a sense of ambition. Yet, Tang Tian's thoughts were quite simple. Until he possessed sufficient trump cards, he would strive to keep his true strength hidden from the public eye. Wealth, at times, could also be a source of original sin, although he currently had the innate protection of the Qingyue sect. And perhaps in the future, the Cloud Summit Paradise could also be included. Once wealth reached a certain level, it could attract the attention of far more formidable forces. At that point, even the Cloud Summit Paradise might not be able to protect him. However, he could not allow this to hinder his consumption. Thus, it was best to remain cautious. Let us change the subject, Tang Tian said. What news from Qinghai? Have you gathered any information? Li Hong replied. The investigation is quite challenging. We can only preliminarily confirm that the relationship between Tianfeng and Du Yuanxing is indeed rather close. However, Qinghai has recently found a way to connect with the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce atop the Golden Jade Hall and is working on building a relationship with them. If successful, the investigation will proceed much more smoothly. Tang Tian nodded. Through this period of investigation, he had learned that the Golden Jade Hall was merely a part of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. If Qinghai could successfully establish connections, the subsequent matters would indeed be much easier. Let him know that if he encounters any financial difficulties, he should not hesitate to seek us out. Tang Tian instructed. Li Hong acknowledged this. Soon after, the group gathered around a stone table to engage in their daily discussions. However, before long, the formation outside the courtyard was triggered. After Li Hong inquired, he returned to inform Tang Tian that the visitor was a subordinate of Mo Xiaoxiao. Tang Tian contemplated for a moment and instructed Li Hong to bring the individual in. Moments later, Li Hong entered with a young man dressed in the attire of an honorary disciple. Young Master Tang, he greeted. This was a refined young man, his demeanor and conduct markedly different from the previous Ding Xiao. Please, have a seat, Tang Tian inquired. May I ask your name, friend? The young man clasped his hands and replied. I am Inkut. I have long heard of young Master Tang's remarkable talents. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively and directly asked, Does Miss Mo have any matters to discuss? Inkut smiled and explained. Indeed. 3 days hence, the young sect master will arrive at Nan Peak to inspect its development and the state of the disciples. Miss Mo entrusted me to inquire if you wish to attend this inspection meeting. Tang Tian was taken aback. Isn't this akin to a leadership inspection? Such trivialities exist even in the cultivation world. Chapter 59. I will bear it all inspection meeting. Tang Tian pondered, stroking his chin. What is its primary purpose? Inku elucidated. It is to observe the development of Nan Peak and oversee the work here. Additionally, to extract some resources from our pockets. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Inku sighed softly. What else could it be? They want money. The Qinghua sect had developed rapidly in recent years, necessitating construction and expansion in various areas, resulting in a significant shortage of spirit jade. Consequently, they had set their sights on us honorary disciples, seeking ways to extract funds each year. Tang Tian was astonished as this was the case. Not only did the leadership fail to express concern for their subordinates, but they also expected them to dig into their own pockets to support the sect's development. Such practices would be explosive even in the capitalist realm. However, the cultivation world was inherently different. Honorary disciples relied on the resources and influence of the Qinghua sect to achieve their goals, necessitating greater sacrifices in return. Does Miss Mo wish for me to participate? Tang Tian inquired. Inku smiled. Miss Mo merely asked me to gauge your thoughts. However, every year, the inspection meeting is a time when we honorary disciples suffer considerable financial strain. The spirit jade required for sect construction is no small sum. And with the Qinghua sect expanding so rapidly, the demand for spirit jade grows year by year. Over the years, many honorary disciples have found it increasingly burdensome. If not for various concerns, they would likely seek ways to evade the inspection meeting. Inku's insinuations were clear to Tang Tian. It appeared that Mo Xiaoxiao did not want him to participate. However, as a subordinate, Inku, in order to avoid misinterpretation by certain individuals, certainly could not express Mo Xiaoxiao's intentions so directly. Which is why she spoke in a roundabout manner. Why did she do this? Was it merely to avoid personal expenditure? Tang Tian found himself perplexed. The conduct of this young lady had always been rather unconventional. Nevertheless, how could he let slip an opportunity for legitimate expenditure? It sounded a cough, quite intriguing indeed. Then I shall also broaden my horizons, Tang Tian declared. Inku was momentarily taken aback. You consider spending money frivolously as intriguing? Young Master Tang, I believe you may not have grasped my meaning. This year's inspection meeting will undoubtedly incur a substantial cost in spiritual jade, and many honorary disciples have already expressed their grievances to Miss Mo. In fact, she has even consulted with the young master to request some slots for visiting their hometowns. I trust you understand my point now. Inku reiterated her explanation, even providing concrete examples in hopes of enlightening Tang Tian. Little did she know that Tang Tian was, at that moment, more alert than usual. Now I see that I understand, Tang Tian mused, stroking his chin. However, just as Inku finally sighed in relief, he spoke again. Tell me, if someone were to pay all the spiritual jade on behalf of those honorary disciples, would that not eliminate their grievances with Miss Mo? Inku was instantly stunned. Young Master Tang, what do you mean? Tang Tian cleared his throat and continued. You see, the sect is currently in need of funds, and the honorary disciples are facing difficulties. Miss Mo is running around trying to address this issue. What if there were someone who could cover all the expenses? Would that not resolve all problems and worries? Inku was left dumbfounded for a considerable time. After a long pause, she finally managed to respond. Such a possibility certainly exists. However, no one has ever done so in all these years. Young Master Tang, you cannot be suggesting. Observing Tang Tian's expression, Inku received a definitive answer and then bitterly smiled. Young Master Tang, this is truly not a small sum. This year's total construction costs for Nanfeng, when divided among the honorary disciples, will likely approach 20 trillion. Moreover, Miss Mo's intention was actually for you too. Tang Tian waved a hand to interrupt her. I understand Miss Mo's intentions. She specifically sent you here today to resolve this matter. Given how she has cared for me in the past, how could I stand idly by? You may assure her that I will attend this inspection meeting, and even the young master cannot stop me. Inku's mouth hung open, her expression a spectacle of astonishment. Was it his manner of expression that had led to such a significant misunderstanding? We are not actually asking you to take this on alone, she insisted. Moreover, Miss Mo and you have only just met. Where is this care you speak of coming from? That young Master Tang. Inku still wished to salvage the situation, stating, you must consider carefully, it is over 20 trillion. Even if Miss Mo and Miss Chen can shoulder half, there would still be a considerable shortfall that cannot be managed by one person alone. So, we truly are not asking for your assistance in solving this issue. Do you understand? Tang Tian suddenly slammed his hand on the table. startling I understand. He declared earnestly. Over 20 trillion. How can we burden the two young ladies with half, inform them that I will cover everything, and let Miss Mo refrain from running around making promises to others? I guarantee that our Nanfeng's tasks will be completed flawlessly. Tang Tian's tone was resolute. Gazed deeply at him, momentarily overwhelmed by his commanding presence. That it was indeed impressive. Yet, this was not what they meant. Did no one say that although Tang Tian was young, he was astute and clever? Did those individuals perhaps misunderstand the term clever? After a lengthy silence, let out a long sigh, reining in her smile, and asked seriously, "Young Master Tang, I fully represent Miss Mo in asking you once more. Were your earlier words sincere?" Tang Tian smiled. "I never speak falsely regarding such matters. Simply inform Miss Mo that should any issues arise, I will take responsibility." Solemnly cupped her hands in gratitude. "If that is truly the case, then on behalf of Miss Mo and all honorary disciples of Nanfeng, I extend my deepest thanks to you, young Master Tang. They will all be immensely grateful." Tang Tian smiled softly, regarding gratitude as inconsequential. 20 trillion in expenditure was certainly an opportunity not to be missed. Subsequently, the two did not discuss further, and hurriedly departed. Such an important matter required swift reporting. Once he was alone, Tang Tian leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin in contemplation. The inspection meeting could not merely be confined to Nanfeng. The circumstances faced by other peaks were likely quite similar. Perhaps, there was even greater operational flexibility. Chapter 60. Heading to Nanfeng after Ku's departure, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong to gather information regarding the inspection meeting. This was one of the most significant meetings held annually among the East, South, West, and North peaks, along with the main peak, attended by peak masters, grand elders, overseeing elders, and numerous honorary disciples. Barring exceptional circumstances, the primary agenda of the meeting revolved around the development of the peaks, with the ultimate goal being fundraising and allocation. This fundraising component was when honorary disciples would open their wallets to Inko mentioned. In recent years, due to the rapid expansion of the Qinghua sect, construction funds had become exceedingly tight, with a significant portion of the funding sourced from the honorary disciples. Consequently, the Qinghua sect's policies toward honorary disciples were considerably more lenient than those of other affiliated sects in Yunding Tianfu. Essentially, as long as one had money, one could attain a respectable status and standing. That it was remarkably humane, and Tang Tian found himself enamored by this notion once more. Fortunately, he was in the Qinghua sect. Had he been in other affiliated sects, not only would the hierarchy be fixed, but with his vast fortune's origins being ambiguous, it would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Although such investigations might yield no substantial findings, they would still be a hassle. Within the Qinghua sect, such troubles were significantly mitigated. Even if inquiries were made, they would not delve too deeply. At worst, there was the Yunding Tianfu to cushion any issues. It appeared that the closer one was to the upper echelons, the more opportunities for expenditure arose. Tang Tian mused for a moment. Had he not participated in the Five Peaks exchange meeting, Mo Xiaoxiao might not have thought to remind him, and he would have certainly missed this inspection meeting. The same could be said for other aspects. The expenditure standards within Yunding Tianfu could not be compared to those of Qinghua sect. This further solidified Tang Tian's resolve to ascend to Yunding Tianfu. Jiyu Xiaoxue had already reached the late stage of Yuaning, and under the diligent efforts of the Lanyu sisters, as well as significant resource allocation, they had both stepped into the initial stage of Huashen. Even Li Hong, who had the least talent, had made some progress and would likely break through to the mid-stage of Huashen before long. By the time the 100 sects battle and the 10,000 demons tower trial arrived, their strength would surely rank among the First Legion. However, such progress did not entirely assuage Tang Tian's concerns. In this vast world, many a prodigy existed. Breaking through the encirclement was no simple feat. He needed to seek additional resources to further elevate Li Hong and the others' overall strength. Within the Qinghua sect, there existed several precious secret locations dedicated to nurturing promising core talents. Of course, there were also such places outside the sect, but they were not currently within Tang Tian's considerations. For now, he would focus on harnessing the resources available within the sect. The dragon transformation pool? Under the old locust tree, Tang Tian sat across from Li Hong. In the past few days, he had asked Li Hong to gather relevant information, and he was pleasantly surprised by how quickly it had come to fruition. Indeed, Li Hong confirmed that I have heard some outstanding core disciples mention that the Dragon Transformation Pool is one of the sect's most treasured secret locations. It seems to be a place crafted by the celestial beings of Yunding Tianfu for Qinghua sect. I am uncertain of the specifics, but they claim that merely entering once can lead to a significant enhancement in one's potential, greatly broadening future prospects. Tang Tian nodded and inquired, "How does one gain entry to this dragon transformation pool?" Li Hong replied, "I have yet to ascertain all the details. The dragon transformation pool appears to hold a particularly high status. Even those exceptional core disciples have merely heard of it but have never actually visited. I am attempting to connect with the top-tier core disciples, but it may take some time." Tang Tian pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us put this on hold for now. I will attend the inspection meeting tomorrow, which will provide an opportunity to inquire about this matter. Your primary focus should be on your cultivation and swiftly enhancing your strength. Are there no issues regarding resources?" Upon hearing this, Li Hong immediately straightened his posture. "Resources are ample. I would never dare to disappoint your expectations, young master. It is just regrettable that my talent is lacking, and I have yet to break through." Tang Tian chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to be so serious. Just put your heart into it. Placing excessive pressure on oneself is not always beneficial. Oh, your best." Li Hong nodded earnestly. Bowing his head in acknowledgement, Tang Tian took a sip of his tea. This subordinate, if nothing else, displayed a commendable attitude. Moreover, he could see that Li Hong was absolutely determined not to miss this rare opportunity to change his fate. As for talent, it could be said that Tang Tian needed individuals who were capable and skilled. He would nurture them gradually. The day passed swiftly. On the following day, Inku arrived early at the bamboo pavilion to escort Tang Tian to the inspection meeting. Tang Tian took only Gu Xiaoxua with him, allowing Li Hong and the Lan sisters to continue their training, primarily to expose her to the broader world on their way up the mountain. Tang Tian noticed that Inku seemed somewhat peculiar today, lacking his usual calm demeanor and appearing a bit tense. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian inquired. Inku glanced at Tang Tian and sighed softly. "Miss Mo has come to trust your words." Tang Tian smiled instantly. "Isn't that a good thing?" Inku offered a wry smile. "But she truly took your words to heart and has ceased her requests to the young sect master for a visit. Furthermore, she has recalled those who had already secured visiting slots. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, Miss Mo stands to lose significantly." Tang Tian was taken aback. "Why is that?" Inku sighed. "If, at that time, you cannot cover the construction costs, Miss Mo will undoubtedly have to pay out of her own pocket. Producing over 20 trillion spirit stones in one go, even for her, is no small sum, considering the numerous places she needs to allocate funds. Young Master Tang," he continued, turning to face Tang Tian with utmost seriousness, "you are not joking, are you?" For a moment, Tang Tian fell silent. He had not anticipated that in Inku's eyes, Imo Xiaoxiao possessed such gravitas. Would one person's misjudgment result in the burden falling solely on her? Inku's certainty implied that Imo Xiaoxiao had undoubtedly experienced similar situations before, and no wonder both Inku and the earlier Ding Xiao held her in such high regard. Meeting Inku's earnest gaze, Tang Tian nodded. "Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for Imo Xiaoxiao." Inku exhaled lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "I hope so. If you truly deceive Miss Mo, to be honest, you might find it hard to remain in the bamboo pavilion. This is no threat. Some prestigious disciples can be quite furious, and even Miss Mo may not be able to restrain them. However, if you truly succeed, you will undoubtedly become the most favored honorary disciple in the entire Southern Peak." Tang Tian smirked. It seemed Imo Xiaoxiao's standing within the Southern Peak was quite impressive. He wondered if her ultimate goal was to ascend to the second-in-command of the Qingyue sect. "Time would tell. Consider this my gift for my first visit to the Southern Peak," Tang Tian remarked. Chapter 61. The inspection meeting commences. Accompanied by Inku, Tang Tian made his way to the summit of the Southern Peak. Along the path, he observed numerous senior honorary disciples heading in the same direction, presumably toward the inspection meeting. Some wore stoic expressions, while others appeared troubled, as if they wished to retreat at every step. "What is going on with them?" Tang Tian voiced his confusion. Inku explained. "Most honorary disciples are ordinary individuals, burdened with many ties. They have nearly exhausted their wealth for this identity. Each inspection meeting is their most challenging day. Naturally, they dread attending." Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that no matter the world, wealthy families were ultimately a minority. As they ascended, the group finally reached the peak, standing before a magnificent hall, the main hall of the Southern Peak. To Tang Tian's surprise, Imo Xiaoxiao awaited him there. "I wanted you not to come." Her first words caught Tang Tian off guard. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. "No worries. I am, after all, part of the Southern Peak. That amount of money is trivial, as long as it alleviates everyone's troubles." Naturally, he could not reveal the whole truth. Imo Xiaoxiao shook her head. There is not much benefit in this. Is your aim also for that position? Tang Tian was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. Not at all. That I have little desire for power, Mo Xiao stated directly. Desire alone is futile. After next year's 100 Sects War, the decision regarding that position will be made, and you will not have time to catch up. If your only goal is to ascend to the heavenly mansion, there is no need for such expenditure. Merely meeting the requirements will suffice. Thus, I advise you to reconsider. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Even at this juncture, she was still advising him. He typically did not regard others as highly as they wished, yet Mo Xiao's actions appeared devoid of ulterior motives. It's fine. I've made up my mind. Regardless, I cannot let things be difficult for you, Tang Tian declared with a smile. Observing his steadfastness, Mo Xiao sighed softly. Then do what you can, do not worry about the rest. I can fill in any gaps. Let us go, I'll take you inside. After saying this, Mo Xiao led Tang Tian through another entrance into the main hall. The interior of the hall was spacious, reminiscent of the previous 5 Peaks exchange meetings layout. However, this time, Tang Tian was no longer just a bystander in the corner, but alongside Mo Xiao at the prominent position at the front. Sitting next to Mo Xiao was Yin Ku. While Ding Xiao occupied a position at the far edge, it appeared that Yin Ku was one of Mo Xiao's most trusted aides. Beside them sat a young woman in a light pink gauzy dress, quietly positioned next to Mo Xiao. Judging by her demeanor, she was likely the rarely seen prominent lady of the Southern Peak, Chen Si Ro. This young lady stood in stark contrast to Mo Xiao. One exuding boldness while the other radiated restraint, an exemplary pairing. Further along, the area designated for the elders of the Southern Peak could be seen. The Grand Elder, Yun Xiuqi, whom Tang Tian had previously encountered, was present among them. Additionally, 2 seats remained vacant at the center, which surely belonged to the young sect master, Yun Kong, and the Peak Master of Southern Peak, the Peak Master of Qinghua Sect's Southern Peak. Tan Yushan was one of the most powerful figures in the sect, possessing formidable strength, at least at the Ascension stage. He was a true heavyweight in the realm. After observing for a while, they did not have to wait long before Yun Kong and Tan Yushan appeared together. The entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. Once seated, Tan Yushan addressed the assembly first. Esteemed elders and elites, this past year, the Southern Peak has developed rapidly, thanks to everyone's collective efforts. Following a typical leadership opening statement, he ceded the floor to Yun Kong. Yun Kong retained his familiar demeanor, his tone gentle, and his words soothing to the ear. He began by affirming the Southern Peak's achievements and praising the efforts and abilities of its members, before highlighting several areas that required improvement. After a thorough discussion, they initiated plans for the Southern Peak's future development. The elders and Mo Xiao participated actively in finalizing various developmental details. These topics were of little relevance to Tang Tian, relegating him to the role of an observer and listener. However, by the end, he gained a deeper insight into the current state of the Qinghua sect. The pace of development was indeed swift. Just last year, the number of new disciples had nearly doubled, and their influence had expanded significantly, incorporating numerous factions from outside. Yet, the faster the growth, the more spirit stones were required. Discussions turned to this point. The elders lamented, citing that resources for cultivation and training facilities were insufficient. Many disciples, despite their considerable talents, could not receive adequate training, leading to a waste of potential. Conversely, the honorary disciples maintained a stoic demeanor, occasionally debating that certain areas did not require as many resources since they were aware that the spirit stones needed for resources and facilities would primarily come from them. The meeting dragged on, and after a while, Tang Tian began to feel drowsy, aware that the arguments between the elders and the honorary disciples were intensifying. Suddenly, Yin Ku slammed a fist onto the table, startling Tang Tian. "What is going on?" Tang Tian asked softly. Yin Ku's face was a mask of indignation. The elegant demeanor he usually wore had vanished. These old geezers have insatiable appetites. They want to raise the resources for the disciples. With nearly 10 million disciples in the Southern Peak, each would need an increase of 5,000 spirit stones. That totals 500 billion a month, over several thousand billion a year. And this is a conservative estimate. Do they really think they can do this without dipping into their own pockets? I swear I want to take down this bunch of old fools. Watching Yin Ku transformed into a fiery critic left Tang Tian momentarily stunned. What an unexpectedly passionate gentleman he was. Nonetheless, he felt the elders' proposal was quite reasonable. As the sect grew stronger, the welfare of the disciples should certainly keep pace. That seemed only fair as the conference progressed. The debate between the elders and the honorary disciples grew increasingly heated, almost to the point of uproar. Fortunately, The more senior figures maintained their composure and did not engage in the fray. Yun Kong seemed accustomed to such scenes. Under his mediation, certain expenditures were gradually finalized. Ultimately, the figure escalated dramatically, surpassing 20 trillion and settling at a staggering 24,768 billion. This number darkened the faces of many honorary disciples. Meanwhile, Tang Tian straightened in his seat, realizing that it was finally his turn to take the stage. Chapter 62. The scale is too grand. Next, let us deliberate on the allocation of expenses. With the construction direction and financial input established, Yun Kong moved to the next phase. Upon uttering these words, the entire venue fell silent once more. The elders sat with their eyes closed, deep in thought, while the honorary disciples wore grim expressions, reluctant to voice their opinions. If anyone had suggestions or objections, they were welcome to speak. Yun Kong directed his gaze toward the honorary disciples, as this nearly 25 trillion spirit jade would essentially be distributed among them all. The disciples below wore expressions of bitter resignation. The plan had already been set. What objections could be raised? Even if they did voice concerns, would it reduce the funding for development? Since it would not. Silence seemed preferable to avoid drawing the ire of Yun Kong and the elders. After a moment, no one had spoken up, and Yun Kong smiled with satisfaction, just as he prepared to continue. A hand shot up high. I have an objection, Tang Tian said slowly. This statement instantly captured everyone's attention. The elders frowned, wondering who would dare to challenge the established plan. Did this person not wish to remain in Nanpeak? The honorary disciples lifted their heads, curious to see who had the audacity to disrupt the consensus. Regardless of the outcome, he would be a commendable companion at this moment. Yun Kong also turned to look. Upon recognizing Tang Tian, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Ah, it is junior brother Tang Tian. You certainly made a lasting impression at the recent Five Peaks exchange meeting. What aspect of the discussion do you have an objection to?" Tang Tian lowered his hand and replied with a smile. "Of course, it pertains to the financial aspect." As he spoke, the elders' expressions darkened, and they sat up straight, readying themselves for a verbal battle. They felt confident, as their opponent was but a single individual. However, Tang Tian's subsequent remarks caused their preparations to falter. I listened attentively to your plans just now, perhaps due to my previous seclusion. I did not realize how swiftly the sect has been developing. This is excellent news. The stronger the sect, the greater the benefits for us disciples. Therefore, I believe your development plan is somewhat conservative. 25 trillion is insufficient. We should follow the elders' vision and ensure that all necessary benefits are fully covered to maximize our growth in Nanpeak. What say you, young sect master? Tang Tian's voice resonated powerfully as his words sank in. The room fell into stunned silence. The elders wore bewildered expressions, caught off guard by Tang Tian's unexpected stance, which left them momentarily breathless. The honorary disciples, however, were equally perplexed. What was he doing? Did he truly want to increase funding, suggesting they were not already burdened enough? Some disciples flushed with anger, ready to unleash their frustrations on Tang Tian. Yet, Imo Xiao and Yin Ku remained silent, choosing to withhold their ire for later discussion after the inspection meeting concluded. They had never encountered such a misguided ally. Even the Peak Master, Tan Yushan, and Yun Kong exchanged incredulous glances at Tang Tian. Junior brother Tang Tian, is this truly how you feel? Yun Kong inquired. Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. Of course. As a member of Nanpeak and the sect, I must strive to contribute to our development. Therefore, I calculated that 25 trillion is indeed lacking. To achieve optimal growth, we ought to secure 40 to 50 trillion. Yun Kong's eyelids twitched. Tang Tian was indeed speaking without restraint. Seeing the crowd beginning to stir at this staggering figure, Yun Kong quickly cleared his throat and stated, "Junior brother Tang Tian, the plan we discussed is final. If we were to follow your suggestion, it would place an immense burden on both the sect and the honorary disciples." That he added, "I understand your intentions, but let us maintain the established funding." He was anxious that their hard-won plan might once again devolve into chaos. So he swiftly attempted to redirect the conversation. However, Tang Tian disregarded his diversion and calmly remarked, "Plans can be adjusted. Furthermore, who says I intend for the sect and the honorary disciples to bear the burden?" Yun Kong was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled brightly. "I have observed all the discussions that transpired earlier. While I appreciate everyone's dedication to the sect's growth, I dislike witnessing disputes over mere spirit jade. Unity is one of the most vital elements of progress. Therefore, I have decided to personally cover all development expenses. This way, everyone can focus on strategizing for growth without the distractions of external conflicts." As his words hung in the air, the venue fell into a profound silence. With few exceptions, no one had anticipated such a declaration from Tang Tian. The scale of his ambition was staggering. The elders bowed their heads, reflecting on their earlier attempts to extract more spirit jade from the honorary disciples, feeling a wave of shame wash over them. Tang Tian's vision was clear. He was willing to invest his own resources for the sect's maximal advancement. Starkly contrasting their prior actions, the honorary disciples, too, were left speechless. They had misjudged Tang Tian's intentions to cover the entire development budget for Nanpeak. Such a bold move. Even if they possessed the financial means, none would choose to do so, as it seemed little more than throwing money away. Yet Tang Tian was committed to this course of action. In the presence of the Peak Master and the young sect master, they did not believe he was merely seeking attention. All were plunged into deep contemplation by Tang Tian's audacious proposal. Yunkong remained silent for a long time before finally, with a hint of disbelief, asked, "Junior brother Tang Tian, are you certain?" Tang Tian smiled broadly. "If it alleviates everyone's difficulties, why would I hesitate? You can elevate development and benefits to the highest tier without worrying about funding, whatever the total. I shall provide," he urged. "Let's calculate it now." He was eager to avoid further discussions laden with lofty rhetoric. Continuing down that path might lead to exasperation. Yet he needed a plausible rationale, for he truly intended to cover the costs. The others were unaware of Tang Tian's true motives. They simply felt they had been thoroughly outclassed in terms of ambition to directly fund tens of trillions for development. Who would not be astonished by such a display? After a lengthy pause, Yunkong finally engaged in a detailed discussion with Tan Yushan before slowly speaking. "We will reformulate the development plan." Chapter 63. The Dragon Transformation Pool Quota in an unprecedented turn of events. The development plan established at the inspection meeting was entirely scrapped, all due to Tang Tian's words. Yunkong harbored no doubts about Tang Tian's sincerity at the previous Five Peaks exchange meeting. Tang Tian had already demonstrated his formidable financial prowess. Discussions regarding Nanpeak's development resumed, this time with a far more harmonious atmosphere. Without financial worries, everyone freely expressed their ideas, no longer sabotaging each other, leading to a smooth formulation of the new plan. Before long, the new development budget was established at 34,254 billion. This figure was a remarkable increase of 10 trillion over the previous estimate. Tang Tian listened attentively throughout the discussions. Every plan presented was sound, and no one dared to secretly enrich themselves in front of Yunkong and Tan Yushan. This new figure diverged somewhat from Tang Tian's expectations. He had envisioned a doubling of the amount. After the discussions concluded, all eyes returned to Tang Tian, filled with apprehension about whether he could shoulder this burden. However, Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he simply nodded. "No problem. Leave it all to me." A wave of relief washed over the crowd. The elders were elated. Once the funds were secured, they could immediately set their plans into motion. The better they performed, the more merit they would gain, thereby elevating their status within the sect. The esteemed disciples have set aside their previous frowns, with some gazing at Tang Tian with profound gratitude. The construction funds accumulated over an entire year have granted them a significant respite. In summary, this is a situation where everyone is elated. "Tang Tian, may I inquire how long you plan to gather this construction funding?" Yunkong asked. Tang Tian smiled and replied, "I can do so now. I will first provide you with 100 trillion, and I shall make up the remainder shortly." As he spoke, he began to reach for his funds. Yunkong hurriedly interjected, "There's no rush. Let us wait until the meeting concludes. If you require funds from other sources, just gather them within 3 months." He was genuinely impressed. Tang Tian was undoubtedly the most straightforward person he had ever encountered. Then let us discuss it later," Tang Tian said. Subsequently, the inspection meeting continued. With Tang Tian's generous gesture, the ensuing topics became exceedingly harmonious. The enthusiasm among the attendees surged, leading to a plethora of ingenious ideas that left Tang Tian in admiration. Ultimately, amidst a joyful atmosphere, the inspection meeting came to a formal close. After dispersing, Imo Xiaoxiao led Tang Tian to the reception hall of the sect leader, where Tan Yushan and Yunkong awaited. "You truly follow through on your words," Imo Xiaoxiao remarked during their journey. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "I assent that a fundamental principle of being a person." Imo Xiaoxiao nodded, saying, "Indeed, one should conduct oneself with integrity like young Master Tang. Unfortunately, the world is complex, and circumstances often compel one to make disingenuous decisions." Tang Tian remained silent. He could hardly claim to be entirely forthright. Ultimately, he acted out of self-interest. After a brief silence, Tang Tian suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Miss Imo, are you familiar with the transformation dragon pool?" Imo Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively. "Yes, It is the sacred site established by Yunding Tianfu at Qingwei Gate. It employs celestial techniques to connect with the heavens and harness fortune, thereby generating high-quality dragon energy. This dragon energy significantly enhances a cultivator's potential and broadens their future path. It is an exceedingly rare and precious resource. The transformation dragon pool opens once every 2 years, with only 50 slots available, restricted to those below the integration stage. However, only the most outstanding disciples or those who have made significant contributions to the sect can obtain a slot. Tang Tian nodded slightly. The information aligned with what Li Hong had gathered. What must one do to secure such a slot? Tang Tian queried. Mo Xiao turned to him and asked, "Does young Master Tang wish to visit the transformation dragon pool?" Tang Tian smiled. "While I possess considerable wealth, my cultivation remains my greatest vulnerability. Additionally, I aspire to ascend to Yunding Tianfu swiftly, so I desire greater assurance for myself and my disciples." Mo Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "I did hear that you were only at the Qi refinement stage at the beginning of the year. However, I believe you need not worry too much. As long as you remain within Qingwei Gate. With your current financial resources and reputation, there should be no life-threatening dangers. Qingwei Gate has stringent rules. As long as you do not violate them, even the sect leader cannot harm you." There was once a high-ranking official who, out of greed, targeted a renowned disciple, and the outcome was that the official was entirely uprooted, never to be heard from again. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing why the esteemed disciples of Qingwei Gate sometimes appeared quite audacious. However, his considerations extended beyond mere safety. "That I cannot remain within Qingwei Gate indefinitely. Moreover, are you certain it is entirely safe? After all, Fang Fei was killed by Lu Chang'e right before my eyes," Tang Tian stated. Mo Xiao hesitated for a moment before sighing. That situation was rather unique, as Fang Fei had already aligned herself with Lu Chang'e at that point. Yet you are correct. Nothing is absolute. Having sufficient strength is always preferable. However, the slots for the transformation dragon pool were finalized at the beginning of last year. There are 21 esteemed disciples, and I, along with Lu Chang'e, will share them, leaving the remainder for the top core disciples. Given your immense contribution to the sect's development today, young Master Tang, you might secure a slot for yourself. However, your disciples likely have no opportunity. Tang Tian frowned slightly. This outcome did not meet his expectations. After some contemplation, he asked, "What if my contributions were to increase further? I mean, if I were to take responsibility for the development of several other peaks, could I then secure additional slots?" Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tang Tian for a long while before slowly responding. "Young Master Tang, your disciples are not considered the most elite, are they? Is it worth such a considerable sacrifice?" Tang Tian smiled. "There is nothing of worth or unworthy. I simply wish to do so." Mo Xiao exhaled. "I wish I could be as carefree as young Master Tang. Taking on the entire sect's construction should indeed garner additional slots. It depends on how you negotiate with the young sect leader. However, even with the slots, there is no guarantee of substantial benefits." Tang Tian was taken aback. "Why is that?" Mo Xiao explained. "The transformation dragon pool differs from other resource sites. The dragon energy within is limited and must be contested for. Moreover, the manner of competition is rather unique. It does not consider strength or talent, but rather the rarity of one's physique. The higher the level of one's physique, the greater the share of dragon energy one can obtain. I have heard that this time, among the core disciples, one possesses the heaven-devouring lion physique and has awakened the secret techniques of the heaven-devouring lion, a rare 9th-tier talent even within Yunding Tianfu. A significant portion of the dragon energy will undoubtedly be claimed by him. Young Master Tang, consider this carefully." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was left in a daze. Such matters existed? He glanced at the system. Above the 9th-tier physique, the celestial body requires merely 10 billion consumption points. Chapter 64. What is consciousness? There remains over half a month until the transformation dragon pool opens, granting Tang Tian some maneuvering space. Moments later, Tang Tian and Mo Xiao arrived at the Peak Master's reception hall. Tan Yushan and Yun Kong were already waiting there. Upon Tang Tian's entrance, they rose to greet him. "Young Master Tang," Tan Yushan said with a smile. Tang Tian performed a respectful gesture. "Peak Master." This was his first interaction with someone of Tan Yushan's stature, and no need for formalities. Tan Yushan replied warmly. "I have long heard of a noble young man from the South Peak. Seeing you today, you truly are exceptional. Please, take a seat." They all sat down together. "Young Master Tang, your tremendous contribution to the South Peak's development today will not be forgotten. In the future, should you require anything, simply seek me out on the mountain. As long as it falls within the sect's permitted scope, I will do my utmost to accommodate." Tan Yushan's tone was gentle and unhurried, easily endearing him to others. Tang Tian said, as a disciple of the South Peak, this is our duty. The Peak Master need not take it to heart. Such pleasantries were necessary. Tan Yushan waved his hand. Let us be clear. From now on, your rights and status within the South Peak will be equivalent to that of a responsible elder, whether it concerns sect construction or disciple arrangements. You will participate directly in the decision-making process. Just inform me of any significant matters. Being a responsible elder essentially placed Tang Tian among the highest echelons of the South Peak's management, second only to the Peak Master, the Grand Elder, as well as Mo Xiao and Chun Xiu. In other words, with Tan Yushan's words, Tang Tian could essentially navigate the South Peak freely, as long as he did not violate the sect's regulations. He could pursue his desires without hindrance. Thank you, Peak Master, Tang Tian said, no longer deflecting. Tan Yushan nodded lightly. This is what you deserve. Having said this, he rose and remarked, now, you may converse with the young sect leader. Mo Xiao. Let us discuss the future development arrangements. With that, Tan Yushan departed the reception hall with Mo Xiao, leaving Tang Tian and Yun Kong alone. Junior brother Tang, you have truly helped me resolve a significant dilemma today. Yun Kong initiated. Tang Tian expressed his bewilderment. Why do you say that? Yun Kong sighed lightly. It is well known that the position of young sect leader is resplendent, yet few comprehend its challenges. Within the sect, every minute detail requires my evaluation and management. You are aware that the sect is expanding rapidly, necessitating vast amounts of funding in many areas. However, the funds provided by the Tianfu are limited, and most must be sourced through our own means. It is indeed a laborious task. Yun Kong shared his grievances, yet Tang Tian simply listened quietly, offering no opinion. If the position of young sect leader is so arduous, why not let someone else take it? Besides, his ability to elevate Qingwei Gate to its current stature over the past 20 years speaks volumes. Funding issues surely could not pose an insurmountable challenge for him. I was initially concerned that this inspection meeting would encounter significant obstacles. Yun Kong continued. Thankfully, thanks to you, the meeting became remarkably harmonious, and everyone left in high spirits. It is only you who bears the burden of acquiring all the funds alone. Tang Tian waved his hand, saying, there is no need for the young master to worry. This is my own choice. Let us get to the point. He was eager to dispense with unnecessary pleasantries and focus on the task at hand. Yun Kong smiled and said, just call me senior brother. The scale of this construction fund is already quite saturated, so there's no need to rush. Just prepare the funds within 3 months as I previously mentioned. Tang Tian shook his head, insisting, the sooner the money is in place, the sooner we can proceed. I can provide you with 10 trillion now, and the rest will follow. Yun Kong was taken aback, wondering what kind of maneuver this was. However, he quickly smiled and replied, it's even better if we can prepare in advance. Tang Tian nodded and directly retrieved 10 pieces of innate Dao jade from his system space, handing them to Yun Kong. Yun Kong sighed in resignation. Why is it always innate Dao jade? Its practical value far exceeds that of spirit jade. Using it merely as currency is quite wasteful. Could you consider an alternative? Tang Tian nonchalantly responded. It's all right. I told you before, I have plenty of these. Just accept them. Reluctantly, Yun Kong agreed, saying, fine, I will accept them for now and discuss their specific use with Master Tam later. During this time, I want to leave the sect and will closely monitor the construction progress. Once you have prepared the remaining funds, just inform me. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian then produced 25 additional pieces of innate Dao jade and handed them over. There is no need for preparation or searching. The transaction was already completed the moment you accepted the previous jade. Your wallet not only remains unchanged, but has also returned 10 pieces of innate Dao jade. With the previous surplus, there are exactly 25 pieces now. Staring at the gleaming jade, Yun Kong was momentarily stunned. I thought you meant to give the rest later, which would take some time. Tang Tian chuckled. This is just my spending habit. Consider it a little quirk of mine that I hope you won't take offense. Yun Kong shook his head and smiled. I have indeed heard about this habit of yours, but I didn't expect it would apply to such a substantial expenditure. As he took the innate Dao jade, the system notification echoed in Tang Tian's mind, confirming the transaction. 50 pieces of innate Dao jade quietly lay in the system space, and the number of consumption points had risen to nearly 4 billion. I will remember your contributions when I return. If you need anything else, just let me know, Yun Kong said with a smile, clearly pleased to have gathered all the funds. Hearing this, Tang Tian pondered briefly before saying, in that case, I do have a small request. I wonder if you could assist me. Yun Kong smiled. Feel free to speak. I will do my utmost within my capacity. Tang Tian nodded. I'll be straightforward. After today's inspection meeting, I realized that funding has a significant impact on the development of our sect. If I hadn't taken care of it all, we would have had to stick to the most basic development strategy. This holds true for Nan Peak. What about the other main peaks? Yun Kong was perplexed, unsure of Tang Tian's intent. That seems accurate. Aside from the main peak of the sect, the situation at the other main peaks is quite similar, and there are indeed concerns regarding funding. Tang Tian responded, so, is there a possibility that I could also take care of the funding shortages for the other main peaks? Wouldn't that allow the sect to develop more rapidly and effectively? Yun Kong was left speechless. He had initially thought Tang Tian would make demands regarding authority or other matters. Yet, here he was, not only covering Nan Peak, but also wanting to take on the construction funds for the other main peaks. This level of awareness was astonishing. After a long pause, Yun Kong cautiously asked, Tang Tian, do you truly mean this? Chapter 65. The second-in-command's request. After some conversation, Yun Kong was finally convinced that Tang Tian was not jesting. He genuinely intended to cover all the construction funds for the main peaks to ensure the sect's smooth development. This level of commitment made Yun Kong feel inadequate. You should still make some requests. Otherwise, I might find it difficult to secure these funds, Yun Kong stated. Tang Tian waved his hands repeatedly, but Yun Kong remained insistent. Eventually, Tang Tian smiled and said, if I must make a request, I do have one. Though it may be somewhat challenging. Yun Kong replied, challenges are welcome. If it's too easy, I might suspect you have other motives. This was why Yun Kong was so adamant about Tang Tian making a request. Any specific demand was far easier to fulfill than an unspoken obligation. Tang Tian nodded. Then I'll be direct. I've heard that our sect has a place personally arranged by an immortal, called the Transformation Dragon Pool. Yun Kong raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding. So it's about this. Indeed, such a place exists. Tang Tian continued. I wouldn't want to miss out on such a wonderful location. But I've heard the slots for the Transformation Dragon Pool were decided early last year. Yun Kong smiled slightly. So that's what this is about. This isn't a challenge at all. Given your current contributions, you're already qualified for a spot. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sought one for you. Since you have this intention now, I can arrange for you to have one. Tang Tian shook his head. Actually, I'm not just thinking for myself. You know the 100 sect war is approaching, and my few disciples are still lacking in strength. I was wondering if I could secure a few more slots for them. Yun Kong stroked his chin. I see. You wish for your 4 disciples to all enter the Transformation Dragon Pool. Tang Tian nodded. Yes, the more preparation we have, the better our chances. Yun Kong replied. I can arrange for the slots. However, 5 is indeed a bit excessive, and I'm concerned about not being able to satisfy everyone. After all, the contributions of others over the years are not insignificant. Tang Tian quickly grasped Yun Kong's meaning. To obtain more slots, he would need to contribute more funds. No problem, as long as there is a need from the sect. I can certainly meet it, Tang Tian asserted confidently. Yun Kong contemplated for a moment and then said, I suddenly remembered a very significant plan for the next few years. You know, our sect currently consists of only 5 main peaks. However, aside from these 5, there are dozens of new sub-peaks. The sub-peaks lack sufficient funding support and have been developing rather slowly. Therefore, the sect plans to establish a large main peak to unify and organize the other sub-peaks, which would be more beneficial for development. This plan has been in place for quite some time, but it has not been feasible due to the overwhelming financial requirements, over 100 trillion for the first phase alone, and if completed, it might approach 1 trillion. While speaking, Yun Kong was closely observing Tang Tian's expression. To his surprise, Tang Tian not only did not appear troubled, but his eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. No problem, Tang Tian declared, waving his hand dramatically. Leave it to me. I have no other hobbies. I simply enjoy contributing to the sect. Is 1 main peak enough? Or shall we add a few more for future use? Yun Kong stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. Each time he believed he had sufficiently appraised Tang Tian, he was met with even greater astonishment. Add a few more. Is that even a feasible proposition? Just managing 1 main peak is already overwhelming. And you suggest multiple? Well, he is indeed wealthy and untroubled. Are you truly serious about this, junior brother? Yun Kong asked, needing to confirm given the enormity of the undertaking. Tang Tian nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Let us proceed. I'll cover everything with the highest specifications. Yun Kong couldn't help but smile wryly, wishing he had recognized Tang Tian earlier. Had he done so, he wouldn't have lost sleep over these concerns. All right, Yun Kong said. After the inspection meeting concludes, I will arrange for you to meet with the new peak master. That time, we shall thoroughly discuss the construction of the new main peak. Tang Tian expressed his astonishment. Is there already a peak master? Yun Kong nodded affirmatively. It has long been decided. The candidates for the high positions of the 6th main peak have already been chosen. The only matter that remains is the issue of funding. The new peak master has been eagerly urging me multiple times. If you can resolve the funding issue, he will undoubtedly be immensely grateful to you. And you will certainly become the most esteemed honorary disciple of the 6th peak, akin to Mo Xiao and the others. Tang Tian realized that it was indeed substantial financial backing that had enabled Mo Xiao and her companions to secure their positions. Rest assured, I will manage it, Tang Tian reassured Yun Kong. Yun Kong nodded but soon let out a gentle sigh, saying, it is a pity that you have emerged too late. Otherwise, you could have contended for that position as well. Tang Tian was taken aback, understanding that Yun Kong referred to the second-in-command of the Qinghua sect. Previously, Mo Xiao had mentioned that he was already too late to vie for it. After pondering, Tang Tian inquired, what are the specific requirements for that position? Yun Kong replied, there are many, but they can be categorized into 3 major aspects. The contributions made to the sect by disciples, the sect's influence, and external influence. With your financial resources, you could barely keep up with the sect's contributions, but influence is something that requires a long time to accumulate. Indeed, time was not on his side. Tang Tian fell silent. In terms of financial strength, he felt no fear, but when it came to overall power and influence, he was naturally far from people like Lu Chang'e. However, he did not possess an obsession with this. Ascending to the Yunning heavenly mansion and being able to consume in peace was sufficient for him. It's fine. I'll go with the flow, Tang Tian said. After voluntarily undertaking the construction of the 6th main peak, Tang Tian successfully obtained 5 quotas for the transformation dragon pool. Yun Kong even specifically warned him about a prodigy with a 9th grade physique among the core disciples, advising him to keep his distance from that individual. Little did he know, Tang Tian himself possessed a 9th grade physique and had already secured an immortal level physique. The two continued their conversation on various topics until Yun Kong suddenly asked, Tang Shitty, nothing has happened between you and your little door servant, has it? Tang Tian was slightly taken aback. You mean Jiu Xiaoxue? Yun Kong nodded. I don't know if it's too late to say this now. But if you haven't gotten involved with her, it's best not to entertain such thoughts. If something has already occurred, it's also best not to continue to at the very least. It shouldn't hinder her cultivation. Tang Tian frowned. From the moment Gu Xiaoxue arrived, he had sensed something amiss. How could a destined child be casually pushed into such a perilous situation? His second exchange with Zhong Yang confirmed his suspicions. It was certainly not a coincidence that Gu Xiaoxue was assigned to him as a protector. Just what was going on? Tang Tian questioned. Yun Kong sighed. Though the Qinghua sect strictly prohibits internecine strife among its members, covert skirmishes have never ceased. Jiu Xiaoxue is entangled in intra-sect calculations and some struggles among certain high-ranking officials. You have likely been inadvertently caught up in this, but I believe the person who orchestrated this did not anticipate your rapid rise. Rest assured, as long as your actions are not excessively outrageous, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Your current identity is not one that can be easily trifled with. Tang Tian remained silent, despite the lengthy explanation. Yun Kong still had not revealed the full extent of the situation. Given that even Yun Kong treated the matter with such gravity, it was evident that those high-ranking individuals involved were not ordinary people. Upon returning, he would have Li Hong investigate further. Although he had not done anything to Gu Xiaoxue, it would not hurt to clarify the matter. I understand, Tang Tian replied. Yun Kong nodded, and the two did not converse for long before Yun Kong took his leave. After departing the reception room, Tan Yushan and Mo Xiaoxiao arrived, discussing the upcoming plans and Tang Tian's scope of authority, after which they parted ways. Tang Tian returned to the Zijou courtyard with Gu Xiaoxue. This inspection meeting yielded tremendous rewards. The quantity of innate Dao jade reached 50, and consumption increased several times over, sufficient to exchange for an immortal level physique. Additionally, he had secured quotas for the transformation dragon pool, further elevating his status, and had obtained full authority to oversee the construction of the 6th main peak. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Upon returning, Tang Tian summoned Li Hong to investigate matters concerning Gu Xiaoxue. Although Yun Kong had indicated that the issue was not significant, he needed to ascertain the truth that as for Zhong Yang, having taken so much money from him while attempting to push him into danger. That matter could not simply be overlooked. Previously, he lacked the strength to act, but now he had ample confidence that at the very least, Zhong Yang would not be someone he would regard lightly. After addressing these matters, Tang Tian returned to his cultivation chamber. He would never forget that everything was aimed at enhancing his strength. That was the fundamental essence. Observing the consumption points within the system, Tang Tian promptly chose to redeem Immortal level physique, 1 billion consumption points. Redemption successful. You have acquired the immortal level physique. Body of the glutton. A familiar sensation surged within him once more, this time more intense than ever before, as the very depths of his life underwent a profound transformation. In a moment of bewilderment, Tang Tian felt as though he had entered a realm of primordial chaos. The gentle exhalation stirred a tempest, chaos roiling as cataclysmic signs erupted all around. When he inhaled, a more terrifying phenomenon ensued. The boundless chaos, as if drawn by an overwhelming force, coalesced into a massive chaotic whirlpool, surging into Tang Tian's abdomen. After a considerable time, Tang Tian gradually regained consciousness. The gluttonous secret technique, heaven swallowing. He had once again acquired a transmission secret technique, and the gluttonous secret technique was infinitely more powerful than the previous Qing Python secret technique. What astonished Tang Tian even more was the clear annotation that appeared following the gluttonous secret technique. This transmission secret technique could utilize a sacred level epiphany to elevate its realm. 1 sacred level epiphany. 1 billion consumption points. After redeeming the body of the glutton, Tang Tian still had over 30 billion consumption points remaining, ample to elevate it to a mastery realm. However, after some reflection, Tang Tian ultimately decided to temporarily forego this choice. The effect of the transformation dragon pool improved with higher physique levels, while the transmission secret technique served merely as an auxiliary. If, during the upcoming inspection meeting, his consumption points were to exceed 100 billion, he could then redeem an immortal level physique to that point. His success would be more assured. Having made his decision, Tang Tian focused his mind and entered a state of tranquil cultivation. As a destined child, coupled with various physique enhancements and the assistance of superior grade elixirs, his cultivation speed did not significantly diminish compared to the foundation establishment period. Merely 10 days later, he broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. During this time, Gu Xiaoxue also finally made another breakthrough, standing at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, with the aid of the innate Dao Jade, her progress in Dao techniques was astonishingly rapid, leading Tang Tian to seriously suspect that her innate talent was more extraordinary than merely that of a destined child. That Tio clarify this. He specifically consulted Yun Kong, who confirmed that Gu Xiaoxue indeed was a destined child. If she were even more exceptional, the sect would never allow such a prodigious talent to become a pawn in high-level conflicts. The facts were laid bare before him, and Tang Tian had no choice but to accept that even destined children could vary in capability. Yet, it was also fortuitous that her rapid growth kept Li Hong from providing substantial assistance in enhancing his power. The Lan Yu sisters could only match him when working together. Only Gu Xiaoxue consistently outpaced him, maintaining a swift growth rate for his overall strength. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Gu Xiaoxue had indeed provided him with considerable assistance, though it had yet to fully manifest. She was certainly not a mere ornament. After several days of cultivation, Yun Kong's inspection meetings continued to convene. The sect's main peak, with Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing present, faced no financial issues. However, other main peaks had vacancies. Ultimately, at the east peak, Jingheng, Tang Tian supplemented with 200 trillion spirit jades. At the north peak, Guanming, he supplemented with 150 trillion. Yet, at the west peak, Du Yuanqing rejected Tang Tian's goodwill, leaving him quite displeased. It seemed this fellow was determined to oppose him. Tang Tian scoffed. Investigations regarding Qin Hai also yielded some progress. It appeared that Tian Feng's actions were indeed at the behest of Du Yuanqing. You initiated this, so just wait, Tang Tian noted, keeping it in mind. With 350 trillion spirit jades in revenue, he was still some distance from the target of 100 billion. Unable to redeem an immortal level physique, Tang Tian ultimately chose to elevate the realm of the gluttonous secret technique. The technique had 5 realms: entry-level, proficient, mastery, minor completion, and major completion. The gluttonous secret technique also had a 6th realm, transmission. Tang Tian redeemed 6 sacred level epiphanies in one go, elevating the gluttonous secret technique to its highest realm. Once unleashed, it would be akin to swallowing the heavens. With this secret technique, he would undoubtedly not suffer losses during the journey to the transformation dragon pool. A few days later, Li Hong's investigations finally yielded results. The matter concerning Gu Xiaoxue indeed harbored some hidden complexities. 6 years ago, Xiaoxue was brought back to the sect by Elder Han Hai, one of the 7 principal elders of the sect's main peak. Tang Tian's heart tightened. The principal elders hold significant power within the Qinghua sect, their status only second to the sect leader and the Grand Elder, even more esteemed than the leaders of other peaks. It is no wonder that Yun Kong mentioned that this matter involves a struggle at high levels. Despite Elder Han Hai's esteemed position, he has been subtly vying with another principal elder, named Hong Yuan, and an MY investigation revealed that Elder Zhongyang, who was responsible for Xiao Xue's assignment, has a very close relationship with Elder Hong Yuan, one that could be described as subordinate, Li Hong remarked. Tang Tian lightly tapped the table with his fingers. So, Elder Zhongyang indeed deliberately arranged for Gu Xiaoxue to be by his side, intending to deprive Elder Han Hai of a promising disciple. This hardly qualifies as a significant conflict. At most, it is a minor conspiracy. Unfortunately, he became a victim of this small plot himself. Tang Tian did not believe that if he truly ruined Gu Xiaoxue, Elder Han Hai would let him off the hook simply because he was unaware of the situation upon emerging from seclusion. Moreover, at that time, Elder Zhongyang could easily distance himself, claiming he was merely fulfilling his duties. Oblivious to the ensuing events, at worst, Elder Hong Yuan would be there to protect him. The only one sacrificed would be Gu Xiaoxue, along with Tang Tian, an upstart with no significant background, that he was being treated as an inconsequential pawn. Tang Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If he were merely an upstart, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Yet, regrettably, he had risen too swiftly. Even someone of Elder Han Hai's caliber could not easily deal with him. Furthermore, he had not truly harmed Gu Xiaoxue. A simple explanation would suffice. However, being inexplicably ensnared in a scheme left him quite displeased, especially with Zhongyang. After all the resources he had provided, to be treated as a mere pawn was intolerable. After some contemplation, Tang Tian inquired, "Doesn't Xiaoxue have a senior sister? What is her situation?" Another point of intrigue in this incident is Gu Xiaoxue's senior sister, as the incident's origin was her suggestion to Xiaoxue that to break through to the nascent soul stage, she needed a nascent soul pill, and if short on funds, to become a guard. However, in reality, Gu Xiaoxue did not use a single nascent soul pill to achieve her breakthrough. Xiaoxue's senior sister, named Luo Danya, is one of Elder Han Hai's direct disciples, Li Hong explained. After Xiaoxue became a guard for the young master, she entered seclusion, currently striving to reach the fusion realm, likely preparing for the upcoming trial at the 10,000 Demons Tower. Tang Tian frowned slightly. The timing of her seclusion is quite peculiar. It seems strange yet remains unassailable. Nevertheless, his intuition suggested that this senior sister may also be involved. What is their usual relationship like? Tang Tian asked. Li Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "From what I know, it is very good. Since she entered the sect at a young age, Luo Danya has been caring for her. However, an incident occurred 4 years ago during the previous 100 Sects War when Luo Danya, at the peak of the transformation stage, was one of the most promising talents to advance to the heavenly mansion. Unfortunately, her performance was mediocre and she fell short of her goal. Hence, she entered seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the fusion realm, hoping to seize the opportunity at the upcoming trial at the 10,000 Demons Tower." Tang Tian contemplated for a while. Although he had not obtained any substantial evidence, he firmly believed that Luo Danya must be involved in this affair. If this is indeed the case, it transcends a mere conflict between opposing sides. It also unveils internal ugliness. After a moment's reflection, Tang Tian took a deep breath. Regardless, he could not remain passive any longer. They wished to orchestrate schemes while preserving their own safety. How naive that he needed to find a way to ensure that none of the participants could escape unscathed. He decided to leave the matter at that for now and would devise his own plan. Prepare well, for in a few days, the dragon transformation pool will open, Tang Tian instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Hong was taken aback. "The dragon transformation pool?" he exclaimed excitedly, cautiously asking, "Young master, do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled and nodded. "I have secured some spots. When the time comes, you, Xiaoxue, and the Lan Yu sisters will all be able to enter the dragon transformation pool to seize opportunities." Li Hong stared in disbelief. He had gathered information about the dragon transformation pool and understood how challenging it was to obtain a spot. Even the top core disciples might not secure one. He had never imagined he would possess such qualifications. Li Hong gazed at Tang Tian for a long moment, then rose and bowed deeply. "The young master's kindness is beyond my ability to repay." Tang Tian waved his hand. "Just make the most of this opportunity. I am counting on you to achieve good results at the 10,000 Demons Tower." Li Hong clenched his fists and declared earnestly, "I will certainly not disappoint the young master." In just a few days, the time swiftly passed. Ultimately, Tang Tian did not receive news about the investment activities of the Ninth Peak and could only participate in the Dragon Transformation Pool with his celestial-grade Tasty Devouring Body and legacy-level Tasty Devouring Secret Technique. Yun Kong had relayed the message to him early on and even sent someone to invite him. Subsequently, Tang Tian, along with Li Hong and Xiaoxue, ascended to the main peak. They made their way upward until they reached a height close to the peak. Here, there was a sheer cliff, and above the cliff lay a relatively flat area. By the time Tang Tian arrived, many had already gathered. Several young core disciples, each exuding formidable auras, were present, including Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Jing Hong, who stood alongside Yunkong. Young Master Tang. Over here, Yunkong smiled and beckoned. Tang Tian approached, exchanged a few casual words with Yunkong, and then stood in place, awaiting the opening of the dragon transformation pool. At that moment, Jing Hong walked over, smiling and clasping his hands. I have yet to thank young Master Tang for the recent inspection meeting. You have relieved our East Peak of a great burden. In the future, when you come to the East Peak, you will be our most esteemed guest. Feel free to reach out to me for anything. Tang Tian shook his head. We are all working for the development of the sect. There is no need to think too much about it. Young Master Jing He and Jing Hong had no conflicts. They had previously engaged in a pleasant exchange, so maintaining this facade was sufficient. After chatting with Jing Hong, Guanming also approached to express his gratitude. This individual seemed relatively reserved, and they exchanged few words, merely acknowledging one another. After all, they were now part of the same circle. A little while later, Mo Xiaoxiao arrived fashionably late. Not long after, the Four Peak Masters also made their entrance. Under the auspices of Yunkong and the Grand Elder, the Dragon Transformation Pool officially opened. Chapter 68. Provocation. As the Grand Elder wielded his powers, a rift suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds beneath the cliff. Blinding golden light surged upward from the depths of the sea, dazzling to the point where one could hardly keep their eyes open. Once his vision adjusted, Tang Tian beheld two golden dragons coiling majestically in the sea of clouds, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. At the center of the two golden dragons lay a shallow pool of water, shimmering with golden light, radiating an enchanting brilliance. The subtle, profound aura emanated from the pool, and merely inhaling its essence brought a sense of refreshing exhilaration. As if every part of one's body began to rejoice. This is dragon energy, Mo Xiaoxiao commented from the side. She then pointed toward the core disciples and whispered, "Focus on that disheveled-haired lad. He is the one with the 9-tier constitution, the devouring lion body, and has obtained a legacy secret technique. Once inside, remember to keep your distance from him, or he will siphon off a significant portion of the dragon energy." Tang Tian glanced over and saw an arrogant youth with thick, flowing hair, resembling a lion. Additionally, he recognized another familiar face, the talented youth, Huang Chong, who had been defeated by Xiaoxue during the Five Peaks exchange meeting. "What is his name?" Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao replied, "His name is Xiang Zhe, but everyone generally calls him Little Lion King." Tang Tian nodded, committing his appearance to memory. Moments later, the Grand Elder began to announce the rules. Once inside, each of you should find your own position. You have 1 hour. How much fortune you can acquire depends on your own efforts. I will transport you there, and the timer will start once the light curtain disperses. With that, the Grand Elder once again utilized his powers, lifting all participants into the sea of clouds, including Tang Tian. As he pondered how the Grand Elder determined who all were present, the scene shifted, and he found himself on a golden platform. Before him loomed a vast golden light curtain, and beyond it lay the Dragon Transformation Pool, encircled by the two golden dragons. Previously, he had not grasped the sheer size of the two golden dragons from the cliff. Upon entering, he realized that the dragons were indeed immense. The central Dragon Transformation Pool resembled a small lake, easily measuring dozens of meters in width. With such scale, could it not accommodate 50 individuals? Tang Tian smirked. In some amusement parks, 5,000 people could fit within. While he mentally scoffed, a voice called out from behind him, "Tang Tian, young Master Tang." Turning, he found yet another familiar face to eye in the fierce competition for the flag. Niao Wushuang seized the royal banner from the crowd. Observing her formidable presence, it was evident that she had ascended to the golden core stage. It was no wonder she garnered the attention of Mo Xiaoxiao. She was indeed extraordinary. This marked our second encounter, Niao Wushuang stated. Although our current standings differ, I would still like the opportunity for a fair combat with you, should the chance arise. You are undoubtedly formidable. Tang Tian replied with a faint smile, perhaps another time. Given the disparity in their statuses, the likelihood of a rematch seemed slim. Niao Wushuang said no more and returned to the side of Mo Xiaoxiao's other two subordinates. However, before Tang Tian could gather his thoughts, another voice rang out behind him. "You are Tang Tian?" The tone was brash and filled with hostility. Tang Tian frowned slightly and turned to see none other than the young Lion King. Xiang Zhe, who had been mentioned by Mo Xiaoxiao, possessing a 9th-grade physique. He was flanked by numerous core disciples, all casting unfriendly glances at Tang Tian, including the little prodigy, Huang Chong. "What do you want?" Tang Tian asked nonchalantly. Xiangze scoffed coldly, sizing Tang Tian up and saying, "So, you were the one who snatched the spots from my brothers?" He chuckled derisively. "Not much to you, I see." Understanding dawned on Tang Tian. No wonder they were so hostile. It was indeed because of this. There were only 50 spots available, already predetermined, and he had taken 5 of them. It was obvious from whom those spots had been taken. "You should seek out those who confirmed the spots, not me," Tang Tian replied. Xiangze shot him a sideways glance. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost those 5 spots. Who else should we confront?" Tang Tian shook his head in resignation. Having been accustomed to the demeanor of the honorary disciples, he found the straightforwardness of the core disciples somewhat unappealing. These fellows preferred a direct approach, confronting anyone they disliked without much pretense. Attempting to reason with them using the honorary disciple's rules was bound to be futile. "What do you intend to do? The spots are already taken." Tang Tian shrugged. "Don't worry," Xiangze replied. "The sect rules are in place. I won't do anything to you. I merely came to identify the one who took our spots. Once we enter the dragon transformation pool, you better find a hidden corner to hide in. If I catch you, I'll ensure you absorb not a single wisp of dragon energy." Tang Tian remained silent. "At that point, I suggest you keep your distance from me. Consider it a friendly warning." Upon hearing this, Xiangze burst into laughter, his long hair swaying with mirth. "You wish. Even if I do nothing today, I'll stick closely to you, ensuring your efforts are in vain. And your subordinates. What a joke. Anyone seems to be able to enter the dragon transformation pool these days. None of you will take away even an ounce of fortune." With that, Xiangze turned. Flanked by Huang Chong and the others, Tang Tian watched in silence. After dealing with the cunning Yun Kong, he found Xiangze's youthful brashness rather amusing. However, if he insisted on seeking trouble, that was his own doing. After a moment's thought, Tang Tian instructed, "Li Hong, once we enter, you and the others stick close to me, and we'll assess the situation from there." He was not particularly worried about Xiangze. But if Li Hong and the others were targeted, it could become quite troublesome. As time passed, the golden veil enveloping the dragon transformation pool began to fade rapidly. At last, there came a moment when the veil completely vanished. Those who were quick to react immediately leaped into the pool. In the blink of an eye, dozens of disciples were seen swimming vigorously, searching for advantageous positions. Observing this, Tang Tian did not hesitate and jumped into the dragon transformation pool alongside Li Hong and the others. Chapter 69. You had better not give up. Upon entering the dragon transformation pool, Tang Tian finally understood why no one opted for flight, but instead chose to swim. Within this pool, there seemed to exist a unique rule that bound all cultivation levels. Regardless of whether one was at the foundation establishment or divine transformation stage, they were akin to mortals here, relying solely on physical strength to propel themselves. No wonder they said that in the dragon transformation pool, physical prowess was of utmost significance. It was essential for seizing the initiative. Watching the disciples swim determinately towards the depths, Tang Tian remained calm. Allowing himself to relax and attune to the sensations around him as he settled his mind, he felt an abundance of profound energy intricately weaving its way into his limbs and bones. This energy was rapidly transforming every aspect of his body, enhancing his overall capabilities. Yet, a greater portion of this power quietly nestled within him, promising continued transformation even after leaving the dragon transformation pool. This was the dragon energy. The more dragon energy absorbed, the longer its effects would last, and the greater the benefits received. That's how it is, Tang Tian realized. However, he soon discovered another intriguing detail. The dragon energy within the pool was not evenly distributed. Certain directions harbored significantly denser concentrations of dragon energy, and the closer one swam towards those areas, the richer the energy became. It seemed someone had informed them of this beforehand. With this in mind, Tang Tian prepared to follow the trajectory of the dragon energy in search of the most concentrated area. Yet, just as he set off, he noticed Xiangze, wearing a mischievous grin, swimming towards him. It appeared the lad was intent on claiming his dragon energy. Tang Tian shook his head and chose to ignore him, moving towards his desired destination. Xiangze, however, altered his course to follow him closely. "Wanna hide? Haha, the pool isn't that large. Let us see where you can escape," he taunted, trailing Tang Tian. Tang Tian felt exasperated but continued to disregard him, focusing instead on finding the ideal spot. The unfolding events within the dragon transformation pool were being keenly observed by those outside. "Xiangze is quite interesting," remarked several elders among the core disciples. "This young man possesses a spirited audacity. Even if he wastes some time, he is determined to oppose Tang Tian. It's commendable." Young people should have such fearless courage. The honorary disciples also took note of the situation. Tang Tian expended such a considerable sum to secure these spots. Yet it seems it was for naught. One individual remarked gleefully. This was Du Yuanqing, who had declined Tang Tian's offer of supplementary spirit jade. His words immediately drew the ire of another. Du Gongzi, you cannot say that. Jing Heng interjected languidly. Young Master Tang has generously contributed to the sect's development and construction. Securing a few spots is well-deserved. Without our investment, how could the other disciples enjoy such favorable cultivation conditions? Xiangzhe interjected. Do you not grasp this principle? He escalated the discussion to encompass the entire group of honorary disciples, leaving Du Yuanqing momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter. The others merely smiled faintly. Understanding that Du Yuanqing had only recently assumed his position and lacked the verbal finesse of an old hand like Jing Hong, Master Jing makes a valid point. Yun Kong chimed in to mediate. Core disciples are the future of the sect, while honorary disciples lay the groundwork for its development. Neither can be overlooked. He acknowledged the oversight of not having forewarned Xiangzhe and the others and promised to compensate young Master Tang after the conclusion of the Dragon Transformation Pool event. In the future, he would also take their perspective into greater consideration. Jing Heng quickly waved his hand, claiming he had merely spoken offhandedly. The others exchanged knowing smiles. They were all seasoned players in this game. Yun Kong, in reality, sought to prevent the precious dragon energy from falling into the hands of those with lesser talents, which was why he had intentionally failed to inform Xiangzhe. Jing Heng had cleverly turned Du Yuanqing's comments against him, simultaneously signaling Yun Kong that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Yun Kong's response provided them with a degree of closure that as for Tang Tian misfortune was simply misfortune. It had little bearing on them. The group of honorary disciples, after all, was not a monolithic entity, each driven by their own ambitions. After this brief interlude, the focus shifted back to the Dragon Transformation Pool. This moment, Tang Tian had reached the central area of the pool, precisely at the point where two golden dragons faced each other. Here, he discovered that the concentration of dragon energy was tenfold greater than at the edge of the pool. Absorbing energy in this location would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Upon his arrival, several others had also congregated in this central position, each unwilling to relinquish the prime spot that as Tang Tian approached. They frowned slightly. However, upon noticing Xiangzhe swimming closely behind him, their expressions shifted. And without much deliberation, they vacated the area. Tang Tian was taken aback. The intimidation factor of Xiangzhe, or rather, the intimidation of a ninth-grade physique, was indeed formidable. Haha, you certainly know how to pick your spots. Xiangzhe swam up, floating beside Tang Tian, a mocking smile on his face. Truly, human greed knows no bounds. Do you dare to covet such a splendid place? But it's fine. I won't have to follow you around anymore. If you have the guts, then cultivate here. Tang Tian glanced at him but chose not to respond. Engaging in a debate with such a person often leads to being dragged down into his world, where he would exploit his extensive experience to defeat you. It was unnecessary. Steadying his mind, Tang Tian quickly entered a state of cultivation, opening his spirit to absorb the dragon aura. Instantly, a vast amount of dragon aura surged in from all directions, transforming every aspect of his being. This feeling of metamorphosis was akin to when Tang Tian exchanged for a physique within the system. It represented a leap in the realm of life itself. However, before he could truly begin to absorb it, he felt a powerful attraction that robbed him of all the dragon aura surrounding him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the fleeing dragon aura was heading directly towards Xiangzhe. At that moment, Xiangzhe's long hair floated gently, his entire being radiating golden light, resembling a true lion king, majestic and imposing. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's gaze, Xiangzhe opened his eyes and flashed a grin. I told you, I have my eyes on you. The onlookers also witnessed this spectacle. The elders among the core disciples erupted in laughter. Jing Heng shook his head slightly. Young Master Tang is in trouble. As long as Xiangzhe desires it, he will surely be unable to absorb the dragon aura normally. Mo Xiao observed the scene quietly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Yet suddenly, her gaze shifted, revealing a hint of surprise to eye in the dragon pool. Watching the boastful and complacent Xiangzhe, Tang Tian spoke calmly. Since that is the case, then follow closely behind me. Do not give up halfway. As his words fell, a terrifying aura, seemingly from the ancient primordial chaos, exploded in the center of the dragon pool. Chapter 70. Sweeping the field. What? The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of those outside. Was that Tang Tian? Standing on the cliff, people could clearly see that the dragon aura, which had just been attracted to Xiang Zhe, had suddenly reversed direction, converging around Tang Tian. This situation could only imply one possibility. Tang Tian's physique was of a higher level than Xiang Zhe's. Previously, there had been no mention of young Master Tang possessing such an extraordinary physique, right? Jing Heng expressed his astonishment. Liu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, there has been no such word. His strength, talent, and physique had always been relegated to that of a mere servant disciple. Jing Heng sighed. Even with ample cultivation resources, it would only hasten the enhancement of his cultivation level and realm. Right? But now it seems, it is far beyond that, he continued to lament, as people had only recognized Tang Tian's wealth while overlooking his innate power. Today, a sudden emergence had astonished nearly everyone. However, one individual remained unfazed. Mo Xiao maintained her composure, stating calmly, young Master Tang's strength has always been underestimated. During the last outer sect disciple assessment, just before it concluded, he encountered Niao Wushuang, who had obtained the king flag. Niao Wushuang was reluctant to hand over the flag, leading to a brief conflict with young Master Tang. Yet, even when she exerted all her might, it had no effect. Young Master Tang effortlessly dissolved her attack and took the king flag. The crowd turned their gaze, their astonishment deepening. They had heard of this incident, but the tale had been spun around young Master Tang offering a bounty of 100 million spiritual jade to add excitement to the flag-snatching contest, ultimately achieving success. However, no one had ever mentioned the details. Mo Xiao recounted. Young Master Tang has been quite adept at hiding his true abilities, Jing Heng remarked, his gaze subtly drifting towards Yun Kong. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly, saying, Yun Kong, how could such an outstanding disciple be relegated to a nominal disciple? Yun Kong felt embarrassed and quickly replied, it was my oversight. Young Master Tang has always been quite low-key, not revealing his talents, which is why no one has noticed. The Grand Elder snorted dismissively. Must one expose their talents for others to take notice? What purpose do you management figures serve then? Over the years, although the sect had developed rapidly, the atmosphere had gradually soured. I have heard many accounts of exceptionally gifted disciples being overlooked or even deliberately undermined. You, the young sect master, ought to reflect on this. In the face of the Grand Elder's reprimand, Yun Kong repeatedly admitted his faults. In the pursuit of rapid development, many hidden dangers had indeed surfaced. Observing Yun Kong's chastisement, Jing Heng maintained a neutral demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, while the others bore similarly detached expressions. The relationships among these higher-ups were not as harmonious as the masses imagined. After this interlude, attention returned to the dragon pool. That moment, a vast area in the center of the pool was nearly devoid of dragon aura, all of it having been drawn towards Tang Tian. Feeling the shift in the dragon aura, Xiang Zhe stood frozen in disbelief. How can this be? Xiang Zhe's face was filled with incredulity. He was a 9th-grade physique, an exceedingly rare existence within Qinghua sect. How could he be outmatched by a nominal disciple? Or rather, if Tang Tian possessed such an extraordinary physique, why would he choose to remain a nominal disciple? I refuse to believe it, Xiang Zhe shouted vehemently. You must be using tricks. UV employed some divine object, haven to you? A person like you could surely obtain such a thing. Humph, I tell you, it's futile. In the face of absolute power, no external object can endure for long. Return the dragon aura to me, he bellowed, his hair whipping about, a force even greater than before erupting, sweeping across the dragon pooled, heaven-swallowing lion's secret technique. Gasps of astonishment filled the dragon pool, prompting many to retreat further from that area. Even if they had not witnessed the power of a legacy technique, they had heard of it. If Xiang Zhe were to completely lose control, it was likely that a significant portion of the dragon aura in the pool would succumb to him. Yet, what astonished them more was what Tang Tian had done to compel Xiang Zhe to resort to utilizing a legacy technique. Despite this, Tang Tian showed no signs of panic. What was his foundation? After the influence of the heaven-swallowing lion's secret technique, Tang Tian indeed felt a slight delay in the influx of dragon aura towards him. Even some that were relatively close to Xiang Zhe were gradually drifting towards his direction. This development brought Xiang Zhe great joy, prompting him to push the legacy technique to its limits, his gaze towards Tang Tian becoming once again challenging. Can you handle this? Tang Tian shook his head slightly. A mischievous child can sometimes seem endearing, yet if they persistently bounce around before you, one might feel inclined to kick them away. Just because he had regained a slight advantage did not mean he could become arrogant. Previously, Tang Tian had merely tested the power of the Taodai physique. He hadn't even reached 1/10 of its strength. He had not even employed the full extent of the legacy-level Taodai secret technique. Tang Tian grew weary of engaging with him, and with a thought, he fully unleashed the Tao Dai physique. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual power storm swept across the entire dragon pool. The dragon aura that had previously slowed down suddenly seemed to clarify its direction. Rushing towards Tang Tian with fervor, and no matter how hard Xiangze struggled to retain it, it bore no effect. The disparity between an immortal grade physique and a ninth grade physique was laid bare at this moment. At this juncture, not only was Xiangze bewildered, but so were the other disciples positioned throughout the dragon pool, for they could distinctly sense that even the dragon aura in their vicinity was gradually converging towards Tang Tian. Witnessing this, Tang Tian decided to unleash the Tao Tai secret technique fully. The next moment, the dragon pool erupted, countless dragon auras converged into a golden torrent, rushing towards Tang Tian. Even the golden pool water transformed into clarity in an instant. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, gazing at the clear waters beside them, feeling as if they wanted to cry but found no tears. They had come seeking transformation, not for a swim. Yet, they were powerless. For the rules here dictated that the one with the stronger physique held sway. Feeling the complex gazes of the crowd, Tang Tian fell into silence. This time, he had truly exposed his strength. However, this was precisely what he had intended to do. After all, this was the realm of cultivation. While it was indeed convenient to bear the title of a nominal disciple, it ultimately barred him from entering the true world of cultivation. Previously, his strength had been too weak, and his status insufficient, but that was no longer the case, now that he had achieved the Golden Core stage and entered the upper echelons of Qingwei's sect. A slight change was requisite. Moreover, the Tao Dai physique was merely the tip of the iceberg of his current trump cards. Chapter 71. Tang Tian's ambition. This might be a bit inappropriate, right? Observing the developments within the dragon pool, several elders from the core disciples furrowed their brows. Although they were astonished by Tang Tian's sudden burst of strength, did he not realize that by seizing all the dragon aura, he was leaving the others to fend for themselves? Elderly, what do you think of this? They gestured to the Grand Elder. They had invested a great deal for these quotas. Now, watching them being claimed entirely by Tang Tian, how could they endure such an affront? However, the Grand Elder merely cast them a fleeting glance. How is it? Is there anything inappropriate? The Grand Elder coldly declared, rules are rules. How can they be arbitrarily changed due to special circumstances? Everything relies on one's abilities. How much dragon energy Tang Tian can take is entirely his capability. What's there to discuss? Just now, Xiangze deliberately seized Tang Tian's dragon energy, yet none of you spoke up. Now you jump out. You, who have lived for hundreds of years, have truly sunk to a new low. It was evident that the Grand Elder was genuinely angry. First it was Yun Kong, and now this group of elders, which left him exceedingly displeased. Indeed, at this moment, Lu Chang'e leisurely remarked, back in the day, when Fairy Ling Luo participated in the dragon transformation pool, she monopolized all the dragon energy, just as today. I recall that at the time, none of you elders raised any objections, and we all tacitly accepted that outcome. Why is it that when roles reverse, you can no longer endure it? Upon hearing this, the others recalled that event. Back then, as the representative of the core disciples, Fairy Ling Luo stood out alone, and the elders were quite arrogant, ridiculing the honorary disciples and guests. Now, it was their turn to face the music. The Grand Elder's reprimand, coupled with Lu Chang'e's sardonic remarks, rendered the elders' faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. In comparison, they indeed fell to a lowly position. The Grand Elder coldly snorted. After the dragon pool concludes, all of you are to report to the Grand Hall. The prevailing atmosphere of recent years requires a thorough rectification. When a true authority expressed anger, everyone fell silent. Even Yun Kong dared not act out. Lu Chang'e and others, however, felt much more at ease. Though their subordinates were also present in the dragon pool, they were not short of such talents. In contrast, having the opportunity to retaliate against their opponents was exceedingly rare. All of this was thanks to Tang Tian, who provided everyone with such a grand surprise. Within the dragon pool, after employing the secret technique of Tao Dai, everything was devoid of suspense. Observing the surging dragon energy, Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, then pointed his hand, dividing 4 streams of dragon energy and sending them to Li Hong and the others. The dragon energy was indeed extraordinary, but to be frank, it held little significance for Tang Tian. Potential, talent, these were things he possessed in abundance. Behind the innate child and the Tao Tai secret technique lay many more extraordinary existences waiting for him to exchange with. Rather than hog it all, it was better to share it with Li Hong and the others, as they would ultimately aid him in ascending to the heavenly abode. Upon feeling the influx of abundant dragon energy, Li Hong and the others quickly held their breath and entered a state of cultivation, striving to absorb this rare divine object. Watching them all enter this state, Tang Tian scanned his surroundings. Fixing his gaze on Nie Wushuang. 6 individuals, including Nan Feng, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Shun Sairu, were brought in close proximity. Since he was temporarily affiliated with Nan Feng and their relationship was relatively harmonious, he decided to lend a hand. With that thought, Tang Tian again divided a stream of dragon energy and sent it to the area where Nie Wushuang and the others were. The group was instantly astonished, and upon confirming Tang Tian's intentions, they displayed expressions of gratitude. Thank you, young Master Tang. Matters concerning the future cannot be feigned or dismissed. Nie Wushuang also showed a grateful expression, slightly bowing to express her thanks, before seizing the opportunity to enter a state of cultivation. Observing that they could also obtain dragon energy, the other disciples in the vicinity exhibited envious expressions. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, wondering why they weren't disciples of Nan Feng. Tang Tian, seeing the expressions of the crowd, shook his head and sighed. Well, considering you all are under the young master, and we are somewhat kindred spirits, since we have entered the dragon transformation pool, I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Take it. With that, he waved his hand, causing several streams of dragon energy to form into serpentine dragons, coiling in their respective areas. The expressions of gratitude from the crowd were beyond words. Young Master Tang's generosity truly leaves us in awe. Thank you, young master. I shall never forget today's kindness. They all expressed their thanks in unison. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. In fact, it was indeed no trouble. There was an abundance of dragon energy, far too much to utilize, and this treasure couldn't be taken outside. Moments later, all the individuals on the honorary disciple side had entered a state of cultivation. Beginning to absorb the dragon energy, this situation made the core disciples watch enviously, yet they found themselves powerless, as strictly speaking, they were rivals to Tang Tian. However, some chose to be the first to seize the opportunity. Brother, Tanggu, it's your little brother. A youthful figure swam to the forefront of the crowd. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was a familiar face that it was Gong Qi, the boy who had tried to ambush him during the flag-snatching battle and had forced him to serve as a guard for a time. You have the audacity to show your face? Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh. This guy truly had a thick skin. Gong Qi beamed. Tanggu, what we had was a misunderstanding that a day as a little brother is a lifetime as a little brother. Given that I once served as your guard, could you share a portion of the dragon energy with me? Please, brother. Tang Tian was both amused and exasperated. He truly hadn't expected Gong Qi to step forward at this moment. There was plenty of dragon energy, but he didn't wish to casually distribute it to the core disciples. However, since he kept calling him brother, he relented. Fine. You are after all a disciple of Nan Feng. Take it. Tang Tian waved his hand, tossing a stream of dragon energy toward him. Gong Qi's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly exclaimed, Thank you, brother. From now on, I shall be your most loyal little brother. Tang Tian shook his head, not taking it to heart. Watching Gong Qi successfully acquire the dragon energy and begin absorbing it, the remaining core disciples could no longer sit idly by. Moments later, several core disciples hesitated as they approached, opening their mouths and eventually managing to utter a single word, brother. Tang Tian instantly facepalmed, his skin crawling. Gong Qi called him brother, and now they did too? Did they truly believe Gong Qi received dragon energy simply for calling him brother? Tang Tian couldn't be bothered analyzing these fellows' thought processes. He waved his hand, distributing a bit of dragon energy to them as well. The core disciples expressed their gratitude in chorus, and even Huang Chong, who had previously clashed with Tang Tian, looked at him with a changed expression. By now, nearly everyone had received dragon energy, except for Xiangzhe. Naturally, Tang Tian would not distribute any to him. Even calling him grandpa was futile. The amounts of dragon energy given to others also varied. Li Hong and the others received a generous amount. Nie Wushuang's group received a sufficient amount. The honorary disciples received just enough to qualify, while for the core disciples, receiving any at all was already a boon. After completing this, Tang Tian began to absorb the remaining dragon energy himself. After all, he had come this far. He couldn't leave empty-handed. The events unfolding within the dragon pool were also being observed by those outside. Tang Tian's actions prompted widespread admiration. Even the usually stern Grand Elder displayed a slight change in expression. What a magnanimous heart! To have such a disciple is truly a blessing for our Qinghua sect. You lot are simply pitiful in comparison. The Grand Elder could not help but reprimand the group of elders once more. Then turned to Yun Kong, saying, After this concludes, bring Tang Tian to the Grand Hall that I wish to meet him personally. Yun Kong promptly agreed. Chapter 72. a conversation with the Grand Elder at first. The atmosphere in the dragon transformation pool was tense, with neither side willing to yield, but it suddenly transformed into harmony. Everyone diligently guarded their dragon energy, earnestly absorbing it, even when in close proximity. There were no complaints. All of this stemmed from Tang Tian's unexpected maneuvers. Young Master Tang seems exceptionally adept at orchestrating such situations. Jing Hung approached Mo Xiao, chuckling softly. Shanchuan Garden, the flag-snatching battle, the Five Peaks Exchange Conference, the inspection meeting, and now today's dragon transformation pool. He always manages to do the unexpected, making these events the most memorable. Mo Xiao shot him a glance, replying coolly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Jing Hung chuckled awkwardly. This fellow was indeed direct. Then I shall speak plainly. Regarding that position, what are young Master Tang's thoughts? Mo Xiao raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to contend for it as well? Jing Hung quickly waved his hands. I lack the strength for that. Just holding on to the East Peak position has exhausted me. How could I compare with you all? I merely wish to know young Master Tang's future plans to be prepared. Mo Xiao scoffed lightly. Then why not just ask him directly? Jing Heng forced a smile. If he could ask him directly, why would he need to consult her? He wasn't familiar enough with Tang Tian to pose such inquiries without arousing suspicion of ulterior motives. However, Mo Xiao seemed uninterested in discussing further, leaving Jing Hung with no choice but to bow and take his leave. Just as he was about to depart, Mo Xiao suddenly spoke up. Tang Tian is a person difficult to fathom. His objectives seem to diverge from those of all of us. Yet, I can assure you, as long as you do not actively oppose him, he will likely not consider you an enemy. Jing Hung paused, reflecting for a moment before bowing to Mo Xiao and turning to leave. An hour passed, gradually nearing its conclusion. This time, within the dragon transformation pool, many had absorbed a significant amount of dragon energy, their faces glowing with golden light, evidently having gained considerable fortune. Some even broke through their realms on the spot. However, after each individual receives their fortune, they must face Tang Tian, bow respectfully, and sincerely express their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my brother." Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite perplexed. I really do not have such peculiar habits, all right? Once again, he expressed his gratitude to young Master Tang, relieved to finally encounter someone more reasonable. Turning his head, he saw Nya Wushuang, who seemed to emanate an aura indicating her breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. This person's talent was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he himself was not weak either. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted nearby. It was the Lanyu sisters. During this period, they had been utilizing innate Dao Jade to assist their cultivation, and with the addition of the dragon energy absorbed today, their innate talents had fundamentally transformed. They had ascended from the 9-stage talent to that of an innate child. Their subsequent path in cultivation would undoubtedly be smoother, following the transformation of the Lanyu sisters. Li Hong also followed suit, with 8 talent rings floating around him as his cultivation finally broke through to the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm. Li Hong's face was filled with excitement, while Tang Tian smiled and encouraged him to continue cultivating, making the most of the remaining time. However, what surprised Tang Tian was that Gu Xiaoxue did not exhibit any extraordinary performance during this trip to the dragon transformation pool. It seemed she was merely an ordinary innate child, her cultivation only slightly more stable at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Tang Tian shook his head, realizing that this girl had always been somewhat abnormal. After a while, the trip to the dragon transformation pool officially concluded. Under the influence of an irresistible force, everyone was transported out of the pool, returning to the cliff as soon as they arrived. Xiangzhe immediately sought out his elder, passionately expressing his grievances. However, after only a few words, he was sternly reprimanded by the elder, leaving the little Lion King looking quite dejected. It seemed he did not understand why the elder, who had always doted on him, suddenly changed so drastically. Tang Tian chose to ignore this and returned to the area designated for honorary disciples. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your generous act. Jing Hung and Guan Meng expressed their gratitude with cupped hands, while Lu Chang'e and the others smiled in acknowledgement. Regardless of past grievances, Tang Tian had indeed helped them today, granting them considerable face. Even if there were past conflicts, it was not the time to show them. Tang Tian reciprocated their thanks before returning to Mo Xiao's side. I will find a way to compensate you, Mo Xiao said. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a casual act. There's no need to take it to heart. What has happened to those people? They all look as if they have been struck by frost. It cannot be that severe, especially since I even shared some dragon energy with them. Tang Tian remarked, looking puzzled at the elders of the core disciples. Mo Xiao chuckled. They were scolded by the Grand Elder, and soon they will have a meeting where they will be reprimanded again. What transpired on the cliff earlier was quite thrilling. Tang Tian was taken aback and was about to inquire further when he noticed Yun Kong approaching. Mo Xiao discreetly excused herself, and Yun Kong stepped forward, remarking, "Young Master Tang, today you have truly surprised everyone. An immortal level physique, even in the Cloud Summit Heavenly Mansion, is an exceedingly rare existence." Tang Tian smiled, but remained silent, although some of his strength had been revealed. He was not foolish enough to divulge all the specifics to others. Noticing Tang Tian's reluctance to speak, Yun Kong said, "The Grand Elder wishes to meet you in the back hall of the Sect Master. Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Elder mentioned by Yun Kong must refer to the sect's Grand Elder, a figure second only to the Sect Master. Why would he want to see him? After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian replied, "I currently have no other matters." It was impossible to decline a summons from someone of such high stature. "Very well, then please follow me," Yun Kong instructed. Moments later, Tang Tian and Yun Kong arrived at the Sect Master's Grand Hall. Specifically in a garden at the back, the Grand Elder was seated under a pavilion. And after bringing Tang Tian to him, Yun Kong bowed and withdrew. Disciple Tang Tian pays respects to the Grand Elder, Tang Tian said, bowing deeply. The Grand Elder scrutinized Tang Tian and gestured for him to sit. Once settled, the Grand Elder directly inquired, "Why did you choose to be an honorary disciple previously?" Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "At that time, I did not fully understand the sect's rules. And to ensure my safety, I chose the identity of an honorary disciple." This was the explanation he had long prepared. The Grand Elder sighed softly upon hearing this. The sect has ultimately lost sight of ordinary disciples. Over the years, there have been too many disciples like you, possessing decent talent, yet straying onto the wrong path for various reasons. Had you not suddenly acquired substantial wealth, you might have remained forever buried among the menial disciples. Tang Tian fell silent, acknowledging the existence of such situations. The Qingyue sect was vast, and it was inevitable for some talents to be overlooked. The criteria for judging an excellent disciple were not solely based on talent. However, did the Grand Elder's last statement imply something deeper? After some thought, Tang Tian said, "I stumbled upon an opportunity by chance." Yet before he could finish, the Grand Elder raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is no need to disclose what opportunity you encountered. The sect does not covet the fortunes of its disciples. As long as you abide by the rules, you are a disciple of the Qingyue sect. You handled today's matter splendidly, setting a commendable example for others. Many have gradually lost their original intentions on the path of rapid advancement." Tang Tian could not help but fall into contemplation. The perspective of such a prominent figure was indeed vastly different from that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, he could not resist asking a question that had lingered in his mind. Is the sect not concerned that this may be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, leading to betrayal? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled. "Oh, you think we old-timers are merely sitting idly? If such occurrences were to arise, it would be our dereliction of duty, and the positions beneath us would rightfully be taken by others. Do not overthink. As long as your conscience is clear, there is no need to fear the ghost hunters." Tang Tian nodded in understanding, feeling reassured. Indeed, a complete sect operates much like a nation, with each member performing their respective roles to ensure the smooth functioning of this grand mechanism. Internal strife undoubtedly exists, but it remains within an accepted boundary. To dare overstep would invite utter calamity. Continue your efforts. An immortal level physique is exceedingly rare. Do not squander it. The Grand Elder said, "I have heard from Yun Kong that you have financed the entire construction of the sixth peak. On behalf of the sect, I extend my gratitude. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to discuss it directly with me." Tang Tian promptly expressed that it was merely his duty. However, an idea suddenly struck him. I wonder if I could trouble the Grand Elder to place a mark on my innate Dao Jade. It was better to be prepared in advance regarding the matter of Zhongyang. Chapter 73. Pregnant. The Grand Elder agreed to Tang Tian's request. Tang Tian hurriedly produced a piece of innate Dao Jade, allowing the Grand Elder to engrave a special mark within it. This mark would be undetectable by cultivators below the immortal level. And Tang Tian would be able to trace where this piece of innate Dao Jade ultimately ended up. Whenever he wished, he could forcefully summon it back. This ability could only be utilized once, but it was generally sufficient. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Tang Tian expressed his gratitude. The Grand Elder replied, "No need for thanks. It is a trivial matter. I shall not delve into your intentions for this action." But in any case, you must not engage in actions that would be detrimental to the sect. Tang Tian promptly agreed that in truth, he merely wished to leave a contingency plan with Zhongyang. If Zhongyang could resist temptation, then it would be entirely useless. But could he truly resist? A subtle smile appeared on Tang Tian's lips. By the way, the Grand Elder suddenly said, you are still an inner disciple of the sect. Correct? Do you have any aspirations of being promoted to a core disciple? Tang Tian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not at the moment that I am already an honorary disciple, and I do not have a particularly high demand for that identity. My participation in the flag-seizing battle was merely out of fleeting interest. It held little significance. Yet the Grand Elder sighed gently. You should consider participating. You have seen the prevailing atmosphere within the sect. Xiangzhe, despite possessing exceptional talent, has been molded into an impulsive, irritable, and arrogant individual, as if he believes his talent makes him invincible. There are numerous disciples within the sect who resemble him. Hence, I wish for you to step in and give them a warning, lest they lose their lives after leaving the sect due to their arrogance. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would say such a thing, although his enthusiasm was still not very strong. Given that the Grand Elder had just helped him once, he felt that this small matter could still be undertaken, that it is merely a casual task. Very well, I shall abide by the Grand Elder's words. However, if I do take action, I will certainly choose to go all out. As of today, he could begin to reveal some of his true strength, as long as he kept certain trump cards hidden. The Grand Elder smiled. That is the right approach. A thorough lesson is necessary to temper their arrogant spirits. Tang Tian also smiled, recognizing that the Grand Elder's viewpoint was always refreshingly different. Subsequently, the two did not continue their conversation further, and Tang Tian took his leave. Descending from the peak, he found Li Hong and the others waiting for him. Upon the return of Tang Tian, they immediately knelt before him. Your grace of rebirth. My subordinates vow with unwavering hearts to never forget it for eternity. Their gratitude was palpable. The journey to the dragon transformation pool had brought them immense fortune, akin to a metamorphosis. Tang Tian chuckled as he helped them to their feet, saying, I had mentioned there was no need for such gestures. Simply focus on your cultivation. He did not demand oaths. Every action he undertook served a distinct purpose. Now, return. The group made their way down the mountain. Along the path, Tang Tian observed several esteemed elders hastily ascending the mountain, their expressions grave, leaving him curious about the unfolding events. After a brief while, they returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Tang Tian sat beneath the old locust tree, contemplating, before summoning Gu Xiaoxua. After some casual conversation, he divulged everything to her. Although Xiaoxua was innocent, she was far from foolish and quickly grasped the underlying implications. Are you suggesting that my senior sister deliberately had me act as a guard? She whispered. Tang Tian sighed gently. I have inquired, and it is said that a child of innate talent does not require any elixirs to break through before the tribulation period. I believe your senior sister should be aware of this. Yet we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility otherwise. Xiaoxua bowed her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly stating, I understand. Ever since my senior sister's defeat in the last 100 schools battle, the elders have treated her with indifference. Tang Tian remained silent. The girl was astute. At times, she merely feigned ignorance. As for your matters, I shall not interfere. You must handle them yourself. However, since Zhongyang has included me in his schemes, I must prepare accordingly, Tang Tian asserted. Xiaoxua nodded, asking, what do you plan to do? Is there anything you need from me? Tang Tian pondered, hesitating before responding. Well, I do have a plan, but it may require you to sacrifice something. Xiaoxua blinked in surprise. What kind of sacrifice? He beckoned her closer and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing, her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, evoking a twinge of guilt within Tang Tian. But I am only 15. I will be 16 in 2 months. Her voice was barely audible. Tang Tian cleared his throat. It's merely to circulate within a limited circle, primarily for Zhongyang to hear this rumor. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall devise another plan. Xiaoxua remained silent for quite some time, causing Tang Tian to grow restless, ready to abandon the matter. Finally, she whispered, it's fine. I am willing. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. The preceding moments had been excruciating. With her affirmation, he promptly sent her back to her room. On the way back, her cheeks were still flushed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian sought to calm his emotions before calling forth Li Hong. I need you to help me spread a piece of news, he instructed, outlining his arrangements. Li Hong paused momentarily. Is this true? Tang Tian's face darkened. Of course not. What are you thinking? I merely require a pretext to gift something to that old man Zhongyang. Alas, it's a pity for Xiaoxue, as her reputation may suffer. Remember, as long as Zhongyang hears it, do not let it spread widely to Li Hong nodded, chuckling. You worry too much. Given your previous reputation, once Xiaoxue is assigned to your side, it will be implicitly understood that such things will happen. Tang Tian smirked, but the truth is otherwise. Let us proceed as planned, but remember to be discreet. Li Hong complied, and then departed from the purple bamboo courtyard. Leaning back in his chair, Tang Tian gazed into the distance, his expression serene, lost in thought. 2 days later, while en route to the achievement hall, Zhongyang inadvertently caught wind of a rumor: Jiyu Xiaoxue is pregnant. After a brief pause, a faint smile crept across his lips. Excellent. Elder Han Hai should be emerging from his seclusion soon. With a light-hearted stride, Zhongyang made his way to the achievement hall. 3 days later, Tang Tian ascended the main peak with Li Hong, arriving at the achievement hall. Upon entering the Hall of Reputation, it was the third time he encountered Zhongyang. Young Master Tang. What brings you here? Zhongyang inquired, though Tang Tian could discern a shift in his demeanor compared to their previous encounters, as if he were intentionally distancing himself. Tang Tian smiled. I happened to pass by, and wanted to see you. For you are the one who altered my destiny. Zhongyang lifted his gaze, glancing at Tang Tian before adjusting his seating position, stating, that was merely my duty. There is no need for such formality. If you require anything, feel free to ask. Internally, Tang Tian chuckled, realizing Zhongyang believed he had fulfilled his duty and wished to sever ties. With clarity of mind, he declared, let me be direct. You are aware that my current status differs significantly from before. The former retainer I accepted no longer suffices for my reputation. Therefore, I wish to seek a few more outstanding disciples, with the same requirements as before: obedient, handsome, well-built, and capable. Zhongyang narrowed his eyes, studying Tang Tian for a moment before replying. The youth are indeed vigorous. However, you seem to be mistaken that if you seek courtesans, go to the flower alley. This is the Hall of Reputation. His blunt tone indicated his stance. Tang Tian paused, responding with a smile. Elder Zhong, that was not the impression I received previously. Zhongyang's expression shifted to one of indifference, stating, one may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. I conduct my affairs according to the sect's rules, with fairness and integrity. Your previous dealings here were conducted in the same manner, without fault. Tang Tian smiled, feigning ignorance. He produced an exquisite small box from his robe and placed it before Zhongyang. I understand that a mere token of appreciation. Zhongyang regarded the small box without moving, slowly saying, are you testing me with this? To be frank, I will never accept gifts, regardless of the situation. Moreover, just days ago, the sect issued a strict prohibition against such conduct. Are you attempting to ensnare me in a trap? Tang Tian observed Zhongyang, then sighed softly. Very well, that if that is the case, consider my visit today as if it never happened. He stood to leave, taking the item with him. Leave it here, Zhongyang remarked coolly. Tang Tian turned back, smiling slightly. Xiaoxue is pregnant. Perhaps you believe this matter does not concern you, yet I still wish to express my gratitude. Open it and see. If you require it, keep it, but if not, feel free to dispose of it as you wish. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything to anyone. With that, Tang Tian exited the private chamber. Zhongyang stared at the exquisite small box, hesitating for a lengthy moment before finally opening it just a crack. Inside lay an array of ordinary spiritual fruits alongside a piece of jade radiating a mysterious glow. Enchanting and ethereal. With a snap, Zhongyang closed the lid tightly, his brow furrowed. Ultimately, however, he quickly stowed the box away. The innate Tao jade, even for an elder of his standing, was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he might encounter another? After securing the box, a cold smile crept across Zhongyang's lips. Not telling anyone, perhaps that is beyond your control, but what does it matter? As long as I do not acknowledge it, who will know what you have gifted me? He muttered coldly to himself. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the achievement hall, Tang Tian called for Li Hong, and they departed together. The innate Tao jade had been acquired from the Grand Elder. He possessed a small jade talisman that allowed him to confirm that the innate Tao jade had remained within Zhongyang's private chamber. A person already rife with greed could hardly resist such temptation. If you wish to push me into the abyss, do not blame me if I retaliate, Tang Tian thought. After completing these tasks, he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Leaving behind a contingency plan that would activate at the opportune moment, he settled back into his cultivation. During the journey to the dragon transformation pool, he had absorbed the most dragon energy, nearly consuming over a third of it through the secret technique of Tao Tai, integrating it into his very being. Each session of cultivation released tendrils of dragon energy, enhancing his progress. In just a few days, he achieved a breakthrough, reaching the late stage of the golden core realm. With more than a month remaining before the selection of core disciples, he was certain of attaining the nascent soul stage. Young disciples, prepare yourselves. Await your brother Tang's enlightening lesson. He mused that it seems rather peculiar. Nevertheless, if it is peculiar, so be it. After all, his reputation has long been established. Days passed, and Tang Tian successfully entered the realm of great perfection in the golden core stage, now poised to challenge the Yuanying realm. However, at this moment, Qin Hai, who had been out of contact for a considerable time, finally sent word. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tian listened quietly to Li Hong's report. Qin Hai had discovered new leads. Indeed, there was someone orchestrating Tian Feng's actions that day, although it was still uncertain whether it was Du Yuanqing. Furthermore, he had already made contact with the upper echelon of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. And if he could successfully navigate the connections, everything could be investigated thoroughly. However, this matter did not appear to be straightforward. Qin Hai indicated that he might need assistance from Tang Tian. Li Hong conveyed this. Tang Tian inquired softly, "What does he wish for me to do?" Li Hong replied. Qin Hai mentioned that to earn the complete trust of the Tingyun Chamber's higher-ups, he needs to prove his worth. The worth of a merchant lies in transactions. If possible, he will bring the chamber's upper echelon to conduct a deal with you, but the transaction amount will be exceedingly large. Tang Tian chuckled. Is that even a concern? If he wishes to proceed, it can only be deemed a fortunate affair. Assure him, no matter the sum, let it come. Tang Tian spoke with a smile. Li Hong hesitated, saying, according to Qin Hai, it could exceed 100 trillion. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Tell him, the more, the better. By the way, when selecting resources, let him focus on techniques and items that assist in cultivation. The higher the level of the cultivation aids, the better. As for the techniques, any grade will suffice, quantity over quality. The resources for cultivation are primarily for Li Hong and the others, while the techniques are intended to expand the path of all methods I have created. Tang Tian had a vague premonition that if he were to cultivate this path of all methods to its pinnacle, it would undoubtedly rival any celestial technique. Chapter 75. Voting and shares. Qin Hai was exceptionally swift. Within days of relaying the message, he had everything prepared and expressed a desire to visit Tang Tian. The urgency was palpable in his words. Tang Tian did not delay, sending back an affirmative response. That very afternoon, Qin Hai arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard, accompanied by a young man clad in luxurious attire. Young Master Tang. This is the high-ranking official of the Tingyun Chamber, Lord Qi Bin. Whom I mentioned. Qin Hai introduced Qi Bin, true to his name, exuded grace and courtesy, clasping his hands with a smile. I have long heard of young Master Tang's illustrious reputation. Meeting you today, it is indeed extraordinary. Tang Tian offered a polite response and invited them into the purple bamboo courtyard. Once seated, Qi Bin surveyed the surroundings and asked, are you familiar with the bamboo forest Taoist? Tang Tian paused slightly. Is he not the one who established this purple bamboo forest and the purple bamboo courtyard? Qi Bin nodded. Indeed. Once upon a time, I had the privilege of meeting him. He was a remarkably kind old man. But alas, his ending was not as fortunate. He sighed. Tang Tian remained silent. The bamboo forest Taoist had passed away over a century ago, meaning this seemingly youthful Qi Bin was actually over 100 years old. In the cultivation world, such circumstances were not uncommon. Figures like Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao, although referred to as young masters and young ladies, were not truly youthful in age. However, such matters held little relevance to him. Let us return to the subject at hand, Tang Tian said. What have you brought with you this time? Qi Bin smiled slightly. Although this is our first meeting and transaction, Manager Qin holds young Master Tang's financial capabilities in high regard. Thus I have brought a considerable selection. He gestured for Tang Tian to examine. With that, he produced 3 sumi rings, placing them before Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately began to inspect them. The first ring contained various common cultivation resources, all of exceptionally high quality, with many surpassing celestial grade. The second ring was filled with resources and facilities specifically designed to assist in cultivation, such as battle puppets, sword formations, and illusion arrays, which could effectively enhance combat capabilities. Such items typically commanded a high price. The final ring was brimming with an assortment of technique jade pieces. Qin Hai had indeed fulfilled his promise, gathering numerous techniques, ranging from mortal to celestial grade. And upon a hasty estimation, they nearly reached 10,000. Although many were relatively obscure techniques rarely considered by ordinary cultivators, Tang Tian was not one to be picky. All techniques were welcome. The value of the 3 storage rings was clearly marked. Combined, they amounted to 170 trillion spirit jade. Tang Tian couldn't help but frown slightly. Recently, he had accrued tens of billions in consumption points from the inspection meeting, but he had expended all of them on upgrading the Taotai secret technique, leaving him with very little remaining. Coupled with today's acquisitions, he still needed 10 billion consumption points to exchange for both the sacred level talent and sacred level physique. How could they have calculated this so precisely? Upon seeing Tang Tian's frown, Qin Hai's heart sank into Qi Bin. However, chuckled softly, I may have overprepared, primarily due to my uncertainty regarding young Master Tang's preferences. Please feel free to select what you favor, he spoke with great tact, clearly attempting to avoid placing Tang Tian in a difficult position. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Select? Tang Tian replied, exasperated. What is there to choose from? There is only this amount of items that I will take them all. Let us settle this now. With that, he began to pull out payment. Qi Bin was taken aback. He was a notable figure, having seen countless wealthy individuals over the past century, yet he had never encountered anyone like Tang Tian. A mere glance, and he was prepared to pay as if fearing the seller might retract their offer. Brother, this is 170 trillion, not just 170, as Tang Tian produced a pile of innate Dao jade. Qi Bin's eyes twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Hai let out a long sigh, finally at ease. Before long, Tang Tian laid out several innate Dao jade pieces and remarked, my spending habits are rather peculiar. We shall conduct part of the transaction now, and the remainder can wait. His system space could accommodate only this much. Beyond that, there was no more. Qi Bin nodded coolly. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes. He then asked, are you truly not going to take a closer look? A significant portion of those techniques are rather obscure. After speaking, Qi Bin mentally berated himself. What was he doing? Was he not accustomed to such a smooth transaction? Was he a fool? Yet again, Tang Tian's reaction exceeded his expectations. Are you implying that obscure techniques are rare and thus should cost more? No problem. Tell me how much more, Tang Tian said, stroking his chin. Qi Bin opened his mouth, then rested his forehead against his hand. No, that is not what I meant. I simply, never mind. I have no intention of complicating matters. Let us proceed with the original price. Tang Tian was left speechless. What was the meaning of all these words? Regardless of his intentions, after several transactions, all resources were acquired by Tang Tian at this moment. His innate Dao Jade had surpassed 200, and his consumption points had reached over 170 billion. At the sacred level talent was within his grasp. The surplus of over 70 billion would be allocated to comprehending the techniques, with hopes of advancing the path of all methods. But that was a matter for another time. With the transaction successfully completed, the expressions of the 3 relaxed considerably, especially Qin Hai, who appeared as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, casting several appreciative glances at Tang Tian. Young Master Tang's financial prowess is truly impressive. Even Du Gongzi from your esteemed clan has never completed a transaction of such magnitude in one go, Qi Bin remarked with a smile. Tang Tian felt a stir of interest and asked, is Du Yuanqing often in collaboration with you? Qi Bin nodded. Du Gongzi has established a long-term agreement with our Tungyun chamber. His resource requirements from your clan are prioritized through our chamber. In certain critical moments, we also choose to support him. Perhaps, we might even cast a vote in his favor. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. A vote? Qi Bin chuckled. The Qinghua sect and other affiliated sects under the Yunding Heavenly Mansion share a similar structure. We have previously supported some honorary disciples in other sects to ascend to that position. Tang Tian suddenly understood. Previously, Yun Kong had informed him that 3 factors were necessary to ascend to the second-in-command position: merit, internal influence within the sect, and external influence. The Tungyun Chamber of Commerce appeared to represent a form of external influence, and according to Qi Bin, they even possessed voting rights. However, could Du Yuanqing truly contend for that position, given his strength? It was also plausible. Thus, it seemed that Du Yuanqing had intentionally sent Tian Feng to test him, fearing he might pose a threat. Tang Tian shook his head. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters. Yet no one could impede his right to consume. Let us discuss the upcoming transaction, suggested Tang Tian. That Qi Bin paused for a moment before responding with a wry smile. Young Master Tang, to be candid, the resources allocated by the Chamber of Commerce for each region are indeed limited. The recent transaction has already depleted half of our inventory, so it is impossible for the next deal to exceed this quantity. Tang Tian was taken aback. Had he effectively drained the Chamber of Commerce's resources? It seemed that 1 trillion was the limit for this area, and surpassing it would no longer be as effortless as before. This was certainly not encouraging news. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Noticing Tang Tian's apparent displeasure, Qi Bin quickly added, "If you truly require more, there is indeed another avenue." "What avenue?" Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin explained. "In a few months, the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce will conduct a redistribution of certain shares. If you can acquire enough shares, you will be able to allocate resources as you see fit. Moreover, I suspect young Master Du will also take action during this redistribution, enhancing the stability of the voting situation." Tang Tian pondered, "How does one acquire these shares?" Qi Bin replied, "Typically, the most straightforward method is through purchase. However, the sum required will be substantial. I estimate you would need at least 10 trillion. After saying this, even he wiped sweat from his brow. 10 trillion was indeed an astronomical figure. Yet, Tang Tian's face broke into a smile. "That sounds rather intriguing. That I shall consider it carefully." Chapter 76. The gateway to all methods. Tang Tian did not give Qi Bin a definitive answer to partake in the Tingyun Chamber's share distribution. He would have to leave Qingyue Gate and venture out personally. This was not a trivial matter. Without adequate assurance, Tang Tian would rather forfeit those consumption points than place his life in jeopardy. Venturing into the outside world would mean relinquishing the powerful innate barrier provided by Qingyue Gate, plunging him into a brutal realm of survival of the fittest. Furthermore, Qi Bin's remarks about Du Yuanqing seemed tinged with ulterior motives. It was essential to discern his true intentions. Fortunately, there appeared to be several months before the share redistribution, allowing time for contemplation. During this interval, engaging in further transactions would also provide an opportunity to assess Qi Bin's character. As for Qin Hai, there was little recourse. Tang Tian's appetite for growth was simply too rapid, making it challenging for Qin Hai to meet his demands. He would henceforth serve merely as a liaison, responsible for various other matters. After the transaction concluded, Qin Hai expressed profound gratitude to Tang Tian. The incident involving Tian Feng had irreparably strained their relationship, and should this transaction have failed to meet Qi Bin's expectations, he would have faced abandonment, with unpredictable consequences. Thus, when Tang Tian secured all the resources, Qin Hai's reaction was understandable. Now that he had gained Qi Bin's trust, he felt emboldened in facing Tian Feng. "Rest assured, young Master Tang, I will investigate him thoroughly," Qin Hai declared excitedly. Tang Tian nodded, advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Qi Bin and Qin Hai departed, leaving Tang Tian to return to his meditation chamber. With over 17 billion consumption points, Tang Tian had sufficient resources to exchange for a holy level talent or physique. After deliberation, he opted for the talent, recognizing the paramount importance of cultivation. Destined Son, 10 billion consumption points. Upon completing the exchange, a profound sensation enveloped him, as if he were adrift in an endless expanse, immersed in the Tao of heaven. Countless laws of the universe whirled around him, vividly perceptible. Consequently, his understanding of the principles of the Tao deepened significantly. He was uncertain how long he lingered in that realm, but when his consciousness returned to the meditation chamber, he realized night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had successfully transformed his Dan into an infant. Truly entering the Yuan-Ing realm, the surge of power illuminated a sense of clarity within him, as his own path began to take shape. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. Tang Tian exhaled deeply. Since his transmigration, he had navigated myriad challenges, and his cultivation had always been a significant pain point. Despite being an honorary disciple, he had relied on guards and attendants to maintain appearances against even the most ordinary core disciples. Yet at this moment, he had finally caught up. In the early stages of Yuan-Ing, although still not on par with the top core disciples, he found himself among the upper echelon of their ranks. Moreover, his true strength extended far beyond the early Yuan-Ing stage. Surprised by his swift breakthrough, he mused that he might enjoy the upcoming core disciple selection. A smile graced Tang Tian's lips. He thought it would serve as an opportunity to assess the caliber of this batch of core disciples. After resting for a while, Tang Tian retrieved the Shumi ring filled with various techniques. With nearly 10,000 methods, many of which surpassed the celestial grade, he suspected that 70 billion consumption points might not suffice. "I shall take my time." But he selected a mortal grade technique and began exchanging for corresponding levels of enlightenment. Days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tang Tian remained largely confined to his meditation chamber. With so many techniques, even advancing one level at a time required considerable time. Fortunately, through relentless effort, he finally expended over 70 billion consumption points, elevating the majority of the techniques to the realm of mastery. As the number of cultivation methods grew, the path of myriad techniques underwent subtle transformations. In an infinite space, Tang Tian floated effortlessly, Beneath him lay a vast and resplendent sea of stars, filled with twinkling lights, each representing a technique at the level of mastery. The brightest star among them was the previously perfected Tao Tai secret art, significantly larger and more radiant than the others. Moments later, Tang Tian's figure vanished from this space, returning to the meditation chamber. Should I consider this an entry point? The path of myriad techniques, though a self-created art, had undeniably evolved beyond its initial form. Observing the strength stone before him, Tang Tian clenched his fist slightly. Instantly, a tremendous aura surged from all directions, converging in his palm. However, he quickly abandoned the idea of testing its limits. He sensed that if he were to conduct an experiment here, the meditation chamber, capable of withstanding the full force of a cultivator in the fusion phase, would be obliterated. The grade of the path of myriad techniques far exceeded any methods he had encountered thus far. Perhaps reaching an unknowable domain, this will be my greatest hidden card, Tang Tian mused. After a brief moment, he rose and exited the meditation chamber. The sunlight was blinding, and the old locust tree's canopy conveniently left his door exposed, bathing him in warmth. Stretching languidly, Tang Tian settled at the stone table. He then summoned Li Hong. Has anything noteworthy transpired recently? He had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had neglected the outside world's affairs. Nothing much, Li Hong replied. There have been no visitors, and everything else is normal. However, a rumor has circulated that you intend to participate in the core disciple selection and plan to dominate others. Tang Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, I shall participate, but I never claimed I would crush others beneath my feet. Li Hong chuckled. Well, rumors do tend to exaggerate. Yet, some disciples appear to have taken it seriously, with several formidable inner disciples boasting they wish to temper your spirit. Tang Tian felt exasperated. This was undoubtedly a tale spun by the elder. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had no intention of holding back. If that was the case, he would relish the opportunity to witness the prowess of these so-called inner disciples. Is there anything else? Tang Tian inquired. Li Hong pondered briefly before responding. By the way, Xiao Shui broke through to the initial stage of transformation yesterday. It's truly astonishing. She is the fastest learner I have ever encountered. Well, aside from you, Tang Tian scoffed. He remained perplexed by Gu Xiaoshua's talent. Having experienced the destiny of the chosen, he found it less remarkable than expected. Yet, she undeniably embodied that destiny, a source of confusion. However, Tang Tian resolved not to dwell on it. Every individual possessed unique opportunities, and the cultivation realm was replete with prodigies, some even more extraordinary than Gu Xiaoxua. Very well, you all should strive diligently and make good use of what I have provided at that moment. Tang Tian's communication jade suddenly stirred. This particular jade was not something everyone could use to contact him. Upon examining it, he found it was a message from the young sect master, Yun Kong. The message was succinct. The day after tomorrow, in the sect master's rear hall, we shall discuss matters concerning the sixth peak. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. At last, it has come. Chapter 77. Peak Master Qi Yuan over the next 2 days. Tang Tian took the time to thoroughly consolidate the of his recent cultivation. The result of the accumulation is that in terms of skill, the four have become completely outmatched, their roles entirely reversed. In the contest of techniques, even if they collaborated, they would still be firmly suppressed by Tang Tian. For actual combat, as long as he refrained from employing powers beyond the transformation stage. Tang Tian could easily subdue them all. Young master, it is indeed a pity that such prowess does not shine within the sect, Li Hong remarked with a wry smile. Earlier, he had resorted to methods of the transformation stage, yet still failed to gain any advantage over Tang Tian, resulting in a hurried defeat. Can brilliance be consumed as sustenance? Tang Tian shook his head, understanding Li Hong's implication. If he were a pure core disciple, he would undoubtedly garner the sect's attention, making it significantly easier to ascend to the upper echelons. However, he was unwilling to pursue such a path. Strength is the essence. Moreover, there is no need for widespread recognition. It yields little benefit. One cannot dismiss it entirely, Li Hong countered. If you could capture the attention of the upper echelons, becoming a symbolic figure among the disciples, the advantages would be numerous. Many secret locations, akin to the dragon transformation pool, are generally not open to the public. Only those who truly represent the future of the sect can enjoy the finest cultivation resources and environments. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing that the best resources are invariably reserved for the most exceptional individuals. Many things cannot be bought with money. While Qinghua sect may not possess anything Tang Tian finds appealing, the Cloud Summit Paradise is an entirely different matter. That is a genuine realm of immortals. Should he gain entry into the Cloud Summit Paradise, he might indeed contemplate Li Hong's suggestion. Let it be, Tang Tian said. Subsequently, the group exchanged insights on combat when the formation outside the purple bamboo courtyard was triggered. Upon opening it, they discovered it was someone from the Yun Kong sect, inviting Tang Tian to the sect leader's rear hall. Without delay, Tang Tian departed alongside the individual. Moments later, they ascended to the peak of the sect, where Yun Kong awaited them outside the grand hall. Young Master Tang. Young Master, they greeted each other before proceeding toward the rear hall. Young Master Tang, I heard from the Grand Elder that you intend to participate in this core disciple selection battle? Yun Kong inquired as they walked. Tang Tian nodded, stating, once, my greatest aspiration was to attain a core position. Given this opportunity, I cannot let it pass that he spoke truthfully. In the past, Tang Tian had indeed envied the inner and core disciples, often fantasizing about sharing in their glory. Unfortunately, he never fulfilled that dream before closing his eyes for the last time. Let this serve as a realization of his aspirations, Yun Kong said with a smile. With your participation, you will undoubtedly provide the younger generation with a valuable lesson. The Grand Elder is dissatisfied with the current state of the sect. Do not hold back when the time comes. Tang Tian remained silent, for he, too, was a young man. Well, I shall do my best. He preferred to steer the conversation away from that topic. Yun Kong nodded. Today is merely a preliminary discussion. The Master of the Sixth Peak and several responsible elders are present. They have devised a few initial construction plans, which we will review one by one to determine which is most suitable. The primary issue remains funding. The required investments for each plan vary greatly, so we need to gauge your acceptable range. Additionally, we will discuss your position in the Sixth Peak and some specific rights that I have reviewed this in advance. It is fundamentally akin to what Imo Xiao and the others possess. Tang Tian acknowledged. Essentially, if he fulfilled the overall investment for the Sixth Peak, he would stand on equal footing with Imo Xiao and her peers at AS for funding. If that was hardly a concern at AS, they conversed. They soon arrived in the rear hall's garden. Upon entering, a robust figure suddenly descended from above, landing heavily before Tang Tian and Yun Kong. This was a bald giant, towering over Tang Tian, clad in a short shirt. With arms as thick as a man's thigh, muscles bulging with primal energy, his face was rugged, and his large eyes glared at Yun Kong as he bellowed, Shao Kong, where's my benefactor? Tang Tian. Shao Kong? Yun Kong sighed. Uncle Chi, didn't we agree not to address each other like that in public? The giant glared. This is Qinghua sect. I can call you whatever I want. Enough with the chit-chat. Bring my benefactor here. We've been discussing the construction of the Sixth Peak for years, and what has come of it. 3 years turned into another 3, and now it's been over a decade. If you dare to deceive me again today, I'll demolish your cave dwelling. The giant's furious roar left Tang Tian's ears ringing. Yun Kong replied helplessly, I assure you, this time there has been no deception. He then turned to Tang Tian. This is the individual interested in investing in the construction of the Sixth Peak, Young Master Tang. Young Master Tang. This is the future master of the Sixth Peak. Qi Yuan. Upon hearing Yun Kong's introduction, Qi Yuan abruptly turned, his eyes wide as he stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was at a loss for how to respond, and the two found themselves locked in an awkward silence. Uncle Qi Yun Kong started to break the silence, but Qi Yuan abruptly pulled him into a bear hug, tossing him 10 meters away. Ha! The booming laughter echoed in Tang Tian's ears. Qi Yuan approached, draping a massive arm over Tang Tian's shoulder, exclaiming, So you are Brother Jean. I have long sensed your extraordinary demeanor. You truly are a dragon among men. I saw your brilliance even from the foot of the mountain. Tang Tian, thought could you be any more exaggerated? You haven't even looked at me properly since I arrived. Moreover, I do not bear the surname Jean. Master Qi, you flatter me. Tang Tian replied. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Nonsense. I haven't even begun to praise you properly. Come, Brother Jean, let us enter and have a proper discussion. With that, he pulled Tang Tian along, exuding an overpowering force that seemed to propel him forward, as if fearing he might escape. Fear not, Qi Yuan said as they walked. The construction of the Sixth Peak won't cost much. I've had those dull-witted elders calculate it carefully that a small amount of startup capital will suffice. Truly, do not be afraid. As Tang Tian felt the overwhelming pressure restraining him, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Brother, who exactly is afraid here? And your words carry no credibility at all. The two soon moved deeper into the garden, while Yun Kong trailed behind, fixing his disheveled hair and shaking his head as he followed them, eyeing the serene abode of the sect leader's rear hall. Tang Tian, Yun Kong, and Qi Yuan sat facing each other. Behind Qi Yuan sat several elders, presumably the future responsible elders of the Sixth Peak. The responsible elders are generally the highest-ranking elders of Qinghua sect, known for their stern demeanor and imposing presence. However, before Qi Yuan, They appeared cautious and deferential, leading Tang Tian to wonder just how formidable this boisterous giant truly was. "Huh? Brother Jean, shall we begin our discussion?" Qi Yuan rubbed his hands together. Tang Tian, no longer wishing to correct his address, replied, "Everything shall proceed according to Master Qi's wishes." With a grand gesture, Qi Yuan declared, "Excellent." Without turning around, he extended his hand, prompting one of the responsible elders to promptly place a jade token in his palm. "Let me see." It states that once the sixth peak is established, you will hold the highest status within the sixth peak, equal to mine. You will have a say in all matters, including the allocation of disciples, management of resources, architectural planning, and he continued to enumerate a series of rights granted to Tang Tian, which sounded remarkably similar to the powers of a peak master. It was evident that these terms were not authored by him. He was merely reciting them, and it seemed he was not entirely familiar with the material. Suddenly, he faltered, turning to inquire, "Why is there no mention of the appointment of responsible elders here?" The elders exchanged glances, hesitant. "Master, that may not be appropriate." Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. "What is inappropriate about it? Do I not possess the right to appoint and dismiss you? Do you not understand what it means to be my equal?" He insisted, "Quickly add that in." The responsible elders were left in an awkward position, nearly breaking into a cold sweat under Qi Yuan's fierce gaze. Seeing this, Yun Kong quickly interjected, "Uncle Qi, the appointments of responsible elders across the peaks must ultimately be approved by the Grand Elder. This truly deviates from protocol." Qi Yuan shot him a sharp look. "Have Li Tianhua come personally to speak before me. Do you truly think I fear him?" Observing Qi Yuan openly disregarding the Grand Elder's authority left Tang Tian astonished. Just what kind of formidable character was this? Observing the atmosphere had become rather awkward, he hastily remarked, "There is no need for such formalities. Master Qi, I am neither skilled and nor particularly interested in the management of affairs. Let us discuss the specific plans instead." Tang Tian felt somewhat speechless. This individual had immediately laid out all the advantages without any preamble. Was he so fearful of him departing? Master Qi Yu let out a couple of hums before turning to Tang Tian, donning a congenial smile. "No worries, you need not mind them. I have already conferred this authority upon you. Now shall I present to you the preliminary plans for the sixth peak?" Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qi Yu reached into his robe and produced a delicate jade tablet. As he perused its contents, he addressed Tang Tian. "This, the construction of the Master Peak Hall, requires moonlight stones, cloud principal stones, and the 7 mountains of non-being. The non-being 7 mountain star rotation wood." "What on earth is this?" Tang Tian interjected. "Master Qi, allow me to examine it personally. If he stumbles through this, he might not finish reading even 1,000,000 words." Qi Yu appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately handed the jade tablet to Tang Tian. Sitting there with an anxious demeanor, his gaze fixed on Tang Tian. Ignoring his scrutiny, Tang Tian began to read. The tablet contained a meticulous blueprint for the sixth peak's construction, detailing various materials, resources, and corresponding price ranges, leaving no stone unturned. If all were transcribed onto paper, it could likely form a small mountain. Such a colossal workload made Tang Tian ponder the challenges faced by the overseeing elders. After a cursory glance, he turned his attention to the total budget, which amounted to less than 90 trillion spirit jade. He couldn't help but frown. For the construction of a main peak, how could the sum be so meager? However, he soon discovered the crux of the issue. This preliminary construction plan merely encompassed the most fundamental elements, essentially forming a rudimentary framework. Utterly meager. Master Qi, this. Tang Tian withdrew his gaze. Qi Yu had been closely observing Tang Tian's expression. Upon seeing him frown, an immediate pang of anxiety struck him. Hearing Tang Tian's words, he quickly exclaimed, "Is it too much? No problem. We can simplify it further. The Master Peak Hall can be omitted. I could just find a hollow in a tree to reside in. As for the living quarters for the overseeing elders, a pit would suffice. At that level, they can manage without food or sleep." Tang Tian felt a bead of sweat form. "Master Qi, that is not my intention. I merely meant to suggest that, while this is the initial plan, is it not a bit too simplistic?" Qi Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Tang Tian smiled, saying, "I previously heard from the young sect master that you had developed several different plans based on the investment range. Could you share the others with me as well?" Qi Yu was momentarily stunned, glancing at Yun Kong for confirmation. After receiving an affirmative nod, he slowly retrieved another jade tablet from his robe and handed it to Tang Tian. Tang Tian skimmed through it and found this plan indeed richer in detail, incorporating numerous essential facilities. However, the budget had also escalated to 130 trillion. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained unsatisfied. "Master Qi, I take the investment in the construction of the sixth peak very seriously. Thus, I do not wish to proceed hastily. If we are to undertake this endeavor, let us strive for excellence. Present your highest budget plan. Do not worry about the funding, Tang Tian stated resolutely. Qiyu was momentarily dumbfounded. Seemingly unable to believe his ears, after a prolonged silence, he cautiously inquired, "Are you truly sincere?" Tang Tian solemnly nodded. Qiyu glanced at Yun Kong and then at the other overseeing elders before once more retrieving a jade tablet and offering it to Tang Tian. As Tang Tian scrutinized the information, Qiyu's gaze remained fixed on his expression. Ultimately, he noticed a subtle smile gracing Tang Tian's face. 400 trillion. Quite impressive. Tang Tian set down the jade tablet. Addressing Qiyu, however, "I still find your plan rather conservative. I suggest you confer again and include everything feasible. If it could be further refined, that would be even better. As for financial concerns, you need not worry in the slightest. I will cover all expenses," Tang Tian asserted earnestly. Qiyu stared at him in bewilderment for an extended period. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, grasping Tang Tian's hands tightly and shaking them fervently. "My benefactor, from this day forth, you are my sworn brother." His voice resonated like thunder. Following another confirmation from Tang Tian, he promptly gathered several overseeing elders to revise the plans. Witnessing his exuberance, Tang Tian felt astonished. After all, he was a peak leader. Such an outburst seemed rather uncharacteristic. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's bewilderment, Yun Kong shook his head and said, "Master Qi has always been thus. There is no need for concern. Young Master Tang. Moreover, this position is not merely one he has awaited for a few decades. In truth, he has been waiting for several hundred years." Subsequently, Yun Kong recounted the historical tales of the Qingwei sect to Tang Tian. Chapter 79. The sect's history. Through Yun Kong's narrative, Tang Tian gradually gleaned insights into the Qingwei sect's past. Centuries ago, the area where the Qingwei sect now resides was merely a desolate wilderness. The powerful celestial beings of the Cloud Summit Heaven personally intervened to transform it into an exceptional environment for cultivation. Thus, the Qingwei sect was established. Many individuals flocked to join, some skilled in battle, others possessing formidable management abilities. With the backing of the heaven, within mere decades, the Qingwei sect ascended to become one of the most powerful sects within a vast radius. Subsequently, most of the upper echelons gradually withdrew, leaving only a handful to manage affairs. The few rarely seen Grand Elders, the Sect Master, the Grand Elderly Tian Hua, and the recently encountered Qiyu, were among the initial high-ranking members of that era. While some leaned towards management, Qiyu primarily represented the combat faction. Over 3 centuries ago, during a contest for the Sect Master position against the former Sect Master, Qiyu faced defeat. More than 2 centuries ago, he again lost to Elder Li in the competition for the Grand Elder position. Entering an era of significant development, he had hoped to at least secure a position as the master of a main peak. Yet, over 100 years ago, he committed a grave error that nearly led to the downfall of the Qingwei sect. Yun Kong sighed. Tang Tian fell silent. Qiyu's fate indeed seemed quite unfortunate. "What error?" Tang Tian inquired. Yun Kong chuckled softly. "This incident is known to many. Over 100 years ago, a terrifying power struggle erupted within the Qingwei sect, and the catalyst for this turmoil was none other than Master Qi. At that time, he was still unwilling to settle for merely being a peak leader, aspiring instead to secure a vice sect master position, equal in status to the Grand Elder. However, his ambition was exploited by malicious individuals, igniting a massive power storm. Many lives were lost, including some high-ranking members who had descended from the Heaven Point. One such figure was the Bamboo Grove Taoist, who had contributed immensely to the early development of the Qingwei sect. He was known for his kindness and aversion to conflict, merely seeking to live out his days in tranquility. Yet, he too was ensnared in the chaos, meeting a tragic end. Tang Tian was taken aback. "Is he the one who planted the purple bamboo grove and constructed the purple bamboo courtyard?" Yun Kong nodded. Indeed, that was his residence. Following that incident, the purple bamboo courtyard remained sealed. However, for reasons unknown, it was reopened at the end of last year. Had it not been for others' reservations, it would not have been available for you to rent. Yun Kong remarked with a smile. Tang Tian nodded, recalling that Wang Ziyu had mentioned this incident. Furthermore, he had noticed upon moving in that the facilities and arrangements within the purple bamboo courtyard resembled those of a retirement home. By the way, I haven't seen Wang Ziyu in a while. I wonder what he has been busy with lately. Tang Tian pondered. "What happened afterward?" he asked. Yun Kong continued. "The events unfolded rapidly, under the influence of schemers. By the time Master Qi realized he had been manipulated, it was already too late to salvage the situation. Ultimately, Master Qi and Elderly allied with numerous powerful high-ranking members to quell the chaos, thereby saving the Qingwei sect from annihilation. In the aftermath, The heaven dealt with a significant number of sect high-ups, even dismissing the former sect master for negligence and personally appointing the current sect master. Master Qi was the source of this upheaval, yet he also played a crucial role in its resolution. Thus, he faced little punishment. However, following this incident, the position of vice sect master was no longer attainable for him, and he was excluded from the master positions of the four main peaks that subsequently developed. It was only now, with the construction of the sixth peak imminent and no other suitable candidates available, that he was reinstated. After listening to this, Tang Tian finally comprehended the full scope of the situation. It is no wonder that Qi Yuan appears so eager for this position. If this continues, and a more suitable candidate emerges, who knows how long it will be until the next opportunity arises. However, he is perplexed as to why Qingwei sect, an affiliated sect of Tianfu, has not intervened in such a significant matter. If a force of that caliber were to take action, it would surely quell the situation swiftly. Tang Tian voiced his doubts. Yun Kong chuckled bitterly and replied, Tianfu oversees over 100 affiliated sects. To put it bluntly, they are indifferent to the fate of Qingwei sect. The higher-ups are far more concerned with whether they can cultivate more capable individuals through certain events, just like in my case at Qingwei sect. I have been the junior sect master for many years. Despite some achievements, the mistakes I have made are as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless. These errors have altered the destinies of many disciples, even ruining some lives. Yet, the sect master and the elders seldom inquire. They quietly observe my missteps, allowing me to learn my lessons in depth, unless a mistake becomes so egregious that they can no longer stand by. They will intervene. Just like a few days ago, after the transformation at the Dragon Transformation Pool, the elder convened a high-level meeting and sternly criticized the current cultivation atmosphere of the sect. Tang Tian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The perspectives of ordinary people and the high-ranking officials are fundamentally different. It is not a matter of right or wrong, as the saying goes. The seat determines the mind. Regardless of one's position, one can only strive to do their own job well. Sometimes, even if one remains unchanged, the larger environment will push them to alter their direction. With a long sigh, Tang Tian shook his head and smiled. If that is the case, I can essentially understand. Master Qi Yun Kong smiled and said, aside from external factors, his character has always been this way. Moreover, there have indeed been instances where investors, upon seeing such a vast construction budget, were frightened into fleeing. Tang Tian nodded in understanding. After some casual conversation, Qi Yuan returned with several elders in charge. They refined the initial plans further and established numerous developmental directions for the next steps, increasing the funding scale to over 600 trillion. When Tang Tian readily agreed, Qi Yuan was so elated that he nearly lifted him off the ground in joy. Haha, Brother Jean, from this day forth, wherever you go, if you encounter any trouble, just mention my name. In this vicinity of hundreds of thousands of miles, hardly anyone dares to disregard me. Qi Yuan declared loudly. Tang Tian smiled in response. Of course, Brother Jean is just a title. He then began to extract innate Dao jade from his pocket, first 200, then another 200, and finally producing the remaining 400 in one go. This spectacle left Qi Yuan momentarily stunned. Brother Jean is indeed extraordinary. No worries, my big brother can do as he pleases, Qi Yuan exclaimed. Tang Tian's lips twitched as he completed the transaction within the system space. The innate Dao jade had surpassed 800, and the number of consumption points had reached over 600 billion. The sacred level physique was finally within reach, after descending from the main peak of the sect. Tang Tian returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. Having learned about the sect's history, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he gazed at the tranquil and serene courtyard. From the information he had gathered, it was clear that the bamboo forest Taoist was a kind-hearted, non-confrontational, and benevolent old cultivator. Yet, even such a person was inevitably embroiled in the brutal and bloody struggles for power. Ultimately meeting a tragic end. In this world, there has never been true peace. Only by continually striving upwards, achieving true mastery, and standing at the pinnacle of existence can one genuinely be unafraid of all challenges and pursue their desires freely. There remains a long road ahead. Onward, young one, Tang Tian reflected before returning to the meditation chamber. With over 600 billion consumption points, he had more than enough to exchange for the sacred level physique. Without further hesitation, he activated the system and chose to redeem it. Sacred level physique. 10 billion consumption points. You have acquired the undying divine phoenix physique. A familiar sensation surged through him once again. This feeling was akin to absorbing dragon chi at the dragon transformation pool, but vastly more potent. One felt like a gentle stream, while the other resembled a tumultuous ocean. In a daze, Tang Tian found himself in a realm of chaos. Transformed into a massive gray egg. After an indeterminate amount of time, The surface of the egg suddenly cracked. In the next instant, a divine phoenix soared forth, its wings stirring the chaos, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After a long while, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The divine phoenix secret art. Am I going to turn into an egg? Tang Tian grimaced, for in that experience, he had not witnessed any formidable Dao techniques. Rather, he was left with a vivid impression of that gray egg. However, he could distinctly sense that his body had undergone tremendous changes that it felt as though every cell was brimming with boundless vitality. After some contemplation, Tang Tian brought his fingers together and unleashed a sharp sword chi. He then directed it at his other arm, making a shallow cut. A stinging sensation immediately coursed through him, and a crimson line of blood appeared on his arm. Yet, to Tang Tian's astonishment, the moment the wound appeared, it healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, restoring to its original state within mere breaths. Leaving no trace of injury. The function of the divine phoenix secret art healing. Tang Tian examined the introduction to the secret art. Behind it, a small line was clearly inscribed. This inherited secret art can utilize divine level comprehension to elevate one's realm. 1 divine level comprehension, 10 billion consumption points. After pondering for a moment, Tang Tian directly redeemed a divine level comprehension and applied it to the divine phoenix secret art. In an instant, his body underwent yet another dramatic transformation. Once the change concluded, Tang Tian activated sword chi and made another incision on his arm. This time, the crimson bloodline appeared for just an instant before vanishing entirely, healed in the blink of an eye. After some thought, Tang Tian swung the sword chi and severed a finger. To his shock, a mist of blood erupted from the severed end, and in no time, a brand new finger grew back. Identical to the previous one. Regrowth of severed limbs. Tang Tian was taken aback. Such feats could indeed be accomplished by cultivators above the nascent soul stage who had trained in life-related Dao techniques. However, such methods invariably resulted in a loss of a portion of their life essence, regardless of how exquisite the technique. Yet, the divine phoenix secret art exhibited no such cost. It regenerated naturally, with such capabilities at the entry level. One could only imagine the potential at higher realms. With fervent anticipation, Tang Tian allocated the remaining 300 billion consumption points entirely toward redeeming divine level comprehensions. Divine Phoenix Secret Art, Proficient Realm. Upon reaching this realm, Tang Tian discovered that his wounds healed in an instant, and the regrowth of severed limbs accelerated significantly. Even if an entire arm were severed, it could regenerate in mere moments. Furthermore, his internal organs, meridians, and dantian possessed the same abilities that a shattered heart could recover. An exploded dantian could be reconstituted. Continue. Tang Tian opted for another redemption. Divine Phoenix Secret Art, Mastery Realm. This time, not only were all previous abilities enhanced, but Tang Tian also noticed significant changes to his nascent soul and divine consciousness. These were paramount aspects for cultivators. Any damage to either the nascent soul or divine consciousness would be a grave issue, requiring extensive recovery time. Yet for Tang Tian now, these were no longer concerns. He could even extract his nascent soul to use as a weapon. Exhaling, Tang Tian utilized his final divine level comprehension, Divine Phoenix Secret Art. Minor Completion Realm. Upon completion of the exchange, Tang Tian felt the deepest layers of his life essence rapidly undergoing transformation. If the previous abilities were all naturally occurring, now they were entirely interconnected with his life essence, forming a unified whole. Moreover, his life essence seemed to resonate with the celestial principles of the universe. As long as the celestial principles endure, so too shall his essence. This meant that if anyone wished to completely eliminate Tang Tian, they would need to destroy the laws of the heavens alongside him. Otherwise, there would come a day when he could restore his life essence and be reborn from nothingness. This is truly incredible. Tang Tian's gaze was transfixed. This was merely the minor completion realm of the Divine Phoenix Secret Art. Beyond this lay the major completion realm and the unique inheritance realm of the secret art. It was unfathomable to consider what transformations the Divine Phoenix Secret Art would undergo at that stage. That I feel as though that I can finally step outside, Tang Tian murmured to himself. Ever since his journey began, aside from his initial visit to the Golden Jade Hall, he had not stepped beyond Qingyue sect's boundaries. He had not even ventured to the periphery of the sect, constantly moving between the main peaks. Lacking strength while possessing immense wealth was a grave sin that he could not challenge the moral boundaries of others, placing himself in peril. However, with the minor completion of the Divine Phoenix Secret Art, such concerns had dissipated. Tang Tian had now arrived at a state of quasi-immortality. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian suddenly shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind. One must not be too hasty. The secret art, though it allows for resurrection after death, leaves one uncertain about the duration of the wait. Furthermore, upon revival, all is lost, returning to the starting point. Therefore, it is prudent to seek additional assurances. Tang Tian gradually calmed himself. The Divine Phoenix secret art possesses 2 more realms, requiring merely 2 billion consumption points. The 6th peak has plans for further development, and other main peaks also require growth, providing numerous opportunities to acquire consumption points. Additionally, there is the prospect of strengthening his relationship with Qi Yuan. According to Yun Kong, he is but a half-step immortal. If he were to venture out with such a bodyguard, at least within the confines of Qingyue sect, significant troubles would likely be averted. Let us proceed cautiously. Soon, Tang Tian contemplated in the following period. Tang Tian immersed himself once again in his training. The cultivation speed of the Son of Destiny showed no signs of waning compared to before. It is anticipated that he will break through to the mid-stage of the Yuan-ing realm before the selection of core disciples. Moreover, he utilized his remaining consumption points to redeem insights for his practice. The path of 10,000 methods also progressed steadily and assuredly. With funds fully secured, the construction of the 6th peak was thriving. Qi Yuan frequently contacted Tang Tian, inviting him to witness the construction progress. Unfortunately, Tang Tian had little interest and never attended. Yet, Qi Yuan remained enthusiastic, visiting Tang Tian several times for casual conversations. However, Tang Tian was surprised to find that Qi Yuan, even when seeking a quiet corner, refused to enter the purple bamboo courtyard, nor would he approach the bamboo grove at all. After inquiring with Yun Kong, Tang Tian learned that the person Qi Yuan could not let go of was the bamboo grove Taoist. Feeling that his own mistakes had led to the Taoist's unwarranted misfortune, such is the nature of a sentimental person. Thereafter, Tang Tian ceased to dwell on this matter. Whenever Qi Yuan sought him out, he was free to go wherever he wished. After frequent interactions, their relationship quickly warmed. When Tang Tian expressed his desire to venture out, needing Qi Yuan's protection, Qi Yuan readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Old Jean, you're being too distant. Just say the word for anything you desire. Even if you want the undergarment of any saintess, I can easily retrieve it for you, Qi Yuan declared, thumping his chest. Tang Tian hastily clarified that he had no such proclivity as time flowed gently by. The matter of Tang Tian participating in the selection of core disciples began to gain momentum as an increasing number of elite inner disciples emerged, clamoring to teach Tang Tian a lesson, asserting that in the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Those who purchase their status as honorary disciples can never be compared to true disciples. Behind these assertions, certain core elites or elders were offering their support. It is needless to say that with his mid-stage Yuan in cultivation, he was already at a disadvantage in the selection process. However, having practiced the path of 10,000 methods, his true strength had reached a terrifying level. Within the purple bamboo courtyard, after yet another intense confrontation, Gu Xiaoxue narrowly lost. The young master's strength truly evolves daily, Li Hong exclaimed. Over half a month ago, they could still rely on their transformation stage cultivation and rich battle experience to best Tang Tian. Yet, after Tang Tian ascended to the mid-stage of Yuan-ing, the tides of battle swiftly turned. Despite Li Hong employing all his tactics, he could gain no upper hand against Tang Tian, ultimately facing defeat. Even Gu Xiaoxue, who had consistently excelled, could no longer match Tang Tian. The only scenario in which Tang Tian could be slightly pressured was when the Lan Yu sisters teamed up. Their synergy was exceedingly tight. Yet, even if one were to isolate either of them, they would still fall under Tang Tian's prowess. Should this growth continue, the young master will undoubtedly become the foremost figure of the sect. Lan Yu could not help but marvel. How so? Tang Tian, having descended from the air after defeating Gu Xiaoxue, approached the group. It is merely that you all are too weak. If it remains this way, how can you stand out in the 100 sects battle? The others immediately lowered their heads. The 100 sects battle is filled with elites, and they indeed have little confidence. However, they do not consider themselves weak. Observing the slightly dejected expressions of his companions, Tang Tian smiled and reassured them. Do not worry excessively. I plan to enroll you in a remedial class. Li Hong was taken aback at a remedial class. Tang Tian nodded. Recently, through his interactions with Qi Yuan, he had learned of many previously unknown matters. Within Qingyue sect, there exists a plethora of rare secret locations designed to cultivate disciples' abilities in cultivation, Dao techniques, and combat skills. Beyond Qingyue sect, such places are even more abundant. Unfortunately, Tang Tian lacked the time and energy to send each of them individually. Thus, he entrusted Qi Yuan to guide them systematically. Qi Yuan readily agreed. What's the issue? You are unaware, but I was once a coach. The first batches of elite disciples at Qingyue sect were trained by me. Simply provide them to me, and I shall ensure you receive capable subordinates in return. However, My methods are rather rigorous, so be sure to prepare them mentally. Tang Tian nodded. I will discuss this with them. Moreover, do not worry about the resources for cultivation. Employ only the best. All expenses incurred will be on my account. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Those resources largely rely on connections. They won't cost much. Just leave it to me. Subsequently, the two reached an agreement. Turning to Li Hong and the others, Tang Tian laid out all the stakes before them and emphasized that this remedial class would be quite intense and arduous. However, to his surprise, Li Hong and the others exhibited no fear, but rather an overwhelming sense of gratitude and anticipation. The young master's kindness is beyond words. We shall seize this opportunity and not disappoint the young master's meticulous cultivation, Li Hong declared fervently. Tang Tian was astonished but quickly understood. For a cultivator, the prospect of enhancing one's strength is the most compelling of all incentives. What hardships or trials could deter them, as long as their lives were spared? Indeed, many individuals care little for their very lives in pursuit of even a slight chance for advancement. Let us give our utmost. With that, Tang Tian presented Li Hong with 20 pieces of innate Dao jade, one for daily cultivation and the other for expenditures. As he could not allow Qi Yuan to shoulder all the costs, despite being a peak master and half-step immortal, Qi Yuan may not possess greater financial resources than the top honorary disciples. They can easily generate wealth, yet their expenses are considerable. After deliberation, Tang Tian resolved to send Li Hong and the others to Qi Yuan immediately after the selection of core disciples. With less than a year until the 100 sects battle, time was indeed of the essence. A few days later, the annual selection of core disciples was set to commence, and the matter concerning Tang Tian had reached a fever pitch. How dare he boast so brazenly? Challenging all true disciples, he is simply overestimating himself. A mid-stage golden core inner disciple proclaimed loudly. Ha! After 6 months of seclusion, how can an honorary disciple claim superiority over true disciples? Remarked a soon-to-be Yuaning elite, dismissing the notion as mere attention-seeking. Only true disciples can contend with true disciples, a coldly elegant woman added, her aura inscrutable. Amidst such sentiments, the selection competition officially began. Within the purple bamboo courtyard, young master. Here is the relevant information regarding the upcoming core disciple selection, Li Hong said, producing a jade talisman and handing it to Tang Tian. Tang Tian accepted the talisman, scrutinizing it with his divine consciousness. The core disciple selection occurs twice annually, in late summer and early spring. At that time, all disciples at the golden core stage and above may choose to participate. This year, over 3,000 inner disciples would compete, gathering at the sect's main peak for a fierce contest. The rules of the selection were straightforward, free challenges. Each participant could select any opponent for combat on the arena. The details of the encounters would be meticulously recorded by designated elders, who would then provide evaluations based on performance. Each participant must engage in at least 3 battles, and their comprehensive performance across these encounters would be a critical factor in their advancement to core disciple status. The better one performs, the greater the likelihood of promotion. Tang Tian silently nodded. This method effectively assesses a disciple's overall strength and rarely overlooks any talent. Historically, the success rate for advancement has been below 1/3, meaning only about 1,000 out of the 3,000 participants are likely to succeed. That it is indeed quite ruthless. Thus, choosing an opponent wisely becomes paramount. However, for Tang Tian, it mattered little whom he faced. When the time comes, this cohort of disciples participating in the core selection is notably strong. Among them, 6 individuals of exceptional strength have previously voiced opinions about him. Li Hong observed as Tang Tian finished reviewing the information and remarked, the main peak is occupied by Hu Jingwei and Gong Wan. The eastern peak is represented by Bai Qiling, while the western peak has Zhao He, and the northern peak is held by Yu Haomiao. Additionally, there is the remarkable Mu Qianqian among the other inner disciples scattered throughout the peaks. Among these disciples, the weakest has reached the great perfection of the golden core stage, boasting formidable abilities, extensive combat experience, and impressive records. His tone was casual, clearly not perceiving these individuals as a threat to Tang Tian. In reality, this assessment was accurate. Tang Tian's true strength had already aligned with that of the top core disciples, rendering these elite inner disciples substantially inferior. These individuals were pure disciples, currently under the spotlight, with many hoping they would impress during the selection tournament. Li Hong chuckled. Tang Tian nodded slightly, committing the names to memory. He would ensure to pay them extra attention when the time came. Let's set this aside for now, Tang Tian stated, discarding the jade talisman in his hand. Has there been any recent news from Qinghai? It had been nearly a month since their last transaction, and he anticipated it was time for updates. Li Hong replied. Since the last transaction, his position in the Jinyu Hall has significantly improved. He claims to have uncovered some peculiar leads, which he will share upon meeting you. Furthermore, In accordance with your requirements, he and Qi Bin have sourced a substantial amount of cultivation resources, with a significant portion dedicated to techniques. However, the overall quantity should be similar to last time. Tang Tian nodded. Qi Bin had mentioned that several hundred billion was their limit, yet he was not overly ambitious. A few hundred billion would suffice. Allocating a bit more for the construction of Qingwei sect, he aimed to accumulate 2 billion consumption points to cultivate the Divine Phoenix secret art to its ultimate realm. He was quite eager to discover the effects of achieving that final stage. Very well, Tang Tian said. You will soon be going out for training. Inform Qin Hai that he can contact me directly upon arrival. Also, ensure that you all are prepared that if things go smoothly, we should depart by tomorrow. Li Hong nodded earnestly. The following day, at the main Peak's martial arts arena, even before dawn, the venue was packed with disciples of Qingyue sect. The selection tournament for core disciples was an eagerly anticipated annual event, and everyone was keen to witness it. The arena could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, with 5 fighting platforms set up in the center where the challenge matches would unfold simultaneously. Many had already entered, engaging in fervent discussions. If so, does Tang Tian truly possess any strength? How dare he challenge the authority of pure disciples? Some were unfamiliar with his name. What strength? I heard he was merely a servant last year, and suddenly came into wealth, purchasing a nominal disciple title. His eligibility for the core selection must have been bought with resources. A mere facade, derided another, his disdain evident. Everyone knows how those nominal disciples behave. Perhaps Tang Tian is competent among his peers, but against pure disciples, he would undoubtedly fall short. Another nodded in agreement. Most, including the nominal disciples, shared similar sentiments. Tang Tian's rapid ascent had raised suspicions, despite showcasing some remarkable abilities in the dragon transformation pool. That reputation circulated only within a limited circle. The majority of disciples were hearing his name for the first time, and their preconceived notions of nominal disciples were that they were wealthy, indulgent, and braggadocious. Thus, their judgment of Tang Tian was relatively standard. Even the nominal disciples themselves were not particularly optimistic about him, maintaining a detached curiosity. However, those fortunate enough to witness Tang Tian's prowess held contrasting views. Fools, scoffed an elite disciple who had participated in the dragon transformation pool. Just as the mocked individual was about to retort, he noticed the speaker was clad in core disciple attire, exuding a powerful presence that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, fools, another voice chimed in. To judge without understanding the facts is a perilous folly in combat. A cold voice echoed from nearby. The individual turned to see an unfamiliar inner disciple, and his anxiety lessened. Yet, just as he opened his mouth to respond, his companion interrupted him. Are you mad? That's Nia Wushuang from the Southern Peak, one of the most formidable inner geniuses of this generation. She has a notoriously short temper. The last person who provoked her was hung from the crooked tree outside the meritorious hall for 3 days. His companion whispered urgently. The individual was taken aback. How unfortunate was he to provoke someone he couldn't afford to offend? However, he was also puzzled as to why such a formidable figure held such a divergent opinion of Tang Tian. Could it be that Tang Tian truly possessed strength? His demeanor shifted, and the volume of their discussions dwindled. Meanwhile, in a less conspicuous corner, Lin Yu wore a complex expression. How could you participate in the core selection? Her gaze was distant, lost in thought. As the sun ascended higher, an uproar erupted in the arena. Look, there's Tang Tian, someone exclaimed. Tang Tian strolled in, yawning, alongside Li Hong and the others. Upon entering, he felt thousands of eyes converge upon him. This was the sensation of being a star, he mused with a smile. Choosing to ignore the scrutiny as he moved forward, wherever he passed, all eyes were upon him, some scrutinizing, others dismissive, and some entertained, an array of reactions. After walking for a while, a thunderous voice called out from above. Old Jean, over here. It was Qi Yuan. One of the most influential figures in Qingyue sect. He had his designated area, a spacious platform overlooking the entire venue. Upon hearing him, Tang Tian and his companions ascended the platform. Once there, the atmosphere quieted significantly, devoid of the peculiar gazes. The grand elder Li Tianhua, the other peak masters, Tan Yushan, the young sect master Yun Kong, and several unfamiliar elders were present. Additionally, Lu Chang'e and others were there as well. After exchanging nods with familiar faces, Tang Tian settled beside Qi Yuan. Are these the individuals you mentioned earlier? Qi Yuan inquired, glancing at Li Hong and the others. Tang Tian nodded. Qi Yuan scrutinized them, commenting, they seem quite varied. Not to worry. As long as they are my disciples, they will not turn out poorly. Tang Tian chuckled. I appreciate your guidance. Peakmaster Chi. As they conversed, Li Hong and the others discreetly observed Qi Yuan. Tang Tian had informed them that this esteemed figure would be their training mentor. Gazing at their mentor, with a shiny bald head and a muscular physique resembling stone, Li Hong swallowed hard. The upcoming days might prove more arduous than he anticipated. Old Jean, it seems many are discussing you. Feeling the pressure? Qi Yuan asked. Tang Tian chuckled lightly. Not too bad that I've reviewed some information about the participants. And indeed, there are many exceptional talents within the sect that I'll do my best. Qi Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Tang Tian. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I can't see your true strength? Those kids wouldn't even be enough to fill your gaps. But it's good. These youngsters get a little talent and suddenly become insufferably arrogant. That one, Mu Qianqian. If she weren't a girl, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. If you cross paths with her, don't hold back. Give her a proper thrashing and consider it a favor for me. Tang Tian stifled a laugh. Mu Qianqian was indeed the young prodigy from the sixth peak. It seemed she had caused Qi Yuan considerable trouble. One more thing. Qi Yuan leaned in closer, glancing at the Grand Elder before whispering to Tang Tian. The reason this incident has stirred such a ruckus is that old Coot is fanning the flames behind the scenes. He lambasted all the elders, and now many of the upper echelons are eagerly waiting to see you stumble. That sly old fox. Be cautious in your dealings with him. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. They were so close that the Grand Elder would undoubtedly overhear their conversation. You're not worried about him. I can't afford to offend him directly. As for this matter, the Grand Elder has already discussed it with me. You needn't worry. I'm aware of it, Tang Tian reassured. Qi Yuan scoffed. What's there to fear? He wouldn't dare eavesdrop on my words. The two engaged in casual banter until the sun fully rose. Marking the official commencement of the selection tournament, the Grand Elder initiated the proceedings, followed by Yun Kong, delivering some formalities and outlining the rules for the upcoming selection. Next came the time for free challenges. The venue had descended into silence, with everyone awaiting the identity of the first contestant to grace the stage. In every selection competition, there exists an unspoken rule. The initial challenge unfolds upon the central platform, attracting the utmost attention. Thus, without sufficient confidence, no one dares to step forward, for a defeat would be a profound embarrassment. Observing this, Tang Tian rose with resolve. So soon to take the stage? Qi Yuan remarked. Astonished, Tang Tian smiled, replying, the sooner I begin, the sooner I conclude. With that, he leaped from the elevated platform, landing squarely in the center of the arena. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him. Wow, he truly dares, someone exclaimed. That I certainly wouldn't have the courage to be the first. Let's see if he possesses the strength. We shall know soon enough. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yet, Tang Tian remained remarkably composed. He retrieved a soft chair from his storage ring, settling himself in the center of the arena with an air of nonchalance. Anyone who wishes to challenge may do so, he announced, his voice resonating throughout the hall. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in disbelief. This is outrageous. With so many onlookers, I would be trembling. He's seated. He can't be that steady either. Are you foolish? Sitting is more impressive than standing. Look, he's even sipping tea. Tang Tian's demeanor incited a flurry of murmurs among the spectators. Many witnessing him for the first time were taken aback by his calmness. Ordinary individuals lack such audacity. Meanwhile, the pure disciples participating in the assessment wore scowls, some gritting their teeth in indignation. I've had enough. Finally, one could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed, leaping onto the platform. Tang Tian merely glanced at the man, who was a burly figure in the mid-stage of the golden core, brandishing a colossal blade that resembled a door. How arrogant, the man sneered. A mere honorary disciple dares to lecture me. Have you consulted my mountain-splitting blade about this? With that, he swung the blade down upon the platform, the force of which would have shattered ordinary stone were it not for the protective array. What a brute! Let us see if Tang Tian can withstand this, the crowd anticipated. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed. Oh, then I shall inquire. Does the mountain-splitting blade consent? He asked languidly. The audience was taken aback. Even the burly man froze in surprise. You actually dare to ask? However, in the next instant, he felt an uncanny shift in the blade he had wielded for years. Both the hilt and blade trembled violently, rising uncontrollably despite his desperate efforts to maintain control. Come back, he roared, unleashing a powerful aura to reclaim the blade. Yet, no matter how he strained, he could not regain its dominion. The enormous blade, now turned against him, delivered a resounding slap to his posterior. Thud, he stumbled forward, nearly losing his footing. Bewilderment and disbelief filled his expression, yet he persisted in trying to wrest back control. That it was futile. The blade soared again, striking his back with such force that he finally lost his balance and crashed to the ground. What unfolded next was surreal. The mountain-splitting blade, as if possessed, began to lash out at its master, akin to a frenzy. The spectators gaped in shock, for it appeared as if the man was brutally striking himself with his own weapon. While Tang Tian sat serenely, sipping tea, without a hint of movement, that "It seems your blade has consented," Tang Tian remarked with a subtle smile. Chapter 84. The lesson begins. The first battle was utterly bizarre. There was no exchange of blows. The man's weapon had suddenly gone rogue, mercilessly punishing its wielder. Throughout, Tang Tian maintained an air of tranquility, relishing the sight of the man rolling about in pain. What could possibly explain this? Tang Tian's comprehension of the art of blades had reached an extraordinary level. The Grand Elder spoke softly, for true masters recognized the situation. Upon the man's declaration, Tang Tian had seized control of the mountain-splitting blade. A testament to the disparity in their understanding of Taoist principles. The man had not even been aware of it. This was truly a dimensional suppression. Were there any of their contemporaries capable of such mastery? The Grand Elder glanced towards the assembly of elders, who bowed their heads in shame. Had they possessed such a disciple, they would have boasted about it long ago. They had anticipated Tang Tian's victory. Yet never in such a manner. Achieving this level at the mid-stage of the nascent soul is elite, even in the heavenly capital. Such an extraordinary talent becoming an honorary disciple was indeed a scandalous oversight. Qi Yuan sat to the side, munching on seeds, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yin Kong maintained a stoic expression, casting a fleeting glance at him. Meanwhile, the battle on the platform had escalated. The mountain-splitting blade grew increasingly frenzied, transitioning from mere strikes to lethal slashes. The blade's fierce energy forced the man into a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, those with true prowess discerned that Tang Tian had no intention of harming him. Nor did he aim to defeat him. The seemingly fierce blade techniques were, in fact, remarkably structured. In other words, he was merely demonstrating techniques. He is genuinely imparting lessons, someone marveled. Indeed, this was the case. Tang Tian bore no enmity towards this man. There was no need for annihilation. Though the man exhibited average strength and a somewhat impulsive character, his willingness to be the first to challenge demonstrated courage. With proper guidance, he could evolve into a valuable asset. Sometimes, a measure of leniency is not unwarranted. Tang Tian continued to manipulate the mountain-splitting blade with increasing ferocity. Ultimately, after exhausting the man, he planted the blade firmly beside him. The elders, witnessing this, declared the outcome of the first challenge, Tang Tian the victor. The onlookers remained speechless, the manner of victory defying all their expectations. The man, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, struggled to rise from the ground. After the initial chaos, he had come to realize the immense chasm between his and Tang Tian's strength. He also recognized that Tang Tian was offering him guidance in the art of the blade. With a complex expression, he bowed in gratitude to Tang Tian before descending from the platform. Tang Tian, will you continue to challenge? The officiating elder inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Of course that I shall remain here until no one dares to challenge me further. His domineering tone ignited the crowd's excitement once more. I will. A poised young man ascended the platform, eliciting gasps of recognition. It's Yu Haomiao from the North Peak. He had been in seclusion for quite some time, striving to breach the nascent soul realm. Though he ultimately fell short, he was merely a step away. Moreover, his abilities were formidable. Even ordinary nascent soul practitioners would think twice before underestimating him. This was becoming intriguing. The crowd buzzed in anticipation. Aware of the attention, Yu Haomiao regarded Tang Tian with a subtle smile. Before my retreat, I had not heard your name. Tang Tian replied coolly. Have you heard of Sun Wukong? Yu Haomiao paused. Who is that? Tang Tian elaborated. A bold figure who dared to invade the heavenly court after just a few years of mastering the Tao. Therefore, do not presume yourself exceptional. There are many you have yet to hear of. Yu Haomiao's expression darkened. Oh, you think I am like that last fellow? Tang Tian sighed, sensing this man was a typical arrogant genius. Enough of the chatter. Let us fight. Yu Haomiao's demeanor shifted, for since entering the Qinghua sect, no one had dared to belittle him thus. Then prepare yourself. With that, the aura of a perfected golden core erupted from him. He pointed skyward, and dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder rumbling in the distance. The air above the arena crackled with unseen electricity. Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts descended, encircling Tang Tian, their hissing sound sending chills through the onlookers. The Xianlei array, he is employing his ultimate technique right from the start. He must be truly furious. Why is Tang Tian still seated? Once the Xianlei array is activated, its power multiplies. Even nascent soul cultivators struggle to escape. The crowd murmured anxiously. Yu Haomiao, observing Tang Tian's unyielding posture, could not suppress a mocking smile. You are overconfident, daring to remain seated while I unleash the Xianlei array. Your arrogance will be your downfall, he declared coldly. Tang Tian did not even spare him a glance. The idle chatter was excessive. Had this been a life-and-death struggle, he would have been cut into pieces long ago. Ignored by Tang Tian, Yu Haomiao became even more furious, spreading his arms wide, unleashing his full might. I will not hold back. Come to me. With his roar, dozens of thunderbolts erupted with fervor, quickly transforming into the thickness of a thigh, resembling a dark prison that enveloped Tang Tian within. Immediately, all the thunder spiraled and converged towards Tang Tian. The continuously intertwining electric sparks instilled a sense of dread among the spectators. How formidable! Has Tang Tian not yet reacted? At this rate, it would surely be too late. The crowd's hearts raced, as the electric prison shrank. Encapsulating Tang Tian entirely, a cold smile crept onto Yu Haomiao's lips. It is too late. Even if you are in the late stage of the nascent soul, you shall not escape this lightning formation. He intensified his spiritual power, his robe billowing. Soon, the electric prison had shrunk to its limit. However, to everyone's astonishment, even upon reaching its limit, the prison continued to diminish. In an instant, Tang Tian's figure slowly emerged. While the previously house-sized black prison had shrunk into his palm, transforming into a small black orb that rotated gently. Throughout, Tang Tian had not altered his stance. That Yu Haomiao. The disciples. Impressive thunder technique. Tang Tian smiled slightly. Yet, it still requires enhancement. With that, he gently raised his hand. The black orb in his palm spiraled away. Just as it left Tang Tian's grasp, it rapidly expanded, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Hundreds of thunderbolts, as thick as barrels, roared, exuding countless black lightning sparks. The arena transformed into a colossal and terrifying Xianlei formation. Yun Kong, standing on the high platform, could not help but exclaim in admiration. His thunder technique is indeed exquisite. Chapter 85. A shift in the arena. Above the arena, endless black electric sparks crackled, enveloping both Tang Tian and Yu Haomiao entirely. It resembled a massive black prison. The overwhelming might caused the disciples watching below to swallow hard. Tang Tian has seized Yu Haomiao's Xianlei formation. Some were in disbelief. Moreover, the Xianlei formation he unleashed was more potent than before by at least tenfold. Truly astonishing. The crowd stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend if the first battle, where Tang Tian casually defeated a mid-stage golden core warrior, left them in shock. This time, it was a profound tremor of spirit and form. His opponent is Yu Haomiao of the North Peak, the strongest of the new generation of inner disciples, capable of contending with those in the nascent soul stage. Yet, he is toyed with by Tang Tian. How powerful is Tang Tian? Surely, he must be in the nascent soul stage, someone exclaimed. But soon, another cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, the strength Tang Tian exhibits does not lie in his cultivation level, but in his terrifying comprehension of the Tao. The way of the sword, the way of thunder. One cannot fathom how many paths he has mastered. Those who discerned some clues nodded in agreement. This was indeed Tang Tian's most frightening aspect. One can strive to enhance their cultivation, but understanding the Tao is not something achieved overnight. It predominantly relies on talent and opportunity. Let us wait and see. Yu Haomiao may not necessarily lose. Someone said. Unfortunately, the arena is now completely shrouded in the Xianlei formation, obscuring the situation inside. Thus, he was unaware that if Yu Haomiao had heard his words, he would have spat in his face. Inside the concealed Xianlei formation, the air was filled with black electric sparks. Yu Haomiao felt the overwhelming power around him, his lips turning pale, his face etched with panic. He sensed that should even a trace of that power descend upon him, it would spell his doom. Terror gripped him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Since entering the Qinghua sect, it was his first encounter with such a situation, where he had no chance to retaliate. Finally, he could no longer withstand it. Tang Tian. No, Brother Tang, Yu Haomiao cried out, trembling. I was reckless. I should not have provoked you like that. Please, could you retract your powers? He had no choice but to plead. For the electric sparks were nearly upon him, and a slight movement would surely ignite him in flames. Yet, no matter how he called out, there was no response from Tang Tian. The black electric sparks drew ever closer. And Yu Haomiao could feel the sting on his skin. In a panic, he could only shout, Elder, I concede, I admit defeat. Please make him stop. Yu Haomiao's voice was hoarse, a stark contrast to the demeanor he had when he first ascended the platform. Amidst his desperate calls, there finally came a response. All the electric sparks suddenly vanished, leaving the arena unchanged, bathed in sunlight, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Tang Tian remained calmly seated, sipping tea, and lightly sighed, appearing somewhat disappointed. However, at that moment, Yu Haomiao could not concern himself with Tang Tian. Having finally breathed in a sense of safety, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The elder approached at an opportune moment. Observing the terrified Yu Haomiao, the elder shook his head and sighed. Glancing back at Tang Tian, he could not help but say, "Such a rare opportunity. And you simply gave up. Did you not realize that the surrounding electric sparks contain the essence of the Way of Thunder? This was deliberately created by Tang Tian for your comprehension." The elder shook his head repeatedly, manifesting a sense of disappointment. Yu Haomiao was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Tang Tian, finally recalling that although the electric sparks appeared terrifying, their operation seemed to follow an intricate pattern. Regrettably, he had been enveloped by fear at that moment, unable to calm himself to fathom the subtleties within. "Enough, elder, please announce the results," Tang Tian said. "Opportunities such as these, if one cannot seize them even when presented, cannot be blamed on others." Tang Tian wins. With the elder's declaration of the battle's outcome, Yu Haomiao lowered his head, as if stripped of all energy, hastily descending from the arena. The watching disciples were once again left in a daze. They had no idea what had transpired within the shrouded Xianlei formation. How did Yu Haomiao lose? Why did he display such behavior? He appeared to be unharmed. "I've seen this state before," suddenly, a disciple shouted. Attracting many gazes, under the crowd's anticipation, he spoke seriously. "Previously, when a friend of mine lost his crush of 10 years, he looked just like this. Indeed, it was heartbreak, a sense of utter despair." After his words, he immediately received countless eye rolls. "This is nonsense. You're just talking about yourself." The crowd scoffed. However, they could not fathom why Yu Haomiao had transformed into such a state. Nevertheless, those observing from the high platform could discern the truth. The expressions of several peak masters and high-ranking officials varied. Tang Tian's actions had evidently surpassed their expectations. Subsequently, they summoned some of their trusted aides, whispering among themselves. Moments later, a young boy leaped onto the arena. The boy exuded a striking presence, and a fleeting aura that escaped him caused the spectators below to gasp in astonishment. "I in the nascent soul stage, but he seemed somewhat unfamiliar that I recall now. He is a disciple from the East Peak who, during last year's inner disciple assessment, ascended with overwhelming prowess. Later, he seemed to have been taken away by a significant figure for secret training. Is that true? This is a true prodigy. Let's see if he can stand against Tang Tian. At the very least, let him rise from his seat." The disciples were filled with anticipation, under the eager gazes of the crowd. The boy stood before Tang Tian, slowly raising both hands. Then, he deeply bowed. "Brother," the disciples. "What is this situation?" He comes up calling him brother. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, Tang Tian showed little surprise and smiled slightly. "I believe I have seen you before. You also went to the dragon transformation pool, did you not?" The boy nodded. "Thanks to you, my experience at the dragon transformation pool was immensely beneficial." "Thank you, brother." Tang Tian could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. "Not this phrase again." "Then why do you challenge me?" Tang Tian asked. The boy let out a bitter laugh and said, "I did not wish to. Just now, my master issued a command." He gestured towards the high platform. And Tang Tian instantly understood. This group intends to use him as a training ground. They truly do not wish to miss any opportunity. Having only had 2 classes, they already want him to advance. Tang Tian shook his head. "Well, since we are all fellow disciples, I might as well help a bit while the interest is there." "All right, come at me," Tang Tian said. Chapter 86. My brother. The battle quickly commenced. This time, the observing disciples finally witnessed the unfolding of the combat. Although the battle between the two was still dazzling, it was at least somewhat comprehensible now. Moreover, this confrontation marked the most intense and spectacular match since the commencement of the challenge. The youth was indeed formidable, showcasing a myriad of exquisite techniques, transforming the arena into his personal stage, eliciting gasps of awe from the spectators. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained seated, exuding an air of indifference, no matter how fervently the young man fought. He effortlessly neutralized all attacks, rendering the youth incapable of even forcing Tang Tian to rise from his seat. After a fierce clash, Tang Tian calmly pointed, sending the youth hurtling through the air. Crashing to the ground several paces back, his complexion pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth, he managed to stand for a moment, striving to steady his breath. Subsequently, the youth solemnly bowed to Tang Tian. Conceding defeat, he expressed his profound gratitude, finally refraining from uttering that phrase again. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. This young man not only surpassed Hao Miao in strength, but also exhibited remarkable comprehension. Grasping numerous insights during their recent battle, it was no wonder he was chosen to train in the dragon transformation pool. With the Elder-S announcement, Tang Tian celebrated his third victory. Soon after, a strikingly beautiful woman leaped onto the stage. Bai Qingling from the East Peak. Last year, she had entered the inner sect with outstanding results, her method sharp and her strength unfathomable. The crowd recognized her, but seemed to have lost hope that she could defeat Tang Tian. After 3 varied battles, Tang Tian appeared truly invincible. Bai Qingling took her position on the stage and spoke softly. I had previously thought that the esteemed disciples merely boasted to attract attention. It seems, however, that I have been too narrow-minded. Tang Tian replied, in the realm of cultivation, there are countless talents. One must never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Even I, at this moment, do not feel invincible against others of the same level. The world is vast, filled with extraordinary prodigies. Without the right mindset, one could face dire consequences. Indeed, Bai Qingling responded, what you've just revealed has opened my eyes. Nevertheless, I still wish to engage in combat with you. To ascertain the extent of my shortcomings, Tang Tian nodded. Very well, let us begin. The battle commenced. Bai Qingling lived up to her name as a prodigy, her techniques exceedingly fierce, enveloping the entire arena in a murderous aura. Although her cultivation method was somewhat singular, her understanding of the path of killing had reached a remarkably high level. Even the spectators could feel the suffocating rhythm of her assault. If she were to face the earlier youth, the outcome would be uncertain. Alas, her opponent was Tang Tian. Ultimately, they existed on entirely different planes. After parrying all of Bai Qingling's attacks, Tang Tian flicked a tea leaf, instantly dispelling all her lethal maneuvers. Leaving a blood mark on her fair forearm, Bai Qingling took a deep breath, clasped her hands in surrender, and expressed her gratitude. She then gracefully descended from the stage that a sigh of defeat echoed from the audience. Wasn't this to be expected? Another remarked that at least Tang Tian had to use a weapon this time. Is that really a weapon? If you can spit out a tea leaf, let us see if it can harm anyone. Someone retorted, whoa, you actually did it. You're a real pain, just die already. A minor commotion arose in the stands, but was swiftly quelled by the elder. The challenges on the stage continued. Following Bai Qingling, the peak leaders Hu Jingwei and Zhao He, along with several less prominent elite disciples, took turns stepping onto the platform. Regrettably, despite their all-out efforts, none could compel Tang Tian from his seat. This included Mu Qianqian, the proud girl whom Qi Yuan had specifically mentioned. Following Qi Yuan's advice, Tang Tian escalated his intensity, decisively overwhelming her. This particular match revealed just how terrifying Tang Tian could be when he truly exerted himself. There was simply no chance for her to retaliate, and she was thoroughly dominated from start to finish. Moreover, the girl was as stubborn as a dead bird, refusing to concede. Ultimately, Tang Tian had to send her flying away with a single palm strike. Just wait, I will reclaim my honor, she proclaimed defiantly. Still so obstinate, Tang Tian mused, shaking his head as he disregarded her and continued instructing the other prodigies. Observing the proceedings from above, Qi Yuan scoffed. Are you all using my brother to practice? That seems rather unfair, doesn't it? The Grand Elder shot him a glance. I will duly note Tang Tian's achievements. Qi Yuan scoffed. Achievements? My brother is wealthy beyond measure. Even his urine is worth innate Dao jade. What does your little achievement mean to him? Why do some people grow increasingly greedy as they age? With regards to Li Tianhua, Qi Yuan always spoke with sarcasm. It seemed he was the only one in the entire Qinghua sect bold enough to do so. The Grand Elder, visibly exasperated, remarked, Tang Tian has assisted numerous elite disciples this time, beyond mere achievements. I believe the leaders of each peak will also express their gratitude. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Gratitude? Can that be eaten? My brother has no need for such superficialities. The Grand Elder, now furious, retorted, stop playing the fool. With the 100-sect war approaching and the time to determine positions at hand, do you think gratitude serves any purpose? Qi Yuan replied with an exaggerated "oh," followed by a chuckle. So that's what you meant. You could have said it plainly instead of beating around the bush. The Grand Elder huffed in irritation. It was evident that Qi Yuan was doing this intentionally. Clarifying something and being vague are entirely different matters. There was ample room for negotiation, but Qi Yuan's meddling forced all higher-ups to take this matter seriously. Though Qi Yuan appeared brawny and simple-minded, he was indeed astute. This was evident as While the peak leaders did not show much reaction, the other higher-ups were silently deliberating. Meanwhile, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, and Imo Xiaoxiao gazed on thoughtfully, their minds shrouded in mystery. The political intrigue above did not disrupt the battles below. The contests on the arena persisted as time progressed. Over 20 elite disciples had challenged Tang Tian. Apart from the initial hulking man and Yu Haomiao, the subsequent challengers were all above the nascent soul stage, each displaying astonishing prowess. One even reached the mid-nascent soul level and nearly brushed against Tang Tian's sleeve, exhibiting immense strength. Yet, no matter how hard they exerted themselves, they still could not compel Tang Tian to rise. Moments later, a familiar face stood opposite Tang Tian. That I have strained my imagination to envision your might, yet I now realize I have grossly underestimated you. The newcomer was Nie Wushuang. After her time in the dragon transformation pool, she had reached the nascent soul stage, but I still wish to engage you in a direct battle. It is my heartfelt desire, Nie Wushuang declared. Chapter 87. In early conclusion, Tang Tian held a favorable impression of Nie Wushuang. She was exceptionally talented, her strength commendable, and her thoughts meticulous. During the flag-raising battle, although she did not dominate the field, had it not been for Tang Tian, she would have undoubtedly secured the king's banner. Under Imo Xiaoxiao's tutelage, Nie Wushuang had made tremendous strides, a far cry from her former self. In some respects, Imo Xiaoxiao had an exceptional eye for talent. Very well, let us begin, Tang Tian replied with a smile. The battle erupted instantaneously. Nie Wushuang, as always, launched herself with unwavering determination. A tempest of swords erupted, forming a colossal sword array that soared through the arena. In the next moment, all the swords shifted direction. Aiming at Tang Tian. As before, he gently raised his hand, causing all the swords to halt in midair as if time itself had frozen. However, this time, he did not effortlessly seize control of the swords. Nie Wushuang seemed to anticipate this, swiftly altering her tactic. The primary sword radiated blinding brilliance, while the remaining swords trembled violently, redirecting towards the main sword. In less than a breath, all the swords converged, forming a massive celestial sword of slaughtered. The celestial sword took form. The energy from the sword hilt surged forth, propelling the sword directly at Tang Tian. The immense force pierced the air, creating visible ripples. Indeed, there is progress, Tang Tian remarked with a faint smile, lifting his hand and gently pushing forward. The air before him solidified instantly, forming an invisible, sturdy wall. The next moment, the celestial sword collided with the wall. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted above the arena, shockwaves sweeping across the venue, causing some weaker disciples to lose their balance and tumble from their seats, their faces etched with terror. This what genius looks like. Truly formidable, they exclaimed, once again gazing at the arena. The celestial sword was indeed extraordinary. Even with Tang Tian erecting an air wall, it continued to advance under Nie Wushuang's command, gradually closing in. Yet, regrettably, when it was merely half a meter away from Tang Tian, it could advance no further, the entire sword emitting a cracking sound, clearly reaching its limit. With a faint smile, Tang Tian pushed forward another half-inch. The colossal celestial sword could no longer withstand the pressure. With a resounding explosion, it shattered, but to everyone's astonishment, it did not break into fragments. Instead, it transformed into a cascade of luminous rain, enveloping the arena. Even more surprising was the disappearance of Nie Wushuang herself. As if she had melded into the radiant downpour, Tang Tian raised an eyebrow slightly at that moment. A droplet of the luminous rain near his body suddenly enlarged, morphing into a delicate dagger as thin as a cicada's wing, silently lunging towards him. Unfortunately, just as it was about to pierce his flesh, a hand holding a teacup appeared before it. Clink! The dagger's tip was firmly captured between Tang Tian's two fingers. Unable to advance an inch, he then flicked his fingers gently, sending the dagger flying away. During its flight, the dagger expanded in the wind, astonishingly taking on the form of Nie Wushuang. She staggered back several steps, ultimately losing her balance and kneeling on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion pallid to the extreme. That last strike had been a desperate gamble for her. Such rapid progress. Tang Tian mused softly. Earlier, Nie Wushuang had cleverly concealed herself within the billowing light of the exploding celestial sword, launching her full-force attack from close range. She had nearly inflicted harm upon herself in the process. Quite formidable. Nie Wushuang remained silent, finally rising after a long moment. Though her face was still ashen, she performed a respectful bow to Tang Tian. Thank you. After speaking, she descended the arena slowly, watching her retreating figure. Tang Tian paused for a moment, feeling a slight dampness on his fingertips. Upon inspection, he realized that although he had effortlessly blocked Niao Wushuang's all-out assault, she had still managed to inflict a minor injury. The barely discernible crack on the teacup served as evidence of this. That crack swiftly obliterated the hint of complacency that had settled in Tang Tian after his numerous victories. I still emerged too soon. He reflected, today, someone can injure my teacup. Tomorrow, someone might sever my throat. Upon returning, he resolved to elevate his mastery of the myriad paths and refine the divine phoenix secret technique to perfection before considering re-emerging into the fray. Tang Tian pondered how his thoughts would be perceived by other prodigies if they were to hear them. Following Niao Wushuang, 2 more elite disciples opted to challenge him. After that, no one else stepped forward. Due to the incident with the teacup, Tang Tian lost the inclination to continue, thereby concluding this round of free challenges. Regardless, his victory was assured. Once back on the high platform, Qi Yuan noticed Tang Tian's unusual expression and inquired, "Old Jin, what's wrong?" Tang Tian sighed deeply. "I feel as though I am still too weak. I almost let temporary victory cloud my judgment. Fortunately, I regained clarity in time. From now on, I must strive even harder." Qi Yuan responded with disbelief. "What on earth are you saying? You participated in a challenge match, reclined in a soft chair, sipped tea, and effortlessly defeated dozens of elite disciples of the same rank. Only to return and reflect upon your weaknesses. I should bring those disciples over here for you to repeat that." Qi Yuan was befuddled, unable to comprehend Tang Tian's mindset. Even the Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, cast a look of astonishment. To him, Tang Tian epitomized all the shining qualities of an exceptional disciple: talent, strength, resources, and a profound sense of responsibility towards the sect. Despite achieving such a monumental victory, his first thought was one of introspection. It was simply extraordinary. The Grand Elder shook his head, lamenting that Tang Tian was merely an honorary disciple and that the sect's regulations could not be easily altered for one individual. He hoped that once Tang Tian entered the Cloud Summit heaven, he would truly shine, for within the Cloud Summit, the distinction between honorary disciples and others would not be so pronounced. After Tang Tian's challenge concluded, it took a while for other disciples to take the stage. This time, 5 arenas opened simultaneously, commencing the official selection of core disciples. However, due to the explosive nature of Tang Tian's opening performance, the subsequent battles appeared rather lackluster. Failing to capture the audience's interest, Tang Tian sat atop the high platform. Observing with a detached demeanor, he noticed Niao Wushuang, who, despite her injuries, remained formidable, effortlessly overcoming her opponent. He also saw the youthful disciple from the Youth Palace, tossing a plethora of spiritual plant seeds and deftly manipulating his adversary. Yet, he could not help but observe Lin Yu, the once proud girl. Now reduced to mediocrity, her condition notably poor, Tang Tian quickly averted his gaze. Since the moment he had traversed into this world, his fate had been irreversibly severed from hers. The challenge matches, involving thousands of participants, typically spanned several days. After some time, the Grand Elder and other high-ranking officials gradually departed. Tang Tian left alongside Qi Yuan, officially entrusting Li Hong and the others to him. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you," Qi Yuan assured him. After exchanging no further pleasantries, Tang Tian bid them farewell and returned alone to the bamboo pavilion. Sitting beneath the ancient locust tree, listening to the gentle trickle of the Ninshuan ancient well, his heart was imbued with tranquility. For him, the selection tournament was merely a minor interlude. Apart from revealing a modicum of strength, it offered little else of value. That he paid little heed to the well-meaning gestures of the higher-ups. What truly mattered to him was still his cultivation, resource points, and mastery of the myriad paths. These were the core elements of his survival in this world. After a long while, Tang Tian took a deep breath and gazed up at the distant pinnacle. "I must ascend to that height." Chapter 88. The situation in the heavenly abode. The core disciple selection tournament spanned a full 5 days. During this time, Tang Tian's name reverberated throughout the Qinghua sect. One individual challenging dozens of the most elite inner disciples and achieving victory with overwhelming force was a rarity in the annals of Qinghua sect's history. The most comparable figure from the past was the illustrious Ling Luo, who had soared far above her peers over 20 years ago, leaving them in her wake. Legend has it that her talent and constitution had reached an unfathomable level, and she had ascended to immortality without even participating in the 100 sects battle. Being led away by the Cloud Summit heaven, now, Tang Tian seemed to exude a similar aura. However, just as people began to discuss his burgeoning fame, Tang Tian chose once again to retreat into silence. After entrusting Li Hong and his companions to Qi Yuan, he resumed his solitary cultivation journey, sometimes in the bamboo pavilion, sometimes in the Dao-level cultivation retreat within the dojo. He would remain there for several days. The innate gifts of the Son of Destiny, combined with various enhancements and an abundance of cultivation resources, propelled Tang Tian's cultivation to new heights at an astonishing pace that in just 10 days. He successfully broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Half a month later, he stood at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, and days later, an overwhelming aura erupted from the bamboo pavilion. By the time Tang Tian emerged from the cultivation retreat, he had attained the early stage of the transformation god realm. Such a rapid pace of advancement left Qi Yuan utterly astonished. "Old Jin, I feel you could stand shoulder to shoulder with those prodigies within the heavenly abode," he exclaimed in wonder. Tang Tian inquired curiously, "What is the heavenly abode like?" Having long been intrigued by this powerful and enigmatic sect, Tang Tian was eager to learn more, especially since he would eventually be heading there himself. Qi Yuan's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he spoke. "It is a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, a realm of the immortals." He then turned to Tang Tian. "Immortals are indeed formidable, but within the cloud summit heaven, they are merely the upper echelon, with plenty to spare. To be honest, if it weren't for the cloud summit's grand ambitions and the overwhelming demand for talent, I would never have been sent to Qinghua sect. Perhaps I am merely a minor steward within the heavenly abode." Tang Tian fell silent. He was aware of the heavenly abode's might, but it seemed even more formidable than he had imagined. "Why is the heavenly abode so eager to expand?" he asked. Qi Yuan shook his head. "As a mere small fry, how could I know the affairs of the higher-ups? However, what I do know is that the heavenly abode has not been established for long. Only a few millennia. Yet its influence is vast and boundless. I have never ventured beyond its confines. The heavenly abode's territory was immense, comparable to hundreds of Qinghua sects, and its core membership was staggering, numbering at least in the millions." Tang Tian nodded. Since arriving in this world, his perceptions of the cultivation realm had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, he believed the cultivation world to be expansive yet sparsely populated, where a sect with 1,000,000 disciples would be the continent's dominant force. However, he later realized that while it was indeed vast and sparsely populated, the total population was far from insignificant. The Qinghua sect alone boasted over 10 million disciples, and when accounting for all related personnel, their numbers rivaled those of a nation. Sects akin to Qinghua sect were as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless and uncountable. The smaller sects were akin to grains of sand in a desert, impossible to quantify by mere numbers, and this was merely the count of cultivators. The number of mortals was beyond estimation. The realm of cultivation is vast beyond measure, seemingly boundless, where the abundance of life only accentuates its desolation. Thus, the core personnel of the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion numbering over 100 million is far from an exaggeration. It falls well within Tang Tian's expectations. This figure signifies an overwhelming abundance of prodigious talents within the mansion, so numerous that it is staggering. If talents like Nie Wushuang and Gu Xiaoxiwei from the Qinghua sect were cast into the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion, they would likely not even cause a ripple. The mansion is divided into 10 major regions, each further segmented into numerous smaller areas. Qi Yuan continued, reminiscing about a remarkable young prodigy he encountered during his time in the southeast region. Yanming Subdivision. Beginning his cultivation at the tender age of 10, he ascended to immortality by 15, exhibiting unparalleled combat prowess. Yet, astonishingly, he ranked merely 19th among over 20 subdivisions in the southeast region, and fell beyond the 200 mark within the entire Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion. Qi Yuan's face was a canvas of awe, and Tang Tian felt a tightening in his chest. A prodigy who achieved immortality in 5 years could not even break into the top 100 of his contemporaries. This exemplified the formidable strength of the mansion, a true sanctuary for the exceptionally gifted. With this in mind, Tang Tian's resolve solidified. He must accumulate sufficient foundation before emerging into the world. Perceiving Tang Tian's thoughts, Qi Yuan remarked with a smile, "Yet you are not without merit yourself. I heard that just last year, you were merely a junior disciple in the initial stages of Qi cultivation. In just over half a year, you have already reached the divine transformation realm. Such an achievement places you among the elite in any subdivision of the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion. Moreover, your understanding of the Tao is unparalleled, surpassing that of most elder administrators I have encountered." Tang Tian smiled quietly, his gaze unfettered by the confines of a single subdivision. "What was your experience in the mansion during your youth?" he inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled heartily, though constrained by my innate gifts and various factors. "I never achieved immortality in my several centuries. However, I was ranked among the top 100 in my subdivision at that time. Many disciples with greater talent could not match my combat abilities, which is precisely why I was selected to join the Qinghua sect." A hint of youthful pride flickered across his face. Tang Tian smiled and asked, "May I dare to challenge you?" After Li Hong and his companions departed, he had not engaged in combat for over a month. and his hands itched for action. He had little faith in others, but was willing to test himself against Qi Yuan. Very well. Qi Yuan laughed heartily, rising to stretch his robust arms. That it has been many years since I last fought. This is a perfect opportunity to warm up, but be forewarned, if you find yourself in pain, do not cry for mercy. Tang Tian also stood, smiling as he replied, then I must apologize in advance. In an instant, the two clashed. Qi Yuan was no braggart. As they began to battle, Tang Tian immediately felt the weight of pressure unlike any he had experienced in his previous encounters with Li Hong and company. This was the genuine pressure of a life-and-death struggle. If his previous sparring had been an exchange of techniques, facing Qi Yuan was a visceral contest for survival. His attacks were few but executed with simplicity and precision, devoid of any ostentation. Initially, Tang Tian found himself thoroughly suppressed, unable to mount a counterattack, and soon endured several palpable hits. It was no wonder Qi Yuan had confidently warned him not to cry for mercy. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, he would likely be incapacitated on the ground. Yet Tang Tian was anything but ordinary. His formidable phoenix body and extraordinary phoenix secret art allowed him to recover swiftly even after sustaining injuries. With no impact on his combat effectiveness, this marked the first time he truly experienced the benefits of the phoenix secret art in battle. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to Qi Yuan's rhythm, experiencing fewer hits and occasionally managing effective counterattacks. Eventually, Qi Yuan landed a punch squarely on Tang Tian's chest, and in that moment, Tang Tian seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to Qi Yuan's side, creating distance between them. As Tang Tian prepared to press his advantage, Qi Yuan raised his hand and called out, "Stop, stop." The fierce battle came to a halt. Qi Yuan gazed at the seemingly unfazed Tang Tian. Astonishment etched on his face. "What on earth are you made of? You endure all this punishment and grow even fiercer." Tang Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to reveal that the phoenix secret art was one of his trump cards, a secret he wished to keep hidden for now. "Are all the top talents in a subdivision of the mansion as formidable as you?" Tang Tian asked. If that were the case, the Cloud Peak Heavenly Mansion would exceed his expectations yet again. Qi Yuan stepped closer. I was among the top 100 centuries ago, but times have changed. Speaking of the divine transformation realm, not only would I contend with the top 100 in a subdivision, but even among the top 100 in the mansion, few could gain the upper hand against me in a direct confrontation. Old Jean, with your strength, you will undoubtedly draw attention in the mansion, Qi Yuan added. Tang Tian refrained from commenting. His abilities and comprehension of the Tao had indeed transcended the confines of the divine transformation realm, but beyond that, it was uncertain if the opponent's combat prowess matched Qi Yuan's. He might not find it easy to prevail. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Tian asked, "Old Qi, is there a way to rapidly enhance combat prowess?" Qi Yuan shook his head with a smirk. "There are no shortcuts. Only through relentless combat will one grasp the essence of life and death struggles." Tang Tian fell silent. Genuine life and death battles were scarce, and he was reluctant to gamble with his life. However, with the phoenix secret art at his disposal, he could engage in simulated life and death encounters. After a moment, he said, "Old Qi, could you assist me in finding some seasoned combatants? I wish to maximize my combat experience. You can instruct them to use any means necessary, as long as they do not kill me," he added. Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Tang Tian. "Are you serious? There's no need for such extremes. With your current talent and resources, given enough time, you could comfortably ascend to the higher echelons of the mansion. With the mansion's protection, no one could pose a threat to you." Tang Tian shook his head. "Relying on others cannot compare to relying on oneself. Only one's own strength can be deemed the most valuable asset. That I implore you." Ultimately, after Tang Tian's insistence, Qi Yuan acquiesced. He confirmed repeatedly whether Tang Tian truly intended to push himself to such extremes. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Qi Yuan could not help but exclaim, "What a madman! The prodigies within the mansion would never anticipate the arrival of such a presence. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you." Tang Tian smiled broadly. With sufficient assurances in place, it was time to embrace the madness. After a brief exchange, the two parted ways. Qi Yuan worked efficiently. By the following afternoon, 10 formidable cultivators, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard. Upon learning their credentials, Tang Tian discovered they were Qi Yuan's direct subordinates, seasoned warriors who had fought alongside him for over a century and had witnessed countless life and death scenarios, rendering them exceptionally experienced in combat. Under Qi Yuan's direction, they would train with Tang Tian every afternoon moving forward. Tang Tian welcomed this eagerly. Thus, that very afternoon, his blood flowed freely within the confines of the purple bamboo courtyard. Qi Yuan was serious. He adhered to the stipulation of as long as you do not die. Tang Tian, too, was earnest, Despite his body being riddled with wounds and pain coursing through him, he persevered, ultimately sending them off with a smile and urging their prompt return the next day. His display left Qi Yuan's subordinates in stunned silence. They had never encountered anyone so audacious. Tomorrow, will he even be able to stand? They wondered. However, unbeknownst to them, upon returning to his meditation chamber, Tang Tian's wounds had completely healed, leaving no trace save for his blood-stained garments. The enhanced essence of life sustained him with boundless vitality, resulting in no depletion whatsoever. Reflecting on the day's battles, Tang Tian resumed his cultivation. The next afternoon, when his subordinates beheld him unscathed and brimming with vigor, their jaws nearly dropped. What kind of miraculous entity possessed such extraordinary healing capabilities? Consequently, they fought with abandon, fully embracing the mandate of as long as you do not die, subjecting Tang Tian to even greater torment than the previous day. Even those accustomed to brutal scenes felt their hearts race. Yet, on the third day, Tang Tian appeared once more, full of life, demanding they intensify their efforts. Thus, Tang Tian spent his mornings cultivating in the Dao-level training chamber and his afternoons engaging in life-and-death duels in the purple bamboo courtyard. By night, he would reflect on the battles and consolidate his learnings to end this period of intense fulfillment. Tang Tian's cultivation and combat abilities underwent transformative breakthroughs each day. His overall strength is progressing towards an elusive realm. Should he encounter Nie Wuxuang again, even within the same realm, she would never be able to touch his teacup once more. After more than half a month, Tang Tian steadily stepped into the mid-stage of transformation. At this moment, he finally received news that Qin Hai would be visiting. Chapter 90. The hand behind the scenes. Brother Yun, I have sent the money with someone. Tang Tian communicated via a messaging jade talisman to Yun Kong. During this period of intensive cultivation, he remained attentive to the development of Qingwei sect. All these were points of expenditure. Unfortunately, the construction of Qingwei sect seemed to have reached a saturation point. After nearly 2 months of continuous investment, over 70 trillion spirit jade had been spent, yet not a single piece of innate Dao jade was acquired, adhering to the philosophy that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Tang Tian did not abandon it entirely. Just now, he had given Yun Kong over 90 billion in small change. Young Master Tang, such a vast sum. Are you certain you want me to take it? A subordinate of Qi Yuan trembled slightly as he held the storage ring, feeling somewhat anxious. After a period of friendly exchanges, the two parties had become quite familiar, often assisting Tang Tian with minor tasks. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's gaze shifted. Is there some difficulty? If so, shall I give you an innate Dao jade as a tip? The subordinate immediately shook his head vigorously. No, that's certainly unnecessary. If the peak master were to find out, I would surely be done for. What I meant was, forget it. Since you trust me so, I shall not disappoint you. Rest assured, I will deliver every last coin to the young sect master. Seeing the man appear, as if swearing an oath, Tang Tian could not help but feel speechless. It was merely a little pocket money. Was it necessary to be so solemn? No worries, if you lose it, I can always give you more. Hurry back quickly. Do not delay today's training, Tang Tian instructed. The subordinate nodded earnestly and then left the purple bamboo courtyard. Though it was still morning, Tang Tian chose not to go to the dojo for practice. Instead, he sat quietly under the old locust tree, patiently awaiting something. It was not long before the formation outside was triggered, prompting Tang Tian to rise and open the formation. It was indeed Qin Hai. Young Master Tang. Qin Hai clasped his hands in greeting. No need for such formality. Tang Tian smiled and invited him inside. After several months apart, Qin Hai's demeanor had changed significantly, now exuding the poise of a high-ranking individual. It seemed that after the last transaction, he had indeed gained sufficient status within the Jinyutang. Let us see what you have brought today. Having not spent money in a while, Tang Tian felt a surge of excitement. Subsequently, Qin Hai produced 2 exquisite shumi rings. Upon opening one, Tang Tian discovered it contained high-grade, high-quality cultivation resources, a dazzling array of items. The other ring was filled with various cultivation techniques, numbering over 10,000. Even more than the last time. However, regrettably, the combined value of the 2 rings was less than 200 trillion. Similar to before. It appeared that Qi Bin was right. This amount was the limit for the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce in this region. To increase it further, alternative methods would have to be sought. The construction of Qingwei sect faced the same situation. It had essentially reached a saturation point. Tang Tian let out a slight sigh. It seemed that if he wished to indulge in spending in the future, he would have to seek out places like Yunding Tianfu. Not bad. Tang Tian stored both rings away and, for once, chose to settle in one go. Now that he had money, following the investments from the 6th peak and various expenditures, his innate Dao Jade had surpassed 1,000 and continued to grow. Moving forward, let us focus on the techniques, regardless of the source, Tang Tian stated. Qin Hai nodded earnestly in agreement. How is the investigation regarding Tianfeng coming along? I heard from Li Hong that there was a particularly notable discovery. Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai nodded. Indeed, since the last transaction concluded, I successfully obtained the position of steward in Jinyu Tang, and with Qi Bin's backing, the investigation has proceeded much smoother. I have indeed found that before Tianfeng came to the purple bamboo courtyard, he had a clandestine discussion with Du Yuanqing. Following that meeting, Tianfeng sought me out, forcibly taking on the matter of trading with you. Therefore, Du Yuanqing must be aware of this. Tang Tian frowned slightly. He had no previous dealings with Du Yuanqing. Even during the last inspection meeting, Du Yuanqing had rejected his funding. So why would he deliberately seek to create enmity through Tianfeng? What is this notable discovery you mentioned earlier? Tang Tian pressed. Qin Hai pondered for a moment before replying. Young Master Tang, do you recall what Lord Qi mentioned previously regarding the distribution of shares? Tang Tian nodded. This was a matter of a scale in the hundreds of trillions. Certainly something he kept in mind. However, since the shares would be allocated outside of Qingwei's sect, it had yet to be finalized. During my investigation of Tianfeng, I uncovered another matter, Qin Hai continued. After their clandestine discussion, Du Yuanqing submitted a formal application to the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce. He too wishes to partake in this share distribution. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Du Yuanqing is concerned that my closeness to Tingyun might affect his share distribution? This is the only potential conflict between them. The share matter influences the voting for the second-in-command of Qingwei sect next year. But does Du Yuanqing possess the capability to contest for that position? Tang Tian expressed doubt. Among the 5 young masters and 2 young mistresses, Du Yuanqing was the youngest and also the one with the least foundation. It would be difficult for him to secure the second-in-command role. Could there be some other ulterior motive at play? Qin Hai quickly provided another clue. Initially, I shared your thoughts. However, as I delved deeper into the investigation, it became apparent that this situation does not seem to have been initiated by Du Yuanqing. Before this, he had shown no clear intent to participate in the share distribution. He submitted his application only after conferring with Tianfeng. Thus, it appears that the clandestine discussion was more of Tianfeng persuading him, which led to this development. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. But why would Tianfeng act in such a manner? During his last visit to the purple bamboo courtyard, his hostile attitude had been almost palpable. Was it truly just to distance himself from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? Tang Tian contemplated for a while, realizing that the entire thread of clues still could not be fully connected, seemingly missing a crucial element. This element lay half with Tianfeng and half with the share distribution. There was an unsettling feeling of a hidden hand manipulating everything from the shadows. Tang Tian disliked this sensation. The unknown is always frightening. Clarity must be sought. Tianfeng was not a member of Qingwei sect, making it challenging to break through from that angle. The only option was to continue the investigation gradually. Thus, the only remaining avenue to alter the situation was through the share distribution. Tang Tian glanced at the consumption points within the system, realizing he had enough to cultivate the Divine Phoenix secret technique to its highest realm. Perhaps, how does one participate in this share distribution? Tang Tian inquired. Qin Hai replied. The chamber will assess qualifications on its own. With your current standing, you only need to submit a formal application if you wish to participate. Tang Tian nodded. If the Divine Phoenix secret technique proved potent enough, coupled with Qi Yuan's protection, temporarily leaving Qingwei sect would not pose significant issues. This unseen hand behind the scenes must be identified. Moreover, aside from this, there were over 1,000 billion consumption points. If this could open up pathways within the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, the opportunities available externally would far surpass those of Qingwei sect. Chapter 91. Tang Tian lays an egg that night. In the purple bamboo courtyard, Tang Tian sat bare-chested in the meditation chamber, the bloodstains on his body rapidly dissipating. The wounds that once existed had completely healed. Smooth as before, he had grown quite adept at this. After extensive training, his combat skills had improved significantly. Initially, he would have nearly lost his life during battles, but now he could navigate them with ease and deliver fierce counterattacks at opportune moments. The rapid pace of his growth astonished Qi Yuan's subordinates. Combat experience cannot simply be acquired through talent and cultivation. However, Tang Tian understood that this was due to his comprehension of the myriad paths, often allowing him to discern the essence in a remarkably short time. After a brief moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes, his spirit and vitality restored to their zenith. He then accessed the system. One instance of divine-level epiphany, 10 billion consumption points. After completing the transaction with Qin Hai in the morning, he could redeem 2 instances of divine-level epiphany, perfectly suited to elevate the Divine Phoenix secret technique to its highest realm. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian chose to redeem it and applied it directly to the Divine Phoenix secret technique. Divine Phoenix secret technique. Great success. The profound principles of the Tao intertwined within Tang Tian's body. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to see every blood vessel, every cell, every drop of blood within himself. His body transformed into countless minuscule units, each brimming with boundless vitality and energy after a period of time. When Tang Tian opened his eyes once more, an aura of vastness filled the entire meditation chamber. Bloodshed, rebirth. Tang Tian's gaze burned with intensity as he found a fitting descriptor for the perfected Divine Phoenix secret technique. He sensed that the very essence of his life had undergone a profound transformation. It seemed to transcend the realm of mere existence. The concept of death had gradually diminished in significance for him. Regardless of the injuries he sustained, as long as a single drop of blood remained, he could swiftly resurrect. This rebirth was unlike the resurrection through the laws of heaven associated with lesser realms. Blood rebirth incurred no loss. Memories, cultivation, everything remained intact. Such an ability could only be deemed extraordinary. Moreover, it seemed that my flesh and blood had transformed into something akin to a divine elixir. Tang Tian silently examined himself. And through the vision of his divine soul, he perceived his corporeal form to be astonishingly transparent, suffused with a radiant glow, akin to a precious medicinal herb, if a mere mortal were to stumble upon it. Extending their lifespan by several centuries would be entirely feasible. Should I perhaps consider renaming myself Tang Sung? Tang Tian mused, feeling that lacking this ability might actually be preferable if some malevolent cultivators took notice. He could very well find himself cast into an alchemical furnace. It seemed prudent to avoid unnecessary injuries henceforth, lest this peculiar trait attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. After a thorough inspection, Tang Tian reactivated the system. Given the astonishing effects of his perfected state, he pondered what the ultimate form might entail. With an air of anticipation, he invoked the divine-level enlightenment. However, after waiting for a spell, no abnormal occurrences manifested, and even his body remained largely unchanged. Just as he began to feel perplexed, a sudden sharp pain erupted from his abdomen. The pain was inexplicably intense, sweeping through him like a tempest, far more agonizing than 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Soon, cold sweat streamed down Tang Tian's forehead as he gritted his teeth against this unprecedented agony. But what transpired next nearly shattered his composure. As the pain intensified, he distinctly observed his lower abdomen beginning to swell. Tang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as a bizarre voice echoed in his mind at a rooster laying an egg, the fighter among roosters. What on earth is happening? Tang Tian was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled that during his initial exchange for the Divine Phoenix physique, he had indeed glimpsed a colossal gray egg in the chaos. At the time, he had wondered if he might ultimately transform into an egg himself. Was it a prophetic saying? Although he hadn't turned into an egg, this clearly indicated a rhythm of laying one. Yet, he was undeniably male. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Could it be that because he awakened the Divine Phoenix physique, which is inherently magnetic, he inherited the capacity for reproduction? Tang Tian could no longer maintain his composure. As he watched his abdomen continue to swell, he was profoundly anxious about birthing some inexplicable entity. However, as time passed, he began to notice some peculiarities. The true swelling occurred not within his body, but rather in his dantian. This moment, countless laws and principles interwove within his dantian, gradually forming an oval-shaped mysterious object. Indeed, that it resembled an egg. Yet, it was not an egg in the traditional sense. This egg did not signify a new life. It remained a part of Tang Tian, merely existing in a profoundly arcane manner. As the bizarre egg solidified further, Tang Tian's understanding of it deepened. Its existence transcended the 5 elements, and even the laws of heaven could not penetrate it. It was something that existed independently of heaven and earth. This meant that even if the world shattered, and the heavenly laws fell into chaos, this egg would remain untouched by any influence. Simultaneously, it was bound to the very essence of Tang Tian's life, even if he were to meet his demise. Erased entirely from this world by a supreme being, he could still return through this egg. This was nearly akin to true immortality. Tang Tian couldn't help but exhale deeply. The concern that had always plagued him regarding the safety of his life now had sufficient assurance. Yet, the sole issue remained: I can't possibly walk around with a prominent belly all day. As Tang Tian surveyed his now prominent abdomen, a wry smile crept upon his face, seemingly attuned to his thoughts. The bizarre egg swiftly fell silent within his dantian. Once fully formed, as the egg quieted, Tang Tian's abdomen gradually retracted, ultimately returning to its original state. His physique remained intact, devoid of any stretch marks. Tang Tian sighed in relief. If he were to truly carry a large belly in the future, he would likely find it difficult to even exit his abode. After calming his emotions, he scrutinized the bizarre egg once more. He discovered that while the egg's essence appeared to reside within his dantian, it had actually transcended the laws of heaven and existed in a state independent of this world, aside from himself. No one could observe or explore it. Moreover, the egg seemed to connect with the chaos, continuously drawing life energy from it and channeling it back into Tang Tian's life essence. This was akin to having the entirety of chaos providing him with a ceaseless supply of sustenance, entirely alleviating any concerns regarding life depletion. Its extraordinary nature exceeded even Tang Tian's comprehension. He understood that the concept of death could now be expunged from his lexicon. A smile graced Tang Tian's lips. At last, he could truly unleash his potential. The allocation of shares and a myriad of other exciting prospects awaited him. As he immersed himself in these thoughts, his cultivation unwittingly advanced steadily. Chapter 92. The arrival of Lu Chang'e, the ultimate form of the Divine Phoenix secret technique, had indeed exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. It was astonishing. He had nearly birthed an egg. He seriously suspected that had he been female, he might have genuinely laid an egg imbued with life. Thankfully, his greatest fears had not materialized. The existence of the bizarre egg eluded even the scrutiny of heavenly laws. Furthermore, the egg's function alleviated all his concerns, providing him with the most steadfast assurance of life safety. Tang Tian's spirit soared, and he contemplated a plethora of reckless endeavors. However, after some reflection, he regained his composure. He merely sought security, not to engage in foolishness. Following his original plan, he resolved to advance steadily. After some contemplation, Tang Tian retrieved the cultivation techniques that Qin Hai had sent him that day. With a few remaining points to spend, he could continue to comprehend the techniques as strength accumulated gradually. Additionally, he had identified avenues to acquire further points. The share allocation from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce could be pursued without reservation, and he intended to invite Qi Yuan to join him. He was also keen to unearth the identity of the elusive mastermind who stirred the waters from the shadows. The following day, Tang Tian informed Qin Hai of his decision to participate in the share allocation, leaving the registration process to him. With over a month remaining until the commencement of the share conference, Tang Tian continued to immerse himself in training and cultivation. However, just a few days later, the purple bamboo courtyard welcomed an unexpected visitor, Lu Chang'e. Upon opening the formation and seeing him, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Ever since their confrontation at the woofing exchange, they had not crossed paths again. What could this individual want with him? Tang Tian inquired, showing no inclination to invite him in. Lu Chang'e, however, seemed unfazed, smiling as he replied, "I come on behalf of the young sect master. The sect's main peak has some expansion plans, and he wishes to discuss them with you." Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, he had been involved in numerous sect construction matters recently, primarily to accumulate more points. Yet, he had never engaged with the main peak before. Both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yang possessed substantial financial resources, and they had no need for assistance from others. What prompted this sudden initiative to negotiate? He found it perplexing but adhered to the principle of hospitality. Since Lu Chang'e appeared polite, Tang Tian decided not to dismiss him outright. Thus, he allowed Lu Chang'e to enter the purple bamboo courtyard. Arriving beneath the old locust tree, Lu Chang'e surveyed his surroundings meticulously. He then gazed up at the tree crown and sighed. This tree has grown too large. It cast a shadow over the entire courtyard. Pruning it would be beneficial. Tang Tian was taken aback. Previously, others had visited the purple bamboo courtyard and offered their assessments, like Wang Ziyu and Qi Bin of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. However, their comments mostly pertained to the cultivation environment within the courtyard. Yet here was Lu Chang'e, commenting on the tree crown. What relevance did sunlight have to him? Earlier in the morning, sunlight had still managed to filter in. "That's sufficient. I prefer a cooler ambience," Tang Tian remarked, setting a teapot on the stone table and gesturing for Lu Chang'e to sit. Lu Chang'e glanced at the stone table, but shook his head with a smile. "No, I believe it would be more comfortable beneath the tree. I'll sit here. You carry on." With that, he plopped down against the tree trunk, reclining comfortably on the ground, fanning himself and stretching out his legs. Seemingly relishing the moment, Tang Tian found his demeanor rather odd. What was with this guy? Adhering to the principle of hospitality, he refrained from commenting further and seated himself at the stone table. What does the young sect master wish to discuss? Tang Tian steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Lu Chang'e, with his eyes closed, indulged in a brief moment of feigned slumber before he spoke slowly. The young sect master wishes to establish a new series of meditation chambers within the dojo. However, the solution has already been determined. and the funding is in place that I have come here today to discuss this with you. Tang Tian paused, realizing that this was indeed the case, with the financial prowess of Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng. Such matters could hardly pose a challenge. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chang'e smiled gently. I feared you might turn me away. Tang Tian remained silent. Had Lu Chang'e not referenced Yunkong, he might indeed have kept him at bay. Let us converse then, he said, taking a sip of tea. After a moment of silence, Lu Chang'e continued, you have been remarkably active within the sect lately. Your presence is felt everywhere beyond the main peak, and you have monopolized the construction of the 6th peak. Do you aspire to compete for that position? Tang Tian was struck by realization. This was the crux of the matter. Indeed, he had invested significantly in various projects, rapidly expanding his influence within the sect. His generous approach had garnered him high praise among the upper echelons of the peaks. If he were to truly enter the fray, the assessments regarding internal influence would undoubtedly skew in his favor. After pondering, Tang Tian replied slowly, do you believe me if I say I do not compete? Lu Chang'e turned to him. I do. Yet, I will still regard you as a potential rival. Tang Tian shrugged. Then that settles it. Regardless of your stance, you have already made your decision. Thus, any answer is rendered meaningless. Lu Chang'e smiled faintly, then leaned back into a comfortable position. Indeed, you are correct. Regardless, you have become my adversary, making any response futile. With that, an ephemeral silence enveloped them. A moment later, Lu Chang'e broke the stillness. Do you comprehend the significance of that position? Tang Tian savored his tea. Is it not to be one step below a sovereign, above all others? Lu Chang'e shook his head. That is merely a superficial interpretation. Attaining that position, in a certain sense, equates to claiming the entirety of the Qingwei sect. From then on, disciples entering the Yunding Tianfu from Qingwei will become part of your own faction. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, uncertain about the implications. Yet, since those disciples had already entered the Yunding Tianfu, how significant could their connection to the second-in-command of Qingwei be? Sensing Tang Tian's confusion, Lu Chang'e elaborated, before you, there were only 3 principal contenders for that position, myself, Tian Yangsheng, and Mo Xiaoxiao. Tian Yangsheng is a core member of the Battle God Hall, while Mo Xiaoxiao hails from the direct lineage of the Mo family. As for me, I am a prospective hall master of the newly established Good and Evil Hall. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these 3 were all connected to Yunding Tianfu. No wonder they seemed different from Du Yuanqing and Jing Heng. Their financial strength was considerably greater. Our objectives are fundamentally aligned, with only 2 in strict terms, Lu Chang'e continued. One is to gain experience, and the other is to secure the allocation rights of outstanding disciples from Qingwei sect. After Lu Chang'e's explanation, Tang Tian grasped the situation more clearly. Regardless of who secured the position of second-in-command, they need not remain within the Qingwei sect indefinitely, even if they returned to Yunding Tianfu. Their status would endure, granting them preferential distribution rights concerning disciples promoted from their sect. The reason Lu Chang'e, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Tian Yangsheng vied for this position was primarily to obtain this critical right, ensuring a steady influx of fresh talent for their respective factions. In contrast, Du Yuanqing and Jing Heng primarily contended within the Qingwei sect, seldom venturing to Yunding Tianfu. Tang Tian could not help but marvel at the disparities among them. The title of a prestigious heir carried its own nuances. With Lu Chang'e and his companions in the fray, the likelihood of others competing for that position was virtually non-existent. Why share this with me? Tang Tian asked. Lu Chang'e sighed softly. I wish to convey that the stakes associated with that position are exceedingly complex. This is not merely a contest among esteemed disciples. Internal sect factions, high-ranking members, and certain powers within Yunding Tianfu are all entangled in the struggle. Without sufficient foundation, a mere misstep could lead to utter ruin. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Are you warning me? Lu Chang'e shook his head. I am simply stating the truth. In this courtyard, I prefer not to delve into excessive scheming. Since you have chosen to engage, it is crucial you recognize what lies ahead. Tang Tian fell silent, uncertain of Lu Chang'e's intentions in conveying these words. Was it a warning? An attempt to win him over? It seemed neither. Compared to their last encounter during the 5 Peaks Communication Conference, Lu Chang'e's demeanor appeared strange. He lacked that inscrutable depth in the sharp emotional fluctuations, as if they were merely exchanging pleasantries. After a brief pause, Tang Tian asked, Are the 3 of you powerful within Yunding Tianfu? Lu Chang'e, still with eyes closed, replied slowly, All hold a commendable status. The Battle God Hall comprises a cadre of formidable individuals, albeit few in number. Each member is exceptionally strong, wielding great influence within the Tianfu. The Mo family, an old lineage established since Yunding Tianfu's inception, possesses an unfathomable depth. Our Good and Evil Hall, though only a century old, has developed swiftly and boasts a considerable membership. granting us a degree of voice within the Tianfu. However, if one were to assess strictly, the Imo family reigns supreme, followed by the battle god Hall, and then us. Tang Tian acknowledged this with an OH.it appeared that the contention among the three was indeed a contest of titans. However, based on his current encounters, he perceived Imo Xiao Xiao as the weakest in overall capability among them. He voiced this concern, to which Lu Chang'e explained, the Imo family does not have a pressing need for fresh talent. Their interest is minimal. Imo Xiao Xiao's presence in Qinghua sect is primarily for experience. Tang Tian understood now. No wonder Imo Xiao Xiao's focus remained on managing the southern peak, with her subordinates unwaveringly loyal. As if they had pledged their allegiance, after sharing these insights, they lapsed into silence once more. Tang Tian found himself at a loss for words, observing Lu Chang'e, who sat there with eyes closed. Seemingly lost in thought, several times he felt that this peculiar individual had dozed off, appearing as if he were gravely ill. What of me? I have matters to attend to. After a moment, just as Tang Tian was about to issue an invitation for Lu Chang'e to leave, the latter suddenly inquired, do you know why the purple bamboo courtyard has suddenly opened? Tang Tian shook his head. Why is that? Lu Chang'e replied, you are unaware. The purple bamboo courtyard has remained closed due to past events. Its sudden opening is indeed curious. Tang Tian scoffed. What is so strange about it? One cannot dwell forever in the past. Time moves forward. Lu Chang'e turned to him, smiling. That is a profound statement. He then rose, stretching languorously. How delightful. I could easily fall asleep right here. Tang Tian nonchalantly responded. Sleep if you wish. There is an empty room over there. If you don't mind it being small, you may rest there. Lu Chang'e shook his head. No. Thank you. Don't think I don't notice. You have been eager to usher me out. Besides, I have many tasks to attend to. You are right. Time does indeed march forward. With that, Lu Chang'e opened his folding fan and leisurely made his way to the door. Tang Tian remained seated, waving his hand to open the array outside. As Lu Chang'e approached the entrance, he suddenly halted and said, Tang Tian, should you genuinely decide to immerse yourself in this conflict, I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. This is a war steeped in blood. Anyone could perish. Tread carefully. With that, he seemed to revert to his usual self, gradually vanishing from Tang Tian's sight. Once Lu Chang'e departed, Tang Tian closed the array with a wave of his hand. This unexpected visit left him with a myriad of questions. This fellow was indeed peculiar, rambling about various matters, yet Tang Tian sensed that he was not truly targeting him. But here, he was alone. After a moment of reflection, Tang Tian could find no connection and finally shook his head, dismissing the tangled thoughts. Though he held no ambitions for that position, his investments and expenditures inevitably attracted the attention of certain individuals. Such was an unavoidable reality. Perhaps in the future, more disputes and turbulent storms would seek him out. All he could do was ensure he possessed sufficient means for self-preservation before the chaos arrived. Now, concerning the safety of life, ample assurances have been established. In terms of strength, one must not lag behind, as this remains the sole foundation for existence. Tang Tian's thoughts gradually settled into tranquility. Subsequently, he immersed himself once more in rigorous cultivation and training. A month passed swiftly. Following a violent storm of spiritual energy, Tang Tian emerged from his chamber, now standing at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. At that precise moment, a message arrived from Qinghai, announcing that in 5 days, the Equity Distribution Conference at the headquarters of the Tengyun Chamber of Commerce would officially commence. Chapter 94. Partial Equity within the Purple Bamboo Courtyard. An air of lethal intent filled the atmosphere as several figures intertwined in a frenzied battle. Each assault exuded an extraordinarily fierce momentum, the intent to kill almost palpable. Had they not been ensconced within a vast formation, the other structures of the Purple Bamboo Courtyard would have been utterly obliterated in an instant. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted unexpectedly, and a shadow was flung backward, crashing against the formation's barrier before plummeting to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth. Subsequently, several other figures clad in black were sent flying, stripped of all combat capability. In mere breaths, only one figure in a purple robe remained aloft in the sky, descending slowly. It was Tang Tian. Through relentless training and cultivation, Tang Tian's combat prowess had significantly improved. He was no longer the defenseless punching bag he once was. The 10 black-clad individuals were all above the out-of-body stage, elite soldiers under the command of Qi Yuan. Yet, combined, they were utterly no match for Tang Tian. Remarkably, after defeating them, he bore not a single wound, his breath steady and demeanor composed. Coughing, one of the black-clad figures struggled to rise, remarking, "Young Master Tang, you are indeed the fastest-growing individual I have ever encountered." Even if Lord Qi were to restrict his cultivation to the transformation realm, He could not so easily vanquish us. His face was a canvas of astonishment. In just over a month, Tang Tian had transformed from an inexperienced novice to a seasoned and cunning warrior. Even those well-versed in battle could not help but feel incredulous. Tang Tian stepped forward with a smile, stating, "Without Captain Liu and the other brothers, I would not have achieved such progress. You are all my teachers." As he spoke, he produced some healing elixirs and handed them to Captain Liu. "Please help the brothers recover. I may have been a bit too vigorous during the skirmish. My sincerest apologies." Captain Liu accepted the healing potions with a smile, replying, "No offense taken. It has been quite some time since we have had such an exhilarating experience. Consider it a reminder not to underestimate anyone." He then cupped his hands in gratitude and distributed the healing potions to the others. The items Tang Tian provided were no ordinary goods. Soon, everyone had largely recovered. "How has Master Qi been lately?" Tang Tian inquired. Captain Liu chuckled. "What else could he be doing? He spends every day at the 6th peak." Venting his frustrations, with the funding in place, the construction of the 6th peak progressed rapidly, its framework largely completed. However, certain details did not meet Lord Qi's exacting standards, leading to frequent outbursts of anger. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile. Qi Yuan's character was well known. He would act upon any displeasure he felt. Tang Tian had heard him express a desire to sneak to the sect's main peak and deliver a proper beating to the Grand Elder on no less than 20 occasions. Though it had yet to come to fruition, "Please convey a message for me to Captain Qi," Tang Tian said, producing a jade talisman to hand to Captain Liu. The equity distribution conference was fast approaching. And though he now faced death without fear, having a formidable companion alongside him would surely provide an advantage. Captain Liu accepted the talisman with a solemn "Nodby" evening. Captain Liu and the others departed. As night fell, Tang Tian received a reply from Qi Yuan. "No problem, I could use some fresh air myself. This bunch is driving me insane. If I stayed any longer, I might just blow a gasket." It seemed he had just reprimanded some unfortunate elder in charge. Tang Tian chuckled. "Then I shall leave it to you, brother. Additionally, I have made significant progress during this time. It would be best to pause training for now." Having reached a point where he could effortlessly defeat the 10 men, continuing training seemed redundant. But there were still plenty of healing potions available. One could not allow others to be injured daily. Qi Yuan paused momentarily before asking, "What's the matter? Are they not taking training seriously?" "Damn it, a 3-day break is enough to make them complacent. Don't worry, I'll whip them into shape." Tang Tian quickly interjected, No, Captain Liu and the brothers are exceptionally diligent. I am grateful to them. Please do not treat my teachers unfairly. I simply mean to say that I can now defeat them without issue. So there is no need for them to exhaust themselves coming here every day." Qi Yuan appeared stunned for a moment before asking incredulously, "Old Jean, you're not just boasting, are you? You can defeat them as a team?" Tang Tian laughed. "I would never jest about such matters." Qi Yuan was flabbergasted but ultimately chose to believe him, exclaiming, "You truly are a freak, even more so than a prodigy. Very well, I shall think of other training methods for you." After exchanging a few more words, they concluded their communication. After a night of rest, the following morning, Qinhai arrived at the purple bamboo courtyard. "Young master, the venue for the equity conference has been confirmed. It will take place at the headquarters of the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce. The headquarters is located in Guli City, a super metropolis with a history spanning thousands of years, known for its extensive connectivity and vibrant commerce. Guli City does not fall within the sphere of influence of Qinghua sect, and the journey there is quite lengthy. It would take at least 3 days to reach from here." Qinhai explained. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. The Tingyan Chamber of Commerce serves not only the Qinghua sect, but has existed far longer, thus its headquarters cannot be too close. However, with Qi Yuan present, there should not be any significant issues. I have also gathered some information regarding the equity conference. Qinhai continued. This time, the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce is offering approximately half of its equity for redistribution. Valued at around 70 billion. Based on past experiences, securing about 10 billion gives a substantial chance of acquiring voting rights for that position. However, if Du Yuanxing also enters the fray, the situation becomes less predictable. Tang Tian fell silent. Whether Du Yuanxing participated was of little consequence to him. However, with the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce's half equity amounting to 70 billion, its overall valuation exceeded 1 trillion. If he could acquire the entire chamber. Tang Tian shook his head, temporarily suppressing that thought. Acquiring such a vast enterprise is no simple endeavor. He decided to first assess the circumstances. Chapter 95, Departure to Guli City afterward. Tang Tian and Qinhai discussed additional information regarding the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce in Guli City. The Tingyan Chamber of Commerce was established over a millennium ago, formed from the amalgamation of numerous smaller guilds, families, and factions, resulting in a colossal entity. Its headquarters is overseen by a being beyond the realm of immortals, which is why the Tian Chamber holds voting rights, as its influence is, to some extent, representative of its power among external factions. Moreover, within the sphere of influence of Yunding Tianfu, it seems that the Tian Chamber is not the only one. However, as Qin Hai had only recently interacted with the upper echelons, he had yet to uncover specific details. What could be confirmed was that other large chambers did not pale in comparison to the Tian Chamber in terms of overall strength. This sparked an idea in Tang Tian's mind. If he could acquire them all, the Tian Chamber's headquarters is located in Guli City, once one of the most influential super-metropolises on the continent until the expansion of Yunding Tianfu began. The rapid establishment of over 100 affiliated sects shattered the existing power structure, with the weaker factions becoming vassals of Yunding Tianfu. The most powerful either submitted to the Tianfu or were uprooted and vanished into the annals of history. Only entities like the Tian Chamber, with moderate overall strength and complex internal dynamics, primarily operating in the commercial domain, managed to survive. Yet, this survival was relative. As Yunding Tianfu continued to stabilize, their existence became increasingly precarious. Their living space continually constricted beneath the weight of the colossal beast. Once a thriving Guli city was now gradually declining. Although it remained prosperous, it could not compare to its former glory. This situation was the primary catalyst for the Tian Chamber's decision to distribute equity, with more and more factions aligning with Yunding Tianfu. Without external capital influx, collapse was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a stir within his heart, but if that is the case, then perhaps the notion in your heart indeed possesses a certain feasibility. Given this, you should stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off for Guli City, Tang Tian remarked. Qin Hai nodded, then contemplated for a moment before saying, Young master, the journey to Guli City is quite a distance that I suggest you bring along some powerful guards. It would be prudent. After all, the outside world is not like Qingyu sect, where one may encounter some thieving incidents. Furthermore, it would be best to prepare a decent flying artifact for our travels. I mean, no offense, but when I mentioned a 3-day journey, it refers to those in the transformation phase or above. Tang Tian's gaze remained calm. His current strength and realm were known only to Shi Yuan and his 10 trusted confidants. As for Qin Hai, he had departed for Guli City before Tang Tian participated in the core disciple selection, hence he was unaware of subsequent events. His understanding of Tang Tian's abilities likely lingered from the flag-capturing competition, estimating him at most at the golden core stage. Thus, he would make such a statement. However, Tang Tian had no intention of clarifying, merely smiling gently. The guards have already been arranged. They are quite formidable, so there should be no issues. As for the flying artifact, have you forgotten what you sold to me? Among those resources, there are several quality flying ships. Qin Hai chuckled awkwardly. There were so many items in the transaction that it's indeed hard to remember. Since you have made preparations, I can rest easy. Tang Tian nodded. Subsequently, Qin Hai settled down to rest in an empty room at the purple bamboo courtyard, while Tang Tian proceeded to the dojo to continue solidifying his cultivation. He could sense that the threshold to the great perfection of the transformation stage was beginning to loosen. Early the next morning, Tang Tian, accompanied by Qin Hai, arrived at the under-construction 6th peak. He had visited several times before, and each occasion revealed numerous new changes. This time was no different. As they walked, various new architectural structures, pavilions, and towers had been initially completed. The entire 6th peak was bustling with a vibrant construction scene. Upon reaching the peak, Tang Tian found Shi Yuan overseeing the work with his hands on his hips. Hey, old Jean, come, take a look at the main hall I designed. Shi Yuan called out enthusiastically. As Tang Tian approached and gazed at the construction site, he was momentarily taken aback, and my goodness, having seen the design blueprints, the building before him bore no resemblance whatsoever, while other main halls were grand and majestic. This one resembled the lair of some ancient ferocious beast. It was entirely black, with thick pillars twisted together, looking exceedingly fierce, reminiscent of the bulging biceps on Shi Yuan's arms. After a few glances, Tang Tian could not bear to look any longer, turning away with a solemn expression. Ingeniously crafted, truly a design of genius. The elements within are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Shi Yuan beamed with pride. Seemingly prepared to elaborate on his thought process, Tang Tian quickly diverted the conversation, saying, We must set off. Our destination is Guli City, which requires several days of travel. Shi Yuan paused, saying, Guli City? That's a fine place. The women there are particularly alluring. I haven't been there in over 200 years. Tang Tian was astonished. It isn't that far, is it? For someone like you. Half a day should suffice, right? Shi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. The last time I went, I accidentally smashed their city lord's mansion and buried a few cultivators meditating underground in magma. They were furious and swore to hunt me down, forbidding me from ever stepping foot in Guli City again. Tang Tian replied, and now, Shi Yuan shrugged, now it's all good. Those cultivators have been taken back by Tianfu to mine coal. And others dare not stir trouble. If they provoke me, I'll just smash their city lord's mansion again. Tang Tian fell silent, suddenly feeling that allowing Shi Yuan to accompany him might not be the wisest decision. However, it was too late to change plans. This journey is primarily for business. It would be better to maintain a cordial demeanor, Tang Tian advised. Shi Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry, brother. I know how to conduct myself. If it weren't for a particularly arrogant cultivator from the city lord's mansion, I wouldn't have smashed it. After all, I'm a member of Yinding Tianfu. I won't let just anyone disrespect me. Observing his proud demeanor, Tang Tian couldn't help but admire the advantages of having a robust background. Meanwhile, Qin Hai was already taken aback, pondering what kind of fierce warrior Tang Tian had recruited. Shall we set off? Tang Tian suggested. Moments later, a magnificent flying ship ascended from the peak of the sixth peak, soaring swiftly into the distance. Chapter 96. Journey Observations. The wind howled fiercely. Standing at the front of the flying ship, Tang Tian gazed down at the vast, desolate land below. The ship moved at an astonishing speed, comparable to that of a full-powered flight by someone at the transformation stage, yet it was shielded by a protective formation, ensuring that despite the raging winds outside, the interior remained remarkably serene. Beneath them, mountains rushed by. Tang Tian spotted some powerful beasts, but also observed many ordinary animals bounding through the forest. In addition, he noticed various human settlements, primarily cultivator cities near Qingyu sect, where the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy were palpable. As they ventured further from Qingyu sect, the number of cultivator cities gradually dwindled, replaced by numerous towns inhabited by common folk. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that Tang Tian witnessed the genuine vibrancy of the mortal realm, old farmers tilling the land, women weaving cloth, and children frolicking about in carefree abandon. Suddenly, he thought of Gu Xiaoxue, who, before being brought into Qingyu sect by Elder Han Hai, was one of those children, sitting atop a pigsty with her younger brother, watching the sun rise and set. Old Jean, what's wrong? Shi Yuan approached from behind. Tang Tian snapped back to reality, shaking his head. Nothing. I just haven't been out for a long time. I've almost forgotten what the outside world is like. His past memories were indeed becoming increasingly vague, nearly forgotten. Shi Yuan scoffed, leaning against Tang Tian. Same old, stinky, and filled with schemes for a mere bit of cultivation resources, where it's either you kill me, or I kill you. Rife with conspiracies and treachery. If not for Qingyu sect, or rather Yinding Tianfu, the number of cultivators on this land would be halved. Tang Tian was taken aback. Why is that? Shi Yuan explained. The expansion of Tianfu, while disrupting the original power structure and causing some chaos, ultimately brought order and provided enough space for the weak to survive by week. I mean not only those with poor talent, but also those capable individuals whose paths were cut short for various reasons. Tianfu has provided a relatively fair platform for everyone, allowing each person to find their own place. Compared to hundreds of years ago, the overall number of cultivators has more than doubled, and even the population of common folk has increased tenfold. Tang Tian fell into contemplative silence, surprised to learn of this perspective from Shi Yuan. Yesterday, Qin Hai described Yinding Tianfu as a force that aggressively compressed the living space of old powers. A powerful entity that acted with utter dominance. Different perspectives yield entirely different conclusions. Yet, both portrayals of Yinding Tianfu objectively exist and are indeed real. This is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of standpoint. Fortunately, when Tang Tian traversed into this world, he stood on the side of Yinding Tianfu. Being under the banner of the strong is certainly far more advantageous than that of the weak. The two engaged in casual conversation, with Tang Tian continuing to observe the landscapes below. After some time, the cultivator cities became increasingly rare, transforming into a purely mortal world. The spiritual energy here was also exceptionally thin. With towns dotting the landscape, Tang Tian noticed, in a hilly area, two distinct armies of common folk engaged in a bloody battle, bodies strewn across the ground in a gruesome scene. As they passed a hunting village, the villagers unexpectedly knelt, bowing repeatedly and fervently calling for divine protection. Many of them would never venture beyond 100 miles of their homes, having never even heard of the cultivation world, and had likely never seen a cultivator. Thus, even a minor chi refinement cultivator flying overhead would be regarded as a deity. Shi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. The cultivation world is indeed vast. And in the absence of information and convenient transportation, some may live their entire lives believing that the world is akin to their immediate surroundings, that in such areas where spiritual energy is scarce, Even Qi refinement cultivators are a rare sight. Does Tianfu care for the mortals? Tang Tian inquired. Sure, Yuan chuckled. Of course they do. However, Tianfu has only been established for a short time, and in such a vast world. There are inevitably limitations in a few thousand years. Everything should fall within the sphere of influence, by then. The cultivation world will thrive even more. Tang Tian remained noncommittal. Such decisions and plans were beyond his current reach. And frankly, he had little interest. He was content to focus on himself. Thus, a day passed peacefully aboard the skyship. On the following morning, Tang Tian stood at the bow of the ship and realized that, unbeknownst to him, they had already sailed out of the mortal realm. The cities of cultivators reappeared, their architectural layouts starkly different from those near Qinghua sect. Qi Yuan informed him that they had departed from Qinghua sect's jurisdiction. Observing this once familiar cultivation domain, Tang Tian sensed a chilling aura of ruthlessness and savagery. It was common to witness cultivators engaging in deadly battles in the cities and wilderness, with the remains of beasts gnawing at the corpses scattered everywhere. As they passed by several powerful factions, protective formations would activate, and numerous formidable cultivators would surge from the ground, their expressions vigilant as they regarded Tang Tian's skyship. Among them were even those at the fusion realm. However, upon sighting the flag atop the skyship, their faces would change dramatically, retreating far away to silently watch as the ship sped overhead. None dared to provoke trouble. It was remarkable how the Qinghua sect's banner retained such a commanding presence. Even beyond its territory, Tang Tian remarked with a smile, the flag was indeed emblematic of Qinghua sect. Qi Yuan chuckled. Certainly, hundreds of years ago, if you had piloted a skyship so brazenly, there would have been not just those at the out-of-body and fusion stages, but also tribulation transcenders, ascendants, and even celestials who might forcibly halt you. Yet now, those individuals were gone. A shiver ran down Tang Tian's spine. Although Qi Yuan spoke lightly of it, he could easily envision the violent bloodshed of that time. It was no wonder those who saw the Qinghua sect's emblem displayed such anxiety and fear. It could be said that even 10 Qi Yuans combined could not match the imposing power of that ordinary flag. As the skyship continued its journey, Tang Tian traversed one unique world after another, even passing through the territories of several affiliated sects. By the morning of the third day, the fiery sun bathed the entire sky in crimson. Before Tang Tian lay an expansive, boundless plain, dominated by an extraordinarily grand supercity, shimmering with golden light under the sun. Here we are, Guli City, Qi Yuan announced. With the skyship racing tirelessly, Tang Tian and his companions arrived at Guli City a day early. As it was still early, they did not contact Qi Bin but instead began to wander around the city. This was a comprehensive metropolis, vast in area, bustling with cultivators, and teeming with mortals. Upon entering the city gates, a rich aroma of food greeted them, accompanied by the sounds of street vendors calling out their wares. Tofu, hot bread, call me if you're hungry, steamed buns, for a coin, spinach for sale, cheap, who wants sweet sugarcane? So sweet, it could make two people faint. The cacophony of voices enveloped Tang Tian, transporting him back to a time filled with the warmth of street markets. He paid little heed to the gazes of others. Whenever he saw something he wanted to eat, he would buy it outright. He chewed on sugarcane in the street, and even found a stall selling tofu pudding, enjoying several bowls there. His unconventional behavior left Qin Hai and Qi Yuan momentarily dumbfounded. Young master, these items are mere mortal goods. The realm for cultivators lies within the inner city, Qin Hai remarked. Tang Tian, slurping his soybean milk, replied, and what of mortal goods? If they taste good, that suffices. No rush. I'll eat to my heart's content first. After indulging in the culinary delights of the snack street, he filled his sumi ring with a plethora of treats, akin to stocking up on supplies. In the end, the total cost was less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. The currency of the mortal world was still primarily gold, silver, and copper. By afternoon, Tang Tian's enthusiasm waned a bit as they ventured into the inner city of Guli. Qin Hai was right. This was indeed the true realm belonging to cultivators, with throngs of people from various cultivation levels bustling about the streets. The shops lining the streets predominantly offered spiritual items beneficial for cultivation. Tang Tian casually entered a few stores but soon lost interest. The quality was too low, yielding little value. Even emptying an entire street would barely amount to several billion spirit stones. Such trivial sums hardly interested him now. The closer you get to the city center, the more prosperous it becomes, Qin Hai informed him. Tang Tian nodded. The headquarters of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce was also located in the city center. After walking for a while, the surroundings began to change, with the concentration of spiritual energy intensifying, nearly rivaling the upper district of Qinghua sect. Here, he observed more luxurious high-rise buildings and some unusually grand shops. He ventured into a few stores and purchased some intriguing items but refrained from excessive buying, as he preferred to maintain a low profile while traveling. "Dear customer, you have nearly cleared out half our inventory." "Tang Tian, is it so fragile?" As time flew by amidst their leisurely exploration, they arrived at the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce headquarters by evening. Qin Hai had already notified Qi Bin, who was waiting at the entrance. "Young Master Tang," Qi Bin greeted with a beaming smile upon seeing Tang Tian approached. He then led Tang Tian and his companions into an elegant reception room designated for esteemed guests. After exchanging pleasantries, Qi Bin began to explain the specific procedures for the upcoming stockholder meeting. This time, a portion of the shares was being willingly transferred by existing shareholders, while another portion, due to unforeseen circumstances, was entrusted to the chamber for sale. The transferred shares were largely prearranged, so their primary focus would be on those freely available shares up for sale, approximately around 4 trillion. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. He had initially expected to trade for 70 trillion, but it seemed they had barely surpassed half that amount. Although slightly less than anticipated, it was still acceptable. If all succeeded, divine talents and physiques would be within his grasp. "Is it feasible to acquire all 4 trillion? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin was taken aback. "Young Master Tang, do you intend to acquire all of it?" Tang Tian nodded. Qi Bin appeared astonished, seemingly unprepared for Tang Tian's ambitious approach. After a moment's thought, he smiled ruefully. "Acquiring all of it may prove challenging. As you know, young Master Du is also attending this stockholder meeting, and I estimate his budget ranges between 10 trillion to 15 trillion. Besides him, there are others who have already set their sights on around 10 trillion of shares. Given that, your purchasing range should fall between 15 trillion to 20 trillion, Qi Bin explained. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Has it become even less? Without 20 trillion, he felt the risk of venturing out this far was somewhat unjustifiable. Isn't this a free bidding process? How is it that others have already claimed shares? Tang Tian questioned. Qi Bin clarified. Although the shares are labeled as freely available, the internal relationships within the Tianyan Chamber are quite intricate. Some individuals had begun planning this long ago and had already secured parts of their shares. Resulting in the current situation, Tang Tian understood. It was indeed a matter of connections. However, such connections were often the most unreliable. Once interests were substantial enough, he believed some individuals would be inclined to shift their allegiance toward him. After contemplating, Tang Tian mused, "Having been with the Tianyan Chamber for many years, you must possess numerous channels of your own, right?" Qi Bin chuckled. "Naturally. While I may not compare to those veteran advisors, I do have my own network." "You wish to..." Qi Bin began. Tang Tian nodded. "Exactly. I hope to acquire as many shares from the chamber as possible. Should you be able to assist me, I would be most grateful." After a moment of consideration, Qi Bin replied, "Although it is somewhat late now, it is not impossible to maneuver. However, if this is your intent, you will certainly need to spend more spirit stones. TOC's shares from others will inevitably require a markup. Yet as long as it remains within the system's permissible range, it will be entirely feasible. How much of a markup are we talking about?" Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin responded, "For those relatively easy to acquire, the markup will likely be between 5 to 20%. For those more steadfast, it could be around 20 to 30%. Beyond that, I believe it would be unnecessary." Tang Tian nodded slightly, drawing from his numerous trading experiences. He understood that for standard transactions, the system's baseline markup hovered around 50%. Thus, this was entirely within acceptable parameters. Tang Tian lightly tapped the table, stating, "I can accept any markup within 40%. You need not lower the price intentionally. As long as it does not exceed 40%, I will take all." Qi Bin appeared momentarily stunned. He initially thought that Tang Tian's main objective was merely to vie for voting rights. However, observing his maneuvers, it became apparent that the situation might be far more complex than he had anticipated. "I will do my utmost," Qi Bin declared earnestly. Chapter 98. An initiative strike. After a brief conversation, Qi Bin departed from the elegant chamber. Only one night remained before the equity meeting commenced, and he needed to seize the moment. Meanwhile, Tang Tian continued to savor his tea in the chamber. At this juncture, Qi Bin effectively served as an intermediary, orchestrating all arrangements per Tang Tian's directives. In the end, Tang Tian would merely need to compensate him with a modest intermediary fee, comfortably within the system's acknowledged parameters, sparing him from expending unnecessary resources. He simply hoped that Qi Bin's network was extensive enough to secure additional equity. Early the next morning, Qi Bin relayed some promising news to Tang Tian. Progress was favorable. He had already reclaimed a portion of the equity, and several individuals, under Tang Tian's significant influence, were beginning to waver. Essentially, the odds were in their favor. Upon receiving this information, Tang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He ventured out for a simple breakfast with Qi Yuan and Qin Hai, and together they entered the formal venue for the day's events. It was an aerial garden, situated on the mid-level of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. Upon entering, one was greeted by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, complemented by artificial streams and lush greenery, creating a tranquil atmosphere that a variety of exquisite delicacies was laid out for sampling. After a leisurely stroll, Tang Tian spotted Qi Bin approaching. Following a brief exchange, he learned that Qi Bin had successfully reclaimed over 10 trillion in equity within a single night. This indicated that his connections were indeed impressive. I initially thought it would require considerable effort, particularly regarding Du Yuanqing. Qi Bin chuckled lightly. But guess what? The portion of equity he took was surprisingly easy to reclaim. I merely assured them of a slight premium. And a substantial amount was brought back. Now, his remaining equity is likely less than 5 trillion. Tang Tian pondered silently. It seemed Du Yuanqing had not prepared thoroughly. Did he truly believe no one could rival him? What about the others? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Bin furrowed his brow slightly. It's rather odd. There remains over 10 trillion in equity that is steadfastly held, unwilling to shift camps even with a 40% premium. It appears a wealthy and enigmatic benefactor had secured them long ago. Tang Tian contemplated this and shook his head. Let it be. Business thrives on mutual benefit. I have no desire to forcibly alter others' perspectives. As long as I can exceed 20 trillion, that suffices. After all, I do not genuinely seek the so-called voting rights of the Tingyun Chamber. Subsequently, the group relaxed together as Qi Bin outlined the day's itinerary. The equity conference differed significantly from an auction. Buyers and sellers would not need to reveal their identities. Representatives from the Tingyun Chamber would facilitate the transactions and negotiations. For instance, if the first shareholder held 1 trillion in equity and sought a price of 110 trillion, the representative would communicate this to all potential buyers. Each buyer would then decide whether to proceed based on their needs. Should there be no competition, the transaction would be completed seamlessly if competition arose. A blind bidding process would ensue, allowing competitors only a single opportunity to submit their bids. Subsequently, the seller would choose whom to transact with, effectively mitigating any malicious price inflation or disputes. Tang Tian found this blind bidding process quite appealing. It simplified matters considerably. Should competition arise, he could swiftly offer a 50% premium. Ensuring clarity in the proceedings, they continued discussing the details of the conference. The number of attendees in the garden steadily increased. Those present were predominantly influential figures or affluent individuals, constituting the upper echelons of this realm. Suddenly, Tang Tian spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Du Yuanqing. His countenance was beaming, surrounded by a throng of either wealthy or noble individuals, appearing to revel in the attention. However, Qi Bin quietly informed him that nearly half of those flocking around Du Yuanqing had already expressed allegiance to Tang Tian. Observing the arrogant young man, Tang Tian couldn't help but reflect on the disparities among the prominent heirs. Du Yuanqing seemed to pale in comparison to figures like Lu Chang'e and Jing Hong. Why then did he choose to antagonize him? Tang Tian found this perplexing. As he contemplated, Du Yuanqing turned his gaze towards him, momentarily taken aback before striding forward. Tang Tian, what brings you here? His tone was devoid of cordiality. Tang Tian, unfazed, replied coolly, if you can be here. Why can't I? Du Yuanqing narrowed his eyes, glancing at Qi Bin beside him. Are you also vying for that position? How presumptuous. He continued. It's not merely a matter of money. Tang Tian frowned slightly, perplexed by Du Yuanqing's lack of subtlety and obvious self-assurance. Just because I lack opportunity does not mean you possess any. This is not your concern, Tang Tian asserted. We shall tread our own paths and not interfere with one another, should competition arise. Let it be determined by merit. Du Yuanqing hesitated, then waved dismissively. Truly, it's hard to dissuade a fool intent on self-destruction. Do as you wish. And do you truly believe that wealth suffices? In this world, one must wield power and have backing. Enough of this. You wouldn't understand. Just wait and see. If you manage to acquire more equity than I today, I shall take your surname. With that, he shook his head and walked away. Tang Tian's gaze lingered, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. This marked his first direct encounter with Du Yuanqing, and after their exchange, he sensed that the young man, despite his arrogance, bore no particular malice towards him. Yet, he was left pondering why Du Yuanqing had deliberately sought to create animosity with him. Recalling Qin Hai's earlier investigation regarding Du Yuanqing's secret discussions with Tian Feng, it seemed that Tian Feng had proactively influenced Du Yuanqing's mindset. In this light, Tian Feng appeared to be a significant concern. After some reflection, Tang Tian discreetly communicated with Qi Yuan, who nodded in understanding and departed from the garden alone. Tang Tian gently stroked his chin. Pondering over a peak master from the Qinghua sect inquiring about a steward from the Jinyu Tang under the Tianyuan chamber, surely no one would object. With Qi Yuan's skills, he believed Tian Feng would divulge everything. Seizing the initiative was always more advantageous than passively defending oneself. Chapter 99. Ungratefulness. After a while, the equity conference finally commenced. Under Qi Bin's guidance, Tang Tian ascended to the upper level of the Tianyuan headquarters. Entering a spacious and well-lit elegant chamber, they settled by the window, gazing down at a conference hall constructed indoors. On the central platform, 5 venerable elders sat quietly, exuding an aura of authority. These were long-serving stewards of the chamber, possessing immense credibility after several centuries of service. All transactions related to the equity distribution would be personally overseen by them, ensuring absolute fairness devoid of any underhanded dealings, as this pertained to the chamber's reputation. Qi Bin elaborated. Soon after, a jade mirror was presented. This mirror, adorned with a unique array, would display the seller's information and equity pricing for each transaction, as explained by Qi Bin. Correspondingly, buyer's information would appear on the seller's mirror, though in a much more simplified format. For instance, Tang Tian might merely be identified by his name, perhaps with the addition of senior honorary disciple of Qinghua sect. These protocols were meticulously devised by the chamber's upper echelons for sound reasoning, and Tang Tian had no desire to scrutinize them further. His primary concern was how much he could spend moving forward. Without keeping him waiting long, the first equity transaction commenced at Wu Xuezhen, head of the Wu family from Mengji City. The Wu family, having invested in the Tianyuan chamber 743 years ago with a portion of their assets and family influence, now, after an extensive introduction, the equity amount he intended to offer was revealed: 136,579 billion lingyu. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian opted to proceed with the transaction. Moments later, a faint golden glow emanated from his mirror, signaling a successful transaction without competition. Qi Bin smiled, remarking, over the centuries, the Wu family's influence has waned significantly, resulting in few willing to take on their equity. Individuals like him rarely attract competitive bids. Tang Tian acknowledged this, contemplating the system's notifications. But what if no one is interested in trading? He inquired. Qi Bin replied, in that case, it would be placed in a reserve list, awaiting completion of all other transactions before being revalued for a second round of trading. If that fails, the equity returns home. In fact, around 30% of equity transactions ultimately do not succeed. Tang Tian grimaced. It was surprising to learn that such a significant portion went unsold. It is indeed impolite for someone to make a trip and leave empty-handed. However, it matters not. This time, he will take action. In the subsequent transactions, Tang Tian encountered no competition. He was able to secure deals with mere bids. This situation astonished some members of the Merchant Association, as their past experiences indicated that many of these inferior equity shares often went unsold. It appeared that a significant player was involved this time. Yet, some individuals remained skeptical of such practices. Du Yuanqing, seated in a private chamber, felt that the person making the bids was somewhat extravagant. The shares were hardly worth the price being offered. At that moment, a new transaction appeared on the mirror. Du Yuanqing raised an eyebrow and immediately chose to proceed with the transaction. Is someone contesting the bid? Tang Tian felt a flicker of excitement. Even a one-man show could grow tedious. Qi Bin glanced over and chuckled. That's Du Yuanqing's associate. Fear not. I've already negotiated with him. We merely need to offer 10% more. Tang Tian nodded, and upon entering the black box phase, he added 10% to his bid. Approximately 15 trillion. Meanwhile, Du Yuanqing was conversing with his companion. I asked an additional 5 trillion. Du Yuanqing inquired. His companion affirmed, saying, indeed, the Du family once had a favor with their family. Even if someone bids up to 20 trillion, he would still choose to transact with you. Du Yuanqing shrugged. Very well. He then selected the transaction amount and chuckled. This is what connections and background mean. Can money buy this? Individuals like Tang Tian would never comprehend this principle. His subordinate nodded in agreement. Soon, the black box phase concluded, and the transaction was successfully locked in. However, a red glow emerged on the mirror before Du Yuanqing. Transaction failed. Huh? Du Yuanqing froze, sitting upright from his reclined position. What is happening? Did you not say he would surely sell to us? He demanded, glaring. His subordinate appeared equally bewildered and after a moment of hesitation, retrieved a jade talisman from his pocket. Please hold on. Let me ask him. After a brief moment, his subordinate's expression darkened as he stammered. Young master, someone has outbid us by 10%, 15 trillion lingyu, and taken the equity. Du Yuanqing's face darkened with fury. Did you not say that even at 20 trillion, he would not transact with anyone else? Where is the gratitude? His subordinate swallowed hard and replied, "They said the Du family's favor cannot be repaid. So they choose not to repay it. Du Yuanqing stood frozen, grappling with the powerful logic. No repayment means no repayment. For the first time, he began to question the reliability of relationships and connections in the face of money. Yet, before he could regain his composure, another transaction appeared on the mirror. After Du Yuanqing placed his bid, the transaction entered the black box once more. "Surely, this one will succeed, right?" Du Yuanqing said with a grim expression. His subordinate wiped his brow discreetly. "This time, it's absolutely foolproof. One of their ancestors had a life and death bond with our Du family. Even if someone bids an additional 100 trillion, they will not change allegiance." Moments later, the familiar red glow reappeared on the mirror. Seeing Du Yuanqing's darkening face, his subordinate, drenched in sweat, said with great difficulty, "Someone has outbid us by 50 trillion. They claim that the ancestor has already passed. If the Du family truly needs that bond, they should excavate the ancestor's remains and bring them back." Du Yuanqing's expression turned ashen, leaving him speechless. Just then, the next transaction belonged to his connections. He remained silent, watching as this transaction entered the black box. After selecting the predetermined price, he was met once again with the familiar red glow. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. His furious roar echoed within the private chamber. Who dares to brazenly take what belongs to the Du family? Simultaneously, in Tang Tian's private chamber, the pristine mirror also radiated a red glow. "This shouldn't be happening." Qi Bin frowned and remarked, with a 40% increase. He cannot possibly choose Du Yuanqing's bid. Either Du Yuanqing, in a fit of rage, has raised his bid further, or a more formidable player has entered the fray. Tang Tian stroked his chin, pondering, who could it be? Chapter 100. Tian Feng goes missing. The equity trading continued. Transactions that once seemed certain had encountered multiple failures, causing Tang Tian to furrow his brow. It was evident that others had intervened. Qi Bin too had adopted a grave demeanor, sensing that the situation had exceeded his initial expectations. Could it be that mysterious figure? He had previously heard that a portion of equity had been claimed by an enigmatic entity. However, he was unaware of their identity or intentions. Initially believing that this individual merely sought specific shares, it now appeared to be far more complicated, as they had seized shares that originally belonged to Du Yuanqing and were later drawn to Tang Tian. A third party was indeed infuriating. Tang Tian shook his head and declared, for all subsequent transactions, regardless of their association, raise the bid by 50%. Qi Bin was taken aback. "Young master, doing so would require an exorbitant amount of lingyu. Even if they acquired 200 trillion in shares, it would necessitate an additional 100 trillion expenditure, which he viewed as a significant loss. Even if they successfully secured voting rights, it would hardly be advantageous." However, he could not fathom Tang Tian's true intentions. For Tang Tian, expenditure equated to enjoyment. Of course, he could not divulge this motive to Qi Bin. "I detest having what is rightfully mine snatched away. Spending money is merely for joy. If I am displeased, no one else shall find joy." With that, he directly increased his bid by 50% within the black box bidding. Qi Bin stood astonished. He had never anticipated that Tang Tian would be such a reckless tycoon. However, this was of no concern to him. For him, selling more at higher prices was ultimately beneficial. After placing their bid, they awaited the outcome in silence. Meanwhile, in a uniquely designed private chamber, the seller of the current transaction was caught in a difficult quandary as he reviewed the bids before him. Du Yuanqing. Never mind, that connection is not worth such enormous profit. Tang Tian. Who is this person, possessing such formidable financial resources, previously suggesting a 20% increase? He now directly raised it by 50%. This amounted to tens of trillions. The seller's gaze shifted to the third name on the list. There was also him. Though he was purchasing at the original price, the force he represented could not be disregarded. The seller found himself in a dilemma, his eyes darting back and forth between Tang Tian and the third buyer, unable to reach a decision. Before long, the final moment arrived. If he did not decide soon, the transaction would be deemed automatically forfeited. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "It shall be you." He then pointed to Tang Tian's bid. While the future was indeed important, the most pressing concern at home remained lingyu. With ample lingyu, I can seek other means to find a patron. My apologies. The mirror before Tang Tian shimmered with a golden glow, signaling the success of the transaction. It seems to be quite effective. A slight smile graced Tang Tian's lips. Meanwhile, within Du Yuanqing's chamber, the atmosphere had thickened into a heavy tension. The current circumstances were far removed from their expectations. At that moment, in another private chamber, a gaunt yet imposing figure clad in black furrowed his brow. Had Tang Tian been present, he would surely recognize this man as Tian Yangsheng, one of the 5 sons of the Qingwe sect. Raising the bid by 50%. Has Du Yuanqing lost his mind? Tian Yangsheng remarked coldly. Yet, A subordinate beside him bowed and said, "Young master, the individual acquiring the equity is not Du Yuanqing." The informant relayed the news. It was the Sixth Peak's eldest son. Tang Tian. Tian Yangsheng was momentarily taken aback. Tang Tian? I have no dealings with him. Why would he deliberately obstruct my plans? His subordinate pondered for a moment and replied, "Young master, some time ago, Lu Chang'e personally visited Zizhu courtyard to meet Tang Tian. They engaged in a lengthy private discussion. Tian Yangsheng's brow furrowed deeper. This now made perfect sense. Lu Chang'e was his primary and most formidable rival in the pursuit of that position. He never expected that he and Tang Tian had already reached an agreement. Young master, Tang Tian has raised his bid by 50%. Should we continue to raise ours? His subordinate inquired. Tian Yangsheng shook his head. Forget it. 50% is too steep. It's a bit overwhelming that Du Yuanqing already stands with Lu Chang'e. And now Tang Tian has also been pulled in. Our chances of success in this plan are slim. His subordinate fell silent. Such a price indeed fell outside their original expectations. Let us adhere to the original plan. Since Lu Chang'e is intent on making my life difficult, I shall not grant him the luxury of ease. As for Tang Tian, this individual is not as simple as he appears, although his true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. It is far too late for him to vie for that position, unless his financial resources enable him to purchase the entire Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, which is an impossibility, Tian Yangsheng stated coldly. Tang Tian, who had just completed a transaction, was oblivious to the unfolding events. His time within Qingyue sect had been brief, and in terms of influence, he could not compare to figures like Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng, who had long been entrenched with complex roots. Nevertheless, regardless of the timing, he would not let this rare trading opportunity slip away. In a mere half an hour, he had successfully transacted shares worth over trillions. The consumption points, now firmly in his grasp, had soared past 3 trillion that he decided to delegate the entire trading process to Qinhai and Qibin. Few could resist the allure of a 50% markup. And a significant amount of equity was successfully acquired by Tang Tian. The assets within the system rapidly increased, and the accumulated consumption points continued to climb, that if no unforeseen circumstances arose, he anticipated a final total nearing 4 trillion. Given that he had purchased at a 50% markup. As time elapsed, the equity conference drew to a close. Qibin, radiating with joy, noted the evident delight among the older stewards present. The results of this equity transaction had far exceeded their expectations, and Tang Tian's intervention had alleviated their pressing financial dilemmas. Tang Tian remained composed, exuding an air of a wealthy magnate surveying the world, just as the equity transaction was nearing its conclusion. Qi Yuan returned. He had made a special trip to the headquarters of Jin Yutang to inquire about Tianfeng. However, the news Qi Yuan brought back caused Tang Tian to furrow his brow. Tianfeng had mysteriously vanished just before the commencement of the equity conference. It was as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Qi Yuan was somewhat irate. He had anticipated this task to be straightforward, only to find it had gone awry. Tang Tian also frowned, sensing a palpable aura of conspiracy surrounding Tianfeng's sudden disappearance. When he had encountered Du Yuanqing earlier, the latter had expressed considerable surprise at Tang Tian's presence. Moreover, there was no apparent reason for him to intentionally antagonize Tang Tian over the voting rights of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. After contemplating, Tang Tian instructed Qi Yuan, "Brother, keep an eye on Du Yuanqing. Once the equity transaction concludes, I wish to have a proper discussion with him." Qi Yuan nodded. "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch. No one shall whisk him away from here." Their failure to locate Tianfeng had, understandably, incensed Qi Yuan, who could only vent his frustration on Du Yuanqing. After their discussion, Qi Yuan departed the private room once more. The equity transaction gradually approached its conclusion. Ultimately, following the final transaction, Tang Tian acquired shares valued at over 29 trillion. And due to his consistent 50% markup, the total consumption of spirit jade amounted to over 42 trillion. With over 400 billion consumption points, he could indulge for quite some time. As the concluding ceremonies unfolded, the equity conference officially ended. Tang Tian rose, intending to engage Du Yuanqing in earnest conversation, but Qibin interposed himself. "Young Master Tang, our chamber master has just informed me that he wishes to invite you for a discussion." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. The chamber master, the figurehead of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, wielded immense power. What could he want with him? Did he mention the purpose of the meeting? Tang Tian inquired. Qibin replied, "During this equity conference, you have aided our chamber in resolving a pressing issue. He wishes to express his gratitude in person. Additionally, he may wish to discuss other matters." Tang Tian pondered for a moment. Gratitude seemed trivial, but if it pertained to future trading matters, it was indeed worthwhile to attend. The Tingyun Chamber of Commerce's overall scale exceeded 10 trillion. after confirming with Qi Yuan that Du Yuanqing was under surveillance and would not pose any further issues. Tang Tian accepted the chamber master's invitation. Moments later, under Qi Bin's guidance, Tang Tian ascended to the top floor of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering an exquisitely furnished private room, he was greeted by a tall, handsome young man with a slight smile. Chamber master, Qi Bin quickly bowed in respect. The young man raised a hand. Thank you for your efforts, Steward Qi. This equity conference's success owes much to your contribution. The chamber shall not forget your merits. The chamber master possessed a magnetic voice, warm and inviting, making one feel as though enveloped in spring's embrace. That he stood there, embodying the quintessential image of an unparalleled beauty. Even Tang Tian found himself momentarily captivated. Subsequently, the chamber master instructed Qi Bin to step aside temporarily and turned to Tang Tian with a smile. I am Wang Gang. Tang Tian felt an immediate reduction in his initial impression. Chamber Master Wang, he acknowledged with a slight bow. Wang Gang smiled. The success of this equity conference is largely due to your generosity, young Master Tang. You have helped our chamber resolve a critical predicament. Without your assistance, the future of the chamber would have been bleak. Tang Tian expressed surprise. Surely, a 50% stake cannot warrant such gravity. Wang Gang sighed, gesturing for Tang Tian to enter the inner chamber as he spoke. You may not be aware, but the chamber's business has been increasingly sluggish in recent years. Although we offered only a 50% stake, many shareholders are merely observing. Should this transaction fail to meet expectations, they would inevitably lose faith in the chamber's future, leading to its disintegration. Tang Tian understood now. Indeed, with the continuous expansion of Yunding Tianfu, external forces were increasingly constrained, making survival challenging for many. However, this was not of immense concern to him. As Qi Bin mentioned, you sought me out to discuss certain matters? Wang Gang nodded. Your current shareholding positions you as a major stakeholder in our chamber. There are certain matters you ought to be apprised of. However, before that, let us meet another individual that he, like you, has significantly aided us during this equity conference. Tang Tian's interest was piqued. This must be the mysterious individual. Shortly thereafter, they entered the inner chamber, where a figure clad in black sat quietly, awaiting their arrival. Upon recognizing the person's face, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Tian Yangxing? He had not anticipated Tian Yangxing's presence here, nor that the elusive mysterious figure was indeed him. Yet, Tian Yangxing appeared to be already aware. Turning to him with an impassive expression, Tang Tian, what a coincidence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, instantly considering numerous possibilities. Tian Yangxing's appearance here was no mere happenstance. He was undoubtedly here for the voting rights of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. His objective was this 50% stake. Whether Du Yuanqing was aware or not, Tang Tian remained completely in the dark. Regardless, their presence significantly impacted Tian Yangxing's ambitions, coupled with his recollection of Tian Feng's actions. He perceived a hidden hand orchestrating these events. This individual had ensnared him, Du Yuanqing, and Tian Yangxing within their scheme. Who would ultimately benefit from this? Two figures slowly emerged in Tang Tian's mind, Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e. For the eldest son of Qingyue sect, the most critical aspect of the equity conference was the voting rights. Those who directly conflicted with Tian Yangxing over these rights were none other than Imo Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e. It seems you are all acquainted, Wang Gang remarked with a smile. Indeed, you both are prominent figures within Qingyue sect. Please, take a seat. Wang Gang then reiterated his gratitude to both individuals before beginning to outline the foundational details of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Yet, it was evident that both seated figures were disinterested. Tang Tian was lost in thought, contemplating the reality of the situation, while Tian Yangxing remained expressionless, lost in his own musings. That I sincerely hope both of you will continue to remain within the chamber. Should any further equity transfers arise, I trust you will lend your support, Wang Gang stated. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a flicker of interest and asked, are there others wishing to transfer their equity? Wang Gang eagerly nodded. As the chamber's situation deteriorates, fluctuations in sentiment are inevitable. Tang Tian mused for a moment. Very well. If anyone is in need, simply inform me. Consumption points are undoubtedly more beneficial in abundance. If he could accumulate 10 trillion, amounting to 100 billion spirit jade, he could exchange for an imperial-level talent or physique. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Wang Gang's eyes lit up. That would be splendid. I shall diligently investigate to see if any suitable candidates exist. Observing his elated demeanor, it is evident that the Chamber of Commerce is indeed embroiled in a considerable crisis. Meanwhile, Tian Yangxing, upon hearing Tang Tian's unequivocal agreement, furrowed his brow in mild surprise. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from voicing further comments. Subsequently, Tang Tian commenced discussions with Wang Gang regarding various other matters. Chapter 102. The Dawn of Turmoil after a brief negotiation. Tang Tian provided Wang Gang with an unexpectedly affirmative response. He would purchase as long as there were sellers. This revelation illuminated Wang Gang's face with palpable excitement. He promptly assured Tang Tian that he would swiftly verify all equity holdings and select the most suitable ones. With that, he hurriedly took his leave, but not before ensuring a tranquil environment for both Tang Tian and Tian Yangsheng, as he discerned the underlying nuances in their relationship. Once Wang Gang departed, Tian Yangsheng finally broke his silence, addressing Tang Tian. "You've accomplished your objective. Why continue acquiring other stakes?" Tang Tian replied gently. "Do you know what my objective is?" Tian Yangsheng scoffed. "Is it not to disrupt my voting rights within the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? Don't tell me that Lu Chang'e sent you, and do Yuanqing here for any other purpose?" Tang Tian fell silent. Realizing that Tian Yangsheng had misconstrued certain matters, "I have no association with Lu Chang'e," he stated. Tian Yangsheng coldly retorted, "If you had no connection, would you really spend exorbitant amounts to acquire such worthless stakes, knowing you stand no chance?" Tang Tian inquired. "And what of Du Yuanqing? He too lacks the qualifications to compete. Why is he involved?" Tian Yangsheng's eyes widened him. "Huh. That fool is merely Lu Chang'e's lackey. The two are inseparable, and upon seeing him, I knew Lu Chang'e was meddling." Tang Tian remained pensive. It became apparent that Du Yuanqing was indeed affiliated with Lu Chang'e. He recalled Lu Chang'e's unexpected visit a few days prior. These occurrences seemed intricately linked to the equity transactions of the day. However, could someone like Lu Chang'e be so conspicuous in his machinations? "Are you certain it is he?" Tang Tian asked. Tian Yangsheng scoffed. "Who else could it be but that cunning scoundrel? After battling him for years, I know he is a man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Such trivial tactics are child's play for him." Tang Tian shook his head. He was reluctant to form conclusions based solely on preconceived notions. He mused that Mo Xiao Xiao, too, should not be underestimated. "We have now arrived at a critical juncture in the struggle for power, where anything is possible." After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Regardless of who it is, I wish to clarify that there is no connection between Lu Chang'e and myself. His recent visit to Zijou Courtyard was merely a discussion of mundane topics. My participation in the equity conference was entirely my own decision, driven by personal motives." Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow, remarking, "Indeed. Your agreement to Wang Gang's request was rather unusual. Do you truly aspire to contest for that position?" Tang Tian exhaled. "Did you not say I had no chance? Why then concern ourselves with the possibilities?" He continued. "The pressing matter is that someone has exploited my involvement to target you. Identifying this individual is of utmost importance." Tian Yangsheng grimaced. "There is no doubt it is Lu Chang'e. If Mo Xiao Xiao were involved, he would have targeted me first, for he is currently the most likely among us three to emerge victorious." Tang Tian was left speechless. Tian Yangsheng's animosity towards Lu Chang'e had eclipsed any objective analysis. For Mo Xiao Xiao, both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng were primary rivals. Any action taken would affect either party equally. As he pondered further, a different name surfaced in his mind. Du Yuanqing. If Du Yuanqing was indeed sent by Lu Chang'e, he was likely the architect behind today's events. However, if not, the situation remained uncertain. With this thought, Tang Tian rose to in any case. "We cannot allow this matter of equity to drive a wedge between us. If we do, we will fulfill the desires of the unseen manipulator. What do you think?" After a moment's reflection, Tian Yangsheng nodded. "Indeed. However, your recent activities within the sect have drawn too much attention, and with today's incident, we face a certain threat. Do you not expect me to coexist peacefully with you?" Tang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "That is of no concern. We are not connected. Let things proceed as they will." He added, "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Tang Tian exited the upper-level private room, leaving Tian Yangsheng alone to contemplate his thoughts. Upon leaving the room, Tang Tian wore a detached expression. He finally grasped the essence of Lu Chang'e's earlier assertion. In the realm of such high-stakes power struggles, few can maintain their integrity. He had done nothing yet found himself ensnared in a web of intrigue. However, since he was already entangled, he would not retreat easily. Who was to fear whom? Although time was fleeting, his financial resources were boundless. The ultimate victor remained uncertain. Yet, the immediate concern was to ascertain who orchestrated today's events. Soon enough, he arrived at the mid-level garden, where Qi Yuan informed him that Du Yuanqing was indeed present, closely monitored. Upon his arrival, Tang Tian understood the meaning of closely monitored as he found Du Yuanqing seated on a long bench beneath a pavilion, while Qi Yuan stood before him, bent over. His eyes glaring like bronze bells, nearly nose to nose with Du Yuanqing. Du Yuanqing's face had drained of color. He dared not meet Qi Yuan's gaze, fixating instead on his own toes. Perfectly immobilized, his guards had already been dispatched by Qi Yuan. Tang Tian shook his head and approached. Qi Fengzhu, that will suffice, he said. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan straightened, pointing at Du Yuanqing with a grin. Isn't it grand? I've truly kept a close watch on him. Tang Tian, feeling a mix of exasperation and gratitude, approached Du Yuanqing. Once Qi Yuan's imposing figure stepped aside, Du Yuanqing finally exhaled. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he could not contain himself, shouting, Tang Tian, you have obtained what you desired. What more do you seek? I warn you, the Du family is not to be trifled with. Noting Du Yuanqing's panicked demeanor, Tang Tian calmly replied, I just encountered Tian Yangsheng. Du Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Tian Yangsheng? What brought him here? His instinctive reaction suggested authenticity. Evidently, Du Yuanqing was unaware of Tian Yangsheng's participation in the equity struggle. Tang Tian pondered briefly before asking again, why did you choose to engage in the equity transaction? You must realize you cannot compete with those three. Du Yuanqing cast a glance at Tang Tian, but remained silent, seemingly reluctant to divulge his true intentions. After a prolonged pause, Tang Tian provided him with a crucial piece of information. Tian Feng has gone missing. Are you aware of this? Du Yuanqing's eyes widened in shock and confusion. This? How could this be? We just met. Tang Tian shook his head. You can contact him now. See if you can locate him. Du Yuanqing appeared stunned, then hastily retrieved his communication jade talisman, attempting to reach out to Tian Feng. After a long wait, he let the talisman drop, his expression one of bewilderment. Beneath the confusion lay agitation and unease. Observing his distress, Tang Tian gently inquired, Can we now converse? Du Yuanqing, with a conflicted expression, hesitated for a considerable time, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, beneath the upper floors of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce headquarters, two enigmatic figures entered. The guards prepared to approach for inquiries. The two individuals vanished in an instant. The guards, bewildered, scanned their surroundings but could find no trace of the pair. Eventually, they returned to their posts, perhaps convinced it was merely an illusion. Chapter 103. An assassination. Tian Feng is, in fact, one of my family's people. Du Yuanqing ultimately chose to acquiesce, recounting the prior events to Tang Tian. As a direct descendant of the formidable Du family, Du Yuanqing had been positioned within the Qingyue sect to assume the role of the esteemed eldest son of the West Peak. His duty was to cultivate a favorable environment for his family within the sect, thereby ensuring that Du family members could secure better resources upon their entry into the sect. Many had undertaken similar paths, such as Jing Heng, Guan Ming, and another prominent figure from the South Peak, Qin Sairu, who had all risen to prominence with the backing of their families or factions. Consequently, Du Yuanqing had never harbored aspirations for the second-in-command position, recognizing that he was not of the same caliber as Lu Changge and his associates from Tianfu. However, just days prior, Tian Feng approached him, revealing that the family was dissatisfied with his achievements within the Qingyue sect and sought to replace him with another, more capable heir. This revelation struck a nerve with Du Yuanqing, igniting a fire within him that he could not easily extinguish. To be a young master is to bask in joy, endowed with power, honor, wealth, and women, everything one could desire. If one were to be supplanted, all of this would vanish in an instant. Du Yuanqing was suddenly alarmed, eager to return and discuss matters with his patriarch father. However, at that moment, Tian Feng proposed an alternative strategy. The Equity Distribution Conference of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Tian Feng informed him that if he could secure a significant share in the conference, he would possess a bargaining chip. Consequently, the three principal competitors would not dare to hinder him, but rather would seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. In such a scenario, his position would be solidified. Following that, he could choose the most promising candidate for the coveted position, using shares as a token of allegiance, thus securing his foothold and freeing himself from fear of anyone henceforth. Du Yuanqing articulated. Tang Tian remained silent. This line of reasoning was riddled with flaws, readily apparent upon contemplation, revealing numerous issues within. Did Du Yuanqing fail to see this? No. Perhaps he recognized the inherent risks but chose to gamble nonetheless. If he won, he would be free from worry. Should he lose, his current demeanor suggested he was bereft of all strength, his eyes devoid of life. Without Tian Feng's connections, the scant shares he possessed held no value. Although he had managed to seize less than 5 trillion in shares due to the contention with Tian Yangsheng, Those were family funds. Should an investigation ensue, he would be utterly ruined. Du Yuanqing spoke in a state of alarm. Tang Tian observed him quietly. Du Yuanqing's fate was of little concern to him. His sole interest lay in uncovering the identity of the puppet master orchestrating events from behind the scenes. It appeared that Du Yuanqing was not directly manipulated by Lu Chang'e, implying that Mo Shishao, Du Yuanqing, and even Tian Yaxing were all potential suspects. Tang Tian never underestimated the cunning and depth of such individuals. After a moment of silence, he voiced a lingering question that had occupied his mind. Why did you incite Tian Feng to deliberately antagonize me? This was the aspect he found most perplexing. However, upon hearing the question, Du Yuanqing looked up in confusion. Antagonize you? I haven't done anything. I was unaware of your prior acquaintance with Tian Feng. Tang Tian sighed softly. Indeed, in this intricate scheme, Du Yuanqing was merely a pawn. The crux of the matter lay with Tian Feng. Regrettably, Tian Feng had vanished, and Tang Tian had reason to suspect that, given his modus operandi, Tian Feng might no longer exist in this world. How vexatious. Tang Tian massaged his temples and approached Qi Yuan that he was reluctant to engage in this conflict. Yet reality dictated that once one occupied a certain position, disputes would inevitably seek them out. I detest such underhanded tactics, Qi Yuan expressed with disdain. If one possesses the courage, they should confront me directly rather than resorting to such elaborate schemes. Qi Yuan, once a major victim of power struggles, had his own grievances. Tang Tian shook his head and said, Brother, this conflict has reached its final stage. I ask that you remain vigilant regarding the external situation. Should any developments arise, please inform me promptly. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No problem, it's a trivial matter. However, old Jean, do you truly not wish to compete for that position? I still have some connections within the sect. If you desire. While I may not guarantee absolute dominance, I can certainly help you contend with those of equal standing. Qi Yuan was a figure of significant stature, having been instrumental in the founding of the Qingyue sect, thus his connections were invaluable. If he were to lend his support, Tang Tian could potentially seize a considerable opportunity. Nevertheless, Tang Tian shook his head, expressing disinterest. In truth, the title of honorable disciple is merely a fade I wear. My true priority will always be my own strength. If it comes easily, then so be it, but I will not invest my time and energy into that endeavor. Qi Yuan, aware of Tang Tian's recent activities and understanding his character and genuine abilities, was not surprised by this response. He chuckled and said, Over the years, what I fear most is not those who are deeply scheming, whose every word is laden with deceit, but rather individuals like you, those who remain inconspicuous, concealing their true power until the critical moment, when they unleash their might like a primordial beast. Those with deep schemes can be guarded against, but someone like you is unpredictable. One cannot guard against every seemingly harmless person. Tang Tian smiled, but said nothing. That he merely felt that he was still too weak, rendering any grand emergence unnecessary. Why not play the role of a hidden gem? After their conversation, Tang Tian decided to keep this matter in mind, and allowed Qi Yuan to continue monitoring the unfolding events. He then prepared to leave Guli City and return to Qingyue sect. As for Du Yuanqing, he would likely soon cease to be the esteemed young master of Shifeng, making further entanglement unnecessary. After exchanging simple farewells, Tang Tian turned to depart. However, suddenly, three peculiar figures emerged within his field of vision, advancing in his direction. Their appearance inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation within Tang Tian. Instinctively, he scrutinized their faces. Yet to his astonishment, they did not attempt to obscure their identities. Yet their features remained shrouded in obscurity, as if an intangible force concealed them. That a resounding hum reverberated in Tang Tian's mind, causing his very soul to tremble. Fortunately, his life essence was remarkably robust, and soon a refreshing flow surged forth, stabilizing his spirit. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the three enigmatic individuals had drawn near, simultaneously raising their hands, emanating an aura so terrifying it sent chills down Tang Tian's spine. Be careful, Qi Yuan suddenly shouted, unleashing his half-step celestial aura, enveloping Tang Tian and forcibly shifting his body. In tandem, brilliant light rapidly expanded in Tang Tian's vision, and a force so dreadful it threatened to rend the very fabric of his soul surged past him. Boom! The overwhelming energy instantly obliterated the entire pavilion. Even with Qi Yuan's protection, Tang Tian endured a violent impact, causing his blood to surge and forcing him to expel several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, his life essence was sufficiently powerful, allowing him to swiftly recover from all injuries. The assailant's might was unparalleled, even with Qi Yuan shielding him. And despite their main target not being himself, that formidable power still permeated through, injuring Tang Tian. He could distinctly perceive that this force was not merely spiritual energy but rather a transcendent power, true immortality. Qi Yuan approached, coughing, and as a half-step celestial being, he had suffered little harm. "Old Jean, are you all right?" he inquired. Tang Tian shook his head, indicating he was fine, and directed his gaze toward the site of the earlier attack. The pavilion had vanished without a trace, and even the vicinity of several dozen meters had become barren, devoid of life. Du Yuanqing and his subordinates, along with the unfortunate souls nearby, had been utterly obliterated. Why would these individuals dare to storm the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce headquarters merely to eliminate a worthless brat? Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. But the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce is protected by celestial beings. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming energy erupted from the top of the pavilion, crashing down from the heavens. Who dares to act recklessly within the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? A spectral figure of an elder clad in white loomed in the sky, glaring fiercely as he struck down with an outstretched hand. The dreadful aura locked down the entire garden. Simultaneously, the array outside the pavilion activated, enveloping the entire structure. However, the three assailants targeting Du Yuanqing were evidently well prepared. Upon confirming Du Yuanqing's demise, they unleashed a brilliant light, not directed at the descending hand, but rather aimed at the recently activated array. In an instant, light collided with the array. Boom! The earth shook. The transparent array rippled violently. Tang Tian witnessed one of the mysterious figures soar upward, producing a black spear that pierced the spot where the array had been struck. Crack! The sturdy array instantly cracked, creating a breach. Seizing the opportunity, the three mysterious figures swiftly dashed through the breach, transforming into streaks of light and vanishing into the sky. "Thieving scoundrels, do not escape," the elder in the sky bellowed, stirring the heavens as he pursued them. Additionally, several beings above the celestial realm followed the elder, quickly disappearing from sight. So this is what immortals are like. Tang Tian could perceive the terrifying methods unfolding one after another, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. In comparison, the previous flag-snatching battles and core disciple selections he participated in seemed akin to mere childish skirmishes. This realization made him clench his fists in determination. One day, he too would soar freely in this vast realm. After calming his emotions, he turned to find Qi Yuan, his brow furrowed in shock. His expression was markedly different from when he had just been struck away. "Brother, what troubles you?" Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding. "That spear, if I am not mistaken, it appears to be a standard weapon of the War God Hall." Tang Tian was immediately taken aback. He had heard Lu Chang'e mention the War God Hall before. It was a powerful organization within the Tianfu. Tian Yaxing originated from the War God Hall. Was he involved? Why? Had Du Yuanqing interfered with his stock transaction plans? Yet, the true target of those three mysterious individuals was evidently Du Yuanqing. As he pondered, Tang Tian suddenly realized that this war had genuinely commenced, and he had inadvertently become entangled in its web. Had it not been for Qi Yuan and the Divine Phoenix secret technique, he might have already perished, becoming just another unfortunate casualty. No one would care about the manner of his demise, nor would anyone seek justice for him. Death would be in vain. As the time for determining the fate of that position drew near, the conflict between them would only intensify. Who knew what might transpire then? After much contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately decided to remain within the Qingyue sect whenever possible, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. At least within the sect, those individuals would exercise restraint, preventing any loss of life. Even if he did not fear death, it would be unwise to court it recklessly. Alas, another war is about to begin. Qi Yuan sighed. "Does the sect not concern itself with such matters?" Tang Tian asked. Qi Yuan chuckled coldly. "The sect only cares for its own affairs. The outside world can engage in slaughter as it pleases. The more bloodshed there is, the easier it will be for the sect to expand in the future. Perhaps, at some opportune moment, the sect might even intervene." Tang Tian fell silent. In such high-stakes games, there was but one principle: self-interest. Right and wrong were merely excuses serving the pursuit of gain. Shaking his head, Tang Tian chose to disregard such matters, focusing instead on securing a relatively stable environment for cultivation. Increasing his strength was paramount. With 400 billion consumption points in hand, his most pressing concern was to exchange for divine-level talents and physique. However, just as he prepared to call Qi Yuan back, Wang Gang, the guild leader, arrived with several members of the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Tang Tian, he exhaled in relief. "Thank heavens, it is a great relief to see you unharmed," Wang Gang said. Qi Yuan scoffed. "Your chamber's security measures are woefully inadequate. It allowed intruders to infiltrate with such ease. After committing murder, they could escape without a trace. Utterly disgraceful." Behind Wang Gang stood several immortals, who were about to express their anger but were halted by an elder immortal. It seemed individual strength paled in comparison to the power of a background, unless one reached a level of strength that could not be overlooked. Hearing Qi Yuan's reprimand, Wang Gang repeatedly apologized, saying, "Those were peak true immortals. We indeed overlooked this, but rest assured, the chamber will not let this matter rest. We will investigate thoroughly. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Qi Yuan rolled his eyes. Clearly unconvinced by Wang Gang's assurances, Tang Tian indicated that it was of no consequence and expressed his desire to leave. Aren't you staying a while longer? Our people are still investigating. There may be other dangers lurking. Wang Gang said. Qi Yuan retorted, the most perilous place right now is right here with you. Do not think to use such excuses to investigate us. If you truly wish to investigate, go to Qingwei sect. Wang Gang's expression turned awkward as his intentions were laid bare. Tang Tian shook his head, signaling his intent to take his leave. He then called upon Qin Hai and departed alongside Qi Yuan. In the sky, a large ship sped through the air. Tang Tian stood at the bow, gazing down at the earth. However, his mindset was drastically different from when he had arrived. The ultimate war for that position had commenced, and he found himself inexplicably swept into its current. Yet, this was not a grave concern. He simply needed to remain within the Qingwei sect. What weighed heavily on his mind was the sense of helplessness he felt during the attack on Du Yuanqing, where there had been no room for resistance. After a period of training and cultivation, he believed his strength to be formidable. In a fair fight, he felt confident even against those in the fusion stage, or even transcending tribulation experts. Unfortunately, this world still harbored true immortals. The true immortals rendered him utterly powerless. Above true immortals, there existed celestial immortals, profound immortals, golden immortals, Grand Luo golden immortals, immortal kings, and more. It was unfathomable to imagine the devastation such beings could unleash. A sense of insignificance swept over him once more. In the presence of such entities, he felt no different from an ant. At best, he could be considered an indestructible insect. This feeling was disheartening. Tang Tian did not believe in the protagonist's halo, where one could recklessly court death and remain unscathed. In this world, the reality was far more brutal. Du Yuanqing was merely a cultivator at the out-of-body stage. Yet they had sent 3 true immortals against him, leaving no chance for survival. Thus, being cautious and accumulating strength was undoubtedly wise. After a moment of reflection, Qi Yuan approached from behind. What troubles you? Old Jean, still pondering earlier events. Do not worry. They may dare to storm the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce, but they would never attack an ordinary ship of the Qingwei sect. Besides, I am here, even if celestial immortals come. I possess means to protect us, Qi Yuan assured. Tang Tian shook his head, exhaling a deep sigh. It's not that I worry about that. I just feel too weak. Qi Yuan paused, then laughed. Old Jean, you are being too modest. In less than 3 years of cultivation, achieving such strength is no small feat, even within the Tianfu. Given sufficient time, your future accomplishments will surely rival those of others. Tang Tian remained noncommittal. His talent was undoubtedly substantial. But time was a critical factor. Cultivation was a prolonged endeavor, during which anything could happen. Is there a way to rapidly enhance my cultivation? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan pondered briefly before replying. There are methods, but they are generally not advised. Your cultivation will eventually rise, but your understanding of cultivation determines how far you can ultimately go. If your cultivation advances without a corresponding level of comprehension, it is akin to a child wielding a sledgehammer, impossible to control. Tang Tian nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. However, for him, his comprehension far surpassed his current cultivation level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even celestial immortals might not grasp the depths of his insights in the Tao. I want to try. You need not worry about my comprehension. I am well aware, Tang Tian asserted. Qi Yuan sighed. Very well, your situation is indeed unique. There are many methods to quickly elevate one's cultivation, but the most effective would likely be the Liuli secret realm of the Ziyang sect. It is a natural secret realm rich in pure spiritual energy, accessible to cultivators below the tribulation stage. Once, a cultivator at the early out-of-body stage spent merely a month there and broke through to the mid-fusion stage. Tang Tian's interest was piqued, and he asked, where is the Ziyang sect? Qi Yuan explained. The Ziyang sect is also an affiliated sect under the Tianfu, established several centuries before the Qingwei sect, and possesses considerable strength. It lies approximately 20 times the distance to Guli City. Tang Tian fell silent, realizing the distance was quite considerable. The war had only just begun, and venturing far could lead to unpredictable outcomes. After some thought, he said, perhaps it is best to hold off for now. I will wait for this storm to pass before making plans. The very least, I should exchange for the divine talents and physique first. Qi Yuan nodded, indicating that he could go whenever he wished. 2 days later, the ship successfully returned to the Qingwei sect. Tang Tian instructed Qin Hai to remain temporarily within the original Jinyu Tang and not wander about. He himself returned to the Zizhu courtyard. Although this journey was brief, it had been fraught with experiences. Having witnessed the might of powerful immortals, a sense of urgency once again enveloped him. After a brief period of rest, he entered the cultivation chamber. Observing the more than 400 billion consumption points, Tang Tian made his choice for redemption. Divine level talent, 100 billion consumption points. Divine level physique, 100 billion consumption points. You have acquired. Destiny Saint Child. You have acquired. Celestial Titan Body. A familiar sensation washed over Tang Tian once more, as he felt himself entwined within the laws of the celestial path, wandering through an infinitely vast world. The essence of all things became vividly apparent, and the rules of heaven softened, as if he had become a favored child of the universe. Thus, with a decisive strike of his palm, the galaxy reversed its flow, and the cosmos transformed. His comprehension of the Tao ascended to a new echelon, becoming profoundly transparent. The starry sea, representing the myriad paths, grew increasingly radiant and advanced with remarkable speed. Ultimately, he reached the second stage, the adept realm of the myriad laws. Simultaneously, his physique underwent a monumental transformation. The celestial tyrant body bore no extraordinary secret techniques, yet its innate strength was unparalleled, his entire being restructured, becoming indomitable. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair, brimmed with inexhaustible power. Presently, Tang Tian resembled an exquisite weapon, capable of effortlessly shattering exceptional spiritual artifacts with mere physical strength. Spiritual artifacts struck his body, leaving not even the faintest mark, as his physical resilience reached an incomprehensible level. Moreover, the celestial tyrant body continued to grow in tandem with his cultivation, hinting at an unfathomable might should he ascend to the pinnacle as the destined saint. The celestial tyrant body propelled Tang Tian's potential to unprecedented heights. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had quietly breached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, officially entering the early phase of the exit stage. He exhaled deeply. In his current state, he would have faced no adversity during the circumstances of a few days prior. And he sensed that even in the face of direct assault, survival was conceivable. With renewed determination, Tang Tian closed his eyes and swiftly entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, a storm of blood and chaos erupted in the outside world. Chapter 106. A storm of blood and chaos in the Taoist training chamber. Tang Tian sat cross-legged, his aura fluctuating between brilliance and restraint, at times radiating outward, and at others curtailing itself. After a prolonged period, this tumult settled into tranquility. Slowly, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had reached the mid-stage of the exit phase. Since returning from Guli City, he had devoted himself to intense training. After over 20 days of relentless effort, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the exit phase. Such speed, if known to the outside world, would surely leave many in disbelief. As cultivation progressed, the pace inevitably slowed. Even prodigies required several months to transition from the early to the mid-stage of the exit phase. Yet, Tang Tian had accomplished this feat in a mere 20 days. With an exceptionally stable foundation, largely attributed to his formidable talent as the destined saint, allowing his cultivation to unfold seamlessly without hindrance or peril. He mused internally that entering the fusion stage before the year's end posed no challenge. With over 2 months remaining, at this rate, he would easily ascend to that realm. This meant that within a single year, he could leap through 6 significant stages, from the early qi refinement to fusion. Such an astonishing rate of progress would be hard for anyone to believe. After stabilizing his aura, Tang Tian retrieved his communication jade talisman. Qi Yuan had conveyed further information. Since his return to the sect, the turbulence in the outside world had persisted unabated. The death of Du Yuanqing had stirred considerable unrest, both externally and within the Qingyue sect. The celestial immortal powerhouse from the Tingyan chamber had pursued the assailants, engaging in several fierce battles, yet the 3 culprits had managed to evade capture. Nevertheless, the chamber had gleaned some critical intelligence. Upon meticulous investigation, all clues pointed decisively towards one individual. Tian Yangxing. The Du family was incensed, gathering all their might before the Qingyue sect to demand justice for their young master. However, the Qingyue sect suppressed them with a single rationale. Du Yuanqing was an esteemed disciple of the sect, and this matter would be handled internally. They were to await the outcome. Such an unreasonable display of authority left the Du family seething, yet they had no choice but to stifle their rage and await the investigation's results. The Qingyue sect indeed conducted inquiries, summoning Tian Yangsheng, the Tingyan chamber, and numerous related parties for rigorous trials. Had Tang Tian not been present, and with a clean background, he too would have been subjected to scrutiny. However, after numerous hearings, Tian Yangsheng steadfastly denied any involvement, even positing a bold hypothesis that the incident had been orchestrated by Liu Changge, intending to sway the competition for that position. Nonsense. Liu Changge and Du Yuanqing were closely allied. practically inseparable allies. If Luchanga were indeed responsible, it would be akin to self-sabotage, an utterly counterproductive endeavor. When Qi Yuan relayed this information to Tang Tian, he expressed his disdain. If even Qi Yuan held such sentiments, the upper echelons of the Qinghua sect would not genuinely suspect Luchanga. Nevertheless, they conducted a nominal investigation, ultimately exonerating him. Yet, Tian Yangxing refused to budge, and without direct evidence implicating him, the only recourse was to imprison him until a conclusive resolution emerged. The Du family was profoundly dissatisfied with this verdict. Having lost a young master without holding the perpetrator accountable was an unbearable reality. Hence, they resolved to conduct their own investigation, leveraging all their connections and resources to launch a thorough external inquiry. However, investigations driven by vengeance rarely maintain rationality, particularly when concerning the forces aligned with Tian Yangxing, leading to evident biases and ensuing conflicts. The flames of discord ignited in the Jinyutang, spreading to the Tingyun Chamber's headquarters, much to Wang Gang's exasperation, forcing him to temporarily set aside his efforts to assist Tang Tian with equity matters. Soon after, the conflagration reached the Qinghua sect, even penetrating its inner sanctum. The West Peak was Du Yuanqing's territory. Though its establishment was relatively recent, it had become firmly entrenched, housing many confidants and members of the Du family. These individuals easily clashed with Tian Yangxing's followers, quickly escalating into violent confrontations. Within just over 10 days, thousands perished, and the conflict intensified to a level that even the Qinghua sect struggled to contain. Outside, blood flowed like rivers, with half of Jinyutang's upper echelon wiped out, and the Tingyun Chamber, having only recently stabilized through equity transactions, teetered on the brink of collapse. The chaos had spiraled out of control. The message relayed by Qi Yuan echoed similar sentiments. The violence had erupted anew. The Du family's enforcers, driven by rage, surrounded Tian Yangxing's loyalists in the Sunset Valley, resulting in a fierce clash that led to complete annihilation. Mountains were shattered in the process. As Tang Tian absorbed the information, he fell into silence. Although the Sunset Valley was a remote area of the Qinghua sect, it still belonged to the sect's domain. The audacity to strike there spoke volumes about the gravity of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he activated Qi Yuan's communication jade talisman, seeking further insight. "Hey, old Jean, you want to believe how lively it is out there?" Qi Yuan's boisterous voice resonated through the talisman. After yesterday's events, Li Tianhua was utterly enraged, commanding the law enforcement hall to apprehend nearly 10,000 individuals overnight. He subsequently issued a stern decree forbidding any similar occurrences within the Qinghua sect, threatening execution on the spot for defiance. Tang Tian remained contemplative, remarking, "Yet the matter remains unresolved. The more pressure applied, the stronger the backlash will be." Qi Yuan chuckled. Of course, the old man isn't foolish. He dispatched a mediator to the Du family to temporarily soothe their frenzied emotions. Additionally, he tasked Lu Chang'e, who shares closer ties with the West Peak faction, to stabilize the situation. Tang Tian nodded. This strategy should yield some results. However, the paramount concern remained the urgent need to identify the true killer of Du Yuanqing. The sect's investigations had not ceased. Qi Yuan continued, "But guess what? Their inquiries have encountered a critical point similar to ours, and all leads have gone cold." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. "Tian phone?" "Indeed, that rat," Qi Yuan confirmed. "This entire affair was instigated by him. He undoubtedly possesses more information. Unfortunately, no one can locate him now. It's as though he has vanished from existence." Tang Tian scoffed, pondering that perhaps he would never be found again. In his eyes, Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangxing, and Mo Xiaoxiao all bore suspicion. These individuals typically left no traces of their deeds. The investigation would prove exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, he felt little concern, no matter how fierce the flames of conflict raged. They would not reach him. Thus, he resolved to focus on his cultivation with unwavering dedication. Chapter 107. A visit from Jing Heng. In the following period, Tang Tian immersed himself in the monotonous routine of cultivation. Each day brought a palpable sense of growth in his strength, filling him with fulfillment. Meanwhile, the tumult in the outside world showed no signs of abating. Under the auspices of the esteemed elderly Tianhua, the young master Yun Kong, and Lu Chang'e, the ferocious bloodshed indeed subsided for a time. However, the inability to uncover crucial clues left the true perpetrator shrouded in mystery. Reluctantly, after a month of detaining Tian Yangxing, he was temporarily released, albeit with his activities confined to the Qinghua sect. Yet, Tian Yangxing was no benign figure. The moniker Madman was well earned. Upon witnessing the heavy toll taken on his loyal followers, he swiftly launched a fierce counterattack, not solely against the Du family, but also against Lu Chang'e, whom he suspected to be the mastermind orchestrating the entire conspiracy. Tang Tian finally witnessed the madness of the war god Hall. His threats of executing anyone involved in similar incidents seemed hollow. He declared he would simply end his own life after committing murder, thus sparing others the trouble if prevented from leaving the sect. He would relinquish his identity as a disciple of Qing Wei and kill as he pleased. The ensuing chaos escalated into a tempest of carnage. In desperation, the sect's higher-ups intervened once more to confront Tian Yangsheng. However, he was not as easily intimidated as the Du family. Backed by the war god Hall, he was unyielding. "Whoever dares to cross me, I shall retaliate tenfold," he proclaimed. Amidst his frenzied retribution, Lu Chang'e suffered grievous losses. Facing multiple assassination attempts himself, the sect found itself at a loss, striving to maintain order while the law enforcement hall worked tirelessly, nearly driven to madness. The investigation into Du Yuanqing's death widened, with individuals seeking out Tang Tian to discuss various matters. Regrettably, progress was painfully slow. Just when Tang Tian thought this turmoil would persist, a sudden earthquake of events shattered the calm. The Guan family was annihilated. Qi Yuan's voice brimmed with astonishment. Even he had not anticipated such an inferno. Tang Tian was equally taken aback. The Guan family was that of Guan Meng from the northern peak, known for their quietude, laboring diligently within their own domain and maintaining no apparent conflicts with others. Why had they suddenly become targets? It must have been Lu Chang'e, Qi Yuan suggested. Tian Yangsheng has been wreaking havoc on Lu Chang'e. He would undoubtedly retaliate. Furthermore, it was discovered that Guan Meng's family had close ties to Tian Yangsheng, likely supporting his ascent to power. Thus, Lu Chang'e, in his quest for vengeance, opted for total annihilation. These youngsters truly possess a penchant for ruthless tactics. Tang Tian mused, furrowing his brow. "Have we confirmed the details?" Qi Yuan replied with a chuckle. "These individuals are adept at covering their tracks. The Guan family's leadership was slaughtered overnight. Their strength was not significantly inferior to the Du family, and the only ones capable of executing such a silent operation were undoubtedly those involved." Although Lu Chang'e denied any involvement, it was evident to all. Tang Tian fell silent, sensing the peculiar nature of these occurrences. "And what of Tian Yangsheng?" he inquired. Qi Yuan laughed. What reaction could that madman possibly have? Upon receiving the news, he personally stormed Lu Chang'e's lair, unleashing a barrage of attacks that nearly collapsed the very dwelling. Had Elderly not arrived in time, one of them would surely have met their end. Subsequently, Elderly confined Lu Chang'e to prevent further escalation and to ensure his safety. However, this has forged an irreparable enmity between them. Neither will rest until the other is eradicated. Listening to Qi Yuan, Tang Tian remained quiet for a considerable time. Eventually, he asked, "Old Qi Yuan, do you not find this situation rather suspicious?" Qi Yuan looked perplexed. "What do you mean?" Tang Tian sighed. "On the surface, it seems their conflicts have escalated due to Du Yuanqing's death. But if we consider it from another perspective, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng are mutually depleting each other's strength. Who stands to gain from this?" Qi Yuan paused, contemplating. "Are you suggesting that young lady from the Mo family?" Tang Tian remained silent. As one of the three most formidable competitors for that position, Mo Xiaoxiao had remained conspicuously detached from this turmoil, seemingly uninvolved in any of the machinations. Yet, if viewed through the lens of a beneficiary being the instigator, her silence rendered her a prime suspect. "How did I not perceive this sooner?" Qi Yuan exclaimed. "Indeed, if both Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng fall, that position would directly fall into Mo Xiaoxiao's hands. This cannot stand. I must inform Elderly to prevent him from overlooking this matter." With that, Qi Yuan abruptly terminated the communication. Tang Tian intended to remind him that this was merely speculation, but it was too late. Before long, Qi Yuan reached out again. "Brother, I suspect your theory holds weight. Mo Xiaoxiao has already been summoned for interrogation." Elderly stated that her presence is indeed felt in these events. Tang Tian could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed even he had nearly been misled, until a final verdict is reached. It is prudent to refrain from conclusions. After all, we remain outsiders, unable to see the full picture. Continue to keep an eye on things, and inform me of any developments, and do not forget about my disciples." Qi Yuan assured him, "I will not forget. The four youngsters are doing well, especially the youngest. Her learning ability is exceptional. Tomorrow's grand tournament will surely see her shine. The twins, and that lad named Li, are also performing admirably. You need not worry." Tang Tian sighed inwardly, wondering who the true culprit might be. The situation was indeed complex. As he prepared to leave for his training, a familiar figure approached him. Tang Xiao. It was Jing Heng from the Eastern Peak. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Tang Tian invited him in. "Tang Xiao, I have come today to clarify my intentions." As he took a seat, Jing Heng spoke earnestly. "I, Jing Heng, vow upon my heart that I harbor no ambitions for that position. I will not allow my rivalry with you to influence our competition in the slightest. Should I violate this oath, may I perish." Upon observing Jing Heng's earnest expression, Tang Tian was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled helplessly. "Brother Jing, why do you feel the need to express this?" Jing Heng remained silent for a long while before he sighed deeply. "Tang Xiao, you are likely aware of the recent events, correct?" Tang Tian replied softly. "The situation with Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing?" Jing Heng looked at him intently. "My concerns lie with Du Yuanqing and Guanmeng." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, beginning to grasp the purpose behind Jing Heng's visit. "I share your sentiments," Jing Heng continued. As the influence of the Tianfu expands, our original factions find their space increasingly constricted. Hence, we seek collaboration. Joining Qingwei sect as a prominent honorary disciple is our family's means of survival. To outsiders, their power appeared formidable, but to those who truly wielded authority, it was a facade. Jing Heng shook his head in bitter amusement. "For this position, my family has expended nearly all their resources and finances. We believed we had finally paved a path forward, only to see it threatened now. With the Guan family decimated overnight and the Du family gravely weakened, I dread that we may be next." Tang Tian regarded him with concern. "But you have no desire to contest for that position, do you?" Jing Heng forced a smile. "Neither did Du Yuanqing nor Guanmeng, yet look at their fate. Since joining the sect, I have tread carefully, maintaining relationships while keeping a safe distance, fearful of being ensnared in their conflicts. Yet, it seems all for naught. When strife truly arrives, no one escapes unscathed." Tang Tian sighed softly. Recognizing the lament of the lesser figures, though Jing Heng was not insignificant in comparison to the truly powerful, he was but a minor player. In times of utility, one is a tool. In times of futility, merely a discarded pawn. It is not entirely in vain, however. Tang Tian consoled. Du Yuanqing's fate stems from his close association with Lu Chang'e. Guanmeng's downfall is due to the proximity of his family to Tian Yangxing. The reason you remain unharmed is likely due to your years of cultivation. Jing Heng shook his head. Such stability can be shattered at any moment. Thus, I must strive to protect my family to the utmost. Tang Tian remained noncommittal and inquired, "Why do you specifically seek my oath?" Jing Heng replied, "You are undoubtedly aware of the fundamental reasons behind the fates of the Du and Guan families. The only individuals currently poised to claim that position are the four of you. I cannot ascertain who is responsible for these events, so I must express my intentions to each person. I merely desire a complete family." Tang Tian sighed softly. "To be honest, I do not harbor such intentions. Moreover, my influence pales in comparison to the three of them." Jing Heng raised his gaze. "But you have the support of Master Qi Feng. As long as Master Qi stands by your side, your influence within the sect will not be inferior to theirs." Tang Tian fell silent. Not long ago, Qi Yuan had told him that with his connections, he could elevate him to a level equal to the three. Although he had not considered this possibility, it indeed existed. It was no wonder Jing Heng sought him out. Observing Jing Heng's anxious demeanor, Tang Tian poured him a cup of hot tea and said gently, "Brother Jing, you are the first prominent figure I have encountered in Qingwei sect. Since you harbor concerns, allow me to clarify. This conflict has nothing to do with me. I have no reason or intention to target the Jing family. I understand your apprehensions, but I can only say this. The conflict is inevitable. We must exert our utmost efforts to emerge unscathed." Jing Heng gazed at Tang Tian for a moment, then raised his cup and drank deeply. He stood and bowed deeply to Tang Tian. "Thank you, young Master Tang." Moments later, Jing Heng departed from Zizhu courtyard, intending to visit the other three, who were even more formidable. Tang Tian sat quietly beneath the old locust tree, suddenly shaking his head with a smile. Jing Heng was the only visitor who refrained from commenting on the surroundings. It seemed the recent troubles befalling the Du and Guan families had indeed instilled fear in him. The last words Tang Tian spoke were, in truth, a reminder to himself. As the flames of chaos spread ever wider, none could guarantee their safety. Yet, unlike Jing Heng, Tang Tian was alone, unencumbered by ties and concerns, allowing him a certain ease. So long as no one provoked him, all would remain well. If someone were to extend a hand. Then he shared a profound agreement with some tenets of the War God Hall. Shaking his head, he cast aside his tangled thoughts. Ultimately, only formidable strength serves as the bedrock of assurance. Let the fires of war burn as they will. He would adhere to his original course. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After the destruction of the Guan family, Guanmeng was consumed by rage, launching relentless assaults against all factions aligned with Lu Chang'e. Yet, bereft of familial support, his capabilities proved limited. Ultimately, he met a tragic end during an ambush. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxiao was imprisoned following a series of rigorous investigations. As before, she denied all allegations, and no concrete evidence could be found. However, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing seemed to have awakened to the situation, redirecting their focus toward Nanfeng. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaoxiao was not to be underestimated. Under her careful management, Nanfeng stood resilient, bolstered by the presence of the esteemed Shinsairu. Thus avoiding significant losses, this conflict plunged all three factions into utter chaos, with daily casualties and the law enforcement hall transforming into a veritable repository for the dead. Blood stained the entire sect. The external situation was even graver. The power dynamics shifted, engulfed in strife and slaughter, a tempest of violence. All of this chaos stemmed from the struggle for the second-in-command position within Qinghua sect. Power struggles have always been the most brutal aspect of human history. Yet, Tang Tian remained an observer, steadily advancing in his cultivation, resonating with the celestial principles, and successfully reaching the late stage of the out-of-body realm. This progress exceeded his expectations. However, just as he prepared to continue, messages from Qi Yuan and Yun Kong arrived almost simultaneously. Elder Hanhai has emerged from seclusion. Chapter 109. Judgment in Zizhu Courtyard. Tang Tian sat quietly beneath the old locust tree. Reviewing the message from Yun Kong, Elder Hanhai had officially emerged from his seclusion the previous night, having successfully overcome the Nine Heavens tribulation after nearly a year, entering the Ascendant realm. This was splendid news for Qinghua sect. Particularly amidst the current turmoil, the addition of a formidable elder would undoubtedly stabilize the situation. The peak masters and various senior elders extended their congratulations to him. Elder Hanhai's disciples returned to celebrate their master's achievement. It was during this time that Elder Hanhai learned of Gu Xiaoxiao's status as a guest disciple. He was acutely aware that she had been exploited, but was nonetheless furious the child of innate talent was destined to ascend to immortality. And Gu Xiaoxiao's choice to become a guest disciple precluded her from becoming his direct disciple. Elder Hanhai bore no ill will towards Gu Xiaoxiao. However, those implicated in this matter would be held accountable. Tomorrow morning, I will personally preside over a judgment at the law enforcement hall. Elder Zhangyang, Xiaoxiao's senior sister Ludanya, and you must all be present, Yun Kong stated. After reading this, Tang Tian assured Yun Kong that he had no objections. He had long awaited this day. That he then turned to the message from Qi Yuan. Old Jean, do you have a grudge with Hanhai? He specifically summoned you for this inquiry, but fear not. I am here to support you. If he dares to stir trouble, I shall strike him down. Qi Yuan's tone remained commanding and fiery. Tang Tian chuckled, explaining the situation to him and assuring him that he was prepared and there was no need for excessive concern. Afterward, he produced a small jade token linked to the innate Tao jade that the Grand Elder had marked. Despite the passage of time, it remained with Elder Zhongyang, with the testimonies of Yun Kong and Qi Yuan. Tomorrow's judgment would merely be a performance, a trivial matter. After contemplating the details, Tang Tian set it aside and resumed his cultivation. The following morning, several enforcers from the law enforcement hall arrived at the entrance of Zizhu Courtyard. Their faces bore evident fatigue, a testament to the toll taken by the recent turmoil. Tang Tian did not make things difficult for them and proceeded to the main peak alongside them. The law enforcement hall was situated halfway up the main peak. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Just as they prepared to enter, a cold voice rang out. Tang Tian, turning around, he beheld an extraordinary woman clad in fine silk, emanating a fierce aura. Who are you? Tang Tian inquired. However, the woman did not respond. Upon seeing Tang Tian's lack of denial, she suddenly erupted, unleashing the full force of her out-of-body realm mastery, charging at him with fury. You vile scoundrel, how dare you tarnish my junior sister? Prepare to die, she roared, brandishing her sword with great intensity as a tremendous pressure descended. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, instinctively recognizing her identity. As she moved, he was already prepared to counterattack. He had changed significantly. Not only was he unafraid of a perfected out-of-body realm opponent, but he also stood resolute against those in the fusion realm. If she truly dared to strike him, the ensuing consequences would be unavoidable. However, before he could act, several enforcers rushed forward to block her attack, sending her staggering back with a powerful counterforce. Danya, calm yourself. One enforcer commanded. I understand your anger, but this is the law enforcement hall. After the judgment, everything will be handled according to sect rules. The woman was indeed Ludanya, Gu Xiaoxiao's senior sister. Despite the interruption, her fury remained unabated as she glared at Tang Tian. Her eyes filled with the desire to consume him whole. Tang Tian maintained a stoic expression, silently meeting her gaze. Danya was likely the first instigator regarding Gu Xiaoxiao's situation. I share a sisterly bond with Xiaoxiao. If you truly ruin her path, I shall not let you escape, even if it means violating sect rules, Ludanya declared fiercely. Tang Tian calmly replied, have you seen Xiaoxiao? Ludanya hesitated slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Before she responded in a low voice, what do you mean by that question? Tang Tian smiled faintly, expressing his belief that the sect's judgment would be impartial, regardless of the secrets one harbors. They would ultimately be unveiled. He hoped that, when the time came, she would still care for her junior sister as she did now. Luo Danya narrowed her eyes, exuding an aura of danger. Yet, confronted by several enforcers before her, she refrained from striking again and sheathed her sword with a clank. Even in the face of death, she still uttered a multitude of malicious words. Little Snow was the most cherished disciple of the master. Today, your fate is sealed. With that, she turned and strode into the law enforcement hall. Tang Tian watched her enter calmly, saying nothing further, and followed a few enforcers into the hall. The color black symbolizes solemnity and authority. The grand hall of the law enforcement was entirely constructed from a type of black stone, and merely standing within it instilled a sense of dread. An unyielding presence emanated from the surroundings. Accompanying the enforcers, Tang Tian took his seat at a designated spot in the forefront of the hall. On the opposite side, Zhongyang had already arrived, casually seated without a hint of tension. Tang Tian gazed ahead at an elder with black hair and beard, seated in the center. Flanking him were several high-ranking officials of the law enforcement hall, as previously informed by Yun Kong. This elder was none other than the recently emerged Elder Han H.A.I.T.O. His side sat Yun Kong and Qi Yuan, among others. There was also an elegant elder clad in gray, exuding a heavy and dignified aura. He was Elder Hong Yuan, Han Hai's rival. As all were present, the trial commenced. Elder Han Hai, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon Tang Tian. His deep and commanding voice echoed in the spacious hall. Tang Tian, you daughter innocent. Upon hearing this, many, including Tang Tian, found themselves momentarily bewildered. He had anticipated an opening statement asking if he knew his transgressions, yet he was outright declared innocent. This was not following the script. Meanwhile, Elder Zhongyang furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Tang Tian before subtly looking towards Hong Yuan, eventually lowering his gaze, lost in thought. As for Luo Danya, who initially wore a face of hatred, her eyes widened in disbelief after hearing the declaration. Could it be that today was not meant for judging Tang Tian? Elder Han Hai swiftly dispelled her confusion. Luo Danya, jealous of your fellow disciple, deceiving her with lies that led her astray from her rightful path. Do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? He stated indifferently. Luo Danya was utterly taken aback. Luo Danya, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Elder Han Hai's cold reprimand jolted her from her stupor. Her expression shifted, and she fell to her knees, exclaiming, Master, where does this come from? When my junior sister became a guard, I was in seclusion striving for a breakthrough and had no knowledge of subsequent events. Had I known she was assigned to a scoundrel like Tang Tian, I would have done everything in my power to prevent it. Are you not mistaken about something? Her voice was filled with desolation and sorrow, as if she were truly an innocent woman wronged. However, Elder Han Hai's gaze remained indifferent. The other high-ranking officials of the law enforcement hall wore equally expressionless faces, seemingly having seen through everything long ago. Considering you are my direct disciple, I shall grant you one last opportunity for honesty, Elder Han Hai coldly stated. Luo Danya's eyes were vacant, her lips quivering, yet she remained silent. After a long moment, she suddenly turned to glare fiercely at Tang Tian. Master, I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. Shouldn't the person we are judging today be Tang Tian? He has completely ruined my junior sister's path, leaving her with child. Are you, even you, concerned about his identity as the young master? Luo Danya shouted in rage. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she pleaded, the judges above remained unresponsive. A trace of disappointment flickered in Elder Han Hai's eyes as he waved his hand, unleashing a powerful aura that struck Luo Danya, causing her to cough blood and be pinned beneath the judgment platform. You have relinquished your final chance for self-redemption. Oh, you truly believe that I was entirely unaware of the happenings in the outside world during my seclusion? Elder Han Hai coldly remarked. Xiao Shui is wholly devoted to her path, possessing a pure character and engaging infrequently with the outside world. It was you who informed her that a breakthrough to the nascent soul required a nascent soul pill, and that becoming a guard for the honorary disciples would conveniently earn her spirit stones, was it not? And you also introduced her to the honorary hall's Zhongyang. Is this not true? At this point, Luo Danya was in complete disarray. Hearing Elder Han Hai's questioning, she lowered her head and murmured, Disciple. Was only doing this for my junior sister's sake. At that time, she truly lacked sufficient spirit stones to purchase the nascent soul pill. Elder Han Hai sighed. Having been at Qinghua sect for many years, you surely know the distinction between guards and other disciples. You cannot be unaware that a prodigy does not require any elixirs to break through to the nascent soul. You were merely envious of her talent. Thus you pushed her into this predicament. You exploited Xiao Shui's trust in you and let me down with my expectations of you. After all this time in seclusion, you still failed to achieve a breakthrough. Danya, your heart has already been shattered by your own actions. Elder Han Hai's tone shifted from icy to one filled with deep disappointment. As he laid bare the truth. Luo Danya felt as though all her strength had drained away, collapsing to the ground. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Indeed, I am envious of her, she admitted, lifting her head. But master, it is not her talent I envy. It is your meticulous concern and care for her. Once, all of that belonged to me. Yet since my defeat in the 100 sects battle, everything has vanished. I can feel your disappointment and your gradual neglect. Thus, I harbor hatred. I hate myself for not possessing Xiao Shue's talent. I also despise her for taking away the attention that was rightfully mine. So, Elder Han Hai regarded his former beloved disciple and gently said, "So you sought to destroy her path." Danya shook her head. "I never intended to ruin her entirely. I merely wished to tarnish her status as a pure disciple, thus preventing you from accepting her as your direct disciple. That way, everything that belonged to me would return, and I never anticipated it would escalate to this point." Danya covered her face and wept. Elder Han Hai let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. Subsequently, the high-ranking officials of the law enforcement hall began to read aloud the regulations of Qingwei's sect. Observing this sudden turn of events, Tang Tian felt a pang of emotion. The reality was much as he had surmised. Luo Danya was indeed the instigator behind this affair. However, her envy was not purely directed at Xiao Shue's talent. It stemmed from her inability to accept the stark contrast in Elder Han Hai's attitude towards her following her failure. Such psychological afflictions are the hardest to heal. Over time, they morph into inner demons. It was under the influence of these demons that she embarked upon this misguided path. A lamentable circumstance, yet not one to be pitied. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing, and everyone must bear the consequences of their errors. What surprised Tang Tian the most, however, was the swiftness with which Elder Han Hai and the law enforcement hall had unraveled the truth. Their efficiency and capability were indeed commendable, sparing him from wasting further words. Ultimately, according to the sect's regulations, Luo Danya was sentenced to 3 years in the Black Prison, losing her status and rights as a core disciple. The Black Prison, a place devoid of light and spirit, would serve as a torment for any cultivator over the span of 3 years. The sect's penalties for internal strife were notably severe. After announcing Luo Danya's judgment, Elder Han Hai opened his eyes and shifted his gaze away from his former disciple to Zhongyang. Zhongyang of the Honorary Hall, Elder Han Hai began. Zhongyang steadied himself and respectfully replied, "I am here, senior." Elder Han Hai questioned, "Were you aware of Luo Danya's schemes?" Zhongyang calmly responded, "I was completely unaware. Everything I did was in strict accordance with the sect's regulations." All verifiable. Gu Xiaoxue voluntarily signed up to become a guard, and coincidentally, young Master Tang Tian required a guard and thus assigned her. The rules for guards and employment were communicated and distributed to both parties. As for the events that transpired thereafter, I had no control over them. He appeared to be well prepared. Elder Han Hai nodded, stating, "From a procedural standpoint, you indeed committed no violations. However, some details require further investigation." He then turned to Tang Tian. "Tang Tian, did any irregularities arise during your employment of the guard?" Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Finally, it's my turn." Though he had been declared innocent, Zhongyang had undoubtedly set him up. Having accepted payment and yet caused him trouble, how could he let this slide so easily? Clearing his throat, Tang Tian smiled. "Indeed, there were. During my initial request to Elder Zhongyang for employing a guard, I presented some additional requirements. Due to my feeble strength at that time, I was concerned about my inability to manage the hired guards. Hence, I sought Elder Zhongyang's assistance in finding a more obedient and compliant protector." Elder Zhongyang agreed, but the cost was a precious spirit jade. Subsequently, I was uncertain whether he misunderstood my intentions, as he sent Gu Xiaoxue to me. Upon hearing this, Zhongyang scoffed coldly, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense." The two locked eyes. Chapter 111. Elder Zhongyang's imprisonment. I have always been incorruptible, strictly adhering to the sect's rules. How could I possibly push a disciple into the fire pit for a mere piece of exquisite spirit jade? Young Master Tang, everything must be substantiated by evidence. This is the law enforcement hall. One cannot make baseless accusations against me. Zhongyang stated icily. Tang Tian chuckled. Whether it is slander or not, the law enforcement hall will render its judgment. I am merely recounting what I know. When I sought to hire guards, Elder Zhongyang accepted a piece of exquisite spirit jade from me. The second time I sought to find a guest, he demanded 100 pieces of exquisite spirit jade for the same request. On our third meeting, he declined my proposal but still accepted my token of gratitude, a piece of innate Dao jade. The crowd raised their eyebrows. The innate Dao jade is no ordinary item. Even for an elder of Zhongyang's caliber, it is a rare treasure. If he indeed accepted a piece of innate Dao jade from Tang Tian, it would be hard to believe he did not agree to something in return. Zhongyang, is what Tang Tian claims true? Han Hai inquired. Zhongyang remained composed, replying, All are slanders. I have not accepted even a single inferior spirit jade from him. However, since young Master Tang speaks with such conviction, I suspect he may be suffering from hysteria and should seek proper treatment. Han Hai glanced at Tang Tian and asked again, do you dare allow the law enforcement hall to conduct an investigation? Zhongyang's expression faltered. But before he could elaborate, Elder Hong Yuan, who had been listening on the side, spoke slowly. This may not be in accordance with the rules, without concrete evidence. How can we arbitrarily investigate a sect elder based on mere words? Moreover, the items Tang Tian claims were bribes are spirit jades. How can you ascertain that any jade discovered would indeed be the one gifted by Tang Tian? Upon hearing Hong Yuan's words, Zhongyang's troubled expression quickly faded. Subsequently, Han Hai and several other senior members of the law enforcement hall conferred, shaking their heads in agreement that such a course of action was inadvisable. Observing this, Hong Yuan suddenly shifted his tone, stating, it seems you have overlooked a critical matter in this trial. Rather than fixating on baseless rumors, it would be more prudent to address the current moral climate within the sect. The relationship between guards and esteemed disciples is one of employment. With clearly defined responsibilities and obligations, there is no question of guards being compromised in such a manner. If we allow such incidents to escalate, it could severely undermine the very foundation of our sect. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Hong Yuan. Why had this fellow suddenly turned the tables on him? Had he offended him in the past? He pondered silently. Meanwhile, Han Hai and Hong Yuan faced each other head-on. The theme of today's trial was the issue of infighting and internal corruption among the sect members. The matter concerning Tang Tian and Gu Xiaoxue fell outside the scope of this trial. Furthermore, the sect did not prohibit disciples from forming personal relationships, provided mutual affection was present and no coercion occurred. Han Hai asserted. Hong Yuan smirked. But what if such coercion does exist? Han Hai frowned. Whether it exists will be thoroughly investigated. However, today, this matter shall not be discussed. Hong Yuan shook his head. To ignore more pressing issues and dwell on unfounded rumors is indicative of significant flaws in your law enforcement hall's procedures. Noticing that their conversation had veered off course, Tang Tian rapped the table, drawing their attention back. Who said Gu Xiaoxue is pregnant? Moreover, who claims I lack evidence of Elder Zhongyang's bribery? He declared. Both Han Hai and Hong Yuan turned their gazes toward Tang Tian. Gu Xiaoxue is not pregnant? Han Hai inquired. Tang Tian smiled. Indeed, she is pure and unblemished. That I truly do not know from where such slanderous rumors originated. It is utterly damaging. Today, I intend to clarify this matter. Han Hai was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the previously relaxed central figure furrowed his brow, gazing at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, did you not say this yourself? Zhongyang interjected. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Oh, when did I say that? Zhongyang frowned. During our third meeting, he abruptly halted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Tang Tian chuckled. Without evidence, one cannot unjustly tarnish another's reputation. Furthermore, although Xiaoxue is currently in seclusion for cultivation, I do have witnesses. As his words fell, Qi Yuan stood up from the side. Haha, come, everyone, look over here. I shall vouch for my brother. That young lady is innocent. Qi Yuan proclaimed loudly. Everyone turned to him, and while they did not refute him, there was a lack of trust in their gazes. Qi Yuan glared. What? You don't believe me? Who? Xiaokong, come tell them. Yin Kong stood up awkwardly, stating, indeed, esteemed elders, Gu Xiaoxue has not been pregnant. She is pure and unblemished. The crowd exchanged glances. As the young master, Yin Kong would not lie about such matters, for Gu Xiaoxue was still alive, and upon her return from seclusion, the truth would be revealed. However, they were astonished to find that the source of this rumor indeed came from Tang Tian. Either he had been drunkenly rambling or had ulterior motives. Zhongyang's expression shifted, and he grew increasingly anxious. Hong Yuan also lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Tang Tian, did you not just claim you possess evidence of Zhongyang's bribery? Elder Han Hai inquired. Tang Tian nodded. I cannot prove the exquisite spirit jade from the first and second encounters, but the innate Tao jade from the third. He then produced the jade talisman. This was a small item specially crafted for me by the Grand Elder. As for its function, you shall see for yourselves. After saying this, he tossed the talisman to Han Hai. After examining it, Han Hai quickly comprehended its purpose. Frowning, he activated the formation within the talisman. A faint ripple of void energy immediately surged through the grand hall, centering on Zhongyang below. I in his tense and incredulous gaze. A beautifully crafted innate Tao jade emanated a gentle glow, rising from his storage ring and shining brilliantly in the dim hall. As the innate Tao jade ascended, Hong Yuan stood up abruptly and left the law enforcement hall without a backward glance. Zhongyang was thrown into a panic, shouting, "No, this is a frame-up. It must be Tang Tian. He orchestrated this. Elder Han Yuan, Elder Han Yuan, you must uphold justice for me." Yet, despite his desperate cries, Han Yuan never turned back, vanishing beyond the hall's threshold. Zhongyang collapsed to the ground, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the very piece of innate Dao jade would be the instrument of his downfall. Tang Tian observed him quietly, remaining unfazed. Whoever sought to harm him, he would retaliate against. It was solely Zhongyang's miscalculation of his own strength that led to his demise. Ultimately, after losing Hong Yuan's protection, Zhongyang confessed all, though he severed all ties with Han Yuan. His transgressions were substantial enough to warrant severe consequences, particularly after the Grand Elder's strict orders to rectify the sect's moral conduct. A decade in a dark prison, coupled with the revocation of all rights and positions, became his ultimate fate. As for this outcome, Tang Tian felt neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. After all, he merely sought to vent his frustrations. With the trial concluded, Tang Tian cleared his name of all suspicions and restored Gu Shashua's reputation. Meanwhile, the two culprits, Lu Danya and Zhongyang, received their just desserts. Everything settled into silence. However, just as Tang Tian prepared to leave, Han Hai approached him. "Young Master Tang, may I have a word with you?" Chapter 112. A visit from Mo Xiaoxiao. A moment later, Tang Tian and Han Hai found themselves in a secluded pavilion. "Please," Han Hai poured hot tea for Tang Tian, his demeanor shifting from stern to amiable. Tang Tian made no objections, recognizing that their positions were not so dissimilar. "You summoned me, Elder, for a specific purpose?" Tang Tian inquired. Han Hai hesitated briefly before speaking. "Are you familiar with Han Yuan?" Tang Tian was taken aback, having expected Han Hai to inquire about Gu Xiaoxua instead. "I reside at the foot of the southern peak and have little contact with the elder in charge of the main peak," he replied. Han Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully and asked, "Do you know of the enmity between Han Yuan and myself?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding, "I have indeed heard some rumors, though I cannot ascertain their validity." Han Hai shook his head. "What you have heard is the truth. My conflict with Han Yuan has long been a matter of public knowledge. It is no secret that most members of the sect are aware of it. The recent incident involving Xiaoxua must surely have been orchestrated by him from the shadows. Does he truly believe I am unaware of his relationship with Zhongyang?" Tang Tian silently sipped his tea, oblivious to the true intent behind Han Hai's mention of the matter. After a moment of silence, Han Hai resumed. "During the trial today, Han Yuan deliberately attempted to shift the blame onto you. Do you know why?" Tang Tian furrowed his brow and shook his head. He was indeed taken aback. He had no prior interaction with Han Yuan, so why was he being dragged into this? It defied logic. However, Han Hai quickly dispelled his confusion. Han Yuan has always maintained a close relationship with Tian Yangxing. The time for determining the rightful claimant to that position is drawing near, and I have heard of the recent turmoil within the sect, which has escalated alarmingly. I believe he now perceives you as a potential rival. Tang Tian fell silent. Was the war already encroaching upon him? The situation with Du Yuanqing remained unresolved, yet indiscriminate attacks had already begun. Indeed, there could be only one rightful claimant to that position. Any potential rival would be viewed as an enemy. But what was Han Hai's true purpose in bringing this matter to light? "Elder, if you have something to say, please speak plainly," Tang Tian declared, unwilling to engage in further speculation. Han Hai toyed with his teacup, then sighed deeply. "The final determination of that position's rightful owner is not merely a contest among your esteemed disciples. We elders, and indeed the entire sect, are entangled in this matter. Perhaps, in the end, the higher-ups will experience a significant reshuffling." He gazed at Tang Tian and continued, "I, for one, do not possess a great thirst for power. But I must ensure my own survival, mustn't I? If Tian Yangxing ultimately prevails, given the animosity between Han Yuan and myself, he would undoubtedly not spare me. I cannot afford to remain passive. Therefore, do you believe there is a possibility for collaboration between us?" Tang Tian stroked his chin, realizing this was Han Hai's intention. In essence, it all boiled down to power and interests. Although Han Hai claimed to lack ambition, it was inconceivable that he would relinquish his current standing. Tang Tian understood Han Hai's concerns but felt he should not express such sentiments to him. Considering the current circumstances, Lu Chang'e and Mo Xiaoxiao were far more formidable contenders than he. "Elder. You truly hold me in high regard," Tang Tian said softly. Han Hai chuckled. "There is no need for false modesty, young Master Tang. Though you have only recently begun to rise, your ascent has not gone unnoticed. If you can secure the support of Lord Qi, then you stand a genuine chance." Tang Tian smiled faintly. "Surely this slender opportunity cannot justify placing all your hopes upon me." Han Hai observed Tang Tian with a profound gaze, contemplating something unknown. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, stating, "So you do not intend to collaborate with me?" The question was abrupt, Tang Tian pondered before responding, I have no intention of vying for that position, but MY's sole objective has always been to safeguard my own interests. Han Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yet, in the current circumstances, it is challenging for anyone to remain unscathed, particularly for someone like you who possesses a claim to competition. Today's targeting by Han Yuan is merely a tactical maneuver. As events unfold, it may not be so easily resolved. Tang Tian frowned. He noted a marked shift in Han Hai's tone and demeanor. This did not seem like the discourse of someone seeking collaboration. It felt more like a statement of indifference. Whether or not he could resolve the situation was ultimately his own concern. That I adhere to a principle. Whoever schemes against me, I shall retaliate in kind. Tang Tian replied coolly. Han Hai chuckled. Youth is synonymous with audacity. Unlike us old bones, who tread cautiously. Since you have made your decision, I can only wish you luck. With that, the conversation had effectively reached a standstill. Tang Tian had no desire to linger further and took his leave. Upon exiting the law enforcement hall, he found Qi Yuan waiting for him. Old Jean, Han Hai did not give you any trouble. Did he? Qi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian shook his head, smiling that we merely exchanged a few casual words. Qi Yuan scoffed. That fellow is quite the schemer. Be cautious when dealing with him. Tang Tian nodded slightly, having sensed that Han Hai's invitation had ulterior motives. Initially, he had thought the discussion would revolve around Gu Xiaoxiwei, yet Han Hai hardly mentioned her. The sudden proposal for collaboration was indeed peculiar. His prospects were vastly outstripped by Lu Chang'e and the others. If Han Hai sought self-preservation, he would not stake everything on him. Moreover, Tang Tian truly doubted whether Han Hai had not previously conferred with other competitors in private. After all, Han Yuan was already seeking Tianyangxing. It was quite possible that Han Hai was seeking collaboration on behalf of someone lurking in the shadows behind him. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Truly, one finds oneself adrift amidst the storm, with little control over their own fate. Even when attempting to evade trouble, it finds a way to pursue relentlessly. Yet, as he had articulated, if you do not conspire against me, we may coexist peacefully. Should you choose to plot against me, then we shall see what transpires. After a brief exchange with Qi Yuan, Tang Tian returned to the Zijou courtyard. Regardless, strength was the ultimate truth. However, after only a few days of quiet cultivation, someone sought him out. Upon opening the formation, he was surprised to find the temporarily confined Imo Xiaoxiao. Young Master Tang, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you, she said, her expression grave. Chapter 113, a request. Tang Tian invited Imo Xiaoxiao inside. Once seated, she surveyed the courtyard's arrangement and remarked, the ambience here is quite pleasant, conducive to tranquility and emotional solace. Tang Tian paused momentarily while pouring tea, aware that the tea's purpose was also to soothe one's spirit. He recognized that Imo Xiaoxiao appeared less composed today. Exhibiting a hint of anxiety. It is the ancient well of Nianquan. It is said to have been arranged by the original owner of Zijou Courtyard, the bamboo forest Taoist. Tang Tian explained, the bamboo forest Taoist. Imo Xiaoxiao gazed at the ancient well, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. I have heard of him. When I was very young, I learned of a wise man in Tianfu, gentle and kind, who treated young disciples with fairness. And many benefited from his kindness. Unfortunately, he had passed away before my birth. Tang Tian paused before continuing, I have heard it said that he perished amidst the struggles for power. Imo Xiaoxiao sighed deeply. Once again, it is a struggle for power. It was so then, and it remains the same today. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Young Master Tang, I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, taken aback. What matter? Imo Xiaoxiao sighed once more, draining her cup of hot tea. The incident involving Du Yuanqing. It was my doing. Tang Tian paused. He had suspected Imo Xiaoxiao might be involved, but he had not anticipated her to admit it so candidly. If that were the case, why was she able to appear here unscathed while the law enforcement hall had been frantically searching for the culprit? Was there more to the story? I was manipulated, Imo Xiaoxiao continued. I did indeed relay some information to Du Yuanqing through Tianfeng, subsequently causing him difficulties with Tianyangxin's stock allocation in the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. But that was all. I never intended for anyone to kill him, nor did I foresee the situation spiraling into its current chaos. Someone exploited me, igniting this tempest of bloodshed. Tang Tian was astonished. His previous suspicions regarding Imo Xiaoxiao stemmed from her apparent motivation as the sole beneficiary of the chaos following Du Yuanqing's death, pitting Lu Chang'e against Tianyangxing. However, it appeared that the truth was more complex. If Imo Xiaoxiao's account was accurate, she had not instigated the conflict. Then the true puppet master behind the scenes must be exceptionally adept at concealment. So, Tianfeng is one of your associates? Tang Tian inquired. Imo Xiaoxiao nodded but then shook her head. I once thought so, but now it seems uncertain that he vanished while I was imprisoned. Tang Tian was perplexed. Had he not already gone missing? Mo Xiaoxiao clarified. The initial disappearance was orchestrated by me. I had promised him that once matters were settled, I would welcome him into my family. However, before I could take any action, Du Yuanqing was killed, and everyone began searching for him. With no other option, I had to temporarily place him in a more discreet location. But after my release, I could no longer establish contact with him. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian could not help but rub his temples. This conflict was growing increasingly convoluted, concealed behind the scenes. They stir the winds and rains of the world with a mere wave of their hands. It is truly a tiresome endeavor. Is it really necessary to expend so much effort for merely a subordinate position? Tianfeng. The matter of deliberately antagonizing me should not have been instigated by you, right? Tang Tian inquired. Mo Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then sighed. It seems he has never truly been on my side. Tang Tian fell silent, interpreting this as a denial. So who, then, is responsible, and what could be their intentions? He had a nagging feeling that the true puppeteer behind this incident was yet to be revealed. I have a premonition that my downfall is imminent, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly stated. Tang Tian, caught off guard, exclaimed, why do you say that? You managed to come here without them finding any direct evidence against you. Right? Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head. That individual has long since begun plotting. The deaths of Tianfeng and Du Yuanqing, along with the massacre of the Guan family, are all entangled with me. If they manage to locate Tianfeng, the entire chain of evidence will be complete, and I will be the first to be eliminated in this power struggle. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. The conflict between Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e had raged on. Yet Mo Xiaoxiao was the first to be ousted. How surreal. What are your plans? He asked. Mo Xiaoxiao regarded him earnestly. I came today because of this matter. If I am eliminated early, the esteemed disciples of Nanfeng will inevitably become targets for others. Given their temperament, they are unlikely to yield to anyone, and a brutal massacre would ensue. I cannot bear to witness their deaths in this power struggle, so I implore you, after I depart, to safeguard Nanfeng. She looked intently at Tang Tian, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Tang Tian was somewhat bewildered. How had this suddenly come to pass? They were hardly well acquainted, yet she entrusted such a significant responsibility to him. It felt inappropriate. The current situation of the sect is dire. Few can protect Nanfeng. Du Yuanqing and Guanming are dead. Jing Heng, to be frank, lacks the capability. As for Lu Chang'e and Tian Yaxing, I could never place my trust in them. Hence, you, young Master Tang, are the only suitable person. Tang Tian rubbed his nose, realizing the truth in her words. However, this was hardly a favorable task, merely a thankless burden. Before he could voice his thoughts, Mo Xiaoxiao spoke again. I understand that our friendship may not suffice for you to take on such a significant trouble. Rest assured, you need not protect every member of Nanfeng. Preserving the core personnel and preventing a full-scale war will suffice. If you can agree to this request, all resources cultivated by Nanfeng over the years can be at your disposal, aiding you in your pursuit of that position. Furthermore, once you enter Tianfu, the Mo family will be your staunchest ally. I will leverage my family's resources to pave a smooth path for you within Tianfu. Ultimately, you need only maintain the initial status quo. I shall return by year-end to resolve everything. All conditions laid before Tang Tian were undeniably generous. Discussions of vying for a subordinate position could be set aside. With the Mo family's backing, entering Tianfu would indeed be greatly facilitated. After all, the Mo family held a prominent position within the entire Tianfu. Moreover, he merely needed to step in to safeguard things during the initial turmoil. After some contemplation, Tang Tian found himself swayed. Chapter 114. The first to be ousted. Mo Xiaoxiao's offered terms brimmed with sincerity. Even someone as averse to trouble as Tang Tian felt a stir of interest. Yet, doubt lingered within him. If you were indeed to be implicated, you would likely face imprisonment at the very least, right? You believe you can return by year-end? Tang Tian asked. The bloodshed incited by Du Yuanqing was far more severe than the corruption associated with Zhong Yang. Zhong Yang received a 10-year sentence. According to sect rules, it seemed implausible that Mo Xiaoxiao could survive. Mo Xiaoxiao slowly shook her head and replied, as a direct descendant of the Mo family, Qinghua's sect lacks the authority to deal with me. For me, should all charges be substantiated, the only outcome would be complete ousting. Losing my qualification to vie for that position. My purpose in training at Qinghua's sect was not merely to contend for that position, but to cultivate talent and hone my own skills. In truth, I have already achieved my goal. However, after my exit, I will need to return to my family to address matters concerning Nanfeng, so I estimate I can return by year-end. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian fell silent. In a wonder, Wang Ziyu once remarked that those involved were playing a high-stakes game. Indeed, for them, the worst-case scenario was merely losing their competitive status, had an ordinary person been embroiled in this. They would likely have faced dire consequences long ago. He finally understood why the members of Nanfeng held Imo Xiaoxiao in such high regard. She was indeed here for this purpose. Sighing inwardly, Tang Tian said, "But what of Chen Xiao? You could easily delegate the matter to her." Imo Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Xiao is not someone suited for such affairs. Many believe she is my strategist. Yet she has not been deeply involved in many matters, and her family has already integrated into the Imo family. When I return to my family, I will bring her along." Tang Tian exhaled softly. It seemed Imo Xiaoxiao had arranged her escape route well in advance. Had the situation not arisen so suddenly, she likely would not have needed to rely on him to protect Ninfeng. Truly, she was no ordinary player in this game. After discussing so much, the crux of all these matters hinged on your being implicated and ousted, correct? Tang Tian stated. Imo Xiaoxiao affirmed, "Indeed, but I sense that moment is approaching swiftly." Tang Tian shrugged slightly. "Is this a woman's intuition? Very well, if what you say holds true, I will temporarily safeguard Ninfeng, striving to prevent any significant bloodshed. However, my protection will only last until year-end. Regardless of whether you return or not, I shall choose to let go then. Should you remain unharmed, we can consider this an unremarkable event." Imo Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. "Thank you, young Master Tang." He waved his hand dismissively. With that, their agreement was established. Tang Tian hoped fervently that Imo Xiaoxiao would encounter no misfortune, for that would allow him to continue his tranquil existence. Oh, there is one more thing, Imo Xiaoxiao suddenly mentioned. "This conflict is evidently being manipulated by unseen forces that I cannot ascertain who it is. Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, or perhaps some higher-ups are all possibilities. Yet, should I be implicated due to Tian Feng, the individual who locates him will undoubtedly be one of the masterminds." Tang Tian nodded lightly, recognizing the validity of this possibility. After all matters were discussed, Imo Xiaoxiao did not linger, hastily departing from Zijou courtyard. Tang Tian remained seated beneath the old locust tree, finishing an entire pot of hot tea. Eventually, he sighed deeply. It seemed this conflict was one he could not evade. The turmoil within the sect persisted. Until the true culprit was identified, suspicion loomed over everyone. The bloodshed among Imo Xiaoxiao, Lu Chang'e, and Tian Yangsheng continued unabated. Finally, Jingheng found himself ensnared in the fray. At such a juncture, he was compelled to take a stand. Jingheng felt overwhelmed, sleepless, and restless, navigating between the three, seeking a path of retreat. He indeed possessed the capability. His efforts at persuasion yielded favorable results, temporarily securing his family's safety. However, many esteemed disciples of Nanfeng had been coerced into the struggle. Consequently, Jingheng completely lost any chance of competing. As for Tang Tian, to avoid disturbances, he declared a closed-door retreat. After all, those with pressing matters could reach him directly. As for everyone else, they were free to do as they pleased. Over a span of more than half a month, after a tempest of spiritual energy subsided, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully achieved the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Strength was his confidence. Each elevation in rank bolstered his assurance. At this pace, within a month, he would formally ascend to the fusion stage. Following that, he would face the tribulation. Only upon overcoming the tribulation would he truly secure a position of authority within the cultivation realm. Excellent. Onward with determination. After a brief respite, Tang Tian snapped his fingers, plunging back into his training. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered the following morning by an urgent transmission. It was from Qi Yuan. Upon connecting, Qi Yuan's booming voice resonated. "Old Jin, Tian Feng has been located." The very first words had Tang Tian instantly alert. "How was he found? Who located him?" Tang Tian inquired hastily. Qi Yuan recounted, "It was the law enforcement hall that found him. When they located Tian Feng, a group of individuals had also arrived, resulting in a bloody battle. Ultimately, the law enforcement hall emerged victorious. Old Jin, can you guess who the first group to arrive was?" Tang Tian stood in silence, already harboring a suspicion in his heart. It was Imo Xiaoxiao. Qi Yuan's voice carried an air of astonishment. "You were indeed correct. Everything was orchestrated by that little girl from the Imo family." Truly, one should not judge based on appearances. Tang Tian sighed softly, realizing the truth of the matter. "Where is Tian Feng now?" he inquired. "He is dead," Qi Yuan replied. "The battle was fierce, and that unfortunate soul was caught in the crossfire. However, before he met his end, he divulged everything. It was indeed that little girl from the Imo family. Now, Imo Xiaoxiao had been captured, and Lu Chang'e, Tian Yangsheng, along with the remaining members of the Du and Guan families, had directed their wrath entirely towards her. With the Imo family backing her, Imo Xiaoxiao should be safe. But the situation at Nanfeng was dire. A multitude of cultivators were converging upon it, their fury overwhelming even the sect's defenses. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. Can the sect truly not intervene? Perhaps it is simply because the majority of the casualties are not genuine disciples, he mused at in essence. This conflict largely unfolds within the realm of honorary disciples. The sect's primary concern has always been its pure disciples. As for the honorary ones, losing a few would allow them to recalibrate their power dynamics and ethos, recalling his prior agreement with Imo Xiao. Tang Tian rose. It was time for him to take action. Chapter 115. The crisis at Nanfeng. Tang Tian departed from Zizhu courtyard and ascended, acutely aware of the tension in the air. A considerable number of pure disciples were descending, while an even greater throng of honorary disciples, accompanied by their guards and guests, were making their way upward. They scrutinized each descending disciple, ready to apprehend anyone who was not a pure disciple. With resistance met with immediate execution, these individuals were likely honorary disciples from other main peaks, intent on encircling their counterparts at Nanfeng. Fellow Taoist, keep a sharp watch. We must not let any riffraff from Nanfeng escape, shouted an honorary disciple at the Transformation God stage upon spotting Tang Tian ascending as well. Tang Tian nodded, signaling his unwavering compliance. Subsequently, he regarded a few panicked pure disciples before dismissing them down the mountain. This was all he could do to assist them. Whether they could truly evade capture now depended on their own capabilities. After some time, Tang Tian reached the summit, where a multitude of disciples had gathered, their expressions filled with indignation, some even with eyes ablaze with bloodthirsty hatred. These were likely remnants of the Du and Guan families, their two clans nearly obliterated by the turmoil, harboring deep-seated enmity. Now that the true perpetrator had been apprehended, they unleashed their collective fury upon Nanfeng. The corpses at their feet testified to their disregard for their own lives. Tang Tian sighed softly and glided to the forefront, where a fierce standoff was unfolding. On one side stood In Ke, Ding Xiao, and other confidants of Imo Xiao, led by Chen Xiyo, while the opposing side comprised a coalition of honorary disciples from the main peak, West Peak, and North Peak, brimming with murderous intent. Liu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing were prominently positioned among them. They appeared to have temporarily set aside their grievances, standing side by side. Has Tan Yushan not arrived? Tang Tian pondered, surprised that the leader of Nanfeng was absent amidst such tumult. Perhaps this absence signified the sect's stance on the conflict. Tang Tian resolved to observe further. Miss Chen, Liu Chang'e began. This matter does not concern your Chen family. You ought to think carefully. Chen Xiyo, a woman with gentle features yet no trace of weakness in her voice, declared, what concerns Xiao is my concern. If you wish to battle, then let it be. She extended her delicate hand, a pristine white lantern materializing before her, exuding a formidable yet subtle aura, at least a top-tier spiritual artifact, perhaps even an immortal artifact. Tang Tian regarded the lantern thoughtfully. One capable of wielding an immortal artifact must possess formidable strength. Observing her assertive demeanor, Liu Chang'e frowned. Are you truly prepared to clash with us? Do not assume that the Chun family's alliance with the Mo family grants you immunity. Yet, before he could finish, Tian Yangxing interjected impatiently, why waste words on this woman? With that, Tian Yangxing brandished a black spear, arcs of electricity dancing around it, crackling ominously through the air. That cunning Mo wench has ensnared even me, resulting in rivers of blood and grievous losses among my brethren. If I do not avenge this today, I shall be unworthy of the title of war god. He roared, his fierce aura erupting. Shrouded in black mist, casting a shadow over the very sky, that a terrifying presence emanated from him, reminiscent of a vast, boundless realm, causing souls to tremble. Tang Tian had sensed this aura from Qi Yuan before. This man was indeed a half-step immortal. Tang Tian silently checked his Shumi ring. Thankfully, after numerous transactions, he possessed several tens of thousands of disposable items capable of delivering a strike akin to that of an immortal, alongside a few thousand capable of unleashing a true immortal blow. These were the sources of his confidence. Tang Tian felt relieved and continued to observe. Following a rather discordant exchange, both sides' fury reached a critical point. Ultimately, with Tian Yangxing's furious shout, the conflict erupted. Tian Yangxing charged forward, thrusting his spear downward, while Liu Chang'e followed closely, his flowing robes and folding fan unleashing a cascade of colorful rays, each powerful enough to instill trepidation. Astonishingly, he too possessed cultivation at the Ascension stage. The frenzied assault surged forth. Simultaneously, Chen Xiyo raised the lantern, her sleeves swirling as she poured all her strength into illuminating it in an instant. It shone like a miniature sun. Blindingly bright, a pristine barrier materialized before the honorary disciples of Nanfeng. The next moment, boom, the clash of offense and defense erupted in a thunderous roar, shaking the very mountain. The overwhelming force swept outward, causing weaker disciples to be sent flying, tumbling through the air, unable to maintain their footing. The might of top-tier cultivators was truly terrifying. They swiftly retreated several paces, fearful of being caught in the aftermath of the battle. Recalling how Tianfeng had met his demise in a similar manner, they understood that only when the top-tier cultivators had settled their clash would it be their time to intervene. The resounding explosions continued. The attacks from Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e fell like a torrential storm, showing no signs of abating. Although Qin Xiu was formidable and wielded an immortal artifact, she was ultimately outnumbered and soon began to falter. Retreating repeatedly with blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, finally, she cried out for aid. At her call, Yin Ku, Ding Xiao, and other high-ranking honorary disciples sprang into action, channeling immense spiritual energy to bolster Qin Xiu's defensive barrier. United, they successfully repelled Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e. However, this act signified Nianfeng's abandonment of the decisive battle at the highest level. Tian Yangsheng snorted coldly, leveling his spear at Qin Xiu. In the next moment, all the honorary high-rankers behind him roared in unison, their overwhelming aura shattering the clouds above. Then, torrents of energy cascaded down, crashing heavily against the barrier before them. This time, the earth truly trembled. The surrounding flora was swept away. And had it not been for the protective array at Nianfeng, the summit would have surely been obliterated. Such an attack shattered the defensive barrier raised by the disciples of Nianfeng in an instant. Qin Xiu bore the brunt of it, sent reeling backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, blood staining the sky. Meanwhile, Yin Ku, Ding Xiao, and the others suffered grievous injuries, collapsing like trampled seedlings, blood spilling from their mouths. That combined assault had been beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. In a mere moment, the defenders of Nianfeng were stripped of their capacity to resist. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Letting out a sigh, he had hoped that Qin Xiu would resolve this crisis without his intervention, but it appeared he must step in after all. Chapter 116. The power of wealth. The defense established by Qin Xiu and the disciples of Nianfeng was shattered by the enemy's coordinated assault. At this juncture, Tian Yangsheng surveyed the devastation with a malevolent grin spreading across his face that he coldly raised his spear, aiming at the injured Qin Xiu, and hurled it with tremendous force. The black spear cut through the air, encircled by crackling electricity, as if it were tearing through the very fabric of reality. Severely wounded, Qin Xiu could not hope to withstand this onslaught. Just as she seemed destined to perish, a massive bronze door suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! The giant door landed heavily upon the ground, intercepting the spear. In that instant, the spear collided violently with it. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly unstoppable spear was sent flying back, while the bronze door merely shimmered with a faint azure glow, remaining steadfast and immovable. This is the standard bronze celestial shield. Someone recognized the massive gate and exclaimed that it is a celestial-grade artifact capable of withstanding all attacks below that of a heavenly immortal. Priced at an astonishing 20 trillion. The only lament is its lack of agility, making it quite cumbersome in actual combat. Otherwise, I would empty my coffers to acquire one. Qin Xiu has even purchased such a foolish item. It seems she was well prepared, the esteemed disciples murmured among themselves. Humph, but alas, possessing only one bronze celestial shield cannot possibly allow them to evade this calamity. As soon as the words left their lips, dozens of identical bronze celestial gates descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground. The gates faintly connected, enveloping all the individuals from South Peak, resembling a colossal wall. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. So many? I recall that due to inherent flaws, the bronze celestial gates were notoriously difficult to sell. With only 100 ever crafted to have more than half here is astonishing. Who has become such a fool? At this moment, Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brows, summoning back his long spear that had been sent flying, and coldly stared at the bronze celestial shield before him. In his intelligence reports, there was no mention of such an item. Fellow Taoist, Lu Chang'e directly stated, since you have chosen to act, there is no need to conceal your intentions further, is there? Hearing his words, the crowd realized that others had intervened. Who would dare to provoke the wrath of two top young lords and choose to aid South Peak? They were filled with curiosity. However, a violet figure gradually emerged above the bronze celestial shield. Young Master Lu, young Master Tian. Good morning, Tang Tian spoke softly. Tang Tian from the 6th Peak. How did he arrive here? Humph, he has always resided at South Peak and has close ties with them. It was to be expected, it is him that I encountered him on my way up the mountain, thinking he was one of us. A disciple who had met Tang Tian gritted his teeth. Tian Yangsheng and Lu Chang'e looked at Tang Tian, somewhat surprised. Tang Tian, this matter has nothing to do with you, does it? Why assist Imo Xiao? Tian Yangsheng said coldly. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Indeed, It didn't concern me before. However, it does now. Tian Yangsheng was momentarily taken aback. It felt as though he had said everything yet nothing at all. Lu Chang'e replied indifferently, Tang Tian, regardless of what promise Mo Xiaoxiao has made to you, I can offer you the same sincerity. Please, do not involve yourself in this matter, if you would. This fellow quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Yet, how could Tang Tian be someone to go back on his word? No problem. Tenfold. You give me 10 times the amount, and I will immediately slap the bronze celestial gates on their faces. Tang Tian declared. Lu Chang'e frowned, genuinely considering it. Primarily, he was unaware of what agreement Tang Tian and Mo Xiaoxiao had reached. Seeing this, Tian Yangsheng transmitted a message to Lu Chang'e. Hey, you aren't seriously contemplating this. Are you? What is there to fear? What could happen if he gets involved? I've already investigated him thoroughly. Apart from having more money, he has no substantial background. Lu Chang'e shook his head. Do not underestimate Tang Tian. He is quite close with Master Qi, calling each other brothers. It is possible that Qi Yuan is already on his way here. Moreover, at a certain level, an abundance of money can indeed alter certain circumstances. Tian Yangsheng scoffed, still feeling that Lu Chang'e was overly cautious. Turning to Tang Tian, he coldly remarked, Do you truly believe that with these bronze celestial gates, you can protect them? Do you believe that within the span of a single incense stick? I cannot shatter them all. Tang Tian quickly nodded. I believe, of course, I believe. I have just witnessed your remarkable abilities, and so, he continued, I have also prepared some additional items. With that, Tang Tian slowly raised his head, and dozens of golden specks flew from his palm into the air. The golden specks expanded rapidly in size, transforming into no fewer than 20 magnificent golden cauldrons, hovering above the heads of the South Peak crowd. Subsequently, vast light screens cascaded from the bases of the cauldrons, enveloping everyone in a gentle glow. What is this? As they gazed at the extraordinary aura emanating from the golden cauldrons, someone gasped in astonishment. It is the Linchi Golden Cauldron. It remains an exceedingly rare defensive treasure, capable of fending off attacks below that of a heavenly immortal, priced at over 10 trillion. My goodness, is this fellow a wholesale vendor of rare luxuries? Many were left agape with shock. However, Tian Yangsheng's gaze turned even colder. It seems you are prepared to resist us to the very end. You truly think. Yet before he could finish, Tang Tian raised his hand to interrupt him. Let us discuss this later. First, let me retrieve a few items from my pockets. Following this, Tang Tian waved his sleeves, and an array of items flew out in a dense flurry. They were of various kinds and forms. Some were large umbrellas that radiated brilliant light when unfurled. Others were colossal bells resonating with a celestial sound, while some appeared as towering trees, reaching for the heavens, casting shadows upon the ground. There were also an assortment of small figures, joyously laying down arrays one after another. It was simply dazzling. The reverse element umbrella, the Brahmin sound bell, the ancient scroll tree, and the 36-star formation puppets. All are rare yet exorbitantly priced defensive celestial artifacts. Combined, they must amount to several 100 trillion. How much of such extraordinary items does this fellow possess? The crowd was utterly astounded. They had seen treasures before, but never had they witnessed such a plethora of them tossed out as if they were of no value. This is not a rare goods wholesaler. He is clearly a terminator of the rare. The onlookers gazed at the impenetrable defenses before them. Falling into silence, to dismantle all of these items would surely require several days of effort. It would be impossible to accomplish in a mere instant. Even Tian Yangsheng could not help but clench his fists. He knew that Tang Tian's wealth was substantial, but never did he anticipate he would produce such a multitude of peculiar items. Is it illegal to buy legitimate goods where you are? Lu Chang'e shook his head and transmitted, I told you, an abundance of money can indeed change certain circumstances. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Tang Tian spoke softly, how about we discuss conditions? Chapter 117. Forcibly stopping hostilities atop South Peak. Chen Xiyo, along with Yin Ku and the others, gazed at the various protective light screens overhead, lost in thought. Many of them were wealthy, yet their fortune seldom went towards such fundamentally flawed items. For instance, the bronze celestial gates and Linchi golden cauldron serve solely a defensive purpose, and once deployed, they cannot be moved. Rather than spend exorbitantly on them, it would be more prudent to invest efforts in arranging formidable formations. Thus, they were unaware of the significant impact of these items when combined. The interconnected layers of defense would require considerable time for even Tian Yangsheng and his peers to breach. Could it be that today, there is truly hope to evade this calamity? Let us talk. Tang Tian's calm tone instilled greater confidence in them. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as they had envisioned. Talk? Tian Yangsheng snarled. Tang Tian, do not think that just because you have confined them within a shell, they are safe. and that you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. A shell is merely a shell and will inevitably be broken. I refuse to believe that you can remain inside for a lifetime. He remained adamant against negotiation. Tang Tian shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, we cannot stay forever, but can you fight indefinitely? If I'm not mistaken. The sect has given you no more than 3 days, correct? Perhaps even just today? At this point, he had begun to understand. The sect's stance on this impending bloodbath was one of tacit allowance. Liu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng had accumulated too much enmity over this matter. And if it were not vented, it would inevitably lead to trouble. Therefore, the sect had not intervened. Yet Tang Tian believed the sect must have imposed a time limit. Soon, he gleaned the answer he sought from the expressions of Liu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng. You guessed correctly, Liu Chang'e replied. The sect has granted us but half a day. Thus, we must resolve this matter swiftly. It is imperative. After stating this, he turned to Tian Yangsheng and asked, will you use it, or shall I? Tian Yangsheng fixed his gaze on Tang Tian and coldly replied, I shall use it. Moments later, under Tang Tian's puzzled stare, Tian Yangsheng produced an item that was a fragmented curved blade. However, at the instant the blade appeared, an intense alarm surged within Tang Tian's heart. A chill raced up his spine. That blade was certainly no ordinary celestial artifact. For the first time, Tang Tian's expression grew serious, his brows knitting together. Meanwhile, Tian Yangsheng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Tang Tian, you brought this upon yourself. He then harnessed his spiritual power, wildly channeling it into the broken blade. An overwhelming presence suddenly descended, casting a shadow over the hearts of all present. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, sensing a foreboding that if the knife were to strike down, not only the crafted tortoise shell would be in peril, but even his own life would be at stake. He could no longer hold back. Gazing at the poised Tian Yangsheng, Tang Tian spoke earnestly, you must consider this carefully. With that, he once again stirred his sleeves. This time, an even greater multitude of dark specks erupted from his cuffs, swarming like locusts, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Soon, all the dark dots revealed their true forms. Various items. There were beads, jade talismans, sigils, puppets, and even bizarre treasures of heaven and earth. Without exception, each item harbored immense power. Instilling a deep unease within the hearts of onlookers, they gazed at the treasures filling the sky, resembling a vast dark cloud, and swallowed hard. Each item possessed at least the strength to transcend tribulation. There must be hundreds of thousands here. If they were all to explode, the crowd could not dare to contemplate further. Should such a calamity occur, it would not only spell doom for the cultivators present, but likely erase the entire southern peak from existence. Even Tian Yangsheng was momentarily paralyzed by the horror of the scene. A veteran of battle, he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Who would carry so many disposable offensive treasures on their person? Were they not afraid of inadvertently perishing alongside them? Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? Breathing heavily, Tian Yangsheng prepared the broken knife but hesitated to bring it down. Liu Chang'e could only smile wryly. He had overestimated him. Yet, he could not comprehend. Tang Tian, are you willing to sacrifice your life to protect those at Southern Peak? Tang Tian chuckled. Life is indeed precious, yet reputation holds even greater value. Since I promised him Shao, I must follow through, mustn't I? He could not reveal his indifference to death, so he spoke thus. However, his words resonated shockingly with the others. How could one possess such a profoundly noble character, even as adversaries? They could not help but feel a sense of reverence. The people of Southern Peak were already brimming with tears of gratitude. They were immensely relieved that Tang Tian stood on their side. Otherwise, feeling the peculiar gazes around him, Tang Tian remained unperturbed, accustomed to it by now. Let us converse. I simply wish to prevent a large-scale bloodbath. After today, I will refrain from intervening in any conflicts you engage in elsewhere. How does that sound? Tang Tian declared. He understood that the grievances between the two parties had become insurmountable, so his only objective was to halt today's imminent bloodshed. Afterward, let them be. Upon hearing Tang Tian's proposition, Liu Chang'e fell into contemplation. Yet, Tian Yangsheng still did not lower the broken knife. The people of the Heavenly God Palace despised threats the most. You are not afraid of death. Do you think I fear it? Tian Yangsheng roared, his eyes growing increasingly frantic. Tang Tian was at a loss for words. Indeed, the Heavenly God Palace was filled with madmen, willing to perish rather than take a step back. However, he had anticipated such a scenario. Producing so many super explosives was undoubtedly a means of intimidation, yet the primary intention, cease this. A resonant voice echoed from afar. A faint smile grazed Tang Tian's lips. Finally, they could no longer contain themselves. As the voice drew nearer, a dozen formidable figures arrived at the center of the standoff. The leader was Yun Kong, Alongside him were several elders from the law enforcement hall and a few unfamiliar yet powerful faces, including the Southern Peak's master, Tan Yushan. Observing Tian Yangsheng brandishing the broken knife and the sky filled with disposable offensive treasures, Yun Kong let out a deep sigh. "Stand down," he instructed. Chapter 118. The conflict concludes atop Southern Peak. Both sides remained locked in a fierce standoff. The knife in Tian Yangshen's hand hung like the sword of judgment over the heads of those from Southern Peak, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the myriad spiritual items Tang Tian had scattered cast a shadow of dread upon everyone, for if they were to detonate, few would survive. The tension was palpable, their breaths held in silence, even with Yun Kong and Tan Yushan personally leading the charge. The crisis was far from resolved. I said, "Stand down." Yun Kong reiterated, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Yet, his command yielded no tangible effect. Tian Yasheng ignored him, and Tang Tian showed no sign of retracting the spiritual items. "This is an order." Yun Kong's fury erupted, a terrifying aura emanating from him, pressing down like a heavy weight. The usually bustling young master, known for his diplomatic endeavors, had reached the threshold of half-immortal prowess, seemingly surpassing Tian Yangsheng in strength. Under his wrathful shout, someone finally moved. Liu Chang'e glanced at Yun Kong, then at Tang Tian, uttering not a single word before turning to leave. His confidants followed suit. As for the honorary disciples under his command, though reluctant, they could only depart Southern Peak begrudgingly, their hearts heavy with unfulfilled desire. With Liu Chang'e's departure, only Tian Yangsheng remained. Yet, he seemed on the brink of madness, still reluctant to lower the knife. Yun Kong's brow furrowed as he coldly addressed him. "Tian Yangsheng, do you wish to challenge me?" His tone was exceedingly stern. This was the first time Tang Tian had witnessed such a side of Yun Kong. Previously, he had been the epitome of elegance and gentility, particularly after learning of his nickname, Little Kongzi. Tang Tian had subconsciously overlooked his formidable status. He had almost forgotten that Yun Kong had ascended to the position of young master through sheer merit. Under Yun Kong's oppressive aura, Tian Yangsheng finally reacted, the madness in his eyes receding. His spiritual energy gradually retracted, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. Seeing this, Tang Tian was not hesitant either. With a wave of his hand, he summoned back all the spiritual items that had filled the sky, restoring the sunlight to the earth. With this, the shadow that had loomed over everyone finally lifted. "Depart. Such levels of conflict are not permitted by the sect." Yun Kong's tone softened as he spoke. Tian Yangsheng scoffed coldly, then fixed his gaze on Tang Tian, declaring, "This matter is far from over. From this day forth, Southern Peak and you, Tang Tian, shall be my foes. We shall see." With that, he turned and left, his subordinates following suit. In the blink of an eye, the two main forces had retreated, leaving only remnants from the Du and Guan families, their hatred too profound to relinquish easily. However, their numbers and strength were insufficient to instigate a massacre against Southern Peak. Tang Tian exhaled lightly. His task had been accomplished. Offending Tian Yangsheng was within his expectations. In truth, the fact that a war had not ignited entirely was a stroke of luck. Yun Kong's timely arrival indicated that the sect's bottom line remained robust. Tang Tian, Yun Kong finally turned his attention to him upon seeing Tian Yangsheng's withdrawal. "Since they have backed down, you should also take a step back. The Du and Guan families have suffered significant losses. Now that they have identified the true culprit, it is only just that they seek retribution. The subsequent matters will be left to Southern Peak and them." Tang Tian shrugged. "No problem." With that, he snapped his fingers, retracting a series of protective treasures like the bronze immortal gate and the golden cauldron of Linchi. His task was complete. Observing Tang Tian's cooperation, Yun Kong's expression softened as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Tang, for averting a bloodbath for the sect." Tang Tian waved it off nonchalantly. Although Yun Kong expressed gratitude, both sides understood the underlying reality. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger here. The affairs here will be managed at your discretion, young Master Tang." With that, Yun Kong swiftly departed. Tan Yushan, the master of Southern Peak, cast a deep glance at Tang Tian before following suit. As Tang Tian watched their retreating figures, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed Yun Kong was not entirely satisfied with the outcome of this conflict. He wondered whether this transaction had ultimately resulted in a loss or profit. Just as he pondered, a weak voice called out from behind him, "But on behalf of all honorary disciples from Southern Peak, I extend our heartfelt thanks to young Master Tang for saving our lives." Tang Tian turned to see Chen Xiao kneeling on the ground, her complexion still pale. Alongside her, Ying Ku, Ding Xiao, and several other high-ranking honorary members also knelt. Regardless of the circumstances, had it not been for Tang Tian today, they would have surely faced dire fates. Tang Tian gently raised his hand to assist them back to their feet. "There is no need for such formalities. This was merely my agreement with Mo Xiao Xiao that he glanced at the remnants of the Du and Guan families, sighing. You heard the young master's intent. Some grudges must still be resolved from here on. I leave it to you to handle. Although the people of Southern Peak had suffered substantial losses and lost many powerful fighters, the remaining members of the Du and Guan families were also few. Their combat strength limited. Even in the face of bloodshed, despair shall not envelop us as it once did. Chen Xiao nodded with a complex expression, though I trust that it was not Xiao Xiao who committed that act. We find ourselves in a predicament with no recourse. The reputation of Nanfeng has not been utterly destroyed. That in itself is a significant blessing. Young Master Tang, please act with ease. Tang Tian responded with a slight hum. After today, such occurrences should be unlikely. However, I still advise you to refrain from leaving Nanfeng unless absolutely necessary, to avoid unforeseen calamities. Chen Xiao respectfully acknowledged his counsel, yet, observing the expressions of Yin Ku and the others. Tang Tian understood that remaining within Nanfeng would prove challenging. Most of the esteemed disciples have families and factions in the outside world. Should they become targets? Tang Tian shook his head inwardly. This was a matter beyond anyone's control. He had done all he could to preserve the reputation of Nanfeng. With a nod, Tang Tian took flight. Just as he soared past the mountain's peak, he heard the tumultuous clamor of battle erupting behind him. Bloodshed remained inevitable. Tang Tian sighed softly. In any realm, the catalyst for widespread conflict is the struggle for power. This holds true even in the realm of cultivation. Such disputes are often far more brutal than personal vendettas. A single miscalculation by those in high positions could result in the loss of countless lives. It is lamentable. Yet, as he pondered this, a familiar voice reached his ears. Old Jin, Chapter 119. A visit from Wang Gang in Tang Tian's view. Qi Yuanfeng rushed over with great fervor. His expression bore signs of anxiety as he scrutinized Tang Tian from head to toe before inquiring. Old Jin, what transpired just now? Are you unharmed? Tang Tian contemplated for a moment, choosing not to conceal the truth, and recounted the events in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan murmured, Damn it. I sense the arrival of a celestial king. It turned out to be that brat Tian Yangsheng. He even drew his weapon. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that Broken Blade is a celestial king's weapon? Qi Yuan nodded affirmatively. Without a doubt. I have encountered that aura several times in Tianfu. A celestial king is a being intertwined with the very fabric of rules. If that blade were to strike, I fear Nanfeng would not withstand it. Tang Tian felt a jolt within. Merely a broken weapon of a celestial king, yet it exuded such terror. In its presence, he could distinctly sense that he lacked even the slightest chance to retaliate. Should it truly fall, his only recourse might be to rely on rebirth through an egg. Old Jin. Suddenly, Qi Yuan spoke with irritation. Why did you not inform me of such perilous matters beforehand? Had I been present, who would dare to threaten you? You don't consider me one of your own. Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Had Qi Yuan been there, their conversation would likely have escalated into a confrontation with Tian Yashing. Both possessed similar temperaments, madmen encountering madmen, resulting in chaos that could tear the heavens apart. Nevertheless, observing Qi Yuan's demeanor, he refrained from divulging the truth that I did not anticipate it would escalate thus. I initially thought it would be easily resolved. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. Tang Tian shifted the topic. What is it? Qi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian pondered before speaking. Do you know about the law enforcement hall's pursuit of Tianfeng? Qi Yuan replied. I have only heard rumors. They clashed with Mo Xiaoyu's people and inadvertently ended up killing that unfortunate soul. However, they managed to extract all the information they wanted before the fatality. It is said they performed a soul search. Tang Tian's brow furrowed. If Tianfeng indeed had issues, a soul search would surely reveal them. Yet the findings still pointed towards Mo Xiaoxiao, which could only imply that the individual performing the soul search. Who executed the soul search? Tang Tian asked. Qi Yuan scratched his head. It should be a deputy leader from the law enforcement hall. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have directly implicated Mo Xiaoyu. Tang Tian exhaled that if he wasn't mistaken, that deputy leader must have intricate ties to the puppeteer behind the scenes. Brother, Tang Tian asserted, based on my investigation, there may very well be hidden agendas at play in this matter. Could you discreetly investigate whether there are any suspicious aspects regarding the deputy leader who performed the soul search? First, look into Lu Changer and Tian Yashing, followed by Mo Xiaoxiao and Chen Xiao. And lastly, external forces. Regarding Mo Xiaoxiao's statements, Tang Tian was not entirely convinced. Since an investigation was warranted, it should be comprehensive. All right, consider it done, Qi Yuan declared. Wait here, I'll dig deep into this matter. Tang Tian sighed. Conduct the investigation discreetly. Try not to attract the attention of others. If there are indeed puppeteers lurking behind, they will undoubtedly be exceptionally meticulous. Qi Yuan patted his chest, assuring him that there would be no issues. He had handled similar tasks before and was quite adept at it. Seeing his confidence, Tang Tian could do little but place his trust in him. The two continued discussing various matters. Your little entourage should be nearly out of seclusion. When they emerge, let them take their time to consolidate their gains. They should fare well in the 100 Doors battle. Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian nodded. Li Hong and the others had undergone training for nearly half a year. He hoped Qi Yuan's methods lived up to his boasts. In truth, Gu Xiaoxue and the twins would likely be fine. But Li Hong remained the only uncertainty. Qi Yuan noted, Li Hong's foundation is mediocre. Even after the baptism of the dragon transformation pool, he is barely at the pinnacle level that I have been enhancing his potential and combat skills, but there are still issues with his cultivation level. The challenge of the 10,000 Demons Trial Tower remains. Tang Tian remained silent. Li Hong's overall strength did indeed fall short. Even with ample resources, a growth period was still necessary. However, regarding cultivation, you mentioned a place called the Lioli Secret Realm that could rapidly elevate one's cultivation level? Tang Tian queried. Qi Yuan nodded. Indeed, any cultivator below the tribulation stage may enter, if one is fortunate. Some may even break through to the tribulation stage immediately after exiting the secret realm. You think he should give it a try? Tang Tian inquired, nodding. In truth, it was not just for Li Hong. He himself wished to enter as well. Leaving aside the likes of Lu Changer, Tian Yangsheng, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Yun Kong, their cultivation levels still far surpassed his own. At present, he was at the peak of the out-of-body stage, possessing perhaps some fighting capability against those at the tribulation stage. However, against those in the Ascension realm or half-step immortal stage, he would likely find himself in flight. Even if he were to enter fusion before the year's end, he would still face disadvantages. Yet, if he could survive a few heavenly tribulations, there would be little concern. That could work, Qi Yuan replied. However, resources in the Lioli secret realm are fiercely contested. Those entering the realm will not be weak. Given Li Hong's current strength, if fortune smiles upon him, he might acquire some opportunities. Conversely, if luck is against him, even surviving the ordeal could prove problematic. Tang Tian contemplated and shared the truth with Qi Yuan that I wish to enter as well. Qi Yuan replied with a drawn-out "Oh, that should pose no significant issue. Below the tribulation stage, I doubt many would be your match. Your identity as the young master of Qinghua sect should also intimidate some of the riffraff." Tang Tian shook his head. "I prefer to enter privately, to avoid drawing too much attention. After all, the current situation at Qinghua sect is quite complex. There are still risks associated with venturing too far. Du Yuanqing is a prime example." Qi Yuan considered this and nodded in agreement with Tang Tian's perspective. "All right, I'll begin my inquiries. The Lioli secret realm opens every 2 months. There should be an opportunity before the year ends. However, entering as a private individual will require a substantial amount of spiritual jade as an entry fee. Moreover, since it is the territory of Tianfu, disciples from affiliated sects are generally unfriendly towards outsiders. You know how formidable Tianfu is, which has led to the arrogance of their disciples." Tang Tian nodded, indicating his acceptance of these terms. Compared to such conflicts, the power struggles within Qinghua sect were far more daunting. After that, they discussed a few more details before parting ways. The fires of battle atop Nanfeng continued to rage. Yet Tang Tian chose to disregard them as he returned to the purple bamboo courtyard. However, upon arriving at the bamboo grove, he spotted a familiar figure, President Wang. Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. The visitor was none other than Wang Gang, the leader of the Tungyun Commerce Association. Upon seeing Tang Tian's return, Wang Gang hurried over, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young Master Tang, I sincerely apologize for taking so long to pay my respects." Tang Tian, noting Wang Gang's earnest demeanor, offered no further words, activating the array to invite him into the purple bamboo courtyard. Chapter 120, a grand gesture within the purple bamboo courtyard, beneath the old locust tree. Tang Tian and Wang Gang sat across from one another. "I truly apologize," Wang Gang expressed. Brimming with remorse, "I had promised to expedite the resolution of the Commerce Association's equity issues, yet I have only now managed to address them. I hope young Master Tang can forgive me." Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Since the emergence of Du Yuanqing, the Tungyun Chamber of Commerce has been the first to be engulfed in a tempest. As the leader of the chamber, Wang Gang undoubtedly lacked the time and energy to attend to other matters. To be frank, the fact that the Tungyun Chamber has not succumbed to this turmoil has somewhat exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. It seems that Wang Gang possesses some capability after all. The chamber leader need not be so concerned. I am aware of the recent events. Your visit today suggests that the situation has stabilized? Tang Tian inquired. Wang Gang sighed deeply, saying, what appears stable is, in fact, teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Qinghua Gate apprehending the true culprits behind the chaos, the Tang chamber would likely have ceased to exist within half a month. Nonetheless, the tremendous upheaval has inflicted severe damage upon the chamber. There are gaping holes everywhere, and without a means to rectify the situation, its collapse is merely a matter of time. Tang Tian stroked his chin, gazing at him with keen interest. What do you mean by that? Wang Gang lamented. After the turmoil subsided, I promptly assessed the current equity situation within the chamber. Approximately 1/10 has become virtually worthless. Moreover, over 20% of the shares are held by individuals who have completely lost faith in the chamber and are prepared to relinquish their stakes entirely to AS for the remaining shares. Many are fickle. Should circumstances shift unfavorably, they will promptly abandon ship. At that point, the grand edifice of the chamber, built over millennia, would crumble to dust in an instant that a flicker of realization sparked within Tang Tian. If that were the case, might an opportunity arise? Given the scale of the Tang chamber, 1% equity surpasses an astronomical sum of spirit jade. 1 trillion consumption points would be sufficient to exchange for imperial-level talents or physiques. However, observing the despondent Wang Gang, he refrained from revealing his inner delight. What should we do next? Tang Tian asked nonchalantly. Wang Gang fell silent for a moment, seemingly deliberating his words, before cautiously querying, young Master Tang. In light of the current situation, do your previous statements still hold? Tang Tian regarded him without offering a direct response, instead posing a question of his own. What does Tian Yangxing say? Wang Gang forced a wry smile. Young Master Tian, I have yet to inquire. However, I suspect the chances are exceedingly slim. Your goal is the voting rights of the chamber. Should it collapse, those rights will vanish. Yet, the cost of maintaining it is exorbitant. Tang Tian pondered. If that is the case, why do you assume I would take on this burden? Wang Gang appeared somewhat awkward, responding, I believe. Young Master Tang is different from the other prominent figures. I dare not speculate on your intentions, but I sense that there is still hope here that it is merely an inexplicable instinct. As he spoke, he seemed to find his own words absurd, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His expression filled with embarrassment. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. This fellow's intuition bore some merit. Deciding not to tease him further, Tang Tian said, do not dwell on it. The matters I previously discussed with you still stand. Wang Gang's head shot up, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. Is what you say true? He asked incredulously. Tang Tian nodded slowly, affirming his words. Wang Gang immediately straightened, joy illuminating his face. That is splendid. If we can weather this storm, I will never forget your magnanimity, young master. Rest assured, I shall meticulously select the finest shares for you, allowing you to acquire them at minimal cost. You need only provide me with a range. A man as humble as Wang Gang dared not preemptively inquire about Tang Tian's acceptable range to owe him. Even a single blade of grass was akin to a life-saving straw. Yet Tang Tian was not merely that. He was a veritable lifeline that no need for selection. Tang Tian waved his hand at I said, as long as someone is selling, I will buy. There is no need for the extra effort of sifting through them. Furthermore, do not think about acquiring them at minimal cost. The price is the price. Do not hinder the chamber's normal development. Yes, that will suffice. His calm tone unfolded like a gentle breeze, yet Wang Gang perceived it as thunderous revelation. His mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the moment. After a prolonged silence, he asked with great difficulty, You that are serious? Tang Tian toyed with his teacup, smiling. What? Is it difficult to manage? Wang Gang hastily waved his hands. No. It is not a matter of management. It is, young master, are you intending to acquire the entire chamber? His expression and tone reflected an astonishment beyond measure. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Even if I were to acquire everything, it would only amount to 30% of the shares. That hardly constitutes a full acquisition, does it? Wang Gang shook his head. A significant portion of the chamber's shares are fixed, around 40%. I hold less than 20%, and approximately another 20% is in the hands of those above the celestial realm. The remaining 60% constitutes free shares. If you indeed purchase 30%, it would equate to possessing the decision-making power of the entire chamber. Tang Tian was astonished. It seemed the share distribution and operational mechanisms within the cultivation world were more intricate than those in his own. However, this posed little concern for him, as long as he could secure consumption points. Very well, Tang Tian stated. As I mentioned, I will buy whatever is available. Do not worry about financial matters. Also, regarding those fickle shares, I recommend not giving them opportunities to waver. It is more efficient to deal with them all at once. Wang Gang, having absorbed Tang Tian's audacity and immense financial backing, was utterly awestruck after a lengthy pause. He rose and deeply bowed to Tang Tian. I am honored to meet the future leader. Tang Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Let us not call me leader. You understand these matters better than I do. I shall merely be an investor. However, there is something I would like to entrust to you. Wang Gang replied earnestly. Please, speak freely, and I shall do my utmost. Tang Tian nodded. While handling the shares, please keep an eye out for any cultivation techniques or similar items. I have a penchant for collecting such techniques. If any are available, I wish to acquire as many as possible. It is acceptable to source them from elsewhere. Money is not an issue. The myriad paths of cultivation require a vast array of techniques to enrich the starry sea and enhance levels. Wang Gang solemnly promised there would be no issue, and the two discussed some specific details before he hurriedly took his leave. Alone in the courtyard, Tang Tian savored his fragrant tea. Should all proceed smoothly, perhaps he could elevate his talents and core strength once more before entering the glazed secret realm. For now, he would wait. Chapter 121. Return from training following the bloodshed at South Peak and the chaos triggered by Du Yuanqing's demise. The turmoil began to draw to a close. Mo Xiao, the primary instigator of the unrest, faced a severe judgment. According to sect rules, she would face a fate of being stripped of her cultivation and imprisoned for eternity. However, at the final verdict, a group of mysterious individuals arrived at Qingwei Gate. The higher-ups appeared to have anticipated this development, and after a clandestine discussion, Mo Xiao vanished without a trace. Alongside her disappearance was another heiress from South Peak. Qin Siyu. The reputation of the entire South Peak was left in disarray. Fortunately, with Tang Tian's presence, no further chaos ensued. His timely intervention led many to believe South Peak was under his protection. Additionally, there was another reason. With Mo Xiao's exit, only two individuals remained as credible contenders for the coveted position, Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing. They were compelled to remain vigilant and cautious to avoid falling into a passive stance. Thus, the tumultuous events came to a definitive conclusion. Yet, the sect remained far from tranquil. The esteemed disciples, now leaderless, began to form factions. The conflict between Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangxing shifted from overt to covert. With undercurrents still surging, even Tang Tian found his days less serene than before. Each time he traveled to the Taoist grounds, he encountered shadowy figures lurking in secrecy, recalling Tian Yangxing as prior remarks atop South Peak. Tang Tian had reason to believe that should he leave the sect ostentatiously, he would undoubtedly face inexplicable attacks. Nevertheless, within Qingwei Gate, he felt assured that no significant issues would arise. Thus, Tang Tian chose to disregard the tailing figures and continued his steady cultivation journey. His prowess steadily advanced. Days later, in the Tao-level cultivation chamber, Tang Tian sat cross-legged, his aura fluctuating in strength as he delved within. The primordial infant within his dantian radiated a soft glow, shimmering with an arcane resonance of Tao. Concurrently, his spirit also emanated Daoic rhythms, seemingly resonating with the primordial infant. As time passed, the two gradually synchronized. Ultimately, at a certain moment, the spirit and primordial infant fully merged. Though they remained spatially distinct, they had intertwined at the level of Tao principles. This marked the realm of integration. Tang Tian gradually opened his eyes. The realm of integration had propelled his strength to an entirely new level. His body, imbued with the essence of the heavens, had grown increasingly robust, and even the path of myriad laws had taken a small step forward. This was an intuitive sensation, a direct correlation between the growth of his cultivation and the enhancement of his power. Exhaling softly, Tang Tian retrieved a communication jade talisman. Upon opening it, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Li Hong and the others were finally emerging from their seclusion. At last, they had returned. A smile grazed Tang Tian's lips. I wonder how much you all have grown. 2 days later, Tang Tian and Qi Yuan stood atop the 6th peak. After several months of construction, the 6th peak had transformed dramatically. With most of its infrastructure completed, a significant number of disciples had officially moved to the main peak. Comprising the first batch of nearly 100,000 distinguished core disciples, Qi Yuan explained, there will be 5 more batches following this one, and then the first phase of the main peak will be fully realized. Beyond that, it will be a gradual process of development, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Tang Tian casually nodded, yet his attention was completely captured by the imposing black hull of the Peak Master. Good heavens, how could it be so strikingly grotesque? Old Jean, this 6th peak is essentially your sole contribution. Therefore, I intend to inscribe your name at the pinnacle of the Master Hall. Additionally, I will erect a magnificent statue of you in front of the hall, so that all disciples of the 6th peak may pay their respects. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Tang Tian hastily declined. You can forget about that. Such a solemn place deserves a more serious demeanor. Besides, as you know, I prefer to keep a low profile. Standing before the remarkably ugly hall, one might mistakenly believe he was its architect. He could not afford to bear such a burden. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan did not grasp his meaning and insisted on erecting the statue. In the end, Tang Tian conceded to place the statue within the Sixth Peaks dojo, akin to the main sect's dojo, albeit on a much smaller scale and facing away from the public eye. By the way, who is that statue in the dojo meant to represent? Is it a certain dignitary from the heavenly mansion? Tang Tian, fearing Qi Yuan might return to the previous topic, swiftly redirected the conversation. During his initial visit to the dojo, he had noticed the towering statue that pierced the clouds. He had originally assumed it was a notable figure from the sect, only to learn later that it represented a forbidden existence. One that required reverence without prying into its origins. Presumably, it hailed from an even more powerful heavenly mansion. However, Qi Yuan shook his head. No, he is not. In the central dojo of the heavenly mansion, there stands an identical statue, towering hundreds of times taller than the one here at Qingwei Gate. The people of the heavenly mansion reverently refer to him as the supreme sovereign. Tang Tian was taken aback. Could it be an existence of even higher standing than the heavenly mansion? No wonder he was deemed forbidden in a humble place like Qingwei Gate. Old Jean, such an entity is beyond our comprehension. It is best to refrain from mentioning it casually in the future, Qi Yuan said with rare seriousness. Tang Tian nodded, understanding that their gravity of demeanor was well-founded. Nonetheless, he believed that one day he would uncover the true nature of this supreme sovereign. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation when suddenly, a magnificent warship sped toward them from the distance, landing atop the sixth peak directly before Tang Tian and Qi Yuan. Dozens of figures clad in black emerged from the vessel, exuding an aura of menace. These were Qi Yuan's trusted allies from his battles. Soon after, four familiar figures appeared in Tang Tian's line of sight: Li Hong, Xiao Shui, and the Lanyu sisters. All present, observing the markedly different demeanor of the group, a smile spread across Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian, Xiao Shui was the first to spot him, swiftly darting over with a graceful arc through the air. Are you here to welcome us back? She landed before Tang Tian, her face brimming with joy. Noticing that she seemed a bit taller, Tang Tian could sense her substantial progress in cultivation. She had reached the pinnacle of the transformation phase. More importantly, her demeanor was now remarkably composed, concealing an immense power within her petite frame. Welcome back from your trials, Tang Tian replied with a smile. At that moment, Li Hong and the Lanyu sisters also soared over. The Lanyu sisters had similarly attained the pinnacle of the transformation phase, their strength now more restrained. Li Hong, although at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, appeared relatively ordinary and might not necessarily match up to Xiao Shui in a true confrontation. Young master, Lord Qi, they greeted respectfully. After a brief exchange, Tang Tian waved his hand. Let's head back. I wish to assess how much you have all grown this time. Xiao Shui and the others exchanged confident glances and smiled. Transformational. I am no longer who I used to be, Li Hong added with a grin. We should be able to share insights on techniques and combat with you now. Intrigued, Tang Tian stroked his chin. Oh, is that so? Then let us return and put it to the test. Chapter 122. Ideals and reality within the purple bamboo courtyard. The atmosphere remained tranquil and harmonious. However, Xiao Shui, Li Hong, and the Lanyu sisters lay sprawled on the ground, utterly depleted of energy. Meanwhile, Tang Tian sat leisurely at a stone table, sipping tea as if nothing had transpired. After their return to the purple bamboo courtyard, they had engaged in a friendly exchange. Initially, Li Hong and the others were brimming with confidence, believing their current strength was sufficient to challenge Tang Tian and refine his techniques and combat prowess. However, as soon as they began to spar, they were left dumbfounded. In the past, even at their weakest, they could still hold their own against Tang Tian for several exchanges. Yet now, he remained seated, effortlessly dispatching them while enjoying his tea. The vast disparity left them in disbelief. Questioning whether their training had gone awry, how could they be regressing despite their efforts? Noticing their bewildered expressions, Tang Tian waved his hand, releasing a surge of life force that restored their energy completely. Young master, Li Hong's expression was complex. The chasm between ideals and reality was indeed vast. Tang Tian spoke softly. Do not dwell too much on it. I can sense your progress. You should have no trouble in the 100 sects battle. From here on, simply focus on consolidating your gains. The others nodded earnestly, though it was evident they were still somewhat disheartened. Yet perhaps it was for the best, as it would prevent them from acting irrationally out of excessive confidence. The sect had been quite tumultuous lately. After resting for a while, Tang Tian gradually spoke. During your retreat, the sect underwent numerous changes. I have also become the target of attention due to various matters. In the coming days, you should remain in the purple bamboo courtyard and dojo, taking the time to absorb the insights gained during your seclusion. Avoid external matters unless absolutely necessary. He then recounted the significant events from the past few months. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, unable to fathom the immense upheaval that had occurred within such a short span. The two young masters had met a tragic end, and even their family had not been spared. The formidable Mo Xiao Xiao had also been eliminated due to a misstep, and now her whereabouts remained unknown. What a terrifying storm it had been. Let us rest for a few days, Tang Tian continued. With less than half a year until the 100 sects battle, we still have ample time. Being overly tense is not beneficial. A proper balance of work and rest can yield unexpected results. Li Hong and the others nodded seriously. They then gathered together, sharing various amusing anecdotes, particularly their experiences during the trials, filled with excitement and intrigue. Amidst the laughter, the weight of Tang Tian's overwhelming dominance began to fade. As half a day passed, Tang Tian instructed Li Hong and the Lan Yu sisters to return to their rooms for rest, then called for Gu Xiao Shui to come into the main house. Upon entering, the young girl appeared quite animated, recounting many amusing daily occurrences to Tang Tian. However, there were matters that needed to be addressed. Your senior sister and elder Han Hai have both emerged from seclusion. Tang Tian spoke gently. Gu Xiao Shui's eyes brightened instantly. Really? They must be looking for me. It's a pity I was in seclusion at the time. Hee. They will surely be thrilled to learn how strong I have become. Watching the innocent joy radiating from Xiao Shui, Tang Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This naive girl remained oblivious to the darkness of the world, unaware of the depths of its dangers. Not to mention Luodanya, even her most respected elder Han Hai had never truly cared for her. After pondering his words for a moment, Tang Tian spoke in the calmest tone possible. Xiao Shui, what I am about to tell you may differ greatly from your expectations. You should prepare yourself mentally in advance. Sensing an unusual tone in Tang Tian's voice, Gu Xiaoxue gradually reined in her joyful emotions and softly inquired, "What exactly has happened?" Tang Tian sighed gently and ultimately recounted everything truthfully. Following the judgment from the enforcement hall, both Lu Danya and Zhong Yang had been imprisoned, paying the necessary price for their transgressions. He stated. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxue lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her pristine white skirt, and murmured, "So, did senior sister inform me about the Yuanying pill merely to steer me away from elder uncle?" Tang Tian affirmed with a subtle nod, and a brief silence enveloped them. She could have told me. Gu Xiaoxue suddenly remarked, but her voice was so faint that Tang Tian could scarcely catch it. "What?" he asked. Gu Xiaoxue shook her head and asked, "What is the Black Prison?" Tang Tian replied, "It is a place devoid of spiritual energy, shrouded in darkness. Many disciples who have violated sect rules are confined within the Black Prison." "Are you alright?" He was more concerned about Xiaoxue's current state. However, judging by her demeanor, she appeared to be stronger than he had anticipated. "I am fine." Gu Xiaoxue lifted her head. "The outcome is not as dire as it seems." "Is it? If it weren't for senior sister's introduction, how would I have come to know you? Without knowing you, I would still be that girl, idly sitting in a cave, watching birds soar by and leaves flutter in the wind. I consider myself fortunate. Therefore, I do not harbor resentment towards her. I merely feel a bit pity for her. Once, she too was the most favored disciple of elder uncle." Tang Tian furrowed his brow. "This is not your fault." Gu Xiaoxue smiled brightly. "Of course, I do not consider it my fault. I am not that foolish. It's just I can empathize with some of her feelings, and those feelings are rather unpleasant." Tang Tian fell into silence. Indeed, Gu Xiaoxue was not foolish, nor was she the type to take on blame for everything, annoying those around her. Yet, she often considered matters from the other person's perspective. Initially, Tang Tian attributed this behavior to her kindness. However, as he grew closer to her, he began to sense that it was something more innate, as if she had a unique gift for perceiving others' emotions. Shaking his head to dispel the cluttered thoughts, Tang Tian asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Gu Xiaoxue pondered before replying, "I will return to check on them. Elder uncle instructed me to cultivate diligently before his seclusion. I must report back. If possible, I would like to visit senior sister, even if just from a distance. Then, I shall return to your side. I must also strive to ensure your successful promotion to Tianfu." She chuckled playfully. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "Very well. If you encounter any issues, remember to contact me at any time." Chapter 123. Competing for a person under Tang Tian's gaze, Gu Xiaoxue's figure disappeared outside the purple bamboo grove. Although she seemed to have regained her former optimistic demeanor, Tang Tian could sense that something had indeed changed. The betrayal of kin was not easily digestible, and then there was Elder Han Hai. Tang Tian shook his head. "Well, Everyone must undergo the inevitable journey from naivety to maturity. At the age of 16, it was about time to see through the world. Gaining clarity about reality early on might not be a bad thing. In a sense, Gu Xiaoxue was indeed fortunate to have met him. Rather than being distracted by romantic pursuits, he focused on his own strength, and at the tender age of 15 or 16. Such distractions were truly difficult to engage in. If she had crossed paths with someone like Shen Dafeng, it could have led to her complete ruin. With a sigh, Tang Tian closed the formation and returned to his meditation chamber. He would give her some time to process everything. With his current identity and status, a mere word from him could ensure a smooth ascension to Tianfu, an endeavor he could achieve even with his eyes closed. For Gu Xiaoxue and her companions, he intended to nurture them as trusted allies. As long as they maintained a healthy mental state, everything else was inconsequential. Tang Tian resumed his cultivation, however, to his surprise. Merely the next morning, Gu Xiaoxue returned, not alone, but accompanied by Elder Han Hai, who had come to the purple bamboo courtyard with her. "Please, come in," Tang Tian said, somewhat astonished, as he welcomed Han Hai into the courtyard. Beneath the old locust tree, Tang Tian, Han Hai, and Xiaoxue sat together. "Elder, have you come today for a specific purpose?" Tang Tian asked directly. Their previous conversation had not been particularly pleasant, so he wished to avoid any pretense. Han Hai stroked his beard and chuckled. "I have come today specifically to express my gratitude that I truly did not expect you to cultivate Xiaoxue to such an impressive level. Even I am astonished." Tang Tian furrowed his brow. What did this imply? Previously, when he learned that Xiaoxue had become his attendant and guest, Han Hai had not inquired even once. Now, having witnessed her capabilities, he had come to extend thanks. What was his intent? After some contemplation, Tang Tian replied, "There is no need for such formality. Elder, my cultivation of Xiaoxue serves my own purpose, as you are likely aware." Han Hai smiled and responded, "One cannot deny that Xiaoxue is indeed a disciple I brought into Qinghua sect. Although I can no longer take her as my direct disciple, she was nonetheless nurtured under my guidance." Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. The tone of his words suggested something akin to claiming her back. Had he really been so indifferent before? Was he truly this pragmatic? His curiosity piqued. Han Hai continued, "I am well aware of Xiaoxue's talents. Although she is a child of innate potential, she has missed the prime period for cultivation due to starting late. Therefore, her overall performance is comparable to that of disciples with 9-hold talents. I am curious about what methods you employed to facilitate such a transformation in such a short time." Tang Tian slowly shook his head. "Xiaoxue's progress is entirely due to her own efforts. I merely provided some resources. Elder Han Hai, let us not dwell on these matters. What is your true purpose for coming today?" He was not inclined to engage in further verbal sparring with Han Hai. Han Hai stroked his long beard, glanced at Gu Xiaoxue beside him, and then stated, "I will be direct that I wish for Xiaoxue to leave the purple bamboo courtyard and return to my faction." Tang Tian's brows immediately knitted together. Realizing that Han Hai had indeed become interested upon witnessing Xiaoxue's rapid growth and sought to reclaim her. However, how could Tang Tian easily acquiesce? Yet, before he could speak, Xiaoxue suddenly exclaimed, "Elder uncle, did you not come today specifically to thank Tang Tian? You did not mention this matter to me." Her face was filled with astonishment. Han Hai merely waved his hand dismissively. "This is not your concern." He then turned to Tang Tian and asserted, "This is the purpose of my visit today." Tang Tian glanced at Gu Xiaoxue, whose expression was complex, then looked back at Han Hai and stated firmly, "The sect has no such rules. The agreement between Xiaoxue and me is for a full decade." Han Hai scoffed. "As for the agreement, I will ensure that the reputation hall interrupts it. Regarding the resources you invested in Xiaoxue," he waved his sleeve, and 10 exquisite pieces of innate Dao jade lay quietly before Tang Tian. "I have already inquired. The total resources you invested in her since she became your attendant amount to less than 5 pieces of innate Dao jade. I will offer you double. How about that?" Han Hai's tone was filled with dominance. Tang Tian's expression darkened completely. "You have gone too far. Han Hai, do you think I, Tang Tian, can be insulted with such trivial matters?" He warned, "You may attempt to manipulate the reputation hall's agreement and see if I lack the power to bring you down." Tang Tian's abstention from power struggles did not imply he was powerless. With control over the 6th peak and southern peak, along with his previous groundwork within the sect, no one in Qinghua sect could pose a direct threat to him now. Should Han Hai dare to exploit his influence to nullify the agreement, Tang Tian could very well use that leverage to undermine Han Hai's position as the presiding elder, even if he could not succeed. It would undoubtedly make things quite uncomfortable for him in the future. Clearly, Han Hai understood this as well, glaring coldly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian, however, showed no signs of fear. The two had irreparably torn the facade of civility. After a tense standoff, Han Hai suddenly smiled and suggested, "Then let us do this. Since we cannot reach an agreement, let us leave the choice to Xiaoxue. After all, this concerns her future, does it not?" Tang Tian's brow furrowed deeply. The old fellow specifically came today with Xiaoxue, and it seems he had this scheme planned long ago. Must he drag her into this as well? The confrontation between the two had already placed Gu Xiaoxue in a dilemma. One was her elder who had brought her into the sect and helped her grow, while the other was the one who rescued her in her time of peril and facilitated her transformation. For her to choose under such circumstances is nothing short of cruel. Can you truly bear this? However, Han Hai felt no such compassion. Noticing Tang Tian's silence, he turned directly to Gu Xiaoxue. "Choose, Xiaoxue. Will you side with me, or with him?" The calmness of his words caused Gu Xiaoxue to tremble. She glanced at Han Hai and then at Tang Tian, her eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. She genuinely did not know what to do. "Choose, Xiaoxue." Han Hai reiterated Gu Xiaoxue, stared blankly, her fingers tightly entwined, her lips trembling slightly. Clearly, her inner turmoil had reached its peak. Tang Tian could no longer watch in silence, and said sternly, "Han Hai, why must you make it so difficult for her? This is a matter between the two of us." Han Hai stroked his beard and replied leisurely, "What difficulty is there? It's not a matter of life and death, merely a simple choice. If she cannot even make such a decision, what future can she expect? Eventually, she will become nothing but a waste." Tang Tian frowned. "Do you not consider her feelings at all? She has called you uncle for so many years." Han Hai suddenly laughed. "You young people are so adorably naive. Can feelings fill one's stomach? I merely wish for her to recognize reality." Tang Tian scoffed. "That is merely your self-proclaimed reality." Han Hai, to be honest, I am quite disappointed in you. The matter with Lu Danya led me to believe you were at least capable of discerning right from wrong." Han Hai sniffed disdainfully. Feelings, right and wrong. Young people are too entangled in such trivialities. They appear valuable, yet are utterly useless. My disappointment in Danya is not due to her actions, but because she was foolish enough to employ such a stupid method, which could be easily uncovered, while hypocritically denying it. Truly a waste. Han Hai's voice was laced with fury. Tang Tian found it pointless to respond further. In Han Hai's eyes, he saw no emotion, only a cold calculation of interests. Undeniably, reality is indeed harsh, especially within the realm of cultivation, where the ties of interest often prove to be far stronger than so-called feelings. Yet, Tang Tian could never fully persuade himself to integrate into this harsh reality. You may consider it a childish insistence on his part. Noticing Tang Tian's silence, Han Hai turned once more to Gu Xiaoxue, coldly stating, "Have you not made up your mind yet? What is wrong with you? You used to be quite obedient." Gu Xiaoxue's body trembled slightly. The word obedient seemed to awaken certain conditioned reflexes buried deep within her. This subconscious response caused her to lean toward Han Hai, as if she were about to make a choice immediately. However, her expression grew more conflicted, as though she were struggling against this instinctual reaction, preventing her from taking that final step. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. After a moment, the internal struggle appeared to intensify. Ultimately, a sense of rebellion emerged, gaining the upper hand. Slowly, Gu Xiaoxue turned her gaze toward Tang Tian. Upon witnessing this, Han Hai furrowed his brow tightly and coldly asked, "Xiaoxue, do you still believe in such things as feelings? Have you forgotten how your parents were so elated when they sold you to me with a bottle of calamity-relieving pills? At that time, they had no idea I was a cultivator or what my intentions were in acquiring you." His words caused Gu Xiaoxue to shudder violently. Han Hai continued, "Do you not remember being battered and emaciated? Without me, you would still be starving, surviving on leftover scraps. Without me, you would still endure blame, curses, and beatings daily. Without me, you would still be sleeping in a pigsty, cold, terrified, and filthy," as Han Hai recounted. Gu Xiaoxue trembled, the long-buried memories crashing upon her like a tidal wave, overwhelming her entire being and causing her soul to quiver. Yet Han Hai showed no signs of stopping. "I brought you back to Qinghua sect, freeing you from that nightmarish place that I discovered your potential, nurtured your growth, and helped you gain a position within the sect. You wish to return to the past, back to that fetid world." Han Hai's voice grew louder, akin to thunder striking Gu Xiaoxue's pure heart. She appeared dazed, seemingly submerged in the painful memories of the past. Enough? Tang Tian could no longer contain himself and slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet. The aura of the integration phase surged forth, impacting both individuals. The lost Gu Xiaoxue was momentarily pulled back to rationality by this force. Han Hai squinted slightly, gazing at Tang Tian with a hint of surprise. "Do not say any more," Tang Tian said solemnly. He took a deep breath, raising his hand to channel pure life energy from Gu Xiaoxue's crown, soothing her spirit and drawing her back from that terrifying world. Gu Xiaoxue looked at Tang Tian, her crystalline eyes shimmering slightly as she hoarsely spoke. Tang Tian. He raised a hand to signal her to refrain from speaking for the moment and then turned his attention back to Han Hai. Is it necessary, Han Hai? Had you come today in the capacity of Xiaoxue's elder, I might have considered your conditions. Yet you have chosen the worst path. You expect me to hand her over to you after conducting yourself in this manner? Tang Tian stated. In truth, Gu Xiaoxue's fate held little bearing on Tang Tian at present. With his influence, he could easily secure entry into the Tianfu. Had Han Hai been a revered elder, allowing Xiaoxue to return after her sister's judgment would have been a reasonable choice. However, Han Hai's behavior had profoundly disappointed Tang Tian. In his eyes, only interests existed, devoid of any sentiment. Faced with Tang Tian's inquiry, Han Hai showed no reaction, instead smiling and saying, "Regardless, I am the one who brought her to the mountain, taught her cultivation, and altered her fate. If you desire her, it is simple. Let her sever her talent and cultivation, returning everything to me." Tang Tian's face darkened completely. He had underestimated the darkness of human nature. He understood that Han Hai's visit was not merely about claiming Gu Xiaoxue. There were ulterior motives at play, though they remained unclear. Nevertheless, this entire situation left Tang Tian feeling unsettled. Gu Xiaoxue was his first protector and the one who opened the doors to his cultivation. He held her in high regard. Had Han Hai been a respected elder, he might not have intervened. However, despite Gu Xiaoxue expressing her intention to handle the matter on her own, Tang Tian could not allow her to remain by Han Hai's side indefinitely. Even if there were no immediate concerns, it was inevitable that she would become an instrument for Han Hai in the future. If utilized effectively, she might be valued. Conversely, if not, Luo Danya served as a prime example of what could happen. Tang Tian was unwilling to witness such a scenario unfold. What, then, could be done? After some contemplation, Tang Tian identified 3 potential paths. The first option was to take her away directly, distancing her from the influence of Qinghua sect, allowing her to soar freely like a bird in the sky. With his current strength, this was entirely feasible. However, it would necessitate abandoning everything he had built over the years here, forcing him to start anew. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better to avoid such drastic measures. The second option was to swiftly enhance his own power and enter Tianfu. It was no exaggeration to say that his current talents had already eclipsed the vast majority of so-called prodigies, and he would undoubtedly secure a place within Tianfu. Once he attained sufficient status there, requesting Gu Xiaoxue's return from Qinghua sect would be a trivial matter. Nonetheless, the timeline for this path remained uncertain. The third option involved vying for power to secure the position of the sect's second-in-command. If successful, Han Hai would then be a mere bird in his hand, easily manipulated to pay the full price for his actions. The only caveat was that this route was fraught with peril. Lu Chang'e and Tian Yangsheng had been entrenched for far too long, and there was no guarantee of success. After careful deliberation, Tang Tian resolved to pursue both the second and third paths concurrently. This approach aligned with his overarching goals while also providing him with additional options and breathing room. Since the trees desire tranquility but the wind does not cease, he would transform into a forest, enveloping the world. Indeed, the wind was merely a seasoning of life. He mused. At a moment later, he calmed his thoughts and returned to his meditation chamber. Meanwhile, in a secluded, elegant room atop the main peak, Han Hai, having left the Zizhu courtyard, entered. At the window stood a tall figure gazing outside. Hearing the noise, he turned to reveal Lu Chang'e. "Did you bring it back?" he inquired. Han Hai nodded. Young people possess a certain recklessness. They are quite manageable. However, with Tang Tian's current abilities, taking Gu Xiaoxue should not pose a significant challenge for him, right? Lu Chang'e opened his folding fan and smiled gently. "Is he angry?" Han Hai nodded. "Of course that I struck at his weak point." Lu Chang'e chuckled. "Then that's good. His anger signifies that he cares for Gu Xiaoxue. Therefore, he will not feel at ease leaving her by your side. But if he wishes to reclaim Gu Xiaoxue, what paths are available to him?" Han Hai pondered briefly, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "There is but one path. To seize that position." Lu Chang'e nodded. Although Tang Tian possesses substantial wealth, he lacks the foundational backing. He cannot forcibly take Gu Xiaoxue with his current strength. Thus, this is the only route left for him. Once he harbors such intentions, we can use him against our true adversary. Han Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, with Tian Yangshen's simplistic mindset, he will surely fall into the trap. Moreover, he has already openly declared enmity with Tang Tian during his recent time at the South Peak. Lu Chang'e nodded with a smile. "We must not underestimate Tang Tian. He has exceeded my expectations in many respects. If we can set him against Tian Yangsheng, it will significantly weaken the latter's power. Additionally, Gu Xiaoshua's talents are indeed remarkable. Once cultivated, she will become a valuable ally. Han Hai stroked his beard again. I did not anticipate that after her yuaning stage, Gu Xiaoshua would become so formidable. However, in terms of innate talent, comparing her to Tang Tian, she would pale in comparison. Liu Chang'e was taken aback. What do you mean? Han Hai smiled. It seems you have underestimated him. Why not take a guess at his current realm? Liu Chang'e furrowed his brow, pondering. A few months ago, he showcased mid-yuaning strength in the sect's core disciple selection, standing out remarkably. Given the ample resources, he must have reached late Huashan by now. Correct. Han Hai slowly shook his head. No, during today's negotiations, he inadvertently revealed his true strength in a moment of anger. The fusion realm. Liu Chang'e was instantly stunned. The fusion realm? How is that possible? Han Hai chuckled. I was equally astonished. After all, a year ago, he was merely a Qi refining stage disciple. Achieving fusion in just 1 year suggests he either concealed his true abilities from the start or has encountered unimaginable fortune. Liu Chang'e remained in a daze, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply. Those blessed with fortune truly evoke envy. He previously displayed no signs of concealment and was indeed at the Qi refining stage. But now, he has hidden himself so well that everyone has been deceived. A sharp glint passed through Han Hai's eyes as he spoke coldly. Otherwise, Liu Chang'e met Han Hai's gaze and shook his head. It's too late. He has already gained momentum. He cannot be easily dealt with now. Previously, his performances were not sufficient to warrant such risks. If it weren't for your unexpected discovery today, I would not have contemplated this at all. This individual is truly clever. Liu Chang'e sighed, then pondered for a moment before saying, actually, this situation isn't so bad. Now only we are aware of Tang Tian's true strength, while Tian Yangsheng remains oblivious. We can fully exploit this information gap. If we can incite a confrontation between the two, it would undoubtedly be a spectacular event. Perhaps it could even lead to Tian Yangsheng's downfall. Han Hai smiled. Indeed, the potential for maneuvering is vast. The fusion realm is still not enough to instill fear in us. As for Tang Tian's desire to reclaim Gu Xiaoshua, he is left with only that single path. Liu Chang'e nodded in agreement. In the struggle for power, information disparity is a terrifying weapon. Fortunately, he has unwittingly given us the upper hand. Tang Tian will ultimately pay the price for revealing his trump card in a fit of rage. Keep a close watch on him. Liu Chang'e instructed. Chapter 126. The Fated Divine Child, the Eternal Sacred Body. In the ensuing period, Tang Tian continued his tranquil cultivation routine, transitioning between the Zizhu courtyard and the dojo. He used his leisure moments to impart wisdom to Li Hong and the others, solidifying their recent gains in cultivation. Meanwhile, his own mastery of the early fusion realm had been thoroughly consolidated, and he was making steady strides toward the mid-fusion stage. Nonetheless, he found his progress slightly lacking. The further he advanced in cultivation, the more spiritual energy was required, rendering even the Tao-level meditation chambers somewhat insufficient. Of course, this was also due to Tang Tian's high standards. His current cultivation speed was still far ahead of many peers. In light of this situation, Tang Tian ultimately decided to venture into the Liuli secret realm. Relevant information had been thoroughly researched by Ji Yuan, revealing that the secret realm would open once at the end of the year, lasting for a month. The opening would occur in just over a month. The journey to the Liuli secret realm would take approximately 20 days if he pushed forward with all his might. With the remaining time, Tang Tian resolved to prepare diligently. Thus, he reached out to Wang Gang from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce. The good news was that Wang Gang was also progressing smoothly. Following the upheaval caused by the Du Yuanqing incident, many had lost faith in the chamber, planning to flee, resulting in an influx of available shares, potentially exceeding Wang Gang's initial estimates. After contemplating, Tang Tian instructed him to organize the most easily obtainable shares first and bring them back. With just a 20% stake, he could exchange for both imperial-level talents and physique. Wang Gang readily agreed, recognizing the immense advantage of swiftly securing a portion of shares. A few days later, Wang Gang visited again, appearing anxious and expectant beneath the old locust tree, as if fearing Tang Tian might retract his promise. Observing Wang Gang's nervous demeanor, Tang Tian chuckled. Do not worry. I will not go back on my word. I only hope you don't bring me something trivial just to report. Wang Gang was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No. Of course not. I have secured approximately 25% of the share authorization. The remaining ones are still under negotiation, and I believe results will come soon. Tang Tian nodded. Good, let me see. Wang Gang promptly complied, producing a beautiful jade talisman and respectfully offering it. Tang Tian accepted the talisman and extended his consciousness to inspect its contents. discovering it was filled with detailed information on the shareholders of the chamber. The information regarding each individual is remarkably comprehensive, encompassing their affiliations, reasons for previous investments, motivations for current withdrawals, and even future trajectories. In addition, the intricate details of Tang Tian's acquisitions, including the extensive networks and resources he would gain, are thoroughly documented. All of this is of paramount importance. However, Tang Tian places the utmost emphasis on the monetary value of these assets. Skimming over the majority of the information, he focuses on the worth of the equity. Following recent upheavals, the value of the chamber's equity has diminished. Previously, a 10% stake was valued at approximately 15 trillion Lingyu, equivalent to 15,000 pieces of Xiantian Daoyu. Now, however, its value has plummeted to around 12,000. The decline has indeed been severe. The total equity represented within the jade symbols amounts to approximately 33,000, aligning with Tang Tian's expectations. After reviewing the figures, Tang Tian inquired, "You haven't deliberately undervalued this, have you?" Wang Gang wiped his cold sweat discreetly and replied, "No, I followed your instructions to the letter. However, once it became known that someone intended to take over, many began to lower their prices voluntarily. Some even leveraged connections to transfer their shares, fearful of missing out. Thus, I had no choice but to sign authorization agreements with them. It wouldn't make sense to raise the prices, would it?" Tang Tian smirked slightly, pondering why raising prices was out of the question. That he relished purchasing at a premium and eschewed discounts. In his consumer habits, he has always adhered to a principle of indulgence. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, he decided not to be overly finicky. "Very well, I'll take it all," he declared. Wang Gang immediately exhaled a long breath, feeling as if a weight had finally been lifted. With Tang Tian's financial infusion, the crisis facing the Tianyan chamber would be entirely alleviated, no longer teetering on the brink of collapse. "Shall we proceed with the transaction? Is it acceptable to do so in batches?" Tang Tian queried. As the system currently held only a few thousand pieces of Xiantian Daoyu, Wang Gang nodded vigorously, as if mashing garlic. That even a question, with a major benefactor like Tang Tian extending a helping hand during the chamber's direst hour. "We can proceed however you wish, not to mention, even if it meant performing a striptease for every transaction, I would gladly comply." Alas, Tang Tian harbored no such peculiarities. After 4 transactions, all equity had been successfully transferred to Tang Tian's name, and the 32,000 billion consumption points were securely in his possession. At this juncture, the entire Tianyan chamber could almost be regarded as Tang Tian's private property. "Let the acquisitions continue," Tang Tian instructed. "Aim to acquire as much as possible, especially those fence-sitters. It would be best to secure them all. By the way, what about the stakes in Tian Yangsheng?" Wang Gang replied, "There are intentions to divest, and negotiations are underway. However, this back and forth has resulted in some losses." Tang Tian remained silent. Losses were inconsequential. After all, the two of them were now adversaries. By the way, my lord, there is one more matter," Wang Gang said, furrowing his brow. "While I was organizing the chamber's equity, I discovered some irregularities. About 10% of the shares exhibit peculiar movements, seemingly driven by ulterior motives. These movements commenced even before Du Yuanqing's assassination." Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "What motives?" Wang Gang shook his head. "I only just discovered this and was preparing to investigate further." Tang Tian sighed in disbelief. As the chamber's leader, "You are unaware of the equities movements?" Wang Gang's expression was awkward. "The affairs of the chamber are intricate, and their actions are exceedingly covert, leading to my oversight. However, rest assured, I will clarify all shares and provide you with a transparent Tianyan chamber." Tang Tian nodded. Clarity was essential, and it was imperative to ascertain the anomalies within the Tianyan chamber, as it was the initial epicenter of the turmoil. These irregularities may indeed be linked to the ongoing conflict. The investigation on Qi Yuan's side had not progressed smoothly. The deputy leader of the enforcement hall appeared clean, with no discernible issues. Perhaps the Tianyan chamber could provide a new breakthrough. It was essential to conduct a thorough investigation. "And do not forget about the acquisition of cultivation techniques," Tang Tian added. Wang Gang nodded earnestly. Subsequently, the two discussed various other details before Wang Gang took his leave. Compared to the initial uncertainty and anxiety, he departed brimming with confidence, a sentiment sourced from Tang Tian, or more accurately, from Tang Tian's wealth. Money, after all, remains a splendid asset. Tang Tian smiled and returned to his meditation chamber. Upon awakening the system, the extensive exchange list had reached the lower echelons. Imperial level talent, 1 trillion consumption points. Imperial level physique, 1 trillion consumption points. After the successful exchange, 2 pieces of information materialized in Tang Tian's mind. You have acquired. The Chosen One. You have acquired. The Ancient Sacred Body. Chapter 127. Departure within the meditation chamber. After exchanging for talents and physique, Tang Tian underwent a profound transformation. The Chosen One, in contrast to the Chosen Saint, seemed to have fully embraced the laws of the heavenly Tao, effortlessly grasping every nuance without a teacher, tapping into its very essence. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred body appeared as if it originated from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Not only had his physical strength seen significant enhancement, but even his flesh seemed to resonate with the cosmos, exuding the rhythm of the Tao with every movement. Upon fully integrating these transformations, when he opened his eyes once more, Tang Tian had silently advanced to the mid-integration stage. With his current strength, he could contend even with those at the feather transformation realm without falling behind. Should he reveal all his hidden cards and employ the myriad paths of the Tao, slaying immortals would not be beyond possibility. Tang Tian sat in silence, the growth of his power instilling him with newfound confidence. Upon returning from the Lioli's secret realm, he might very well contemplate a complete re-emergence. After all, he now possessed an immortal body. Only cultivation remained. Calculating the days, that moment would arrive swiftly. Several days later, Tang Tian, Qi Yuan, and Li Hong convened in the rear garden of the Sixth Peak's main hall. The construction had been fully completed, and except for Qi Yuan, no one else would dare intrude. "Old Jean, are you ready?" Qi Yuan inquired. Tang Tian nodded. Just a couple of days prior, Wang Gang had visited Zijou courtyard once more, this time securing over 100,000 distinct cultivation techniques from various channels. After several days of effort, Tang Tian had finally elevated the myriad paths of the Tao to a proficient level. With a single punch, he could create a void in the sky. Armed with such capabilities, he felt an absolute confidence regarding the forthcoming expedition into the secret realm. After all, the strongest cultivators permitted entry into the secret realm were merely at the tribulation stage. That as well. However, exercise caution, Qi Yuan advised. This is the last opportunity to access the secret realm before the year's end, and many formidable experts will be present. It is possible that some peak tribulation cultivators may seek to seize this chance for ascension. Should you encounter any difficult situations, simply reveal your identity. You should face no significant issues. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Please keep an eye on matters concerning Qingwei Gate. Should any disturbances arise, notify me promptly. After days of investigation, Qi Yuan had yet to locate any irregularities concerning the deputy leader of the enforcement hall, which was precisely what worried him. Furthermore, Gu Xiaoxue was also closely monitoring the situation. Should Hanhai entertain any ulterior motives, she could be extracted at any moment. Qi Yuan's connections were formidable. Nevertheless, after observation, Hanhai had not exhibited any excessive actions. Even upon discovering Tang Tian's surveillance, he had remained silent, seemingly intent solely on retrieving Gu Xiaoxue. Regardless, Tang Tian couldn't permit Gu Xiaoxue to remain in Hanhai's grasp indefinitely. Rest assured, I will handle it, Qi Yuan assured with a pat on his chest. Thank you, my brother, Tang Tian replied. Now, let us depart. Qi Yuan nodded and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a sleek black rod from his sleeve. Its form expanded in the wind, quickly growing to a girth suitable for a single person to embrace. At that moment, its true nature was revealed. Not a mere rod, but the trunk of an unknown colossal tree, radiating a metallic sheen. Tang Tian couldn't help but twitch his eye. This is what you call a swift magical artifact. The journey from Qingwei Gate to the Lioli's secret realm was indeed lengthy. Tang Tian had initially intended to set out several days in advance. However, Qi Yuan had informed him of a remarkably effective swift magical artifact that could make the journey in about 10 days. Thus, Tang Tian lingered a bit longer. However, he had not anticipated that this so-called swift magical artifact would take the form of not underestimated. Qi Yuan chuckled. I put a great deal of effort into acquiring it. When it flies at full speed, it rivals true immortals. I owe my life to it on several occasions. Tang Tian pursed his lips. All right, as long as it works, let's be off. Moments later, a black rod shot forth from the peak of the Sixth Peak at an astonishing speed. Nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Yet, had it been visible, onlookers would have been astonished to see 3 figures seated atop the rod, arranged in a line. Indeed, it is somewhat amusing. However, it must be said that its speed is truly astonishing. Compared to the previous vessel used by Tang Tian, this rod makes that ship seem like a mere ant scuttling along at an excruciatingly slow pace. He has finally experienced what it means to be as swift as the wind. When he glided over the mountain peak, the scenery below became a blur. The howling wind roared in his ears, akin to thunder. Fortunately, The rod was enveloped by a protective wind barrier. Otherwise, with Li Hong's cultivation, he would likely have been unable to endure for long. The three of them surged forward at full speed, traversing through layer upon layer of thick clouds. After a full 10 days, their velocity gradually began to slow. At this point, Tang Tian could finally take in the breathtaking sights below. The landscape was still dominated by towering mountains, even grander than those near the Qingyue sect, with numerous demonic beasts concealed within. Howling towards the heavens, the overwhelming aura they exuded seemed to rival that of cultivators at the tribulation stage. This area had once been a sacred ground for cultivation, later seized by the Ziyang sect. Qi Yuan remarked, after nearly 1,000 years of warfare, the surrounding millions of miles have been largely cleared. Only a few powerful demon kings and immortals retain a portion of their habitat. Having signed agreements with the Ziyang sect, of course, this is also because the Ziyang sect does not wish to eradicate them entirely. Tang Tian nodded. As a subordinate sect of the Tianfu, there were indeed disparities in strength. The Ziyang sect stood as one of the more prominent entities among the subordinate sections. Does the Ziyang sect have any immortal beings? Tang Tian inquired. Qi Yuan chuckled. If the Qingyue sect has them, how could the Ziyang sect not? The highest visible combat power in the Ziyang sect is that of the Golden Immortal, yet within its ranks, there must certainly be great Luo Golden Immortals. Otherwise, how could they possibly intimidate the formidable demon immortals outside? Tang Tian felt a jolt within. The strongest individual he had encountered thus far was merely that celestial being from the Tingyun chamber. Qi Yuan continued, the Ziyang sect ranks among the top 5 in the Tianfu's 100 sections. Their might far surpasses ours. For instance, the 100 sects war is a crucial avenue for our Qingyue sect to ascend within the Tianfu. Yet for the Ziyang sect, it is merely a grand competition held every 5 years. They possess their own exclusive channels for advancement. Their most exceptional talents are not necessarily inferior to the prodigies within the Tianfu. Therefore, if you encounter anyone from the Ziyang sect in the secret realm, it is advisable not to provoke them lightly. Tang Tian nodded. He was not one to seek trouble, as long as they did not instigate him. He was content. Chapter 128. The secret realm situation. After a while, the trio arrived above a sizable city. There, Qi Yuan retracted the rod, and the three descended from the sky. This was Lioli City, a settlement built specifically for the Lioli secret realm, with the entrance located at the very center of the city. Centuries ago, this place was nothing but a desolate wasteland. It was unexpected to see it flourish to such an extent now. Qi Yuan pursed his lips. Let us go. Flying is prohibited within Lioli City. The three followed a broad, smooth avenue towards the city gate. Along the way, numerous cultivators either rode mounts or descended from the sky, all moving alongside them. Upon reaching the city gate, they found it teeming with people, indistinguishable from a mundane city. The trio stood in a long queue, submitting some spirit jade as a passage fee to enter Lioli City. Once inside, they were immediately enveloped by a lively atmosphere. No mortals could be seen. Everywhere they looked, there were cultivators, many of considerable prowess. The streets were spacious, bustling with activity, flanked by various taverns, inns, and shops selling resources exclusively for cultivators. Tang Tian curiously entered one, and discovered that the cost of goods in Lioli City was indeed incomparable to that of Guli City. To empty an entire shop would require nearly a tenth of his fortune. Quite daunting, indeed. However, maintaining a low profile, Tang Tian refrained from excessive purchases, selecting only a few ordinary items while acquiring the shop's prized possessions. As they strolled, Tang Tian amassed many valuable items, things he had never even glimpsed at the Qingyue sect. After a lengthy exploration, the trio approached the city center, which was even more bustling, dominated almost entirely by taverns and inns, likely due to the high transient population. With 5 days remaining until the secret realm opens, we should find a place to rest, Qi Yuan suggested. The closer we get to the entrance, the more expensive the lodging. However, there is no need for that. We can find a place to stay on the outskirts. Tang Tian stroked his chin. Can't we buy a place? Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed skyward. I almost forgot. You, my friend, are of the Jin clan. Moments later, the three exited a property sales establishment. Tang Tian sporting a subtle smile, clutching a jade property deed. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan's face was a portrait of anguish. 100 billion. For a villa in the city center, and will only be staying a little over a month. Renting would have sufficed. Qi Yuan could hardly bear to see so much spirit jade so casually spent. Tang Tian laughed. It's an investment. Based on my experience, this location is prime. It won't be long before property values double. Were it not for their restrictions on purchases, I would have secured 800 or 1,000 units. Qi Yuan was astonished, then shook his head with a sigh. Is this your secret to wealth? Should I also consider investing in a unit? Tang Tian quickly stopped him. No joking. If we really speculated on property here, it would indeed become a farce. They chatted casually. The trio arrived at the newly acquired villa. The environment was decent, though it paled in comparison to the Juju courtyard and was rather small. It would suffice for now. There were 4 rooms in total, more than ample for the 3 of them. Then, Qi Yuan told Tang Tian to rest while he handled the necessary procedures for entering the secret realm. Entering without the identity of a Tianfu subordinate sect required numerous formalities, or rather, spirit jade. After Qi Yuan left, Tang Tian could not remain idle, so he took Li Hong out for a stroll. After rechecking the shop's prized possessions, Tang Tian found a luxurious tavern and ordered a lavish feast. "Waiter, please prepare an additional portion of everything. I need to take it back." He would not forget about Qi Yuan, who had worked hard. Enjoying his meal, he gazed through the window at the vibrant scene of Liuli City. However, shortly thereafter, he was drawn to the conversation at a nearby table of cultivators. "Daoist Wang, I heard that during your last venture into the secret realm, you discovered a Liuli pool." Several young cultivators spoke to a slightly older practitioner. Their words laced with flattery and a touch of obsequiousness. The man addressed as Daoist Wang stroked his short black beard and replied with a smile. "Indeed, we were quite fortunate." The younger cultivators pressed. "Could you share some insights or clues to guide us younger ones? We have only just obtained the qualification to enter the secret realm and do not wish to return empty-handed." It appeared that they too were poised to enter the secret realm, though it seemed they were not disciples of the Tianfu subordinate sections. Upon hearing their request, Daoist Wang's expression turned troubled as he sighed. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but there's truly nothing to share, don't you know? Every time the Liuli secret realm opens, it undergoes significant changes, and all treasures are rearranged with no discernible pattern. Moreover, given your level of cultivation, it would be wise not to set your sights on the Liuli pool. If you can obtain a Liuli well, consider yourself fortunate. Securing a Liuli pool would be a tremendous blessing." Upon hearing this, the others' faces fell in disappointment. Meanwhile, Tang Tian pondered their discussion that on the way here, Qi Yuan had already provided him with an overview of the Liuli secret realm. It was a naturally formed secret realm. A convergence of spiritual energy filled with a myriad of spiritual herbs, medicines, and beasts. Yet the most precious resource was the spiritual spring, which differed fundamentally from the ordinary springs found outside. This spring was extraordinarily pure, amalgamating all attributes into a spiritual liquid that could be fully absorbed by cultivators without any adverse effects. This sacred spring was referred to as the Liuli spiritual spring within the secret realm. These springs formed randomly and varied in size. Generally, the larger the spring, the more precious it became. There was a clear hierarchy from smallest to largest: Liuli well, Liuli pool, Liuli pond, Liuli lake, and the largest of all, the Liuli sea. Typically, for cultivators below the integration stage, a Liuli well would suffice. Those at the integration stage would ideally seek a Liuli pool. For tribulation stage cultivators, a Liuli pond would be barely adequate, while those at the later stages of tribulation would find a Liuli lake more suitable. As for the vast Liuli sea, there was only one within the entire secret realm, an expansive body capable of accommodating all cultivators who entered. However, the Liuli sea is not easily accessible. It is teeming with extraordinarily powerful spirit beasts, their numbers beyond count. Without sufficient strength, one would only meet a grim fate upon entry. Yet, Tang Tian's ambition is precisely the Liuli sea. Chapter 129. The eve of opening. While Tang Tian pondered, a cultivator of the Wang clan was explaining the conditions within the secret realm to other young practitioners. Point 1: must learn to be content and avoid greed. The Wang cultivator solemnly advised, "The secret realm is fraught with dangers, not merely opportunities for fortune. Caution is imperative. One misstep can lead to falling into a lethal innate formation, leaving no trace behind." His tone was grave, causing several young cultivators to shrink back, fear evident in their eyes. He continued, "In addition to the innate formations, fearsome spirit beasts are ever vigilant. Almost every area of fortune is guarded by these beasts. The spirit beasts within the Liuli well are at least at the peak of the transformation realm, and many have already reached the out-of-body stage. In the Liuli pool, nearly all are at the out-of-body stage. And should fortune not favor you, it is entirely possible to encounter a spirit beast in the tribulation stage lurking there. As for the Liuli pond and Liuli lake, if you happen upon them, do not dare to enter. Otherwise, you will surely meet your demise. The Liuli sea is even more forbidding, inhabited entirely by beings at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, and there are rumors that immortal beasts dwell in the depths of the sea." Utterly unmatched, the Wang cultivator's relentless warnings left the others stunned, but it was clear he genuinely wished to prevent these young individuals from courting death. After instilling fear, he sought to soothe their anxiety. assuring them that as long as they exercised caution and did not act recklessly, they would likely avoid serious issues. The primary concern remained the other cultivators, particularly the disciples from the Tianfu. He then recounted amusing anecdotes from the secret realm. For instance, there was a cultivator who encountered a breathtakingly beautiful woman and, unable to resist, spent an entire night with her, only to discover the next morning that she was a spirit beast disguised as a toad. Another unfortunate soul encountered a tribulation-stage spirit beast in a liuli well, so frightened that he lost control of himself. Fortunately, the spirit beast was gentle and spared his life. Conversely, some lucky ones stumbled upon the liuli pond merely to relieve themselves. And one extraordinarily fortunate individual inadvertently entered the liuli sea without facing any spirit beasts, blissfully absorbing the fortunes within. These tales stirred the hearts of the young cultivators, igniting a yearning within them to become one of the fortunate few who would step into the liuli sea. Yet, amidst their daydreaming, a cold voice snapped them back to reality. Humph, with your kind of weakness, you think you can enter the liuli sea? Such delusions are laughable. Tang Tian turned toward the voice, spotting a group of young cultivators whose presence radiated power. Clad in uniform attire of pale golden robes adorned with bright purple patterns, disciples of the Xing sect, the dream was abruptly shattered, and the young cultivators felt a surge of indignation, preparing to retort. However, upon seeing the Xiang sect's garb, they shrank back. We were just thinking, one stammered. What if we were lucky? The Xiang disciples scoffed. Don't harbor such thoughts. There will be no luck this time. There are only 10 entrances to the liuli sea, and our Xiang sect occupies 5 of them. The other 5 belong to other sects under the Tianfu. If you have the guts, go ahead and try your luck. The cultivators fell silent, unable to counter. The liuli secret realm undoubtedly belonged to the Yunding Tianfu, and naturally, the best resources would be reserved for their own. However, this did not deter their spirits. They merely spoke in jest, not genuinely intending to gamble on such perilous odds. Still, Tang Tian furrowed his brow at the Xiang disciples' words that no matter what others said, he was determined to venture into the liuli sea. The fact that all 10 entrances were claimed was unacceptable. After a moment's thought, he contacted Qi Yuan to gather more information. Qi Yuan quickly responded, revealing that the distribution of the 10 entrances had long been predetermined, reserved for the Xiang sect and 5 other powerful affiliated sections. The Qinghua sect was not included, and they had no intention of allowing others to enter alongside them. Can money solve this? Tang Tian inquired. After a brief pause, Qi Yuan replied, it can. The Xiang sect is willing to relinquish a few spots at one entrance for 20 pieces of innate Dao jade each. However, once inside, you must adhere to their arrangements. Tang Tian's brow furrowed at this unsettling proposition, yet after some contemplation, he resolved to secure the spots first and assess the situation later if they met his needs. All would be well. If not in the liuli secret realm, none could hinder him. Secure the spots first, and I will reimburse you when you return, Tang Tian instructed. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. No worries, just 40 pieces of innate Dao jade. No rush, you can pay me whenever. 40 trillion was indeed a substantial sum for him. After a while, Tang Tian heard the system's notification sound in his mind, indicating that such purchasing behavior was acknowledged by the system. Meanwhile, the nearby table of cultivators quickly finished their meals and departed. Tang Tian lost his appetite for the delicacies and instructed the server to pack his leftovers before also leaving the tavern. In the ensuing days, Tang Tian leisurely strolled through Liuli City, indulging in shopping. The city was vast, brimming with numerous shops. Even though Tang Tian often left with their prized possessions, it did not draw excessive attention. As the time for the secret realm's opening drew nearer, more cultivators flooded into the city, and Tang Tian encountered many disciples from other affiliated sects of the Tianfu that Qi Yuan had mentioned. Those who arrived here were primarily the sect's elite. Most of these elites were filled with arrogance, particularly when facing cultivators not from the Tianfu. Their sense of superiority was almost palpable. Indeed, they were formidable. Tang Tian witnessed several confrontations between the two groups, and in matches of equal realms, the external cultivators generally stood no chance against the sect disciples, often suffering crushing defeats. Having witnessed this, Tang Tian gained a clear understanding of the strength of the disciples from other affiliated sections. Aside from the Xiang sect, which represented the pinnacle, the others were largely on par with the Qinghua sect, and the core elites from their main peak were also quite formidable. Before long, 5 days had swiftly passed, and the liuli secret realm was poised to officially open. Chapter 130. Entering the secret realm in the heart of Liuli City lay a patch of blackened earth, devoid of any vegetation or life. At the center of this desolate expanse stood a colossal portal, constructed from an unknown white gold stone, seamless and flawless, presenting a magnificent entrance to the Lioli secret realm as dawn broke. Throngs of cultivators gathered here. Resembling a sea of humanity, the assemblage was distinctly divided into two groups. One group, though clad in varied attire, bore a striking uniformity in their disciples' robes. They were predominantly young, exuding formidable energy and haughty expressions. These individuals hailed from the various affiliated sects under the Tianfu. The other group appeared far more heterogeneous, with varying strength, attire, and ages. Some resembled children, while others were aged and half-buried in the earth. Tang Tian found himself among this latter crowd. After standing in a relatively open area for a while, Qi Yuan squeezed through the throng to reach him. "Old Jean, everything is ready," he said, handing Tang Tian a circular jade plate. Once the Ziyang sect establishes the entrance to the Lioli Sea, they will use this plate to indicate where you should go. Just ensure you don't lose it. It serves as proof of your entry into the Lioli Sea. Tang Tian nodded, accepting the plate. Qi Yuan continued, "You are mostly familiar with the rules of the secret realm. For you, the areas outside the Lioli Sea should pose minimal danger. However, remain vigilant. Formidable innate formations or peak tribulation spirit beasts could arise unexpectedly, proving challenging to confront. Once you enter the Lioli Sea, it is advisable not to venture too deeply. The further you go, the greater the dangers, with even immortal beasts lurking within. Do not succumb to greed or recklessness." Qi Yuan rambled on, detailing many precautions for the secret realm. Tang Tian had never witnessed him like this before. After patiently listening, he smiled and reassured, "Rest easy. I will exercise caution." Qi Yuan nodded but then sighed, saying, "In truth, with your current cultivation, you need not necessarily venture into the Lioli Sea. Finding a piece of the glazed lake is essentially sufficient, as it could elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of integration. The people of the Ziyang sect are excessively arrogant. Frankly, I worry that even if you manage to enter, you may still face their difficulties." Tang Tian spoke softly, "I have my own plans. Rest assured, I have a clear understanding in my heart. If it truly becomes untenable, I will not force the issue. With the endowment of the destined son's innate talent, alongside various extraordinary physiques and transmission-level secret techniques, his ambitions naturally extend beyond mere integration. The glazed lake cannot sustain the vast aspirations within him. Just be extra cautious," Shi Yuan advised. They then discussed further details regarding the secret realm, and as the sun began to rise, the grand entrance to the secret realm officially opened. The duration of this secret realm's opening remains consistent with previous occasions. A month before the deadline arrives, one must actively proceed to the designated gathering place to be transported back. If one fails to arrive in time, no one knows what might transpire, as no cultivator has ever survived after remaining in the secret realm until the next opening. After briefly informing everyone of the rules of the secret realm, the participants began to enter in succession. First were the members of the Ziyang sect, a vast throng stepping through the grand entrance. Following them were disciples from other affiliated sects, who entered in their wake. Finally, it was the remaining loose cultivators. "They've gone," Tang Tian remarked to Shi Yuan. "Remember to keep an eye on the affairs of the sect. We shall meet again in a month." With that, he and Li Hong mingled among the throng of cultivators and stepped through the towering gateway. Upon crossing the threshold, Tang Tian distinctly felt a powerful spatial fluctuation. When they reappeared, the scenery had undergone a complete transformation. Gazing around, he noticed that this realm bore little difference from the outside world. Yet the concentration of spiritual energy was several dozen times greater. A vast influx of pure spiritual power flowed into his body with each breath, instantly merging with his meridians and settling in his dantian. In such an environment, it was no wonder that individuals were willing to pay exorbitant costs to enter. Even ordinary cultivation here yielded far superior results than in the outside world. Not to mention, this realm was replete with abundant spiritual herbs, spiritual objects, and the most precious glazed spirit spring. However, Tang Tian soon realized that this was a realm purely composed of spiritual energy, that it seemed a peculiar rule was suppressing this world, preventing it from ascending to a higher plane, that of immortality. Thus, only cultivators at the tribulation stage and below could enter. The ascended stage, after all, involved the manipulation of immortal power. Yet, deep within the glazed sea, immortal beasts existed. The reasons for this circumstance could only be unraveled upon direct observation. While he pondered, many cultivators had already soared into the distance, vanishing into the endless mountains and forests in search of fortuitous encounters. "Let us depart as well," Tang Tian urged Li Hong, who followed closely behind as he chose a random direction and took flight. The secret realm's expanse was immense, and after a brief period of rapid flight, They could no longer see any other cultivators in sight. Tang Tian slowed his pace, observing the forest below. Suddenly, a lively figure caught his attention. It was a snow-white rabbit, plump and robust, not hopping on the ground, but gracefully leaping across the tree canopy. With agile feet, it could easily cover several dozen meters with a single bound. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Tian vanished in a flash. The next instant, he appeared above the treetop of a colossal tree, holding the very snow-white creature he had just spotted. Soon, Li Hong followed suit and descended. This is a life form entirely constructed of pure spiritual energy, Tang Tian marveled, holding the white rabbit aloft. It gazed up at him with round, innocent eyes, exuding an aura of harmlessness and adorability. With a single squeeze, the rabbit burst in his grasp, transforming into a small orb of concentrated, exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Tang Tian promptly swallowed the energy sphere, feeling an immense surge of spiritual power explosion within his abdomen, flooding into his dantian. He distinctly sensed that his cultivation at the mid-integration stage had advanced slightly. Moments later, Tang Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. If such a creature, merely at the golden core stage, could provide such substantial spiritual energy, what effects might higher-level spiritual beasts or spirit springs yield? Let us begin the search, Tang Tian declared. Chapter 131. The Glazed Pool in the Glazed Secret Realm. Two figures moved swiftly through the skies above the forest, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of distant battles that concluded rapidly. These figures were none other than Tang Tian and Li Hong. After discovering that spiritual beasts could yield considerable amounts of spiritual energy, they commenced hunting these creatures during their quest for spirit springs. They encountered beings at the golden core, nascent soul, transformation stage, and even those at the out-of-body stage. However, given their prowess, they faced no significant obstacles, not to mention Tang Tian. Even Li Hong, who was merely at the mid-out-of-body stage, had seen a marked improvement in combat capability following Shi Yuan's rigorous training. He was now among the elite within the same realm. Unless they encountered someone at the peak of the out-of-body stage, they would face no challenges. Half a day's time swiftly passed. After dispatching a nascent soul-level spirit beast, Tang Tian suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual aura that he called Li Hong over. "Young master." Li Hong replied, his face flushed with excitement after successfully absorbing substantial spiritual energy during their previous hunts, causing his mid-out-of-body stage to show signs of loosening. "Have you discovered something?" Li Hong inquired. Tang Tian nodded, gesturing toward a nearby cliff. After defeating the previous spirit beast, he had sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy, a wave imbued with the essence of a rule. "Let us investigate over there." Before long, they stood before the cliff. As Tang Tian finally attuned himself to the subtle resonance of the Tao, he ultimately focused on a specific rocky region at the cliff center. This area appeared unremarkable, yet he sensed it was extraordinary. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his finger, unleashing a powerful force that struck the rock. In an instant, the stone shattered, massive boulders plummeting to the forest below. Before Tang Tian, a grand cave revealed itself, and a wave of pure spiritual energy surged forth to greet him. "We have found it." Tang Tian smiled, stepping inside. The cave was spacious, with peculiar stones on either side emanating a faint glow. Not long after, they entered a vast internal chamber, enveloped by the mountain itself, where a shallow pool of crystal-clear water lay at its center. "The glazed pool," Li Hong exclaimed in astonishment. "It should be." Tang Tian replied cheerfully. The pool, while modest in size, was undoubtedly superior to the glazed well, and their discovery of it on the very first day within the secret realm was indeed fortuitous. The spiritual energy in this space was palpable. Even standing there, wisps of spiritual power flowed into their bodies. "Young master, what shall we do?" Li Hong knew well the rarity of a glazed pool and felt a surge of excitement at its proximity. However, Tang Tian raised a hand, saying, "Wait, we must first eliminate the guardian." Li Hong was taken aback. The guardian referred to the spirit beast protecting the spring, yet he had noticed no unusual signs upon entering. Could it be that Tang Tian had sensed something? While contemplating, Tang Tian advanced, reaching the edge of the glazed pool. Just as he prepared to step in, a colossal shadow erupted from the water. Lunging toward him. It was a giant crab, over 10 meters long, entirely transparent, yet radiating a spectrum of colors upon leaping. Its immense presence exploded within the confined space. It was a spirit beast at the integration stage. Li Hong gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Young master, be careful." However, before he could finish, Tang Tian raised a hand and grasped the air. A palm print, larger than the crab itself, materialized and firmly held it in place. The next moment, the giant crab exploded, transforming into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy that coalesced in Tang Tian's palm. within the blink of an be careful, Li Hong was momentarily stunned. He understood Tang Tian's strength, but had not anticipated he had grown this formidable. That was a spirit beast at the integration stage. Even if it could be defeated, it shouldn't have been so effortless. The ease with which Tang Tian handled it resembled crushing an ant. While he pondered, Tang Tian absorbed all the spiritual liquid produced from the crab's demise, looking at the glazed pool before him. Tang Tian beckoned Li Hong, saying, "Why don't you give it a try?" Li Hong hesitated for a moment, scratching his head. "Young master, perhaps you should go first. Stop dawdling and just enter," Tang Tian replied, exasperated. "This glazed pool is not sufficient for my cultivation to advance. You first absorb, while I take a moment to study this place." Tang Tian's tone was authoritative, compelling Li Hong to promptly acquiesce and cautiously step into the Liuli pool, sitting cross-legged in the center of the pool. As he began to channel his cultivation technique, he felt an immense surge of spiritual energy rushing in from all directions, seemingly boundless. This energy was not only purer than that of the transformed spirit beasts, but several times more refined than what resided in his Dantian. Akin to the most primordial existence, Li Hong quickly steadied his mind and devoted himself to his cultivation. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood at the water's edge, observing for a while before he began to investigate the spatial realm. After circling around, he discovered that the area comprising the Liuli pool was, in fact, a combination of several natural formations. These formations intertwined, connecting to an exceedingly mysterious location, from which they drew a small amount of spiritual liquid. If he was not mistaken, that place was none other than the unique Liuli Sea. However, upon further examination, Tang Tian found that this connection was one-sided and could not open a passage to the Liuli Sea. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. If he could establish a passage independently, he would not have to resort to the entrance at Xing Gate. Nevertheless, it was not a total loss. Tang Tian discovered that this combination of formations produced a very special Dao rhythm. Just moments ago, he had identified the location of the cave through this Dao rhythm. Henceforth, he only needed to pay close attention to this rhythm to accurately locate other places of fortune. This would save him considerable time in his explorations. According to the patterns within the formation, the intensity of this Dao rhythm should increase with the size of the spiritual spring, the stronger the Dao rhythm. The larger the spiritual spring, Tang Tian pondered. He had practiced countless techniques, enhancing not only his combat abilities, but also his understanding of formations, peculiar arts, and even alchemy and weapon crafting, reaching a profoundly advanced level in all aspects. However, he had seldom engaged in those practices. Today marked his first exhibition of abilities beyond combat. While lost in thought, a sudden powerful aura erupted from the Liuli pool, sweeping through the entire space. Tang Tian turned to glance at Li Hong that he had finally broken through. A faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 132. Crossing the tribulation of the strong within the mountain's internal space, a formidable aura burst forth from Li Hong's body. An overwhelming influx of pure spiritual energy surged into him, rapidly elevating his cultivation. Finally, after a tempest of spiritual energy subsided, Li Hong slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation had transitioned from the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm to the late stage. Young master, Li Hong's face radiated excitement. If he were in the outside world, a breakthrough would likely take at least 2 months. Yet, within merely a day in the Liuli secret realm, he had achieved this milestone. How could he not feel exhilarated? First, stabilize your progress, Tang Tian advised. Li Hong nodded and then inquired, "What about you? Perhaps I should continue cultivating here while you seek greater resources." His recent breakthrough had consumed less than 1/5 of the spiritual energy in the Liuli pool. To absorb it all would require several days. He certainly did not want to delay Tang Tian's time. Moreover, he was acutely aware that remaining by Tang Tian's side would only serve as a burden. However, Tang Tian shook his head, saying, "You should first solidify your cultivation. The Liuli pool won't be around for long. I will take you to a better location." Li Hong felt deeply moved. Compared to their efforts, what they could contribute seemed minuscule. Yet, he did not wish to utter empty words, instead firmly etching this gratitude in his heart, striving to enhance his own strength, hoping to truly accomplish something in the future. After affirming his agreement, he departed the Liuli pool to diligently stabilize his newly attained cultivation. Tang Tian, unfazed, gazed at the Liuli pool and extended his palm, employing the Tao secret technique. Instantly, a tremendous devouring force materialized. The once impenetrable spiritual liquid, which had been incredibly difficult to extract, suddenly found an outlet, transforming into a column of water rushing towards Tang Tian. Subsequently, the spiritual liquid continued to condense in the palm of his hand. Moments later, all the liquid morphed into a small Liuli bead, crystalline and translucent, emanating a mesmerizing radiance. Quite beautiful, Tang Tian mused as he toyed with the liuli bead before casually tossing it into his mouth. Akin to tossing a candy, the terrifying storm of spiritual energy detonated within his abdomen. Such an overwhelming intensity might obliterate even a tribulation-stage cultivator in an instant. Yet, with the blessings of the celestial body and the ancient sacred body, Tang Tian remained unscathed, effortlessly withstanding this force. As the Taotai secret technique operated, all spiritual energy rapidly surged into his dantian, propelling his cultivation forward. In just a moment, he consumed enough spiritual energy to sustain Li Hong for several days and nights. Entirely devouring it, Tang Tian distinctly sensed a significant advancement in his cultivation. However, regrettably, it was still insufficient for him to ascend to the late stage of fusion. Of course, for an ordinary cultivator, this energy would undoubtedly suffice. Yet, due to the various enhancements to his physique, the amount of spiritual energy required for him to break through was immense, nearly equivalent to dozens of times that of an ordinary cultivator. This necessity for swiftly acquiring spiritual energy was precisely why he sought efficient means. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to ascend rapidly. After completing the devouring, Li Hong's cultivation also neared its conclusion. Moments later, the two emerged from the cave. The secret realm lacked the distinction of day and night, yet as cultivators, they could discern that daytime had already passed. The Liuli Sea could open at any moment. He needed to hasten to find a suitable place for Li Hong's cultivation. Let us proceed. In the following days, Tang Tian continued to hunt spirit beasts while also searching for locations of fortune. Following the unique Dao rhythm made his exploration considerably more efficient. Within just 5 days, he had discovered 2 liuli pools, 6 liuli ponds, and an astonishing 19 liuli wells. Such terrifying efficiency would leave others utterly astounded. Typically, a cultivator would consider themselves fortunate to find a single liuli well. Discovering a liuli pool would be an incredible stroke of luck. To obtain a liuli pond would likely prompt a return home with all the good fortune one could muster. As for the liuli lake, that was a notion few would dare to entertain. Yet, Tang Tian's current objective was precisely the liuli lake. If he could successfully locate it, he could confidently leave Li Hong behind while he ventured into the liuli sea. A perilous and unknown domain that did not warrant Li Hong's risk. Alas, despite uncovering a method to explore locations of fortune, his desires remained unfulfilled. It appeared that such high-level places of fortune were indeed scarce. However, he did not leave empty-handed. After absorbing all the spiritual energy from the liuli wells, he successfully broke through to the late stage of fusion, following the consumption of spiritual energy from the 6 liuli pools. He stood on the precipice of achieving perfect fusion. He was merely a step away from summoning the heavenly tribulation and ascending to the tribulation realm. However, given the urgency of time, he chose not to rush his ascension. Instead, condensing all remaining spiritual liquid into liuli beads for storage. 2 liuli ponds yielded 2 liuli beads, each containing vast amounts of spiritual energy, capable of sustaining his cultivation for an extended period even after leaving the secret realm. Their value far surpassed that of innate Dao jade. For now, this shall suffice as a reservoir of spiritual energy, Tang Tian contemplated. After 2 more days, Tang Tian acquired a 4th liuli bead at that moment. He finally sensed the presence of the liuli lake. A massive Dao rhythm surged forth like a tidal wave. Following the trajectory of this rhythm, Tang Tian eventually arrived at a secluded valley. Outside the valley lay a naturally occurring illusionary formation that concealed the entire area. To an outsider, it appeared merely as an ordinary valley. The illusionary formation was exceptionally intricate. It would likely take even a tribulation-stage formation master several months to fully decipher it. Even Tang Tian required a considerable amount of time to unravel the formation. At last, the true visage of the valley came into view. It was a vast, crystalline lake, its surface shimmering and reflecting resplendent hues that captivated the soul. Incredible, Tang Tian exclaimed, then began searching for the guardian spirit beasts. Generally, within the liuli lake, at least one or several tribulation-stage spirit beasts would exist. However, upon inspection, Tang Tian was astonished to find that such a large lake harbored no spirit beasts whatsoever. Ultimately, he concluded that the external formation was so potent that it rendered guardian beasts unnecessary. Contemplating, Tang Tian decided to bring Li Hong along. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from the distance behind him. "Ha ha, what lucky little fellows you are, managing to find the liuli lake. It seems there are no guardian spirit beasts. Are you favored by the heavenly Dao?" The voice drew nearer, and soon 3 figures approached at a rapid pace. Landing before Tang Tian, They unabashedly unleashed their auras. Tribulation Realm. Moreover, they were formidable Tribulation Realm cultivators. Greetings, Fortunate One, boomed a red-haired giant at the forefront. You are indeed lucky, but regrettably, such immense fortune is beyond your merit. Depart now, and mind your tongue. Otherwise, he suddenly shook his head and chuckled. Ah, never mind. I am not skilled at foreplay. If I continue, I might end up laughing myself. Let all perish. With that, the giant extended his massive hand. A terrifying force imbued with celestial might crashing down upon Tang Tian. Above the horizon, a colossal hand materialized as the red-haired giant pressed down gradually. The enormous hand thundered from the heavens. Simultaneously, Tang Tian felt as though the very space around him was firmly locked. With no escape, helplessly witnessing the giant hand obscure the sky and descend upon him. Boom! An overwhelming roar erupted, shaking the mountains and forests. Countless towering trees toppled, and where Tang Tian and Li Hong stood, a massive handprint, several meters deep, was left behind. Throughout this ordeal, neither Tang Tian nor Li Hong uttered a single word. Why create such a ruckus? A female cultivator shot a disapproving glance at the red-haired giant. There are other formidable beings here. If we attract their attention, it will lead to complications. The giant laughed heartily. Even a lion uses all its might to hunt a rabbit. It is my habit. Who knows if that young lad possesses other means? Better to eliminate him swiftly. The female cultivator shook her head but refrained from further comment. However, their companion, a black-haired youth, frowned slightly. Something feels amiss. The giant paused. What seems off? The youth replied quietly. That young man is a consummate cultivator at the peak of the fusion stage. It is unlikely he would remain utterly silent. Furthermore, I have not sensed any signs of life extinguishing. They vanished as if they were spirited away. The giant was taken aback, then exchanged glances with his female companion before darting to the edge of the handprint. Gazing down, he was met with a ghastly sight. Every living thing crushed to mere paper. Yet, where Tang Tian had stood, nothing remained. How could this be? The giant exclaimed, astonishment lacing his voice that I sealed all his escape routes. How did he? Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically. This is bad, he roared. And the other two sensed a foreboding instinctively. Yet, before they could react, the ground trembled violently. In the next moment, dozens of massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, soaring skyward in an instant. The tops of the pillars converged, forming an immense stone cage that enveloped the three of them. A heavy and dreadful aura pressed down upon their souls. Flee this place, the giant bellowed, exerting force beneath him, attempting to escape this precarious situation. However, before he could reach the edge, a colossal stone statue erupted from the depths of the earth, swinging its enormous fist toward him. The giant's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, unleashing his full power from the late stage of tribulation. Colliding head-on with the statue. Boom! The two forces clashed, the statue's fist shattering, its arm fracturing into massive debris that rained from the sky. Overreaching, the giant sneered, preparing to exit the cage. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his grin froze. The earth shook violently, and after the first statue fell, another warrior statue rose, swinging its colossal fist with ferocious might toward him. Boom! A series of explosive sounds reverberated, shaking the heavens, after the giant destroyed 4 statues. The fifth sent him crashing back, skidding to a stop after flying a considerable distance. His face paled, eyes twitching, for in his line of sight appeared 20 more identical statues. Who possesses such terrifying abilities? Could it be that young man? His mind raced, grappling with disbelief. In that moment, the other two faced similar onslaughts. The black-haired youth destroyed the second wave of warrior statues, only to be pushed back by the subsequent ones. The female cultivator, caught off guard, was struck head-on, crashing into the hard earth, droplets of blood scattering in the air. Yet, she swiftly regrouped with the others, standing back to back, their eyes filled with horror. What on earth is happening? She exclaimed. The black-haired youth furrowed his brow, eyes glimmering as he searched for weaknesses in the array. Unfortunately, it seemed their adversary had no intention of granting them an opportunity to retaliate. The massive stone hand coalesced above them, identical in size, presence, and sensation to the giant's initial strike. Witnessing the familiar colossal hand, the red-haired giant's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, "It truly is." Before he could finish, the stone hand crashed down upon their heads. Boom! An unprecedented quake reverberated as the hand embedded itself deep into the earth, trapping the 3 tribulation stage cultivators beneath. However, this predicament did not persist for long. They were, after all, late-stage tribulation warriors. Before long, the stone hand shattered, and the three figures re-emerged into the world. Yet, their expressions were grim, particularly the slightly weaker female cultivator, whose complexion had begun to pale. The previous hand bore the power of the array, and it took immense effort to break free. "Who are you?" the giant questioned, now wary, realizing the opponent's methods were diverse and formidable. Each strike was relentless, leaving them gasping for breath. The most terrifying aspect was their inability to ascertain their opponent's identity. "Cowardly turtle, dare you emerge for a fair fight against me?" The giant's voice dripped with provocation, understanding that if this continued, they would be relegated to a position of utter passivity. Alas, their adversary offered no reply. Suddenly, dozens of stone pillars emitted a hazy glow, an enigmatic aura materializing within the array. Following this, the scattered debris in the sky seemed to respond to an invisible call, swiftly coalescing into over 100 thick chains. Radiating a light akin to that of the pillars, the three sensed impending doom and attempted to unleash their abilities to escape. Yet, it was too late. The ground beneath them shifted as if awakening, firmly anchoring them in place in the blink of an eye. The earth and chains intertwiningly connected, sealing off the entire array. The arcane and eerie energy pressed down upon them, binding their cultivation and even their souls, rendering their struggles futile. This moment, a figure slowly emerged in the sky, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. It was Tang Tian. "Who are you?" he inquired coldly, beholding the figure above. The three tribulation powers wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost. "It truly is him." The red-haired giant gaped, at a loss for words. This boy not only emerged unscathed from his attack, but had also set up an array unbeknownst to them, effortlessly subduing all three tribulation warriors. Such an occurrence was unfathomable. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation. The other two shared similar thoughts, unable to fathom how a young cultivator at the peak of the fusion stage could so easily suppress three late-stage tribulation warriors without a hint of resistance. What kind of prodigy could achieve such a feat? As they remained silent, Tang Tian pressed on. "Who are you?" Though it was evident they had come for the Lili Lake, he sought clarity on any connections to Qinghua's sect. Unfortunately, the trio remained uncooperative. The red-haired giant fixed a steely gaze upon Tang Tian, snarling, "Boy, if you possess the courage, release the array, and let us engage in a fair battle. Winning through treachery brings you no honor." In response to the taunting words, Tang Tian remained indifferent, slightly lifting his hand. Instantly, the chains binding the red-haired giant tightened, constricting his body with a chilling, creaking sound. The giant's face reddened, anguish evident as he could no longer endure. "Wait, stop. I shall tell you." Yet, Tang Tian remained impassive, the chains only drawing tighter. "Damn it, stop," the mighty warrior bellowed in fury. Yet, despite his desperate cries, Tang Tian remained unmoved. His once proud physique began to contort under the relentless grip of the chains. No. Ultimately, amidst the anguished wails of the red-haired giant, the chains tightened to their fullest extent. With a resounding crash, his body shattered, transforming into a mist of blood that splattered upon the two remaining individuals. Witnessing this, their hearts plummeted, for they realized that this seemingly youthful prodigy was not so easily deceived. As Tang Tian cast his gaze upon them, the female cultivator could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "I am a disciple of the Red Moon Master from Yellow Sand Ridge. If you dare to act recklessly..." Her threat was cut short. Upon hearing her declaration of allegiance, Tang Tian acted swiftly, unleashing a burst of blood mist. Soon, only the strongest black-haired youth remained. His expression faltered as he regarded Tang Tian, tentatively speaking, "You must be a prodigy under the banner of Cloud Summit, right? Apart from you, it seems no one else possesses such strength." Tang Tian observed him quietly, neither confirming nor denying. Suddenly, he inquired, "Are you familiar with Qinghua's sect?" The black-haired youth was momentarily taken aback. Yet, as if a realization dawned upon him, he hastily shouted, "Wait, I know." Alas, it was too late. His momentary hesitation indicated a disconnection from Qinghua's sect, and Tang Tian had no interest in hearing any further fabrications. That he tightened the chains, executing the youth on the spot. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the entire stone formation collapsed, burying the scene of the incident, along with the auras of the three tribulation cultivators. Deep within the earth, the light of day re-emerged. Following this, Tang Tian once again beckoned the forces of nature, causing the fallen trees to rise anew, and even the barren ground beneath his feet swiftly sprouted new flora. In no time, everything returned to its former state, leaving no trace of the earlier events. After completing this, Tang Tian descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, Li Hong's figure materialized from the void, "Young master, are you unharmed? Where are they?" Li Hong remained ensnared in a state of shock and anxiety, only aware that the three individuals had suddenly turned violent, before he found himself in a dark space and then reappeared to see Tang Tian. "I am fine that I have dealt with them," Tang Tian replied calmly. There was no need for everyone to know about this. Although the battle seemed smooth, it had its perils. Had the three not been careless and failed to notice the grand formation he had set, they might have posed a significant challenge. Perhaps even his ultimate techniques would have been required. Fortunately, no unforeseen circumstances arose. With their minds elsewhere, the three had no chance to retaliate, being completely subdued throughout the encounter. Through this battle, Tang Tian gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. Even utilizing only conventional methods, beneath the Ascension realm, there seemed to be no one capable of rivaling him. His boundless techniques and comprehension of the laws had far surpassed others. Even within the Ascension realm, he could at least achieve a stalemate without lost as for unconventional methods. Should he truly unleash his mastery of myriad laws, based on past experiences, perhaps even celestial beings could be confronted. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian softly said, "Let us proceed inside." After all this time, he had yet to behold the famed luminous lake and its true visage. Subsequently, the two passed through the formation's barrier and entered the valley. The aura of spiritual energy immediately enveloped them. The spiritual springs within Luminous Lake surpassed those of Luminous Pond in both quantity and quality. Should he manage to absorb all of it, Tang Tian estimated it might propel him directly to the late stages of tribulation. For Li Hong, it would be more than sufficient, allowing for uninterrupted absorption over an entire year, after further exploration to confirm the absence of any spiritual beasts. Tang Tian instructed Li Hong, "You may cultivate here. The luminous sea should be opening soon." With that, he raised his hand and summoned a transparent jewel, presenting it to Li Hong. "This is the core to control the external formation. Should any unforeseen events arise, use it to conceal yourself within the grand formation. Below the celestial realm, no one can find you." Li Hong respectfully accepted the formation core, responding affirmatively, "Cultivate diligently. I will rely on you to ascend to Cloud Summit." Tang Tian remarked with a smile. Li Hong solemnly vowed, "I will not disappoint your expectations." Tang Tian nodded. Then with a light flick of his fingers, his figure faded from the valley. Chapter 135. Entering the Luminous Sea after departing the valley. Tang Tian temporarily halted his search for the Land of Fortune. He had noticed significant disparities between different levels of such lands that it could be said that a luminous lake held value several dozen times greater than that of a mere luminous pond. With this in mind, further searching was unnecessary. His ultimate goal was the Luminous Sea, the origin of all lands of fortune. Who knew what wonders lay there? After resting for a while, Tang Tian began to wander leisurely. Within the secret realm, apart from spiritual beasts and lands of fortune, there existed a plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits. Previously, he had not sought these out for Li Hong's training, but now he could indulge his appetite. As he journeyed, he gathered numerous delightful treasures. The spiritual fruits here were even more delectable than those outside, bursting with juice and refreshment with each bite. During his stroll, he encountered several other cultivators, some cautiously seeking spiritual items, while others fought fiercely over a luminous well. However, Tang Tian merely observed from a distance, refraining from involvement. 2 days passed in this manner, and on the 10th day of his entrance into the secret realm, news finally arrived from Xiang sect. "The entrance is open." Tang Tian sighed in relief. A third of the time had elapsed, and had there been no updates, he would have prepared to search for the entrance himself. Observing the location marked on the jade plate, Tang Tian discerned the direction, breaking through the clouds and swiftly making his way. Approximately an hour later, he arrived at the designated spot indicated by the jade plate. The terrain here was relatively flat, but ahead loomed a magnificent mountain range, resembling a pillar of heaven, reaching skyward with no visible summit. It was truly awe-inspiring. Midway up the mountain, several individuals donned in Xiang sect attire stood silently, their backs to a massive dark cave. That must surely be the entrance to the Luminous Sea. Tang Tian soared forward. Upon nearing, he realized that in addition to Xiang sect disciples, there were a dozen other cultivators gathered here. Their auras varied, yet it was evident they were not part of Xiang sect. After Tang Tian arrived, he produced the jade plate indicating his location. Over there, a Xiang sect disciple examined it and gestured for him to join the group of cultivators. His tone lacking any politeness, Tang Tian paid it no mind, moving to stand among them. It appeared these individuals were also external cultivators who had purchased entry rights to the Luminous Sea. After waiting a while, another dozen cultivators arrived, culminating in approximately 30 external cultivators. Each had contributed 20 pieces of innate Tao jade, amounting to over 600 in total. Such easy earnings. Everyone gather, once all were present. The Ziyang sect disciple responsible for their reception called out that we will now take you to the luminous sea. Remember, do not look around carelessly, do not inquire indiscriminately, and do not wander off. Follow our arrangements, or you will bear the consequences. Do you understand? Though this disciple's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of integration, his uncompromising words left even those in the later stages of tribulation nodding in agreement, not daring to speak further. The reason for their compliance lay in the insignia upon his attire. Ziyang's sect was not to be trifled with, and neither was Cloud Summit, where even the slightest offense was intolerable. Under the guidance of the Ziyang sect disciple, the group entered the dark cave. Upon entry, as their vision adjusted, Tang Tian realized this was not a naturally formed cave, but rather one artificially excavated. The walls bore the scars of battle, indicating that the excavation had not been an easy task. The cave was long, and as they ventured further, the traces of conflict grew more pronounced in some areas. Entire sections of the mountain had collapsed, and occasionally, one could see remnants of blood, since spiritual beasts lack blood. These must have been left by the disciples of Ziyang's sect. It was no wonder they had taken 10 full days to completely clear the entrance. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Moments later, the group emerged from the cave, and the scene before them was breathtaking. A vast, crystalline sea stretched out, shimmering and boundless, lying before them. Colorful mists swirled above the surface, shifting shapes in the sunlight, creating a kaleidoscope of forms that it felt as though one had entered a dream. The scene instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What are you shouting about? A disciple of the Ziyang sect reprimanded. Don't act as if you've never seen the world before. You all stay by the shore. I will report this. No one is allowed to enter the water without permission. With that, he turned and walked towards another disciple, who appeared to be the overseer of the area. Tang Tian, alongside other practitioners, arrived at the shores of the Liuli Sea. The dense spiritual energy enveloped them like a tangible essence. Merely inhaling it made him feel the shackles of his cultivation stir with anticipation. He was not mistaken. Compared to other places of fortune, the quality of spiritual energy here was on an entirely different level, purer and more primal. Furthermore, as they ventured deeper into the sea, the quality continued to ascend, making one wonder what wonders lay in the ocean's depths. Tang Tian gazed across the vibrant martial aura, wishing to explore further. However, he noticed dozens of powerful Ziyang sect disciples forming a great arc at equal intervals, wielding peculiar spiritual implements that interconnected to create an invisible barrier. This wall effectively warded off the terrifying spiritual beasts lurking in the depths, preventing them from approaching. Tang Tian soon understood that the influx of peak tribulation practitioners into the Ziyang sect was to establish a safe zone in the Liuli Sea for their disciples to cultivate. Outside practitioners would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve such a feat, unable to withstand the might of the formidable sea beasts, left only to lament their helplessness. The advantages of a powerful sect were indeed profound. Tang Tian mused as he contemplated. The Ziyang disciple returned. You are to cultivate no farther than 10 meters from the shore. Anyone who dares to cross this boundary will face immediate execution, he announced loudly. Many faces contorted in discontent, for they had realized that the deeper they ventured into the sea, the higher the quality of spiritual energy. The area by the shore was the most inferior in the entire Liuli Sea. After spending a considerable sum, were they not entitled to enjoy it? One person's expression betrayed his indignation. Yet, ultimately, no one dared to challenge authority first. The shore was still preferable to the treacherous Liuli Lake, and at least they would not incur as many risks. Soon, individuals began to wade into the sea. Tang Tian also prepared to descend, but he had no intention of remaining in the designated area. Having arrived at the Liuli Sea, he possessed countless methods to delve deeper without detection from the Ziyang disciples. However, just as he was about to enter the water, several figures emerged from a cave. These individuals exuded an aura of immense strength, all at least peak tribulation experts. They clearly did not belong to the Ziyang sect, yet the haughty disciples transformed their expressions to one of servility upon spotting them. After a brief exchange, those individuals turned their attention towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. Each of them held a black spear, identical to the one in Tian Yangsheng's possession. Chapter 136. A sudden outburst before Tang Tian's eyes. 5 formidable figures wielding black spears approached him. However, to his surprise, they did not fix their gaze upon him, but rather on the collective of external practitioners. Who was Zhongwu? The leader, clad in black, bellowed. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain no one daring to step forward. Observing this, the black-clad leader coldly stated, I know you are here. If you come forward now, I can guarantee your survival. But if you remain obstinate, I will make your death a mere wish. With that, the overwhelming aura of peak tribulation surged forth, enveloping all the external practitioners. Tang Tian frowned slightly as the pressure intensified. He confirmed his suspicion. These individuals belonged to the War God Hall. Jiangwu? He remained silent, sensing that their intentions were far from benign. Under the immense pressure, the practitioners appeared increasingly alarmed. Some turned pale. Yet none dared to reveal themselves. That it seemed they genuinely did not know who Jiangwu was. At that moment, a Zhang disciple stepped forward, speaking softly, Esteemed sirs, could there be a mistake? We are well aware of these individuals' backgrounds. They should not be criminals. The black-clad leader shot him a glance, saying, Are you doubting the War God Hall's intelligence? The Zhang disciple quickly waved his hands. Of course not. It's just that never mind. Please continue. Clearly, he did not wish to provoke these formidable figures from the Tianfu. The leader huffed coldly, then addressed the external practitioners. You refuse to come forth. It appears you wish to test my patience. In that case, before he could finish, he suddenly lunged forward. The spear sliced through the air with unmatched force, enveloping everyone present. He unleashed his full strength, and the power was terrifying. Those who were slightly less formidable perished instantaneously, while the equally powerful tribulation practitioners only narrowly managed to withstand the assault, sustaining grave injuries as they coughed up blood. The practitioners attempted to respond, but the other four black-clad figures immediately followed suit, unleashing an even more ferocious attack that obliterated the area where the external practitioners stood. Not a single figure nor a drop of blood remained, only a chaotic storm of energy. The suddenness and speed of the event left even the Zhang disciples momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, all external practitioners had vanished. What are you doing? One disciple bellowed in outrage. Other Zhang disciples rushed over, including several peak tribulation experts. Yet the black-clad individuals remained unfazed. The leader turning to them with a mocking smile. That rogue possesses exceptionally powerful concealment techniques. If he does not voluntarily reveal himself, no one can discover him. Therefore, I prefer to err on the side of caution. Such is the style of the War God Hall. Do you have any objections? His tone conveyed a complete disregard for the lives lost. A peak tribulation expert from the Ziyang sect stepped forward. Frowning, you should at least inform us. This is Ziyang sect territory. Even if you hail from Tianfu, you cannot act so tyrannically. Those individuals have paid a substantial amount of innate Dao jade to enter. The leader of the black-clad figures scoffed dismissively. What's the big deal? A bunch of obstinate external practitioners. Find any excuse, and they can be easily dispatched. The dangers of the Lioli Sea make unexpected occurrences quite normal. He spoke casually. However, upon seeing the darkening expressions of the Ziyang disciples, he softened his tone. Jiangwu is a wanted criminal by our War God Hall. If we can successfully eliminate him today, you will have rendered us great assistance. I will make sure to mention this to the deputy commander when I return. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Zhang disciples eased slightly. If there was potential for mutual benefit, then all would be well. Ultimately, they did not regard the lives of the external practitioners as significant. That a sudden upheaval seemed poised to settle. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the void. Jiangwu, you are indeed searching for me. The voice resonated. A figure reappeared in the space where the external practitioners had vanished. Tang Tian. After the black-clad figures had launched their assault, he had grasped the entire situation. These individuals were undoubtedly sent by Tian Yangshan. The so-called Jiangwu was merely a ruse to divert suspicion from the Ziyang sect. At the very least, it provided an excellent excuse. Even if Qinghua sect came to investigate and suspected Tian Yangshan, they could not ultimately pin down any guilt. A clever tactic indeed. Unfortunately for them, they had vastly underestimated his capabilities. Upon seeing Tang Tian, the black-clad figures frowned, astonishment flickering in their eyes, while the Ziyang sect disciples immediately grew wary. To escape from such a ferocious attack was not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. After a brief standoff, the leader of the black-clad figures suddenly shouted, He is Jiangwu. Ding sect, assist me in capturing him. He sought to incite the Ziyang disciples to join forces against Tang Tian, intending to eliminate him amid the chaos. However, Tang Tian directly tossed a jade token to the Ziyang expert, declaring, I am Tang Tian of Qinghua sect. Ziyang disciples, I believe some of you can discern the truth of today's events. The Ziyang expert grasped the jade token, scrutinizing it closely, and his brow furrowed deeply. The identities of disciples under Tianfu were notoriously difficult to forge, especially someone like Tang Tian, a highly esteemed honorary disciple within the sect. Moreover, he had indeed heard of recent tumult within Qinghua sect, involving a complex interplay of various forces. Among them was the Hall of War Gods. Before long, he discerned the truth of the matter. Returning the jade token that signified Tang Tian's identity, he cast a cold glance at the members of the Hall of War Gods and stated with a heavy tone, "I will report all that has transpired today truthfully. The existence of external cultivators has its rationale. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents must be accounted for by the Hall of War Gods. As for your grievances among yourselves, they fall outside the jurisdiction of the Ziyang sect. Mind yourselves." With that, he swept away, leaving only Tang Tian and the 5 from the Hall of War Gods. Chapter 137. Annihilation of the 5 crossing tribulations. Upon confirming Tang Tian's true identity, the members of the Ziyang sect retreated voluntarily, leaving Tang Tian and the 5 from the Hall of War Gods in a standoff. The failed plan left the leader of the Hall of War Gods looking somewhat defeated, his gaze shifting back and forth before finally settling on Tang Tian. That it seems that Tian Yangxing's understanding of you was not entirely accurate, he remarked nonchalantly. Tang Tian stroked his chin. "Oh, what did he say?" The leader in black shook his head, saying, "He informed us that aside from the numerous spiritual artifacts you possess, your own strength is at most at the out-of-body stage. Yet you, at the very least, should be in the late fusion stage, correct? Otherwise, even with an abundance of spiritual artifacts, it would be impossible for you to escape our recent onslaught." Tang Tian remained silent. Since the selection of core disciples, he had not revealed his true strength before others. That day atop the southern peak, he had merely relied on a multitude of spiritual artifacts. Thus, it was only natural for Tian Yangxing's assessment of his power to be flawed. However, just moments ago, he had not escaped their sudden attack solely by means of spiritual artifacts. "Are you not going to feign a bit longer? Why admit outright that Tian Yangxing sent you?" Tang Tian asked. The leader in black scoffed coldly. "The Hall of War Gods despises pretense. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, we would not have employed such a method." Tang Tian's expression turned disdainful. "So, it seems that being cautious and fearful is the true nature of the Hall of War Gods. How disappointing!" Tang Tian's mockery. The 5 were instantly incensed. "Tang Tian, I warn you, you may say whatever you wish, but never provoke the dignity of the Hall of War Gods," the leader in black said coldly. Tang Tian shook his head. "Enough. You lot are even inferior to those external cultivators from earlier. The Hall of War Gods, mere trash." His utter humiliation incited the fury of the 5 from the Hall of War Gods once more. The aura of the crossing tribulation stage erupted again, their spears trembling as if they were about to launch an attack. Yet, Tang Tian was faster than them. As soon as he spoke, he extended his hand, enveloping them all in an invisible force. A terrifying power surged forth. "You seek death." The 5 from the Hall of War Gods, filled with rage, broke free from Tang Tian's confinement and charged at him. Tang Tian's expression remained unchanged as he slowly pushed out a palm, colliding head-on with them at the same time. With his other hand, he traced a profound rune in the air. The moment their forces met, the power of space erupted, and the 6 figures vanished from that area. The members of the Ziyang sect, who had been monitoring the situation, deliberated on whether to intervene upon witnessing the imminent clash, only to find that all had completely disappeared. It's a spatial technique. One strong cultivator frowned. "What should we do? Should we pursue them?" someone asked. The Ziyang sect's strong cultivator pondered and ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. This is an internal conflict of the Qinghua sect. We merely need to report the events here truthfully to our superiors." The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a young genius scoffed. "Those from the Hall of War Gods are too domineering. Not only did they recklessly kill on our turf, but after Tang Tian revealed his identity, they still sought to pursue him for slaughter. Does the Tianfu not intervene?" A Ziyang sect strongman replied. "The Tianfu has its own regulations. Their actions have already crossed the line. Pursuing Tang Tian is merely a display of their embarrassment, but it is indeed infuriating. Though it has nothing to do with us, I still hope that Tang Tian can successfully escape." After discussing for a while, they resumed expanding the safety perimeter of the Liuli Sea. As this incident had little to do with them at most, they could only wish Tang Tian good fortune in their hearts. However, the reality diverged slightly from their expectations. Deep within the Liuli Sea, 6 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air, landing atop the surface of the water. It was Tang Tian and the 5 from the Hall of War Gods. Observing the surrounding environment, the leader of the Hall of War Gods furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. "You possess such strength. Not only did you fend off our assault, but you also forcibly removed us from that area. You have concealed yourself well. The other 4 members also displayed signs of shock that a cultivator at the fusion stage managed to forcibly take them. 5 crossing tribulation stage cultivators, away. This was no ordinary feat. I merely wished to avoid killing in front of the Zhang sect members, Tang Tian replied, his gaze calm and indifferent. The reason for leaving that area was twofold. First, to prevent the Zhang sect from meddling. Second, to avoid exposing his true strength before so many witnesses. The third reason was fortuitously entering the depths of the Liuli Sea. Hearing Tang Tian's words, the leader in black became infuriated. Oh, you truly believe you can intimidate us? The Hall of War Gods fears nothing, not even the Ascended, let alone a mere brat like you, since you seek death. Come and meet your end. With a thunderous roar, the leader in black and the 4 disciples of the Hall of War Gods launched a full-scale assault on Tang Tian. Yet Tang Tian remained unfazed. His expression unchanged. I shan't play with you any longer. As he spoke, he slowly extended his hand. Time seemed to freeze. An imposing presence descended from the distant heavens, causing the very laws of this space to tremble. The 5 from the Hall of War Gods found themselves ensnared in a terrifying quagmire, struggling to move even an inch. An annihilating force began to descend, enveloping them in an aura of death. Fear gripped the hearts of the 5 as they looked at Tang Tian in horror. They could scarcely believe that a young cultivator, one at a lower realm than themselves, possessed such despair-inducing power. They watched helplessly as their spears disintegrated under that suffocating pressure, soon followed by their very bodies beginning to fade away. Terror filled every heart. The leader in black turned pale, his eyes wide with fear. He wished to beg for mercy but could not even utter a complete sentence, merely watching as his body slowly dissolved. Moments later, calm returned. Upon the sea's surface, only Tang Tian remained. The 5 from the Hall of War Gods had vanished completely. Fearless, are we? Tang Tian scoffed, recalling the terror in the eyes of the 5, akin to that of desperate mortals. Taking a deep breath, he examined his palm, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Tao of all methods had been mastered. How terrifying indeed. Chapter 138. The strange little cat deep within the Liuli Sea. The area where Tang Tian stood had been thoroughly cleared following the recent battle. This was the first time he had employed the Tao of all methods in actual combat, and its power exceeded his expectations, surpassing even spiritual and celestial energy, belonging instead to a realm of rule-based power. Faced with 5 cultivators at the crossing tribulation stage, it was akin to a dimensional suppression, leaving no room for retaliation. Even the Celestial from the Tengyun Merchant Association had not imparted such a feeling to Tang Tian. However, above the celestial realm, there existed even more unpredictable techniques. Thus, even with the Tao of all methods as his trump card, one must remain vigilant. It was best to elevate his cultivation first. Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings. He had delved deep into the Liuli Sea, where the presence of formidable spiritual beasts surrounded him, likely at least at the ascended stage. Yet, owing to the lingering might of the Tao of all methods, they remained dormant, quietly lurking beneath the water's surface. Seeing this, Tang Tian completely relaxed his guard. The power of the rules was released, enveloping him and intimidating the surrounding spirits. This had a noticeable effect. Upon sensing Tang Tian's aura, the spiritual beasts retreated further away, some even turning to flee in haste. One could only hope they would grow wiser. My aspirations do not lie with you, Tang Tian remarked with a smile. That it had been 10 days since he entered the secret realm, and only 2/3 of his time remained. He needed to find a suitable place to absorb spiritual energy post-haste. After surveying the environment of the azure glass sea, he noted it was akin to that of the dragon transformation pool. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the ocean, the quality and concentration of spiritual energy would rise exponentially. Contemplating this, he followed the direction of the energy convergence and continued to soar forward. Along his journey, Tang Tian encountered increasingly formidable spirit beasts. At times, their overwhelming presence could be sensed from a considerable distance. However, shielded by the power of the myriad laws, he remained unharmed, with the beasts merely observing from afar. Too intimidated to approach, after approximately a day and a half, Tang Tian finally reached the deepest point of the azure glass sea, the area richest in spiritual energy. Before him lay a colossal whirlpool, mysteriously formed in the heart of the ocean. Intriguingly, this whirlpool was not consuming seawater, but rather releasing it as it spun. An endless stream of pure spiritual liquid surged outward, and the released energy coalesced into a vast, vibrant cloud of spiritual aura in the sky. Sensing no immediate danger, Tang Tian dove directly into the whirlpool. Upon entering the water, he was enveloped by a thick, viscous sensation, akin to plunging into a massive blob of powerful adhesive. This adhesive force was so potent that even those at the pinnacle of transformation would struggle to move, ultimately succumbing to suffocation. Yet, this posed no challenge for Tang Tian. The power of the laws around him effortlessly created a barrier, allowing him to descend unimpeded. As he sank slowly, the external light quickly faded, but the water itself radiated a myriad of colors, making him feel as though he had entered a dazzling alternate realm. After a considerable time, he finally reached the ocean floor. However, the sight before him exceeded his expectations. That he had anticipated a fantastical source of such a wondrous secret realm, at the very least expecting a magnificent or mysterious locale. To his surprise, the bottom of the whirlpool was utterly mundane, covered in white gravel, devoid of any remarkable features. The entity responsible for releasing the spiritual energy was merely an unremarkable jade fragment, dull and irregular, resembling a shattered piece of a complete jade disc. Tang Tian found it hard to believe that he examined the jade piece thoroughly, but discovered nothing extraordinary about it. It was plain and exuded a natural essence, as if the boundless spiritual energy emanated from it effortlessly. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to grasp the jade piece. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, it suddenly moved. With a twist, it evaded his grasp and transformed into a pale white kitten, darting away into the depths of the sea. Tang Tian was taken aback. He had sensed no sign of life during his earlier examination. Even after its transformation into a cat, he could not detect its presence. Could it be that the dense natural aura obscured its true identity? As he pondered, the kitten vanished from sight. Yet, Tang Tian remained unfazed. For the kitten's speed was not particularly fast, and its movements could be traced on a fundamental level. "Let me see what you truly are," he smiled slightly, and pursued the direction it had fled. Moments later, at another spot on the ocean floor, the little white cat scrambled over a sand dune and concealed itself behind several large stones. Pressed against the rocks, it breathed heavily, its eyes reflecting a human-like expression of fear. After a moment, it perked its ears and cautiously peeked out, glancing behind to ensure it was not being pursued before exhaling a long sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, a voice rang out beside it. "Hi." Unbeknownst to it, Tang Tian stood smiling at its side. The little cat's fur bristled, its white coat standing on end, and its dark eyes were filled with terror as it fixated on Tang Tian. It then frantically kicked up a cloud of sand with its little paws and bolted away once more. Tang Tian shook his head slightly and continued his pursuit. After a short while, they confronted each other once again. "What exactly are you?" Tang Tian inquired. The little white cat hesitated before attempting to flee once more. "But I know you can understand me. I simply wish to converse," he said. The little cat bristled and ran again. But soon, Tang Tian blocked its path once more. "Aren't you tired? In such a confined space, there's nowhere left to escape." The little cat glared at him warily and turned to flee again. However, this time, Tang Tian did not allow it the opportunity. With a pointed finger, he summoned the power of the laws, sealing off all its escape routes and trapping it in place. "Don't run anymore. I truly just want to talk," he said. The little white cat's eyes turned red as it glared at him. Tang Tian's astonishment. It spoke. "You're deceiving me. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Its voice sounded almost childlike, innocent yet fierce. Before he could respond, the cat shouted defiantly, "Even if I die, I will not become a tool for your kind to harm others." With that proclamation, it erupted into a furious roar, unleashing an extraordinary resonance that swept through the entire secret realm. Chapter 139. The Celestial Canopy of All Laws at the Entrance of the Azure Glass Sea. After over a week of exploration, the formidable members of the Xiang sect had finally established a safe zone. They could venture no further, for the deeper they went, the more powerful the spirit beasts became. Beasts at the transformation stage, even celestial beasts, were plentiful. They could not afford to be reckless. Thus, the elite members halted here, forming a vast fan-shaped perimeter, confronting the formidable spirit beasts outside to ensure the safety of their disciples within the sanctuary. However, just as they were organizing their disciples' training schedules, an unusual wave of energy swept through without warning. Instantly, all the spirit beasts outside seemed to receive some command, erupting into a furious frenzy and roaring wildly. They all turned and swam towards the deepest part of the Azure Glass Sea. The members of the Xiang sect were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. "Has anything like this happened before?" someone asked. "No," came the reply. "The secret realm has been developed for centuries. The movements of spirit beasts are predictable, each with their own territory, never straying beyond." Soon, someone else chimed in. So what has caused this? Is there something abnormal occurring in the depths of the ocean? The group furrowed their brows in concern. Only cultivators at the tribulation stage and below could enter the azure glass secret realm. Yet the realm housed more than just tribulation stage beings. For hundreds of years, the strongest recorded spirit beast in Xiang's sect was at the true immortal level, if something alarming were indeed afoot. Prompting such a being to stir, it could spell doom for them all. That we must investigate. If something catastrophic has occurred, we must leave this information for the sect, even at the cost of our lives. After a brief discussion, several powerful cultivators from Xiang's sect set off hastily towards the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, at the ocean floor's deepest point, after the little white cat's furious roar, Tang Tian sensed several terrifying presences rapidly approaching him. Moreover, within his sensing range, even more figures began to appear. Soon, countless spirit beasts surrounded him, their aura emanating power above the celestial realm. The first to appear were at least celestial beings. Tang Tian frowned and looked at the little white cat. "Are you truly not going to speak with me?" The little white cat remained bristled, growling. "What is there to discuss with your kind? Today, it's either you or me." With that command, the surrounding spirit beasts erupted into a cacophony of roars and simultaneously launched an assault on Tang Tian. The terrifying celestial power conjured a maelstrom of energy, surging towards him. Such might would spell disaster for even a celestial realm cultivator. Yet, regrettably for them, they faced Tang Tian as the dreadful attack bore down upon him. Tang Tian unleashed the entirety of the myriad laws that a sea of stars manifested within the ocean, reminiscent of the realm he had encountered during his cultivation of the myriad laws, when the starry expanse emerged. The fundamental rules of nature shifted, and countless stars illuminated the sky, enveloping the surrounding area in a grand celestial canopy. Myriad laws, celestial canopy, Tang Tian uttered softly. The celestial canopy of all laws was the most powerful technique he had ever conceived. A culmination of all his abilities, this technique had existed only in theory until today, when he unleashed it for the first time in battle. Its effect astonished even him. In that moment, he felt as if he had become the master of the universe within this celestial canopy. Omnipotent, with a mere lift of his hand, he effortlessly dissipated all the spirit beasts' attacks. With a mere snap of fingers, all the celestial beasts enveloped beneath the heavens exploded, transforming into boundless spiritual energy that melded into the surrounding waters. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly, bang, bang, bang. Regardless of how many spiritual beasts surged forth, they met their demise instantaneously. Unable to even launch a single attack, the small white cat stared wide-eyed, trembling in its diminutive form as it witnessed the rapid annihilation of each beast. It seemed even it could not fathom the extent of Tang Tian's formidable strength. Nevertheless, it gritted its teeth and fixed its gaze on Tang Tian, showing no sign of retreat. Tang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He found this peculiar little white cat quite intriguing. That if this continued, it might indeed lead to a life-and-death struggle. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Are you not inclined to converse? You have seen for yourself that had I truly wished to kill you, I would have acted long ago." The white cat clenched its teeth. "You certainly would not kill me. If you did, how would you exploit me to contend against all living beings? Dream on. Even if I were to perish, I refuse to become your instrument of heinous crimes." Tang Tian shook his head in disbelief. "What instrument? What do you mean by contending against all living beings? I have no idea what you are talking about." The white cat snorted disdainfully. "Do not feign ignorance. This realm only permits beings below the mortal plane to enter. Even those with celestial power are barred. You, a being above the rules, have come here. What other purpose could you possibly have? Humph. Do you think I would be so easily deceived? I am quite clever." Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing that this conclusion stemmed from its own judgments. He could not help but chuckle, replying, "You are indeed clever, but not to an exceptional degree. I am not a being above the rules." With that, he unabashedly released his aura. Upon sensing Tang Tian's presence, the white cat was momentarily stunned. "Mortal plane?" Tang Tian nodded. The cultivation world typically categorizes realms into two types: major realms, such as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, and minor realms, which subdivide each major realm into several stages. However, few are aware that there exists a third, broader classification. Cultivators of spiritual energy are collectively referred to as mortal plane. From Qi refinement to Ascension, there are 9 major realms belonging to mortal realm practitioners. While those who cultivate celestial power fall under the celestial realm. Above the celestial realm, it is said there exists an even more powerful domain, but Tang Tian, at present, lacks the means to access it. The rules of the Liuli secret realm only permit beings of the mortal realm to enter, specifically those below the Ascension stage. However, since the Ascension realm possesses a modicum of celestial power, only those below the Tribulation stage can enter smoothly. Can we converse now? Tang Tian inquired. The white cat stared at him, remaining silent for a long while. Ultimately, its gaze flickered, and it released a profound aura. All the spiritual beasts that had gathered from all directions ceased their movements, as if responding to a command, and retreated to their original domains. The depths of the ocean returned to their previous tranquility. Now, speak, the white cat queried. What brings you here? In the azure sea, several powerful beings from the Zhang sect were cautiously gliding above the surface. They were exceedingly wary, fearing an encounter with a formidable presence. However, to their astonishment, after traversing a considerable distance, they had yet to encounter even a single feeble spiritual beast. It was as though all the creatures of the Lioli Sea had vanished in an instant. This bizarre situation caused each of them to furrow their brows, pondering what could have transpired to result in the complete disappearance of all spiritual beasts, after proceeding for a while longer without spotting any sign of the beasts. One individual suggested an absurd notion. Perhaps they have all returned home to rest. Yet, no one countered this idea, as such an occurrence was unprecedented, and any number of explanations could be plausible. Why don't we summon others to join us? The quality of spiritual energy here far surpasses that of the coastal regions. Even a few days of cultivation would yield remarkable fortune. Someone proposed. After some deliberation, the group concluded that there was substantial room for maneuvering in this situation, that as long as they were alert to any anomalies, they could retreat swiftly. They then resolved to bring other disciples of the Zhang sect to this location. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. In the midst of their terrified gazes, a multitude of spiritual beasts surged back from the depths of the ocean, their momentum far more terrifying than before, including several exceptionally powerful beasts above the Ascension stage. Run! After a moment of shock, the Zhang sect's powerful members shouted furiously, fleeing toward the shoreline. However, they had ventured too deep, and within a short span, they were engulfed by a tsunami of spiritual beasts. Meanwhile, in the ocean's deepest reaches, a stark contrast to the external chaos prevailed. Here, tranquility reigned. Tang Tian stood face to face with the white cat, the surrounding winds and waves having calmed to their original state. You are not a living being, are you? What exactly are you? Tang Tian inquired. Upon first encountering the white cat, it had appeared as an ordinary, lifeless shard of jade. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it had transformed and dashed away. In response to Tang Tian's question, the white cat huffed twice and declared, I am the sovereign of this world. Everything within this realm is under my dominion. It was evident that it sought to project an image of power and authority, but the childish tone betrayed that fade. Tang Tian could not help but chuckle. If you are so mighty, why do you flee? Simply invoke a few rules of this world and obliterate me. The pretense of authority was ruthlessly punctured, causing the white cat's face to flush. In a softer tone, it admitted, I merely have yet to mature. Give me another 1,000 years, and not only you, but even true masters of the rules would find themselves at my mercy. Tang Tian shook his head. So that is the reason for your childish demeanor? You certainly did not appear so when you summoned all those spiritual beasts earlier, but let us set that aside for now. Tang Tian questioned. You previously mentioned using you as a tool to murder all living beings. What exactly does that entail? The white cat fell silent, its gaze shifting for a moment before it sighed. To be honest, I do not know. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? The white cat explained. From the moment I became self-aware, a multitude of memories filled my mind. These memories inform me that the small world we inhabit belongs to me, that I can issue commands to all the spiritual beasts within this realm and alter any aspect of it at will. Although it requires time to grow into that power. Furthermore, I have been made aware that there are formidable entities seeking me, desiring to exploit my abilities to annihilate all life in the world. The world referred to here encompasses not only this small realm, but also the vast expanse beyond. Therefore, even if it means my own destruction, I cannot allow those beings to succeed. Tang Tian was left speechless. Was this what one might call inherited memories? Yet, it was evident that the white cat was not a living creature, devoid of any trace of life. Were these powerful beings the masters of the rules? Tang Tian inquired. The white cat nodded. At the very least, they are individuals who can control the rules. Perhaps even more formidable, the power of the rules is a force that transcends celestial power. Those who can wield the rules must be among the most elite in the grand world. Those beings truly covet this little white cat. Tang Tian pondered aloud, unable to suppress his curiosity. What abilities do you possess that would attract their interest? The white cat's expression soured. How would I know? If I truly possessed some extraordinary power, I would have long since pressed you into submission. Noticing Tang Tian's lowered eyelids, it quickly added, currently. My only ability is this. With that, it extended its small paw, and an exquisitely pure stream of spiritual liquid flowed from its claw tip. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow, recalling that this creature was the sole source of all the spiritual energy within the Lioli's secret realm. Yet, if that were all, it wouldn't be sufficient to draw the attention of the most formidable beings, would it? The white cat must possess other secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian found no particularly notable attributes. Aside from its rich natural aura, it seemed to possess only this singular ability. Moments later, he shook his head. Matters concerning the power beyond the rules were still far beyond his current reach. Even if he discovered something, he lacked the capacity to effect any change. For now, it was best to focus on the task at hand. You should be aware of my purpose for coming here, Tang Tian stated. The white cat blinked innocently. You're not here to relieve yourself, are you? Think twice, for this vast ocean is profoundly pure, Tang Tian remarked. Are you feigning ignorance, or are you genuinely foolish? My purpose for being here is the same as the others within the secret realm, to seek high-quality spiritual energy and enhance my cultivation. As you can see, my true cultivation level is merely at the fusion realm, equivalent to the mortal realm. The little white cat couldn't help but curl its lips. Though appearing to be at the mortal realm, you are indeed more formidable than the average celestial realm cultivator. Individuals like you are the most cunning. Tang Tian rolled his eyes, deciding not to engage in a debate with this childish creature. I require spiritual energy, abundant and of the highest quality. Furthermore, I need a place devoid of interruptions to undergo the heavenly tribulation. He could have faced the tribulation days ago. However, time had eluded him. Upon hearing this, the little white cat stared blankly. Is that all? I may lack other resources, but I possess an abundance of spiritual energy. Take as much as you desire. As for the heavenly tribulation, although I cannot fully control the rules, I can certainly influence them. How would you like to proceed? Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 141. Thus, facing the heavenly tribulation, after conversing with the little white cat, Tang Tian gained a general understanding of its abilities. If one were to deem it powerful, it could only flee upon seeing him. Conversely, if one were to claim it was weak, this creature could alter the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, it could change it. Should Tang Tian choose to face the tribulation here, he could select any difficulty level to suit his preference. If he desired a challenge, the most formidable tribulation would be conjured, providing him with ample training. Alternatively, if he sought an easier trial, the tribulation could be weakened to the point of being akin to a mere tickle. It could even transform the fearsome tribulation into a group of beautiful maidens dancing before him, or into a delectable dish that, once consumed, would signify a successful tribulation. Such extraordinary capabilities left Tang Tian in disbelief. Is this for real? He questioned skeptically. Of course it is, the little white cat exclaimed. Such feats are as effortless for me as breathing. If you doubt me, you may test it right now. Tang Tian fell silent. Observing the little white cat's demeanor and tone, it did not seem to be lying. Even if it were to play tricks, he was unperturbed. The heavenly tribulation was divided into 9 levels, with each ascending level increasing the tribulation's intensity. The first level was the weakest. Even with a formidable challenge, he was confident he could emerge unscathed. After contemplating, Tang Tian resolved to give it a try. Very well, let's attempt it here. However, I must warn you, if I discover any ulterior motives on your part, it will not merely be a matter of confinement. The little white cat feigned innocence. How could that be? I am so pure, harboring no ill intentions. Just tell me what kind of tribulation you desire, and I will conjure it for you immediately. Observing its exaggerated demeanor, Tang Tian silently shook his head. The creature's malicious intentions were plainly written on its face. Nonetheless, he decided to proceed with the trial. If the little white cat truly possessed such abilities, they would prove quite beneficial. The stronger the tribulation, the more robust the foundation for cultivation. All right, let us proceed. After uttering this, Tang Tian unleashed his entire aura. He had long reached the threshold for facing the tribulation, and upon releasing his aura, the laws of heaven and earth immediately responded. Dark clouds swiftly gathered above him, and the sound of thunder reverberated through the ocean. Soon, the first bolt of tribulation lightning was poised to strike. For the first level, the first bolt of tribulation lightning was a mere 9 strikes in total. After pondering, Tang Tian stated, "Then, please transform the first bolt of lightning into a bowl of tofu pudding." He then pointed, releasing his aura. Almost simultaneously, the gathered tribulation lightning roared, and a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel surged down toward Tang Tian's head. Sensing its cataclysmic energy, Tang Tian refrained from channeling any spiritual energy. Such a level of lightning could not even pierce the surface of his skin. The bolt descended with astonishing speed, nearly reaching him in the blink of an eye. However, just as Tang Tian prepared to withstand it with his body, the menacing lightning suddenly vanished. In its place, a bowl of white tofu pudding gently descended before him. "See, I did not deceive you," the little white cat exclaimed, sitting proudly beside him. "This is child's play for me." "No, it is even simpler. At least when urinating, one must unfasten their belt." Tang Tian was at a loss for words, examining the bowl of tofu pudding in his hands. Steam still rose from it, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Oh, you prefer it sweet?" Tang Tian inquired. The little white cat paused. "Is there any flavor other than sweet for tofu pudding?" Tang Tian chuckled. "Of course. By only consuming sweet flavors, you have unintentionally offended half the world." The little white cat was momentarily stunned, unable to connect the two ideas. Tang Tian merely smiled, ignoring its confusion that he had already thoroughly inspected the special tofu pudding. It was indeed the lightning of tribulation, but under some form of will's interference, the originally ferocious lightning had transformed into something remarkably gentle, devoid of any destructive energy, leaving only a portion of its pure heavenly transformative power. Truly, it was astonishing. After some reflection, Tang Tian set the tofu pudding aside. The little white cat stared at him in bewilderment. "What's wrong? Not to your taste. Should I swap it for another dish? Or perhaps add some mustard?" Tang Tian replied. "Please spare me your dark culinary creations, that I merely wish to ascertain your abilities. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more effective it becomes. Now, I want you to transform this bowl of tofu pudding, along with the remaining 8 bolts of tribulation lightning, into the most formidable heavenly tribulation." The little white cat was momentarily taken aback. "Are you certain?" Tang Tian nodded affirmatively. The little white cat's face brightened with excitement. Yet it quickly feigned hesitation. "Just be certain you are ready. That thing is quite powerful. You might not be able to withstand it. Should you falter, do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Tang Tian shook his head. "Enough, let us proceed swiftly. Regardless of what transpires, I shall not hold you accountable." Unable to contain its glee any longer, the little white cat pondered why Tang Tian would willingly seek out such peril. Nevertheless, since he had made such a request, how could it refuse? Finally, an opportunity for revenge had arrived. "Let us see if I can strike you down." In an instant, the little white cat waved its paw, and the tofu pudding before Tang Tian vanished. In its place, a more robust pillar of lightning, imbued with a sense of boundless destruction, hurtled toward him. Tang Tian gazed upward at the heavenly tribulation, still refusing to adopt any defensive stance. As the lightning approached, the little white cat's expression grew increasingly exhilarated, envisioning Tang Tian charred black from the strike. Boom! In the eagerly anticipated moment, the lightning crashed down, striking Tang Tian squarely on the forehead. Countless arcs of electricity erupted, radiating from him and plunging into the depths of the ocean, illuminating the entire sea with a brilliant white light. As the electric brilliance gradually faded, the little white cat immediately focused its gaze on Tang Tian's position. To its astonishment, Tang Tian remained standing calmly, his long robe billowing gently, his forehead gleaming. It appeared that not a single hair on his body had been harmed. How is this possible? The little white cat was dumbfounded. This individual had withstood the heavenly tribulation with his physical form. His body was astonishingly resilient. "Is this it?" Tang Tian chuckled, returning the sentiment. "Are you holding back? Or have you not eaten? This feels like a mere tickle. Bring it on with more intensity." The little white cat pouted. "You said it." It then waved its paw once more, and an even more violent bolt of lightning descended. Boom! The incessant thunder roared from the depths of the luminous sea, echoing throughout the area. Chapter 142. Departing with the sea. In the depths of the luminous sea, Tang Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The sky was shrouded in dense black clouds, and the air was filled with the rumble of thunder, an oppressive force saturating the entire realm. This was the mightiest heavenly tribulation. Any ordinary cultivator would have to prepare meticulously and exert their utmost to have a chance at overcoming it. However, Tang Tian remained unperturbed, having made no defensive preparations, nor even summoned his spiritual energy. He relied solely on his formidable physique to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The azure lightning struck with tremendous force upon Tang Tian's head. Countless arcs of electricity exploded, creating an immense pool of lightning in the vicinity surrounding him. The surface of the sea shimmered with resplendent light. Yet, the thunder capable of annihilating the vast majority of tribulation challengers merely caused Tang Tian's hair to flutter momentarily. And that was the extent of it. The transformative power it carried swiftly integrated into his body, enhancing his cultivation, refining the quality of his spiritual energy, and further strengthening his physique. The resilience of his celestial body grew ever more formidable with each passing moment of facing the heavenly tribulation. The scene before me left the little white cat beside me momentarily agape. After a prolonged pause, it finally managed to utter, "What a freak that I in my recollection. Those capable of overcoming the most formidable tribulations purely through their physical prowess were not to be trifled with. If such a being were to mature, it would likely reach that level as well." Observing Tang Tian as he navigated the thunderous tribulation unscathed, the little white cat let out a faint sigh and summoned the next wave of heavenly tribulation. I had originally intended to use the tribulation as a means to teach this individual a lesson, but it seemed utterly impossible now. Faced with such an anomaly, neither combat nor retreat was viable. Gathering all the spirit beasts within this realm would merely serve to deliver them to him. What other options remained? I could only comply with whatever he desired. The tribulation continued, with the little white cat's assistance. The 9 heavenly tribulations were transformed into the mightiest of challenges, relentlessly bombarding Tang Tian. Each time he bore the brunt of the lightning strikes, he underwent profound transformations. Ultimately, after withstanding the final bolt, the dark clouds above emitted a reluctant roar before dissipating into nothingness. As sunlight poured down anew, Tang Tian felt distinctly that the spiritual energy within him had undergone a significant metamorphosis. After the baptism of the tribulation, his spiritual energy commenced its evolution towards celestial energy. At last, he stood firmly at the threshold of the tribulation realm. Turning to the little white cat, Tang Tian smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. The strongest tribulation truly proves beneficial." The little white cat shrugged. "It was merely a matter of convenience that I have an abundance of spiritual energy. Feel free to utilize it." Tang Tian nodded appreciatively before inquiring, "Do you have a name?" The little white cat glanced at him and replied, "No, and it holds no significance. According to the rules of this world, each being has but a solitary chance to enter. Thus, aside from this brief period, we shall have no further interactions. That I will remain here to grow, while you will return to the vibrant vastness of the greater world, since our paths are destined to diverge." Why delve deeper? Tang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this little white cat, with a mentality akin to that of a 3-year-old, could articulate such mature sentiments, almost as if it had traversed the complexities of society. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Can you not leave this place?" The little white cat sighed softly. "Of course not. This world is mine, and I am a part of it. We are one and the same. It is unreasonable to expect me to drag a small realm through the larger world. Unless one were to discover a transcendent artifact that exists beyond this world, only then might I be taken away." Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Tang Tian's heart. Did he not possess such an artifact? Contemplating this, he asked, "Would you like to go outside?" The little white cat shot him a skeptical glance. "Did you not hear what I just said? I cannot leave. Therefore, whether I wish to or not bears no relevance." Tang Tian stroked his chin and smiled. "It certainly has significance, given that you have aided me. If you genuinely desire to venture out, perhaps I could assist you." The little white cat was momentarily stunned before it instantly appeared before Tang Tian, its dark eyes fixed intently upon him. Hey, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? Do you truly have a way for me to escape?" Tang Tian chuckled. "I merely stated it as possible. Did you not mention needing something that transcends this world? It so happens I possess such an item. However, if you do not wish to leave, I will not pursue the matter further." With this, he feigned turning away to depart. The little white cat, in a flurry, leaped onto his shoulder, grasping his hair as it exclaimed, "Of course I have been trapped here since birth and am nearly bored to death. Quickly, show me that item. If it can indeed let me leave, I will comply with any request of yours," it practically shouted, revealing just how profoundly its solitary guardianship over a realm for centuries had wearied it. "Very well, I have no other demands. You help me. I help you. However, I truly do not know if this item will be of any use to you. Take a look for yourself," Tang Tian replied. The little white cat nodded vigorously, its tiny head bobbing in excitement. Then, as the little white cat gazed on with eager anticipation, Tang Tian opened his palm. A gray egg floated slowly from his dantian, finally resting in his hand. This egg, unless summoned by Tang Tian, could not be sensed, as though it were an entity that ought not to exist in this world. It was the peculiar egg he had obtained after mastering the divine phoenix secret technique to its highest realm. Throughout this time, he had conducted numerous in-depth studies on it. He discovered that, aside from enabling his rebirth, It also contained an astonishingly peculiar space within. Although devoid of any tangible items, it seemed capable of accommodating all things. A marvel in itself that it seemed plausible that it could indeed contain the little white cat. Upon the egg's emergence, the little white cat was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, it gazed at Tang Tian and murmured, "This world is truly wondrous. I always assumed you were a male, yet it turns out you are a sister. Sister, I hope you can forgive my previous transgressions." Tang Tian immediately lowered his gaze and delivered a firm tap on its forehead. "Stop rambling, or I will put it away. See if it can be utilized." The little white cat winced, afraid Tang Tian might indeed retract the egg, rubbing its head while scrutinizing it closely. After a thorough examination, the little white cat looked up and sighed deeply once more. "This world is incredibly fascinating. I never imagined that a male could." Noticing Tang Tian's expression darken, it quickly corrected itself. "What I meant to say is that such extraordinary things can exist." The egg was indeed a divine object, transcending the influence of the greater world. If the space within could accommodate the entire Liuli's secret realm, then it could certainly allow me to escape from here. Excitement illuminated the little white cat's face, as it was for the first time in many years so close to the prospect of freedom. The greater world was the far-off destination it had always yearned for. However, Tang Tian paused, saying, "You intend to bring the entire secret realm with you?" The little white cat clarified, "Not quite. The secret realm will remain here. However, I and the realm are one. Though I may seem small, I require that much space. This is a matter of rules. I wonder if you grasp it." Tang Tian remained silent, likely comprehending the concept. The space within the egg was indeed vast enough to accommodate a Liuli's secret realm. "Very well," Tang Tian affirmed. The little white cat's eyes gleamed with joy as it exclaimed, "Really? Let me give it a try." With that, it charged towards the peculiar egg, but unfortunately, the egg did not exist in this world. Without Tang Tian's permission, it was destined to miss its mark. "Slow down," Tang Tian admonished, shaking his head, "that I one T confine you. After the secret realm's time concludes, I will take you with me." The little white cat pressed its ears back, lamenting, "But that will still be several days away. Alas, I am still too small. Otherwise, I could manipulate such rules." Observing its disheartened demeanor, Tang Tian chuckled, "Good things take time. Mere days will pass swiftly. Furthermore, I still need to continue my cultivation here. Additionally, prepare in advance and check for any overlooked matters. Let me make it clear. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during our departure, I will abandon the plan. After all, the egg pertains to my rebirth, and I cannot afford to be careless." Earlier, while allowing the little white cat to observe, he had only shown it some external features. Most information remained concealed. Hearing Tang Tian's words, the little white cat hung its head, replying, "All right. There shouldn't be any issues. In essence, it serves as a passage to the greater world. I will ponder it further. By the way, do you still require my assistance with your cultivation?" Tang Tian contemplated and responded, "As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy. Additionally, during my forthcoming tribulation, I need you to transform all the tribulations into the most formidable ones. If I can establish a solid foundation, it will save much effort in the future." "No problem," the little white cat assured. "The matter of tribulations is simple. I can arrange it for you right away." Then, regarding the spiritual power, after pondering for a moment, it suddenly showed a fierce expression, swung its paw, and directly severed its own tail. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of its intentions. However, he soon witnessed the little white cat's tail rapidly regrowing in its paw. The severed tail gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a small, thumb-sized gray jade stone. Observing its form, he realized it was identical to the fragment of jade he had first seen when encountering the little white cat's true form. "Since you have aided me so greatly, I cannot be stingy," the little white cat said, presenting the jade stone to Tang Tian. "This is a part of my true self. It is connected to the chaos and can transform chaotic energy into primordial spiritual power. This is the purest and highest quality of spiritual power." Tang Tian was rendered speechless at that moment. Upon seeing the jade fragment, he had already understood that the spiritual power within the entire Liuli's secret realm was reliant on this piece of jade. The little white cat was indeed the source of the realm's formation. He never expected it would be willing to gift a part of itself to him, although it was only the size of a thumb. Tang Tian believed the spiritual power it provided was likely far more substantial than all the power within the secret realm combined. Most importantly, it was inexhaustible that in the future, he would no longer have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy. Faced with such a divine object, Tang Tian naturally could not let it slip away. After accepting it, he said solemnly, "Thank you. Wherever I may be, if you ever need assistance, I shall not decline, within my capabilities." The little white cat waved its paw dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. From the moment of my birth, I was destined to be a tool in the hands of certain beings, rather than living in trepidation. Passively awaiting that inevitable conclusion, I would prefer to enjoy the scenery along the journey, following my own desires. Do you truly think I merely want to play outside? For me, it signifies a rebirth." Tang Tian fell silent. This little cat, appearing to possess the mind of a child, often spoke with wisdom beyond its years. That in truth, every being is like you. Their fate is predetermined from the moment of birth. No creature can escape the fate of death, yet there is no need to be consumed by it. What matters most is the scenery one encounters along the journey. Indeed, the little white cat nodded. But then it grinned mischievously. "Of course, I also long to play outside." Tang Tian chuckled and shook his head. "You have about 10 more days. Prepare well. Also, consider a name for yourself, since you speak of rebirth. It is only fitting that you have a name befitting your new identity." The little white cat nodded eagerly. Subsequently, it began its preparations, while Tang Tian remained deep beneath the sea, ready to engage in his first serious cultivation since entering the secret realm. Holding the gray ancient jade, he could feel it brimming with inexhaustible spiritual power. The quality of this spiritual energy was unparalleled. With the aid of the ancient jade, the extent of his power when leaving the secret realm was indeed an unknown. This truly marked the beginning of his ascent. Tang Tian smiled, soon entering a focused state of cultivation. In the Qinghua sect, Tian Yangsheng was discussing matters with his trusted subordinates when suddenly, a communication jade talisman stirred. He furrowed his brow and examined its contents. The message was simple, consisting of just a single line. "The soul lamps of the 5 long song have gone out." Tian Yangsheng's expression darkened instantly. Noticing his unease, his subordinates inquired, "Young Master Tian, what troubles you?" He glanced at them, then stood up. "You will handle matters here. I must personally go out. Some threats must be eradicated in their infancy to ensure peace." With that, he soared into the sky and departed. Chapter 144. The completion of the tribulation. Deep within the Liuli Sea, bolts of furious tribulation lightning relentlessly struck Tang Tian. The currents that spilled forth formed a vast thunder pool upon the surface of the sea. The aura of destruction was palpable, even from a distance, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, facing the tribulation lightning, Tang Tian remained unyielding, without any protective measures, relying solely on his physical form to withstand the onslaught. This was the most formidable 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Even the little white cat, who had witnessed Tang Tian's extraordinary feats, couldn't help but be astonished. This fellow was truly formidable, even surpassing some terrifying ancient beasts. The thunder rumbled continuously for half an hour before it emitted a reluctant roar and gradually receded. Tang Tian stood calmly above the sea, savoring the changes within himself. Just now, he had faced the final hurdle of the tribulation phase. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Having passed this ordeal, he reached the pinnacle of the tribulation phase, poised to step into the ascendance realm at any moment. This moment, the spiritual power within him had undergone 9 transformations. Now entirely distinct from ordinary spiritual energy, that a further advancement would give rise to an even higher level of power, celestial energy. Once the spiritual energy fully transformed into celestial energy, he would be a true immortal. Indeed, Tang Tian smiled with satisfaction. In just over 10 days, he had progressed from the pinnacle of integration to the completion of the tribulation phase, a miraculous speed that even he had not anticipated. The key factor behind this miracle was the mysterious ancient jade bestowed upon him by the little white cat. Raising his arm, he fashioned the jade into an ancient-style bracelet, adorning his wrist. Even without deliberate cultivation at this moment, a torrent of primordial spiritual power surged forth from the ancient jade, directly entering his dantian. Once he began to cultivate, the influx of energy would be akin to drinking water. Tang Tian estimated that for a long time ahead, this ancient jade would serve as his primary source of spiritual energy, exceedingly difficult to surpass. He was on the verge of entering the ascendance realm. Yet not here. Tang Tian looked up at the sky. After reaching the completion of the tribulation phase, he could finally perceive the restrictions imposed by this realm on external beings. The completion of the tribulation phase marked the limit. Entering the ascendance realm would yield true celestial energy, which would be obliterated by the world's rules. Thus, to break through, one must leave the secret realm and venture into the outside world. Nevertheless, Tang Tian was unhurried. Attaining his current level had far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed he would only barely reach the late tribulation phase. Calculating the time, he realized he had 3 more days until departure from the secret realm. Otherwise, no one could predict what might transpire during the closure of the realm. This was a question he had previously posed to the little white cat, yet as the spirit of the world. It claimed ignorance as well. Once the passage of the secret realm closed, it too would fall into slumber, awakening only when the realm reopened. I have reiterated that I am merely a tool. During my slumber, some extraordinary being will undoubtedly engage in unspeakable deeds that I have grown accustomed to it. The little white cat remained quite optimistic, or perhaps resigned. Its principle was simple, as long as it was not seized by those stronger beings and used to harm the world's creatures. It did not concern itself with other matters. This Tang Tian had no advice to offer as long as it was content. After completing the tribulation, once everything settled into tranquility, Tang Tian approached the little white cat. How is your preparation going? In 3 days, we shall leave this place. The little white cat's face was alight with excitement. There's nothing to prepare. It's a spontaneous journey. You previously mentioned that outside there are endless delectable foods. Is that true? Tang Tian helplessly nodded. This question had been asked multiple times. Unfortunately, while this world contained animals and plants, as a being born from this realm, it could not indulge in them. Thus, it had not experienced true sustenance in centuries. Wonderful, just thinking about it. Upon receiving confirmation once more, tears of anticipation streamed from the corners of the little white cat's eyes. Tang Tian chuckled. Fear not. I assure you, you shall feast to your heart's content. By the way, have you decided on a name yet? After more than 10 days, the little white cat still hadn't determined a name to represent itself. However, this time, it seemed to have reached a decision. I have combined all aspects of my being, and based on the literary knowledge I have absorbed from the vast sea of literature, I have pondered deeply. I have decided that in the outside world, I shall be called Little Cat. Tang Tian. What a profoundly considered name. Does this name truly warrant 10 days of contemplation? What literary classics did you reference? Unable to restrain himself, Tang Tian asked. The little cat's eyes twinkled mischievously. That is of no consequence. Just tell me if it aligns with my image. Tang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, it was quite fitting, albeit a tad too hasty. Isn't this form of yours a manifestation of your own imagination? Tang Tian inquired. The little cat shook its head and replied, No, no, no. The ancient jade is merely my vessel. This form is my true essence that I did not intentionally conjure this appearance. It simply manifested upon my awakening. Tang Tian was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary nature of this world spirit compared to the documented ones. Are you a female kitten or a male one? He joked. The little cat rolled its eyes at him, saying, I possess no definitive gender. One could argue I am both or neither, much like yourself. Tang Tian's expression darkened. Get lost that I am male. That egg was merely an accident. The little cat smirked and murmured. Many claim their pregnancies were accidents. What did you say? Tang Tian glared. The little cat quickly adopted a cheerful demeanor, insisting, Oh, nothing, nothing. You are the boss. Your word is law. Tang Tian huffed, warning it never to disclose to anyone about his egg. Let us go. Before we leave, I must retrieve another person. Thus, the pair departed from the center of the glazed sea. Chapter 145. Departing the secret realm at the entrance of the glazed sea. Tang Tian and the little cat hovered in the air, gazing down at the members of the Xing sect. Why are there so few of them? Tang Tian observed with a hint of concern. He distinctly remembered over 30 tribulation experts had initially gathered to clear a training ground for the disciples of the Xiang sect, yet now fewer than 10 remained. The area they had established was even smaller than before, and many appeared gravely injured. What happened? The little cat quickly clarified Tang Tian's doubts. It's because of you. Your earlier actions frightened me half to death, compelling me to summon all the spirit beasts. When those individuals saw the spirit beasts suddenly vanish, they likely thought some treasure had emerged from the sea and rushed into the depths. Later, when the beasts returned to their territory, they encountered those people at a furious moment. If you catch my drift, Tang Tian was astonished that it truly due to that. But ultimately, the instigator remains you, little cat. Quite the adept at shifting blame, aren't you? Is it just here, or is it the same at every entrance? Tang Tian asked. The little cat replied, Generally, they are quite similar. Some were fortunate, experiencing fewer casualties, while others, less fortunate, could no longer cultivate in the sea and fled. Tang Tian fell silent, not anticipating that his confrontation with the little cat had repercussions for the Xiang sect's members. However, their fates were of little concern to him. Much like when he had battled the 5 from the War God Hall, and the Xiang sect had chosen to remain aloof. Let's go. Tang Tian led the little cat as they flew toward the entrance. He had previously managed to vanish unnoticed before these individuals. Now, it was even easier. They smoothly passed through the entrance, leaving the confines of the glazed sea behind. Finding the right direction, Tang Tian soared towards the glazed lake he had originally discovered. After a brief period, he arrived above the lake. The natural formation remained intact, showing no signs of damage. It seemed that no master capable of unraveling this grand formation had entered the secret realm. Upon activating the formation, Li Hong's figure was still seated quietly in the center of the glazed lake. Observing his aura, he had successfully entered the fusion realm and was currently striving for the mid-stage of fusion. Li Hong was diligently working. His talent was commendable, and it was expected for him to break through from the mid-stage of out-of-body to the fusion realm. However, it appeared he still lacked the requisite elements to ascend to mid-stage fusion. Little cat, lend a hand, Tang Tian requested. The little cat grinned mischievously. A trivial task. It then waved its tiny paw, and a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended upon Li Hong, enveloping him entirely. Following that, countless radiant feathers gently floated down from the sky, landing on Li Hong and transforming into a shower of light that merged with his being. These were the resonances of the Tao unique to this realm. Though not plentiful, they were sufficient for a minor breakthrough within the fusion stage. Soon, Li Hong's aura stabilized. Supported by the high-quality spiritual energy surrounding him, he steadily advanced into mid-stage fusion. Moments later, Li Hong opened his eyes. Astonished yet delighted, he had distinctly sensed that his breakthrough was on the verge of failure. Yet suddenly, an epiphany struck, enabling him to succeed. Li Hong. Suddenly, Tang Tian's voice resonated from afar. Li Hong looked up and immediately understood the situation. Such a divine intervention could only be attributed to his lord. He swiftly flew to Tang Tian, bowing respectfully. I thank you, my lord. However, Tang Tian merely smiled and remarked, thank her, she was the one who aided you. Li Hong raised his gaze, observing the little white cat perched on Tang Tian's shoulder, his expression one of surprise. Nevertheless, he did not question Tang Tian's words and respectfully stated, I express my gratitude to the esteemed elder for your assistance. The little cat, rolling its eyes, feigned profundity, lowering its voice. Tang Tian chose to ignore it, addressing Li Hong. We are about to return. Take a moment to solidify your newly acquired cultivation. This time, your advancement was substantial. You must ensure your realm keeps pace. Unlike Tang Tian, whose cultivation and realm were often misaligned, Li Hong's cultivation level and realm were relatively equal. This considerable leap required him to ensure both aspects harmonized. Understood, my lord. Li Hong promptly descended. Gazing at the glazed lake, which had hardly diminished, Tang Tian contemplated before summoning the entirety of the lake into glazed pearls, securing them. The little cat rolled its eyes, exclaiming, is that really necessary? Not even this meager quality of spiritual energy is spared. Tang Tian lightly huffed. Who told you to prevent me from collecting glazed pearls from the sea? The little cat gasped. Brother, what you did was not mere collection. The entire sea level dropped by 5 feet. How shameless. If I hadn't noticed in time, you might have drained it completely. Tang Tian chuckled inwardly, opting for silence. During his time in the ocean, he had managed to craft a modest quantity of high-quality glazed pearls, totaling over 10 million, that each pearl contains spiritual energy equivalent to an entire glazed lake. Sufficient to support an ordinary cultivator from training to ascension. Such a miraculous object, surpassing even innate Tao jade, was not something to be easily overlooked, especially since this was his only opportunity. All right, you claimed it wouldn't have much impact. Right? Once we venture out, I shall treat you to 1,000 different delicacies, Tang Tian promised. The little cat's eyes sparkled with excitement. You said it. Tang Tian assured there would be no issue if other cultivators were aware that Tang Tian exchanged 1,000 varieties of delicacies for 10 million glazed lakes. They would likely be consumed by envy. After some time, Li Hong had stabilized his post-breakthrough cultivation. Now in mid-stage fusion, with a bit more consolidation, he would undoubtedly succeed in the trials of the Wanyao Tower. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, ultimately, Tang Tian's primary desire was to see his subordinates strengthen and keep pace with him, though the disparities seemed to grow ever larger, but that could wait. After all, he had only recruited subordinates to handle sundry matters. Moments later, Tang Tian, the little cat, and Li Hong made their way towards the spot where they had initially entered the secret realm. Chapter 146. Selectively telling tales. A month swiftly passed. Tang Tian and Li Hong arrived promptly at the platform where they had first entered the secret realm. Once the time was up, they would depart from this place. whereas those who had failed to arrive would remain trapped within the secret realm indefinitely. The little cat had been successfully tucked away within the strange egg by Tang Tian, and it would accompany him as they left this small world that had confined it for centuries. As time elapsed, other cultivators gradually made their way to the location. Tang Tian observed that the number of scattered cultivators had nearly halved compared to their initial entrance. Many had perished during their explorations or in the struggle for resources. Such occurrences were all too common in the cultivation world. The Xiang sect and the other affiliated sects fared even worse, suffering grievous losses due to the turmoil among the spirit beasts of the Glazed Sea. With almost 70 to 80% decimated, an exceptionally tragic outcome. This situation drew the attention of the scattered cultivators, as, based on past experiences, such a catastrophe was unexpected. Could something dreadful have transpired? Speculation ran rampant. Yet no one dared to inquire further. Courting misfortune at such a time was tantamount to seeking death. Tang Tian noticed that the members of the Xiang sect at his entrance had also returned. To avoid unnecessary complications, he distanced himself from them, blending into the crowd of scattered cultivators. After a while, the time for their return arrived. A gentle veil of light descended from the heavens, enveloping all within its embrace. The space rippled with energy, and as perspective shifted, the crowd collectively departed from the glazed secret realm, returning to the bustling world outside. Anticipation hung in the air, with many eagerly awaiting the sight of their loved ones or friends. However, once the radiance faded, nearly everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Why were there so few people? Had some calamity occurred? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. Yet, it soon became apparent that the situation was somewhat different. The scattered cultivators appeared largely unchanged, but the Xiang sect and other celestial sects seemed to have suffered severe losses. Those individuals had ventured to the Glazed Sea. Could it be that the Glazed Sea? A wave of realization swept through the crowd, each face reflecting a mixture of intrigue and concern. Such circumstances were indeed exceedingly rare. In the midst of the astonishment, Tang Tian spotted Qi Yuan and swiftly approached. Old Jean, haha, I knew you'd be just fine. Qi Yuan laughed heartily, then scrutinized Tang Tian from head to toe, hesitatingly saying, damn it, why do I feel like you've changed quite a bit? Don't tell me you've started facing the heavenly tribulation already. Based on his estimation, during their month-long sojourn in the secret realm, with Tang Tian's exceptional talent, he should have attained the consummate stage of integration. Yet, it appeared he had surpassed even that in response to Qi Yuan's query. Tang Tian shook his head, saying, some events transpired in the secret realm, and we can discuss it later. That moment, the Xiang sect members had begun to engage, and it was likely they would soon address the conflict involving the five from the God of War Hall. Thus, it was prudent to depart swiftly. As they were on the territory of the Xiang sect, Qi Yuan glanced toward the Xiang sect and seemed to have a realization, nodding in agreement as he departed with Tang Tian and Li Hong. A short while later, in a small courtyard at the center of the city, Tang Tian, Qi Yuan, and Li Hong sat around a stone table, exquisite dishes and fine wine laid before them. What truly transpired? Qi Yuan inquired. I observed the Xiang sect had suffered significant damage, which is quite rare. Tang Tian savored a sip of rich wine, lightly tapping his fingers on the table before slowly recounting. The initial 10 days were tranquil. He then recounted the events of the past month in the secret realm, albeit selectively. He informed Qi Yuan how he and Li Hong had, almost fortuitously, discovered a glazed well shortly after entering the secret realm. Experiencing firsthand the extraordinary nature of the glazed secret realm, fortune continued to smile upon them, and soon after, they stumbled upon a glazed pool. Yet, when he activated the formation to enter, 3 late-stage integration cultivators appeared, intending to ambush him. Unfortunately for them, they misjudged their own strength and were swiftly eliminated. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan erupted in laughter. I knew it. Under the heavenly tribulation, no one stands a chance against you. However, you were indeed fortunate. Had you encountered 3 heavenly tribulation experts, you would have likely had to forego that glazed pool. Tang Tian nodded with a smile, while Li Hong remained silent, refraining from exposing Tang Tian's embellishments. After that, I had Li Hong cultivate there while I continued searching for fortuitous lands, awaiting news from the Xiang sect that on the 10th day, word reached me. Thanks to the guidance of a Xiang sect disciple, I successfully entered the Glazed Sea. However, just as I was preparing to cultivate, 5 uninvited guests arrived. They were all from the God of War Hall. Hearing this, Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. The God of War Hall? What were they after? Tang Tian took a sip of his wine and replied calmly, they came to kill me. Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. They were sent by the Heavenly Nurturing Sect, seeking to eliminate me under the guise of capturing a fugitive amidst the chaos. However, I employed certain tactics to escape their assault. The members of the Xiang sect witnessed everything. Qi Yuan paused, then slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! How did this group of dogs find out? No one knew we were leaving. Tang Tian shook his head slightly. Our departure was not insignificant. If someone had been paying attention, they would have surely noticed something amiss. Perhaps the Heavenly Nurturing Sect has been monitoring us for quite some time. Qi Yuan clenched his teeth. Damn, no matter how much we guard against it, we still can't prevent it. What happened next? Did they trouble you further? Tang Tian replied, shaking his head. After I revealed my identity, they gave up. They wouldn't dare eliminate me in front of the Zhang sect members. However, we did have a confrontation, and I managed to escape from the entrance. After that, I lost track of them. This was a premeditated response. Soon, the Zhang sect would report this incident, and the God of War Hall would come seeking answers. So it was best to have a suitable explanation ready. Qi Yuan nodded. Damn it, that little rascal from the Heavenly Nurturing Sect dares to act this way. They still want to vie for that position. I'll inform Li Tianhua and ensure they face the consequences. Saying this, he produced a communication jade talisman and began conversing with the Grand Elder. Chapter 147. Parting ways. The rules of Qinghua sect were quite strict. Unless they could eliminate Tang Tian amidst the chaos, the Heavenly Nurturing Sect would inevitably pay the price for their impulsive attack. After a lengthy discussion, Qi Yuan calmed himself and stated, Old Li said he would conduct a thorough investigation. Your current identity and status afford you certain protections. Not everyone has the right to act against you. Rest assured, the sect will provide you with an explanation. Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. However, he held no expectations for the sect's so-called explanation. He intended to handle the matter himself. By the way, Qi Yuan suddenly interjected. What's the situation with the Xiang sect? I've never heard of them suffering such severe losses. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I am not entirely certain. After leaving that area, I found a relatively safe place to cultivate. However, during my training, some unusual occurrences did take place in the glazed sea.it seemed like a beast tide. Qi Yuan was taken aback. A beast tide? Are you sure? Based on centuries of experience, the spirit beasts within the glazed secret realm have always been docile, as long as one doesn't intrude upon their territory. They want to attack outsiders. Tang Tian asserted. From the scene and the fluctuations, it was undoubtedly a beast tide. However, I only caught a distant glimpse. For specific details, we must inquire with the Xiang sect. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. If the dead friend doesn't perish, the Taoist priest will. Let the Xiang sect members meet their fate as they will. Perhaps it's the heavens punishing them for their avarice, bringing down calamities upon them. He remained fixated on the matter of the 20 pieces of innate Dao jade for a quota. After a moment of venting, he chuckled. Old Jean, you must have made tremendous progress this time, right? You're surely beyond the consummate stage of integration. Even little Li has reached the mid-integration stage. Li Hong rubbed his nose, clearly displeased with the nickname. Tang Tian merely smiled, refraining from disclosing his precise cultivation level, saying, under the heavenly tribulation, I doubt few could rival me. I in the Ascension realm. I may even possess combat strength. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, such confidence. It seems you've indeed reaped substantial benefits. However, cultivation is one aspect. Your realm must keep pace as well. Don't misjudge your strength simply because of your advancements. It was a well-meaning reminder, and Tang Tian smiled, indicating he understood. Yet, in truth, he had understated his prowess. Below the heavenly tribulation, he believed few could match him. Should he formally commence his ascension, even those below the celestial realm would find him a formidable opponent. And if he employed the myriad paths, even he could not predict the extent of his power. I will take time to consolidate my gains upon returning, Tang Tian said with a smile. By the way, have there been any recent developments in the sect? Qi Yuan replied, nothing major. Your two twin subordinates have successfully broken through to the out-of-body stage. Their foundation's solid. They should fare well in the 100-gate battle. Yu Xiaoxue is in a similar position. The Hansi has caused them much trouble. Lu Chang'e and the Heavenly Nurturing Sect are still at odds, but after your incident, the Heavenly Nurturing Sect will likely find it difficult to compete with them. Oh, and one more thing. That little girl from the Imo family has returned. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. Previously, Imo Xiaoxiao had informed him that she would return before the year's end. She had indeed kept her word. It seemed the Imo family's influence remained strong, swiftly resolving even established accusations. Could she still contend for that position? Tang Tian inquired, and Qi Yuan smiled instantly. What are you thinking? That's certainly impossible. She had returned this time with great reluctance. Without the protection of the Imo family's experts, she would likely have been torn to shreds from the information at hand. Her purpose for returning was quite evident, to bring back her trusted allies cultivated at Nanfeng. However, she had yet to take action, leaving him to wonder what she was waiting for. Tang Tian remained silent, surmising that she was likely waiting for him. He had fulfilled his promise to safeguard Nanfeng, and according to their prior agreement, Mo Xiaoxiao would transfer all the forces she had amassed over the years under his command to aid him in contesting for his rightful position. Previously, Tang Tian had not been overly concerned about that position, but now he felt compelled to vie for it. Power, after all, holds significant importance, particularly in a place as strict as Qinghua's sect, with power in his grasp. The likes of the Han Hai would no longer dare to act recklessly in his presence. And another thing, Qi Yuan continued, that Wang Gang from the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce has sought you out several times. He seems rather anxious, likely regarding something of great importance. Tang Tian nodded. Before his departure, Wang Gang had been managing the remaining shares of the chamber, some of which appeared to be anomalous. He would soon find out the details. Afterward, Tang Tian and Qi Yuan discussed a few other matters before preparing to return to Qinghua's sect. However, just as they were about to set off, a message from the Grand Elder, Li Tianhua, reached Qi Yuan. Upon reading it, her brow furrowed immediately. Damn it, Tian Yangsheng is not at the sect. He left quietly over 10 days ago. Qi Yuan exclaimed. Tang Tian also frowned slightly. The timing coincided precisely with when he had slain the 5 members of the War God Hall. He quickly pondered the implications and asked, Old Qi, what do you think Tian Yangsheng would do if he found out that his conspiracy had been exposed? Qi Yuan hesitated before replying. The War God Hall is full of madmen. It is hard to predict their actions. They might resort to extreme measures. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken truth. However, Tang Tian was acutely aware that he had indeed eliminated those 5 War God Hall members. If Tian Yangsheng were aware, the individuals he dispatched would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Given their inclination for violence, dispatching a true immortal to deal with him would be unsurprising. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian suggested, Old Qi, why don't we split up? This way, we might have a greater chance of evading them. Qi Yuan regarded him skeptically. Old Jin, do you take me for a child? If he left over 10 days ago, he might already have his sights set on you. You want us to split up to avoid implicating me, don't you? Tang Tian offered an awkward smile. That was indeed his intention, but he hadn't expected to be seen through so easily. Nonetheless, no one could predict what kind of individuals Tian Yangsheng might send. While he would likely be safe, Qi Yuan's fate remained uncertain. When the War God Hall truly went mad, they would not care whether Qi Yuan was the master of a peak in Qinghua's sect. Just trust me, Tang Tian insisted. You take Li Hong back with you. I will act alone. Don't worry. I have means of escape, and I will be fine. That is my trump card. Upon hearing the term trump card, Qi Yuan's expression softened. As fellow cultivators, they understood the value of such a term and recognized that it was not something to be disclosed lightly. Very well, Qi Yuan conceded, but you must ensure not to let me down. I don't wish to see Tian Yangsheng return to the sect before you. Tang Tian nodded. Rest assured, there will be no issues. With that, he downed the last sip of his drink. Chapter 148, Ascending to Transcendence outside Liuli City. A black staff soared into the sky, racing toward the horizon. In the courtyard, Tang Tian sat quietly, having discussed matters with Qi Yuan and Li Hong, who had already departed for Qinghua's sect. With their absence, he felt free from worry. Even if Tian Yangsheng summoned top-tier experts, he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed and return safely. At the very least, he still had the egg. There would not be any significant problems. After taking another sip of wine, Tang Tian waved his hand, causing a ripple of spatial fluctuation in the courtyard. Subsequently, a snow-white figure materialized on the table. It was the little cat. Upon leaving the secret realm, he had placed the little cat inside the strange egg, safely returning to the greater world. Since emerging, he had been occupied discussing other matters with Qi Yuan, which was why he had only now released it. I was suffocating in there. The little cat immediately complained. Your space is utterly barren. It's like a desolate void. I could help you renovate it, and it might even become a portable little world. Tang Tian chuckled. The space within the strange egg was akin to an ordinary storage space, albeit separate from the greater world. While there was indeed potential for transformation into a small world, it would require immense time and effort, which he currently lacked the inclination to pursue. However, if the little cat was willing to assist, he had no objections. Unfortunately, the little cat seemed more interested in the food laid out on the stone table. Wow, what is this? It instantly appeared before a plate of spiritual fruits, grabbing one and tossing it into its mouth. So sweet. The little cat's eyes sparkled with delight. It devoured the fruits with abandon. Then eyed the other platters. What is this? Oh, this one is even sweeter. This green one must be sweeter, right? Ugh, so sour. What are you drinking? Let me taste. Yuck, what is this? It's so spicy, utterly undrinkable. Observing the overly excited little cat, Tang Tian shook his head, smiling. This was its first time in the greater world, and its first experience tasting food, so such a reaction was entirely understandable. He decided to let it indulge. Thus, he retrieved an assortment of dried fruits and delicacies from his storage ring and placed them on the table. The little cat was overjoyed, flitting about amidst the various treats, its cheerful demeanor lifting Tang Tian's spirits. Allowing the little cat to enjoy itself, Tang Tian gradually focused his mind and released the cultivation he had long suppressed within him. Having returned to the greater world, he could finally continue his advancement. The aura of his perfected tribulation gradually emanated, resonating harmoniously with the laws of heaven and earth outside. Moments later, an invisible portal slowly opened high in the distant skies. Rain of light cascaded down, gathering as it fell, ultimately transforming into colorful feathers that landed upon Tang Tian. The feathers were soft, enveloping him in a warm embrace, and the spiritual energy that had undergone 9 transformations began its final evolution. Threads of golden energy appeared within Tang Tian's dantian. This energy was entirely distinct from spiritual energy. Upon its emergence, all spiritual energy immediately yielded a spacious area, even relinquishing the most central region. This was a power surpassing spiritual energy by an entire tier, celestial energy. As the light feathers continued to integrate into his body, the spiritual energy within Tang Tian's dantian began to convert rapidly. Time passed, and when all the spiritual energy had been transformed, within his dantian, a golden celestial energy, as thick as a thumb, glimmered brilliantly. After a while, Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. This is the celestial energy? He meticulously sensed the celestial energy within him. Although it was but a small amount, the power it contained was more than tenfold that of all his previous spiritual energy combined. This was because it had transcended the mortal realm, reaching an entirely higher domain. Simultaneously, Tang Tian comprehended the essence of the Ascension realm that in simple terms, it was a transformative process from mortal to immortal. Upon ascending to the Ascension realm, his celestial gate had opened, and the power of creation descended from the heavens, gradually converting all his spiritual energy into a higher tier of celestial energy. Each conversion would deplete all the spiritual energy within his dantian while simultaneously expanding it anew. Once his spiritual energy was replenished, the second ascension would occur, and so forth. When he reached the pinnacle of ascension, the celestial energy within him would reach the limit of life, prompting a leap in his very existence, allowing him to ascend to the immortal realm and shed his mortal coil. This entire process lacked the perilous nature of the tribulation phase, where a single misstep could lead to death. It also did not require the comprehension of the Tao to reach a certain level like other realms. This realm felt more like a reward after the tribulation, as long as one practiced steadily. They could reach the final step toward immortality. For Tang Tian, the most abundant resource was spiritual energy. The mysterious ancient jade continuously drew energy from the chaos, transforming it into primordial spiritual energy that flowed seamlessly into Tang Tian's being, allowing him to reach the final step without any deliberate cultivation. It was merely a matter of time. Based on Tang Tian's estimations, within 2 months, just before the 100 Sect War, he would shed his mortal coil and become an immortal. Not bad, Tang Tian mused, a faint smile gracing his face. To be subordinate to power, in essence, was merely a reflection of insufficient strength. When strength surpasses a certain threshold, the concept of authority loses all semblance of dignity. Tang Tian firmly believed that if he continued to develop at this pace, it would not be long before he truly reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the little cat. At some point, the cat had devoured all the delicacies Tang Tian had procured, leaving the plate that once held the spirit fruit cleaner than a face. He even suspected that the creature had licked the plate clean. Upon seeing Tang Tian awake, the little cat perched eagerly on the table, its face alight with anticipation. Is there more? Is there more? This is simply exquisite. This is the most precious existence in the world. Hurry up and bring it out. You promised I would taste all the world's delicacies. The little cat exclaimed eagerly. Tang Tian chuckled and replied, "What I promised you, I shall not deceive you about. However, I do not have too many provisions on me. But fear not, for we are in a grand city, replete with thousands of culinary delights. Let us explore them one by one." Considering that Tian Yangsheng might be waiting outside for him, Tang Tian resolved to stay in Liuli City for a few more days. This would not only satisfy the little cat's insatiable appetite, which had been yearning for hundreds of years, but also allow him to elevate his cultivation further. The more strength he possessed, the greater his assurance. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to employ the rebirth ability of the strange egg. All right. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the little cat was instantly filled with excitement that I knew I chose wisely. You're the best. The little cat's smile was nearly comical. Without delay, Tang Tian rose and led it out of the small courtyard. Chapter 149. The arrival of the golden immortal in Lioli City. A man and a cat strolled leisurely along the spacious streets. The little cat, witnessing a world it had never encountered before, was utterly enthralled, darting about in sheer joy. What is this? A string of wow. It's both sour and sweet. Delicious, it exclaimed. And what is that? So soft and fragrant. Is it made from flower petals? Look, there's tofu pudding here. But why is there chili? What a devilish flavor. Suddenly, the little cat noticed a beautiful woman's skirt and exclaimed, I must take a look. Tang Tian quickly restrained it, lest it be mistaken for some lewd creature. However, the little cat was too exhilarated, wanting to explore everything it saw. Thus, Tang Tian hurriedly guided it to a large restaurant. With an abundance of food, it would hopefully calm down. Bring me 3 portions of everything on the menu, Tang Tian instructed, causing the waiter to widen his eyes in astonishment. He had never encountered such an order. Yet, it wasn't long before he witnessed Tang Tian's ferocity as he consumed the food with remarkable speed, even requesting most of it to be packed for later. Moments later, a similar scene unfolded in another restaurant. Thus, amid a frenzy of indulgence, for days slipped by unnoticed, Tang Tian and the little cat nearly sampled every grand eatery in Lioli City. With the packed delicacies forming a small mountain within the Shumi ring, the limitless supply finally quelled the little cat's initial fervor. Meanwhile, Tang Tian did not cease his cultivation, with the mystical energy provided by the ancient jade. He experienced 2 ascensions within 4 days. Reaching the 3rd layer of Ascension, if to advance further to the mid-stage of Ascension would require significantly more spiritual energy, likely necessitating 6 or 7 more days. Consequently, he resolved to depart without delay. After packing a large quantity of the little cat's favorite food, Tang Tian finally left Lioli City, heading in the direction of Qingwei Gate. As he traveled, he was neither hurried nor did he make any efforts to conceal his whereabouts. Hunting in the mountains and fishing in the waters, occasionally, when passing through a city, he would indulge in some leisurely activities. His demeanor was far from that of someone being pursued. However, this period of tranquility lasted only 5 days. Upon arriving at a vast expanse of rugged mountains, he sensed an unusual presence. Little cat, I may encounter a battle ahead, so remember to protect yourself, Tang Tian warned. The little cat paused for a moment before casually replying. Don't worry about me. After all, I am the spirit of the world. As long as I hide, the rules here won't even detect my presence. But do you need my assistance? Tang Tian glanced at it skeptically. Can you be of help? The little cat's eyes widened in protest. Are you joking? I am. However, it quickly retracted, sheepishly admitting, Oh, I almost forgot. This isn't my little world. The rules here and the spirit beasts do not heed my commands. Ha ha. Tang Tian shook his head, choosing to ignore its embarrassment, for he could distinctly sense several powerful divine senses had firmly locked onto him. After crossing a mountain, a dark figure appeared in his line of sight, quietly leaning against a tree. Tang Tian, you truly have kept me waiting. The figure turned to reveal Tian Yangsheng. Tang Tian halted midair, observing him without a hint of surprise. What are you waiting for? He inquired. Tian Yangsheng chuckled, twisting his wrist to reveal a weathered knife. Ancient yet unremarkable. It was the celestial weapon he had brandished at the peak of Nanfeng. That I know you are an intelligent man. So do not feign ignorance before me, Tian Yangsheng stated, brandishing the knife and standing before Tang Tian. 5 of my brothers from the Battle God Hall have perished. They accepted my commission to kill you. Tian Yangsheng narrowed his eyes. Tang Tian, you have truly hidden yourself well. I admit, I underestimated you gravely. I always thought you were merely at the out-of-body stage. That was my mistake. Yet, I am still curious how you managed to eliminate 5 elite members of the Battle God Hall simultaneously. Their soul lamps extinguished all at once. Even I could not achieve such a feat. Tang Tian's heart stirred. It appeared that the members of the Battle God Hall possessed soul lamps, artifacts that bore their life force. When a person's soul dissipated, their soul lamp would extinguish completely. Tian Yangsheng must have discerned the deaths of those 5 through this. With a smile, Tang Tian replied, How can you be certain I was the one who killed them? Perhaps they perished in a beast tide. You must have heard about the upheaval in the Lioli secret realm, correct? Tian Yangsheng shook his head, coldly retorting, If that were the case, you would not have chosen to part ways with Qi Yuan. Do you think I would be deceived by your tricks? Regardless of the truth, we have already forged a deadly enmity that I do not like to leave any potential threats lingering. With that, he gestured, and four formidable figures materialized around Tang Tian. As soon as they appeared, they sealed off all of Tang Tian's escape routes, even enclosing the very space around him. Each of these individuals far surpassed any celestial being Tang Tian had encountered. One among them radiated a golden glow, and a mere glance from him could instill instant terror. They were likely all Xian immortals, and the most powerful among them could very well be the legendary Golden Immortal. Even in the Cloud Summit heaven, Golden Immortals constituted the core strength. Tian Yangsheng was indeed serious this time, determined to ensure that Tang Tian would not escape. 3 Xian immortals and 1 Golden Immortal. Tang Tian could not help but smile wryly. Tian Yangsheng, you truly hold me in high regard. He had initially thought only a few celestial beings would come, but he did not anticipate Tian Yangsheng's earnestness. I underestimated you once. Tian Yangsheng replied coldly that I cannot afford to make the same mistake again. If I fail to kill you this time, once you return to Qinghua Gate, there will be no further opportunities. Tang Tian fell silent. People in this world were generally like this. They would dispatch true immortals to kill someone like Du Yuanqing, let alone someone like him who had eliminated 5 elite members of the Battle God Hall. It was rather restrained not to summon a Deluo Golden Immortal. It seems you are determined to end me today. Are you not afraid of losing your qualification to compete for that position? Tang Tian queried. Tian Yangsheng stroked the knife in his hand. When I failed to eliminate you in the Liuli secret realm, I already lost that qualification. Thus, I have fewer reservations now. Eradicating you is my top priority. You can only blame yourself for lacking a sufficient background and daring to venture out alone before attaining adequate strength. Standing against me. I have paid the price for my erroneous judgment. And now, you too shall pay for your impulsiveness. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The celestial weapon slashed toward Tang Tian with lethal intent. Chapter 150. A single strike to kill. During their last confrontation at Nanfeng, Tang Tian and Tian Yangsheng had faced off for quite some time without truly clashing. However, this time he would finally witness the might of a celestial weapon. Tian Yangsheng unleashed his full power right from the start. As a half-step immortal, he fully realized the weapon's potential. In an instant, the skies darkened, and a blade broader than the heavens descended with unparalleled force, infused with an aura. Tang Tian found eerily familiar the power of rules. It appeared that at the level of celestial kings, one began to touch upon the very essence of rules. This strike embodies Tian Yangsheng's profound understanding of the art of swordsmanship, sealing off all of Tang Tian's escape routes with its formidable aura. Regrettably, to Tang Tian, this understanding appears merely as a child's play. Confronted with this terrifying blow, Tang Tian refrains from a head-on clash. Just as the immense blade descends, he deftly dispels Tian Yangsheng's barriers. Evading the attack, boom, the blade crashes down upon the mountains below, instantly shattering several peaks and forming a vast chasm, unfathomably deep. Countless beasts and birds in the forest perish in an instant. It seems you possess some skills. No wonder you could slay those 5 elites of the Battle God Hall. Tian Yangsheng, having missed his strike, shows no anger but rather a knowing expression. Tang Tian strokes his chin and calmly states, if you intend to rely solely on this to kill me, then your fate may well mirror that of those 5. Tian Yangsheng furrows his brow, seemingly surprised that Tang Tian can remain so composed in such dire circumstances. Even attempting to provoke him with words. Arrogant, he scoffs, gripping the remaining knife and launching another assault. This time, he truly attacks. The knife techniques he wields are impenetrable, infused with the might of a king's weapon. While the terrifying aura of rules makes it impossible for Tang Tian to engage him directly, Tang Tian can only defend passively, dismantling Tian Yangsheng's barriers time and again, narrowly evading the onslaught of deadly blades. It appears perilous, as if he has completely fallen to the disadvantage. Old Tang, counterattack. You clearly have the strength to retaliate. Why walk a tightrope? The little cat could not help but communicate telepathically. It had completely concealed itself behind the veil of reality, making it undetectable to Tian Yangsheng and his companions. Why the urgency? Tang Tian's tone is remarkably calm, in stark contrast to his beleaguered appearance in battle. My opponents are not limited to Tian Yangsheng. There are 3 Xianxian and 1 Jingxian outside. They are the real obstacles today. Though they have yet to act, they have been watching closely during my conflict with Tian Yangsheng. If I retaliate and endanger Tian Yangsheng, they will undoubtedly intervene. I lack sufficient confidence to take Tian Yangsheng down in front of them. The little cat is taken aback. So you intend to endure this passively? Tang Tian chuckles. On the surface, it seems I have fallen to the disadvantaged. So tell me, when I am gravely injured and pose no threat, will those Xianxian and Jingxian remain so vigilant? The little cat's eyes widen. Are you feigning weakness to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike? Tang Tian grins. Close enough. Little cat, I never realized you could be so eloquent at times. The little cat retorts, I am indeed knowledgeable, but I am still too naive compared to your cunning. With that, it ceases to disturb Tang Tian. Meanwhile, due to the ferocity of Tian Yangxing's attacks, Tang Tian becomes momentarily careless and is struck, sustaining a bloody wound on his arm. Seeing this, Tian Yangxing becomes even more frenzied, his blade energy intensifying. Soon, Tang Tian struggles to keep up, accumulating more injuries. His reactions and speed visibly slowed down. Ultimately, after a horizontal slash from Tian Yangxing, a deep wound appears on Tang Tian's chest, causing him to spit blood and be flung backward. Tian Yangxing does not pursue further. He takes a breath and approaches Tang Tian. You are indeed formidable, rivaling some of the prodigies in Tianfu. Yet, regrettably, you have chosen a path of no return, he states slowly, looking down upon him to this moment. Tang Tian's lips turn pale, his breath shallow, his wound, influenced by the power of rules, cannot heal, and blood flows profusely. Unless a miracle occurs, he is destined to perish by Tian Yangxing's blade. Cough. If you kill me, the Qingwei sect will undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end, Tang Tian coldly declares. Tian Yangxing laughs. Qingwei sect? Huh. Even if they know it was me, what can they do? Imo Xiaoxiao killed Du Yuanqing and Guan Ming, annihilating their families. Has she faced any repercussions? Power and authority will always supersede laws and rules. Until one possesses sufficient strength and background, it is best to remain hidden to avoid provoking the wrong people. That I hope you will remember this lesson in your next life. With that, Tian Yangxing coldly brings down the final blow. The 3 Xianxian and 1 Jingxian above, witnessing Tian Yangxing's absolute advantage, gradually relax their vigilance. Just as Tian Yangxing prepares to end Tang Tian's life, they completely lower their guard. However, just as the remaining blade is about to strike Tang Tian's neck, a terrifying force suddenly erupts from him. You are correct, I shall remember your warning. Tang Tian grins. No. He has a hidden card, the Jingxian in the sky shouts, unleashing a brilliant golden light, attempting to thwart Tang Tian's actions. Unfortunately, it is too late. In Tian Yangxing's horrified gaze, Tang Tian seizes the remnants of the immortal king's blade and, clenching his fist, strikes directly at Tian Yangxing's face. A chilling sensation, reminiscent of death, surges up Tian Yangxing's spine. The fist of all laws. With a cold shout, Tang Tian delivers a simple yet powerful punch that solidly connects with Tian Yangxing's face. A golden barrier emerges from Tian Yangxing's body, seemingly a formidable defensive artifact. Yet, it only delays for a moment before shattering completely. Boom, the heavens and earth roar. A torrent of energy, 100-fold more powerful than before, erupts. Even the golden light cast by the Jingxian is instantly engulfed by this storm. The faces of the 3 Xianxian reveal expressions of terror. None expected Tang Tian's counterattack to be so sudden and fearsome. The terrifying aura imbued with the power of rules instills a sense of panic even in them. Let alone Tian Yangxing, who has merely reached half-step immortal status. He stands no chance of enduring such a punch head-on. Chapter 151. Fierce battle with 3 Xianxian. Young master, the Jingxian in the sky bellows, extending a massive hand as boundless immortal power cascades down, instantly submerging the energy storm unleashed by Tang Tian. Although the storm contained the power of rules, being derived from spiritual energy, it quickly dissipates under the onslaught of immense immortal power. However, when the scene at the storm's center becomes clear, the Jingxian's pupils constrict in disbelief. In the area where Tang Tian and Tian Yangxing battled, only Tang Tian remains. Tian Yangxing's figure has utterly vanished, leaving not even a trace behind, as if he had turned to ash. Damn it! Capture him! The Jingxian's eyes widen in rage, shocked that Tang Tian, seemingly on the brink of defeat, could suddenly unleash such terrifying power. When they relaxed their guard for but a brief moment, tragedy struck, and they had no time to intervene. If Tian Yangxing truly perished here, they would all share the blame. This fellow's identity is no ordinary matter. However, at this point, he could only prioritize capturing Tang Tian. Following the Jingxian's command, the 3 Xianxian immediately spring into action, sending down thick immortal chains that pierce through the void, swiftly encircling Tang Tian and sealing his cultivation. Yet, they are taken aback to find that this time, Tang Tian makes no counterattack, not even a hint of reaction, merely gazing into the void ahead with a contemplative expression. Tang Tian, you dare kill him. You are courting death. The Jingxian grits his teeth, speaking coldly. Tang Tian lifts his head, glancing at him without a trace of tension, and replies nonchalantly, courting death. He hasn't truly perished. Did your master not inform you that he possesses a remarkable ability to preserve his life? The Jingxian and the three Xianxian are momentarily stunned. In truth, Tang Tian himself is quite surprised. Just moments ago, when all of them had relaxed their vigilance, he seized the opportunity to unleash a fist of all laws. The path capable of slaying immortals, even a mere half-immortal like Tian Yangxing, could not withstand it. Even as he conjured several defensive artifacts at the last moment, they were obliterated by Tang Tian's strike. Landing solidly on his face, the terrifying energy surged forth, instantly vaporizing Tian Yangxing, along with his body, primordial spirit, and soul. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he would have already met his end. Yet, Tang Tian still sensed a faint trace of life energy lingering after his attack, which rapidly faded away. This was something he had never anticipated. Come forth, Tang Tian slowly declares. Since you possess such means, why remain hidden? As the words fell, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a yellow paper talisman gradually materialized before everyone. A tiny figure, both terrified and enraged, stared at Tang Tian from within the yellow paper. The immortal's guardian talisman? A golden immortal could not help but exclaim. Tang Tian, taken aback, recalled having encountered this name in some ancient texts. The immortal's guardian talisman, a divine artifact crafted from a drop of blood by an immortal, served a singular purpose: to protect a remnant soul of the descendants when they faced life-threatening calamities, preventing their total demise. Thus, even if the descendant lost everything, they could resurrect through this remnant soul, eventually making a comeback. Consequently, the text warned that one should generally avoid provoking those backed by an immortal. For should one fail to eliminate them completely, endless retribution would ensue. You have an immortal as your backing, Tang Tian marveled. Such a being would surely rank among the elite in the Celestial Summit. However, at that moment, Tian Yangxing was far too consumed by rage to feel pride in Tang Tian's astonishment. Witnessing Tang Tian bound by the immortal locks, the terror in his eyes had transformed entirely into overwhelming fury. Tang Tian, you are truly cunning. Tian Yangxing gritted his teeth. I was on the brink of entering the ranks of the immortals, and you have obliterated everything I have strived for over the past decade. I swear, I will make you wish for death. The tiny figure within the yellow paper was livid, his eyes burning red. Yet, Tang Tian remained unperturbed. You are truly cruel, he replied calmly. I never intended to make you suffer. Tormenting a defeated foe brings me no sense of accomplishment. Therefore, you are fortunate. I have decided to simply end your life. With that, the power of the rules surged once more, and Tang Tian thrust his arms. Shattering the immortal locks binding him, he then reached out, aiming to grasp the yellow paper talisman. Upon witnessing Tang Tian's effortless escape from the immortal locks, Tian Yangxing's face drained of color. The sensation of impending death washed over him once more, prompting him to scream, "Someone, save me!" A brilliant golden light descended, this time arriving just in time to strike Tang Tian before he could seize the yellow paper. With a resounding thud, Tang Tian was pushed back. Yet even the attack from a golden immortal failed to inflict any harm upon him. In the next moment, he advanced again, intent on capturing the yellow paper talisman. This time, three Xian immortals sprang into action, launching a barrage of attacks, their immense celestial power cascading down. However, Tang Tian did not even glance their way. He simply erected a black barrier around himself. The oncoming celestial attacks entered the barrier as if plunging into an abyss. Producing no reaction whatsoever, Tian Yangxing's fear escalated. Tang Tian's hand reached out. Just as he was about to seize the talisman, a surge of spatial power erupted, allowing the golden immortal to utilize their formidable abilities to whisk Tian Yangxing away from danger. The Tao does not work on him. We must engage in close combat. The golden immortal, astute as they were, quickly assessed Tang Tian's performance. The three Xian immortals, upon hearing this, decisively abandoned their Tao techniques and surged forward, radiating golden light. The physical prowess of an immortal was not to be underestimated. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, temporarily conceding the pursuit of Tian Yangxing to contend with the three Xian immortals. Boom, boom, boom. The four engaged in a rapid succession of strikes, with Tang Tian, against all odds, being suppressed once more. Soon, one of the Xian immortals found an opening and delivered a heavy punch to Tang Tian's chest. Good. Even Tian Yangxing within the yellow paper exclaimed. Yet, much to their astonishment, after enduring the blow, Tang Tian remained unfazed, countering with a devastating punch that sent the Xian immortal flying, blood painting the sky. Tian Yangxing's smile instantly froze on his face. This guy was feigning injury earlier. He still has hidden strength. A chilling dread surged within him. How many more trump cards does Tang Tian possess? He wondered anxiously, but glancing at the golden immortal beside him, he gradually felt reassured. This was no ordinary golden immortal. With their presence, he believed they would surely escape unscathed. Tian Yangsheng continued to observe the battlefield. At this moment, the clash between Tang Tian and the three Xian immortals had reached a fever pitch. After Tang Tian revealed his formidable physique, they finally took the battle seriously, unleashing their innate celestial weapons. After all, Tang Tian was merely at the feathering realm, and against the onslaught of celestial weapons, he could no longer maintain his previous composure. Real injuries began to manifest, with blood occasionally spraying into the air. Fortunately, he possessed the body of the undying divine phoenix and the secrets of the divine phoenix, allowing him to fully recover from injuries in an instant without affecting his combat prowess. The fierce battle raged on. As Tang Tian's blood flowed increasingly, the small cat could no longer contain itself and re-emerged. I say, you aren't plotting something sinister again, are you? Tang Tian paused for a moment before calmly stating, I cannot allow any of them to leave here, including that golden immortal. With that, a long spear pierced through his shoulder, causing his entire arm to explode into a spray of blood, scattering across the sky. In the wilderness, when Tang Tian confronted Tian Yangsheng, the golden immortal, along with the three Xian immortals, had already sealed off the area with great power. From the outside, everything appeared calm, as if nothing was amiss. Yet within this space, chaos reigned, with Tang Tian and the three Xian immortals locked in a fierce battle, unleashing torrents of energy that had obliterated the surrounding mountains and forests multiple times. With magma even erupting from beneath the earth in some places, it resembled a hellish landscape. The methods of the Xian immortals were terrifying. Ordinary beings could not withstand the onslaught of celestial power. Being reduced to nothingness upon contact, Tang Tian was no less formidable. Each of his strikes was imbued with the essence of myriad laws, containing rule-level power. Although not abundant, it was sufficient to contend with the three Xian immortals. Yet, his cultivation level remained his greatest weakness. After prolonged, intense combat, Tang Tian sustained increasingly frequent injuries, at times suffering devastating blows that left half his body obliterated, blood scattering through the air. Before long, the entire area was tinged with a pale red hue. Were it not for the secrets of the divine phoenix, any ordinary cultivator would have perished countless times over. Witnessing this, the golden immortal could not help but exclaim, Young master, the opponent you have provoked this time is indeed a monster. The remnant soul of Tian Yangsheng, hidden within the yellow paper talisman, had long since lost its previous air of confidence. Observing Tang Tian and the three Xian immortals locked in a stalemate, he spoke with difficulty. I did not anticipate this. I had done my utmost to overestimate Tang Tian's abilities, yet I did not foresee that he would conceal himself so deeply. Feathering realm, a powerful physique, terrifying self-healing capabilities, and those dreadful Dao techniques. If you were not here, I would likely perish today. The horror in Tian Yangsheng's eyes deepened. Surely, he had no further hidden cards, right? We will definitely be able to kill him here today. Won't we? He asked nervously, glancing at the golden immortal. The golden immortal, perceiving his demeanor, inwardly sighed. Tian Yangsheng was the offspring of a significant figure within the War God Hall, with a bright future ahead. Even reduced to a mere remnant soul, with time and nurturing, he could return. However, if he lost faith now, his future would be irrevocably altered. Even that esteemed individual would likely not invest much effort in a cripple. With me here, he cannot escape. The golden immortal concealed his emotions and spoke. Tian Yangsheng, anxiously fixated on the battlefield, urged, Then you must act quickly to kill him. I have a feeling he still has other means he has yet to employ. The golden immortal shook his head, sensing that Tian Yangsheng was completely terrified. However, he also felt it was time to conclude this matter, nodding as he extended his finger, directing a beam of golden light toward Tang Tian at the center of the battlefield. The golden immortal's methods surpassed those of the Xian immortals by tenfold. Amidst the fierce battle, Tang Tian could not evade this attack, and his body was pierced by the golden light, resulting in a massive gaping wound in his chest. The three Xian immortals quickly converged, each unleashing their lethal moves. In that moment, evasion was impossible. Tang Tian exhaled softly. It's about time. Faced with the combined might of the three Xian immortals, his expression remained calm. He neither dodged nor defended. All his strength coalesced within his dantian. A terrifying wave rippled across the surface of his body like rippling water. Sensing this unsettling energy, the three Xian immortals' eyes widened in realization of Tang Tian's intent. No, he intends to self-destruct. One exclaimed. If it were an ordinary self-detonation from the feathering realm, they would not have panicked. But Tang Tian was no ordinary individual. The power he possessed, should he self-destruct, would rival that of a Xian immortal or even a golden immortal. None of them had anticipated that Tang Tian would suddenly make such a choice. When they finally reacted and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the sky. A massive cloud of blood mist erupted before the three celestial beings. The overwhelming energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption. The three were caught off guard and were violently hurled away, their formidable strength unable to shield them from the onslaught, causing them to spit blood incessantly. Fortunately, Tang Tian, being merely at the ascendant level, suffered only severe injuries due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels. After a period of recuperation, he would be able to recover as the blood mist dissipated. Peace briefly returned to the realm. Tian Yangsheng stared blankly ahead, murmuring, "Is he dead?" The golden immortal nodded. He has combined all his power, soul, and primordial essence into a self-detonation technique that releases the most potent energy. While I don't understand why he chose this path, in such circumstances, survival is impossible. Hearing this, Tian Yangsheng exhaled deeply. The immense pressure Tang Tian had placed on him finally alleviated. "Let us return," the golden immortal stated. "There is a reincarnation pool within the temple that will expedite your recovery. You will have to start your cultivation anew. However, I believe that with your..." Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed an eerie presence. Abruptly, the golden immortal's eyes widened in fury, shouting, "Be careful." Just as he spoke, a figure appeared beside the three celestial beings, none other than Tang Tian. To their astonishment, another identical Tang Tian materialized before them. The two locked eyes, and Tang Tian smiled slightly, the same wave-like energy emanating from him once more. Boom! In the horrified gaze of Tian Yangsheng, the four Tang Tians self-detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm. The golden immortal furrowed his brow and raised his hand, conjuring a golden barrier that absorbed the entirety of the energy. However, the three celestial beings were not so fortunate, witnessing Tang Tian's miraculous revival and imminent self-detonation. They hastily attempted to distance themselves. Alas, Tang Tian embraced each of them in turn. Boom, boom, boom. After three deafening explosions, the three celestial beings were gravely wounded, coughing up blood relentlessly. The blood mist thickened with an ominous intensity. What is happening? Tian Yangsheng's eyes widened in terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Even the golden immortal, brow furrowed and eyes glimmering with golden light, surveyed the surroundings. Yet, Tang Tian denied him the opportunity to investigate. 8 identical figures emerged once more, followed by an even more terrifying explosion. Chapter 153. The Slaughter of Immortals. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions echoed throughout the region. Each blast was accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that relentlessly battered the 4 immortal beings. The golden immortal, having erected a golden shield, was largely unaffected by Tang Tian's self-detonations. However, the 3 celestial beings suffered grievously. Tang Tian inexplicably appeared beside them at every turn, seizing them in a deadly embrace before self-detonating, leaving them no time to react. Under the immense energy, the 3 were successively gravely injured, some reduced to a state of disarray, their vitality severely diminished. Tian Yangsheng, sheltered beneath the golden immortal's protection, observed the chaotic scene akin to a fireworks display, his very soul trembling in fear. "Did you not say he was dead? What kind of technique is this?" He felt utterly engulfed by dread. The golden immortal, brow furrowed, had never encountered nor even heard of such an uncanny ability. To self-detonate along with one's soul and primordial essence, and emerge unscathed, to swiftly return to life without any loss, maintaining peak condition. Furthermore, to conjure multiple identical avatars for continued self-detonation, all while retaining their full power. Such abilities, if any one of them were possessed by an individual, would invoke terror. Yet now, they converged within a single person. Had he known of Tang Tian's capabilities in advance, he would never have dared to confront him. As the uncertainty of truly eliminating him loomed large, "What shall we do? You vowed to kill him." As he watched the 3 celestial beings nearing their end under Tang Tian's relentless self-detonations, Tian Yangsheng was seized by the utmost fear and shouted. The golden immortal's expression darkened, casting an irritated glance at him before responding. "It seems nearly impossible to eliminate him here. This boy possesses an almost immortal body, and his abilities can nullify my restraints. Unless a being above the immortal king intervenes personally, even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to find a solution for him." The most troublesome aspect of Tang Tian was not merely his immortality, but the power of the rules he wielded. Only those who could also command the power of rules at the level of an immortal king could truly subdue Tang Tian. Upon hearing the golden immortal's words, Tian Yangsheng stood in stunned silence. Are you saying we cannot kill him here? Then what will happen in the future? The mere thought of facing retribution from such a formidable being sent chills down his spine. The remnants of his soul quivered within the yellow talisman, but a hint of disdain flickered in the golden immortal's eyes. But he chose not to engage further with Tian Yangsheng, seizing the moment of Tang Tian's next self-detonation. He utilized his powers to pull back the three severely injured celestial beings, shielding them beneath the golden barrier. Tang Tian, I will remember you. You had best never stray far from Qingwei Gate. He scoffed coldly before preparing to depart. Yet at that moment, Tang Tian's figure reappeared before him. This time, however, he did not initiate another self-detonation. Instead, he stood calmly with his hands behind his back, gazing at him. Do you truly believe you can escape? Tang Tian spoke indifferently. The golden immortal let out a cold laugh. I concede your exceptional abilities, but do not be too arrogant. You think you can even keep me here? With that, he disregarded Tang Tian and prepared to distance himself from the relentless immortal. However, just as he was about to leave, a glimmer of starlight appeared beneath his feet, in the blink of an eye. The starlight transformed into a vast sea of stars, enveloping all 5 of them within its depths. The power of rules descended like shackles, binding them tightly. The golden immortal struggled, realizing the starry sea's might was formidable, rendering him incapable of breaking free in the short term. Did you think I endured such injuries and detonated so many times for naught? Tang Tian smiled faintly, waving his hand at in an instant. The blood mist gathered in the sky, coalescing into a massive crimson dome that replaced the barrier previously erected by the celestial beings. An indescribable, terrifying aura began to permeate the area under the dome. It felt as if an entirely different realm had emerged, crafted from the very blood of Tang Tian. Sensing the dreadful energy, the golden immortal's expression shifted. He had presumed that the worst-case scenario would simply be an inability to kill Tang Tian. He never anticipated that Tang Tian would utilize his life force as a catalyst to create such a monstrous killing array. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Tian let out a long sigh of relief. From the very beginning, his intention had been to ensure no one could leave this place unscathed. Thus, he had initiated his plan during the battle with the 3 celestial beings, his ultimate technique. The celestial screen of all laws required absolute discretion. He could not allow the golden immortal to perceive his intentions before its complete formation. Consequently, Tang Tian had resolved to use his blood as the foundation, quietly setting up the celestial screen. Furthermore, this time, infused with his boundless life force, it could be regarded as an advanced version of the celestial screen, aptly named the blood screen of all laws. If such a method could not keep them all here, he would have to allow their escape and devise a countermeasure later. However, it appeared the effects were promising, just as Tian Yangsheng had stated. I too prefer to eliminate any potential hazards, Tang Tian remarked. The golden immortal's face darkened, his voice cold as he declared, if you kill us, the War God Temple will not let this matter rest. You have no idea what kind of existence you are provoking. Tang Tian shook his head. No one will ever know. Moreover, no one will believe that a mere ascendant cultivator like me could annihilate you all in one fell swoop. Prepare to die. With that, Tang Tian wasted no further time, extending his hand and clenching it fiercely. Instantly, a vast sea of blood surged forth. Countless blood spears, infused with the power of rules, shot towards the central figures of the celestial beings. Boom! In the wake of an earth-shattering roar, everything vanished into oblivion. 1 golden immortal and 3 celestial beings fell utterly at Tang Tian's hands. The sky cleared, sunlight streaming down. Tang Tian hovered in the air, casting a colossal shadow over the earth. That moment, the little cat appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. You truly did kill them all. Old Tang, you truly are remarkable. In my memory, those prodigies destined to stand atop the world in the future. None achieved such illustrious feats as you did in their youth, the little cat exclaimed. Tang Tian remained silent. Although he had successfully slain a golden immortal, he had exhausted his trump cards. The sensation of self-detonation was far from pleasant. Moreover, beyond the golden immortal, there were even more formidable beings such as the great Luo golden immortal, the immortal king, the immortal sovereign, and even the immortal emperor. The methods possessed by such individuals would be even more terrifying. To genuinely establish oneself at the pinnacle of the world, there was still a long, arduous journey ahead. What were the prodigies in your memory like? Tang Tian inquired. The little cat pondered for a moment and replied, mortal slayers of immortals. Youthful supremes, they are numerous. It seems those individuals ultimately became the ones to suppress an entire era. Tang Tian nodded. This world is never short of geniuses. There will always be those who are extraordinarily powerful. And one must not become haughty due to a mere minor achievement. It is best to continue developing according to the previous plan. After contemplating for a while, Tang Tian gazed at the only remaining item before him, a yellow paper talisman. Chapter 154. The little cat snack. After a lengthy and meticulous scheme, beneath the myriad law's blood shroud, one golden immortal and 3 mysterious immortals had been utterly annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Even the remnants of the immortal king's blade had been reduced to powder. The only item that remained intact was the talisman protecting the remnants of Tian Yangsheng's soul, as it possessed substantial rule power. And Tang Tian, in his current state, was unable to completely obliterate it. However, hidden within, Tian Yangsheng was now gripped by profound fear. No, please do not kill me. He trembled all over. The previous pride and defiance had vanished completely. Where is the pride of your war god hall? Tang Tian remarked with a tone of mockery. Yet, Tian Yangsheng was too consumed by fear to concern himself with such matters. His eyes were filled with dread. He dared not leave the yellow paper talisman, knowing that if it fell into Tang Tian's hands, death would be his only fate. Spare me. Ultimately, Tian Yangsheng capitulated, stammering, I am a direct descendant of the Vice Hall Master of the War God Hall. If you let me go, I will fulfill any condition you demand. Truly, I will never oppose you again. It was evident that he was genuinely terrified. Tang Tian's relentless and fearsome tactics had utterly shattered his mental defenses. Yet, at this juncture, how could Tang Tian possibly let him go for a few empty words? I would like to ask you a question. Tang Tian began. Tian Yangsheng hurriedly replied. Yes, ask anything. I will tell you the truth. After a moment of thought, Tang Tian inquired, how did you know I had arrived at the Liuli secret realm? In truth, before leaving Qingwei Gate, both Tang Tian and Qi Yuan had arranged certain decoys. It would be nearly impossible to detect any anomalies without constant surveillance. Perhaps, there was an insider who had leaked information. Tian Yangsheng quickly provided an answer. I learned of this news by chance. One of my subordinates reported your whereabouts to me. Tang Tian furrowed his brows. This method certainly seemed rather unusual. What is his name? Tang Tian asked. Tian Yangsheng responded. His name is Yu Qin. Tang Tian silently committed this name to memory. Upon returning, he could investigate further to see if others were plotting behind the scenes. Tang Tian, do you have any other questions? Feel free to ask. I can reveal much about the upper echelons of the sect and some of Lu Chang's schemes. Moreover, I can transfer all the forces I have cultivated over the years to your command, aiding you in vying for that position in the sect. With my full support, Lu Chang'e will surely not be your match. Tian Yangsheng spoke urgently, his desire to survive reaching its peak. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained indifferent. Compared to those, you are currently my greatest threat. Farewell. With that, as Tian Yangsheng's desperate gaze followed him, Tang Tian extended his finger. And a powerful force of rules pierced through the protection of the yellow paper talisman, striking Tian Yangsheng's remnants of soul in an instant. The last vestige of his soul completely dissipated, not even allowing a single cry of anguish to escape. After eliminating Tian Yangsheng, Tang Tian turned his attention to the yellow paper talisman before him. This was an item of the immortal sovereign, imbued with rule power. Relying solely on himself, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to destroy it. Yet, who could say whether that immortal sovereign had left behind any hidden traps? How should he handle it? Tang Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to merely place it within the strange egg as a precaution. However, the strange egg was too mysterious. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to store something he could not control within it. Just then, as he pondered, the little cat popped up on his shoulder. Old Tang. Do you still need this yellow paper talisman? Tang Tian was taken aback and asked. What's the matter? The little cat grinned widely. I was wondering if you don't need it. Could you give it to me? Tang Tian inquired in confusion. What do you want it for? The little cat explained. This item contains some rules from the greater world, though just a little. It still holds some utility for me at present. In simple terms, it's a supplement. Consuming it will aid in my growth. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned, but he soon grasped the reasoning. The little cat was the spirit of the Liuli secret realm, which was still a growing small world. For a small world, the rules of a greater world would indeed be akin to a nourishing supplement. Moreover, such a supplement was exceedingly rare. Had Tang Tian not brought it out, it might have taken hundreds or thousands of years to encounter something similar. Can you completely absorb it? Tang Tian asked. The little cat placed its hands on its hips. Of course, certain particularly powerful rule artifacts might be challenging. But this item crafted by the immortal sovereign is merely a snack, akin to candy. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. That works splendidly. He had been pondering how to deal with this troublesome item. Very well, I shall give it to you. Tang Tian handed over the yellow paper talisman. The little cat was elated, snatching it and promptly stuffing it into its mouth after a moment of chewing. It swallowed with satisfaction, quite delightful. Subsequently, the little cat widened its eyes, feigning a pitiful expression as it said, "Old Tang, if you come across anything similar in the future, please do give it to me. If I can grow quickly, I might even assist you in transforming the space within that egg into a small world sooner." Tang Tian turned the little cat's head aside and replied, "Do you think I can conquer heaven and earth now? This is an item of the immortal sovereign. I certainly do not wish to seek death over a small world." The little cat chuckled. "With your abilities, conquering heaven and earth is merely a matter of time. I merely wish to hold tightly onto your great strength in advance." Tang Tian scoffed. "We shall discuss it later. If I truly obtain something of rule, I will give it to you." With the myriad laws at his disposal, Tang Tian did not have much desire for such items. Furthermore, the infinite consumption system housed even better treasures. World fortune, world origin, great laws. Just the names alone suggested they were incomparable to mere rule items. One could take their time. Having resolved the issue of the yellow paper talisman, Tang Tian prepared to leave this place. Given the considerable commotion he had caused, it was certain that someone would come to investigate. Before departing, Tang Tian utilized the myriad laws to erase all traces of his presence. Even if an immortal sovereign were to personally arrive, they would find no effective clues. After completing these measures, Tang Tian, accompanied by the little cat, leisurely made his way back toward the Qingwei Gate. Chapter 155. Request for aid. Qingwei Gate. A black staff rushed from the distance, halting at the peak of the sixth summit. Above the staff were Qi Yuan and Li Hong, who had hurried back from Yuli City. During this return, Qi Yuan traveled at full speed almost every moment, taking less than 10 days to arrive back. Hovering above the southern peak, Qi Yuan directly waved his hand, casting Li Hong aside. "Remain here. I will seek out old Li. I must ensure old Jean returns safely." With that, he dashed toward the main peak of the sect. This was the courtyard where Li Tianhua resided, as the sect's grand elder. He typically remained in his residence, managing sect affairs. Unless significant matters arose, he would seldom venture out. Today, however, as Li Tianhua sat by the window handling recent sect matters, he suddenly furrowed his brow. In the next moment, bang, with a loud crash, someone kicked open his door, and a robust figure stormed in. Old Li. As soon as Qi Yuan entered, he shouted angrily, his large, copper-like eyes glaring at Li Tianhua. "I instructed you to send someone to assist Tang Tian. Why are you still delaying? His life is in imminent danger." Qi Yuan slammed his palm onto the table before him. Had Li Tianhua not timely dissipated his force, the table might have shattered. Observing the furious and anxious Qi Yuan, Li Tianhua sighed, saying, "It has been hundreds of years. Why do you still possess such an impulsive temperament?" Such words render it difficult for one to assume the mantle of a peak leader, let alone ascend further. Qi Yuan slammed his hand heavily upon the table. "To hell with the peak leader. If Tang Tian truly does not return, I shall ensure that the little scoundrel from Tianyang Sheng meets his end." Li Tianhua furrowed his brow in concern. "Qi Yuan, can you not remain calm? Regardless of whether you possess the capability, the background of Tianyang Sheng is not something you can provoke. Do you understand?" Qi Yuan scoffed coldly. "I did not grow up idle. I certainly have the means to deal with him. As for his background, what does it matter? If I slay him, what use is his background then?" Observing the fierce determination emanating from Qi Yuan, Li Tianhua could only shake his head in resignation. After hundreds of years, this man had not changed one bit. Yet, with Qi Yuan being unencumbered and detached, he indeed had the potential to commit such an act. After a pause, Li Tianhua, puzzled, inquired, "But you do not share a significant bond with this Tang Tian, do you? He merely supported the construction of your sixth peak. If the sect relaxed its regulations, many would possess sufficient financial means to back you. Is it worth jeopardizing your future and life for him?" Qi Yuan cast a cold glance at Li Tianhua, his tone rigid. "That is none of your concern. I shall act as I please." Li Tianhua regarded him with a heavy sigh before rising to his feet. Yuan, although numerous unforeseen events have transpired over the years, we were once comrades in arms, bound by life and death. I truly do not wish to see you align with the wrong faction again. Last time, you narrowly escaped with your life, but this time, it may not be so fortunate." Qi Yuan remained silent, yet a flicker of emotion in his eyes did not escape Li Tianhua's noticed. "Is this because of the Bamboo Grove Taoist?" Li Tianhua asked, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing this name, Qi Yuan turned his head away. Though he did not deny it, his action spoke volumes. Li Tianhua sighed once more. "It has been so long. Can you not let go of that incident? I have said countless times that it was not your fault. Qi Yuan turned to glare at Li Tianhua. How can it not be my fault? If I had not been misled into vying for that damned position, those beasts would never have seized the opportunity. How could the esteemed Bamboo Grove Senior have met such a tragic fate in the purple bamboo courtyard? Li Tianhua shook his head. This matter had become Qi Yuan's inner demon. After a brief silence, Qi Yuan's emotions softened somewhat as he gazed out at the sky, nostalgia evident in his eyes. You know, my origins are not particularly distinguished, and my talents pale in comparison to those exceptional individuals. Everyone around me told me that I was destined for mediocrity, to become nothing more than a tool at the lowest rung. That it was the Bamboo Grove Senior who inspired me, who helped me overcome self-doubt and conquer external skepticism. He is the person I respect most in my life. Li Tianhua remained silent, then asked, but what does this have to do with Tang Tian? Is it merely because he also resides in the purple bamboo courtyard? Qi Yuan exhaled slowly. Yes and no. Upon learning that he also lived in the purple bamboo courtyard, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him that I do not know if this is a form of self-psychological suggestion. But this feeling undeniably exists. Li Tianhua frowned. Does Tang Tian resemble the Bamboo Grove Taoist? Qi Yuan shook his head. Not at all. One could say there is no resemblance whatsoever. The Bamboo Grove Senior embraced the world, was kind-hearted, treating everyone with equal respect. In contrast, Tang Tian appears benign until his principles are infringed upon. Then one would surely witness his ruthless side. Yet, for some reason, whenever I see him, I cannot shake the feeling of seeing the Bamboo Grove Senior. The time spent getting to know Tang Tian has been the most tranquil period for my inner demon in hundreds of years. Therefore, Li, I truly do not wish to see Tang Tian perish in this struggle for power. Consider it a favor for me that I implore you. Witnessing Qi Yuan's rare sincerity, Li Tianhua fell silent. As a participant in that past incident, he could somewhat understand Qi Yuan's peculiar mindset. However, the current situation was far more daunting. The methods of the War God Palace are well known to both of us. When they decide to eliminate someone, they often dispatch the strongest possible force to ensure absolute success. Furthermore, Tian Yangsheng is the direct offspring of a prominent figure. The individuals he could summon are undoubtedly formidable. Even if we were to send reinforcements, it may prove futile. Qi Yuan shook his head. Regardless, I must attempt it. This is my final conviction. Consider it a plea. Li Tianhua sighed inwardly. How could he refuse a request made by a former comrade? Ultimately, he spoke. Very well, I shall. However, as he began to speak, he abruptly froze in place, his expression one of disbelief. What is it? Qi Yuan hastily inquired. Li Tianhua stared blankly for a while, before slowly turning to Qi Yuan, uttering in a tone of incredulity. The sect leader has just informed me that the soul lantern of Tian Yangsheng has extinguished. Simultaneously, 3 Xian immortals and 1 Jin immortal from the War God Palace all had their soul lanterns snuffed out almost simultaneously. He gazed at Qi Yuan, a wildly absurd conjecture forming in his mind. Qi Yuan too realized this, and his eyes widened in shock. This cannot be true, he exclaimed. Chapter 156. Return to Qingwei Gate. At Qingwei Gate, the immense turmoil following the death of Du Yuanqing had settled after several months, restoring a semblance of tranquility within the sect. However, unbeknownst to most disciples, an even greater tempest was surging through the upper echelons of the sect. At the main peak, Han Hai rushed to Lu Changa's residence, entering through the outer array with urgency. As soon as he stepped inside, he spoke in haste. Young Master Lu Changa raised a hand. I am already aware. Please, take a seat. Han Hai sat down, his expression fraught with worry. Young Master Lu? It seems we have underestimated Tang Tian's abilities. 3 Xian immortals and 1 Jin immortal. They had no chance to escape. Their soul lanterns extinguished simultaneously. This is simply... I find it hard to believe Tang Tian could achieve this. Lu Changa shook his head. I too find it hard to believe. Based on our investigations into Tang Tian, he genuinely lacks a formidable backing. The only connection he has is with Qi Yuan. Given Qi Yuan's capabilities, it is utterly impossible for him to have retained the Jin immortal, especially as they are from the War God Palace. Han Hai replied, but their deaths are a fact. Moreover, we both know Tian Yangsheng's purpose was to eliminate Tang Tian. Lu Changa raised a hand to silence him. After pondering for a moment, he stated, when circumstances appear anomalous, there must be an underlying issue. Perhaps unforeseen events have transpired, or perhaps it truly was not Tang Tian's doing. However, this matter has escalated beyond our control. Lu Changa signaled to Han Hai, who immediately grasped his intent. For safety's sake, it was prudent to prevent others from investigating their involvement. What shall we do next? Tang Tian seems to be far more troublesome than we anticipated. Han Hai was somewhat flustered. Someone capable of slaying a Jin immortal was not someone he could afford to offend. Liu Chang'e shook his head, urging him to remain calm. This situation bore significant implications, and the War God Palace would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Whether or not Tang Tian was responsible would soon be revealed. For now, they must await the outcome. However, with Tian Yangsheng's sudden demise, it would inevitably disrupt the dynamics at the main peak, and they needed to seize this opportunity to expand their influence. Han Hai nodded in agreement. For now, we will await the outcome. Yet he found it hard to believe that Tang Tian was capable of such feats. At the residence of the Grand Elder, Li Tianhua and Qi Yuan sat together, both wearing grave expressions. Qi Yuan appeared to be engaged in a remote communication. Moments later, he raised his head. Have you made contact? Li Tianhua asked eagerly. Qi Yuan affirmed. Tang Tian is safe and on his way back to the sect. However, his pace is rather slow. He is likely still about 10 days away. Li Tianhua inquired. And the other matter? Qi Yuan shook his head. He denied it. Tang Tian stated that after I departed, he lingered a few more days in Liuli City before taking a different route back to the sect. From start to finish, he encountered neither Tian Yangsheng nor any of the War God Palace. Li Tianhua furrowed his brow. Do you believe he speaks the truth? Qi Yuan pondered briefly, then stated. From his demeanor, he does not seem to be lying. Moreover, he truly lacks the ability to have killed a Jin immortal. That is utterly preposterous, unless a far more powerful entity intervened. Suddenly, Qi Yuan stood up, spreading his arms wide and laughing heartily. Does it really matter whether it was him or not? As long as Tang Tian is alive, that's all that counts. The fate of the War God Hall's members is of no concern to me. Upon learning that Tang Tian was safe and sound, Qi Yuan visibly relaxed, a joyful expression firmly etched on his face. Li Tianhua, with a hint of resignation, remarked, given the War God Hall's temperament, they certainly won't let this matter rest easily. If they truly uncover something, even if Tang Tian is within the Qingwei sect, it won't be so simple for him to ensure his safety. Qi Yuan chuckled. I am more optimistic than you on this. If it were indeed Tang Tian's doing, knowing him as I do, he would have undoubtedly made ample preparations. Otherwise, he would never have leisurely returned to the Qingwei sect. With that, Qi Yuan hummed a cheerful tune and turned to leave. Watching the rejuvenated Qi Yuan, Li Tianhua couldn't help but smile in amusement. Remember, the costs of the sect's repairs are on you. At Nanfeng, Emo Xiaoxiao sat beneath a pavilion, surrounded by several formidable figures, likely from the Mo family, who were there to ensure her safety at that moment. She was seated with Yin Ku and a fellow Mo family member. Tang Tian is truly astonishing, remarked the Mo family member languidly. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed. I never expected Tang Tian to evade the assassination by Tian Yangsheng. There is likely a powerful ally supporting him that we are unaware of. The Mo family member chuckled. Isn't that fortuitous? Initially, the family harbored doubts about your decision, believing that Tang Tian lacked sufficient value for the family to operate on his behalf in Tianfu. Now, surely no one can voice any objections. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded but quickly shifted her tone. Brother, I reiterate what I mentioned before. My relationship with Tang Tian and with the Mo family is one of a quality that we must engage with him on the principles of mutual benefit and respect. We cannot underestimate him for any other reasons. The Mo family member replied affirmatively. Rest assured, I will arrange everything that I have always trusted your judgment. However, the foremost condition is that he must emerge unscathed from the War God Hall's investigation. Mo Xiaoxiao toyed with her wine cup before downing it in one gulp. That I have faith in him. As Mo Xiaoxiao, Qi Yuan, and Liu Chang'e had surmised, the deaths of Tian Yangsheng and several powerful figures from the immortal realm incited the wrath of the War God Hall. The Vice Hall Master personally took charge and soon located the site of Tian Yangsheng's demise. The scene was alarming, as if ravaged by some ancient beast. However, after a thorough investigation, they found no clues regarding the assailant. The culprit had erased all traces of their presence before departing, leaving even the immortal sovereign at a loss. In desperation, they had no choice but to return to the Qingwei sect to commence their inquiries anew. It didn't take long for them to discover Tian Yangsheng's purpose for leaving. Yet, when they learned that Tang Tian was merely a mortal cultivator, their investigation faced yet another obstacle. No one could fathom how a mere mortal could thwart 3 Shin immortals and 1 golden immortal, leaving them no chance to escape. Such a prodigy did not even exist within the Tianfu. Ultimately, the War God Hall resolved to interrogate Tang Tian upon his return, but this demand was met with vehement opposition from the upper echelons of the Qingwei sect. Without evidence, what grounds do you have to interrogate our disciple? Even the War God Hall cannot act with impunity. All factions under the Tianfu are, in principle, equal. Reluctantly, the War God Hall was compelled to abandon this course of action. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, determined to uncover the truth. However, Qi Yuan and the others understood that once the War God Hall failed to find any leads at the scene of Tian Yangxing's death, it was clear that Tang Tian was safe. This storm would not brew. In light of these developments, Tang Tian finally returned to the Qinghua sect. Chapter 157. The current situation. This is where you will reside. A figure glided into view outside the Qinghua sect. The little cat perched on Tang Tian's shoulder, surveying its surroundings. Although still curious, it no longer exhibited the frantic excitement it had upon first venturing out. During these past days, Tang Tian had taken it to various enchanting locales and cities, indulging in countless delicacies, even accumulating a mountain of takeout in his storage space, enough to last for decades. Indeed, he replied, for the time being, we shall reside here. The little cat nodded, for everything in this vast world was novel to it. As long as there was food, it mattered not where they were. Moments later, Tang Tian arrived at the entrance of the Qinghua sect and spotted Qi Yuan eagerly awaiting him from afar. "Ha, old Jin, welcome back," Qi Yuan exclaimed cheerfully as he approached, after inspecting Tang Tian and confirming that he was indeed unharmed. He added with a grin, "The sect has been quite lively these past few days. You, on the other hand, have strolled back leisurely, enjoying yourself to no end." Tang Tian smiled. "So, have the War God Hall's people left yet?" Qi Yuan shook his head. "No, they are still here investigating, and Tian Yangxing's confidants have been questioned one by one. They have not given up on the idea of interrogating you." Tang Tian frowned. "They haven't given up?" Qi Yuan explained. "They are merely putting on a brave front. They can't save face. However, the Qinghua sect is not one to be trifled with. Regardless of their insistence, Li Tianhua remains steadfast. An external force without evidence has no right to interrogate one of our esteemed disciples. This is not just your matter. It concerns the dignity of the entire sect if we allow this precedent. Then any random person could come in and meddle." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. This exemplifies the advantage of having a well-established system. While it may restrict some freedoms, it also prevents unnecessary troubles. For most ordinary disciples, the benefits certainly outweigh the drawbacks. "How has the investigation into the person I mentioned to you the other day progressed?" Tang Tian inquired. 10 days prior, he had informed Qi Yuan about Yuqin, requesting his assistance in investigating the matter. However, he had not disclosed the source of this information, and Qi Yuan did not prod further. Surprisingly, Qi Yuan replied, "The very day we contacted each other, Yuqin perished in his cave." Having succumbed to his own demonic turmoil, Tang Tian's brow furrowed. It was yet another troubling occurrence. However, this also indicated that Yuqin was indeed problematic, and Tian Yangxing's knowledge of his whereabouts was likely orchestrated by someone else. He had contemplated this matter over the past few days, and the individual with the most motive for such actions could only be Lu Chang'e, regardless of the outcome of his conflict with Tian Yangxing. He stood to gain from it. "I have a good idea who it might be," Tang Tian stated. Qi Yuan chuckled. "I have my suspicions as well. In the wake of Tian Yangxing's sudden demise, the dynamics within the main peak underwent significant changes. You know Han Yuan, right? Yesterday, he was exposed due to certain matters and was stripped of his position as the presiding elder of the sect." Qi Yuan remarked. Tang Tian remained silent. Han Yuan had been a supporter of Tian Yangxing and a longtime rival of Han Hai. His downfall was a clear indication that Lu Chang'e had practically seized control of the main peak. That was quite swift. After all this time, the contenders for that position are now just you and that Lu fellow, Qi Yuan noted. "That guy possesses considerable skills. He has already claimed the forces left behind by Du Yuanqing. And now the main peak and the western peak are under his control. The eastern peak, Jingheng, likely won't last long either. Soon, over half of the sect's influence will be in his hands, and his power will be unprecedented." Pausing, Qi Yuan added with a smirk, "But you are not without your chances. With me around, along with the influence from Nanfeng, we can still contend with him internally. It all depends on how the external situation unfolds." Tang Tian nodded. The three crucial metrics for obtaining that position were sect contributions, internal influence, and external influence. In terms of contributions and internal influence, he and Lu Chang'e were relatively equal. As for external influence, he had already secured the Tengyun Chamber of Commerce, giving him the ability to compete. He had approximately 3 months left to strategize thoroughly. To surpass someone who had spent decades building their influence in just 1 year would undoubtedly require greater sacrifice or resources, such as spirit jade. Yet, Spirit jade was something Tang Tian possessed in abundance. The two continued their conversation as they walked, soon arriving at the purple bamboo forest. Qi Yuan, unwilling to venture into the purple bamboo courtyard, took his leave. Moments later, Tang Tian finally returned to his long-lost little home. The Li Hong and the Lan sisters had been waiting in the courtyard. With their current strength, they would likely face no significant issues in the 100 Doors battle and the 10,000 Demons trial tower. After a brief exchange, they were allowed to attend to their own affairs, as Tang Tian anticipated their involvement in the days to come. Seated beside the ancient stone table, Tang Tian finally felt a genuine sense of tranquility wash over him. He began to reflect on the gains from his recent journey. First and foremost was his cultivation. Under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy from the ancient jade, he had successfully ascended to the 4th layer of the feathering realm. Stepping onto the pathway of mid-stage ascension at this rate, he anticipated achieving transcendence before the 100 Gates War. Such rapid progress left Tang Tian quite content. Next came his combat prowess. Prior to this, his understanding of his own strength had been vague, merely a broad estimation. However, after engaging with Tian Yangsheng and his companions, he gained a clearer insight into his capabilities, with all his cards on the table. Even a golden immortal would prove no match for him in a few months. Once he became a true immortal, he would possess the strength to contend with anyone who lacked mastery over the laws of power. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Tang Tian resolved to adhere to his prior plan and proceed steadily. There were still more treasures within the system awaiting his acquisition, while Tang Tian was deep in thought. The formation outside the courtyard was suddenly triggered. Upon investigation, he found a familiar figure standing beyond the gate. Mo Xiaoxiao, who had just returned from Tianfu. Chapter 158. The true mastermind outside the purple bamboo courtyard. Mo Xiaoxiao, Yin Ku, and another unfamiliar young man stood at the entrance as Tang Tian emerged. Mo Xiaoxiao greeted him with a smile. Miss Mo, it has been quite some time, Tang Tian replied with a smile of his own. Call me Xiaoxiao, she said, that you finally returned. Many have been eager to rend me asunder. Had you delayed your return any longer, I might have had no choice but to return to Tianfu myself. Tang Tian chuckled. I hadn't anticipated your swift return after my journey. Please, come in. He then invited the 3 guests into the purple bamboo courtyard, where they settled beneath the old locust tree. Once seated, Mo Xiaoxiao introduced, You know Yin Ku. This is my elder brother, Mo Jun. Upon hearing this, Mo Jun clasped his hands in greeting towards Tang Tian. In recent days, Xiaoxiao has spoken your name almost daily. To the point where my ears have grown calloused, I am curious to meet the remarkable young talent who has captured the attention of one so discerning. Your praise is unwarranted, Brother Mo. Tang Tian responded, returning the gesture. Xiaoxiao and I had made some prior arrangements. She was likely worried I might not return. Now that you are back, what are your plans? He inquired directly. Mo Xiaoxiao sighed. I have no specific plans. I have effectively withdrawn from this conflict. My return is solely to escort my loyal confidants from Nanfeng away. That I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. Without you, my companions would likely have suffered significant losses. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, as they had a prior agreement. Now that Tian Yangsheng is also out of the picture, the competition for that position is left solely between you and Lu Changji. Mo Xiaoxiao continued. Before I depart, I will transfer all of Nanfeng's influence and the connections I have cultivated within the sect over the years to you. Moreover, the Mo family will support you, shielding you from the direct influence of the upper echelons of Tianfu. With this backing, your odds against Lu Changge will surely improve. Tang Tian nodded appreciatively. It's not merely a slight enhancement in my odds. With your support and the influence of the Mo family, I am on par with Lu Changge and the Hall of Justice. Even if he consolidates power across the main peak and the eastern, western, and northern peaks, I will have the means to contend. Furthermore, there is also Qi Yuan to consider. In terms of internal influence within the sect, I am no longer at a disadvantage compared to Lu Changge. Thank you. He added that I indeed intend to vie for that position. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled. You ought to have taken this stance sooner. Within the jurisdiction of Tianfu, power holds significant importance, while you may choose to forego it. You cannot afford to be without it. However, she suddenly shifted her tone. That said, this matter may be more complex than we initially perceived. Tang Tian furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Mo Xiaoxiao glanced at Mo Jun before continuing. During my time away, I conducted a thorough investigation regarding the incident involving Du Yuanqing that I refused to allow others to tarnish my reputation without consequence. Utilizing my family's resources, I undertook a deeper inquiry. Yet, the findings, she sighed, I had believed that Lu Chang'e or Tian Yangxing orchestrated this grand scheme. However, during my investigation, I uncovered traces of individuals entirely unrelated to Qinghua's sect. Moreover, just as I prepared to delve deeper, someone intervened to halt my efforts. Tang Tian frowned. Who was it? Were they able to impede you? Although Mo Xiaoxiao appeared unassuming within Qinghua's sect, upon returning to her family, her authority and capability were formidable. Anyone capable of obstructing her must be a person of considerable influence. Yet, Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head. It was not an obstruction. Rather, they directly issued a warning to the higher-ups of the Mo family, advising us to refrain from further involvement in this matter. Moreover, any leads I had managed to uncover were to remain undisclosed. Otherwise, the Mo family could face unspeakable losses. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian was taken aback. The Mo family represented one of the most powerful forces within Yunding Tianfu, with a foundation far more profound than that of Tian Yangxing's War God Hall or Lu Chang'e's Hall of Justice. Among the oldest factions in Tianfu, who could instill such apprehension in the Mo family? More importantly, why would such an entity cast its gaze upon the small Qinghua sect, particularly concerning a dispute among its disciples? For someone of Du Yuanqing's standing, he likely held no significance, even akin to an ant, to such individuals. Tang Tian felt his mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of the implications if this was the case. Then the position we are competing for, he felt a twinge of concern, realizing it too was shrouded in mystery. However, Mo Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. The position within Qinghua sect remains unaffected. Those individuals likely have other motives. The incident with Du Yuanqing is merely a pretext. Furthermore, even if there were an impact, we would be powerless to change that level of influence. Who becomes a pawn is merely a matter of choice. And there is no evading it. We must simply proceed with our own endeavors. Tang Tian paused before nodding in agreement. Regardless of the world, there are always a select few who manipulate the game. Only by reaching the pinnacle can one truly escape fate. As for the myriad of beings, living a fulfilling life is already a significant achievement. Are you planning to abandon the investigation? Tang Tian asked. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head with a smile. Not to abandon it entirely. I simply will not pursue it further. However, those who conspired against me and falsely accused me will not escape my scrutiny. At the very least, I shall ensure they do not live in comfort. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It seems you have indeed uncovered some information. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded. There is a saying, the players are blinded, while the observers see clearly. Once I completely withdrew and returned to my family, I noticed some details I had previously overlooked that in fact, if one were to analyze the outcome and trace back through the process, anomalies become quite apparent. Typically, after a major event, the individual who benefits the most is the very architect of that event. Tang Tian fell silent. For Mo Xiaoxiao to articulate this, she must have uncovered some reliable leads.